Chapter 1. On the first day of school, the twins came with their children. Dad. Dad. Mom, I saw Dad. The chubby-faced little girl wearing a little monster sweatshirt chased after a figure. A pair of cold-looking sisters behind him looked at each other and immediately followed. There was constant discussion all around. Sisters Wuji, Yi Qingling, and Yi Qingmeng? I'm so lucky. I actually ran into Ice and Fire Warrior on the first day of school. These two do look very familiar. Where have I seen them before? Enrollment brochure, brother. This is the star graduate of Binhai Wuda University. 3 years after graduation, he has already reached the 7th level. His rank in the Demon Suppression Army has even reached Major General. What? These twin sisters are Major Generals? Are you kidding me? But why are they chasing after a little girl? After gradually leaving the crowd, the little girl threw herself into the arms of a handsome college boy with excellent temperament. Dad. The boy was slightly stunned when the little girl hugged him. Su Yuan frowned. Who is this little girl? Why is she calling someone dad so casually? What a joke. I'm sorry, you recognized the wrong dad. I'm only 20 years old, a freshman at Binhai Wuhan University. How could I be your dad? You recognized the wrong person. However, the next moment, 2 strong winds came towards him. The terrifying sword energy, accompanied by a red and a blue long sword, was instantly placed on his neck. Name. Age. Do you have a girlfriend? Looking at the 2 peerless faces so close to him, Su Yuan was dumbfounded. Speak, the 2 women said at the same time. Mom, please don't bully Dad. You always beat him up, leaving him with black and blue eyes. He's so pitiful. When the 2 girls heard this, the blades of their knives loosened slightly. Looking at the 2 of them, Su Yuan remembered the peerless martial arts sisters who were used as promotional posters by the school. 3 years after graduation, they joined the Demon Suppression Army and reached the terrifying rank of Major General. What a terrifying talent this is. The red and blue hair colors are their unique features and have been cosplayed by many netizens. But why do these 2 Wuji sisters seem to want to kill me? And why did this girl call me dad? Don't you want to say it? Yi Qingling said coldly. Su Yuan shook his head. No, I can say. My name is Su Yuan, I'm 20 years old, a freshman at Wuhan University in Binhai, majoring in logistics. I just reported today, and I don't have a girlfriend. What Su Yuan wanted to say was that although he didn't have a girlfriend. But I have a fiancé, but you didn't ask me if I have a fiancé. Doghead saves life. Logistics? In other words, her talent is actually very ordinary? Yi Qingling said to Yi Qingmeng beside her, Sister, no matter whose child this is, it is absolutely impossible for either of us to fall in love with a student like this. Yi Qingmeng frowned slightly. The Su family? The family in Binhai that makes props? I heard they have an eldest son who's very good at business. You? Su Yuan smiled awkwardly. Ahem, I'm here. I don't know what's going on with you guys. Yi Qingling's expression changed. Let's talk somewhere else. She raised her hand and placed it on Su Yuan, and the next moment several people appeared on the rooftop. Su Yuan was stunned. It was indeed the 7th level of penetration. It was not much different from the official propaganda. Of course, if these 2 girls hadn't pointed knives at me, this scene would still be very beautiful. At this time, Yi Qingling took out a photo and threw it in Su Yuan's face. See for yourself. What the hell? Why does it feel like my own wife caught me eating, drinking, and having sex? Su Yuan picked up the photo on his face, and the next moment his mouth slowly opened. This is us. In the photo, Su Yuan looks more mature than he is now. In the photo, the 2 sisters Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng are on the left and right, and the little girl is in the front. Why do we have photos like this? Yi Qingling said coldly, According to this child, we are a family and she is our daughter. What? You 2 can believe such words? What if it is false? Su Yuan said. Dad. Why don't you believe in Tontong anymore? Don't you like Tontong anymore? Woo woo. The little girl squeezed out a tear, her chubby face swaying from side to side. Su Yuan was about to refute something. Ding. Detected that the host has found his daughter, the system is activated, and the life counterattack system is activated. Your actions have deeply broken the hearts of your wife and daughter. Host, please complete the task issued by the system and change your life. 8 years after graduation, not only have you failed to cultivate properly, but you've also taken advantage of your family background to behave recklessly, deeply hurting your wife and children. Host, please complete the current task. 1. Make your daughter smile happily. Completion reward, Newbie Gift Pack X1. Note, you have broken your daughter's heart. It is not easy to make her smile. No? System? Are you kidding me? Isn't this nonsense? At this time, Yi Qingling took out a paternity test and said, "This is the paternity test from the Institute of Science and Technology. The matching rate is 99.99%. Hearing this, Su Yuan asked in confusion, "I know the result, but which of you two got the paternity test result?" Looking at the two eyes that seemed to want to kill him, Su Yuan almost exclaimed, "Could it be that both of you match?" Shut up. Keep your voice down. Be careful or we'll kill you. Su Yuan felt that this matter was becoming more and more mysterious. One of these two must be the girl's biological mother. However, because the twins have the same DNA, neither of them knows whose biological daughter this girl is. But if I am really the father of this child, then who is my wife among these two? But now the system has appeared, it should not run away. He asked doubtfully, "So I'm your father, then you should know which of these two is your biological mother." Su Tongtong put down his hands and said, "It's all my mom, Dad, why are you so weird?" At this time Yi Qingling stretched out her hand. "Give us a hair." Yi Qingling said. Su Yuan didn't mind and pulled out a hair and gave it to Yi Qingling. "Am I so vigorous that I will marry the Wuji sisters in the future?" Yi Qingmeng raised the famous sword Liuhua in his hand. "What did you say?" Su Yuan sighed, "Don't be nervous, Lady Wuji. I just want to know, if she is really our child, isn't this too unbelievable?" Yi Qingling nodded slightly. The world we live in is no longer what it used to be. Strange beasts have appeared, and huge cracks have appeared everywhere, bringing devastating disasters to human civilization. A child traveling from the future isn't something I find unacceptable. What do you think? But whether you are his father or not, we have to wait until we can verify it. After saying this, the warrior turned around and was about to leave. Su Tongtong shook his head. "I don't want to leave. Dad, please sleep with me at night. I haven't slept with you for a long time." Su Yuan looked at his lovely little daughter, and an inexplicable affection surged in his heart. "My dear daughter, it's not that Daddy won't accompany you. You stay with the mothers first. After Dad finishes his work, he will sleep with you every day, okay?" Su Tongtong nodded heavily. "Dad must keep his word. Then I'll go back with my mother first." She smiled brightly and blew a kiss to Su Yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host, mission accomplished. Chapter 2 starting from today. I quit. Congratulations to the host for completing the counterattack mission, and give out a novice gift pack. Is it enabled? Open. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SSS level martial arts qualifications. Martial arts qualifications are ranked from E to SSS from low to high. The host's talent is unmatched. Su Yuan was stunned. According to the memories of my original body in this world, a warrior with SSS level talent is considered a monster among monsters. In this world, those with excellent talent are commonly considered S-level martial arts talents. It is said that SSS level martial arts talent is hard to come by in a century. Isn't this a sure thing? Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 9th level of the first realm. Note, there are 12 realms in the martial arts realm: skin training, bone strengthening, muscle strengthening, strength condensation, inner breathing, meridian opening, transcendental realm, grandmaster realm, innate realm, perfection, ultimate intention, and sainthood. Su Yuan was stunned again. His original qualification was only B level. Although he was admitted to Binhai Martial Arts University, he was only a logistics major. His martial arts skills were only at level 1, level 3. He did not expect that this system reward would improve his skills so quickly. In the past 2 years since he traveled through time, he has relied on the experience he accumulated in the company in his previous life to help the Su family accumulate wealth from a small family to become the most wealthy family in Binhai. He originally thought that he could only be a rich young man, marry his fiancée Qin Huiru, and live a rich but simple life. But I didn't expect that in just one day, I not only activated the system, but also had a twin wife and a lovely daughter. He raised his hand and rubbed his brow. What's going on? This matter is getting more and more complicated. After leaving the school, Su Yuan got into the car outside, which was a new magnetic levitation car. After getting in the car, the butler in the front seat said lightly, "Master Su Yuan, Master Su Zhao and Miss Huiru are waiting for you." Su Yuan nodded slightly. Qin Huiru had already arrived? Could it be about the wedding? In this world, many men and women get married early in order to promote fertility and create new accounts to alleviate the increasingly tense problem of manpower in this world. The federal government has introduced many policies, such as plans to stimulate population growth. Men and women with martial arts talent must get married at the age of 20. Of course, they can choose not to get married, but they must improve their cultivation to the 4th level and graduate within 4 years of studying at the martial arts university. Those who can achieve this are all monsters, who can spend more time on spiritual practice rather than family life. In other words, the ordinary warrior federation needs you as a consumable and have more children, while the monster can allow you to be a lone wolf and not be affected by women in your sword drawing speed. It's really a headache. Su Yuan raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. There's so much to do every day. My qualifications are only B level, and my parents have already arranged my marriage and childbearing plans. And the fucked up federal rule is that once a marriage plan is submitted, it cannot be cancelled unless you die. If I say now that my qualifications are already SSS level and ask them to cancel the engagement, it may not work. At this time, the car arrived outside the gate of the Su family manor. Su Yuan followed the butler out of the car. Came to the main hall. In the main hall, there was his dignified father Su Mo and his biological mother Lu Yuru. Standing on the side were his parents' adopted son Su Zhu and his fiancée Qin Huiru. Su Zhu has an ordinary appearance and is not tall, only about 1.65 meters. Qin Huiru was born with fair skin and beautiful looks. Although she was far inferior to the sisters, she was already considered a beauty among ordinary people. Su Yuan said calmly, "Hey? Everyone is here, what's going on?" Su Mo glanced at his son, as if he was looking at something disgusting. "Su Yuan, the company's accounts are not right, did you know that? That's a deficit of over 30 million federal coins. How do you explain this?" Su Yuan narrowed his eyes. The atmosphere was not right. "I have nothing to explain about this matter. I've already figured out the accounting issues. Are you just looking for trouble?" Su Zhu said, "Father, I don't think my brother did it on purpose. I think it's not easy for him to support the family business all these years. He formed a clique and engaged in small group activities in the company. I think it's better to let it go." Lu Yuru snorted coldly, "We can't just let it go like this. Even though he's my biological son, it's so obvious that Su Yuan was wrong. He's wrong." Su Yuan was stunned at how he had used the business knowledge he had acquired in his previous life to make the Su family's business flourish over the years. Not to mention forming cliques for personal gain or embezzling public funds, he had never even paid himself a salary. He had once believed that it was his own business no matter what. But today it seems that I was too naive. Su Mo glanced at Su Yuan calmly. "Su Yuan, please admit your mistake." Su Yuan shook his head and smiled. "I'm not wrong, why should I admit my mistake?" "You rebellious son." Su Mo said coldly, "Do you really think that the Su family's rise in the past 2 years is entirely due to you? It's my platform that made you successful. From now on, you are no longer the president of Su Corporation." Su Yuan figured it out. "So that's what happened. Su Mo, you don't want Su Zhu to take my place, do you?" Lu Yuru glanced at Su Yuan. "Oh? What's wrong? Su Zhu is an S-class warrior. With his talent, he might become the first warrior of our Su family to achieve sainthood in the future. What's wrong with him being the president of the Su family?" "Su Yuan, don't be so self-righteous. Those clients have only cooperated with you over the years because of our face. You don't really think it's because of your own strength, do you?" Su Yuan laughed. "You let a fool who knows nothing about business take over my business? Lu Yuru. Are you blind? If I hadn't pulled you back from the brink of bankruptcy these years, the Su family would have fallen into ruin just with you guys." "Shut up." Su Mo glanced at Su Yuan. "There's no need to argue about this anymore. Let's just do it. Su Yuan has been too indulgent with you these years. Where's the filial piety you see? From today on, you will hold the position of manager and fully assist your brother. He has the potential to be a martial saint." "The posture of a martial saint?" The so-called martial saint is the one who has reached the 12th level of martial arts and entered the saint realm. Throughout history, people who can reach this realm must have both talent, perseverance, and opportunity. Martial saint? I see. I was wondering why you were all here today, the first day of school. You must have been discussing this for a long time. Just because I only had a B-level qualification during my graduation exam, you concluded that I have no future? Isn't it? However, grade B is not too bad. Stay in the Su family and assist your brother. Su Mo said without question. But at this moment, Su Yuan raised his hand to his chest, took off the violet badge that symbolized the descendants of the Su family, and threw it heavily on the ground. Bang! The violet badge kept flipping. No need to bother, you can keep this manager position for yourselves. Starting today, I, Su Yuan, will quit. Chapter 3 can't tell what is given by the platform. I, Su Yuan, will withdraw from this position starting today. The powerful words struck everyone's heart. Su Mo had originally thought of many possible reactions from Su Yuan, such as begging. For example, crying bitterly or kneeling down to pray. But he didn't expect Su Yuan to speak to him so harshly. So he got angry, "You evil bastard. Do you know what you are saying? The Su family gave birth to you, raised you, and trained you. Not to let you fight against us." Lu Yuru said calmly, "You may not be very talented, but you do have a bad temper. If you were half as sensible as your brother, we wouldn't treat you like this. Besides, even if you weren't talented, we would have let you stay in the Su family and have no worries about food and clothing. But you really disappoint us. You are so ignorant." Su Yuan smiled and said coldly, "Since sincerity can't be exchanged for sincerity, then treat me as blind. If you think he is better than me, more capable than me, then from now on, I will withdraw from the Su group." Su Mo said coldly, "If you want to withdraw from the Su group, then from now on, you will not receive any salary subsidies. You have just entered the martial arts university, and your martial arts cultivation requires a lot of resources. If you lose your family resources, how can you practice martial arts?" Lu Yuru just looked at Su Yuan helplessly, her eyes full of disappointment. "If you can't help me, then you can't help me." Su Yuan said lightly. "When have I ever taken any family resources from the Su family? I haven't even taken any salary from the Su group in these years. I've been focusing on product design." Su Mo and Lu Yuru were stunned, but they just thought it was Su Yuan's quibbling. "How is it possible that we won't take any resources?" Su Mo shook his head. "Yuru, do you think it's possible?" "Of course not. Is he really doing this for the good of the Su family?" Lu Yuru said. "How about this, you don't have to stay in the group, I'll give you some pocket money every month." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. "No need. When I say I'm quitting, I mean I'm severing ties with your Su family from now on." Su Yuan looked at the few people head on. Su Mo looked down at his son, and together with Lu Yuru, he began to tremble all over. "What did you say?" "I'm asking you, say it again what you just said." Su Mo raised his hand and pointed at Su Yuan. Boom! The pressure of the fifth realm of martial arts swept towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan's face turned slightly pale, but he looked at his father calmly. "I said, I'm breaking off the relationship. I withdraw." Bold. Su Mo said coldly. "You are my son, Su Mo. Yet you are talking about breaking off the relationship. If this gets out, how will I, Su Mo, put my face aside?" Su Zhou on the side narrowed his eyes and said, Brother, your parents will be very sad if you say that. They might really kick you out." "Mom and Dad, my brother was just a little angry for a moment, so he said something out of turn. I think he will be fine soon. Brother, apologize to Mom and Dad." At this moment, Su Mo was a little puzzled. Why could a useless person with only B-level martial arts talent and the cultivation level of the mere first level be so calm in the face of his pressure? "Su Yuan. Since your brother is pleading for you, it's not too late for you to kneel down and beg for mercy." Su Yuan smiled and said coldly, "Su Mo, Lu Yuru, there's no need to say more. I'm leaving today." "Su Yuan, you." Lu Yuru was just about to try to persuade him to stay. Su Mo immediately said, "Let him go. Don't beg to come back again." At this moment, Qin Huairu suddenly said, "Uncle and Aunt, I also have something I have to say today." Su Yuan glanced at Qin Huairu. "Oh? What?" You want to break off the engagement? This kind of routine can be guessed by yourself. Shin Huiru suddenly shook her head. It's not a break-off. I want to exchange kisses. Uncle and Aunt, Suja and I are actually in love with each other, and I want to be with Suja. Su Yuan, you used to be the eldest son of the Su family, a true domineering boss. But now your martial arts talent is determined, you are a complete waste, a wise bird chooses the right tree to roost in. I chose Suja for myself. You want to choose Suja? Lu Yuru glanced at Shin Huiru. But Suja's qualifications are now S level. He may not get married so early. It's okay. As long as the engagement between the Qin and Su families is still in place, I'm sincere to Suja and I'm willing to wait. Suja glanced at Shin Huiru. He had been coveting his future sister-in-law for a long time. What this woman said hit the nail on the head. That's awesome too. Okay, Huiru, I will marry you as soon as you graduate, and then we will reach the pinnacle of martial arts together. Suja felt that he had finally become a winner in life recently, which was so cool. Suemo snorted coldly, alright. Anyway, Suja will be my biological son in the future, the only eldest son of the Su family, so the engagement between our two families will not be affected. Shin Huiru glanced at Su Yuan and said, I'm sorry, brother Su Yuan, I like the current Suja more than you. Our fate is over. Su Yuan smiled coldly. It turns out that the feelings we've had since we got engaged for 2 years are not worth a mere qualification number. Great, now I can see it clearly. Let's call off this marriage. After saying that, he turned and walked out. At this moment, looking at Su Yuan's back, Lu Yuru frowned and said, this kid is so determined to leave. Does he really not care about my Su family's wealth? Shin Huiru shook her head. Now that he's left the Su family, what woman would be willing to marry him? A loser with a B-level qualification and a logistics major? Suemo said calmly, the marriage plan he submitted to the Military Affairs Department will have a result by the end of this month. This means he must get married by the end of this month. Otherwise, it will be against federal law. Let's see how he comes back to beg us then. Shin Huiru smiled and said, Uncle and Aunt, you can actually find a woman from among the servants and assign her to him, so that he won't be punished by federal law. Suemo snorted coldly. He doesn't know how to appreciate it. Humph. This little bastard. He thought the Su family was built by him. He even thought that even a loser like him could marry a good woman like you after losing his family? It's ridiculous. He can't tell what the platform gave him. Chapter 4 Of course I'm going home with Mom, Dad is so stupid. On the other hand, Su Yuan, who left the Su family, didn't care. Raise your hand, and a 3-dimensional operating interface will appear on the electronic bracelet, and you can find your 2 best friends on the dialing interface. Dude got kicked out, let's meet at the bar. After sending this, the 3 of them gathered in the bar in a short while. One of his 2 best friends is called Zhang Jiuming. He was born in an ordinary family. His father was afraid that he would die young in this world, so he named him Zhang Jiuming. My second best friend is called Chen Hao, and he is also an ordinary person. The 3 were high school friends, but these 2 guys were lucky. The minimum standard for Bin Hai Wuda's combat major is B-level qualification, and it is sufficient to reach the 5th level of the first realm before admission. So the 2 of them were assigned to the combat major, and Su Yuan was almost assigned to logistics. What? You're breaking off the engagement. Calling off the engagement? No, you're exchanging the marriage? Is that so outrageous? Damn, I feel sorry for you for just 2 seconds. Chen Hao will treat us to dinner tonight. Zhang Jiuming said in an exaggerated manner. Chen Hao nodded. Okay, my buddy is already so sad, it would be unreasonable for me not to invite him. But it's better to recognize it now. This family is not worthy of your talent. But Shin Huiru used to suck Brother Yuan's blood all the time. Now that Brother Yuan is no longer able to do so, she turns around and runs away? I still remember that Brother Yuan gave her a lot of benefits. Su Yuan nodded, picked up the alcoholic drink on the table and took a sip. It's okay, I'll get it back sooner or later. But buddy, what are you going to do now? You have already submitted your marriage plan to the martial arts department. If you don't get married this month, it will be illegal. Chen Hao said. Zhang Jiuming also looked up. Yes. What should we do? Su Yuan shook his head and said, it's very simple. The wedding will still be held, but the bride will be a different one. What? Not a buddy. Zhang Jiuming was shocked. You're not thinking of just finding someone. Brother Yuan, no matter what, we are both good looking. Although the federal laws are absurd, we can't just find a girl casually. Chen Hao also said, that's true. According to my analysis, it is really difficult for our Su Yuan to find a wife under his current conditions. First of all, you are no longer the eldest son of the Su family. Secondly, and most importantly, your qualifications are only B-level like ours, and you are majoring in logistics, which is despised. Hey! Please don't discourage our brother Yuan, he is still very good. Zhang Jiuming glanced at Su Yuan and noticed Su Yuan's playful eyes. Su Yuan asked, what's so good about it? Oh, well, our brother Su is very smart in business management. Zhang Jiuming thought for a long time and said. Su Yuan smiled, stop talking about you guys. I know my own weight. Brother Yuan, don't be sad. At worst, we can go to the slums to look for someone. Aren't there those shared wives these days? As long as you spend money, she will marry you. After you get around the law, you can divorce her at worst. It just costs some money. Zhang Jiuming said. That's a really bad idea. Chen Hao said. What if our brother Yuan is looked down upon by others? Zhang Jiuming shook his head. Alas, I originally thought that I would have a boss brother to guide me in the future, but I didn't expect that after a qualification assessment, everything would be gone. Brother Yuan, why don't you just go to jail for a year? It's just a year for violating the Federation. It's okay. Hearing this, Su Yuan punched his brother in the backhand. Don't worry, I have a way. Just at this moment, there were bursts of exclamations from the bar. Why are they here? Isn't this Sister Wuji? Really? Why are they coming to the bar? Chen Hao immediately patted Zhang Jiuming's thigh and said, fuck. At 12 o'clock, the goddess of all male creatures in our Wuda. Major General Sister, the goddess Wuji. Holy shit. Zhang Jiuming looked up, holy shit. The goddess seems to be looking at me, I feel like I'm in love. Su Yuan was stunned. Wuji. You're not here to see me, are you? Could it be that the paternity test results are out so soon? He turned around in surprise. Then I saw a little milk bag rushing over. Daddy. I'm coming. The two buddies' eyes cleared up. Then he looked at the little kid with a confused look on his face and dilated pupils as he rushed into Su Yuan's arms. Dad? It's not ABA, it's Dad? I guess I heard it wrong. This is impossible. I'm drunk. I'm already drunk. Su Yuan touched the little kid's head and said, Tong Tong, do you miss your daddy? Yeah, Tong Tong misses his dad and wants to sleep with him at night. At this time, two tall figures looked down at Su Yuan. Su Yuan, come out with us. Sister Yi Qingling said. Sister Yi Qingmeng looked at Su Yuan curiously. Su Yuan stood up obediently. First, he couldn't beat him, and second, this might be his wife and child. You two wait here for me. I'm going out with the sisters. The two goblin buddies have become emoticons. They can no longer speak human language. Su Yuan followed the Wuji sisters to the outside of the bar. There was no one around. Yi Qingling said, Su Yuan, this is the DNA test certificate. Su Yuan grunted and swallowed, then was about to take the list from Yi Qingling. Yi Qingling suddenly raised her hand and said, Su Yuan, if you read this paper, it means you have to bear the corresponding responsibilities. If you don't want to take responsibility, you can leave now, and Tong Tong will never appear in front of you again. Ding! Life counterattack mission announced, your wife is very disappointed in you. Here is your letter of guarantee. If you accept it, it means you are willing to take on the responsibilities of a husband. Please make your choice. Mission objective, change your wife's attitude towards you, and receive a counterattack gift pack X1 as a reward. No matter what, this is my responsibility. Su Yuan took the things from Yi Qingling's hand. I opened the cover without hesitation, and sure enough, on the parent-child relationship section, it said 99.9999. The parent-child relationship was determined to be father and daughter. Tong Tong really came from the future, my daughter? Su Yuan took a deep breath. Sisters Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng saw Su Yuan accept the identification results without hesitation. His eyes immediately softened. Ding! Your wife's attitude towards you has changed. Reward, 1 counterattack gift pack. Just as Su Yuan was about to open the gift bag, Yi Qingling suddenly said, "Pack your things and come back with us." "Huh? Where to?" Su Yuan hadn't reacted yet. Su Tongtong had already said, "Dad, of course we're going home." Dad is so stupid. Chapter 5 You don't want to take care of the child? Su Yuan looked at the twin warriors in front of him in astonishment, with a strange expression. "Well, I go back to your home with you?" Yi Qingling glanced at her sister, then looked at Su Yuan. "Since you are the father of this child, then you must take care of this child." Yi Qingming asked, "What's wrong? You don't want to go with us? Don't want to take care of this child?" Su Yuan noticed the two sisters. The elder sister seemed to have a better temper, while the younger sister had a more explosive temper. Buzz. Yi Qingming's famous sword Liuhua began to tremble slightly. Yi Qingling explained, "My sister is going to be angry. Do you know the consequences?" Su Tongtong just hugged his father's thigh and said, "Tongtong wants to sleep with Dad tonight." "Dad, let's go home." Su Yuan smiled awkwardly and then said, "Okay, I get it, but I need to tell my two buddies." Yi Qingling nodded. Su Yuan turned around and went back to the bar, only to see that his two buddies were dumbfounded. The paper man sitting there looks like he has lost his soul. "By the way, I have to go now. I have to go home with them, so you guys can drink by yourselves. I will explain the details to you tomorrow at school. I'm leaving now. I've already paid. Bye." Chen Hao and Zhang Jiuming looked at each other. "Go home? I didn't hear it wrongly." "No, you heard it right. He said he wanted to go home." "Wow. This bastard. How could he go home with the goddess? What is this guy talking about? It seems like they all have children. This beast." The two buddies hugged each other in despair. "We're still worried about him. We're totally unnecessary." The other end. Su Yuan followed the Wuji sisters into the car. Yi Qingming was driving the car, and said lightly as he drove, "I don't understand why my sister likes you and even has a child with you, but I, Yi Qingming, will never like a man with only martial arts talent." "Eh? What are you talking about? Why not you?" Yi Qingling's voice turned cold. Inside the car, a hot breath and a cool breath collided with each other. Su Tongtong said, "Moms, stop arguing. You are both my mothers." "Why are you saying that? Don't you want to be Tongtong's mother?" The two girls suddenly became quiet. Su Yuan picked up his daughter and said with a smile, "Tongtong, that's not the case. The two mothers were just joking. They are all Tongtong's mothers." Yi Qingling suddenly asked, "Tongtong, in the future, are we all his wife?" The last two words were almost uttered by Yi Qingling through gritted teeth. Su Tongtong looked at Su Yuan and her two mothers strangely. "Yes, Mom is Dad's wife." Mom and Dad are both so confused. "How come you two seem like strangers? Dad was a bad guy before. He often drank and went out to see strange ants, but now he has become a better person, right? Looking for a weird ant? You're really my own daughter. Aren't you harming me?" Sure enough, the sisters looked at Su Yuan with extremely cold eyes. It was like looking at a dead person. "Sis, since this guy will let us down in the future, why not just kill him? Well, or just castrate him." Su Yuan swallowed his saliva. His wife was a powerful warrior of the 7th realm and had the rank of Major General. He was just a useless college student now. He had to bow his head. If I lose this now, will Su Tongtong disappear?" Yi Qingling and Yi Qingming glanced at Su Tongtong in the rearview mirror and fell silent. Indeed, if Su Yuan was killed before he could make one of them pregnant, then Su Tongtong would definitely not exist. After spending some time together, blood is thicker than water, and they have already fallen in love with Su Tongtong. Yi Qingling calmed down and said, "Su Yuan, we have a large flat in this city. You can take care of the child here from now on." "Huh? From what I hear you say, as mothers, you're not going to take care of your children?" Yi Qingming continued to explain. "As we speak, who knows how many alien beast rifts will appear in the Chinese war zone? As soldiers, we must be on standby at all times to support the front lines. As a student, you don't need to go to the front lines yet. So, shouldn't it be your responsibility to take care of the children in the rear? Hey, before yesterday, I was just an ordinary rich second-generation boy. In just one day, I was cut off from my family, separated from my future. Anyway, I've been through a lot. And now you want me to become a stay-at-home dad straight away? Is that fair? Yi Qingling shook her head. This isn't a question of fairness. Wait? You were kicked out of the Su family? Su Yuan said, I was not kicked out of the Su family, I took the initiative to sever ties with the Su family. Yi Qingmeng shook his head and said, no matter what, you are the child's father, you must take care of the child. Su Yuan was slightly stunned. No, I'm just a student. It's not convenient for me to take care of a baby. Yi Qingmeng said, it's okay, we will go and say hello to the school, don't worry. Su Yuan shook his head speechlessly. It was the first day of school and he was going to be a dad. How great! By the way, I still have a gift package that I haven't opened. System, open the gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the gift package. Receive, Lollipop X99. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 serving of hot pot ingredients. Congratulations to the host for winning the item, Soul Devouring Sword White X1. The quality of props from low to high is white ordinary, green excellent, blue fine, red excellent, orange legendary, and colorful artifact. Su Yuan is very clear about this. The props in this world are divided into layers, and the final products will bloom in different colors depending on the materials. This system isn't working. Give me a white item? I need you to give me a white item? Soul Devouring Blade, a growth item. Its current attributes are mediocre, but as the host kills more monsters, the item will continue to grow. The blood bar on the blade can be used to determine the item's evolution time. Evolvable? I see. I was wondering why the system was so weak. Isn't this still very powerful? Su Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, and at this moment, as if performing magic, he took out a lollipop and handed it to the child. Tongtong, Daddy will give you a lollipop. Su Tongtong immediately smiled happily, thank you, Dad. You are so nice. I haven't eaten this lollipop in a long time. Sister Yi Qingling glanced at Su Yuan sideways. The world collapsed under the devouring of strange beasts, and the former industrial civilization almost disappeared. The world has entered the age of warriors. The corresponding life activities of the alien beasts transformed the environment of this world, causing many animals and plants to become extinct. Human food culture has regressed to the point of almost disappearing. Chapter 6 Mom and Dad, let us take a bath. In this era, human diet is replaced by energy bars. So when they saw the lollipop, the two sisters also rolled their throats. I want to eat. Su Yuan glanced at his two wives, who were to some extent his wives, and handed out 2 more lollipops, 1 for each of you. We have some too? Yi Qingling asked in surprise. This kind of traditional industrialized food is almost gone in the world. How did you get all this? Su Yuan didn't know how to explain, so he simply gave up and said, whether you want it or not, forget it. Yi Qingling snatched the lollipop and said, give it to us and it's ours. Sister, please leave 1 for me and don't eat them all. Yi Qingmeng said. Su Yuan shook his head. He never expected that the two sisters, who were so cold in front of others, would actually fight over a lollipop. But can I ask these two sisters to help me solve my marriage problem? The car stopped downstairs of a residential building. The two sisters took Su Yuan and Su Tongtong out of the car. The family took the elevator to the top floor. As the smart door lock opened, Su Yuan followed the sisters in and was instantly surprised by the decoration in front of him. Judging from the level of decoration, my future wife is very wealthy. Su Tongtong threw his shoes away, very happy. Okay, let's go home. Mom and Dad. Go take a shower, and Tongtong will take a shower after you're done. The two sisters immediately turned around and looked at Su Yuan, and their faces turned red instantly. Only when he arrived at a place like home did Su Yuan have the mood to take a closer look at the two sisters' looks. Although they are twins, Yi Qingling has a more aloof temperament, while Yi Qingmeng is a little more extroverted. What are you looking at? Watch out for your eyes. Yi Qingmeng waved his fist. My wife has an S-shaped figure. She is the kind of girl who practices martial arts or sports all year round. Her figure is full of the seductiveness of a sporty goddess. The key is that their facial features are like those of school beauties. I have a very good vision for the future. At this moment, Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng opened the bag of lollipops. Pop the lollipop into your mouth. Woo! Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng looked at each other. Delicious. So delicious. I haven't eaten something this delicious in a long time. People in this world eat energy bars on a daily basis, so just a lollipop is enough to make the twin sisters very excited. Su Tongtong also held a lollipop in his mouth and said, "It's really delicious. Daddy is so awesome." The sisters squatted down and raised their hands to touch Su Tongtong's little head. The little baby giggled. Su Yuan remembered the hot pot reward the system had just given him, and he could take his wife and children out for a good meal tonight. "Tongtong, would you like to have dinner with Daddy?" When the twin sisters heard about eating, the first thing that came to their minds was those disgusting energy bars. He immediately shook his head. "We're going to take a shower. You can take the child to eat. We have already reached the 7th level of martial arts. It doesn't matter whether we eat or not." Su Yuan felt a little regretful. "Okay, I understand." Ding. "Host, please complete the counterattack and invite your wives, who seem to be in a relationship but are actually at odds with each other, to dinner. You will be rewarded with a counterattack gift pack X1. Why don't we eat together? After all, we're eating together with Tongtong." Yi Qingling glanced at Su Yuan and said, "Don't forget, we are not a real couple. Let's go take a shower first." After saying this, the sisters left. Su Yuan looked at their backs, his expression changed slightly. These sisters are taking a bath together? Doesn't that mean? Ahem. Tongtong, let Daddy take you to eat hot pot. Su Tongtong looked at Su Yuan in confusion. "Dad, what is hot pot? I don't think I've ever had it before." Su Yuan pulled the child to the dining table and then took out the hot pot ingredients from the system. This hot pot ingredient actually comes with a Yuan hot pot base. Not bad, there's actually a full set of stuff in the system? There were all kinds of vegetables, mushrooms, and freshly cut beef and mutton. You have to know that in this world of strange beasts, the blood and bones of strange beasts are full of toxins and radiation, and many normal animals and plants have become extinct. The corpses of these creatures can only be used to make props but cannot be eaten. So humans rely on energy bars provided by the federal government to survive. Therefore, if such food is sold on the black market, it will be extremely valuable. Looking at the magical food in front of him, Su Tongtong's eyes widened. There are so many delicious foods, Dad is so awesome. Su Yuan poured some water, cooked the spicy hot pot on one side and the hot pot on the other. "Tongtong, let's start eating first. We don't have to wait for Mom, okay?" Tongtong nodded. Soon, Su Tongtong exclaimed, "Dad, what kind of food is this? It's so delicious." "This is beef and vegetables," Su Yuan explained. Then I felt that the children in this world were so pitiful. Under the threat of strange beasts, what delicious food have you ever eaten? On the other side, as the bathroom door opened, two sisters wearing identical pajamas walked out. Yi Qingling wrinkled her nose and was suddenly stunned. "What a nice smell, Qingmeng, do you smell it?" Yi Qingmeng said in surprise. "This smell seems to be the smell of food from the old times. How did it appear in this room?" "It's Su Yuan," Yi Qingling said. Let's go take a look." The two hurried to the kitchen and saw Su Yuan picking up a piece of bright red and putting it into the pot. Yi Qingling's expression changed immediately, and she raised her hand and made a gesture, flowing water blade chi. She put her fingers together to make a knife and pointed it at Su Yuan's chopsticks. Bang! Su Yuan's chopsticks exploded instantly. The food and chopsticks were fried together. "Su Yuan, you're crazy. You dare to eat the meat of a strange beast? Don't you want to live? If you don't want to live, don't take Tongtong with you." After Yi Qingling finished speaking, she was surprised to see that Su Tongtong had turned his head and had a piece of meat in his mouth, which he swallowed in one gulp. No! A flame shot out from Yi Qingming's fingertips and was about to hit Su Yuan. "Hey! Wait a minute, who told you it was the meat of an exotic beast? This is beef, you know?" Su Yuan was heartbroken. "Beef, I haven't eaten it in 2 years. The last time I ate it was in my previous life." "Beef?" Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng looked at each other. They both saw shock in each other's eyes. "Beef? Is it an extinct animal, the cow?" Yi Qingling said in surprise. Yi Qingmeng nodded. That's probably what he meant. Yi Qingling blushed immediately. "I heard that there is a strategic reserve of frozen meat. Most of it is used for scientific research, and a small amount is sent to the tables of important people. I didn't expect Su Yuan to have beef in his hands. Chapter 7 If she is not your woman, we will still be brothers. Su Yuan sighed, you guys are going to make me die of anger. Is my dear daughter delicious? Su Tongtong nodded, it's delicious, especially delicious. Come and eat it, Mom. Tongtong has already eaten a lot. It was only then that the two sisters noticed the various hot pot delicacies on the table. Su Yuan said, come and have dinner, do I have to treat you? These things are very precious in this day and age. The two sisters looked at each other and sat down at the table according to their instinct. Su Yuan glanced at the two stupid people, shook his head helplessly, picked up the chopsticks to pick up some meat slices for them, and helped them to blanch the meat. Then put it in the bowls of the two future wives. The two girls just looked at Su Yuan. Su Yuan, eat. Do I have to feed it to you? The two sisters blushed. Then he picked up the chopsticks, picked up the meat and put it into his pink mouth. Woo! The two sisters had almost the same expression. Su Yuan smiled and said, it tastes good, right? If it tastes good, eat more. Ding! The host is amazing. He easily completed the mission again. Reward, Counterattack Gift Pack X1. Su Yuan smiled. How can I not be strong? Because my daughter traveled through time earlier, I can complete these tasks with just my hands, right? Open. Ding. Congratulations on winning Luncheon Meat X99. Ding. Congratulations on winning 3 million Alliance coins. Oh. 3 million Alliance coins? That's a lot. In this world, ordinary people working in the city only earn a few thousand Alliance coins a month. Great, I'll have the startup capital after leaving the Su family. Nor will you become a gigolo. At this moment, a light golden card with dragon patterns appeared in front of Su Yuan. Yi Qingling said, this is the military's family card, which contains the money we distributed on the front line. It's usually a monthly salary, but if we die, there will also be a pension. Mom won't die. Su Tongtong was eating happily, but suddenly became angry and said to Yi Qingling, Mom is a martial saint. She will be fine. The Yi Qingling sisters looked at each other. So we will become martial saints in the future? Yi Qingling smiled and said, okay, Mom will be fine, of course, but this card is for your dad to buy you food. My sister and I will have a mission later. You stay home with the child. I'll keep him in your care. Su Yuan glanced at his two wives, raised his hand to take it, and said, yes. Okay, I understand. The money will be spent on my daughter. Since they are the mother of my daughter, they deserve the money. After all, I, the father, am the one taking care of the child. But I just got 3 million Alliance coins. Forget it, I won't say anything more. Okay, I understand. At this time, Tongtong threw himself into Su Yuan's arms and said, Dad, I'm sleepy and want to sleep. Dad, help me take a bath and then sleep together. Su Yuan suddenly felt embarrassed. He has never had any children, so how could he do these things? Yi Qingling glanced at Su Yuan and said, let's take the child to take a bath. At night, you can coax her to sleep. An hour later, Su Yuan finally coaxed her to sleep after telling her the story of the 3-strike of the White Bone Demon for half an hour. Only then did Su Yuan have time to open his phone. By this time the phone had exploded. Chen Hao, you'd better explain. Zhang Jiuming, he's not coming back? He's not coming back? When did he get together with the goddess sisters? And they have a child. Chen Hao, not going back? Zhang Jiuming, wow. Holy crap. Su Yuan, well, this is hard for me to explain to you. Let's talk about it when we meet tomorrow. I'm sleepy, so I'm going to sleep first. You are not allowed to sleep. Why are you so sleepy? Why are you sleepy? Zhang Jiuming couldn't accept that his buddy suddenly had the goddess of the school as his girlfriend. Maybe even a wife. Su Yuan ignored it. School would start tomorrow and there would probably still be a lot of things to do. Early the next morning, Su Yuan felt something pressing on him. When he looked up, it was Su Tongtong. Tongtong? Su Yuan sat up. Where's your mother? Su Tongtong shook his head. I don't know. It seems the mothers have left. They left a note for Dad. Tongtong, did your mother and the others often leave home in the past? Su Tongtong nodded. Dad takes care of me more often. Mom often goes out to fight monsters, so she's not home most of the time. Su Yuan smiled and said, okay, then you get up with Dad. When we get to school later, you have to be good and stay by Dad's side. Su Tongtong asked in confusion. Dad, are you going to school? Tongtong will also be going to school in 2 years. By the way, Tongtong, how old are you now? Su Yuan asked. 5 years old. Is Dad stupid? Su Tongtong said. Su Yuan carried the child to the living room and saw notes left by the two sisters on the table. The war is intense, and we have an urgent mission. Take good care of the children and wait for us to return. In their eyes, I am definitely not their husband yet, but out of love for their children, they still have some different feelings for me. Su Yuan shook his head. Let's go, Tongtong. Su Yuan took a taxi to Binhai University. As soon as you enter the school, he was grabbed by the neck by the rushing goblin brothers. No way, buddy. You are so fucking charming. Ice and fire warrior. That's a real god. What's going on? Zhang Jiuming said. Zhang Jiuming obviously didn't sleep well last night. It was heartbreaking to know that his brother was not doing well, but it was also painful to see that his brother was doing so well. Chen Hao looked at the little kid in astonishment and said, could this child be? Dude, you're newborn. Su Yuan shook his head and said, don't talk nonsense, you two. I have to take care of the child for the time being until their mother comes back. What? Why do you have to take care of Wuji's child? Zhang Jiuming asked in confusion. Besides, the child is not a child anymore. Su Yuan said, so you think it's my child? That's impossible. Chen Hao said, this child is at least 5 years old. 5 years ago, you were 15. That's too much. Besides, Binghua Wuji was already in college at that time. You're not helping your cousin or something like that to take care of the baby, are you? Zhang Jiuming began to make up a script. Yes, that must be the case. This is really possible for your Su family. Chen Hao shook his head. I'm so envious. This is also a good opportunity to get to know Wuji. Besides, you two can't both have men. You have to seize the opportunity. Su Yuan shook his head. It's almost what you said. Ha! The two breathed a sigh of relief. We're relieved now that we know you're not their man. We are still good brothers. Su Yuan looked at Su Tongtong, who was eating a lollipop, and shook his head and said, okay, let's go to the recruit assembly site. Yes, let's go. Today is the first day of school, we have to gather together, said the two brothers. Chapter 8 Take the baby to school. Several people came to the freshman assembly hall. As soon as they walked in here, Qin Huairu and Suja looked at Su Yuan from afar. Qin Huairu said with a joking smile, how ridiculous. Su Yuan is here. As far as I know, the school instructors want to check our true combat capabilities today, and our aptitudes will also be tested twice to divide us into classes. His presence will only bring shame. Yes, my brother has lived such a good life under the protection of the family over the years. I always thought that the prosperity of our family was all due to him. Little did I know that he is just a clown. Without the family, he is nothing. With his status and talent, he is getting married this month? What a joke. Qin Huairu nodded. There are always some people who are self-righteous and regard the glory given by the platform as their own. In fact, you can do the same if you are in my place. What's more, your qualifications are S-level, and you have the potential to become a martial saint in the future. He is just a piece of trash. B-level qualification? That's ridiculous. At this moment, a middle-aged woman wearing a traditional long skirt walked onto the stage. She said calmly, I am the chief instructor of your martial arts class. You can call me Rose. Or, you can also call me Rose Martial Lord. Wow! The students at the scene exclaimed in amazement. Rose Martial Honor? Martial Honor seems to be a title given to those who have made outstanding contributions to the 10th realm. Yes, the 10th realm is Martial Honored, the 11th realm is Martial King, and the 12th realm is Martial Saint. These three are honorific titles. In addition to reaching the corresponding level of cultivation, one must also make certain contributions to be awarded such titles by the Federation. Zhang Jiuming, who was standing beside Su Yuan, said, if I could ever achieve this kind of title, I would truly be happy until I die. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Shen Hao shook his head. It's not bad to be a small warrior and live a peaceful life. At this time, the instructor on the stage, Rose Marshall honored, smiled and said, under the watchful eyes of the school leaders, you will come up to accept my assessment. But don't worry, I will keep your cultivation at the second level. After studying in high school, you have all practiced the foundation building breathing method. If you are extremely talented, you may be able to raise your cultivation to the 9th level of the first level during high school, preparing for the acquisition of higher level breathing methods after arriving at Wuda. Zhang Jiuming, who was standing beside Su Yuan, said, people start practicing the foundation building breathing technique in high school. The best people only reach the 9th level. Only after they acquire a higher level of breathing technique in college can they continue to advance. Among us students, there is no one who can reach the 9th level. Chen Hao said, yes, even a child of destiny like Suja is only at the 8th level of the first realm. And someone like Qin Huairu, who has A-level qualifications, is only hovering at the 6th level, let alone those of us with B-level qualifications. Su Yuan smiled faintly and said, sorry, my daughter is here. His cultivation level was directly raised to the 9th level of the first realm, and his aptitude was even more needless to say. It's directly the phoenix feather horn among the phoenix feather horns. At this moment, Instructor Rose glanced at the students in the audience. These more than 100 students were the ones with the best martial arts talent among the freshmen in Binhai this year. She was concerned about the combat squad, and she didn't pay any attention to the logistics squad at all. After all, in the logistics class, most of the talents are below level B and do not have much training value. Of course, logistics warriors are also a very important part of the troops. She glanced at Suja in the crowd, her eyes lit up slightly. Suja had S-level talent, a genius. If you train well, there is hope that you can become a martial saint. After this is over, Suja will accept the principal's resources. Alright, combat squad, come on stage. As the test began, it was the freshmen's turn to be tortured, and one student after another was knocked down. Until Suja came to power. Rose smiled and said, Suja, do you want to use weapons or just punches and kicks? Suja smiled faintly. I'm good at using daggers, Teacher Rose, be careful. After saying that, he pulled out a scarlet dagger from his waist. The dagger emitted a red halo. There were immediate exclamations from the audience. This is a red weapon. That's right, as expected of the young master of the Su family, the weapons he carries are different. Young master's starting point is already the end point for many ordinary people. Su Yuan frowned slightly in the audience, Red Ghost. This dagger was successfully made by the Su Group under his supervision. It was sold for hundreds of millions on the Su Group's website. The Su family was really willing to give such a good thing to Suja. But according to Su Mo's personality, it is not surprising to give it to him, an adopted son with S-level talent. It means a lot to the Su family. At this moment, Suja's figure on the stage turned into a red light along with the dagger, and slashed towards the mentor. Rose nodded secretly, as expected of an S-level person. But with her combat experience, it was still not enough. She gathered her true strength, raised her hand and slapped Suja's wrist. Suja felt pain and the dagger fell to the ground. When he looked up, he had already taken several steps back because of Rose. Suja bowed and said, Teacher Rose, Suja is grateful for your guidance. You have a very good foundation, but you lack experience. Study hard, and it will only be a matter of time before you surpass me in the future. Thank you for your affirmation, Professor. Suja said happily. Everyone on and off the stage was talking about it. This Suja is really strong. Even at such a young age, he can already take 2 moves from Instructor Rose. Suja walked down from the martial arts stage and looked at Su Yuan with pride. Brother, you see, this is the gap between you and me. With your ability, you don't even have the qualifications to go on stage. At this time, Qin Huairu also passed by Suja, and it was Qin Huairu's turn to go on stage. Chen Hao said to Su Yuan beside him, Brother Yuan, this Qin Huairu is so shameless. She broke up with you and turned to throw herself into the arms of your adopted son. It's really disgusting. Zhang Jiuming also nodded and said, what a rubbish person. Su Tongtong said from the side. Luckily, Dad didn't fall for this woman, so he can be with moms. My moms are 1,000 times better than her. Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao looked at Su Tongtong. Then he suddenly laughed. Little girl, are you still a mother? Are you role-playing with Su Yuan? Little sister is cute, but don't think that we 2 adults will believe you if you say that. Su Tongtong snorted, "You two idiot uncles, I'm not happy talking to you anymore." Su Yuan shook his head and said, "Okay, go to the stands." At this moment, Qin Huairu on the stage pulled out a whip with green light and continued to attack the instructor. After feeling Qin Huairu's attack, the instructor shook his head. "The speed is good, but the power is lacking, so I need to work on it." Then he seized the opportunity and slapped Qin Huairu off the court. "Qin Huairu, aptitude cultivation level is the 6th level of the first realm." Chapter 9 My dad is so awesome. He married 2 martial arts mothers. After some intense guidance, Rose was still very satisfied with the status of this year's freshman. She then said to the students of the logistics department, "Those of you in the logistics disciplines may not be as talented as those in the combat disciplines, but you shouldn't give up or slack off. As long as you practice hard, you can become great warriors, and it's not impossible for you to eventually transfer to the combat disciplines." One of my former comrades was a logistics major, and he also became a martial arts master later on. As soon as these words were spoken, the students of the logistics department applauded enthusiastically. However, a discordant voice emerged at this moment: "Logistics? Even if they are at best, they are only below the 10th realm. The person who is able to reach the 10th realm and obtain the title of martial honor is simply a person of extraordinary luck." As soon as this voice came out, everyone turned to look. I saw 2 figures walking in from outside. But it is the ice and fire warrior, sisters Yi Qingling and Yi Qingming. Su Yuan glanced at the 2 of them suspiciously. "Don't they have a mission?" Su Tongtong said in surprise. "Dad is mom." Su Yuan nodded. The other students at the scene were all excited. "Oh my god, it's Senior Binghua Wuji. You've already reached the 7th level of martial arts 3 years after graduation, and you've even earned quite a few merits on the front lines. They are S-level talents. And he was born into the Yi family, a renowned martial arts family in the capital. His talent can be described as incredible." Su Yuan raised the corner of his mouth. "She is worthy of being my wife. She has such a powerful background." At this time, the 2 men walked onto the martial arts stage. Standing on both sides of the rows, one on the left and one on the right. Rose shook her head and said, "You 2 really enjoy sabotaging me. Aren't you on a mission and might not be able to come? Why are you here anyway?" Yi Qingling said, "We just completed the task and came here." Rose nodded. "Alright, you 2 ruining things like this won't do any good to the students below." Yi Qingling nodded and said, "We are just telling the truth. It is much better than foolishly going to the battlefield and dying." Her eyes fell on Su Yuan's face. Suja, speaking from the audience, seemed to be hinting at something. "The logistics warriors will just take care of the logistics and recover the resources. The more difficult tasks will naturally be completed by us combat warriors." The students majoring in logistics lowered their heads, but were unable to refute. After all, what these people said was right. Their talents and qualifications were too different from those of the students majoring in combat. The starting point for combat majors is B-level qualification. Many of them are at D or even E level, and 1 hour of hard training for others is equivalent to several days of hard training for them. How can they be compared? At this moment, a childish voice was heard. "You guys are so rude. My father, Su Yuan, is very powerful, much more powerful than you. Dad, you are the only one who married 2 martial saints while being a logistics warrior." Su Tongtong's words made the entire venue quiet down. It took a while for the students to react. "Ha ha. Who brought the kids to school? Su Yuan? Could it be the eldest young master of the Su family? Oh my god, on the first day of class at university, they even brought their own children? The Su family's young master is having a blast. Yeah, and she's even talking about the martial saint's wife. This kid is really good at bragging." Su Tongtong immediately became unhappy. "Dad, Tongtong is not bragging." Sister Yi Qingling on the stage suddenly looked cold, and a burst of pressure was released. The hundreds of students in the venue fell silent. At this moment, Su Yuan heard a buzzing sound in his mind. "Release counterattack mission, Tongtong is unhappy." The host's cowardice makes people think that the host is a loser, a mere son-in-law of the Yi family. Please prove yourself in front of Su Tongtong, and the host will be rewarded with a counterattack gift pack X1. Oh? You don't need to tell me, Su Yuan also wants to prove himself for his daughter. Su Yuan touched Su Tongtong's head and said, "My child is right. I, Su Yuan, am really amazing. Teacher Rose, I am a professional logistics warrior. Can I pass your test? Su Tongtong was immediately happy. Great, Dad will teach them a lesson. On the stage, Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng both looked at Su Yuan. His eyes were full of confusion. What is Su Yuan trying to do? With so many people watching, it's good for you to perform in front of Tongtong, but you only have a B-level talent and haven't entered the combat major. It's obvious that your realm is not up to standard. You might as well stay down there. At this time, Instructor Rose said, school regulations don't say that martial artists majoring in logistics can't participate in practical tests. Student, come up. Su Yuan heard this and nodded with a smile. He walked towards the stage with steady steps. At this moment, Suja had a look of disdain on his face. Su Yuan, I don't know where you came from, but it doesn't matter. You have been kicked out of the Su family. Your future and mine are destined to be worlds apart. You are mud, and I am the cloud, ha. Xin Huairu shook his head and sneered. Child? Su Yuan, you have another reason for me to leave you. Trash is trash, Su Yuan. You took the initiative to find the instructor to make a fool of yourself, and I am happy to watch. I am happy to witness how correct my decision was. Even Su Yuan's two buddies started to worry. Chen Hao shouted, Teacher Rose, please be gentle. He has not had much experience in actual combat. Zhang Jioming muttered. It's over, it's over. Su Yuan, that fool. Teacher Rose hit him really hard. Meanwhile, Su Tongtong said with her eyes shining, it's okay. My dad is a very powerful warrior. He can't beat my moms, but he has no problem dealing with others. At this moment, Su Yuan, who was standing on the stage, glanced at his future wives and said, don't worry, I'm very strong. Yi Qingling frowned slightly and said to Teacher Rose, Teacher, please be merciful. Yi Qingming shook his head. Then the two stepped aside. Teacher Rose felt puzzled. These two girls were always cold towards men, so why would they take the initiative to care about Su Yuan this time? Do they know each other? Su Yuan must be Suja's brother, the eldest son of the Su family. One has S-level qualifications, and the other has B-level qualifications. What a huge difference. Su Yuan, attack me in the way you are best at. Let go, don't worry, and go all out. Su Yuan nodded, okay, then you have to be careful, mentor. The next moment, Su Yuan reached behind his back. He had already taken out the soul-devouring sword from the system in advance. At this moment, he held the hilt of the knife and lowered his center of gravity. A long sword that looked like a tang sword appeared in everyone's sight. The blade of the sword was covered with flaky scales. If you look closely, it seems that there is an evil spirit haunting the handle. Chapter 10 Mentor, you can attack me with all your strength. But the next moment, all the students present started to laugh at him. You're not going to do that, young Master Su? You're a young master, but you're using white equipment, and your brother has red equipment. Just this knife, you'd better not take it out. Yeah, it's shameful. The eldest young master of the Su family took out this kind of prop weapon. Is he here to entertain everyone? Hey, maybe you guys don't know, the eldest young master of the Su family was kicked out, so it's already great to have props on him. For a moment, everyone at the scene started whispering to each other. Su Tongtong snorted coldly, what do you know? My dad is so powerful, he doesn't need any props at all. Rose was also stunned at this moment. The most common blank equipment? Okay, it's all the same anyway, let's get it over with as soon as possible. Come on, Su Yuan. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng were equally pessimistic. If Su Yuan doesn't have money to buy props, we can find them for you. With the strength of the Yi family, the red props should be no problem. Taking out the white outfit, it is indeed a bit lacking. Su Yuan smiled faintly, as for the blank equipment, it all depends on who has it, everyone. After Su Yuan finished speaking, he stepped forward and slashed out with a simple and unpretentious knife. Buzz. The moment the blade fell, Rose's pupils trembled slightly, not good. She immediately gathered her true energy into her arms and raised her hands to block. Bang! Rose took several steps back, her right hand trembling slightly after blocking the attack. If it weren't for my high level, I would have been injured by that blow. Su Yuan. You are actually at the 9th level of the first realm. Following these words, everyone present was stunned. How is this possible? If he's at the 9th level of the first realm, then he must be specialized in combat. In this day and age, who would hide their strength? Su Zhao in the audience was even more shocked. How is this possible? Teacher, are you mistaken? How could Su Yuan have already reached the 9th level? Qin Huairu's expression was extremely unbelievable. The instructor must have made a mistake. Su Yuan was only at the 3rd level a few days ago. And his qualifications are only B level. Everyone knows that. Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao in the audience could swallow eggs with their mouths. Su Tongtong clapped his hands and said, I knew my dad was awesome. Dad is awesome. On the stage, Su Yuan smiled at Yi Qingling and Yi Qingming. The two women were equally puzzled. Sister, what's going on? How could Su Yuan possibly have the strength of the 9th level of the 1st realm? I don't know. It seems that everyone underestimates Su Yuan. He may be hiding his strength. But why is that? At this moment, Su Yuan glanced at his instructor and asked, Instructor, do you want to continue? Instructor Rose restrained her expression, a puzzled look on her pretty face. Okay, it seems there's something wrong with the data from the high school. You're already strong enough to join the combat major. Su Yuan, let me see how solid your basic skills are. The next moment, Rose's fists emitted a faint golden light, and she began to fight with Su Yuan at close range. As the fight continued at close range, Instructor Rose looked puzzled. What's wrong with this kid's blank weapon? Why do I feel uneasy? It's like this weapon has some soul-stealing power, but it's just a blank piece of equipment. At this moment, Su Yuan suddenly seized the weakness of Rose, who was distracted, and slashed at her with a knife. Teacher Rose saw the knife about to pass through her neck, and her hair stood on end. Will I die? This is a warning sign from a powerful person in the 10th realm. Boom! The terrifying force directly knocked Su Yuan away. Rose, the instructor who had recovered to the 10th realm of cultivation on the spot, looked at Su Yuan with admiration. Very good, Su Yuan, you actually have the strength to force me to use my full strength? Sister Yi Qingling looked at each other, they were so close just now. The two of them clearly saw the specialness of Su Yuan's weapon just now. This weapon seems to have some kind of spiritual impact? Yi Qingling asked in confusion. A piece of white clothing is so powerful. Yi Qingmeng looked at Su Yuan curiously. Sister, do you feel that this person seems to have a lot of secrets? The students in the audience were puzzled. How is this possible? Su Yuan, a logistics major, actually forced the instructor to use his full strength? It's like a pig suddenly turns into a phoenix? This is too unbelievable. In the audience, Chen Hao and Zhang Jiuming kept their mouths open and never closed them. Chen Hao, brother, is our Su Yuan so powerful? Zhang Jiuming nodded and said, I don't know. I feel like I can no longer recognize him. This guy is really abnormally strong. At this time, questioning voices began to emerge. Suja said in a deep voice, Teacher, I suspect he cheated by taking medicine. How could a warrior at the 3rd level of the 1st realm suddenly rocket to the 9th level of the 1st realm? This is ridiculous. Qin Huai was shocked at this moment. But it's still the Tao. That's right. Master. This Su Yuan has mediocre martial arts talent. How could he possibly improve his martial arts to the 9th level of the 1st realm in such a short period of time? Hearing these words, the other students present also nodded. At this moment, Su Yuan on the stage noticed that the system did not prompt that the task was completed. What's going on? I've already put on a show, but why can't I finish it? I glanced at my daughter's eyes and realized that these people are still doubting themselves. Instructor Rose glanced at Su Yuan and said, There's no need to speculate like that. Even though cultivation can be improved by taking special potions, aptitude can't. Admission to this school will involve another aptitude test. Everyone, please follow me to our school's aptitude ladder. The freshmen started talking again. Qualification ladder? It's the Binhai Wuda aptitude testing platform, right? It's said to be the Federation's first large-scale multiplayer talent testing platform. You're talking so much nonsense, but you can't even upgrade me from a C to an S, so what's the point of saying that? You guys, could it be that Su Yuan's qualifications are wrong? He might be S level? At this time, Suja sneered, What S level? If he can reach S level, I will eat shit in front of you. Okay, let's go with the instructor. At this moment, Su Yuan returned to Su Tongtong's side. Come, Tongtong, let's go for the aptitude test. Once the aptitude test is done, your father's super talent will no longer be hidden. Tong Tong nodded. I know that Dad is the best. He used to give in to the mothers in fights, so he was beaten up by them. Su Yuan's forehead was full of black lines, so I am such a masculine man? I was beaten by my wife? At this time, Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao came up from the left and right. Brother Yuan, something's wrong with you. First, you had an extra child, and then your cultivation level was broken in one day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 realms? Oh my god, are you going to scare us to death? Chapter 11 Open the SSS level display stand for him? Su Yuan was too lazy to explain to his best friend, and said directly, believe me, I will get back everything I lost. Zhang Jiuming shook his head. Great, it's brother revenge, we're saved. While chatting, the group came to a super test bench that occupied the area of a basketball court. The instructor glanced back at everyone and said calmly, all students, step forward, raise your hands and press the trigger. Your names will appear in the area on the big screen. At this moment, everyone looked up and saw that there were 6 areas on the big screen, namely E, D, C, B, A, and S. Suja stepped forward confidently, I already have S-level qualifications, and there won't be any changes even if I take the test again. It's different from some people who achieve this through taking drugs. Qin Huairu glanced at Su Yuan, her eyes full of contempt. The instructors and ice and fire warriors standing at the bottom of the platform were all curious, is Su Yuan really just a B-level talent? It will be revealed soon. At this moment, Su Yuan glanced at the 6 electronic screens on the stage and said, I have SSS level qualifications, so am I not within the scope? How do you test this? Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao glanced at Su Yuan. Brother Yuan, let's go. If we stick our heads out, we'll get a knife. If we hide our heads, we'll get a knife too. So what if we have average talent? By the way, Brother Yuan, were you on drugs just now? What kind of drug is so strong? Su Yuan raised his hands and strangled the 2 men's necks. You're looking for death, bro. I'm a genuine 9th level realm cultivator. Did you know that? The 2 looked at each other, their hearts full of doubt. Brother Yuan has always been interested in business, but because he didn't practice well, his cultivation level was relatively low, so he was admitted to the logistics major. How could you improve so much in just 2 days? Yes, Brother Yuan, something is wrong with you. If it's not drugs, then what is it? Su Tonton laughed and said, you 2 uncles are stupid. My dad is really good, and my mom is even better. The 2 best friends automatically ignored what Tonton said, thinking it was just nonsense from a child. At this time, everyone was already standing on the stage. Instructor Rose gracefully walked over to the activation device and said with a smile, after you activate it, place your hand on the test trigger. You can see your aptitude range on the big screen. Yi Qingling glanced at Yi Qingmeng and asked, do you think there's hope for his talent to be refreshed? That's impossible. The so-called second test is just to prevent errors in testing during high school, but the probability of such a thing is very low. Yi Qingmeng said. At this moment, the data on the stage has changed, especially the E and D level qualification ranges. Data within this range has begun to form. Many students are wailing. I've already been tortured once, and I need another one to deepen my memory, right? What are you playing? Memory enhancement? It's still the same group of people. There's no need to test their qualifications again. At this moment, the C-level and B-level lists began to appear. The scene suddenly became noisy again. Chen Hao and Zhang Jiuming looked at each other and said, oh, this is what happened. We are still B-level qualifications. It makes no difference. Yes, this school is interesting. I have to come again. But at this moment, Su Yuan noticed that his name was not here. Sister Yi Qingling on the stage naturally noticed it as well. Why is Su Yuan's name missing? Isn't he a B-level talent? Yeah, is there something wrong here? Qin Huairu and Su Zhe, who were also paying attention to Su Yuan, also noticed that Su Yuan's name was not on the electronic screen displayed on the big screen. Su Zhe shuddered and said in disbelief, that's impossible. How could Su Yuan not be there? Could he be at a higher level? Qin Huairu even shook his head. Impossible, is there something wrong with the machine? At this moment, the A-level information has appeared. Qin Huairu glanced at her own name with pride, sure enough, my reputation is very stable. Su Zhe beside him suddenly looked up. No, Su Yuan's name isn't here either. He can't be S rank like me. He glanced at his tutor in confusion. The tutor and school leaders were also gathered together. They started whispering. Could it be that something went wrong with Su Yuan's first qualification test? Is he S rank? That's really possible, but the details still depend on the picture on the next level. Yi Qingling frowned and glanced at Su Yuan. Just at this moment, the last column of images appeared on the big screen in front of me. The students at the scene were talking about it. The one called Su Yuan doesn't have a name displayed, so he won't appear in the S-level qualification column. Fuck, this is really possible. Is the Su family a family of 2 SS? Just when everyone's eyes fell on the big screen, they found that there was only one person on it. It was Suja from the Su family. Su Yuan is still not on the list. Hearing this, the others at the scene were stunned. Where did Su Yuan's name go? Why did it disappear? Gone? Damn, who removed Su Yuan from the list? I don't know, it can't be that I don't have the qualifications. At this time, Ro's instructor stepped forward and said, if someone is not on the list, then there are only two possibilities. One is that this person has no martial arts talent. 2. The instructor kept it a secret. The students at the scene were all puzzled. If you don't have the qualifications, then what's the point of the fight just now? Is it our hallucination? It's impossible that he doesn't have the qualifications. Even if he's terrible, he should be at least E-level. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng are not ordinary people. They are no longer ordinary students. Hearing this, he glanced at his mentor. The second possibility. He surpassed S-level and achieved SSS level qualifications. But this is impossible. SSS class hasn't appeared in 100 years. The instructor nodded. The last person with SSS level qualifications was the ancestor of the Yi family. And in the past 100 years, no one with SSS level qualifications has appeared among his descendants. The best qualifications are only you two sisters. Yi Qingling nodded. Su Yuan, what exactly are you? Yi Qingmeng glanced at her sister. Tong traveled from the future, proving that we sisters all followed him. It seems he is indeed extraordinary. The two sisters looked at Su Yuan curiously. At this moment, their mentality has changed from unwillingness to acceptance to curiosity. At this moment, Mentor Rose stepped forward and said, now. The SSS level qualification area, which has been open for 100 years, is open again. Wow! The whole school looked at Su Yuan. For Su Yuan? They actually opened an SSS level qualification area? This is fake. I never expected today's second aptitude test to be so magical. Everyone, you guys wouldn't say that Su Yuan is really an SSS level monster. Chapter 12 Dingbang's first in history. At this moment, Su Yuan was calm and composed. After all, the system had optimized his qualifications. He patted his daughter's head and said, Tonton, do you believe that Daddy is SSS level qualified? Su Tonton nodded heavily. Dad is very capable. No matter what qualifications I have, Tonton believes in Dad. Dad is the most powerful man in the world, but I just hope Mom can forgive you. Su Yuan covered his face, wondering how bad his future self would be to make his daughter so worried about his relationship with her husband. Zhang Jiuming glanced at Su Yuan and said, Brother Yuan, you don't have a hidden talent that defies nature, do you? How can we be friends with you in the future? This is too much. Su Yuan glanced at the two of them and said, just watch, I'm going to stun the whole crowd. At this moment, as the big screen completed charging, the entire big screen lit up with a bang. The image on the 7th display screen appeared in front of everyone. Everyone gasped. But the next moment, everyone was stunned. There is still no name for this? Yeah, that scared me. It seems there's something wrong with the system. I really thought Su Yuan was some SSS level talent. I was so scared. I was about to witness a miracle, but ended up pooping a huge pile. Sister Yi Qingling looked at each other and said, I was shocked. I thought Su Yuan. Suja wiped the sweat from his forehead and exclaimed loudly, Ha! Ha, I was scared to death. I thought he could really make a comeback. How could a comeback be so easy? I thought it was just something out of those old novels. Qin Huairu glanced at Su Yuan indifferently. Waste is waste. How can a pheasant turn into a phoenix? But at this moment, the instructor said, the equipment hasn't been turned on for 100 years. There's a slight delay. Everyone, wait a moment. Now it's okay. 3, 2, 1. Open. Boom. In the 7th section, 2 large golden characters appeared on the big screen. It gives people a shocking feeling. Almost everyone gasped. Even Rose's mentor is no exception. At the same time, the golden light curtain continued to rise. Rose's instructor exclaimed, Su Yuan's name is starting to appear at the end of the list. But as time went on, Su Yuan's name began to climb up from the bottom of the SSS level qualification list. White characters flashed by, and these white characters were those SSS level qualified people in history. Yi Qingling exclaimed, SSS level qualification ranking. Even among SSS level qualifications, there are high and low levels. The system will automatically rank him with those with historical qualifications. Oh my god. At this moment, Su Yuan's name is still rising, passing by one super warrior after another who once amazed a generation in history. Zhang Xiaofan, Feng Yuan, Yi Chen. Yi Chen is the only existing martial saint with SSS level qualifications. He is also the current ancestor of the Yi family. He was already a martial saint 200 years ago. Now he is the strongest martial saint in the Federation and the mainstay of the human race. At this moment, Su Yuan's talent was actually higher than his, and he finally stayed firmly at the first place in the talent list. In other words, at this moment, Su Yuan's talent has made him one of the most outstanding talented warriors of the human race throughout history. The entire venue was in dead silence. Only Su Tongtong's childish voice remained, saying, I've said it before, Dad is very powerful. All of you combined can't compare to him. At this moment, a faint red light was emitted from the talent detector. Rose, the instructor on the stage, had a serious expression on her face. The red light was, talent ranking announcement. Now, the entire Federation's military district will know that an SSS-level talent has appeared in our Huaxia Theater. At this moment, an old man in white fell from the sky in the school square. Boom! Amidst the flying dust, he looked at Su Yuan with burning eyes. Great, my Bin Hai Wuda actually produced a super genius like you. Principal Luo, said Teacher Rose. When Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng exchanged glances, their expressions when they looked at Su Yuan were different. Sister, Su Yuan is really an SSS-level warrior? Great! Our Chinese theater will allocate resources to better train him. At this moment, the students spontaneously made way for Su Yuan and looked at him like stars surrounding the moon. Discussions arose everywhere. Su Yuan is actually an SSS-level talent? This is too scary. Yes, for someone with SSS-level qualifications, it's needless to say that he will become a martial saint in the future. Breaking the mirror all the way is as easy as drinking water. That's what an SSS-level talent is like. But how is this possible? Isn't Su Yuan just B-level? How did he suddenly become SSS level? Suja heard these words and shook his head in disbelief. This is fake. This is simply impossible. How is it possible to become an SSS level qualification? I am the best warrior seedling of the Su family. It's impossible for you to do that. You are obviously only B-level. His face became grim. Suddenly he stood up and rushed towards Su Yuan, raised his fist, and attacked Su Yuan with all his strength. Su Yuan looked at Suja indifferently and shook his head, saying, Suja, trash is trash. Even if you have S-level qualifications, you are still just trash. In the distance, Yi Qingling and her sister wanted to take action immediately. The principal raised his hand and said, let him solve it himself. Seeing that Suja's fist was right in front of him, Su Yuan dodged sideways and raised his hand to swing. Bang! Suja's pupils instantly dilated, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible, one move? Defeat me with one move? With a thud, Suja fell to the ground. Cough cough. Suja choked on a mouthful of blood while roaring. Su Yuan glanced at Suju and said, what's fake can never become real. Suja, you are just an adopted son of the Su family, but you covet my status. But you know what, fake can never become real. But don't worry, I don't care about the Su family. From now on, the Su family will be given to you, a rotten man. A little further away, Qin Huairu, who had previously given up on Su Yuan because of his mediocre martial arts talent, trembled as he watched Su Yuan become the most talented martial artist in thousands of years. He asked, how could this be? I personally replaced my own golden phoenix? No. I replaced my own golden dragon? She looked at Su Yuan with eager eyes again. Will I still have a chance in the future? Yes. Suja, this waste, is only an S-level qualification. Now Su Yuan is SSS level, and he was so good to me before. He has given my Qin family so many resources, he must still love me. She took a step closer to Su Yuan. Su Yuan, I've thought it through. The one I really like is you. Chapter 13. What? SSS level qualified people were kicked out by us? Su Yuan found it funny, and Su Tongtong said directly, Dad, this aunt is so ugly, and she still wants to be beautiful, it's really useless. Qin Huairu was stunned for a moment. Am I ugly? Kid, you. Shut up, Qin Huairu. Su Yuan gave Qin Huairu a cold look, then smiled faintly and said, Qin Huairu, to be honest, I want to thank you, if it weren't for what you did to me. I had no idea you were that kind of person. I once provided you with resources and helped your Qin family overcome difficulties when it was facing bankruptcy. After I supported the Su family's rise, you colluded to suppress me. Don't you love my adopted brother? Okay, I wish you will be locked up forever. Qin Huairu suddenly covered his chest. Su Yuan, I am sincere to you. Bang! Su Yuan's eyes were cold, and he slapped him in the face. Roll. Su. Bang. Roll. Bang. Roll. 3 consecutive slaps shattered the woman's dream of being a scumbag. Qin Huairu's face was swollen and she didn't dare to speak anymore. She covered her face and staggered back. Next to the principal, Sister Yi Qingling saw the scene and felt inexplicably happy. They themselves don't know why. At this moment, there was a dinging sound in Su Yuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the counterattack mission. Your proof is very successful. Reward, Counterattack Gift Pack X1. Before Su Yuan could open the gift pack, Principal Luo stepped forward and said, Su Yuan and Suja meet the requirements of our school's resource allocation policy. We will increase their investment in their daily cultivation. Secondly, Su Yuan is a rare talent that only appears once in a century. He will definitely receive commendations from the Ministry of Military Affairs, as well as resources from the Eastern Theater Command and even the Chinese Theater Command. At this moment, the students present were talking again. In this way, Su Yuan has become the darling of the Chinese theater. How can he not be a favorite? Don't you even look at Su Yuan's talent? I'm so envious. Once tested, everyone will know. Someone who had ascended to the altar, only to be cast down again, now looked at Su Yuan with resentment. Su Yuan. Why? This is unfair. I've worked my way up from being an adopted son to my current position, yet I still have to be trampled under your feet? Qin Huairu was extremely regretful at this moment. If he had not changed his marriage, he would still be with Su Yuan. In the future, I might become the wife of the martial saint. Wait, although Su Yuan already has SSS level qualifications, he should not have a girlfriend. He had been so good to me before, so as long as I seized the opportunity, there was still hope. Yes, he was just angry today. He was angry with himself. At this moment, Instructor Rose walked gracefully to Su Yuan and said, Su Yuan, and the rest of you students, follow me. You learned basic breathing techniques in high school, which laid a solid foundation for your bodies. Now you can choose your own exclusive breathing technique. Su Yuan nodded. He glanced at the 2 silly brothers beside him. Let's go, I'm going to choose a technique. Su Tongtong said to the 2 of them, You 2 stupid uncles, I told you, but you didn't believe it. I've already told you, my dad is awesome. Shen Hao was staggering as he walked. Little sister, I'm starting to believe what you said. By the way, who is the mother you're talking about? Su Tongtong said, My father is Su Yuan, and my mother has 2 children, they are ice and fire warriors. Holy shit! Chen Hao and Zhang Jiuming exclaimed in unison. Su Yuan glanced at the 2 brothers and said, Come on, stop making a fuss. This kind of thing is hard to explain to others, and I can't explain anything to you right now. I can only tell you that this is really my daughter, and you are really her uncle. Su Tongtong nodded, You often go to my dad to drink, don't you know Tongtong? Su Yuan explained again. The 2 men suddenly realized. So, Tongtong really came from the future? Tongtong, will the uncles have some small change in the future? Su Tongtong glanced at the 2 of them in confusion. I don't know either, but you look quite poor. Dad always pays for your meals. The two of them suddenly looked miserable. Godfather. From now on, the children will depend on you for food. Su Yuan smiled and nodded. Okay, big boys, remember to call me daddy when you see me next time. At this moment, the Wanfa pavilion of the school in front has arrived. At the same time on the other side. At the Su family in Binhai City, the head of the family, Su Mo, glanced at the time and said, "Today is my son's first day of school. He should have a test. The results should be out soon." At this time, a housekeeper hurried in and glanced at the head of the family cautiously. Master Suja's test is over. Lu Yuru, his mother, said, "Okay, then my son is number 1 in the school." "Ah, honey, you don't have to ask this. Isn't this certain? Xiaoxia is an S-level talent. Isn't it a sure thing that he's number 1 in the school?" After he finished speaking, he glanced at the butler in front of him and said, "Don't you think so?" The housekeeper glanced at his master and said, "Well, actually, Master Suja is second in the school, and the first is someone else." "What?" Su Mo looked extremely ugly. "What's going on? Isn't our family the only Qilin child in Binhai this year? Tell me, whose child is the other one?" Lu Yuru also became interested. "Yeah, tell me, whose child is so outstanding?" The housekeeper shook his head and said, "Master, the one who took first place is the eldest young master, Su Yuan." Boom! Su Mo stood up, his robes surging with his inner energy. He said gloomily, "Who are you talking about? Who's first?" "It's the eldest young master, Su Yuan. He has achieved the SSS level qualification that only appears once in a century." "What?" Su Mo and Lu Yuru stood up almost at the same time, their expressions shocked and their hearts pounding. Su Mo was stunned and asked, "What on earth is going on? Isn't Su Yuan just a B-level qualification?" The housekeeper explained, "In today's school's second test, young master Su Yuan successfully achieved SSS level qualifications, and the entire Chinese theater was shocked." Su Mo still couldn't accept it. He turned on the communication device and saw the news on the official website of the Huaxiao Warzone. An SSS level qualifier has appeared in Binhai City. The Chinese Warzone may have another martial saint. Impossible, Su Yuan is actually an SSS level person? Wife, what should we do now? Su Yuan, an SSS level person, is being kicked out just like that? Chapter 14 This. I didn't know he would suffer so much. Lu Yuru was stunned and said, "With SSS level qualifications, he is almost certain to become a martial saint. Did we drive away the Su family's first martial saint? Oh. I told you a long time ago that we were too hasty and should let him go to college for a few days before removing him from his position. But you insisted that now that Suja has become an S-level person, we should win over people's hearts as soon as possible? Look what happens now." Su Mo pushed everything onto Lu Yuru. Lu Yuru's face immediately darkened. "What did you say? He's your own son. You were the one who was yelling at him, saying he was arrogant and looked down on you. That's why you couldn't wait to remove him from his position in the company." Su Mo looked at his wife with a gloomy expression and said, "Oh? Blame me? He's in the company, and everyone listens to him instead of me. You also support me in asking him to step down. But I didn't say to drive him away, he said it himself." At this time, a housekeeper came in and said, "Master, the young lady is back." "Su Chanqian is back? It's just right. She and Su Yuan have had a good relationship since childhood. Let her go and call this kid back," Su Mo said. At this time, Su Chanqian rushed in hurriedly, "Mom and Dad, I heard that Su Yuan has awakened SSS level talent, and Suja has awakened S level talent. We have 2 outstanding people in one family. This is great, especially Xiao Yuan. He will definitely become a martial saint in the future." She suddenly noticed the embarrassed looks on her parents' faces. Puzzled, "Mom and Dad, what's wrong with you?" Su Mo glanced at his eldest daughter and said, "You've been in the army the whole time. There are some things you don't know. Su Yuan announced yesterday that he was leaving the Su family and severing ties with us." "What? Mom and Dad, do you know what SSS level qualifications mean? There are so many people outside waiting to snatch Su Yuan away, and you actually let Su Yuan go?" Su Chanqian said anxiously. Su Mo said, "Su Yuan has ignored me these years. I have no say in the company. I just wanted him to give up his position to his brother, but he actually said he wanted to leave the Su family. This kid is really rebellious. What? Father, do you know what you're talking about? Since I took over our company, I built the Su family into one of the most powerful families in just 2 years. And in those 2 years, I'd barely changed my clothes or belongings. How could he, such a frugal person, have any ulterior motives? At this time, a housekeeper came out and said, Master, Madam, Master Su Yuan's room has been tidied. He lives in a small room similar to the housekeeper's. There are no valuables in it, just 2 sets of clothes and some books. And this dress was also made 2 years ago. What? Su Mo was stunned. My own son is living in the servant's room, and he only has these things with him? Lu Yuru. Didn't I ask you to take care of the food, clothing, and other expenses for these children? Su Chanxian was furious. Before I left, I warned you that Suzhou was even better at winning people over, and told you to be fair. Can't you do that? Lu Yuru glanced at her eldest daughter awkwardly. This Su Yuan usually keeps quiet and treats us badly. Anyway, he is in charge of the company, so he can't be short of money. How do I know he? At this moment, a company executive came up and said, Master, Madam, I have cleared all the information and accounts of the Su group according to your instructions. Su Mo nodded and said, Oh. Chanxian, it's great that you're here. If Su Yuan doesn't take money from us, then he must have taken the company's money. I've asked someone to calculate it. He pointed at the executive and said, Tell me. Did he use public funds for personal gain? The executive frowned and said, In the past 2 years, Master Su Yuan hasn't used a single cent of the company's money. What? Su Mo and Lu Yuru looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Why is this happening? He's having such a hard time, but he doesn't even speak up. If he had told me, I wouldn't have treated him like this. So it's his own fault. Su Mo said in a deep voice. Su Chanxian shook her head. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I'm going to find my brother now. After Su Chanxian left, Su Mo said awkwardly, This is an SSS level person, and we actually kicked him out. This. Lu Yuru sighed, I hope it's not too late to chase him back now. At the same time, on the other side. Binhai Wuhan University. Su Yuan followed other students into an arched building that meandered upward. Instructor Rose introduced, Everyone, this is our school's Wanfa Pavilion. In the attic, all the martial arts techniques since mankind entered the warrior era are stored. Everyone can go up and choose the breathing method you like, but please note that the method you come forward to find must match your aptitude in order to achieve the greatest effect. Don't try to match high-level skills with low aptitude, or you will go crazy and explode to death. Zhang Jiuming nodded and said, That's right. Many warriors, with low aptitude, greedily try to match high aptitude skills, and end up exploding and dying. Once you choose a matching technique, it will perfectly align with your body, allowing you to achieve a state of perfection. At this moment, Su Yuan followed the large group towards the martial arts wall. Su Yuan noticed that the skills here were all D level or E level. It seems that there are better skills at the next level. When Su Yuan stretched out his hand, the skills on the wall would burst out with a ball of light and bounce him away. After seeing Su Yuan's approach, the instructor immediately said, Su Yuan. Theoretically, you can use any technique. But these low-level skills feel unworthy of you, so they are rejecting you. Please step up to the next level. As soon as these words were spoken, the students present began to discuss. Whenever I pick a technique at random, I feel like I'm reaching beyond my reach. But with an SSS level technique, I actually feel like I'm reaching beyond my reach. Compared to Su Yuan, I'm really a piece of crap. Okay, let's choose the right technique for ourselves. At this time, the principal Luo Yushan suddenly flashed and appeared beside Rose. I wonder if this SSS level boy can get an SSS level technique recognized at the top level. No one has been able to reach this SSS level technique for a long time. At this moment, Su Yuan had already arrived at the S-level martial arts area. He noticed that Su Zhe was already receiving martial arts training from a secret manual. He looked at the top floor close to the sky and stepped in decisively. At this moment, on the top floor, on the crystal display stand, there are only 6 SSS level skills. As Su Yuan walked forward, these skills began to jump up and down, as if waving to him. Yes, these techniques are very powerful. Thunder breathing. 9 heavens breathing technique. Divine wing breathing technique. Su Yuan nodded, it seems that these exercises are more acceptable to me. However, at this moment, Su Yuan looked up and looked at a metal box in the distance. Chapter 15 Let us get married. Unlike other breathing methods, the surface of this metal box is covered with inscriptions, and the meaning of darkness and horror overflows from the gaps between the boxes. On the first floor, Principal Luo Yushan's face changed. Oh no! I forgot to warn this kid not to touch the evil breathing technique in that metal box. I'll go up and take a look now. After saying this, Luo Yushan disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared on the top floor. Su Yuan! Stop! At this moment, Su Yuan had already chopped the box with a knife. The next moment, countless black inscriptions wrapped around Su Yuan's body like flowing liquid, and the terrifying and dark meaning kept swirling in the entire hall. Everyone looked up. Is this a dark technique? How terrifying! What level of dark technique is this? I don't know, that places the top floor? Could it be Su Yuan? Oh my god! Only someone with SSS level qualifications like Su Yuan could cause such a terrifying commotion. Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao exchanged a glance. Tonton, is your father okay? These two people had long found a breathing method that suited them and were helping to take care of the children on the first floor. Su Tonton said confidently, of course it's okay. At this time, two rays of light flashed, and sisters Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng appeared on the first floor. They looked at each other in surprise. He activated the top-level ceiling technique? Let's go! Let's take a look. The two of them jumped up and quickly headed towards the top floor. Su Tongtong clapped her hands on the first floor and said, that's great. Mommy still cares about daddy. They won't get divorced. At this moment, Su Yuan on the roof was submerged in countless inscriptions. Various inscriptions are flowing throughout the body. Finally, it settled on the 12 major acupoints on his body. It was also at this moment that the name of this martial art appeared in Su Yuan's mind. Taotai breathing method. This technique is so greedy. Su Yuan felt his own difference and followed the content of this technique. To become stronger, one must devour strange beasts? So unorthodox? At this time, he noticed three figures in front of him looking at him as if they were facing a great enemy. Su Yuan, are you okay? Yi Qingling said. Yi Qingmeng also said, Su Yuan, do you feel any bad sensation in your body? Yes, Su Yuan, this technique has been sealed for a long time. It is said that it will devour the host. Luo Yushan nodded and said, this Taotai breathing technique has been sealed here since we obtained it. The first principal believed that no one could tame such a technique. Su Yuan, how do you feel now? Looking at the indifferent Su Yuan, the principal shook his head and said, oh no. Will Su Yuan be retaliated against? If the military department finds out that I gave the dragon country's SSS level qualified person, I will be court-martialed. Yi Qingling glanced at her sister and immediately stepped forward. At this time, Su Yuan turned around and hugged Yi Qingling, who was coming towards him, and said, what's wrong? Are you nervous? Are you concerned about your husband? Feeling the warmth and fragrance in his arms, Su Yuan deeply lamented what kind of bastard he was to hurt such a wife in the future. Yi Qingmeng glared at him, what are you doing? Why don't you let go? Sister. Principal Luo Yushan raised his hand and stroked his beard. Oh, it's true. It's great to be young. Su Yuan, it seems that you have perfectly matched this technique. Su Yuan nodded, I feel the acupuncture points on my body itching right now. The principal nodded, that's because your pussy is thirsty. Principal, you can't make dirty jokes in serious occasions. Su Yuan said with a smile. You brat. Ahem. The principal's face flushed. The reason you feel strange is because you need to devour a strange beast. Your technique is the dark breathing technique, the Taotai breathing technique. The characteristic of this breathing technique is that after reaching the maximum level of each realm, you must devour a strange beast of the same level to break through. Yi Qingling struggled slightly in Su Yuan's arms and said, asshole, why don't you let me go? Her pretty face flushed slightly, but with your SSS level qualifications, you can be my boyfriend. Oh, what am I thinking about? Her heart was beating wildly and she broke free from Su Yuan's arms. Yi Qingmeng glanced at her sister playfully, sister, why didn't you resist just now? I forgot. Yi Qingling said with a red face. Oh? Really? Actually, sister, I think he is a good person. Since you already have a child, Tong may be mine. Why don't you give him to me? Yi Qingmeng said. Yi Qingling rolled her eyes at her sister and said, let's listen to the principal's business first. The principal was talking to himself at this time. This technique is extremely powerful, but it also comes with risks. Every time you break through a realm and devour a beast, you must defeat a beast of the same realm. Su Yuan said, as long as they are in the same realm, it's fine. It doesn't matter if they are at a lower level than me. For example, I'm currently at the 9th level of the first realm, so I can easily devour the weaker first level alien beasts. The principal shook his head. No, you definitely won't. With your personality, you will definitely seek out the strongest beast in the first tier to devour. Su Yuan's eyes lit up, you mean? That's right. The stronger the beast you devour, the more solid your foundation will be. If the beast you devour is the strongest among the first level, then your strength will be maximized. Su Yuan nodded, I understand. Yi Qingling glanced at Su Yuan and said, your presence is now known throughout the entire Chinese war zone. But the military affairs department should take some measures, at least to hide which school you are in. So that you won't be targeted by anyone. Su Yuan shook his head. It's useless. So many people know my identity. This method cannot be hidden from those who are interested. Yi Qingling did not refute. She walked up to Su Yuan and said, but there is another way. Su Yuan looked at Yi Qingling doubtfully, is there any other way? Yi Qingling stared into Su Yuan's eyes. Marry as sisters and become the son-in-law of the Yi family. The ancestor will declare his protection to the outside world. Besides, we are both major generals of the Eastern Theater Command. We can protect you well. Yi Qingmeng looked at her sister in astonishment. Sister, are you serious? The principal, Luo Yushan, opened his mouth wide. These two sisters are so cruel. But that's true, Su Yuan is an SSS level person and the most talented person in the Chinese general war zone in the past 100 years. Any family would be eager to get a person like this. If they marry, there's a high chance that the child born in the future will be someone with excellent qualifications. Chapter 16 Congratulations to the future wife of the martial saint. Yi Qingming said calmly, the world is on the verge of collapse, and humans are dying in places that no one can see. Therefore, this world allows polygamy to exist. As long as it helps humanity survive in this crumbling world, the Federation doesn't care whether it's polygamy or polyandry. Su Yuan, marrying us is the greatest guarantee for your growth into a martial saint. Su Yuan was dumbfounded. So this is how I got my wife? Yi Qingming glanced at her sister and said, okay, I admit that my sister is right. Su Yuan, we got you a bargain. Su Yuan was a little confused. This, I wanted to tell you too. Because I was engaged. Two long knives instantly appeared on both sides of Su Yuan's neck. Only 0.01 centimeters would have cut off Su Yuan's neck. You said you don't have a girlfriend? You said you were single? Su Yuan, you just asked me if I have a girlfriend. I don't have a girlfriend, but I also don't have a fiancé. Buzz. We don't accept sharing with other women. You don't have to think about this, because just last night, my fiancé ran away with my adopted brother. Su Yuan said lightly. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng loosened the blades of their swords and sheathed them. You mean? The other party chose you to raise a younger brother? Su Yuan briefly talked about the Su family. A small family is just a small family. They don't know how to appreciate the true talent in front of them. That's good, it shows that we have a sharp eye. The two sisters looked at each other. When Su Tongtong traveled through time, they couldn't understand why they could fall in love with Su Yuan, who was only B level. But now they understand. Because Su Yuan is really worth it. Su Yuan glanced at the two of them, then said, Wife, when are we going home? Yi Qingling shook her head and said, let's go, your matter is not that simple. Looking at the three people leaving, Principal Luo Yushan's face was full of embarrassment. I'm still here. Where's your basic respect for the principal? You're treating me like an NPC. The other end. Su Yuan and the two sisters returned to the crowd. Tong, you and your mother should go first. Your father still has things to take care of. After Yi Qingling finished speaking, she glanced at Yi Qingmeng and said, Father is coming to Binhai. For Su Yuan's matter, I want to go and say hello in advance. What do you think? Yi Qingmeng nodded, I believe Dad will be very happy to hold his granddaughter directly. The two of them were about to leave with Su Tongtong. Su Yuan warned Su Tongtong, listen to your mother. Dad still has things to take care of. Tongtong nodded obediently. At the same time on the other side, Su Zhao and Qin Huairu, who had already left early, were still in disbelief. How could this happen? How could he become an SSS level talent? Su Zhao groaned in pain. Qin Huairu thought more. Who will Su Yuan marry in such a short time? As long as I look back, he will definitely come back to me. Yes. That's definitely the case. Qin Huairu's eyes lit up again. Thinking of this, she turned around and went back to school. She wanted to find Su Yuan and explain things clearly. At this moment, Su Zhao was in no mood to care about this woman. He rushed to the school gate. Su Chanxian's car just arrived at the school gate. As soon as she got off the car, she saw Su Zhao standing outside the school in a daze. She immediately went up to him and asked, Su Zhao, where is your brother Su Yuan? When Su Zhao saw that it was his sister Su Chanxian, he immediately pretended to be aggrieved and said, Sister, I asked my brother to go home, but he not only refused, but also said that you are no longer worthy of him. He just doesn't want to go back. Su Chanxian frowned slightly. It seemed that her brother was badly hurt and had developed a grudge against the Su family. Now that the Su family has such a talented child, the opportunity for rise is right in front of them. Once the martial saint appears, the Su family will become one of the wealthy and prestigious families in the Chinese war zone, so I must find my brother back. Su Zhao, go back now. I'll handle this matter. Don't provoke him anymore. Su Chanxian knew that Su Yuan had been living a life that no one cared about in the past 2 years, but even so, he still led the rise of the Su family. But now my brother has been kicked out, and Qin Huairu is trying to marry him in front of him. If it were me, I would also be very sad. Su Chanxian immediately turned around and walked towards the school. The other end. The two brothers beside Su Yuan were touching and pinching him. Su Yuan, from now on, we are not from the same world anymore. Let's break up. Zhang Jiuming covered his face and said painfully. Chen Hao nodded. SSS level qualifications, the twin Wuji are actually the mother of your children? You really didn't lie to us? Su Yuan hooked his arm around their shoulders and said, Brother, why would I lie to you? Don't worry, from now on, I'll have a mouthful to eat and you too will have a bowl to wash. I will never leave you. Zhang Jiuming asked, what about your wedding? When will it take place? Su Yuan said. It will be done at the end of the month, just follow the original plan. Qin Huairu, who happened to be walking nearby, heard the last sentence and her face immediately lit up. This man is really hypocritical. He clearly wants to marry me, but he refuses to admit it. She suddenly turned around and said, I have a level qualifications, and he has SSS level qualifications. When our child grows up, he will at least be S level. A girl came over to her side. It was her best friend Nie Qingqing. Huairu, that's great. Congratulations. You have an engagement with the Su family, and Su Yuan is an SSS level qualification. From now on, you will be the wife of the martial saint. Qin Huairu couldn't hold back the smile on her face and shook her head. I didn't expect that either. By the way, didn't you say before that you wanted to exchange the bride? Because Su Zhao has better talent? Nie Qingqing said. Qin Huairu shook her head. That was before. The current Su Yuan is no longer comparable to Su Zhao. Su Zhao is not as good looking or as talented as Su Yuan. Then I must cherish Su Yuan. Nie Qingqing nodded, but I just saw that senior Wuji seemed to be very close to Su Yuan, so that's not the case. No, brother Su Yuan treated me very well before. We are engaged and have even reported it to the military department. He will definitely marry me. Besides, sister Wuji is already so old and her cultivation is much higher than ours. He is not worthy of me. Nie Qingqing nodded. Anyway, congratulations, sister. The future wife of the martial saint. Then you will enjoy endless wealth and glory. Chapter 17. What? There's nothing in his room? The two of them stood here and there, fantasizing about their beautiful life in the future. Su Yuan has followed the principle to obtain resource allocation certification. Luo Yushan said, the Eastern Theater Command has also sent people here to allocate military resources to you. For your future cultivation needs, you will be provided with a large amount every month. In the future Chinese theater, you will definitely become a leading figure. Su Yuan said, the entire Chinese war zone is full of heroes. It is impossible for me to rely on just one person. Having said that, the rumor that SSS level people will definitely become martial saints is not false. As long as you live well, you will definitely become a martial saint in time. Even if they are both martial saints with SSS level qualifications, the strength they display is different. Otherwise, how could the ancestor of the Yi family have been in charge of the Chinese war zone for 100 years? Said the principal. Su Yuan was stunned. His wife's background was also incredible. She was a veteran martial saint with SSS level qualifications. She was much more powerful than me. At this moment, we come to the school's conference room. Su Yuan saw a room full of soldiers of all kinds. The man in the lead had a square face covered with scars, and 3 sons on his shoulders. This is the rank of general. And on his chest, there was a row of stars, and when you counted them, there were actually 9 of them. 9-star general? There is only one 9-star general in the Eastern Theater Command, the Eastern Theater Commander-in-Chief Yan Long. The moment he saw Su Yuan appear, his eyes looked at Su Yuan like a sharp sword. Oh? Young man. Are you an SSS level person? Su Yuan nodded slightly. The next moment, the entire sky seemed to darken, and the breath of death rushed towards Su Yuan. The horrific sea of corpses and blood rushed towards Su Yuan. Buzz. The principal was stunned. General, stop. His cultivation is too shallow and he can't withstand your force. Su Yuan groaned and took a half step back, his eyes still calm. It was at this moment. The figure of an ancient ferocious beast appeared around Su Yuan, roaring at Yan Long, instantly offsetting the force. Yan Long was stunned. As expected of an SSS level person, he actually offset 1/10 of my power. The principal breathed a sigh of relief. General, you scared me to death. Behind the general stood a team of 5 people. They also looked at Su Yuan with interest. Yan Long said calmly, this team is the shadow team, my personal guards, each of them is a strong man above the 7th level. They will be your guardians and protect you in secret. Su Yuan took a look at the 5 people. Their faces were all covered with black masks, and he could only tell whether they were men or women by their body shapes. Su Yuan frowned. No need, I don't like people prying into my privacy. All 5 of them moved slightly. Everyone looked at Su Yuan with unkind eyes. Yan Long laughed, great. He has a unique personality, worthy of being an SSS level talent. Fine, as the saying goes, geniuses have the arrogance of geniuses. I'm here today mainly to give you the resource allocation certification. Just sign it. Of course, Su Yuan would not be so naive as to think that a 9-star general came to the school just for this matter. He must have come to test my background. After signing, the general left in a hurry with his men. The principal shook his head and said, Yan Long really admires you. Giving you a protector was an order from the general war zone, and your refusal hit Yan Long right in the heart. Su Yuan said oh. Because Yan Long himself is a practical man. He believes that even a genius must be tempered in the shadow of death. Su Yuan nodded, I can see that. Principal, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. My wife and children are waiting for me. As soon as Su Yuan walked out of the principal's office, he ran into Su Qianqian. You're back? Su Yuan was no exception. It was no secret in Binhai City that he had become an SSS level qualified person. The so-called confidentiality was only for other war zones in the world. Su Qianqian stepped forward and said sincerely, Su Yuan, how could you leave the Su family? If you leave the Su family, where will you live? How can you live without the care of your family? Family concern? Su Yuan smiled. If your usefulness has decreased, you should be kicked out of the house, or replaced by a new bride. Once is enough. And I said that day that from that day on, my relationship with your Su family is severed. After saying that, Su Yuan turned around. Su Qianqian was behind him, clutching her chest and saying, I admit that in the past few years, as an older sister, I cared more about my adopted brother and less about you in order to make him feel less alienated. Su Yuan. Look back at me. You are the heir of the Su family, you can't leave. Su Yuan said calmly, I have my own family, and you don't deserve it. If you want to care for and raise your younger brother, then go ahead and do it. If you want to give the Su family to raise your younger brother, then go ahead and do it. Bad people deserve to stay with bad people. By the way, my system gift pack hasn't been opened yet. Open. Ding! Gift pack opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving Delicious Burgers X10. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 exotic beast catchers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blueprint, First Order Fearless Armor Blueprint Breastplate X1. Yuan was stunned. Forget about the hamburger. What the hell is a monster catcher? And this first level Dreadnought Armor Blueprint? It's not uncommon for exotic beasts to serve as battle pets, but the rank of such beasts wouldn't be high, so they wouldn't be of much practical significance. Could it be that the trap is used to capture exotic beasts? System, explain. Monster catcher, after use, it can limit the movement of dying monsters, increasing the probability of successful capture. Its unique sedative effect can help the host devour monsters. According to my technique, the beasts I devour must be alive. It seems this item is designed to help me devour beasts. The system is very considerate. First level Dreadnought Armor Blueprint generates armor based on the materials provided by the host. This is an automatic armor generator guaranteed blue or above. Yuan was stunned. Automatically generated? That's a great thing. Usually, it takes several months to make props, from the initial design and material selection to the final design. But this system can generate blueprints directly? If I work backwards, won't I be able to replicate many pieces of armor of the same type? It's just that this system generates it, and it can guarantee a blue base. Even if I don't use it myself, a blue item can sell for a lot of money on the exchange. Not bad. The other end. A luxurious car stopped on the roadside of Binhai Wuhan University, and a burly middle-aged man in a golden suit walked out of the car. With a cigar in his mouth. As soon as he got off the car, Su Tongtong immediately rushed towards him. Grandpa! Grandpa! You haven't hugged Tongtong for a long time. Yi Xiangtian was stunned with surprise. Looking at the little baby at his feet, he instinctively felt a sense of intimacy. He squatted down and picked up Su Tongtong. Child, what did you call me? Grandpa. Su Tongtong said. At this moment, Sister Yi Qingling came closer. Father. Yi Qingling glanced at her puzzled father, then took out a paternity test form and stuffed it into her father's hand. That's what I want to say. She is your biological grandson. At this moment, the 2-meter-tall strong man trembled. The expression on the face can be as wonderful as it can be. What? What grandson? Ah. At this moment, Lao Deng was as helpless as a child. After a while, Yu Wendian finally understood. You mean, you didn't give it for free? But this child came from the future? Yi Qingling nodded. That's right. Yu Wendian felt relieved for a while. Only then did I remember the key thing. Where's this kid's father? Who's that yellow-haired guy? I wish I could crush him to pieces with my own hands. Yi Qingming nodded. Okay, Dad, this person is from a small family. He was recently kicked out of the family and is living off us. Boom! The terrifying pressure from this half-step martial saint soared into the sky. What did you say? Who is that person? Does he want to die? Yi Qingming continued to provoke. We specially arranged a house for him, and also a card. You! Bastards! How can a woman from my Yi family throw herself at you? Yi Wendian roared. Yi Qingling said, Dad, although what my sister said is true, there is one thing she didn't tell you the truth. This Su Yuan is the SSS level talent who appeared after the second test of Wuda University. What? Yi Wendian's mouth hadn't closed since the beginning. He was completely shocked, and sweat covered his forehead. Are you saying that the SSS level person is your future husband? Yi Qingming nodded. That's what it sounds like from the kid's mouth. Yi Wendian said, if this child is a stooge hired by that person, then that's impossible. Even if an SSS level person directly proposed to me, I would agree. How could he use such means? So this child is really my grandson? He touched Su Tongtong in his arms, and the expression on his face was extremely wonderful. Ha ha ha. All the other martial saint families in China want to recruit this child as a son-in-law, but my granddaughter is already so old, this is too good to be true. Yi Wendian said, okay, if that's the case, then it is God's will. God wants my Yi family to prosper. Where is the child? Yi Qingling raised her hand and was about to use the communication to call Su Yuan, but Yi Wendian raised his hand to stop her. Wait a minute, let's meet at home. Don't you have a house in Binhai? It's better to meet at home. Yi Qingling nodded. Okay, then let's meet at home and text him. On the other end, Su Yuan was slightly stunned after receiving the call, my father-in-law wants to see me? This is so embarrassing. Never mind. I have nothing to panic about. Your daughter already has my child. It's a done deal. At worst, I can go up and tell this old man that your daughter is so beautiful. Forget it, just go ahead. When Su Yuan took a taxi home. On the other side, the Su family. At this moment, Suja returned to the Su family with an evasive look in his eyes. He glanced at his anxious parents and immediately covered his face with his hands and cried out in pain. Lu Yuru heard the noise and immediately asked, Suja, what's wrong with your face? At this moment, Suja's face can be described as bruised and swollen. Mom, I was happy at school today that brother Su Yuan was able to unlock his SSS level qualifications, but I didn't expect him to hit me and say he would never return to the Su family in his lifetime. When Su Mo heard this, his anger rose again and he angrily asked, did he really say that? Suja nodded. Maybe my brother is in a bad mood after what happened last time. Su Mo slammed the table, humph. This little bastard. I originally thought that since he was so talented, I should find a way to get him back. But now I see that he is a complete traitor. Lu Yuru said, but he is an SSS level talent after all. If he can become a martial saint in the future, it will be very helpful to our Su family. Suja said, Mom, I will also work hard to become a martial saint and bring honor to the Su family. Sumo's face didn't look good. Look how sensible Shioja is. If that child was half as sensible as this one, our family wouldn't be in such a mess. You said you want to ask him to come back? He doesn't want to come back now. Do I have to beg him? I think we should focus our resources on training Suja. After all, he is close to us. Suja felt a little relieved. Even if Su Yuan had SSS level talent, it didn't matter. My parents still liked me. All the Su family's resources are in my hands. Becoming a martial saint is only a matter of time. He certainly didn't think he couldn't reach the level of a martial saint. He just believed that as long as he had enough resources, he would definitely become a martial saint. Mom and Dad, I'm about to reach the second level, and I need a lot of resources. Su Mo nodded, okay, I'll have someone arrange it right away. Suja nodded, okay, Mom and Dad, I see Su Yuan isn't coming back, so why don't we clear out his room? I want to use it as a practice room. Su Mo nodded. Okay, you and your mother go clean it up. The two came to Su Yuan's room, and Lu Yuru frowned, this room. Our Su family actually has such a room? In the room, there was a simple wooden bed and an empty table. It was completely different from Suja's room, which looked like a prince. Lu Yuru covered her mouth and said, he lives in a place like this? As a mother, am I not a competent mother? Suja frowned slightly. Mom, this isn't your fault. Su Yuan is just doing this on purpose to gain sympathy. At this time, her sister Su Chanxian came home and hurriedly said, Mom and Dad, please find a way to beg your brother to come back. He has SSS level qualifications, and there are so many people watching him outside. When Lu Yuru heard this, she immediately said, Suja, keep your brother's room. He might need to stay there when he comes back. Suja said, Mom, he may not come back. Shut up. Lu Yuru was very confused at the moment, so she lost her temper with her adopted son for the first time. You, don't say such things. He is your brother after all. How could he not want to come back? Suja was stunned. This was the first time Lu Yuru spoke to him like this in all the years he had been in the Su family. It seemed that Su Yuan's talent had really changed a lot of things. The resentment towards Su Yuan in my heart grew. In the living room, Su Mo said, that kid isn't coming back. Your brother has already asked him about it, and he got beaten. Su Chanxian shook her head. That's impossible. My brother will definitely come back. We just don't care enough about him. If we care more, he will definitely come back. At this time, Lu Yuru and Suja came out. Lu Yuru said, Chanxian, did your brother say anything to you? Su Chanxian said, he is very angry. Mom and Dad, you shouldn't push him too hard. At this moment, Suja suddenly shook his body. She fell to the ground and said, I feel a little uncomfortable. It might be because Su Yuan beat me. Mom, Dad, sister, don't worry about me. Go find my brother and come back. When Su Mo saw it, he immediately became anxious. Ignore that person for now. Let the doctor come and check on Suja. Suja has S-level qualifications, not much worse than Su Yuan. Chapter 18 Ding. Host, please sleep with your wife and children. Su Chanxian is now serving in the Eastern Theater Command, so she naturally knows how big the gap is between warriors with different qualifications. The SSS level has already caused a sensation in the Chinese General Theater Command, but his parents are still wasting time on this adopted son. Hey! I don't bother with you guys anymore. At this time, a senior executive of the Su Group rushed in and said to Su Mo, Master, the company has an urgent matter that needs to be reported to you. Su Mo frowned, can't you see my son is not feeling well now? If there is anything, we can talk about it later. The executive shook his head and said, Master, I must report this to you immediately. Su Mo sighed. Okay, tell me what it is. The executive immediately said, the projects our group is currently researching are all very important things that young Master Su Yuan ordered, but young Master Suja said to stop them all. We invested so much in the early stage, what should we do? Su Mo shook his head. Suja is your president now. If I tell you to stop, then stop. The executive was stunned. This? Yes, patriarch. He turned and left the Su family, feeling sad. The empire that the Su family has built over the past 2 years is about to collapse. These people have no idea what young Master Su Yuan has sacrificed for the Su family. Su Chanxian looked back at the old man, then turned her head to look at her parents. Shake your head. I don't care about you anymore, I'm leaving. At this moment, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness. For the sake of this family, her brother saved the family from the brink of bankruptcy, and he never cared about food and accommodation, and only had his career in his eyes. He only wanted to revitalize the family, but such a person was accused of all kinds of crimes. You don't believe in your biological brother, but you believe in an adopted son. Well, it seems that it was right for brother Su Yuan to leave. On the other side, Su Yuan returned to the residence arranged by his wife. At this moment, Yuan was holding Su Tongtong. Oh, this child is so smart, so good. After Su Yuan came in, Yuan immediately looked up, and then his eyes lit up. Okay. Su Yuan, come and sit down. Su Yuan sat down on the sofa. Who are you? Su Tongtong tilted his head and said, Dad is so stupid, he doesn't even recognize Grandpa? Yuan laughed heartily, you have a good daughter. I know everything about this. You are now SSS level qualified, which makes you worthy of my daughter. But you see, I now have 2 daughters. I don't care how you young people handle your relationship. But Su Yuan, remember, even though you have a wife and children now, you must never fall behind in your martial arts cultivation. The ancestor will be very happy to know your existence. As the head of the Yi family, I now declare that you, Su Yuan, will receive the full support of our martial saint family. Oh my Yi family might have a double SSS level martial saint. Seeing his father-in-law treating him like this, Su Yuan immediately said, Thank you, father-in-law. Great. You're such a handsome man. I heard your own family could even kick you out? Yuan said with a laugh, what a bunch of blind people. But don't worry, Su Yuan. From now on, my Yi family will fully support you. As for the elixirs, spiritual herbs, and anything else you need, just tell my 2 daughters. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Tongtong, Grandpa has other things to do. I will come to see you as soon as I have time. Su Tongtong hugged her grandpa and kissed him on the face. Grandpa is good to Dad, and that means he is good to Tongtong. Tongtong likes Grandpa the most. Oh. Ha ha ha. I really like you, kid, from the bottom of my heart. Yuan nodded. Okay, Grandpa is leaving first. After Yuan left, Su Yuan picked up Su Tongtong and said, Tongtong, where are your mothers? Su Tongtong pointed to the bathroom. The mothers are taking a shower. Su Yuan nodded. At this moment, a ding-dong sound came from my mind. Counterattack mission released. The host has not seen his wife for a long time. Sleeping together is the best opportunity to ease the relationship. Please sleep with his wife and daughter. Su Yuan was stunned. No way, this is a joke, sleeping with Binghua Wuji? This. Tongtong, Daddy is in the future. Will he sleep with the mommies? Su Tongtong shook his head and said, Dad hasn't slept with the moms for a long time. Dad and the moms are about to get divorced. The me in another time and space is such a bastard. Su Yuan shook his head. Then tell me later tonight, would you like to sleep together? As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, he felt two murderous auras falling on him. The two sisters, dressed in light pajamas, came out of the bathroom together and said in unison, "What did you say? What are you teaching your children?" Su Yuan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. "Well, I just..." Su Tongtong immediately said, "Dad wants mommies to sleep with me. Let's sleep together as a family," and coaxed Tongtong to sleep together. Su Yuan nodded immediately. The sister glanced at Su Yuan. "It doesn't say whether it is okay or not." Yi Qingling suddenly said at this time, "Su Yuan, do you still have the food like yesterday? I feel a little hungry." Yi Qingming gave her sister a strange look. My sister actually asked Su Yuan for food? Is this still my cold sister? Her eyebrows moved slightly. "Su Yuan, I'm hungry too." Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm out of ingredients from yesterday." The two sisters' expressions suddenly darkened. But the next moment, Su Yuan changed the subject. "But I still have sausages, hamburgers, and the like." The eyes of the three girls, including Tongtong, lit up. Yi Qingling was stunned and asked, "Su Yuan, how do you have so many good things? Where did you get all this food from?" Yi Qingming also nodded. "These foods in this world are luxuries. People all over the world are eating energy bars, and yet you have so much food?" Su Yuan took these things out of the system. "Put it on the table, I'll just heat these up." They were not surprised that Su Yuan took out these things out of thin air, because in this era everyone has their own portable space generator integrated into the electronic bracelet. This technology was also obtained from exotic beasts. Su Yuan smiled and said, "Okay, let's eat." Sister Yi Qingling's appetite was also aroused when she smelled such fragrant food. Yi Qingming didn't care that Su Yuan was watching. She grabbed the burger with both hands and took a bite. The aroma of gravy mixed with the vegetables instantly flowed into her mouth. Mmm. It's delicious. Sister, stop watching and eat too. Yi Qingling glanced at Su Yuan, carefully picked up the burger with her hands, and took a bite. Delicious. Su Yuan laughed, not to mention Su Tongtong. The child was eating with his mouth full of oil. "Dad. This is delicious." Chapter 19. Do you prefer your wife to your daughter? Su Yuan touched the child's head inside in his heart. The world's civilization was reorganizing, order was collapsing, and everyone was practicing martial arts. These foods that were normal on the blue planet had become luxuries for them. "Eat slowly, I still have some left. I'll get you some more." When the Yi sisters heard that there was more, they looked at Su Yuan in surprise. The two sisters immediately increased their swallowing speed. After all, they were both warriors, and their appetite was actually much higher than that of ordinary people. "Wait until the meal is finished." Yi Qingling and Yi Qingming raised their hands and wiped the corners of their mouths embarrassedly. "I'm sorry for eating so much of your food," Yi Qingling said. Su Yuan shook his head. "It's okay. At least you will be my wife in the future, and Tongtong too. You are all my family. It's only natural that you eat my food." Yi Qingling nodded. "Su Yuan, because of Tongtong's existence, we can be your wife, but neither of us is mentally prepared. I hope you can understand this. It's just for now." Su Yuan smiled. "Of course. I've only known her for 2 days, and her progress in raising a child is already exaggerated. I also think it's better to take it step by step." Yi Qingling nodded. "As long as you understand." Yi Qingming narrowed her eyes. "But didn't some people say that we should sleep together at night?" Yi Qingling's face suddenly turned red. Su Tongtong narrowed his eyes and smiled. Su Yuan said, "Well, I mean sleeping with Tongtong and telling her stories." "What are you thinking about?" Yi Qingling glanced at her sister and said, "Yes, that's what Su Yuan said." "What are you thinking about?" Su Yuan, ignore her. Yi Qingming just likes to talk nonsense sometimes. Yi Qingming was stunned. "Oh, you are a couple, you are a family, and you are united to exclude me, right? Then I'm leaving." Su Yuan said, "Hey, how could that be? Su Tongtong said that you are also a mother. We are all family, how can we leave?" Su Yuan took out 2 sausages from the system space and handed them to his 2 wives. "Here, these are ham sausages. You can eat them as snacks." You can take it with you. If you get hungry during missions, you can eat it. Su Tongtong glared at his father and said, Dad, why don't you give it to Tongtong? Don't you like your wife more than your daughter? Su Yuan smiled, oh, Tongtong, how could Daddy not like you? You are Daddy's little baby. He glanced at his two wives and said, let's sleep together tonight. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng looked at each other. This isn't good. Sister, if we marry Su Yuan at the end of the month, it's actually not a big deal, and it's for the sake of accompanying our daughter. Yi Qingling's expression relaxed slightly. Okay, alright then. 4 people came into the room. Su Tongtong naturally lay in the middle. Daddy should lie next to Tongtong, and the 2 mommies should lie on either side. Su Yuan smiled. Tongtong, is this how our family arranged things in the past? Su Tongtong nodded. When Mom and Dad aren't arguing, this is what our family is like. After saying that, Su Tongtong stood up and pulled the 2 mothers to lie down. Dad is coming too. Su Yuan glanced at his 2 blushing wives and said, this is weird. First, take care of the baby, then fall in love? Then get married? Yi Qingmeng rolled her eyes at him. Are you taking advantage of me? Ha? What are you doing? Because Su Yuan was sleeping with his daughter, Yi Qingmeng was next to his daughter, and Yi Qingling was next to him. It is inevitable to encounter it. I didn't do anything. Su Yuan said with a smile. Shouldn't I just adjust my sleeping position? Yi Qingming's face was so red that blood seemed to be dripping out. She quickly changed the subject and said, you are about to break through to level 2. Do you know what to do? Su Yuan said, I know, I need to use the technique to devour a level 1 alien beast. The more powerful this beast is, the faster my cultivation will improve. Yi Qingmeng nodded and said, I've also heard of your dark-themed skills. I heard that the further you go in, the more dangerous it becomes. Devouring strange beasts also means you might be devoured by them. Yi Qingling also frowned. Tomorrow morning, we will take you to a crack and help you. Su Yuan smiled and said, is this the only benefit of having 2 powerful wives? And you personally protect me? If you don't want to, then we can just not go. Yi Qingling said. Go. Su Yuan nodded. I don't think I'll have classes tomorrow morning, that's perfect. The family chatted like this and gradually fell asleep. The next day soon arrived. When Su Yuan opened his eyes, he felt a stuffy feeling in his chest. He looked down and saw long light blue hair emitting a faint fragrance. Yi Qingling? The goddess of all the boys in the school? She's in my arms like this? Su Yuan's heart trembled slightly. Ding! Sleep with your wife and daughter and receive a counterattack gift pack X1. The host completed the task easily. Great. Of course I helped. I have 2 wives, how can it not be great? At this time, Su Yuan found a snow-white thigh passing over his daughter's body and resting on his lower abdomen. This. He glanced at Yi Qingmeng, who was still sleeping, and realized that his 2 wives looked almost exactly the same. Whether it's the facial features or other parts, they are almost the same. It's just the hair color that's different, and this hair color should be related to the attribute-based skills they practice. At this moment, Yi Qingming's thigh slid down. Oh my god. Su Yuan quickly closed his eyes and muttered to himself, it's all just a lie. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Calm down. But, calmness failed. Yi Qingmeng over there felt uncomfortable, opened her eyes slightly and glanced at Su Yuan. This is... The next moment, she blushed. At this time, Yi Qingling also woke up and realized her location. She blushed and glanced at Su Yuan. Have you seen enough? Su Yuan smiled and said, good morning, both of you. Su Tongtong opened his eyes at this time. Haha, Mom and Dad. Everyone wake up. Everyone quickly jumped away and put on their clothes. Su Yuan sat up and said silently in his heart, System, open the gift package. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the gift package and receiving Breakfast Milk X99. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 blood blasting potions. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Martial Saint level Combat Intuition. Blood Explosion Potion. After use, the host's strength will increase by 2 times within 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the host will enter a state of exhaustion. Martial Saint's Combat Intuition. The host will possess the combat experience and intuition of a Martial Saint. Su Yuan's expression changed. This blood exploding medicine is good. It can improve the cultivation level in a short period of time. It is quite good. In addition, the combat intuition of this martial saint is also a good thing. Get up, I'll go prepare breakfast. Su Yuan jumped up first. The so-called preparation of breakfast was nothing more than heating up milk, hamburgers, and the like. But it is enough to cause damage to these three girls. Chapter 20 Preparing for Promotion, Crack Hunting. When the three girls arrived at the kitchen, they naturally exclaimed one after another. After having breakfast and cleaning up, Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng took Su Yuan and Tongtong to the nearest monster crack. Yi Qingling said in the car, "No one knows why so many cracks appeared in this world. Anyway, the first cracks appeared 500 years ago. But then came the appearance of warriors. I'm taking you to a rift with a threat level of D, which is ranked below the D level. The beasts in this kind of rift are generally first-level beasts. A company of our Eastern Theater Command troops is stationed outside." Su Yuan nodded. "That really doesn't require heavy defense." Yi Qingmeng shook his head and said, "So what? Don't think that you students can deal with these strange beasts. People like you, without actual combat experience, are not even considered warriors." Soon the car reached the outside of the crack. This crack is outside the urban area of Binhai City, and is surrounded by wasteland. Where the crack exists, nothing can grow on the surrounding ground. Su Yuan knew that this was because cracks often release toxins and change the ecology. After the four people got off the car, the iconic hair of the Ice and Fire Warrior instantly caught the attention of the soldiers here. Immediately a lieutenant came out and saluted the two sisters. Yi Qingling said, "We need to go into the crack." The lieutenant naturally would not stop it, as the crack was just a crack of his subordinates. There is no danger to these two at all. Su Yuan hugged Su Tongtong. Yi Qingling said, "After you go down the crack ahead, be careful, especially Tongtong. Mommy will hold you." Yi Qingling took Su Tongtong. When the soldiers in the distance saw the scene, their jaws dropped. This is the Ice and Fire Warrior. Why do they look like a family of four? Our Eastern Theater Command, the goddess sisters, could it be that they already have men? But the boy doesn't look very old, could he be my younger brother? Yes. It must be my brother. At this moment, Su Yuan and the other three had already entered the crack. The area was shrouded in fog, and visibility was low. Su Tongtong was held in Yi Qingling's arms, while Yi Qingmeng followed behind Su Yuan. "Su Yuan, go ahead and attack. If you encounter a beast you can't defeat, I will help." Su Yuan glanced at Yi Qingmeng and said, "Don't worry, I can handle it." He took out the soul-devouring sword from the system space. This knife needs to hunt exotic beasts to grow, and today can be said to be a good opportunity. Thinking of this, Su Yuan walked into the fog. Soon, with the rolling fog in front, a mantis with a metallic body appeared in the field of vision. This is a first-level metal mantis. The combat power of this kind of thing mainly lies in the front sickle. Su Yuan rushed forward without thinking, and the knife in his hand kept slashing at the mantis's abdomen in the mist. Yi Qingling was surprised and asked, "Su Yuan has never been on the battlefield, but his skills are so proficient?" Yi Qingmeng nodded, "His positioning and prediction are both top-notch. I've never seen a student fight a monster so easily." At this moment, the knife flashed across the mantis's abdomen, and the mantis, which was more than 1 meter tall, fell to the ground. Su Yuan noticed that the blood bar on the back of his blade had risen slightly. Is this the characteristic of the soul-devouring blade? It becomes stronger with killing? That is to say, I just need to keep killing strange beasts to continuously increase the blood bar, and when it is full, I can upgrade the quality of the long sword. At this moment, he turned his head and saw two mantises pounce towards him in the rolling mist. A little further away, Yi Qingling and Yi Qingming's vision was not blocked by the fog. Yi Qingling said with admiration, "Is it because he has SSS level qualifications and is born with a maximum combat awareness? He is like a warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles. He's worthy of being the man we'll be eyeing in the future." Yi Qingmeng said, "Sister, you're not interested in men anyway. I feel like Tongtong must have come from my belly. You won't compete with me for this man in the future, will you?" Yi Qingling's face felt slightly hot and her throat tightened. "You don't know how to be shy, what are you talking about?" Yi Qingling rolled her eyes at her sister and said, "The situation in the Eastern Theater is unclear right now. What are you thinking about every day?" At the same time, on the other side, the Qin family in Binhai. After the Qin family learned about Su Yuan's talent, they were excited at home for several days. Qin Xiaotian, the head of the Qin family, couldn't close his mouth. This is really God's blessing on my Qin family. It's really great. Qin family mistress Lu Yuan said with a smile. Yes, our Qin family wanted to cancel the engagement before, but we didn't expect Su Yuan to be such a business genius and bring the Su family back to life. I didn't expect that this time, the twists and turns would be even more dramatic. That Su Yuan turned out to be an SSS level person. Qin Xiaotian nodded. Yes, it has been 100 years since a person with such talent appeared. Such luck has fallen upon our Qin family. At this time, Qin Huairu came down from upstairs. He glanced at his parents and said, Mom and Dad. What are you talking about so happily so early in the morning? Qin Xiaotian laughed heartily. That's Su Yuan. I never expected that Qin Yuan actually has an SSS level talent. Isn't our family's luck too good? Qin Huairu said, Dad, I've changed my marriage. I thought Su Yuan's talent was not good, so I replaced him with Su Zhe. Qin Xiaotian and his wife were shocked. The two looked at each other. Exchange marriage? What are you talking about? Do you know what you are talking about? This person is an SSS level talent, a genius who will definitely be promoted to Martial Saint. In the future, it's possible for him to become the commander of the Eastern Theater Command or even the commander of the Chinese Theater Command. Such a good son-in-law. You actually replaced him? Chapter 21 Breakthrough completed. Second Realm. Qin Huairu glanced at her parents and knew what was going on. Qin Xiaotian said, No, I will go to the Su family to think of a solution. This is her own decision and has nothing to do with my Qin family. Su Yuan must become our Qin family's son-in-law. Qin Huairu suddenly laughed. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I will still marry Su Yuan. Su Yuan has already reported our affairs to the Military Affairs Department. Have you forgotten? Qin Xiaotian and Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. That's right. We've reported this to the Ministry of Military Affairs, and it's officially approved. He has to get married. Ha ha ha, that's great. Qin Huairu nodded. Fortunately, there is such a layer of reporting, otherwise Su Yuan would definitely want to find other women, such as those S-level women. Lu Yuan pulled her daughter aside and said, Fortunately, we escaped unharmed this time. You must not make such reckless decisions in the future. You will be the wife of the Martial Saint. Qin Huairu and her daughter hugged each other and couldn't stop laughing. Meanwhile, in the coastal suburbs, cracks appeared at the lower level. Su Yuan was panting slightly. At this time, the blood groove on the knife was only half full. His true strength was almost exhausted. Yi Qingming's voice came from behind him, Here is the power pill, take it. Whoosh! A pill flew from behind. It fell into Su Yuan's hands, he raised his hand and put it into his mouth, and the true energy in his body began to recover. Su Yuan shook his head and said, My cultivation is too low, and the blue bar is still too short. At this moment, the fog in front of him suddenly shook violently. The smoke appeared in front of Su Yuan's eyes with a certain outline. It was a giant centipede covered in dark red armor. In the gaps of the centipede's shell, red lava could be seen flowing like liquid. The knowledge in his mind told Su Yuan that this was a lava centipede. Ding! The current opponent is a level 1 exotic beast, lava centipede. Note, the current centipede's cultivation has reached the first level, 9 stars. Its overall strength is slightly stronger than the host. Please pay attention to safety. Su Yuan was stunned. The system also has a search function? In the distance, Yi Qingling and Yi Qingming frowned. The cultivation level of strange beasts is divided into 12 levels, and each level is divided into 1 star to 9 stars. This one should have reached the first level, 9 stars. Yi Qingling said. Yi Qingming shook his head. Exotic beasts are slightly stronger than humans at the same level, but their combat power varies depending on their species. This centipede will cause Su Yuan trouble. Sister, should we help? Wait a moment. Yi Qingling said, I want to see how Su Yuan performs against an equally powerful enemy. As soon as these words were spoken, the battle broke out over there. The centipede's 2 long legs, like steel blades, slashed heavily on Su Yuan's knife. Su Yuan was bounced away as soon as he touched it. Su Yuan drew a long plow mark on the ground and swung his long sword. Your strength is definitely greater than mine. Su Yuan's figure suddenly accelerated, his true strength burst out completely, and he instantly circled behind and jumped high. The tip of the knife flips and cuts down. Pulling it down from the top of the centipede's head was accompanied by a harsh metallic friction sound. Su Yuan landed. But the centipede only had a white mark on its body. What a strong defense! A full-strength attack does no damage. Su Yuan glanced at the centipede's abdomen and said, "This should be the weak point. But the abdominal area is completely within the attack range of the sickle." Su Yuan held the knife in both hands, suddenly exerted force, and rushed towards the centipede. The centipede seemed to see what Su Yuan was thinking. With a shake of his head, boiling lava sprayed towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan's eyes widened. He dodged the lava sideways and ran headfirst into it. At the same time, a ball of light was thrown out from his hand. System props, animal trap. Countless rays of light bloomed like a hexagram, and the next moment turned into ropes. Tie up this strange beast. At this moment, the centipede struggled frantically. Su Yuan hit his abdomen in this gap. However, the centipede was in its prime after all, and it struggled to break free from the rope. Su Yuan only felt countless blades slashing towards him. Outside the fog, Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng were both ready to draw their swords and attack. Su Tongtong clenched his hands nervously. "Come on, Daddy. Daddy will kill the centipede." Boom! The clouds and fog formed turbulence. Su Yuan's figure is not visible. "Oh no! I'm going to take action," Yi Qingmeng said in a deep voice. "Wait a moment." At this moment, the clouds and mist suddenly shrank, and then dispersed the next moment. The centipede's body trembled, and countless liquid air currents appeared on its surface, then converged towards a certain point on its abdomen. The centipede wailed in pain. The blades on both sides of his feet scraped frantically, trying to open a hole in his abdomen and dig out the person hiding inside. At this moment, Su Yuan, who was inside the centipede's belly, was practicing his martial arts techniques frantically. At this moment, Su Yuan felt like he was going crazy. What kind of weird martial arts technique is this? Waves of foul smell rushed into my body. Ding! The host is devouring the flaming centipede. Please maintain your current posture. Current progress, 20%, 40%. As the progress bar climbs, the centipede also stopped struggling and prepared to meet its fate. Sister Yi Qingling brought her children to Su Yuan. "Sister. He seems to be in pain?" Yi Qingmeng said. Yi Qingling shook her head. "No one can help him at this moment. He is currently devouring strange beasts. This kind of technique is extremely dangerous, but the rewards are also considerable. His strength will far exceed that of the masters of the same realm." Yi Qingmeng nodded. "Yes, but they are all SSS level aptitude. With any advanced breathing technique, they can become a martial saint, right?" Yi Qingling shook her head. "There are also differences among martial saints. He already has all the necessary conditions to become a strong man. Now it depends on him." At this moment, the huge centipede's body had turned into shriveled dead branches and rotten wood, and countless magma-like lines on Su Yuan's body were wriggling on his skin. Like a magic pattern. After a moment, these things slowly sank beneath his skin and disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Constitution, Fire Immunity. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Lava Slash. Congratulations to the host for reaching the second realm, the Bone Forging Realm. Bone Forging Realm, the host's base strength has reached 1,000 kilograms, and a single punch can break a wooden stake. Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the body sensation that was different from before the swallowing. Is this the feeling of the second realm? Yi Qingling nodded and said, "Congratulations, you are already a second-level warrior." Su Tongtong stretched out his hands to his father and said, "Dad, Tongtong wants you to hold me." Su Yuan glanced at himself and said, "Daddy is very dirty now, let mommy hold you. Then we can go back." The twin sisters nodded. "Well, let's go back." The clouds here returned to normal, and more monsters rushed up, devouring the debris on the ground. Chapter 22, For One Person. Reopening Tian Duyuan. The other end. After returning home, Su Yuan went to the bathroom to take a shower. He looked at his hands and said, after swallowing the strange beast, "I always have a strange feeling, as if my body has become unfamiliar. It's really weird. If I keep swallowing like this, I won't turn myself into a monster in the end. Is there no one who has practiced my technique before? I'll ask them later." At this time, click. The bathroom door opened, and Yuan was so scared that he immediately shrank into the sink. Who is it? Su Tongtong said in a giggling voice, Dad, give Tongtong a bath. Tongtong also brought a little yellow duck. Yuan shook his head, wait a minute, Dad will put on his clothes and help you wash. These two mothers are really something. Their daughter is grown up, but they don't know how to tell her to be more cautious. Yuan got up helplessly, changed into his own clothes, carried Tongtong into the pool, and helped her take a bath. A moment later, Yuan walked out of the bathroom with a tired look on his face. Giving the naughty kid a bath is more tiring than fighting monsters. When I looked up, I saw two girls in the living room watching TV and eating energy bars. Yuan shook his head. You guys have nothing to do, can't you help the child take a bath? Why do you have to watch TV? Two pairs of eyes looked at Yuan at the same time. Yi Qingling frowned slightly, it's just a bath. Yi Qingming also nodded. We two sisters are giving you such a good deal, you're already taking advantage of us. Just take a bath, what's wrong with that? Yuan patted his head and said, oh, okay, Tongtong, your mothers used to like bullying me. Yes, Dad is often beaten by the mothers, and he doesn't dare to fight back. Su Tongtong said. Yi Qingming smiled and said, you've all gone out to play with the pretty aunt, how can you avoid being beaten by me? Yuan shook his head and said after putting on his coat. Are you guys home this afternoon? I'm going to school, so I'll just take care of the kids at home. Yi Qingling nodded, we don't have any tasks this afternoon, so you can go to school and leave the child to us. Su Tongtong also nodded and said, Dad, please come home early. Tongtong will be waiting for you at home. Yuan nodded. Okay, Dad will come back tonight and bring you something delicious. Ding! Counterattack mission released, you have forgotten your wife's birthday several times. Today is the birthday of both of your wives. Prepare gifts for them tonight. Note, your wife and you are on the verge of divorce, so they may not accept your gifts. Please be careful with your technique. Hiss. Birthday? Wait, doesn't that mean I can easily complete the task? After all, Tongtong activated the system in advance after traveling through time, and the system got the timeline wrong. Oh, never mind, let's go to school anyway. I went downstairs to take a taxi and arrived at Binhai Wuhan University a short while later. At the school gate, Zhang Jiuming and Shen Hao were yawning. Brother Yuan won't not come to school, right? Zhang Jiuming asked. Shen Hao shook his head. I sent you a message and he didn't even reply. Who knows what he's doing? He's an SSS level person now. We're not from the same world anymore. It's not uncommon for him to abandon us. No matter how arrogant his younger brother was before, he is now so embarrassed. Our brother Yuan is now proud of himself. Zhang Jiuming said. At this moment, a taxi stopped at the school gate. Yuan stepped out of the car and glanced at his two buddies. You two guys, I don't need to hear you say bad things about me. Zhang Jiuming said with a smile, Brother Yuan, how dare we say bad things about you? You are now an SSS level person. We will be with you from now on. If you say one thing, we dare not say another. If you say stick out your buttocks, we definitely dare not raise our hips. Yuan patted Zhang Jiuming's shoulder and said, sorry, I'm not interested in your butt. We have wives. The three of them walked all the way to their classroom. But I was told that the afternoon class would be held in the central fighting building. What? What are you going to compete for again? Shen Hao shook his head helplessly. Zhang Jiuming said, maybe they're testing something. School is all about comparing this and testing that every day. Let's go. It's too late and the instructor will talk to us later. Shen Hao said. When the three of them arrived at the fighting building, they saw that all the freshmen were already there. Rosa's teacher's expression showed no joy. She glanced at Yuan and said, it's good that you're here. In this class, we're going to test your strength. At this moment, another group of people came outside the gate. The students at the scene started talking about it. This is a second-year student, right? Second grade? Are they using the venue today too? The second-year instructor, dressed in a black robe, smiled at Rose and said, Rose Martial Master, I heard that there's a Qilin child in your class. Could you introduce him to me? Rose smiled faintly, Black Robe Martial Master, all my students are here. If you want to see, just go ahead. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The black-robed Wu Zun's expression suddenly changed. You. He nodded, turned around and glanced at the first-year students, his eyes finally stopping at Su Yuan. You are the Qilin son of the Su family, Su Yuan? Su Yuan glanced at the man and said, I am no longer a member of the Su family. Teacher, you can just call me Su Yuan without adding any prefix. The black-robed martial master laughed heartily and said, Young man, are you willing to be promoted to my second grade and become my second-year student? There was a burst of discussion at the scene. Second grade? There's still this kind of operation. Can I be promoted directly to a higher grade? What does this mean? Su Yuan skipped a grade? The black-robed martial master said, You don't know this. Excellent students can skip grades. He's starting from the first grade now, which is a waste of time. Rose Wu Zun's face turned ugly. What did you say? You are openly stealing my students. At this moment, two figures appeared outside the door. Since you want to skip a grade, you must come to our third grade. Ha, if you want to dance, why don't you come to my fourth grade? Rose looked at the two instructors who appeared and said speechlessly, Letian Wu Zun, Feiying Wu Zun, why are you two joining in the fun? The students at the scene were extremely envious. See? He's worthy of being the most talented student in the school. All four chief instructors are vying for him. Yes, only Su Yuan can have this honor. If I were Su Yuan, I would definitely choose a senior advisor. He would be able to go to the battlefield and gain merit soon, and then return as a great general. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The principal Luo Yushan, dressed in a white robe, said with a smile. Don't argue anymore. Because of the appearance of an SSS level talent, our school will reopen the Tindo Academy. Tindo Academy is recruiting talented students from around the school, and I will be your direct mentor. All the students at the scene were shocked. What? Reopening Tiando Yuan for Su Yuan? Oh my god, how good is this Su Yuan? What nonsense! Su Yuan will definitely become a martial saint in the future. He has the qualifications to open a Tiando Academy just for him. Chapter 23 She told everyone that the person you are going to marry is her. As soon as these words came out, the four mentors looked at each other in bewilderment. Instructor Rose glanced at Luo Yushan and said, Principal, is Tiando Academy reopening? This is a big deal. Luo Yushan nodded. Yes, the Federation has already issued an order for Tiando Academy to fully cultivate top-level warriors. The Federation will allocate additional resources to students who enter Tiando Academy. Mentor Rose nodded, okay, if that's the case. I have no objection. At this time, the black-robed instructor smiled and said, Then are my second-year students also eligible to join Tiando Academy? Principal Luo Yushan nodded. Those who can enter our Tiando Academy are judged by level, not grade. The other two mentors were also stunned. This is not bad. Being able to join Tiando Academy is also a good thing. Yes, we are in the third grade, and some of us have S-level talents, so we should be qualified. Principal Luo Yushan smiled faintly. I'll let you know how to join Tiando Academy. Now, go to class as you wish. At this moment, there was a girl with an arrogant look among the second graders. Glancing at his instructor, the black-robed instructor nodded. Our second grade will have a strength test today. Rose, what do you say? Rose nodded and said, If you want to take the test, then take it. Why all the nonsense? We first graders will take our own test. Students, now that you've enrolled, a strength test is essential. Students who fail to meet the strength standards are naturally slacking off on their strength training. Then let's begin the test. First years, come here. The black robes shouted, Second graders, come to my side. He then glanced at the S-rank warrior in his class, the girl just now, and said, Xiaoyu, pay attention. You are now in the third realm, and you can clearly crush that Su Yuan. Don't embarrass the second grade. And in the first grade. Except for Su Yuan who reached the second level, the others were still lingering in the first level. Chen Hao beside him said, Theoretically, a warrior in the first realm has a strength of about 500 kilograms, and in the second realm, about 800 kilograms. Did you see that beautiful girl in the second grade? She's Xiaoyu, already in the third realm, and she's an S-level caliber warrior. I guess one of her punches can easily pack a ton of force, wow. Su Yuan shook his head. This isn't actual combat. In actual combat, you have to consider everything, including weapons, techniques, skills, and so on. For a warrior with a punching force of 1 ton, it wouldn't be difficult for him to have a punching force of 100,000 tons. Chen Hao glanced at Su Yuan and said, "Brother Yuan, how much is your punching power now?" "I measured it at home yesterday, and it seems to be only about 300 kilograms. I'm really useless." Su Yuan raised his hand and patted Chen Hao on the shoulder. "We have just started to make progress. After this semester, we will definitely be able to reach the second level. Next year, when you are in the second grade, it will not be difficult to reach the third level." 6. Brother Yuan, please stop talking like you're drinking water. Those S-level aptitude guys who just entered the second year this year are only in the third realm. We'd be lucky if we can slowly cultivate in the second realm next year. At this time, Instructor Rose pointed to a row of wooden figures in front of her that were over a meter tall and said, "The sensors here can record your punching strength. A punching strength of 300 is considered passing. After all, you are only first-year students, except for Su Yuan and Su Jia. You must not go below 800. Everyone at the scene was stunned. 800 kilograms is equivalent to the standard of the second realm. After all, it is an S-level qualification or above. The instructors have different requirements. But 800 is not that easy. It means you have to hit 800 kilograms. That's not easy. At the first level, hitting 800 kilograms? Oh my god, Amatras, there's no way we can do that." At this moment, the first group has come forward and 10 first-year students have begun to prepare. Rose Martial Master said calmly, "Begin. Use all your strength and treat the wooden man as your enemy." Bang bang bang. 310. 330. The students said one after another. "Not bad, almost everyone can pass. Yeah, we are only freshmen after all." But at this moment, the test broadcast from next door appeared. 710. 620. 800. 820. There was a burst of cheers over there, and the second grade students started discussing. "After entering the second realm, our strength is no longer comparable to that of the first graders. Xiaoyu has even reached the third realm. She's incredibly powerful. One of her punches packs a punch of at least a ton. Ha, let Sister Xiaoyu give the first grade over there a little shock." Over there, Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Su Yuan's face again, and then he stepped forward alone, gathered his energy in his dantian, raised his hand and gathered his strength, and then punched out. Boom! A terrifying airwave appeared in front of him, and the dummy was hit by the punch, making a continuous crackling sound. Finally, all the wind waves subsided. The dummy broadcasts the report. Power: 1.8 tons. Wow! All the first and second grade students present started talking about it. "This will leave bruises all over my body. Yes, worthy of being an S-class warrior of the third realm. This girl is so terrifying. Is she a top-tier talent? She's worthy of being the backbone of every major military region in the future. It's a pity that there are so few such people." At this moment, in the first grade, Qin Huairu and Su Jia were arranged by the instructor to come forward. Qin Huairu turned around and glanced at Su Yuan. "Brother Su Yuan, look at my performance." Then he walked up to the platform proudly. Beside Su Yuan, Zhang Jiuming pointed at the woman and said, "Brother Yuan, let me tell you something. This woman is telling everyone that she's going to marry you soon. The whole school is waiting for your wedding to come to an end. And you're an SSS level person. If you marry a woman like this, you will be laughed at." Chen Hao shook his head. "Didn't Brother Yuan say that he already has a daughter, and his wife is an ice and fire warrior? Why are you worrying so much?" "No, we know, but others don't. Seeing the expression on the face of that bitch Qin Huairu makes me feel sick," Zhang Jiuming said. Su Yuan smiled and said, "Well, she will only make people laugh in the end. Let's see how good Su Jia is. I will take over later." At this moment, there were 2 waves of air. Qin Huairu's punching power is quite good, up to 510 kilograms. As for Su Jia, with one punch, the data reached 880. It caused a lot of exclamations. After all, Su Jia is only a warrior of the first level, but the power of his punch is equivalent to that of a student of the second level with ordinary talent. Isn't it surprising? Therefore, aptitude determines the upper limit of a warrior, and this is not just a casual statement. Chapter 24 Let us get married. At this moment, Su Jia turned around and walked over, glanced at Su Yuan, with disdain still on his lips. Su Yuan, your talent is better than mine, but it doesn't mean that you will be better than me in the future. After all, the entire Su family belongs to me, and all the resources of the Su family will be poured into me. Chen Hao and Zhang Jiuming said. Brother Yuan, go ahead. We believe you can do it. Come on. Brother Yuan is definitely better than Su Jia. At this moment, Su Yuan walked in front of the dummy. The eyes of both mentors, Rose and Black Robe, fell on Su Yuan. This Su Yuan has such an incredible talent, I think his strength must be around 1 ton, said the black-robed martial artist. Rose martial master nodded. That day, his cultivation was at the 9th level of the 1st level. It was only a day later, so he could probably punch with a force of 1 ton, which was already his limit. The black-robed martial master nodded. At this moment, Su Yuan lowered his center of gravity slightly and raised his hand to punch. The next moment, the pupils of several instructors shrank. Su Yuan's punch had already landed on the dummy. There was no sound of wind or alarming noise from this punch, as if it hit cotton. The students were confused. What's going on? No movement? Shit, is our SSS level aptitude person afraid to exert his strength? Afraid of embarrassment? Yeah, what's going on? Xiao Yu's eyes had been on Su Yuan the entire time, and now she asked in confusion, what's going on? He can't be that weak. Is it because of his personality? Is he afraid of being inferior to Su Zhou and embarrassing himself, so he doesn't dare to take action? If that's the case, he can't become a strong man. At this moment, Su Zhou and Qin Huairu looked at each other. Su Zhou smiled and said, Su Yuan, you didn't eat. You don't have any strength at all, do you? Qin Huairu looked a little embarrassed. After all, she didn't know what to say, so she simply didn't say anything. At this moment, Instructor Rose said in a deep voice, this is something that only a 7th level warrior can comprehend, instantaneous force? The next moment, everyone only heard a slight clicking sound in their ears. Then, boom! A strong wind rose in the conference hall, and the terrifying wind formed a fan shape with Su Yuan as the core. Tear everything in front of you to pieces. The dummy had shattered into countless pieces. The 4 mentors who witnessed all this were stunned. How is this possible? Just the 1st place. No. He's already in the 2nd realm. Oh my god. The 2nd level has already comprehended the burst of instantaneous power. What a terrifying talent. This child will definitely be the strongest among the martial saints in the future. Principal Luo Yushan, who had returned from his absence, reappeared in the meeting room. Looking at the shattered training dummy, he exclaimed in shock, this dummy. It would take over 2 tons of force to destroy it. Su Yuan's punching power is already over 2 tons? The 4 mentors were shocked again. This Su Yuan, in his 2nd stage, has a destructive power exceeding 2 tons? Has he comprehended instantaneous force? Monster! Monster! Great! The human race is saved. The students were all so surprised that they were speechless. It took a long time for these students to react. Chang is already tired of talking. Su Yuan is too outrageous, isn't he? He's not even human. It's a bit too strong. Su Zhi clasped his hands together, the jealousy on his face could no longer be expressed in words. Su Yuan. One day, you will be stepped on by me. I don't believe that I won't have a chance. Behind him, Qin Huairu's face was flushed. He was too strong. Su Yuan was really too strong. In comparison, Su Zhi was not worth mentioning at all. Only such a strong man can become my husband. Su Yuan returned to the sidelines and walked over to his 2 buddies. Zhang Jiuming's boss opened his mouth and said in disbelief, brother, you are too strong. Is it too late for me to help you pick up the soap now? Su Yuan smiled and said, okay, it's just a test of your punching power. Is it really that exaggerated? The punching strength test is over, and today's class is almost over. Su Yuan remembered that his 2 wives should be at home, so he had to prepare gifts. What gifts should he buy? Su Yuan did not bring his 2 friends with him, but left the school by himself and went to a gift shop outside the school. This scene happened to be seen by Qin Huairu's best friend Nie Qingqing. She immediately dialed Qin Huairu. Huairu, guess what I saw? Qin Huairu was stunned. What? Is it Su Yuan? Yes, it's Su Yuan. I saw him go to the gift shop. Is he planning to buy you a gift? Nie Qingqing said. Qin Huairu was stunned. Maybe. Apart from me, his fiancée, there are no other women around him. Qingqing, wait over there for a moment. I'll go find him now. Qin Huairu said as a matter of course. Soon she arrived at the school gate and found Nie Qingqing. Qingqing, where is Su Yuan? Nie Qingqing said, the gift shop across the street, the things there are not cheap. It seems that Su Yuan wants to reconcile with me. That's right, Su Yuan, there are only a few days left until the end of the month. If we don't get married now, it will be illegal. Qin Huairu said happily in her heart. Why don't we go and take a look? No, Huairu, let's just wait here. He will definitely see us when he comes out and will send it to you. Nie Qingqing said. Qin Huairu nodded, yeah, this guy, he still knows how to play surprises now? Then I will forgive him. Nie Qingqing smiled and said, future madam of the martial saint, our Su Yuan is still so kind to you. Well, but this damn guy hasn't contacted me for several days. Qin Huairu said. Well, I'll forgive him later, but it depends on whether the gift suits my taste. At this time, Su Yuan walked out of the gift shop. The owner of the gift shop personally escorted Su Yuan out. Master Su, welcome back next time. Su Yuan nodded. The gift was 2 pendants, which were only green quality props. However, they were beautiful and could slightly increase the attribute power when worn on the body. It is more suitable for my 2 wives. At this moment, Su Yuan noticed Qin Huairu and her best friend standing across the street, looking at him with joy. Su Yuan shook his head helplessly and turned away. His wife and children were waiting for him at home, so why should he care about them? Then he took out his cell phone and hailed a taxi and left. The car drove away from the school with a bang, leaving behind exhaust fumes. Qin Huairu was stunned and said, what's going on? Qingqing, didn't you say he bought a gift for me? If it's not for me, then who is it for? Nie Qingqing was also stunned. There were rumors at school that Su Yuan had been getting close to Binghua Wuji recently. Could it be? No way, that's the Yi family. I won't even tell you how powerful they are. How could he possibly hook up with these two? Huairu, no, Su Yuan might have bought it for a friend. We don't know, so let's not speculate. Anyway, your wedding day is coming soon, so let's be patient for now. When you become his wife, the title of Madame Martial Saint will be yours, and your Qin family will have infinite glory. Hearing this, Qin Huairu felt a little better. Qingqing, you are right. I, Qin Huairu, am destined to become the wife of the martial saint. No one can change that. At the same time, Su Yuan has returned home. At this moment, his wife and children are still watching TV. Even on the brink of collapse of human civilization, TV dramas still exist and can bring some comfort to people in despair. The most common things in this world are fast-paced short plays, which are basically about what happens after struggle. Humans defeated the monsters. Write about heroic characters and the like. Mom, Dad is back. Su Tongtong jumped off the sofa and threw herself into Su Yuan's arms. Daddy, hold me. Su Yuan picked up his daughter and placed the gift on the table. Hey ladies, what are you having for dinner? How about a hamburger? When they heard the word hamburger, the little girl and his 2 wives all looked at him strangely. Then they nodded together, like chicks pecking at rice. Okay, Dad, let's eat burgers. Yi Qingling and her sister were also very greedy, but they just stood there with their food. He left with a sentence, if the kids like it, then let's have hamburgers. Su Yuan smiled. This woman said one thing and thought another. She obviously liked eating these things, but she was still pretending. After Su Yuan got up, he went to the kitchen and started to prepare the burgers. Most of the food in the system is cold and needs to be heated up when taken out. A moment later. It's time to eat. The 3 of them immediately appeared at the dinner table obediently. After eating these foods, they could not eat energy bars very well. After all, energy bars only taste salty and are simply filled with salt. But my own food is different. In addition to various spices, there are also butter, MSG, and so on. After Su Yuan gave the food to his wife and children, Yi Qingling noticed the gift box on the table. Su Yuan smiled and said, Happy birthday, both of you. Yi Qingming stood there in a daze, chewing half of the food in his mouth. This. How did you know our birthday? Su Yuan smiled and said, Hey, how could I not even know my wife's birthday? Yi Qingling was a little shy, blushing. Yi Qingming smiled and took the 2 gifts. Sister, don't you want them? They are all mine. Yi Qingling immediately said nervously, Hey, what are you doing? I have some too. Su Tongtong's eyes lit up. Wow! It's Mommy's birthday today. How about Tongtong not pestering Daddy tonight, and let Daddy and Mommy sleep together? The 2 sisters blushed. Tongtong, what nonsense are you talking about? How can this be possible? Yeah, we're not married yet. Su Yuan gave Su Tongtong a thumbs up and said with a smile, Okay, I was just joking with you. Look how nervous you are. This gift is for you, don't you want to open it and take a look? Yi Qingling and Yi Qingming each took their own gift box. Under Su Yuan's gaze, he slowly opened the lid. One is a dark red pendant, and the other is an ice blue pendant, both emitting a faint attribute light. They both looked up at Su Yuan. They said in unison, Thank you. Ding! Counterattack mission completed. The host actually completed such a difficult task with ease. It seems that the host is gifted. Congratulations to the host for receiving the counterattack gift pack X1. Please ask if the host is enabled. Open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the second stage armor set design blueprint X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a 27-inch X99 cake. A set? This is a good thing. Generally speaking, props are scattered, and there are rarely complete sets of props. A complete set usually means that the properties of the props are mutually enhanced. This set of props is great. It might be able to provide me with a very powerful bonus. As for the cake, Su Yuan glanced at his wife and daughter and said, There is still a miracle. It's time to witness it. After saying that, he took out a big cake from the system space and placed it in front of his wife and children. 27-inch big cake. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingming's eyes widened and they were stunned. Su Tongtong looked at the exquisite cake with a look of disbelief. Su Yuan said, How can a birthday be without a cake? I prepared this birthday cake especially for you. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingming's eyes began to moisten. After all, people like them have been preparing to become martial saints since birth. From childhood to adulthood, he has been honing his muscles and bones to prepare for his future journey into martial arts. Every day he is either training or meditating. There will be no birthday celebration at all. But today Su Yuan let them know that this is how birthdays are celebrated. It turns out that life is not just about fighting. There is such a daily routine. Su Yuan smiled, What are you doing? Don't you want to eat? Come on, eat now. You probably haven't eaten these things before. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingming looked at each other. Yi Qingling blushed slightly as she said, Su Yuan, my sister and I are going to go with you to the Military Affairs Department tomorrow to modify your marriage registration information. We will both be your wives. Yi Qingming is usually a little more cheerful than her sister, but she is only a little more cheerful. After hearing this, she also became nervous. Yi Qingming glanced at her sister and asked, Sister? Registering so quickly? I think Su Yuan is worthy of trust. Secondly, my father also said that Su Yuan's talent is rare in the world. We should settle this matter as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble. Su Yuan smiled, My 2 wives, it seems that the Yi family also sees my value. Yi Qingming glared at Su Yuan and said, Your value is immeasurable. Whether it's the Yi family or other families, they won't let you go easily, so we have to hurry. Su Yuan nodded, Then why didn't you tell me before? Yi Qingming said. Then we didn't know what kind of person you were before. What if you're not a good person? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for us? Yi Qingling smiled and said, Because I was a little worried before, but now I feel much better. Su Yuan smiled and thought it was better this way, as he could get the marriage arranged sooner rather than later. So as to avoid Qin Huairu's entanglement. Then let's go to bed early tonight and go to the Military Affairs Department to register information tomorrow. Su Yuan said. This made the 2 wives blush. Su Yuan, what are you thinking about? Su Yuan looked at the 2 of them with interest and said, I didn't think about anything. What else can I think about? You too, you get so excited when you hear about sleeping or not? The child is still here. Chapter 25 All of this is Su Yuan's fault. The Su family is ruined because of Su Yuan. When Su Yuan's family was having a warm and romantic time on the other side. Binhai City, Su Group. After school, Suja rushed to the Su group because something happened there. At this moment, his face was gloomy and his expression was ugly. He looked at his subordinates gloomily and asked, "Tell me how much we have to pay in just 2 days?" An executive approached and said, "Master Suja, many of our previous projects were led by Master Su Yuan, and we had a stable client base. But now that Master Su Yuan is gone, many clients have terminated their cooperation with us. Furthermore, all the RD that Master Su Yuan invested in has now been halted. This RD actually cost a lot of money, and it's all gone down the drain." Suja snorted coldly. "It's Su Yuan's wrong decision that has caused our Su family to suffer so much loss now. It seems that he is not that good after all. You all sign your names together with me, saying that all the company's losses are caused by Su Yuan's wrong decision." The Su family's executives looked at each other in confusion. If it weren't for you, Su Jia, and the head of the family's misdirection, would Su's company be losing money now? When young Master Su Yuan was there, Su's company's performance was booming. There has been no loss in 2 years. As if he had guessed what these people were thinking, Suja glanced at the people present with a gloomy look in his eyes. "What? What do you think? Do you think that when Su Yuan was here, everything went smoothly, but problems arose as soon as I arrived?" Several executives immediately shook their heads. "No. Master Suja just happened to arrive." Yes. At this time, an older executive snorted coldly, "Suja. If it weren't for you, how could Su's company be in the red? You invested so much in projects early on, and you cancelled all the projects that were on the verge of success. The money we invested has gone down the drain. Our former partners have lost confidence in us and no longer cooperate with the Su family. And now you're still thinking of slandering young Master Su Yuan? I won't agree." Suja's eyes were cold. "Old man, if you can do it, do it. If you can't, get out." This old man is a technician and is called Old Chen by the people here. He has worked in the Su family for his entire life and is a true expert in prop making. But at this moment Suja said this. Old Chen laughed, "You are just a junior. I have been working for the Su family since your grandfather's generation. What qualifications do you have to say such things to me?" Suja was shaking with anger at this moment. "You are taking advantage of your age, you are just a worker, do you really think you are some big shot? Get lost. Old bastard. You're taking a high salary from my Su family but can't help your master. My Su family doesn't need someone like you." Old Chen shuddered and glanced at Suja, his eyes filled with despair. "The Su family is doomed. Heaven has doomed the Su family. Old man, this outsider thief is going to destroy the Su family." Suja's face turned grim. "Someone, come here. Throw him out. This old guy is crazy." A security guard came in immediately and carried Mr. Chen out. The other senior executives were all worried. At this time, let alone signing, they had to slander Su Yuan a few more times. After all, although they admired Su Yuan in their hearts, compared with their own work was more important. Soon, this matter reached Su Mo's ears. Su Mo angrily grabbed the water glass on the table in front of him and slammed it heavily to the ground. Bang! Asshole! Su Yuan, this rebellious son. It would be fine if he just left on his own, but before he left, he plotted against my Su family. This ambitious bastard. Asshole. Lu Yuru came down from the second floor and heard this, wondering, what happened again? Su Mo snorted coldly. Your good son, he played a trick on us before he left. Before he left, he cancelled many important collaborations with our Su family and allocated funds to useless projects. Fortunately, Suja stopped the losses in time, otherwise our Su family would have suffered even greater losses now. Suja nodded and said, Mom and Dad, if I hadn't discovered the problem with the company's accounts, brother Su Yuan would still be deceiving us. Maybe because of this, he holds a grudge against me and is too embarrassed to stay in our Su family anymore. The next moment, the true energy in Su Mo's body surged, and the terrifying power formed waves around his body. This unfilial son. Fortunately, Suja discovered it early. He must have hidden his talent in advance and had second thoughts long ago. Su Mo began to speculate. Suja continued, Mom and Dad, it's obvious that all this is due to Su Yuan's mischief. My Su family will have a huge hole to fill in the future. Please ask Dad to give me the financial authority of the Su family. I will be able to fully allocate the Su family's resources. The Su family still has some assets now, and I have to put in some effort to transfer these assets of the Su family to my own name. By then, I will no longer need the Su family, so let it go bankrupt. Su Mo frowned slightly and handed it to Jair. Yes, this adopted son has always been very respectful, 1,000 times better than his own son. Okay. I'll hand over the account to you right now, and from now on, all the resources allocation of the Su family will be left to you. Suja suppressed the smile on his face and said in a deep voice, Yes, father. The next morning. The morning light flickers slightly. Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes and took a look at the little baby lying on his chest. He smiled helplessly. Last night, he still didn't sleep with his wife last night. The child said that he would leave his father to his mother. But when it was time to go to bed, she refused to get off Su Yuan's body. Sometimes kids are like that. Su Yuan shook his head. Today is the day I go to the military affairs department with my 2 wives to change the information. Come on, Tong Tong, get up. We still have things to do today. I changed the child into clean clothes, carried Tong Tong to the bathroom to wash, and then went to the kitchen. The twin sisters had been sitting there waiting for a while. Su Yuan, is there anything else delicious? Yi Qingmeng asked expectantly. Yi Qingling said from the side, We are a little hungry. Are you hungry? Do you eat energy bars when you are hungry? Su Yuan smiled and said, Is it an energy bar? You can't eat it anymore. After saying that, Su Yuan took out the sausage from the system space and said, I finished the hamburger. Now I only have the sausage. Eat it with milk. For these 2 girls. This sausage was already very delicious, so he nodded and said, Okay, let's eat the sausage. Su Yuan nodded, took out the sausage, cut open the outer layer with a knife, and placed the sausage on the plate. Okay, you can eat it. Yi Qingmeng suddenly raised his hand and spread it on the plate. A faint heat spread in Yi Qingmeng's hand. The sausages began to emit a charming aroma. Su Tongtong clapped her hands and said, Mom is so awesome. What a delicious smell. Chapter 26 Ding. Counterattack mission released, become the chief. The family had a simple breakfast and then drove to the military affairs department. In the car, Yi Qingling explained, generally speaking, the military department's wedding information cannot be changed, and no one would change the bride for no apparent reason like you. But our family has connections, so this matter is not too difficult to handle. Yi Qingling said. Su Yuan nodded. That's all thanks to you guys. Otherwise, I might really have to marry Qin Huairu. Yi Qingming smiled and said, Ordinary people don't know these things. Your fiancé is probably really waiting for you to marry her. Su Yuan shook his head. Even if I never marry in my lifetime, even if I go to jail, I don't want a woman like that. At this moment, the car has arrived at the military affairs department. After getting off the car, Yi Qingling took a deep breath and took out his military ID. It has a golden star on it to represent her rank. Like Yi Qingmeng, both of them have the rank of Major General. After entering the military affairs department, the 2 went straight to the office. The clerk frowned and looked at this strange combination. Yi Qingling said calmly, The Yi sisters have already made an appointment. The clerk was stunned. Yi family? Sisters? Ah. Major Generals Yi. I'll handle it for you right away. What do you want to do? Yi Qingling said, What we need to do is change Su Yuan's marriage partner to us sisters. Hiss. The clerk gasped, Huh? He's just a student, and you 2 are already major generals. This. Yi Qingling nodded and said, It's okay, just do it. We sisters are going to marry Su Yuan. As soldiers, they would not hesitate once they decided on something. This is their style of behavior that comes from their military roots. After hearing this, the clerk immediately changed the registration in the system, changing Su Yuan's legal marriage partner to the Yi sisters in front of him. The process is very quick. A few minutes later, they were considered a family under current federal law. After leaving the military affairs department, Yi Qingling said, You should go to school. We need to go home for a while. Your school should have a selection for the Tindo Academy this afternoon. Hashtag 34 Besides, now we are registered. Number 34. The Yi family will be responsible for organizing the wedding, you just need to practice well. Su Yuan nodded slightly when he heard this, actually. Su Yuan. Yi Qingling interrupted him and said, You are an SSS level person. You don't need to get involved in these trivial matters. We sisters can do it, Tonton, go to Grandpa's house with Mom. Su Yuan heard this and shook his head and said, "Okay, after the selection is over this afternoon, I will go to the Yi family to find you." After Su Yuan left the military affairs department, he took a taxi to Wuhan University. After getting off the bus, I hurried to the school's Tindo Academy selection site. As soon as we arrived at the venue, it was very lively. Zhang Jiuming pulled Su Yuan over and said, "The school has an internal list. For example, schools like yours are directly selected. In our first grade, only you and Su Zhu are in Tindo Yuan. As for the others, we have to compete. Qin Huairu is very powerful and has already defeated many people." Su Yuan glanced at the two of them and asked, "Aren't you two going to Tindo Yuan?" Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao shook their heads. "How can we compare with you talented people?" "That's right. We are in the regular class. When we get to the battlefield, we will still be together. Oh, and there will be a ranking competition in Tindo Academy. Those who enter Tindo Academy will participate in the ranking competition." Su Yuan frowned slightly. "Isn't this unfair to us freshmen? How can there be so much fairness and unfairness? According to the principal, those who can enter Tindo Academy are all future strong men. What's this little bit of pressure?" Chen Hao and Zhang Jiuming said. Su Yuan frowned. "That means I have to go on stage too." At this time, students in each grade who had talents below S level but were confident in themselves began to decide on the places to enter Tindo Academy. He found the blueprint for a first-level fearless breastplate item in the system. Ding! "Host, do you want to use the fearless breastplate blueprint?" Use. The host has been detected to possess material, the metal mantis's shell. Whether to synthesize if the synthesis conditions are met. Synthesis. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fearless breastplate blue X1. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. "Okay, system, what are the properties of this item?" Dreadnought breastplate blue, made from the carapace of a metal mantis. This breastplate provides frontal defense against heavy firearms, though your hairstyle might be ruined. It also provides a 1.2x defense boost to the user. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes. This kind of thing could be sold for hundreds of thousands according to the market price. If I want to go on stage and participate in some ranking competition later, these equipment can also be used. At this time, the principal personally announced, for this Tindo Academy selection, students with talents below S level will be selected for Tindo Academy. First grade. Qin Huairu. Second grade. Zhang Shang. Third grade. After a series of lists were announced, Principal Luo Yushan said, "Next up is the ranking battle." Xiao Yu immediately said from the audience, "Principal, this isn't right. Their third and fourth year realms are above ours. How do we rank them?" The principal smiled and said, "If you don't want to, you can directly rank according to your realm." Su Yuan, what do you say? At this time, a fourth year S level student said with a smile, "I think everyone should stop arguing. Who else can be number one in Tindo Academy if not me?" Offstage, Chen Hao whispered in Su Yuan's ear, "This Yang Feng is a 4th year S-class warrior, a 4th level warrior. He was already in the 4th level in his 3rd year, so he's probably not far from the 5th level now." Su Yuan smiled faintly. "Some people, no matter how high their realm is, are still trash." Su Yuan didn't hide his last words. As a warrior with good ears, Yang Feng immediately found the source of the voice and glared at Su Yuan. "You kid? What do you mean? Don't you have the basic respect for seniors? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have SSS level qualifications." Hearing this, Su Yuan smiled and said, "Yang Feng, I'm just stating the facts. Although your realm is good, your character is nothing but trash. You, Su Yuan, come up here. If you have the guts, let's have a fight." Yang Feng said in a deep voice. Su Yuan smiled and was not going to pay attention to it, but at this moment. Ding! Counterattack mission issued. The host's reputation has been in tatters. Only by becoming the head of Tindo Academy can you be full of vigor and vitality. Please complete the counterattack mission. Reward, Counterattack Gift Pack X1. Chapter 27, What? He actually realized. If I want to become the chief of Tindo Academy, I must defeat Yang Feng. At this moment, the principal said, according to the realm of cultivation, Yang Feng will become the number 1 in Tindo Academy. Do you have any objections? Yang Feng walked out at this moment and sneered, "Dean, these people's cultivation realm is so much lower than mine, and they still want to compete with me for ranking? Don't be so wishful thinking. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu, a sophomore, jumped up and said, everyone who can enter Tindo Academy is very talented. Yang Feng, aren't you being too arrogant? I challenge you. Yang Feng snorted coldly, okay, Xiaoyu, you are braver than these men. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Feng took out a spear from his storage space. The spear emitted a faint red glow. The other students started talking. As expected of an S-rank aptitude, this red weapon is not something that ordinary warriors can afford to use. I can't afford to buy it, but I can't afford to maintain it. The blue item I'm wearing costs tens of thousands of dollars a year to maintain. His red weapon will definitely cost 100,000 to maintain. At this moment, Xiaoyu swung his hand, and the bracelet in his hand turned into a metal sword, also emitting a faint red light. Su Yuan said calmly, Yang Feng and Xiaoyu's weapons are quite good. It seems their families are quite wealthy. Zhang Jiuming beside him said. Brother Yuan, how come you don't know this? They all received resource allocation in the past few years. These weapons were all applied for from the military department. Every S-level person has the opportunity to get a red weapon. Of course, you have to buy the others yourself. Su Yuan frowned slightly, these red weapons are of growth potential, right? Zhang Jiuming nodded and said, yes, the weapons provided by the military department are naturally of good quality. These red items can accompany a warrior throughout his life. As the warrior's cultivation level increases, the power of these items will also increase. Su Yuan nodded. Except for growth-type weapons, general weapons have levels. For example, the one he just synthesized is the first level. However, his own soul-devouring sword is even more amazing. After all, the general growth improvement only represents the improvement of weapon performance, but it cannot fundamentally improve the grade. For example, Yang Feng's gun is red. Even if it adapts to Yang Feng's realm, it cannot improve its own quality. In other words, even if Yang Feng becomes a martial saint, his weapon will still be a red weapon. But his sword is different. In addition to improving its attributes, its grade can also be improved. It is possible to evolve from blank equipment to god level in the future. At this moment, on the ring, although Xiaoyu's body movements were graceful, his opponent was too strong, a whole realm higher. After being caught once, he was thrown out directly. Puff! Xiaoyu was shot and suffered internal injuries. Yang Feng became more and more arrogant, and said calmly, forget about the second graders, are there any third graders who are not convinced? Come on. The students at the scene looked at each other in confusion. Yang Feng was too ruthless. Xiaoyu is a second-year beauty, and yet she was severely injured. Well, there's nothing we can do. We're all chosen by God, and we all want to be the chief. It's a pity that Su Yuan is too young. Although he has the qualifications, he has no time to develop. After Yang Feng graduates, he may become the chief. Yang Feng said at this time, Principal, please announce that I am the chief of Tindo Academy. Principal Luo Yushan glanced at Su Yuan and said with a smile, okay, then. Wait a minute. Su Yuan slowly walked towards the ring, jumped lightly onto the platform, and then a white light flashed in his hand, and the soul-devouring sword appeared in his hand. Boom! He leaned on the ground with the tip of the knife. I haven't even tried it yet, how can I let him be the chief? Yang Feng laughed, almost to death, tears came out of his eyes. Su Yuan? What are you doing? Don't we know your level? Only the second level. With your level, I don't even need to use my full strength. Other students at the scene also talked about it. Yeah, is Su Yuan crazy? A second-level cultivator challenging a fourth-level cultivator? Even if he has high aptitude, he can't bridge this absolute realm gap. Yeah, Su Yuan, you get carried away when someone provokes you. Su Yuan's two brothers also said. Zhang Jiuming, brother, it's not that I won't speak up for you, but the gap in realm is too big. Let's avoid the sharp edge for now. Chen Hao also said, Brother Yuan, be careful, Yang Feng's attack is very heavy, we still have to endure it for now. Yang Feng raised the spear in his hand, Su Yuan, listen to your brother. Even if you become a real dragon in the future, you still have to coil around me now. Besides, I'm not going to fight you. If I hurt you, I can't bear the responsibility. Su Yuan smiled. Hey, I heard your girlfriend cheated on you when you were a junior in college. Is that true? As soon as these words came out, Yang Feng's body instantly erupted with terrifying power. You guy, what did you say? You're just courting death. There was an uproar at the scene. Is he crazy? Why would he provoke Yang Feng for no good reason? The news of Yang Feng's impotence spread all over his girlfriend when he was a junior in college. It's no secret. Hey, everyone knows it and someone tells it to his face, so it's definitely different. Why did Su Yuan provoke him? Isn't this crazy? At this moment, the spear in Yang Feng's hand turned into a dragon's tail and swept towards Su Yuan. A group of students exclaimed. At this moment, Su Yuan's eyes lit up, and he gathered all his strength into the long sword in his hand and swung it out. Bang! Su Yuan's body retreated backwards instead. He took several steps back before finally coming to a stop. Then he frowned slightly and said, "Sure enough, the gap in realm is too big." At this time, Yang Feng was chasing Su Yuan with his spear again. Su Yuan raised his sword and slashed forward, instant force. Bang! The two weapons shook. Su Yuan only took a step back this time. Several instructors were stunned. This kid, is this instant power? He can just burst out instant power as he said? How did he master this technique of using energy that can only be comprehended after the 7th level? Luo Yushan smiled and nodded, so, this child is really a good warrior seedling. He has mastered the instantaneous force of the 7th realm and the 2nd realm. He may really have the strength to fight against Yang Feng of the 4th realm. The students present went from being pessimistic at first to being shocked now. Experiencing a series of shocks. This Su Yuan is indeed someone who will become a martial arts saint in the future. A first-year student is beating a fourth-year student. Exaggeration, really exaggeration. In the crowd, Suja clasped his hands tightly together out of jealousy. This Su Yuan. Qin Huairu looked proud. He was worthy of being my husband. He was so powerful that he could even fight with Yang Feng, who was in the 4th realm. At this moment, Su Yuan dodged Yang Feng's gun and slashed at the gun barrel with a knife. Bang! Yang Feng took a step back and began to treat Su Yuan with caution. Yang Feng, holding the spear, had serious eyes, and countless true energy gathered towards the spear. Someone in the audience exclaimed. His technique is the Ganjin breathing technique. He's gathering his energy. Once unleashed, it'll be a killer move. Su Yuan is in danger. Chapter 28, Visiting the Yi family. The family is having a great time. Su Yuan. You are looking for death. It's not too late to jump down and admit defeat now. Yang Feng has concentrated his energy to the last moment and can release it at any time. Su Yuan took a deep breath at this moment, Tao breath, open. At this moment, countless flame markings appeared on the surface of his skin. Like lava flowing. Everyone was shocked by this strange scene and opened their mouths wide. What kind of move is this? It seems very strange. Maybe it's because of his special breathing method. Isn't he using a dark breathing technique? Why do these markings on his skin look so much like flowing lava? Yeah, does anyone know what breathing method this is? The principal narrowed his eyes. A technique for growing by devouring exotic beasts? It was once considered heresy in a certain era, and even now, it is still considered to be used with caution. Although Su Yuan is powerful with this technique, I don't know whether it will be a blessing or a curse for him in the future. The black sword in Su Yuan's hand has turned fiery red. The terrifying power in the body, under the control of breathing techniques, gathered towards the long sword in his hand. In the end, the energy was too huge and formed a liquid visual effect. It's like lava. When Su Yuan threw the lava out with all his might, it turned into a scorching sun and flew towards Yang Feng. To protect Xiaohu files from piracy, choose Xiaohu when searching for book robots. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. At this moment, Yang Feng also handed over his spear. Boom! A dazzling light suddenly burst out. Everyone could hardly open their eyes. When the light faded, everyone looked at the ring again and found that Su Yuan was trembling all over. Yang Feng was also in a bit of a mess, but after all, his cultivation was higher, so even though his eyebrows were burned off, it was not a big deal. You? Yang Feng raised his hand and touched his eyebrows. I'm going to kill you. The students at the scene talked about it. For someone with Su Yuan's level of cultivation to be able to force Yang Feng to this point head-on, I think it's something to be proud of. Yes, Yang Feng is the strongest among the seniors. How can he not be proud when Su Yuan forces him to this point? On the stage, Principal Luo Yushan also said, "Hey, Su Yuan, you're done. You're already proud of yourself. Su Yuan suddenly stood up. Principal, I told you he's not good enough, and that's it. I haven't even gotten the top spot yet, so how can I give up? After saying that, Su Yuan flipped his hand. There's already one more pill. It is the product of the system, the exploding blood pill. Rose Martial Master, Su Yuan's mentor, immediately said, Su Yuan, don't continue. You will hurt your foundation. However, the next moment, Su Yuan ignored the obstruction and threw the meatball in his hand directly into his mouth. He swallowed it with a gulp. In just a moment, his blood and energy surged, and his condition improved rapidly. Principal Luo Yushan's face changed drastically. Su Yuan? Are you crazy? What did you eat? Spit it out. In his opinion, the young man was full of youthful vigor and must have taken some medicine that could help him recover to his peak state in a short period of time. Several other mentors were also shocked. The other students at the scene also didn't understand. Su Yuan is crazy. Taking drugs? What if the foundation is damaged? At this moment, the true energy in Su Yuan's body returned to its peak and even far exceeded it. After all, the blood explosion pill was meant to be used for risk of life. The next moment, Su Yuan burst out with all his strength and instantly appeared in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng's face was ferocious. You're crazy. Su Yuan. Su Yuan's eyes were filled with madness, and the long sword in his hand turned into a gust of wind and slashed down. Buzz. A line of blood appeared on Yang Feng's chest. Puff. Yang Feng flew 100 meters away, and fell to the ground. He stood up suddenly and spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yuan stood on the stage, raised his hand and held up his long sword. I am the chief. The fatigue after using the exploding blood pill began to surge into Su Yuan's body. Principal Luo Yushan instantly appeared beside Su Yuan, raised his hand and pressed it on Su Yuan's back. Green energy flowed into Su Yuan's body. This was the life system breathing method. Su Yuan, you are crazy. You don't take your own future seriously. You are competing with your own people. What kind of medicine did you use? He felt the situation inside Su Yuan's body. Except that Su Yuan's meridians were slightly damaged, there was nothing serious. He repaired it soon after. Hey, kid, luckily you didn't make a big mistake. Don't use this medicine carelessly in the future. Su Yuan exhaled slowly. He was indeed a big man in the 11th realm, a half-step martial saint. Then he gave me some treatment, which almost eliminated the negative effects of the blood exploding pill. Luo Yushan then announced, alright, the Tindo Academy selection has ended, and Su Yuan is ranked first in the Tindo Academy. At the same time, on the other side, the Yi family in Binhai City. As a family of martial saints, the Yi family has a very transcendent status in Binhai. The head of the Yi family and the commander of the Eastern Theater Command are very familiar friends. The ancestor of the Yi family has been in charge of the Central War Zone for a long time and is the absolute king of the entire Chinese war zone. The strange beasts have never been able to defeat the human race because of strong people like the ancestor of the Yi family. At this time, a housekeeper slowly walked into the main hall of the Yi family. He said to Yi Wentian, who was holding Su Tongtong, Master, Binhai Wuda has just decided the leader of this Tindo Academy. Yi Wentian nodded, yes, I know. It's a pity for Su Yuan. He just started school and he definitely can't compete for the top spot. Many seniors are in the 4th realm, and Su Yuan is only in the 2nd realm. There are 2 major realms. It is impossible for him to get the top position. Yi Qingling nodded after hearing this and said, yes, although Su Yuan is very talented, it takes time for him to grow. Yi Qingmeng said from the side. He'll be here soon. Yi Wentian nodded, your mother and brother will be here soon. Your mother said she wanted to test Su Yuan. At this moment, another housekeeper came closer and said, Su Yuan, young Master Su is here. Oh, please ask him in. Su Yuan, who followed the housekeeper in, noticed the splendor of the Yi family. His wife's family background was indeed far superior to that of his Su family. Su Yuan stepped forward and said to Yi Wentian, Uncle Yi. Su Tongtong in Yi Wentian's arms smiled and said, Dad, you're here. Su Yuan nodded, come, let Daddy hold you. Hold Su Tongtong in your arms. Su Yuan remembered that he had just completed the task and had not yet received the gift package. System. Open the gift pack. Congratulations to the host for achieving a cultivation upgrade, the 9th level of the 2nd realm. Congratulations to the host for winning Beef Burger X99. Is this wave for my cultivation? Yuan said with a smile. Oh, Su Yuan, you've come at the perfect time. My wife and their brother will be here soon. It's just right for you to meet them together. Just as he finished speaking, a man's voice was heard outside the door. Sister! Dad said you are getting married? Is this true? The man was wearing a military uniform, had a square face, and looked very rough. He looks exactly like Yuan. Needless to say, this person is Yi Qingling and Yi Qingming's elder brother, Yi Long. He should be in the Western Theater Command now, and Su Yuan knows a little about the Yi family situation. Behind him was a relatively weak man, Yuan, his wife's second brother. Also served in the Eastern Theater Command. At this time, a graceful figure walked in from outside the door. She was wearing a gorgeous long dress and looked like the two sisters. Needless to say, this must be the mother-in-law. I saw that the mother-in-law exuded a faint mysterious aura. Yuan and Yi Qingling were both stunned. Wife! Mom! You've advanced. Jinlin nodded. Luckily, I broke through yesterday. I am now the 6th martial saint in the Huaxia Theater. Yuan couldn't stop smiling. Great! That's great! My Yi family has another martial saint. And the strength of our Chinese theater has been greatly enhanced. That's great! Yi Qingling glanced at Su Yuan and said, Mom, this is Su Yuan, who has SSS level qualifications. Jinlin nodded and glanced at Su Yuan. A talent not seen in 100 years. Not bad, but sometimes, for a warrior, talent isn't the most important thing. You know what I mean. Yuan immediately said, Your mother-in-law worked very hard. She achieved the martial saint status from A-level qualifications. Su Yuan said immediately. Auntie is awesome. Puff. Second brother Yuan almost laughed out loud. Big brother Yi Long also smiled innocently. Jinlin shook her head. I wanted to give you a harder time, but I noticed my two daughters looked at you in very different ways. So I decided to give up. I'm afraid if you say you want to cancel the engagement, they'll hate me forever. Yi Qingling immediately retorted, Mom, what are you talking about? I'm not that kind of person. If he dares to withdraw, then let him withdraw. Let's see if our Yi family will give him a hard time. Yi Qingming said with a smile. My sister is the most duplicitous woman in the world. Mom and Dad, please don't trust her. Su Tongtong giggled and said to Jinlin, Grandma, you haven't held Tongtong yet. Tongtong misses you so much. Jinlin and her two brothers were stunned. I had my doubts about what your father said, but now that I see this child, I know she's ours. She looks exactly like her mother when she was little. Come, Grandma, let me hug you. Su Tongtong glanced at his uncle again and said, Uncle, please don't force me to drink anymore. My mother beat me up badly last time. Yi Long raised his hand and scratched his head. Ah. Will I be this kind of person in the future? Why would I force you to drink? Yuan shook his head and said, Brother, you don't even let the child go. She's so cute, and you force her to drink? At this time Su Tongtong said again. Uncle, you can only drink 3 bowls of wine each time. Remember the first time you went to my aunt's house, you must not drink too much. My aunt said she would laugh at you for the rest of your life. Yuan's face suddenly turned red. What do you mean I can only drink 3 bowls? How can this kid say nonsense? Yuan laughed loudly towards the sky. Ah, since this fate is destined, her appearance is the best proof. Everyone, please sit down and prepare to eat. When everyone sat down, Su Yuan noticed that in addition to energy bars, there was some ham-like meat on the Yi family's dining table. Yuan said, I used my connections to get this luncheon meat. There's a global food shortage right now, and this luncheon meat is being produced by imitating foods from the past. What are you all standing there for? Yi Qingling, Yi Qingming, take you men and start eating. Yi Qingling frowned slightly and said, Dad, we usually eat well with Su Yuan. Su Yuan, it just so happens that we meet for the first time today, why don't you show some appreciation? Su Yuan smiled when he heard it. I forgot about this. Uncle, aunt, and 2 brothers, I have some delicious food here. Just consider it a gift. After saying that, Su Yuan took out 20 beef burgers that the system had just given him. The family, who had just been wondering what good things Su Yuan could come up with, were all stunned. Yi Wendian was stunned and said, I seem to smell the smell of meat? Jean Lin nodded. Honey, it really does taste like meat. The two brothers-in-law were swallowing their saliva frantically. Su Yuan, what good thing are you holding? I've never seen it before. Su Yuan explained, this is a beef burger. It's made of beef. Try it. The whole family was stunned. Aren't cows extinct? Why are there so many beef burgers? Could it be the reserve meat? Su Yuan smiled and said, don't be polite, you can eat directly. It's delicious, eat it. Su Tongtong immediately picked up a hamburger, opened the carton, and took a big bite. His mouth was watering. It's so delicious. I love hamburgers. Sister Yi Qingling also started to take action. When the others saw this, they all rushed to take action. All of a sudden, those from the first family, the martial saints and the martial masters, all ate with their mouths drooling. That was such a relief. After a great meal, Yi Long took out some wine and was ready to drink with Su Yuan until they were drunk. Su Yuan was naturally not afraid, and the two of them drank happily. Yi Long said with a smile, well, I haven't felt this happy for a long time. Su Yuan, we are brothers from now on. Su Yuan smiled. Don't worry, uncle, we are brothers now. After drinking 3 bowls of wine, Yuan lay on the table and started crying, whoa, brother, I don't like fighting. Yi Wendian burped at this moment, this son-in-law is good, quite good. At the same time, on the other side, Qin Xiaotian, the head of the Qin family, knew that Su Yuan's reputation was growing day by day, but he had never seen Su Yuan come to the Qin family to discuss marriage. I immediately became anxious. No, we must go to the Su family immediately and ask Su Mo what to do now that things have gotten to this point. Thinking of this, he immediately wanted to go out with his wife, Xin Huiru. Why don't you go to the Su family with us? A moment later. Su family. The Su family members in the main hall all looked miserable. Su Mo sighed, it's only been a short time, how come the Su family has suffered such a huge loss? Suja, I've given you the financial power, and our family expenses have been reduced, but why are we still losing money? Suja's expression changed slightly. Mom and Dad, it wasn't when Su Yuan was here. Too much public funds were embezzled. Even if I tried my best, I couldn't reverse the decline. Chapter 29 Xin Huiru, Mom and Dad, let us go back and prepare for the wedding. Su Mo glanced at Suja and naturally had doubts in his heart. However, considering his adopted son's previous obedience, he said, alas, it's all because of that Su Yuan who was not a human being. But Suja, given the current situation of our Su family, you can't neglect us. How about this, I ask your sister to come back from the army to assist you, what do you think? This old man has reacted a little, but at this critical juncture, how can I, Suja, let you stop me from getting rich? When I have money, I will find a way to improve my strength. As for Su Yuan, I will make sure he dies on the battlefield. Father, please believe me. Now that the Su family is under my care, it will only get better and better. A mere SSS level qualification is nothing. A genius can only be achieved by surviving to the end. Since ancient times, many heroes have fallen on the road to growth. I, Suja, will definitely stand out with my S-level qualification. Okay. Su Mo put aside his doubts and nodded, okay, Suja has such ambitions, I don't know how much better than that rebellious son. Suja then said, Mom and Dad, the company has a big cooperation coming up soon, and I need more funds to get it. I wonder if there is any other cash at home. Su Mo looked troubled. At the time, Su Yuan was in charge of all the family money, and most of the funds were allocated by him. Now that his projects have been cancelled, we haven't made any money back at all. Where is the money at home? Lu Yuru sighed and said, nowadays, only our old house is still worth some money. Suja's expression changed slightly, Mom and Dad, we might as well mortgage the house. What do you think of this? Su Mo glanced at Su Zhao and said, mortgage? What if we can't get our money back? Su Zhu explained. Don't worry, this project is very stable. I have already discussed it with the other party. If it is successful, we can make at least tens of millions. When the time comes, in addition to making up for the losses caused by Su Yuan, our Su family can also make a lot of money. Hearing his adopted son say this, Su Mo glanced at his wife. Since this is a sure win, why not just do as Jer says? Suji immediately continued to promise, the other party has connections in the war zone, and we can purchase a batch of exotic beast materials at a low price. The props used for production are cheaper, and my Su family will definitely make a lot of money by then. When Lu Yuru heard this, she nodded immediately. Okay. Then I'll leave this matter to you. If it's really as you said, it will be a good opportunity for our Su family. Suja nodded. Mom, don't worry. I heard that after Su Yuan left the Su family, he told everyone that the Su family's rise was all thanks to him. But in my opinion, the Su family is the result of everyone's hard work. Even without him, the Su family can still return to its former glory. Su Mo was in a good mood after hearing this. Okay. My adopted son is right. This Su Yuan has always put himself in a high and mighty position. If you don't know him, you might think he's the boss. Lu Yuru nodded slightly when she heard this. Yeah, that bastard Su Yuan just said a few words to him and then walked away in public. He must have known about his talent a long time ago and was deliberately trying to piss us off. He thought we would beg him? What a joke. I have to wait until he comes and begs us. At this moment, a housekeeper came in and said, Master and Madam, someone from the Qin family came and said they wanted to discuss a marriage with the Su family. Su Mo looked a little unhappy. This Qin Huiru said before that she wanted to marry Su Zhe, but then Su Yuan showed up with an SSS level talent and she wanted to change her mind. Does she think this is a joke? Lu Yuru also nodded. Yes, it seems that this woman is not worthy of our Su family. Su Zhe's face didn't look good. Mom and Dad, Qin Huiru is my son's favorite. I hope you can help me get her. Su Mo snorted coldly. Since there's an engagement, let them in. Led by the housekeeper, Qin Huiru and her parents walked in. Qin Huiru glanced at everyone in the Su family and said with a smile, Uncle and Aunt, Su Yuan is now an SSS level talent, and the date agreed by the military department is coming soon, so That bastard has already left the Su family. We can't interfere with your marriage. Sumo's face looked ugly. Suji immediately said, Dad. Sister Huiru, although Su Yuan has left the Su family, our two families can still continue the marriage. After all, we still have me. I am S level, not much worse than my brother. Qin Huiru glanced at Suju and said, Yes, you are not bad in terms of talent, but with your height of 1.6 meters and your looks, how can you compare to Su Yuan? In the past, your talent was higher than Su Yuan's, so I naturally chose you first, but now Su Yuan has SSS level qualifications. And you, my friend, you have lost all advantage. But brother Suja, I was angry last time and I hated him for not fighting back. I didn't really want to break off the engagement with brother Su Yuan. You should understand, right? Qin Xiaotian and Lu Yuan, as Qin Huiru's parents, immediately came to his aid. Yeah, this kid is ignorant. Our parents didn't agree, but she made her own decision. How can it count? Su Mo snorted coldly. Su Yuan has severed ties with the Su family. We can't control his marriage. I think you should figure it out on your own. At this moment, Su Jia and Qin Huiru's communication devices rang. This is their class group. Tian Duyuan group chat. Su Yuan tagged everyone. Su Yuan, at everyone, tomorrow morning, I will hold a wedding at the Binhai Military and Military Auditorium. All classmates can attend. No gift money is required, just come to witness it. Suddenly the group became lively. Xiaoyu, what's going on? Su Yuan got married suddenly? Damn it, doesn't that mean I have no chance? Yang Feng, the chief is getting married. Who is the bride? Someone immediately said. I know, it seems to be Qin Huiru. Aren't they an engaged couple? This isn't a secret, is it? Are you kidding me? SSS grade with A? Oh, Su Yuan was only AB level at that time. Have you forgotten? Suja raised his head at this moment. Mom and Dad, Su Yuan is having a wedding tomorrow morning. This, you probably don't know. Sumo's expression was cold and he slammed the table. This bastard, he didn't even inform his parents about his marriage. What a jerk. Lu Yuru nodded. Yeah, since he's getting married, we're his parents anyway. Calling him classmates instead of parents is ridiculous. Qin Xiaotian glanced at his daughter and said, My daughter. Could it be that the person Su Yuan is going to marry is you? Why weren't we informed of this? Qin Huiru was also puzzled. Mom and Dad, didn't Su Yuan inform us in the group? Maybe he was angry with me before, and he didn't refute the classmates, so isn't that me? At this time, Qin Huiru had already received many blessing messages. Mom, I think we should go back and get ready. Yuan nodded immediately. Hey, we'll go back and prepare. Qin Xiaotian laughed heartily. This is the Qilin child that your Su family doesn't want. Our Qin family has accepted it. After saying that, he left the Su family with his daughter and wife. Chapter 30 Just call me husband and I'll give it to you. After they left, Su Mo shattered the water cup in his hand and said coldly, this bastard. He hid something as important as marriage from his own parents? Suja looked at the side with a cold look. Su Yuan, you stole my woman, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Lu Yuru frowned slightly. Should we go and join it tomorrow? Su Mo shook his head. Why go? Did they invite us? This evil creature. And at this moment, on the other side. After returning home, Su Yuan gave his daughter a bath and then blow-dried her. In the living room, Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng were both a little nervous. After all, tomorrow is the wedding day, and the marriage of the Yi sisters will surely cause a sensation in the whole city. Su Yuan smiled and said, it's okay, don't be nervous. There's a fixed process anyway. Yi Qingling said nervously, Su Yuan, after we sisters follow you, you can't bully us. Alas, how dare I? Su Yuan shook his head. You two are both powerful 7th realm warriors, and you will become martial saints in the future. Your mother-in-law is also a martial saint, and your father-in-law is a half-step martial saint. You also have 2 uncles. What's more, your family has an old ancestor. Do you think I am the kind of person who would dare to act recklessly? Su Tongtong also nodded. Dad used to be beaten by the mothers every day. The mothers said that if Dad didn't get beaten for a day, he would not be honest. I'm your father, how could I be dishonest? Su Yuan immediately smiled apologetically. You too, you can't trust what children say. Yi Qingling looked playfully. How could a child's words be false? Besides, Tongtong is so well behaved, he doesn't seem like the type of kid who would lie. What do you think, Tongtong? Su Tongtong nodded. Yeah, especially after Dad went out to play with those 2 idiot uncles. Every time he went out, he would be beaten and kneel on the ground to admit his mistake when he came back. Hey! Su Yuan immediately covered the child's mouth. By this time the 2 wives had stood up, their hands on the knives at their waists. Yi Qingmeng snorted coldly, sister, to prevent this guy from cheating in the future, let's kill him with 1 knife. Yi Qingling also nodded heavily. Ding! The host has angered his wives again. Both wives must divorce the host. Please ask the host to obtain their forgiveness. Reward counterattack gift pack X1. Su Yuan was stunned. If he could get their forgiveness, his wife shouldn't be really angry. Is this system crazy? Hey, I'm not that kind of person. Since Tongtong has returned to this timeline, the future can probably be changed. And who knows if hitting me is a form of flirting? It's normal for children not to understand. The 2 sisters of the Yi family suddenly looked embarrassed and looked at each other. How shameless. You actually said such things with your own daughter right next to you. I can see why you were beaten in the future. That's right, be careful or we'll blow your head off. Ding! Congratulations to the host for clearing up his wife's misunderstanding and anger. The system is shocked by the host's speed. The host is truly a genius, a master at picking up girls. Reward counterattack gift pack X1. Su Yuan touched his nose. He really wanted to tell the system that the time was not right, but since he could get the gift package for free, that would be great. That's it, then. Open. Congratulations to the host for winning Beijing Roast Duck X99. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Animal Trapper X99. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Perfect Pure Cultivation Pill X99. Perfectly Pure Cultivation Pill. As everyone knows, the cultivation aiding pills in this world all contain poison, but the system's pills are pure and non-toxic, suitable for all types of people. Taking them will significantly increase your cultivation speed. Cultivation pills? Our cultivation system can often give them directly. I don't seem to be able to use it much myself. He glanced at his 2 wives. Yi Qingmeng snorted coldly, sister, we have to protect ourselves. This guy is always watching us. Yi Qingling blushed slightly. That's fine. Starting tomorrow, we'll be his wives. He's an SSS level person, so we have to supervise his training. If he likes to watch, then let him watch. Su Yuan suddenly took out a handful of cultivation pills and said, my 2 wives, what do you think of these pills? The moment the cultivation pill appeared, the fragrance of the pill filled the living room. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng were stunned. This aroma is. It's a cultivation elixir, and it's a particularly effective one. Just by smelling it, I feel like the bottleneck in my cultivation has loosened a little. Yi Qingling said. Yi Qingmeng also looked longingly. This elixir is of top quality. Where did you get it, Su Yuan? Su Yuan smiled and said, I'll give this pill to anyone who calls me a good husband. The Yi sisters blushed immediately. Whoever wants to call you, aren't you ashamed? Yi Qingling rarely showed any emotion. Ding! Counterattack mission released. Ever since the host was found by his wife 3 years ago when he was looking for a shared wife, they have never called the host husband again. As long as the two of them call the host husband, the host will receive a counterattack gift pack X1. Oh? Freebies again? Su Yuan immediately picked up the pill and said, This pill of your husband's is the legendary flawless pill. As for what is the flawless pill? That is to say, your husband's elixir is pure and flawless, will not cause any burden to the human body, and the effect of improving cultivation is 10 times that of ordinary elixirs. Su Yuan just made up stories, and they were pretty much accurate. Just keep fooling around and talk about it. Seeing that both of his wives were a little moved, Su Yuan continued to fan the flames. Anyway, I will be your husband tomorrow, so it's okay for you to call me husband in advance. Otherwise, if I take this pill, you won't get any. Yi Qingmeng was a little moved. Then I'll call you Lao. Yi Qingling beside him immediately raised her hand to stop him. He is an SSS level person. This flawless cultivation pill should be given to him. We are already in the 7th realm, so there is no need to be so anxious. Yi Qingmeng finally reacted and nodded. Sister is right. Su Yuan, my sister, and I won't eat it. You can take this pill. You need him more than we do. Su Yuan frowned slightly, then shook his head and said, Nonsense, your husband doesn't need this kind of thing. I have SSS level qualifications. The two sisters shook their heads frantically. Su Yuan sighed, Tong Tong, bring a big white bowl. Su Tong Tong nodded. He trotted to the kitchen table and came back with a large white bowl. Su Yuan waved his hand and said, Then, the next moment is the moment to witness a miracle. Chapter 31 I, Xin Huiru, am waiting for Su Yuan to marry me. Su Yuan raised his hand and loosened it, and countless pills fell down in an instant. I took a thick bowl. All 99 pills are here. Su Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said pretentiously, I have a lot of them. You can take them and eat them. Sister Yi Qingling's big eyelashes trembled. A look of disbelief. Su Yuan. How could you possibly have so many flawless cultivation pills? Yi Qingling asked in confusion. Even a company specializing in pills wouldn't be able to produce pills of this quality. Yi Qingmeng looked up at Su Yuan and suddenly said, Husband. I called out. Give it to me first. Su Yuan smiled faintly, took out one and placed it in Yi Qingmeng's hand. Yi Qingmeng was stunned. Didn't you say, you'll give it to me if I call you husband? Just give me one? Su Yuan nodded. Well, I also said at the beginning that I would give you just one, right? You're lying. Yi Qingmeng said with a bitter face, Su Yuan, you're such a liar. Su Yuan laughed and said, Oh, it was you who didn't understand the question clearly. Can you blame me for that? He changed the subject and looked at his first wife, Yi Qingling. If Yi Qingming takes this pill and practices together, he will definitely become stronger than you in the future. Are you sure you don't want to call me husband? Yi Qingling blushed and stamped her feet, saying, She's so shameless. I'm not as bad as her. I won't pay any attention to you guys anymore. The first wife was shy and was about to turn around. Su Yuan suddenly took out a pill and handed it to Yi Qingling. I can't be partial. Take it. Yi Qingling glanced at Su Yuan with her big eyes, raised her hand to take it, and then said like a mosquito, Thank you, husband. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, in a good mood, haha. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your wife actually calls you husband. This is incredible. The system is rewarding the host with a counterattack gift pack X1. Su Yuan smiled faintly, then open it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning breakfast sandwich X99. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability, Night Walker. Night Walker, the host's speed, strength, and endurance are enhanced in the dark, and they can see perfectly in the dark. Night Walker? I'm a dark breathing technique, so this ability suits me. Su Yuan also gave the pills, looked at his two wives in front of him, and said with a smile, "The wedding will be held tomorrow, so why don't we have it tonight?" "No." Yi Qingling objected directly without waiting for Su Yuan to say anything. Yi Qingmeng glanced at Su Yuan and said, "Humph, shameless." Su Yuan touched his face and said, "My face is still there. Didn't I just say that the child can sleep with you tonight? Why are you so excited?" Su Tongtong hugged her father's head tightly and said, "I don't want to sleep with my mom, I want to sleep with my dad." The two wives blushed and fled the scene immediately. Su Yuan, lying on the bed, closed his eyes slightly and yawned. "I didn't expect that after 2 years in this world, I already have a wife and children, and I have also become a warrior. They have never been to the battlefield. When will we students be able to go to the battlefield?" He closed his eyes while thinking about this and that. The next morning, it was his daughter who woke him up and said, "Dad, get up. Don't forget the wedding." Su Yuan stood up. His wife had already brought him a specially made dress. This world has its own unique wedding dresses. The red clothes have a suit-like collar and the hem looks very much like traditional clothing, with a bit of a fusion of Chinese and Western styles. His two wives also wore specially made red wedding dresses. "Yi Qingling, put on this dress and tidy up your hair. The Yi family's car is downstairs. We are going to the auditorium." Su Yuan nodded. The other end. Binhai, Qin family. In Qin Huairu's room, her best friend Nie Qingqing was sitting next to her. "Qingqing, you said Su Yuan will come to pick me up, right?" Qin Huairu said. "But why haven't you come to pick me up yet?" Nie Qingqing said, "Don't worry. Everything was discussed in the class group last night." "Didn't Su Yuan say anything? If he wanted to marry someone else, he would have told you long ago." Qin Huairu nodded. "I know Su Yuan was angry with me, but I just didn't think clearly at the time." "Do you think he will treat me badly in the future?" Nie Qingqing shook her head and said, "I don't think so. I don't think he is that kind of person. Anyway, what we want is Su Yuan's reputation, right? As for Su Yuan's attitude towards you, I don't think it's important." "What do you think?" Qin Huairu nodded. "Things are different now. The name Su Yuan already represents value. As long as he continues to grow, he will definitely become a martial saint in the future. I want to be the martial saint's wife, no matter what. Qingqing, help me keep an eye on Su Yuan to see if he's here." On the other side, Binhai City. Su family. As time went by, the two old men in the Su family also began to feel anxious. Su Mo glanced at Lu Yuru. He's an SSS level person. Does he really want to completely sever ties with our Su family? He's not even going to invite us to his wedding? Lu Yuru shook her head and said, "Both parents must be present for the wedding and give their blessing. I don't believe he won't come and beg us to go. Yes, yes, yes. Without his parents' blessing, he will die on the battlefield." Su Mo looked determined. Although the two said this, they were not sure in their hearts. Last night they insisted that they would definitely not go to Su Yuan's wedding. But now they regret it. At this time, a butler hurried in. Lu Yuru looked up hurriedly. "What's wrong? Did Su Yuan come to beg us?" No, ma'am, it's a company matter. A senior executive came here early in the morning." "No. Are you annoying? You worry about money every day," Su Mo said coldly. Outside the door, several executives of the Su group were rejected by the housekeeper. They looked at each other helplessly. "Hey, if this continues, I don't know how long the company can last. Suja is simply messing around. But the head of the family doesn't listen to us at all." At the same time, Su Yuan had already boarded the Yi family's special car with his wife and children, and was escorted by a convoy in front. They are all strong men of the Yi family. Many residents along the way asked curiously, "What a grand ceremony! Whose young master or young lady is getting married? Look at that gold leaf badge, it seems he is from the Yi family." "What? The Yi family? Oh my god, the Yi family is the largest family in Binhai City. The ancestors of the Yi family have been guarding the Huaxiao war zone for 100 years. We all of China should be grateful to them. Look at that honor guard in golden armor. This is like a wedding of gods." At this moment, Su Yuan was in the car, the Yi sisters were sitting on both sides, and Tong Tong also changed into a little red dress and carried a basket of flowers in her hand. Dad, Mom, you finally have a wedding. Su Yuan was puzzled. Why? Didn't your mother and I have a wedding before? Counterattack mission released, wedding re-holding. The host and his wife got married in a hurry and did not hold a wedding. If the wedding is successfully held, the reward is one counterattack gift pack. Chapter 32 Marrying two martial arts princesses. Everyone is shocked. At this moment, the car has arrived at the venue. A lot of people had gathered outside the venue, most of them were classmates. Xiao Yu, Yang Feng, and Zhang Jiuming were also there. A moment later, the school principal Luo Yushan and the 4 martial arts master level instructors also arrived. After all, the person Su Yuan is going to marry today is not an ordinary person, she is the daughter of the Yi family. Students may not be aware of these things, but they, the top leaders, are very clear about them. So they came to the venue early in the morning, hoping to have more contact with the 2 parents of the Yi family. What's more, the mistress of the Yi family, Jean Lin, recently became the 6th martial saint in the Chinese war zone. It is also the reason why they must come to visit. At this moment, the wedding car appeared. Firecrackers blasted in the sky, and the wedding car slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Zhang Jiuming and other students looked up at the wedding car. What a grand ceremony! Su Yuan is so amazing. Yes, Qin Huairu is also lucky. Zhang Jiuming glanced at these confused classmates and said speechlessly, Chen Hao, if these people knew that the person in our wedding car was Senior Binghua Wuji, how interesting would their expressions be? Chen Hao held up the communicator in his hand and said with a smile, I'm ready to take a picture. You can savor it later. At this moment, Su Zhe also appeared behind the crowd. Su Mo and Lu Yuru had gloomy expressions on their faces and quietly hid behind the crowd. Su Mo snorted coldly, Su Yuan, that little bastard, I want to see what kind of wife he can marry. Lu Yuru sneered as well. He didn't even invite his own parents to his wedding. This guy is totally inhumane. Su Zhe smiled faintly upon hearing this, Mom and Dad, Su Yuan is a person who is naturally cold and indifferent to others. There's nothing we can do about it. I know this isn't brother Su Yuan's fault. Humph. Su Mo snorted coldly, Su Yuan is not allowed to inherit our inheritance from now on. Su Zhe sneered, old man, will you have an inheritance in the future? All your property belongs to me. Lu Yuru's mind became active. I want to see what kind of wife he finds later. The girl from the Qin family is still waiting at home. Su Mo raised his hand and took out the communicator, and took a picture of the situation here to the Qin family. The other end. Qin family. Qin Xiaotian saw the scene through the communicator and immediately couldn't sit still. What? Su Yuan is getting married now? How can this be possible? Isn't it our Huairu whom he wants to marry? Lu Yuan, who was standing by, also looked very nervous. What should I do with my daughter? Upstairs on the 2nd floor, Qin Huairu was still anxiously waiting for Su Yuan to come and pick her up, while her friend Nie Qingqing had already dozed off. At this moment, Nie Qingqing discovered that the message in the class group exploded in the communicator on her wrist. The bride is coming out soon. What a grand ceremony! Is Su Yuan and the Qin family so grand? Where's Nie Qingqing? Why didn't she come today? Looking at the video in the group, Nie Qingqing's face changed drastically. Huairu, this is bad. Su Yuan has already married someone, and the car has already arrived at the venue. Qin Huairu, who was wearing a bright red wedding dress, suddenly had a change of expression. She shook her head repeatedly and said, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It's obviously me that Su Yuan wants to marry. How could it be anyone else? Nie Qingqing turned on the communicator and said, look, Su Yuan is really getting married to someone else, and he's already at the venue. Qin Huairu was completely mad. No, Su Yuan was very good to me before. He helped me a lot. My Qin family is so wealthy because of his support. How could Su Yuan not want me anymore? 2 years ago, I was almost bullied at school, and it was Su Yuan who risked his own life to save me. We have so many memories together. How could he possibly marry a woman he'd only met for a few days? I don't believe it. Nie Qingqing, you don't have to show me. I don't want to see it at all. Nie Qingqing's eyes at this moment also showed some sympathy for her sisters. But not watching it won't change the facts. This matter is already a foregone conclusion. Qin Huairu shook her head. Xingxing, help me up, I won't give in, I am the wife of the martial saint. I want to see what kind of woman is so shameless and despicable as to steal my man. Let's take a taxi. Go to the venue. Steal the bride. A moment later. Above the venue. Several streams of light fell heavily. A middle-aged man and woman in bright red clothes appeared in everyone's sight. It was Yi Wendian, the head of the Yi family, and Jean Lin, the mother-in-law of the martial saint. The students in the crowd who didn't understand what was going on were all stunned. Xiao Yu, a sophomore at Wuda University, was stunned. Aren't these the two elders of the Yi family? Su Mo and Lu Yuru no longer cared about their face and rushed over. Oh! It's Yi Wendian and Jean Lin from the Yi family. Sumo's eyes rolled, could it be? At this moment, Su Yuan got out of the wedding car and then carefully helped his wife out. The first person who caught the eyes of outsiders was the extremely cold Yi Qingling. Next is the relatively lively and hot Yi Qingmeng. Su Tongtong jumped out of the car with a whoosh, fell to the ground, struggled to stand up, and shook his head. Su Yuan smiled helplessly. Tongtong, are you okay? Su Tongtong nodded. It's okay, Mom and Dad are getting married, I was so happy that I fell down. Yi Wendian and Jean Lin over there smiled knowingly. Seeing this family, I will die without regrets. Yi Wendian sighed. Jean Lin's beautiful eyes flashed. What are you talking about? Are you crazy on this happy day? Seeing Su Yuan's family appear, the students' mouths were so full that eggs could be stuffed in them, and their eyeballs were about to fall out. Zhang Jiuming instructed Chen Hao, hey, pay attention to the shooting. Little Tiger documents anti-theft printing, find, book machine people select Little Tiger, stable reliable don't step into pitfalls. Be sure to pay attention and record all these guys' shocked expressions. We can replay them in the group when we have time. These students broke down their defenses. Su Yuan is marrying senior Binghua Wuji? Isn't it said to be Qin Huairu? What? I'm so jealous I'm dying. I'm so pissed. Why? These are my goddesses. Two at once. Do you have any humanity? Damn it, Su Yuan went too far this time. He's already crossed my bottom line, so I decided to lower it. The most shocked were Su Mo and Lu Yuru. Su Yuan, he married, the daughter of the Yi family. Su Mo trembled. He originally thought that Su Yuan would be nothing after leaving the Su family, but now the facts are here. After Su Yuan left the Su family, his life became even better. Lu Yuru shook her head in disbelief. So, our family could have become in-laws with the Yi family. Chapter 33 I regret so much. Congratulations from the 5 major war zones. At this moment, a strong feeling of regret surged into the hearts of the two. Su Mo trembled and said, Suja, didn't you say he was married to Qin Huairu? How come after all this time, he became the son-in-law of the Yi family? That's a martial arts family. Suja also looked confused. I don't know either, I always thought he was. Okay, shut up. Su Mo said coldly, this kid has caught the eyes of the Yi family, so don't we? It would be effortless for the Yi family to kill the Su family. He regretted it. If Su Yuan was still in the Su family, he would definitely be able to lead the Su family to prosperity. If Su Yuan could come back now, the Su family will be able to become one of the best martial arts families in Binhai in a short period of time. He immediately pulled his wife and said, let's go over. If we don't show up on this happy wedding day, we'll really lose Su Yuan in the future. Lu Yuru was stunned and said, but if we do that, our reputation will be. Oh, what face do we have? Su Mo jumped up and said, why do we care about face? That's the Yi family. Who is the ancestor of the Yi family? That is the most powerful pillar in the entire Chinese theater of war. After saying that, he pulled his wife and rushed towards Su Yuan. The Yi family's guards immediately stepped forward to stop them. Who are you? Su Mo immediately smiled apologetically and said, I am the father of the groom. We are close relatives. How can you not let us in? At this time, Su Yuan turned his head and glanced at them and said, when you doted on your adopted son and kicked me out of the house, did you ever think that this day would come? Su Mo said awkwardly, Dad, Su Yuan knows he was wrong. Today is your wedding day. You can't be so heartless. Lu Yuru also said. Yes, Su Yuan, Mom also knows that she was wrong. I know you have suffered a lot of grievances over the years. We already know that we were wrong. Su Yuan's eyes were cold. Everyone was watching what Su Yuan would do. After all, these are his biological parents. If Su Yuan didn't agree at this time, it would seem too cruel. But for Su Yuan, he doesn't care. A broken mirror cannot be mended. From that day on, I am no longer your son. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the main hall. But at this moment, Xin Huairu, wearing a red wedding dress, came here accompanied by her parents and her best friend Nie Qingqing. The other students at the scene were all stunned. Look, Xin Huairu is here, and Nie Qingqing is with her. Oh my god, how embarrassed must Xin Huairu be right now? I feel embarrassed for her. She told everyone she was going to marry Su Yuan, and what happened next? Zhang Jiuming shook his head. She deserves it. You don't know that before Su Yuan awakened his SSS level qualifications, this woman wanted to exchange marriages. Now she's wavering in being the victim. What a bitch. What? Most of the students who didn't know the full story were stunned. So she is that kind of person. I can't believe it, you still have the nerve to come and snatch people away now? At this moment, Xin Huairu was immersed in her own sorrow and shouted, Su Yuan. When did you find these two women? Su Yuan, are you worthy of me? Su Yuan. You were so good to me in the past. Are the memories we had from childhood to adulthood worthless? Upon hearing this, Su Yuan turned his head, his eyes showing a hint of disgust and his expression full of disgust. There are no memories between us. I'm already married, so let's call it a day. Xin Huairu rushed forward, but was stopped by the Yi family's guards. You are not allowed to enter. She cried out. Su Yuan. Su Yuan. Have you forgotten what you told me before? You called me wife when we were little. Have you forgotten? You can't be so heartless, you will regret it. Su Yuan shook his head. Then he walked towards the auditorium with his wife and children. At this time, military vehicles arrived at the wedding scene from a distance. Eastern Theater Command Commander Yan Long got out of the car. He walked forward with a smile and brought his men into the main hall of the wedding. He kept bowing to other people at the scene. Yuan and his wife also stepped forward immediately. After some compliments, Yan Long sighed. He is indeed a young hero. He can even marry a sister from the Yi family. Yuan sighed. Yes, this child is worthy of my two daughters. Yan Long nodded. Today is Su Yuan's wedding. Our Eastern Theater Command must show some support. Come on. I saw a soldier in uniform walking forward in the distance, dragging a gift. This is the Dragon Ball of the 11th level exotic beast, the Frost Dragon. It can calm the mind when breaking through cultivation, which is of great benefit to warriors. Su Yuan and the Yi sisters immediately nodded slightly in gratitude. Yan Long stood aside and said, Then I won't disturb the wedding. At this time, loud congratulations continued to be heard from outside. The Western Theater Command staff, under the orders of the theater commander, has sent a congratulatory gift. The Northern Theater Command staff officer, under orders from the theater commander, is sending a congratulatory gift. The Southern Theater Command staff officer, under orders from the theater commander, is sending a congratulatory gift. The Central Theater Command staff officer, under orders from the theater commander, is sending a congratulatory gift. The sound hasn't died down yet. Another voice sounded. The four great martial saints, Honghu, Xiaodian, Sangnan, and Beimang, have sent a gift. These voices of congratulations were like heavy hammers hitting everyone's heart. Almost everyone was stunned. Discussions broke out everywhere. A martial artist who's still in school got married, and all the major forces in the Chinese theater sent gifts to congratulate him. Su Yuan is so honored. It's not just because of this. In addition to Su Yuan's own value, there's also the added value of the Yi family. The Yi family is willing to marry the two most talented people of their next generation to Su Yuan, which shows how much the Yi family values him. With the Yi family's respect, Su Yuan will surely become a martial saint in the future. Comparison is the root of everything. This kid has already reached the peak since entering school. His path to genius is like the moon surrounded by stars, alas. Amidst the cheers, Su Yuan walked hand in hand with the Yi sisters towards the gorgeous wedding scene. Chapter 34 You can't be partial to one and ignore the other, sister also wants it. The witness was a white-haired pastor. The priest wore a black uniform unique to this world, with a golden winged emblem on his chest, symbolizing divine authority. Today, witnessed by the god of war, the three newlyweds enter the palace of marriage. I hope that the three of you will do your part to continue the human race and prosper the martial arts. He raised his hand and tapped his chest 3 times. This world is a world of warriors. Without so many formalities, the wedding ceremony would end at this point. Su Tongtong smiled and said, "Dad is so handsome, and moms are so beautiful." There was a ding-dong sound in Su Yuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the mission was completed very quickly, and the host received a counterattack gift pack X1. This gift package is waiting to be collected, and Su Yuan doesn't have time to think about it at this time. At this moment, they walked down the platform. The guests were eating, drinking and chatting, and Su Yuan felt relieved. Weddings in this world were like parties, not like those on Blue Star with so many rules. This deserves praise. Su Yuan walked to the food table and took a look at the food here. It was obvious that the Yi family had invested a lot of money. There were many limited edition foods, such as bread, and even meat. Most of the world eats energy bars. But that doesn't mean there is no real food at all. There are some lands in the central region that have not been polluted and can be used to grow crops in small quantities. As for meat, it is the strategic reserve of the old world. Just at this moment, a man in uniform with 3 moon-shaped epaulets on his shoulders walked up to Su Yuan. This man has a handsome appearance, but exudes a feminine temperament. As soon as he stepped forward, he said in a sarcastic tone, "Su Yuan, right? I'm Ouyang Huan from the Eastern Theater Command. I hold the rank of Lieutenant General and am also the superior of Sister Yi Qingling." Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and glanced at the man calmly. "Oh? What's the matter? Congratulations on your wedding today. As your wife's boss, I've come here specially to congratulate you. What's the matter? Is there a problem?" Ouyang Huan said lightly. Su Yuan's expression was a little ugly. He always felt that there was something wrong with this bastard who sold his asshole. "Congratulations are over, can you go now?" Ouyang Huan approached Su Yuan and said calmly, "Your wife is really good, it's a pity that you got her first, otherwise." Su Yuan punched the lieutenant general without saying a word. Bang! The fist was blocked by a wave of air in front of Ouyang Huan's face. Su Yuan said calmly, "The 10th level, true power released?" Ouyang Huan chuckled, "Young man, you are no match for me. Assaulting a lieutenant general, do you know what that crime is?" "I don't give a damn about your crime. I'll kill you first." Su Yuan's true power suddenly burst out, bang. Ouyang Huan immediately took a step back and said in surprise, "Instantaneous force? You really surprised me, kid." At this moment, 2 figures appeared in front of Su Yuan, one on the left and one on the right. Yi Qingling said calmly, "Stay away from my husband." Yi Qingming's mouth corners curled up. "Lieutenant General Ouyang, do you want to die?" Ouyang Huan frowned slightly and patted his shoulder, "It's really boring. You can't even take a joke. I saw he was young, so I came to tease him." After saying that, Ouyang Huan turned and left. Su Yuan's eyes were gloomy. Yi Qingling turned around and asked, "Su Yuan, are you okay?" Su Yuan shook his head. "If this guy dares to talk nonsense in front of me again, I will kill him." Yi Qingling shook her head and said, "You are no match for him at this stage. He is from the Ouyang family, also a martial saint family." Su Yuan snorted coldly. "I don't care who he is, as long as he insults my wife, it's not okay. 3 years. 3 years from now, when I join the army, I'm going to beat this so-called lieutenant general's face into a pig's head." Yi Qingming chuckled. "Su Yuan, there are so many people who like us, don't you have a lot of people to beat up?" Su Yuan pulled Yi Qingming over and kissed her in the incredulous gazes of others in the distance. After a while, the two separated. Su Yuan said calmly, "I am your husband, and I am also an SSS level qualified person. What kind of man am I if I can't even protect my wife?" Yi Qingling's face flushed as she watched this scene. Yi Qingming looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. So many people are watching." Su Yuan smiled faintly, The wedding is already over, what's wrong with kissing the bride? You just kissed me, and my sister saw it. You can't be partial to me, right?" Yi Qingming gave a sly smile. Yi Qingling on the other side thought to herself that something was wrong. The next moment, Yi Qingming had already circled behind him and raised his hands to lock onto Yi Qingling's body. "Su Yuan. Quick!" Su Yuan also raised the corners of his mouth and immediately came to Yi Qingling. "Eh? Su Yuan. Sister. You guys. Woo woo. The other end. Several elders of the Yi family turned their backs, and Yuan even covered his grandson's eyes. Oh, it's so good to be young. Mother-in-law Jean Lin said, much braver than you. Eh? What are you talking about? When I was young, that was called respecting you. Yuan said in a deep voice. At the same time, Su Yuan let go of Yi Qingling. Qingling. Su Yuan. Yi Qingling's pretty face turned red when the two looked at each other ambiguously. Outside the gate, a soldier rushed in and said in a panic, "Oh no! Something happened. Commander! Commander! Eastern Theater. A major rift has appeared above the A level." Major Generals Chen Huang and Zhang Xing immediately led their troops to stop it, but they were completely wiped out in just half an hour. This time, there might be a 12th level beast with the strength of a martial saint. Yanlong stood up with a bang, his expression instantly becoming extremely serious, and his mood for attending the wedding was gone. What? Are they dead? Everyone's eyes turned to look over, and everyone was in a panic for a moment. How could this happen? Is there a crack in the Eastern Theater's position above Class A? It's another tough battle. It's been 10 years since such a crack appeared in the Eastern Theater Command. I don't know. What should I do? Yanlong turned his head and said, except for Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng, all other staff on leave will have their leave cancelled and go to the headquarters for a meeting. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng glanced at Su Yuan. Su Yuan was holding Yi Qingling's hand at this moment. The latter slowly pulled out his hand. Don't you have to go? Su Yuan was a little unhappy. The bridal chamber hadn't been opened yet. Yi Qingling's throat tightened. I'm sorry, Su Yuan. We are soldiers. It is our duty to defend our country. Wait for us to come back. Chapter 35 Join the battle. A big crack appears. Su Tongtong trotted towards his mother's. Mom, can you not go to the war? Tongtong wants to sleep with you. Even though Yi Qingling was cold as ice, she still felt uncomfortable when she heard her daughter say such words. She half squatted down and raised her hand to rub Tongtong's head. Mom is a soldier. If there is any change in the war situation on the front line, we have to go and check it out. Don't worry, Tongtong, stay at home with Dad. Mom will be back soon. Yi Qingmeng also nodded. Yes, Tongtong, look after the house with Daddy, Mommy will be back soon. She picked up her daughter and rubbed her face against Su Tongtong's. Su Yuan walked up to his two wives and solemnly reached out to hold their hands. This battle will definitely be dangerous. You must be careful and always remember that your wife watching stone is waiting for you at home. Yi Qingling rolled her eyes at Su Yuan and said, just take good care of the child. What's with the wife waiting stone? That's nonsense. Yi Qingmeng also nodded, yes, Su Yuan, I think you only have your sister in your eyes. You look at her when you speak. Su Yuan sighed and turned to look at Yi Qingmeng's hand. Of course there's you too, what are you talking about? Humph. That's more like it. Yi Qingmeng snorted coldly. Su Yuan raised his hand, which already contained a lot of sandwiches and sausages. Take these with you to eat on the road. Even if you are fighting, you must not forget to eat. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng collected the food. He took 2 steps forward and suddenly turned back. Throw herself into the arms of her husband and children. Wait for us to come back. The two said in unison. Then he resolutely turned around and walked towards Yanlong. Yanlong glanced at the two of them and said, nonsense. How can you return to the army on your wedding day? I'm here in the Eastern Theater Command. You can just stay home and spend time with your husband and children. Yi Qingling shook her head, the cracks in the upper level are not trivial. This battle is definitely a time when we need more men, Commander. We too are applying to rejoin the team. Yanlong sighed and said, great. You are indeed the woman of the Yi family. Then, I can only welcome you back to the team. Everyone listen up, quickly support the front line. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng turned their heads to look at Su Yuan, and at the same time raised their hands to unbutton their wedding gowns, revealing a major general's uniform with 3-star epaulets shining inside, and handed the gowns to the adjutant beside them. Please pass it on to my husband and child. We are leaving now. With tears in their eyes, the two left the main hall, and the adjutant turned back to return the wedding dress. Yuan glanced at his wife and said, "Wife, why do I always feel uneasy this time?" Jinlin smiled and said, "Don't worry, you guys. My two daughters are powerful warriors of the 7th realm. Moreover, I have just entered the martial saint realm. I am also ready to go with the army to take a look. Wentian, you guard the house well." "Oh, no," his wife went to the battlefield. "Does my wife want to go too?" "I'll go with you," Yi Wentian said. "Okay, stop messing around. The Yi family still needs you to take charge, and the Eastern Theater doesn't like a half-step martial saint like you. Just stay home and relax." Jinlin said, then glanced at Su Yuan and said, "I know what you want to do by looking at your eyes. You want to go to the battlefield? I tell you, you can't go anywhere now. As an SSS level person, you are still very young. Study hard and practice well. In the future, you will definitely surpass us." After Jinlin finished speaking, his figure disappeared on the spot. Su Yuan clenched his fists tightly. Is this what it feels like to marry a high-level player in the novice village? I can't help at all in the team fight. Yuan turned his head and glanced at Su Yuan. "You, take good care of Tongtong and yourself, and practice well. Your father-in-law and I will go to Shangjing City to communicate with the Federation. I won't go to the battlefield, but the rear-line supplies for this battle are absolutely essential." Su Yuan nodded. "My father-in-law is busy, so I'll take Tongtong back with me." The wedding encountered an unexpected situation and had to end early. The students of Wuhan University sighed in regret. In these turbulent times, we must cherish the time we spend together, enjoy life while we can, and make the most of these 4 wonderful years. Yeah, I was envious of Su Yuan just now, but on the first day of their marriage, his wife went to the battlefield. Yang Feng still had bandages on his body and said in a deep voice, "All right. As classmates, please stop making sarcastic remarks." The last battle with Su Yuan actually showed respect between the men. Yang Feng now has nothing but emotion in his heart, especially since he is already a 4th-year student. His days in school are destined to be short, as he will be joining the army soon. He doesn't know how soon this war will end, and he might even be sent to the front line. Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao walked up to Su Yuan. He raised his hands and placed them on Su Yuan's arms, one on the left and one on the right, and sighed. "Brother, now that my sister-in-law is gone, everything will be fine. It's just a crack. Our Eastern Theater command is still very strong. Yeah, if you're really lonely at night, call Zhang Jiuming. He has a strong hip." Su Yuan shook his head and said, "Okay, it's just a battlefield. My wife will win. Can't you see Su Tongtong is here? They haven't given me a daughter yet. How could anything happen? Don't be afraid. I have a cheat. I know they will be fine. Let's go, everyone go back." The guests gradually dispersed. Only Qin Huairu was waiting outside the main hall like crazy. Nye Qingqing tried to persuade her, but it was useless. "Huairu, the matter is already a foregone conclusion. There is no need for us to do this. Don't you think so?" Qin Huairu shook her head. "Qingqing, you don't understand. You've never loved anyone before. I didn't understand love before. I was too young. I only regretted it after I lost it. So, I must get Su Yuan back. Besides, his wife is on the battlefield, and there are no women around him. This is a good opportunity for me. As long as I don't give up, everything will be fine. He already has 2 wives, so what if he has one more?" Nye Qingqing shook her head. "I think you should look for Su Jia. He's also S rank, so he can't be much worse." "Shut up. How can Su Jia compare to Su Yuan?" "Su Yuan is handsome and talented, so Su Jia is nothing compared to him." A little further away, Su Jia and Su Mo's family were still there. Upon hearing this, Su Jia was furious. "Qin Huairu, what are you talking about?" Boom! Su Jia's true energy exploded, and he instantly appeared in front of Qin Huairu and punched her. The next moment, Su Jia was like being hit by a huge hammer and flew backwards. He flew 100 feet away, vomiting blood. Chapter 36 Complete the combat skills, cut through the heaven and earth with one sword. Su Yuan appeared at the place where Su Jia had just stood, holding his daughter. The other students followed out. Qin Huairu seemed to have found a life-saving straw. "Su Yuan. It's you just couldn't bear to see me get beaten, right? You still care about me, right? She raised her hand, and the sparkling bracelet on her wrist gleamed. Su Yuan, this is the chain you gave me a year ago. I always wear it on my wrist. Su Yuan, I know you still love me, and that missy is just for marriage. Don't worry, I can be your concubine, you see? Get lost. Su Yuan said calmly, making trouble at my wedding? I just don't want anyone to die here. You, and Sumo's family, get out of here. At this time, the school principal and instructor also came out. Rose Wuzun frowned and said, What are you all doing out there? Are you still unwilling to give up? Do you think Su Yuan will return to the Su family? Do you think Su Yuan will marry you? Don't be delusional. As an outsider, I'm extremely angry when I hear these things, let alone Su Yuan. Under the momentum of these mentors, the Su family didn't dare to pester them anymore. Lu Yuru stepped forward, pulled her husband and said, Let's go back first and discuss it later. I think Su Yuan doesn't want to go home anymore. Su Mo nodded, Take Suzhou with you and let's go. The two men ran to Suzhou in a panic, picked him up and fled the scene. And Qin Huairu was still staring at Su Yuan infatuatedly. Nie Qingqing beside her whispered, You also said that Su Yuan's wife is not here. At worst, you can find a way to make up for it during your study time later. Maybe Su Yuan will like you again. Even if I am a man, I don't like you even if you are like this today. After hearing what her best friend said, Qin Huairu nodded. You're right, Qingqing, let's go. I'll still have a chance later. Only then did Nie Qingqing drag Qin Huairu away. Su Yuan shook his head and went home with his daughter in his arms. As soon as he returned home, Su Yuan started preparing dinner for the children. At the same time, on the other side of the Su family. As soon as Su Mo got home, he started throwing things around. Su Yuan. This rebellious son has completely humiliated me. Lu Yuru said, Fortunately, we have Suzhou by our side. When we get old, we won't be left without someone to take care of us. On the contrary, Su Yuan, at least, has lost our family affection. Suzhou rolled his eyes when he heard this. He now has the support of the Yi family. Still care about your little Su family. Mom and Dad, don't worry. When you are old, I will definitely take care of you. Suzhou smiled in his heart and said, Once all your properties have been transferred out by me, you can retire underground. Suzhou also said at this time, and Su Yuan may not have a good ending. The Eastern Theater Command is facing a crack in the upper level of Class A this time. Who knows if his wife can come back? Su Mo also nodded. That's right. Suzhou, we can't just go to the battlefield casually. Even if we have to go, we should only go to the rear. Don't go to the front line. You have an S-level talent. In the future, you have to become a martial saint and bring glory to the Su family. You can't get into trouble. Suzhou smiled faintly, Don't worry, Mom and Dad. When I graduate, I will definitely be very strong. When the time comes, I will go to the battlefield to win military merits. Lu Yuru nodded, Yes, yes, yes. When your son comes back, he will at least be a general. What do you mean he can't go to the battlefield? It's just that your father is useless. We won't listen to him. Suzhou narrowed his eyes slightly. When I graduate, Su Yuan will just be my stepping stone. When I get to the battlefield, won't it be easy to kill him? That night, news of the emergence of a Class A upper crack in the Eastern Theater spread throughout the entire Chinese theater. The people were in a panic and hoped that the army could win the battle. At the same time, he prayed that his city was safe. The next day, Binhai Wuhan University, Tian Duyuan Martial Arts Field. Principal Luo Yushan personally guides his students. Yang Feng put away his spear at this moment. Luo Yushan nodded and said, Martial arts are not about quantity, but about mastery. You are proficient in the Gengjin breathing method and the Jinjin spear method, but you must pay attention to your spiritual intention. This will be beneficial for your future breakthrough to the 10th realm. Generally speaking, the 7th realm can comprehend instantaneous force, while the 10th realm can comprehend one's true meaning. Only with true meaning can one be called a true warrior. Those who were not on stage were listening to the principal's speech. Doesn't that mean we can only be considered warriors when we reach the 10th level? Xiao Yu muttered. A little further away, Qin Huairu's eyes were always on Su Yuan. Su Yuan was waiting for a message from his wife. I asked them to report safety to me every day on the communicator, but there was no news on the first day. That's really too much. At this time Luo Yushan said lightly. Su Yuan, you first-year students don't have your own combat skills yet. Let me explain to you that these combat skills are mainly divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. This heavenly rank combat skill is the highest level. After today's class, you must quickly finalize your combat skills. Do you understand? Su Yuan nodded, I understand. The others nodded as well. Luo Yushan nodded, Su Yuan, you come with me, the principal. Everyone looked at Su Yuan curiously. Hey, what's going on? Is the principal going to give Su Yuan some treasure in private? Why? Su Yuan is so lucky. If you have SSS level qualifications, you'd be lucky too. Alas, there is no hope in this life. Su Yuan followed Luo Yushan to a broken stone. He raised his hand and hit the stone with his palm. Suddenly, endless sword energy surged on the broken stone, and Su Yuan seemed to see a figure dancing with a sword on the broken stone. Su Yuan, this is half of the sword technique. It was sent by the Central Theater Command yesterday. I heard that you use a sword, and the senior leaders must have put a lot of thought into it. Luo Yushan said. Su Yuan was stunned and asked, Principal, why is there only half of this sword technique? Luo Yushan nodded and said, back then, a martial arts master engraved this sword technique on this stone. Later, due to the chaos of war, the stone tablet broke in two. This combat skill has become half of the combat skill. But even so, this sword technique is still the most lethal among the heavenly sword techniques. Su Yuan nodded, okay, Principal, I'll write it down. Well, you better remember this. I'm going to teach them a lesson now. Luo Yushan said, turned around and left. Su Yuan sat down cross-legged, ready to contemplate it carefully. By the way, I got married yesterday and received the gift package, but I haven't opened it yet. System, open the gift package. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the counterattack gift package has been opened. Congratulations to the host for winning 99 hot pot base. Detected that the current combat skills are missing, supplemented the host's sword skills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete combat skills Heaven and Earth Sword Slash. Heaven and Earth Slash, a god-level combat skill, divided into stages, slashing mountains, breaking rivers, splitting the sky, and destroying the universe. Su Yuan was stunned. No way, are you going to complete the combat skills in front of me? However, isn't the proficiency of this combat skill divided into skilled, mastered, perfect, and grandmaster? You're going to cut down the mountain and sever the river right now? Ding! The system's so-called complete combat skills the host has obtained is the master's proficiency. As the host's realm strength increases, it will naturally be able to step-by-step reach the level of cutting mountains, splitting the sky, and so on. Chapter 37 I am a half-step martial saint, and you actually hurt me? Su Yuan stood up and took another look at the stone tablet in front of him. The system directly supplemented the combat skills and granted master-level proficiency. This cheat is really awesome. Back at the teaching field, Luo Yushan was about to start his lecture when he saw Su Yuan walking out with a relaxed look on his face. He was dumbfounded and pointed at Su Yuan and said, Su Yuan, it's only been a short while and you're already out. That stone tablet was shipped from the Central War Zone. You can't be so careless. You must understand it thoroughly. Suja sat there and said with a smile, Mr. Principal, since Su Yuan doesn't take it seriously, I think you might as well pass this fighting skill on to me. I definitely take it more seriously than he does. The other students nodded as well. Yeah, Su Yuan is too casual. The principal and teacher must have put in a lot of effort to acquire these fighting skills. Su Yuan went in and came out within a few minutes? Su Yuan said at this moment, Principal, I came out because I have learned combat skills. Oh? Luo Yushan was slightly surprised. He already knew it. Once mastered, this fighting skill is divided into 4 levels: proficient, perfect, and grandmaster. Since you have learned it, then you and Yang Feng can demonstrate it to me. I want to see what level you have reached before you dare to say that you have mastered it. Yang Feng's Xinjin spear technique has reached a perfect level of proficiency. You'd better be careful. Yang Feng, just stop there. Yang Feng stepped forward, holding a spear in his hand, and said to Su Yuan, please. Su Yuan nodded, okay, then you be careful. My mastery of the Xinjin spear technique has reached perfect level, and you have at most just reached proficiency. You have to be careful. Yang Feng said. The principal then said, this is a competition of combat skills. You are not allowed to use your true strength or any other skills. I want to see your skills. Other students said one after another. As a budding graduate, Yang Feng has been practicing his combat skills for 4 years. Yes, Su Yuan is definitely not his opponent. He has only been learning for a few minutes. Yes. Suja sneered in his heart, Su Yuan, when you embarrass yourself in front of the principal will definitely think that there is something wrong with your attitude, and then. At this moment, everyone saw Su Yuan suddenly swinging his knife. Yang Feng raised his gun to block. Bang! Su Yuan held the knife with both hands, heaven and earth. One cut. Buzz. Yang Feng's figure retreated continuously, and he was actually forced back by this knife. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. If Su Yuan had just used his true power, would he die? I lost. Wow. Everyone at the scene stood up and looked at this scene. How is this possible? A few minutes ago, Su Yuan didn't know any fighting skills, but in just a short while, his fighting skills were enough to scare Yang Feng to death. This is impossible. How could a person's understanding be so terrifying? Xiaoyu shook his head and said, that's impossible. It takes at least a month for a warrior to master combat skills. And he has to defeat Yang Feng, who is at the perfect level of proficiency. Suja stared. Yang Feng. Did you let me win? How is this possible? I don't accept it. Yang Feng shook his head, I'll let you go. If you don't believe me, try it. Suja's eyes suddenly dodged. His fighting skills were a set of assassination techniques, which he hadn't practiced well yet. How could he compare with Su Yuan? He might actually be beaten to death. At this time, the principal glanced at Su Yuan and said, everyone, stop arguing and let me see. Su Yuan, I will suppress my cultivation to the same level as you, and I will use my master-level combat skills to compete with you. From what we just saw, Su Yuan's mastery of this sword technique was definitely more than just proficiency. Could it be that in just a few minutes, he had achieved mastery? Or even perfection? If that's the case, it's too unbelievable. Thinking of this, the principal took a step forward and turned his hand, and an emerald green sword appeared. There were bursts of exclamations at the scene. The sword in the principal's hand is golden. It must be an orange legendary weapon. Yes, it seems to be called the Sword of Life. The Federation gave this weapon to the principal because he is one of the few half-step martial saints in the healing department. It's no secret. But even though the principal has suppressed his realm, he's still holding an orange weapon. Add to that the combat experience of a half-step martial saint and master-level combat skills? Oh my god, what will happen to Su Yuan after being beaten? At this moment, the principal's realm began to fall, all the way to the second realm of perfection. Su Yuan, make your move. Su Yuan glanced at the principal and said, Principal, aren't you bullying the younger generation? Humph. You're taking advantage of me, kid. I'm just giving you some advice, how does that count as bullying? Luo Yushan said. Su Yuan smiled faintly, Principal, what if you lose to me at the same level as me? Ha ha ha. Arrogant. The principal pointed at Su Yuan and said, if you can beat me, I'll give you some benefits. Otherwise, you have to kneel in front of the stone tablet as punishment. Su Yuan nodded, once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back by the principal. After saying this, Su Yuan had already slashed out with his sword. You have no moral principles. Luo Yushan hurriedly used his sword to block. But he was soon surprised to find that there was something wrong with this boy's proficiency. This feeling of mastery. You've reached the level of a grandmaster. As the principal exclaimed, Su Yuan shouted, a sword from heaven and earth. Cut. Buzz. The blade slashed towards Luo Yushan's face. Luo Yushan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, this. Boom. The principal instantly recovered his half-step martial saint cultivation and raised his hand to grasp Su Yuan's blade, humph. You still need to practice, kid. Su Yuan almost fell down because he used the wrong force. Teacher, you are the one who lacks martial ethics. Didn't we agree that you would suppress your realm? Suppressing realm? What if I get hacked to death by you? At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared on Luo Yushan's hand. His face suddenly changed, this is. You actually hurt me? Su Yuan smiled faintly, the heaven and earth can be cut with one sword. When I use it to the extreme, the heaven and earth can be cut, let alone your hand. Luo Yushan looked incredulous. I am a half-step martial saint, and you, a second-level warrior, actually hurt me. Chapter 38 God-level combat skills. This Su Yuan must not be left alive. Su Yuan said calmly, what happened to half-step martial saint? Didn't he still get chopped down by me? A huge wave of emotion rose in Luo Yushan's heart. The students at the scene said one after another. Su Yuan actually injured the principal? What level of combat skills does he possess? This guy is too evil. Yeah, at our age, it's almost impossible to hurt a half-step martial saint. Why can Su Yuan do it? Could it be that the principal was careless? At this moment, the principal slowly raised his hand, and a green light flashed on it, but his injuries still did not recover. He narrowed his eyes and said in great surprise, this. Could it be God-level combat skills? His eyes flashed with green light, and his whole body surged with true energy, which allowed the wound on his finger to heal. Only God-level combat skills could hinder the healing of the wound of a half-step martial saint. He looked up enthusiastically and looked at Su Yuan. God-level combat skills. You actually comprehended a God-level combat skill. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and pretended to be ignorant. Oh? What does this mean? After Luo Yushan calmed down, he said, everyone knows that combat skills are divided into the heaven, earth, and yellow levels, but what few people know is that there are even divine-level combat skills above these. Immediately a student raised his hand. Teacher, do you mean that Su Yuan has actually mastered God-level combat skills? Suja, feeling sour in his heart, asked, why doesn't the school provide us with God-level combat skills? Luo Yushan glanced at Su Zhou and then said, because it can't be provided. What? All the students were shocked. Teacher, I think you are just stingy. What do you mean by not being able to provide? I think the teacher just doesn't want to give it, so he deliberately said he can't give it. Luo Yushan shook his head. This God-level combat skill is not something we can provide. The so-called God-level combat skill must be mastered by you after you have mastered the heaven-level combat skill and your comprehension reaches a certain level, so that you can comprehend the God-level combat skill on your own. Xiao Yu immediately said, Teacher. You mean, Su Yuan? Comprehensive of God-level combat skills? Yang Feng stood up and said, impossible. I practiced hard for 4 years to perfect my heavenly grade spear technique. How could Su Yuan master it in just a few minutes? Those who have mastered God-level combat skills. That's impossible. Suja looked grim. If he continued like this, he would be left further and further behind by Su Yuan. This person must be eliminated. Otherwise, Suja, will never be reconciled in this life. The Su family has a group of Su-A, 18 people, all of whom are death warriors trained by the Su family, and their average strength is around level 5. It would be perfect to use it to kill Su Yuan. I'm going to use your Su family's assassins to kill your Su family's grandson, brother. I want to see how you'll react then. At this moment, the principal was still immersed in excitement. Good. That's great. Luo Yushan glanced at Su Yuan and said, Su Yuan, your genius makes the whole world tremble for you. The principal raised his hand and slapped Su Yuan. A green light instantly penetrated into Su Yuan's body. Su Yuan, I have injected a longevity talisman into your body. This is a skill I learned after reaching the half-step martial saint level. This longevity talisman is within your body. Whenever you are injured, it will help you heal your body. Another point is that once you suffer fatal damage, the longevity talisman will save your life and protect your heart meridians. Give you time to save yourself. Okay, let's continue with the class. The news that Su Yuan had mastered God-level combat skills spread throughout the 5 major war zones, and even the Federation was alarmed. At this moment, the battlefield of the Eastern Theater Command. In the crack of Superior A, a group of dusty soldiers have already entered deep into the hinterland. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng led the team to lurk here. Yi Qingmeng smiled and said, just now, the headquarters sent a message saying that Su Yuan has comprehended a God-level combat skill. Let us fight with peace of mind. He is doing well. Yi Qingling nodded. Great. As expected of Su Yuan. As long as he continues to grow, he will definitely become the most powerful martial saint in the world. At this time, a soldier came over and said, Generals, our people have discovered the lair of the Beast King. Okay, I understand. At this moment, Su Yuan finally finished his studies for the day. Tong is watching TV at home alone today. I wonder if he will miss me. I left a lot of delicious food for her. Maybe she was having so much fun that she forgot everything else. At this moment, a girl walked up to Su Yuan holding plastic flowers. Hello, little brother, I have some flowers here. Do you want some? It's very cheap. It would be a great gift for my wife or children. Su Yuan nodded, then give me one. He slowly raised his hand, and the next moment a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. A pitch-black long sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the woman in front of him, one sword cut. Puff! The girl fell into a pool of blood. The flowers in her arms fell apart and a bomb rolled out. Su Yuan immediately jumped away. Boom! The next moment, more than a dozen assassins rushed out from the streets and alleys and attacked Su Yuan. At this moment, on the other side, Su family. Su Mo asked in confusion, Suja, why do you want my token of love? Suja smiled faintly. Dad, I want to transfer Su Wei from the Su family. Lu Yuru frowned. Suja, why did you mobilize Su Wei so well? Suja smiled and said, nothing. I see my parents are angry every day, so I want to help them relieve some of the burden. So as long as Su Yuan pays the price, everyone will be happy, right? Su Mo was shocked. What? You used Su Wei to attack Su Yuan? Lu Yuru looked extremely unhappy and shook her head, saying, this. Su Wei is a killer, you are assassinating, once it is discovered. Our Su family is finished. Suja sneered, ha, so now we're in the same boat. Mom and Dad, this token was given to me by you. They are all members of the Su family, you can't turn against them. Sumo's face was unusual and ugly. Suja. How could you do this? No matter what, that man is still your brother and our biological son. You can target him, but how can you kill him? Suja slowly stood up and glanced at his parents. You too, all the assets of the Su family are now in my hands, Suja. Everyone in the Su family belongs to me, Suja. If you don't obey, I don't mind sending you off early. If you are obedient, I can support you until you die. At this moment, Su Mo and Lu Yuru felt a biting chill in their hearts. Suja. Have you been plotting against us for a long time? Su Mo clutched his chest. Are you worthy of our kindness in raising you? Yes, we raised Suja to adulthood for you. Lu Yuru said with a pale face. You guys? Suja laughed, you idiots. You are stupid, you should believe me. Someone, come here, the master and mistress are not feeling well, lock them up and let them recuperate. Su Mo looked at the Su family as housekeeper and warrior who appeared behind Suja, and shuddered. Suja. It's you. Su Yuan left home, and the company fell into ruin. Is everything because of you? Chapter 39 My son is dead? I regret it so much. You only understand now? It's too late. Standing behind Suja were the confidants he had cultivated over the years in the Su family. He continued, from now on, the power of the Su family is under my control. As long as Su Yuan dies, the Federation will allocate more resources to me, and I will become the first martial saint of the Su family. You should feel relieved too. Sumo's eyes were red with anger. Suja. You have been in my Su family since you were a teenager. I will give you my best resources. Even if she is my own son's fiancée, I will give her to you if you want her. How could you do this to us two old people? You have been planning this for a long time to sideline us. Lu Yuru covered her chest. I never believed what Su Yuan said. I thought he was just ostracizing you. I didn't want to be a bad mother to my adopted son, so I took special care of you. I didn't expect you to plot against us? Suja said calmly, you treat me well because of my talent. If you don't even love your own son, who can you love? You treat me like this simply because you saw that I have good talent in the early stage. When your own son became an SSS level qualifier, I still remember your expressions. You regret it, and it is this regret that has made me understand a lot. I will feel safe only when power and strength are in my hands, Suja. Su Mo shook his head and said, if you kill Su Yuan, the Yi family and the Eastern Theater will not let you go. Oh? Suja smiled. No one can find out the identities of these assassins of the Su family. They killed Su Yuan. Who knows who did it, as long as you old guys don't tell us. Of course, if you tell, then you're guilty as well as me. You made a scene outside the wedding, and the whole city saw your jealous look. You! Su Zhe! You brat! Su Mo stood up and slapped out with his palm. Behind Su Zhe, a gloomy old man stood up and slapped out with his palm. Su Mo flew out. He bumped into the Su family's emblem in the hall behind him and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yuru rushed to her husband's side and helped Su Mo up. Su Zhe! No matter what, he is your father. Don't you feel guilty about doing this? Lu Yuru said. Su Zhe took a step forward and said, "It is precisely because I still remember your kindness that I didn't kill you. Someone, come here, the master and his wife have gone mad, take them to their room and keep them under good care." The two men were still holding their chests when they were sent away. Extremely regretful. Su Zhe smiled faintly. These two idiots actually thought that I would treat them as my parents? The Su family is just a stepping stone for me, Su Zhe. In the future, I, Su Zhe, will definitely become an important martial saint level powerhouse in the Chinese war zone and create my own martial saint family. The other end. Su Yuan's long sword began to emit green light. Ding! The soul-eating sword upgrades to the Devil May Cry sword. Devil May Cry blade, an evolved version of the soul-devouring blade, imbued with ghostly power. During battle, the ghostly energy will continuously erode the opponent. At this moment, a deep cut was opened on Su Yuan's shoulder. But his eyes remained indifferent. "You were sent by my good brother, right?" He took out a blood-exploding pill and put it into his mouth. Rushed towards the 8 remaining assassins. These 8 assassins instantly burst out with their true strength, and the terrifying true strength surged wildly. The corpses on the ground were torn into pieces by the shock. Want to kill me? Ask about my knife. He. I haven't even had my wedding night yet, how can I die? After an unknown amount of time of chopping, Su Yuan pulled back the long knife in his hand, and the knife of the last assassin in front of him almost pierced Su Yuan's chest. The two fell to the ground together. In the distance, one of Su Zhe's confidants saw the scene and immediately turned around to report. At this moment, green light began to emanate from Su Yuan's body. There was a noise of footsteps in the distance. These are the city defense forces in the city. A terrifying pressure descended here. Luo Yushan arrived instantly, glaring at the scene. He waved his hand to lift Su Yuan's body, his face full of anger. Asshole. The next moment, the figure quickly disappeared from the spot. The other end. Su family. Su Zhe heard the news of Su Yuan's death. His expression suddenly changed, and then became distorted. Ha ha. Dead. It's good that he's dead. He's finally dead. I am the most talented person in school this year. Go and call the 2 old men over here. Their son is dead. This is great. Su Zhe glanced at the butler in front of him and said with a smile, "By the way, how did he die? How many times was he stabbed? Did he say anything when he died?" The steward shook his head and said, "When he died, he had already killed 18 assassins. He must have died from his injuries. In the end, the assassin stabbed him directly through the chest with a single blow. Even a warrior skilled in healing breathing techniques couldn't save him." Su Zhe nodded. Okay. That's great. At this time, Su Mo and Lu Yuru trembled as they came to the main hall. Su Zhe waved at the housekeeper who was guarding them and said, "What did you do to my parents? How can you show them no respect at all? From now on, my dear parents, I am your only son. You no longer need to worry about which son you should love." Hearing this, Su Mo and Lu Yuru were stunned. It took me a while to realize what this meant. You mean to say that you killed my Yuaner? You. Sumo's eyes widened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You beast, even if your relationship is not good. He's your brother too. Lu Yuru began to break down emotionally. Yuaner. You died tragically. Mom will avenge you right now. She rushed forward and was ready to fight Su Zhe. Su Zhe slapped Lu Yuru in the face with his backhand, knocking her to the ground. Don't get it wrong, he's dead now. I'm the only son of your Su family. Can you please be more careful with your attitude when you face me? Su Mo pointed at Su Zhao and said, "Where is he? Where is he now? I want to go see my son." Su Zhe laughed heartily. Where is he? The entire war zone must be frantic now. A genius not seen in a century has been killed by me. At this moment, one of his men stepped forward and said, "Young Master Su. Su Yuan is dead, and the city has issued a notice. Su Jia nodded. Good, it's a good thing he died. You heard it too, Su Yuan is dead. From now on, no one in this world will compete with me for the position of heir to the Su family, and no one will be able to share resources with me. Chapter 40 Leaving the battlefield to mourn the late husband. On the other side, Wu Datai and Du Yuan. In the principal's room, Luo Yushan glanced at Su Yuan lying on the bed and said, Yes, it's a good thing I injected the longevity talisman in advance, otherwise you would be in real danger. Su Tongtong lay on the bed nervously. When will Grandpa Whitebeard wake up? Tongtong misses him. Luo Yushan smiled and said, Your father needs to sleep for a while. He's injured. If he doesn't rest well, there will be sequelae. Tongtong wouldn't want his dad to feel uncomfortable, would he? Su Tongtong nodded. Yeah, Daddy will definitely get up soon. Blow on him, and it will stop hurting. She lay on her father's chest and blew air at Su Yuan. It was at this moment that Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes. I'm not dead? Luo Yushan sneered and said, You were slightly dead for a moment. If it weren't for my immortality talisman that saved you, you would have really died. Su Yuan slowly sat up and held his daughter in his arms. Tongtong, why are you here? Luo Yushan rode. I received it. I have now announced to the whole city that you are dead. The city defense forces are investigating this matter now. I hope that with your death, your assassin will be exposed. Just take a couple of days off. Leave these matters to me. You're the most outstanding student in this school, with SSS level qualifications and divine level combat skills. If you die in the city, I'll simply die as an apology. Su Yuan shook his head. It has nothing to do with you. I think I know who did it. Luo Yushan asked doubtfully, Do you know who did it? These assassins should be Su Wei from the Su family. The one who can mobilize them is either my father or my brother. Su Yuan said. What? Luo Yushan couldn't believe it. I will contact the city defense forces immediately to investigate the Su family. Su Yuan nodded. I'm still a little dizzy, I'll sleep for a while. Teacher, please help me report to the Yi family that I'm safe. Su Yuan pointed to the communicator on his wrist, which was damaged during the battle. Luo Yushan nodded and hurried to find the city defense troops, forgetting to report his safety. At this moment at school, the two brothers who heard the news had collapsed. Zhang Jiuming held a bottle of cheap baijiu in his hand and gulped down a mouthful. Brother Yuan. You just got married and haven't even slept with your sister-in-law yet, how come you're gone? Chen Hao wiped his tears and said in a deep voice, Brother Yuan. Don't worry, you can go ahead. We will take care of your sister-in-law and niece. Jiuming will practice hard in the future and take care of your sister-in-law and niece in the future. Wow. My son has such a miserable life. How could he die before he even graduated? Zhang Jiuming was crying uncontrollably. At this time, Xiaoyu found the two of them with red eyes. The Yi family has already hung up the white silk and is preparing to hold condolences. Do you want to go or not? I'll go over now. Let's go. We must go and see my brother off for the last time. The two wiped their tears and followed Xiaoyu to the Yi family. At this moment, Yi Wentian, who happened to arrive at Binhai, had already raised the white silk. In the main hall, there was an empty coffin. He had just contacted the city defense forces and asked them for his son-in-law's body, but he didn't expect the city defense forces to say that there was no body and told him to stop making trouble. Whoa! These heartless people had one attitude when asking the Yi family for help, but another attitude when someone in the Yi family died. At this moment, he sat beside the coffin as if he had lost his mind. How did he get assassinated? The body is gone. It's my father-in-law who has wronged you. He shouldn't have left. At this moment, Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao came in and saw the coffin without caring about anything else. Kneeling on the ground and wailing wildly. Woo! You son of a bitch, why did you just leave us? Wow! Xiaoyu and Yang Feng also felt uncomfortable, even though they had not been together for long. However, Su Yuan's image as a genius is still deeply rooted in people's hearts. If Su Yuan grows up, the human race will have another figure like the Yi family's ancestor. But now, everything is gone. Xiaoyu raised his glass and said, We were classmates, and I'm here to see you off. It's a shame we can't fight together on the battlefield. Yang Feng also raised his glass. I, Yang Feng, have only ever been humble enough to submit to a few people in my life, but you are one of them. Zhang Jiuming cried even louder. At the same time. The other end.
In the Eastern Theater Command, Yi Qingling, who successfully led his team to destroy a core breeding site of exotic beasts, returned to the command center with his men.
As soon as they came in, the two found Lieutenant General Ouyang Huan. The rest will be left to the main force.
Our team has lost a lot of manpower and is no longer able to advance further,
Yi Qingling reported. Yi Qingming took a sausage in his hand and started to chew it. When will it end? I want to go back and ask Su Yuan for more delicious food.
Ouyang Huan took a deep breath at this moment. Yi Qingming, I want to tell you something.
Don't get too excited.
It has already happened, and no one can change it.
I was wrong on the day of your wedding. I did like you, but now I don't think so anymore. I just feel sad. Stop. Yi Qingming glared at Ouyang Huan. What are you talking about? If you have something to say, can you just say it directly? Ouyang Huan was not angry even though he was criticized. He picked up a secret letter from the table. See for yourself. Yi Qingling's heart tightened and her body trembled. Take the secret letter. It says Eastern Theater Command Intelligence Department on it.
With trembling fingers, she lifted the seal. Yi Qingming was inexplicably irritated at the moment.
She stood up and snatched the letter away. What are you dithering about? What's going on? You're acting so crazy. Just a few words in the letter hurt Yi Qingming's heart. Su Yuan was ambushed and killed. Ah! The letter fell to the ground. Yi Qingling glared at her sister. What are you doing?
She picked up the letter, took a look at it, and her vision suddenly went dark, and she fainted.
Ouyang Huan was shocked.
Immediately arrange for a military doctor and escort the two major generals away from the front line.
Condolences to their deceased husbands.
In the evening, it started to drizzle. In the principal's bedroom, Su Yuan and his daughter enjoyed delicious food.
The two of them held the cake and ate it with their mouths full of cream. The sky is so gloomy. Is something big going to happen? Su Yuan sighed as he looked at the sky. Su Tongtong shook her head. I don't know when my mother will come back. I miss her. And on the other end. At Su Yuan's memorial service. Qin Huairu had already arrived. She walked to Su Yuan's spirit tablet, trembling all over, and broke down crying. I was wrong, I was wrong. I shouldn't have hurt you back then. If you were at the Su family, with the protection of the Su family's power, you wouldn't have been stabbed to death. It's all my fault.
At this moment, the Su family also arrived outside the gate.
Suja said calmly, be careful, don't say anything you shouldn't say.
Otherwise, if it's exposed, we'll all be in trouble. Sumo's eyes were filled with tears and his body was trembling.
Son, my son is gone?
Lu Yuru also raised her hand to wipe away her tears. It's Mom who's wronged you. Mom should just crash her head and die here.
Go down and be with you. Chapter 41 Host, please prepare for divorce. Zhang Zhoming, who was half kneeling on the ground, stood up and pointed at Lu Yuru, saying, Brother Yuan is such a genius. If you didn't only care about your adopted son, would he be so miserable?
Brother Yuan worked overtime alone at your Su family's house to help them transform their business.
That's how your Su family's prop business came about.
Secondly, Su Yuan didn't have any money during those years, and he had to rely on us to pay for his trips.
But you guys, you think his efforts are nothing? What are you pretending for? Now, bah! What a joke!
Chen Hao got up from the ground and said, 2 years ago, when the monsters invaded the city, it was Su Yuan who felt that the defenses of your Qin Huairu family were weak, so he brought people to rescue you. A year ago, when the city was facing an energy crisis, it was Su Yuan who decided to use his family's resources to help you, Qin Huairu.
But did he get even a shred of sincerity in return? And he died.
It's so unclear, I even suspect that you, a bunch of idiots, are behind this.
Boom boom boom.
The students of Tindo Academy drew their weapons one after another.
Yang Feng was furious after hearing this. The next generation of our human race is our pillar of support. The hope of our human race, and you treat it like this?
Xiao Yu's face was gloomy. I'll kill you and apologize to Su Yuan.
Su Mo burst into tears. It was me, Su Mo, who was wrong.
I didn't trust him and believed in others. At first, I just wanted others to think that I was not the kind of person who only loved my own children and not my adopted son.
I don't know why it turned out like this.
Qin Huairu knelt in front of Su Yuan's spirit tablet, trembling all over, and said, "I'm sorry, Su Yuan." It was Su Zhe who said at the time that he was the one who brought people to help my Qin family.
I always thought that he was the one who helped me.
Zhang Jiuming rushed towards Qin Huairu in anger, ready to fight to the death.
Chen Hao hugged him and said, "It's useless. These people are blind. Now that the person is dead, they are pretending."
Qin Huai's eyes were filled with tears at this moment.
"Su Yuan, I'm sorry, I really didn't know. Get up and look at me. I'll apologize to you." Qin Huairu covered her chest, acting heartbroken.
Suddenly, a loud shout was heard, and Yu Wentian's voice came, "Shut up!
My son-in-law doesn't need your false mercy.
When he was alive, you didn't like him as the future of the human race.
Now that he's dead, are you still going to insult him?" Just at this moment,
there was a commotion in the yard. Several guards of the Yi family were knocked away and fell more than 10 meters away. Two tall military ladies wearing the uniforms of major generals slowly walked into the mansion.
Their hair, one blue and one red, fluttered in the air.
His eyes were full of frost. Walking towards the morning hall step by step,
several Yi family soldiers said, "Miss, calm down. You're not going to help the situation by acting like this.
If my uncle knew about this, he wouldn't be happy in his grave."
"Get lost."
Yi Qingling said coldly, "He'll be fine.
We already have a daughter, and we haven't even had a child yet. How could he possibly die?" Yi Qingming nodded, "Who lied about military intelligence, and what is their punishment?"
At this moment, a group of Yi family guards rushed in and said, "We followed the instructions of the family head and went to retrieve Miss Tongtong, but there is no trace of Miss Tongtong in the room."
Yi Qingling and Yi Qingming trembled. "What did you say? Tongtong isn't at home? Then where is she? This is impossible. How could this happen?"
"Sister, if Tongtong came from the future and Su Yuan is gone now, then Tongtong would be..."
Buzz.
Yi Qingling's head buzzed.
Tongtong disappeared? How so? Could it be that Su Yuan is really dead, so Tongtong? The other end. Wuhan University President's room.
Su Yuan, who was resting in the room, stood up and picked up his daughter.
"Let's go to school with Dad. I just ate too much and I'm full."
Su Tongtong nodded, "Okay, Tongtong will take a walk with Daddy."
Ding.
The host's behavior has been accumulating over time.
Every time you hurt your wife, you just walk away. Now your wife is heartbroken and grief-stricken.
The host's beastly behavior is outrageous to both humans and gods.
Please your wife and make her smile. If you do, you will be rewarded with a counterattack gift pack X1. This mission is of hell-level difficulty. Please prepare for a divorce." Su Yuan was stunned. "System, what are you talking about?" he asked.
"My wife is making meritorious deeds on the battlefield and earning money to support me."
"You are so nice, asking me to make them laugh, what a joke. Tongtong, let's go for a walk."
At this moment, the Yi family, Yi Qingling and Yi Qingming, each held a long sword in their hands.
A blue sword that looks like flowing water. The other one was like a raging flame.
The two long swords hummed continuously. The murderous intent was boiling.
The two walked towards the coffin in the main hall and said lightly, "You stinky man, didn't you want to sleep with us? How come you disappeared when we haven't come back yet?" Yi Qingling said. Tears blurred Yi Qingming's vision. "You bad guy, what will I do if I don't have anything delicious to eat in the future?" "Woo woo."
Yi Qingling glanced at her sister and said, "Why do you only know how to eat?
He only deserves to give me delicious food."
Yi Qingming said stubbornly. Zhang Jiuming also burst into tears beside him. "Su Yuan, I will take care of the sisters-in-law.
Just go with peace of mind."
At this time, a guard from the Yi family came in and said,
"Master, the city defense army just returned my son-in-law's knife." Yi Qingling's figure flashed and appeared in front of the guard. She picked up Su Yuan's knife, looked at the blood on it, and said in a deep voice, "Who picked up the knife? Why didn't you clean it up?" "It's not cleaned up."
At this moment, several people from the Su family were also crying loudly. Even Su Zhe shed a few crocodile tears and said, "Brother, go with peace of mind.
The Su family will be mine from now on, and everything will be mine."
Yi Qingming thought that the most important thing at this moment was to avenge Su Yuan and his daughter.
"Dad! Who did this?" I want their lives. Yuan said solemnly, we're still investigating, but whoever could ambush Su Yuan must be a big family in the city. Buzz. Yi Qingmun's long knife was already pointed at Su Mo and Lu Yuru. You have been abusing Su Yuan. Is it because you don't want him to leave the Su family and want to control him forever, but Su Yuan is unmoved, so you are determined to do it once and for all? Speak. Boom. The murderous aura turned into a heat wave, and the temperature in the morning hall rose wildly. Sumo's eyebrows were furious. Suja was worried that the old man might say something wrong, so he immediately knelt down and said, no, you can't take your anger out on us. He's my brother, my parents' biological son. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. How could they possibly hurt their own son, right, Mom and Dad? Lu Yuru felt the terrifying temperature on the surface of her skin. Although she was sad that Su Yuan was dead after all. From now on, they're Su family. Life had to go on. Although she was sad, she didn't want to die yet. She nodded immediately and said, yes, I am his biological mother. How could I kill my own son? Chapter 42 You don't treat me and him as human beings at all. Suemo nodded even more frantically, yes, how could our Su family hurt our own son? Ms. Yi, we are your parents-in-law after all. How can you point a knife at us? At this moment, Yi Qingling raised his hand and swung the knife, and a blue light flashed. Suja was covered in cold sweat, and the next moment, a blood mark appeared on his face. Yi Qingling said, if I find out that you did this, I will kill you. At the same time, Su Yuan took Su Tongtong out of the school and strolled to the gate of the Yi family. Looking at the Yi family with white silk all over the sky, Su Yuan frowned. What happened to the Yi family? Did someone pass away? It can't be. Impossible. My daughter is by my side. There's no way my two wives are in trouble. Could it be my mother-in-law? Impossible. My mother-in-law is a martial saint. Two uncles? Impossible, it can't be that bad. According to Su Tongtong, there should be no problem for my uncles to get married and have children in the future. Su Yuan stepped forward and hooked his arm around a guard's neck. Guard, I'm Su Yuan. What's going on inside? Who's dead? The guard's face instantly turned pale, and he was so frightened that he looked like a paperman. He trembled and said, Master, don't you know who died? Su Yuan was speechless. Hey, why are you so weird? How would I know if you didn't tell me who died? The guard's body went limp and he fainted from fright. Su Yuan frowned slightly. At this moment, inside the mansion, Suja raised his hand and swore, if I killed Su Yuan, I will let Su Yuan come back and take away my soul. Zhang Jiuming shouted from the other side, if you did it, you wouldn't be afraid of swearing. You're such a bitch that you're afraid of swearing a poisonous oath? Chen Hao also nodded. Suja, your Su family is the most suspicious. Suja sneered in his heart, Su Yuan is already dead, you have no evidence at all, I can say whatever I want. Don't slander me. I, Suja, have always been upright and honest. Shut up. A voice familiar to everyone came from outside the door. Su Yuan walked in holding Su Tongtong. Su Tongtong pointed at Yi Qingling and her sister and said, Dad, Mama's back. Xiaohu Bo T-File Anti-Piracy, look for books, robots choose Xiaohu, stable and reliable, no pitfalls. Mom. Grandpa. Tongtong is here. Su Tongtong took small steps and rushed towards his two mothers. The Yi Qingling sisters looked at each other and rushed forward immediately. He hugged his daughter and cried with joy. Are you and Dad okay? We thought. Su Tongtong asked doubtfully, it's okay. We were taken away by the principal. My dad and I ate a lot of cake and were so full that we came here for a walk. Su Yuan already understood what was going on. The principal took advantage of the situation and faked my death to let the other party down. But he probably forgot to say hello to the Yi family. At this moment, the city defense commander Meng Yong surrounded the place with hundreds of city defense troops. Then he walked in with documents in his hand and said, the city defense forces are investigating. Suja of the Su family is suspected of using assassins to ambush and kill Su Yuan, the young master of the Su family. The moment Suja saw Su Yuan appear, he knew that things were going to get bad. He pretended to be calm and said, Brother, you're not dead. I thought you. Ah, that's great. What? I ordered my brother to be killed? Are you kidding me?
Meng Yong, the commander of the City Defense Army, snorted coldly, Suja, we have found decisive evidence in the Su family.
Otherwise, what do you think we have been doing for the past few hours?
When the other students at the scene heard this, they all pointed at Suja.
Suja.
We all know that you are jealous of Su Yuan, but we never thought you would be capable of such a thing as murder.
Suja. The city defense forces are here, what else can you say? Suja's psychological defenses are on the verge of collapse.
Meng Yang glanced at Su Mo and said, Master Su, you are probably the only one who can call upon your family's assassins.
Are you involved as well?
As soon as these words came out,
Su Mo and Lu Ruru's psychological defenses collapsed directly.
He fell to his knees with a thud.
Su Mo trembled and said, No. It has nothing to do with my wife and me. It was Suja who arranged it. We were completely unaware of it.
Suja's expression changed.
You're crazy. They have no evidence and are just trying to trick you. You two idiots.
At this moment, Luo Yushan, the president of Binhai Wuhan University, descended from the sky, his white beard fluttering, and a faint smile on his lips. Okay, it turns out to be your Su family. Su Yuan nodded and said, Teacher, I already said it was the Su family, but I didn't expect them to tell the truth so easily.
Luo Yushan shook his head. You attacked my student right under my nose.
I never thought that it would be you, his so-called relatives, who would take his life. Suja's body trembled, and he knelt on the ground with a plop, cowed out without hesitation, Teacher. I didn't mean to do it, I really didn't mean to do it. I am an S-level person, I will achieve great things in the future, you can't not help me, please give me a chance. A fierce gust of wind came. Yi Qingmeng kicked Suja away with a cold expression and anger on his lips.
Court death.
This kick broke 3 of Suja's ribs and damaged his internal organs. He lay on the ground groaning in pain.
Su Mo and Lu Yuru met and looked at each other. Have mercy. Major General Yi, have mercy. We are in the wrong.
It has nothing to do with us.
We are also victims.
Luo Yushan glanced at the couple and said, although the assassination had nothing to do with you, you are raising a tiger to cause trouble.
Whose fault is this?
Su Mo raised his hand and swore, from now on, Suja is no longer a member of the Su family.
Please handle this impartially.
The murderer who hurt my son must be severely punished.
Lu Yuru nodded. That's right. This bastard hurt my own son Su Yuan.
He deserves death 100 times. Suja, who was lying on the ground, laughed heartily. You guys are really ridiculous.
When I asked for the token, you already guessed what I was going to do, didn't you? But you still gave it to me.
You two have always loved only yourselves. Ever since you were little, I've known what kind of people you were just by looking into your eyes.
Because I was respectful to you, you encouraged my own respect. So be nice to me, and when I gain better qualifications, you can directly provide me with greater support. You are simply using the grace of raising us to coerce us. Both me and Su Yuan are just guarantees you found for yourselves. You haven't considered our lives and futures at all. You only care about yourselves. The hatred between my brother and I was orchestrated, and instigated by you all. Asshole. Su Mo stood up and pointed at Suja, saying, I really should have a dog. Instead of a man-eating Suja like you. Clean up the house for my father today.
He raised his hand and was about to slap out, his eyes cold and ruthless at this moment, as if he was looking at a dead dog. Suja smiled with relief.
Chapter 43. Can you look at me again? I am willing to help you reproduce. At this critical moment,
Meng Yong, the commander of the City Defense Army, appeared in front of Suja and raised his hand to block the attack.
He then said calmly, why is the Su family leader so anxious to take someone's life? No matter what, Suja is also an S-level person.
I think it would be better to send them directly to the battlefield and use them as cannon fodder. Su Yuan frowned slightly. The cannon fodder criminal army refers to the warriors who committed crimes in human cities and were sent to be the first wave of cannon fodder. They were called the criminal army. It is usually used to lead the charge or explore some unknown areas. The mortality rate is as high as 99%, and being sent to the criminal army is basically equivalent to being sentenced to death.
Sumo's eyes dodged, and he immediately said, okay, then let this kid live to atone for his sins.
Suja escaped the disaster, his whole body covered in cold sweat. He looked at Su Yuan pleadingly, brother, please help me, I don't want to be a criminal soldier, anything else is fine.
Elder brother. Su Yuan glanced at him calmly and said, "It's a matter of life and death. Do you know how to call me brother?"
He turned sideways. Suja's face was filled with despair, and he slapped the ground with his hands. Don't catch me, Su Yuan.
Save me. You are my brother."
Several soldiers from the city defense army rushed forward, handcuffed Suja amid his desperate cries, and took him away. A group of students in the distance heard what was happening here and probably knew what was going on.
One by one they walked forward inside. It's a pity that Suja is so talented.
Yes, he had to frame Su Yuan and even wanted to kill him.
How could someone be so cruel?
But now he has paid the price. At this time, Zhang Jiuming and Shen Hao walked forward with red eyes.
I said my son has a long life, and there is nothing wrong with it. Su Yuan glanced at the two of them and said, "Why? You didn't really think I was dead, did you?" Yuan stepped forward and said, "Is Su Yuan okay?" "Oh, this is really a happy occasion for everyone." At this time, Su Mo and Lu Yuru looked at each other. They all showed pleading looks.
Su Yuan, Mom and Dad know they were wrong.
Can you come back to the Su family and forgive us? Su Yuan glanced at the two of them and said, "A broken mirror cannot be mended. The love between us ended that day."
Su Mo and Lu Yuru's faces turned pale.
Principal Luo Yushan snorted coldly, "Get out of here. Do you really have to force me to cripple you too?" Boom.
The pressure from the half-step martial saint made it hard for the two men to breathe. They fled from the Yi family scrambling.
Yi Qingling and Yi Qingming raised their hands to cover their eyes. Su Yuan stepped forward and asked, "Are you two crying? Why are you crying?"
"We have sand in our eyes," the two sisters said in unison.
Su Tongtong smiled and said, "Moms, do you think Daddy is dead? That's why you're crying."
If it were Tongtong, he would cry too. Su Yuan raised his hands and pulled his two wives into his arms.
"I'll make you something delicious tonight."
Yi Qingming finally smiled and said, "I want to eat meat." Yi Qingling also smiled faintly.
Ding! Shocking. Your wife burst into laughter after just a few words from you.
The task was completed at a rocket-like speed.
This system is convinced. Reward, Counterattack Gift Pack X1.
Su Yuan smiled, "System, oh system, it's your fault for coming here so many years in advance.
Our relationship as husband and wife is at its best right now."
Yuan made a big mistake and was so embarrassed that he quickly cleaned up the things in the mansion. Then he walked closer and said, "Now that you're back, it's a good opportunity for me to spend a few days alone with my husband and children." Yi Qingling and Yi Qingming's faces were a little red.
"Well, we got it." Principal Luo Yushan scratched his head and said, "Then we won't bother you anymore."
"Old Meng, I'm leaving Suja's matter to you.
Don't let this kid get away with it.
People with such evil intentions should be severely punished."
Meng Yong, the commander of the city defense army, nodded.
Su Yuan is a gifted individual whom the entire human race in the Huaxiao war zone should protect.
Suja actually wanted to kill Su Yuan out of jealousy. I will never tolerate this.
After saying that, he bowed to Su Yuan, turned around and took Suja away.
Other students also came forward and bowed to Su Yuan. Xiaoyu, Su Yuan, I'm glad you're okay. Come back to Tindo Academy for class as soon as possible. Yang Feng, I'm glad you're okay. Su Yuan and his classmates bowed. Qin Huairu walked closer and took a look at Su Yuan. Su Yuan, I really regret it. After this incident, I know more and more that I was wrong before. Can you forgive me?
A strong man like you needs to reproduce a large number of offspring.
I can. Su Yuan said coldly, "Oh?
I have a wife and children, so you don't need to worry about me."
You can leave now. Yi Qingling stepped forward and said calmly, "This is the first time I've seen a woman voluntarily offer her uterus, but unfortunately my husband doesn't want it." Yi Qingming was even more direct. "Where did you come from, you bitch? You look so dirty. My husband needs you."
Over there, Nye Qingqing grabbed her best friend and hurried out. "I'm sorry, she's gone crazy. I'll try to persuade her." The two of them arrived outside the Yi family mansion.
Qin Huairu's face was covered with tears. "Qingqing, why are you holding me? I don't care about reputation.
I just want to be with Su Yuan and have children for him."
"Oh, Huairu, you are too impatient. You are good looking and you are a classmate of Su Yuan. Why are you so impatient? Nie Qingqing was disdainful in her heart. It was you who wanted to exchange the bride, and now you are the one who regrets it. You are really indecisive. Yes, you are right. At least I am of the same age as Su Yuan. There is still a chance in the future. Qin Huairu gradually calmed down. Nie Qingqing continued, men are all cheap. Once he gets tired of his two wives, wouldn't it be easy for him to have a child with him? Qin Huairu nodded, yes, and with his wife beside him, it's even more impossible for him to agree to me. Yes, Huairu, you still know men very well. Nie Qingqing smiled faintly. And the other end? Yi Qingling said calmly, it seems that even if we are not here, there are still women lining up to help you give birth. This era is changing with the world structure. Sometimes things between men and women become more direct. In order to ensure the reproduction of the human race and the prosperity of martial arts, it is common for some martial saint level warriors to establish a martial saint family and marry a young female warrior every few years. What is immediately apparent is that in the martial saint family, the probability of an S-level offspring appearing is much greater than in ordinary families. There are very few families like the Yi family where the ancestors don't like to marry new people. Even in outrageous families, it is common for female warriors to marry male favorites, such as the female warrior in the Neon War Zone. Of course, Su Yuan had never thought about these things. He felt that his current wife was enough for him to live a happy life. Honey, let's go home. Tong Tong, are you hungry? Daddy has prepared roast duck for you. Chapter 44 Ding. Host, please be affectionate with your wife. Su Yuan held Su Tongtong's little hand. Although the child didn't know what roast duck was, he knew it must be delicious. Great. Tong Tong wants to eat meat, lots of meat. Su Yuan touched the child's head and said, okay, Dad will prepare some meat for you. The two sisters who returned from the battlefield looked at each other and saw happiness in each other's eyes. Perhaps this is the meaning of fighting, to protect the loved ones behind. Su Yuan didn't know what the two major generals' wives were thinking, but he knew that their wives and children were waiting for delicious food. After the family of four returned home, Su Yuan took out the roast duck from the system space. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the roast duck was already prepared with accompaniments such as onion, ginger, garlic slices and sauces, and could basically be eaten right out of the box. Of course, it would definitely taste better if heated. Call your wife who can breathe fire and perform the double-hand heating method directly. After roasting, the duck skin is crispy and sizzling with oil. This scene filled the three girls' eyes with surprise, and their greedy expressions were surprisingly consistent. Yi Qingming exclaimed in surprise, wow! I've only seen this kind of animal in illustrated books. It must have long disappeared in reality. Yi Qingling glanced at Su Yuan. Her husband had too many secrets. If it was just a small amount of food, she could understand that her husband had some special channels. But with so many delicious foods and such great flavors, my husband must be no ordinary person. But he is an SSS level person after all, and the hope of the human race. It is normal to have secrets. She could even accept her own daughter traveling from the future, let alone a roast duck. The family sat down and Su Yuan took a look at the duck legs. It's a pity there are only 2 duck legs. Yi Qingling said, it's okay, Tong Tong and sister can eat the meat, Su Yuan and I can just eat the wings. Su Tongtong shook his little fat face. No, I want to eat the wings. Mom and Dad will eat the legs. Yi Qingming pouted, you are all so sensible, then let me eat all the duck legs. Yi Qingling raised her hand and knocked Yi Qingming on the head. You are like a child. How can you be a wife and a mother? Yi Qingming pouted, huh, sister just got married and she's already a good wife and mother? I don't agree. Su Yuan laughed when he heard that. Okay, everyone stop talking. I actually have more. After saying that, he took out another roast duck. Several girls cheered immediately. After a while, the whole family was eating with their mouths full of oil. Su Yuan remembered that the counterattack gift package he had just received had not been opened yet. System. Open. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item Flame Fong Bracelet Red Excellence X1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item Narcissus Bracelet Red Excellence X1. Flame Fong Bracelet, this red, exceptional item significantly enhances the power of fire-attributed techniques. It's also unlimited, so any item produced by this system is a true masterpiece. Daffodil bracelet, same as above. Su Yuan was stunned. Not bad, this bracelet actually has no realm restrictions.
Among the props, there are many that have realm restrictions, such as his first level Fearless breastplate, which can only be used by first level warriors.
However, these props are not completely useless.
If you set up your own equipment and props company in the future, you can directly imitate them and mass produce them to make money.
Glancing at his two wives, Su Yuan smiled faintly. You two, come into the room. I'll show you a treasure.
Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng looked at each other.
My face turned red immediately. Su Yuan, what are you talking about?
The child is still here.
That's right, you're not ashamed to say that. Su Yuan was stunned. Hey, are you guys mistaken? I was talking about the wedding gift for you. What did you think it was? Ding. Counterattack mission released. Long-term disappointment has made couples become strangers.
Please kiss both wives once to receive a counterattack gift pack X1.
The mission is quite difficult, please prepare well. Is this difficult? Su Yuan sneered.
Pulling his two wives into the room, Su Tongtong, like a mischievous child, covered his mouth and laughed non-stop. In the room, Su Yuan smiled mysteriously.
Yi Qingling snorted coldly, why are you being so secretive? Yi Qingmeng frowned.
Su Yuan, be careful with our mixed doubles.
Don't think you can do whatever you want to us just because we're married. Su Yuan snorted. Your kindness was taken for granted.
I was planning to give you these two things, but I didn't expect you to treat your husbands like this.
After saying that, Su Yuan spread out his hands and took out two bracelets as if by magic. This bracelet exudes rich elemental energy and also emits a faint red glow.
The two sisters were shocked.
This is a red item. Su Yuan, where did you get such a good thing that matches us perfectly? Yi Qingling asked, is this for us?
Yi Qingmeng said a little embarrassedly, I was wrong, I doubted you, hee hee. After saying this, she raised her wrist which was as white as jade.
Su Yuan glanced at her and said, you want it now? It's too late. Yi Qingling's pretty face flushed, how do you want us to apologize? Su Yuan pulled his two wives closer. I think. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The host's efficiency has once again made the system sigh at the complexity of human emotions.
Reward, counterattack gift pack X1. Yi Qingling lay on Su Yuan's chest and said, I just detected that your cultivation has reached the 9th level of the second realm. You can break through now, right? We are here to protect you. Su Yuan was stunned.
So you were still investigating my cultivation level when we were just.
Are you trying to do two things at once?
Yi Qingmeng left Su Yuan's arms.
Then you and your sister can review it again. I'm going to go give the child a bath. Su Yuan lowered his head and glanced at Yi Qingling.
The latter glared back at Su Yuan and wanted to run away, but was pulled back by Su Yuan.
Where are you running to?
Then he lowered his head and stuck close to her.
Su Yuan was sticking it on.
On the other side, Su Zhizheng, who was packed into a special container, was being transported to the front line along with other criminal soldiers. Su Zhe in the cage was trembling all over.
No. I'm an S-rank person. You can't do this to me. Su Yuan. It's all because of you. Mom and Dad, save me. Don't send me away.
The other criminal army warriors in the cage looked at Su Zhe with disdain.
You'd better save your energy.
If you become a criminal, your past glory will have nothing to do with you anymore.
Boy. Be quiet and don't disturb me while I'm sleeping.
Su Zhe lay on the edge of the metal cage and beat the cage with all his might, but he couldn't use his skills at all.
Su Yuan. I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. Chapter 45 The Hidden Clan, Super Prodigy. Su Yuan was destined not to be able to hear Su Zhe's roar.
At night, Su Yuan was about to sneak into the rooms of his two wives, but the naughty child ended up hanging tightly around his neck.
He couldn't find an opportunity. If he is accidentally woken up, Tong Tong will look up and say, Daddy, did you wake up to pee? Tong Tong wants to go with Daddy.
Su Yuan felt that the child did it on purpose and made him feel very uncomfortable.
But there's nothing I can do about it, my daughter is just so clingy at this age.
In the morning, Su Yuan got up with dark circles under his eyes and heated up a sandwich. Then he poured milk for his wife and children.
Su Yuan saw the school's teaching project for today on the communicator on his wrist. Today is a practical class. Su Yuan said. We're going to the lower level D-level rift to take practical lessons. I guess the school is going to conduct practical rankings. Yi Qingling said, lower level D class? The lower level D class rift in Binhai is also known as the King's Cemetery. It is divided into 2 layers. The strongest beast in the first layer is a first level 9-star beast. On the second floor, you'll find basically second tier monsters. It just so happens that today we can go there to spawn monsters and find you a target to devour. Su Yuan nodded, this arrangement sounds good.
Su Tongtong said from the side, Dad, Tongtong also wants to go fight monsters.
Su Yuan nodded. Sure, Dad will take you with him.
You and Mom will be there to cheer him on. Su Tongtong puffed up his cheeks and said, okay, Tongtong loves watching Dad fight monsters the most. Su Yuan smiled, he deliberately kept a gift package and had not received it yet.
Wait until you have devoured the strange beast before opening it. If you get some cultivation, it would be great. Then you can directly move on to the next target to devour.
After breakfast, his wife drove him to Binhai Wuhan University. As soon as I got off the car, I attracted a lot of attention.
Many people began to whisper. Hey, isn't that Major General Wuji? Hush, don't you know he's married?
Su Yuan, the once-in-a-century genius in our school.
It's cool, marrying 2 people at once.
My buddy is so emo, he drank 3 bottles of liquor at home on his wedding day.
Accompanied by the Yi sisters, Su Yuan came to the playground of Tindo courtyard of the school.
The other students also arrived. Rose Martial Master soon appeared in front of the venue.
Everyone, the principal is not in school today. I will take you to the second level of the rift.
Xiaoyu frowned slightly and said, Teacher, if we go to the second floor, there are still former first-year students among us.
They will be in danger there.
On the contrary, those of us who were originally in the 3rd and 4th grades will definitely have no problems. Rose Wu Zun smiled faintly, the principal said that you are geniuses, and geniuses don't need to be taken care of.
Just treat everyone equally. She glanced at Su Yuan. Behind Su Yuan stood his 2 wives. They protected Su Yuan like bodyguards. It seemed that the 2 wives were still a little frightened by what happened a few days ago. As for the ordinary class, they are on the 1st level. Your kill points will be calculated the same as other students. In other words, 1 point is awarded for each beast you kill. Even if the beast you kill is of a higher level, there will be no additional bonus. This means that ordinary students may surpass you. The geniuses from Tindo Academy all whispered. The school is targeting us.
Yes, it's obviously to increase the difficulty for our Tindo Academy, or for Su Yuan.
Alas, the school's education is basically biased towards Su Yuan. There's nothing we can do about it. Who made him an SSS level talent?
He's said to be a super genius who will become a martial saint in the future. He has 2 beautiful senior school girls guarding him.
For a man to do this is incredible.
Rose Martial Lord spoke at this time. Stop talking nonsense and follow me to the Great Rift. On the other side, in the Dingxiaji crack of Binhai City, there is the King's tomb. The captain of the Demon Suppression Army standing guard outside frowned slightly. There's been some abnormality in the energy fluctuations on the 2nd floor recently. The soldier beside him said, last time, a 2nd level 9-star beast was born on the 2nd floor.
We successfully eliminated it, and it hasn't been long since another one was born? It may be that the equipment is sensitive. Today, students from Wuhan University are going to enter the 2nd floor.
I hope there will be no accidents, said the lieutenant. At this moment, a soldier said,
Captain, there's an important person outside.
The squadron leader nodded and walked out, and saw an old man with a young girl. This girl is not tall, has an oval face, and is quite cute. But the family crest on their clothes immediately caught his attention.
It was a black ring that looked ordinary.
But he did not dare to neglect it, because this black circle symbolized a mysterious family, the Hidden Clan. The Hidden Clan rarely travels outside. He was able to recognize it because when he first joined the Demon Suppressing Army, all new recruits were trained to recognize the emblems of the major clans.
So he knew. Are you from the Hidden Clan? Asked the squadron leader. The old man nodded. Elder 19 of the Hidden Clan, bring the clan's genius here for training. The girl looked at the soldier curiously. Grandpa 19, are they from the army? Why do they seem so weak to me?
19 ignored the child and said calmly, I'm going to take this child to the second level for training.
I'll report back to you.
The squadron leader nodded immediately and registered the situation.
The elder then took the girl into the second layer of the crack. The soldier next to the squadron leader asked in confusion, Captain? You let him in without questioning him?
The squadron leader wiped the sweat from his forehead. The instructor told us back then that in addition to the 5 great martial saint families in the Chinese theater, there's also the hidden clan. The hidden clan is filled with geniuses and is incredibly powerful.
They are a truly powerful clan in China. Is it really that magical? The soldier didn't quite believe it. The squadron leader shook his head.
Where do you think the Yi family ancestor who suddenly appeared on the land of China and crushed the geniuses of his generation came from? The soldiers were all stunned.
What? Could it be? It's the hidden clan.
At this time, the school bus also arrived at the big crack. Rose Martial Master got out of the car, exchanged glances with the squadron leader, and nodded. I took the students in.
The squadron leader reminded, by the way, Rose Wu Zun, there are guests on the second level of this rift, please be careful not to cause any conflict. Chapter 46 The second level of the crack, new advancement. Oh?
Rose Martial Master turned his head and asked in confusion.
I don't know what you mean, Captain. Is there some powerful person down there?
The squadron leader took 2 steps closer and whispered 2 words, hidden clan.
Hiss. Rose Wu Zun was stunned. This, the hidden clan? They've appeared? But that's right. Calculating the time, they should have appeared.
Every time the hidden clan appears, it proves that a true genius has appeared in the clan.
It seems that a person with SSS level qualifications has appeared in the hidden clan.
But this has nothing to do with us.
Thanks for letting me know.
Then she called all the students to stand in line. He began to make arrangements. Everyone, I will issue smart recorders to hang on your shoulders.
They will receive your combat information in real time. This information will eventually be compiled into a ranking list with me.
At this moment, other school staff have set up a large mobile screen.
The students are already talking about it. Zhang Jiuming walked up to Su Yuan and said, Brother Yuan, you guys from Tindo Yuan are going to the second floor, right? Chen Hao also came over and said, Yeah, Brother Yuan, can't we be together this time? Su Yuan said, It's okay, I will definitely take you with me to the battlefield in the future. Su Tongtong was held in Yi Qingling's arms. She said arrogantly, Don't even think about it.
If we really get to the battlefield, you won't even be able to get close to my dad, Uncle Saigo.
Hey! Why are you cursing at such a young age?
Zhang Jiuming felt offended.
Chen Hao also said, Yes, Tongtong, we will be sad if you say that to us. Yi Qingling frowned and asked, Tongtong, who did you learn these words from? That's what Dad said. That's what Dad and Uncle said to them when they were drinking. Su Tongtong said. All eyes fell on Su Yuan. Su Yuan immediately retorted, Well, I definitely didn't say that. These should be things that haven't happened in the future yet. Can you blame me for this? Yi Qingling glared at Su Yuan and said, It's all your fault. What has Tongtong become? Su Yuan shook his head speechlessly. I'm really wronged.
At this time, Rose Martial Master turned and said to the students,
All right, now let's go into the rift.
I know many of you are going on the battlefield for the first time. Remember, once you get down there, it's best to form teams of 3 as I usually tell you.
This is the best tactic to increase your chances of survival on the battlefield and defeat the alien beasts.
She paused and continued.
All right, everyone, remember there won't be any beasts higher than level 2 on the first floor. You can fight with all your might. There isn't a beast here that you can't defeat.
Of course, the school teachers will secretly protect these students based on the information fed back by the censors to prevent any students from dying during the teaching process.
Rose Wu Zun waved his hand, Those from Tindo Yuan, follow me to the second level of the rift.
Binhai City has known about this crack for a long time, and the research department even built an elevator outside the crack.
People can go directly to the second level of the crack through this elevator. In the elevator.
Su Yuan turned his head and spread his hands, protecting his 2 wives in the middle. Yi Qingling said calmly, Don't worry, they don't dare to get close to us.
Sister Yi Qingling holds the rank of Major General and has impressive cultivation.
These students all stayed away from them, but Su Yuan deliberately stayed close to his wife. In the eyes of others, this is definitely a show of affection. This made Qin Huairu feel very sad when she saw this from a distance.
Su Yuan, are you so unwilling to even look at me?
As the feeling of weightlessness caused by the rapid descent, the students lost all other thoughts.
Clang! The elevator reached its destination.
Rose Wuzun raised the corner of her mouth, welcome everyone to the second floor. Rose Martial Master stood aside and raised his hand to signal them to go in. Yang Feng smiled faintly, Su Yuan, let's see who kills more. After saying that, he swung his spear and rushed in.
Then, students like Xiao Yu and Qin Huairu rushed into the crack one by one.
Su Yuan glanced at the Yi sisters. Let's go, the hunt begins.
Half an hour later.
On the ground, the soldiers and other instructors stared at the large screen outside, where the numbers had begun to jump.
The first one is naturally Yang Feng.
With such a high level of cultivation, he broke into this kind of crack and basically killed people indiscriminately. But the highly anticipated Su Yuan was 0.
They're already in the countdown. A mentor said. What's wrong with this Su Yuan?
If we don't catch up now, we won't be able to catch up later.
Yeah, I don't know what to think. Don't be too arrogant just because you have great talent.
At this moment, deep in the second floor, Su Yuan and his family seemed to be shopping.
There are so many ruins on the second floor? Su Yuan asked curiously.
Yi Qingling said, no one can explain why the cracks appear, but whenever a crack appears, strange beasts will accompany it. Perhaps they are fragments that travel through time and space.
Su Tongtong yawned. When will Dad fight the monsters? Tongtong wants to see it.
Yi Qingmeng said with a smile.
Go deep into the water, and you'll find a beast that's perfect for your father. After you devour it, your father will become stronger. Su Yuan shook his head. It's just that there aren't many monsters here. If this continues, I'll be counting down.
Yi Qingling smiled and said, even if your talent is truly the worst, who would dare to treat you as the worst? Your most urgent task now is to devour a second level 9-star beast. Yes, if you succeed in swallowing, you can become a warrior of the third realm. I envy your martial arts method. Your advancement speed is too fast. Yi Qingmeng didn't know that the system accounted for most of the credit for Su Yuan's rapid advancement. Just think of it as the magic of Tao Ye's breathing method. At this time, several humanoid monsters wearing tattered armor appeared in front. The broken bodies of these strange beasts were topped with rotten heads, some of which were human and some were animal. Combined with the broken armor and weapons, they looked like they were pieced together. Ding, a strange beast appears ahead.
Second level exotic beast Mender.
Mender, commonly found in the 1st to 6th star range of Tier 2, these low-level dark creatures are roughly the same height and build as adult humans. Their broken armor and weapons are their hallmarks. Their attacks carry a certain amount of poison, and their slow movement is their weakness. Su Yuan had learned about this strange beast in his textbook, The Stitcher, whose body was connected by dark energy and was a disordered and strange creature. He backhandedly grasped the air, and the devil-may-cry knife accompanied by ghost energy appeared in his hand.
The knife now has a green glow. Yi Qingling was surprised and asked, this knife has turned green?
Although she had seen this knife in Yi Mansion last time, she was too excited to pay attention to it. Now it seems that this knife has evolved from white equipment to green equipment.
This, a weapon that can evolve?
Obviously, it was beyond her understanding again.
Su Yuan, is your sword an adaptive item? But I've never heard of an adaptive item being able to evolve in quality. Chapter 47 Underground Conflict. The True Prodigy.
Su Yuan turned around and glanced at her. Your husband's weapon is unique in the world.
What's wrong? Do you want it?
Then call me husband more often.
Maybe when I have more similar props in the future, I will give you one too.
If I ask you to give it to me, our Yi family has no shortage of props. Yi Qingling snorted coldly, and a hint of lover's playfulness appeared on her cold face.
Su Tongtong said, Mom, it's okay. Dad loves you so much, he will definitely give it to Mom. Yi Qingmeng glanced at Su Yuan with pride. Su Yuan, did you see that? Even my daughter said so.
Su Yuan smiled faintly, and suddenly his figure flashed, and he rushed in with the devil-may-cry knife in his hand. Perhaps it is because the devil-may-cry sword has a natural restraint on these monsters. After a few slashes, none of these monsters were left standing. Yi Qingling said from the side, your strength has reached an incredible level in the second realm. These strange beasts are quite tricky in this realm.
Su Yuan nodded. I know, but how can I say it? I avoid their sharp edge?
As he was saying this, suddenly countless dark liquids gathered together in the gravel soil in front of him, and then slowly rose.
It emits a horrible stench.
Eventually, it converged into a monster similar to the one in the Cthulhu novel that Su Yuan had read in his previous life, although this thing was just a tentacle. A strange beast appears in front, Dark Emperor Whisker.
Dark Emperor Whisker, a dark beast.
Its whiskers, which twist around its head, are often about 3 meters long.
Its dying cry can attract other dark beasts.
Its body hides in the soil below, releasing dark energy accompanied by a foul odor.
Realm, second order 9 stars. Su Yuan frowned slightly. Second level 9 stars? Isn't it very suitable for swallowing?
But this thing is like the tentacles of original sin that bind girls in those heavy-tasting comics in Japan.
He already felt like he was going to vomit.
And after this thing appeared, the air was filled with a smell like a sewer. Su Tongtong covered his nose and said, "Dad, this monster is so smelly and ugly."
Dad will fight the monster.
Yi Qingling frowned and said, "I'll leave Su Yuan here to you."
Let's stay away. Su Yuan nodded. Okay, leave it to me.
He raised the pitch-black long sword, the corners of his mouth curled up, heaven and earth.
One sword. Cut.
On the ground at this moment. The squadron leader and a group of soldiers were watching the big screen. A teacher at the school said, Yang Feng should be number 1.
As for Su Yuan, could it be that he hasn't put in enough effort?
His grades are still at the bottom, even worse than those in the regular class. There was also a lot of whispering among the soldiers. That student called Su Yuan seems to be the most talented student this year, but I didn't expect him to not be ranked first. Even if he has SSS level qualifications, he is still a freshman.
How can his realm and experience compare to those of other Tindo Academy's geniuses?
That's true. But at this moment, the numbers on Su Yuan's body suddenly jumped wildly. The word count began to soar at an incredible speed.
The crowd exclaimed. 50. 100. 140. So fast. Underground crack world.
Originally, Su Yuan cut off the tentacle monster with one knife, but the tentacles that fell to the ground began to twist wildly. Then, by clapping, high-frequency vibrations are created, making a sound that makes your teeth ache. Yi Qingling reminded from a distance, the weakness of this beast is its body underground. If you cut off the upper part, it will not die, and will summon other beasts to attack you.
Su Yuan raised the corner of his mouth. Oh? What if I did it on purpose?
As this sound appeared, a dense rustling sound was heard from the surrounding wilderness.
And quickly approached Su Yuan.
When everyone looked up, they saw a group of human-shaped tailors rushing towards Su Yuan.
Yi Qingming raised her hand to cover her mouth and said, Did my husband know that these menders would be attracted by the vibration of the emperor's beard? So he deliberately didn't kill the emperor's beard?
At this moment, a large number of tailors from all around rushed towards Su Yuan.
Su Yuan raised his hand and swung his knife. Groups of menders fell, breaking his record at an astonishing rate.
While advancing, I also want to achieve results, and at the same time, my sword can also evolve.
Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Buzz.
On the ground at this moment. The soldiers in the army said one after another.
Look at Su Yuan. How is this speed possible? What kind of speed is this? From the very beginning, Su Yuan was catching up quickly, as if the tank with Tauntaun is pulling the monster. He's about to catch up to the first place.
At this moment, Yang Feng, who was on the second underground floor, took a look at the equipment hanging on his body.
Does Su Yuan really like this kind of dramatic entrance? He's such a show-off.
But don't treat me like a piece of trash.
Want to surpass me? It's not that easy.
At this moment, a strange beast emitting golden light rushed towards them.
Yang Feng was stunned. Golden Scale Beast. This thing is really valuable.
The Golden Scale Beast is a rare beast that can be kept as a pet. It could be sold for hundreds of thousands in the market, so Yang Feng immediately chased after him with a spear.
Shoot it away with 1 shot.
The golden-scaled beast fell to the ground, flapping its legs. Yang Feng landed and stabbed a gun in front of it. Where are you running to, little thing? At this moment, a long whip flashing with golden light suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng, and Yang Feng drew his gun to block it.
Bang!
Yang Feng flipped a few times and landed on the ground. Looking up, he saw an old man and a short little girl walking towards him in the wilderness.
Yang Feng frowned. Who are you? The little girl smiled and said, You are a student of Wuhan University, right? Who allowed you to catch my prey?
The old man said calmly, Students of Wuhan University, this thing belongs to us, please get out of the way.
What a joke!
I caught this exotic beast, why should I give it to you?
Yang Feng retorted.
The old man frowned slightly, I rarely see people who don't give us face. The little girl said to the old man beside her, Elder, let me fight him. I want to see how strong the so-called genius of the university is. The old man nodded and said, This child's strength is already the ceiling among this class of students, so you can have some fun with him.
Yes, Elder. The girl swung the whip.
He fought with Yang Feng. In the fierce fight, countless sparks flashed in front of each other due to the collision of weapons. While Yang Feng was secretly shocked, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this girl was only at the 3rd level. If she was at the same level as him, he would have been defeated long ago. At this moment, the girl's mouth suddenly curled up, I got it. After he finished speaking, the whip in his hand suddenly became straight and stiff, and then a move sharper than Yang Feng's suddenly hit Yang Feng's shoulder.
The latter was immediately struck by lightning, spitting out blood and flying backwards.
A thought flashed through Yang Feng's mind, how could she know my shooting skills?
Chapter 48 Ye Family's Adopted Daughter? At least that wasn't done by the current me. Yang Feng fell heavily to the ground and said in disbelief, You imitated my breathing method and moves?
The old man said, The hidden clan's SSS level technique, shadow breathing, can imitate breathing techniques and moves at your level.
Yang Feng's mind changed drastically. What? The hidden clan?
The hidden clan either never appears, or when they do, they always have SSS level talents.
They are the hidden clan, so this girl must be of SSS level caliber.
This girl's realm is higher than Su Yuan's, and her strength is only getting stronger. Yang Feng covered his shoulder with a gloomy face. The girl raised her hand and picked up the golden scaled beast on the ground. Then he smiled and said, Thank you for your help, it can be regarded as helping me stop this little guy. Yang Feng gritted his teeth. Hateful. Suddenly, the old man and the girl turned around and looked in one direction. Suddenly, an ominous energy fluctuation came from the distance.
Oh. There are masters. The girl showed a faint smile. Yang Feng's expression suddenly changed, such a big commotion? It's Su Yuan. He struggled to his feet. What do you want to do?
The old man said, Now that we have the golden scale beast, there's nothing good left in this crack.
Yao Qi, let's go.
From now on, you will stay in the Yi family and let the Yi family members protect you as you grow.
Yao Qi nodded, Yes, Elder. But I want to go over there and see who made such a commotion. Yao Qi noticed Yang Feng struggling to stand up. What? You want to help your companion? Lie down. The next moment, the whip flew out and knocked Yang Feng away again. Then she raised her hand and took Yang Feng's spear in her hand, Lend it to me to play with. After saying that, he headed towards Su Yuan under the escort of the old man. After they left, a mentor appeared on the scene. The instructor frowned, Damn it, how can there be such a powerful monster? I couldn't figure out that old man just now, but he must be a martial arts master at the very least. He hurriedly helped Yang Feng up and took him away. The other end.
Su Yuan retracted his long sword, and there were groups of fallen strange beasts on the ground. The long sword in his hand also emitted a blue light at this moment.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for upgrading your weapon to Blue Elite. The Devil May Cry sword advances to Ghost King Sword. Ghost King Sword, in addition to retaining all the abilities of the previous stage, the blade carries a deadly aura, and the sword energy it emits can cause injuries that are difficult to heal. Su Yuan raised the corners of his mouth and said, I'm so fucking handsome. He glanced at the solitary tentacle. He raised his hand and threw out a ball of light. Trap! After being caught in the trap, the group of Imperial Whiskers on the ground began to struggle frantically. Su Yuan also took advantage of this opportunity and gap, rushed forward and hugged the Emperor's tentacles, then opened his big mouth and bit the tentacles hard, and the Taotai skills in his body were immediately activated. Lines of liquid like energy madly drilled into Su Yuan's body. Yi Qingling covered her mouth and nose when she saw this perverted scene from a distance. Yi Qingmeng also felt nauseous and made a retching motion. Su Tongtong covered his nose and said, How disgusting.
Daddy actually eats monsters. At this moment, Su Yuan felt countless evil auras penetrating into his 7 orifices and body. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even groan. It was a horrible pain that came from his soul. It's even more uncomfortable than last time. This technique. I should have chosen this one earlier. At the time, I just thought this dark technique was very cool, and when I got it, I felt it was definitely very powerful. But I didn't expect that every time the mirror was broken, it would be so painful. This mirror breaking is too painful. If I had chosen other techniques, I would have definitely broken the mirror comfortably and become stronger all the way. This technique will fuse the devoured power with one's own flesh and blood, thus being able to use the abilities of the devoured being. In the later stages, if one can devour a 12th level alien beast, that will be the highlight of this set of skills. Your own strength will increase exponentially. I don't know how long it took. Su Yuan opened his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring the 2nd level 9-star beast, Dark Emperor Whisker. Cultivation reached the 3rd level. Obtained the beast skill, Dark Entanglement. Dark Entanglement, these reptiles living in the dark world, you possess the ability they rely on to survive, using shadow water to entangle their prey, often suffocating them to death. Su Yuan felt it and realized that he could summon a dark energy with every move he made. Dad! How do you feel? Su Tongtong looked at Su Yuan nervously with a face as chubby as a bun. Daddy! Are you okay? Su Yuan was still a little dizzy, so his reaction was a little slow. Ah, Dad feels okay. Yi Qingling glanced at Su Yuan and said, You are already at the 3rd level. Yi Qingmeng raised her hand and pressed it on Su Yuan. The fire-attributed breathing technique made her hand a little hot. Su Yuan glanced at his 2 wives. One was fire, the other was water, one was cold, the other was hot. Isn't that exciting? I hope that day comes soon. You two, we are now husband and wife. I have advanced to the 3rd level today. How about celebrating with a reward tonight? At this moment, Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng looked at each other. 2 long swords came out of their bodies. One on the left and one on the right, protecting her husband and daughter. Who is it? Su Yuan immediately pulled his daughter over, and the family of 4 looked vigilantly at the wilderness ahead. After the space folded like a water curtain, 2 figures walked out. One was a short girl who looked about the same age as Su Yuan, and the other was an old man. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng looked at each other and were surprised. Hidden clan. The old man said calmly, The sisters of the Yi family have already made great achievements in battle at such a young age. That's quite good. Since we've met, let me introduce myself. I'm the 19th elder of the Hidden Clan. You can just call me 19. Her name is Yao Qi. She is the prodigy of this generation of our Hidden Clan. The Hidden Clan has no surnames. According to the rules, the prodigy of this generation will be protected by the prodigy of the previous generation, that is, your Yi family. Then from now on, she will be called Yi Yao Qi. And you two are her sisters. What? The incident happened so suddenly that Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng looked at each other in disbelief. Then he glanced at the little milk bag Su Tongtong. Su Tongtong nodded. It was Aunt Yao Qi. Aunt Yao Qi loves to drink. After drinking a lot of wine, she kissed Dad. So the moms had a fight with Aunt Yao Qi and they never spoke to each other again. Yi Yao Qi's face immediately changed. Eh? Little girl, you called me? What did you say about me? Your dad? Yi Qingling said, Elder, we have to go back and talk to our parents about the Hidden Clan before we can accept it. We will leave now. Although after Su Tongtong said this, it is believed that this girl will definitely marry into the Yi family. But after hearing what Su Tongtong said just now, they both felt uncomfortable. All eyes were fixed on Su Yuan. Su Yuan spread his hands. Oh, I didn't. It wasn't me who did it now. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Do you know her? Yes, Dad used to practice with her in the room. Yi Yaoqi glanced at Su Tongtong from the side, and her heart softened. She suddenly felt that this child was very familiar. But what the child said just now still bothered her. At this time, Su Yuan noticed that the girl was holding Yang Feng's spear. He frowned and said, Wait a minute, have you met Yang Feng? Why is his weapon in your hand? Yi Yaoqi smiled complacently. I just ran into him in front and I beat him up. He's quite nervous about you. You men are very loyal to each other. Su Yuan's expression was slightly cold. It's insulting to steal other people's props. Give it to me. Yi Yaoqi shook her head. Give it to you? Why should I give you my spoils? Come and grab them if you have the guts.
Su Yuan immediately stepped forward and stretched out his hand. Give it to me. Yi Qingling warned, Su Yuan, be careful, she is also in the third realm, and her talent is terrifying.
Su Yuan didn't say anything and drew his sword directly and rushed towards Yi Yaoqi.
The woman swung the whip in her hand.
He said disdainfully, a mere blue item, is the Yi family so poor? Bang!
The weapons of the two men collided with each other. Yi Yaoqi's face suddenly changed, and his body fell backwards under the huge force. He slapped the ground to steady himself.
What a terrifying power, a breathing method I've never seen before.
A strange look flashed across her face.
Her own skills could analyze all breathing methods below the SSS level, as well as most combat skills.
But as soon as they started fighting, she discovered the problem.
Su Yuan couldn't analyze either his breathing method or his fighting skills. The elder named 19 was slightly surprised and asked, it's actually this dark breathing technique? No wonder Yaoqi couldn't analyze this breathing method. Among SSS level breathing methods, Taotai is worthy of being ranked in the top 3.
Yi Yaoqi flicked his long whip and said, in the hidden clan, I have defeated all the geniuses. There is no way I can't defeat a warrior who practices in a school outside. Thinking of this, she swung the whip, and the whip turned into a sharp blade and slashed towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan's mouth corners raised.
Dark entanglement.
As he raised his hand, countless black tentacles popped out from the ground and wrapped around Yi Yaoqi's hands, feet, and torso.
You!
Yi Yaoqi's face flushed red, and these tentacles were like big hands, moving across the surface of her body. The elder was shocked again and said, this is the ability of a strange beast. That's right, the Taotai breathing technique devours strange beasts to grow, but it also carries the risk of being devoured by strange beasts.
How reckless. This kid is really reckless.
You may be a genius, but this breathing technique will only put you in greater danger the further you go.
You could be devoured at any time.
Some of those top-tier exotic beasts will have bodies as big as mountains and seas.
Are you going to devour them? Isn't that courting death?
At this moment, Su Yuan swung his sword and slashed towards Yi Yaoqi.
Who are you looking down upon? Yi Yaoqi's true energy burst out, and her body suddenly became transparent.
The tentacles began to slip. The next moment, Yi Yaoqi broke free from the restraints. Su Yuan smiled faintly, his eyes sharp, cut with one sword.
Buzz.
Yi Yaoqi, who had just broken free from his restraints, had a drastic change of expression on his face. He swung out a whip in one hand and at the same time held Yang Feng's spear across his chest.
Bang! Wow! Yi Yaoqi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards to avoid the force. But Su Yuan's sword power did not decrease.
The elder's expression changed drastically. This is such a violent fighting technique. He waved his giant hand and it shot up into the sky, grabbing the blade.
Bang!
The blade was crushed, but at this moment he discovered that the giant magic hand he had swung out also shattered.
This, good boy, is this a god-level combat skill? Although he just attacked casually and was holding back, Su Yuan's terrifying blade actually shattered his evil clutches? After losing the threat of the blade, Yi Yaoqi fell to the ground. When she stood up, she spat out another mouthful of blood. However, compared with the physical injuries, her inner frustration was even deeper. She is an absolute prodigy of this generation of the Hidden Clan. She didn't expect to encounter such an opponent just after coming out of the mountains. Thinking of this, she suddenly laughed. Ahem, okay, this is the feeling of meeting a worthy opponent. The elder said in a deep voice, don't act rashly. I'll heal your wounds. You're no match for him right now, so stay out of his way for now. Huh? I avoided his attack? My knife is not bad either, wow. After Yi Yaoqi said this, his internal injuries burst out and he spit out a large mouthful of blood. The elder shook his head and immediately took out the holy medicine for healing and gave it to Yi Yaoqi. Yi Yaoqi pointed at Su Yuan and said, I was just careless and didn't dodge. Just wait for me. I'll break the mirror as easily as drinking water. Once I consolidate my realm and heal my injuries, you must kneel down and sing conquer. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes. It seemed that there was something wrong with this genius's brain. It's a bit like that overly well-protected child in the previous life who becomes stupid when encountering setbacks. Su Yuan picked up the spear on the ground. Okay, let's go back. This girl is not normal, Su Yuan said, holding his wife's hand. Su Tongtong made a face at Yi Yaoqi. On the way back, Yi Qingmeng asked curiously, Tongtong, do you know that girl? Yeah, Aunt Yaoqi, who isn't very smart, has a very good relationship with my dad. They practice martial arts together in the room at night. Su Tongtong said naively. Su Yuan? Well, I really didn't. Boom boom boom. The terrifying flames and endless water flow, the two attacks turned Su Yuan into a dirt dog. The other end. On the ground, the instructors and soldiers who were looking at the final results panel said one after another. Amazing. This guy named Su Yuan actually killed 552 alien beasts in one fell swoop? He can achieve the collective score of our entire squadron by himself. As expected of an SSS level qualification. What else can I say? Once he officially joins the army, his military achievements will be overwhelming. A genius like him will become an officer after graduation, at least starting as a second lieutenant. While these people were discussing, the unconscious Yang Feng had woken up with the help of a mentor who was good at treatment. Rose Martial Lord asked, how did you get injured so badly? What happened to you down there? Yang Feng shook his head and said, don't mention it. I met the genius of the Hidden Clan. I was taught a lesson. Rose Wuzun frowned, you are a student of my academy, even if you are from the Hidden Clan you shouldn't act recklessly. At this time, Su Yuan and his family appeared on the ground. Rose Martial Master was just worried about Su Yuan's condition, but when he saw that he was safe and sound, he was immediately delighted. Su Yuan. Thank goodness you're okay. I was worried you might have run into the Hidden Clan's genius. Yi Qingling beside Su Yuan shook her head and said, I've already encountered it. Rose Martial Master took a look at the burning flames and the wet traces of water on Su Yuan's body. Frowning slightly. Is he really a genius? So strong? Even Su Yuan is no match for him? Su Tongtong immediately retorted, no, my dad is very powerful, it was the moms who beat him. As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene looked at Su Yuan curiously. Isn't this too cruel? What did Su Yuan do to be beaten like this by his wife? Hashtag 34 who knows, maybe it's just a little game between husband and wife. Number 34. At this time, two figures appeared at the exit. Everyone looked over at once. Yang Feng trembled, his eyes darkened, and he curled his lips and said, that's her. Chapter 50. You seem to be weak in your determination? But compared with Su Yuan, Yi Yaoqi's face was as pale as paper at this moment, and a large piece of his clothes was torn. Yang Feng pointed at the woman tremblingly. It's him, the woman from the Hidden Clan. When the others heard this, they all looked over curiously. Zhang Jiuming smiled and said, I estimate he's only about 1.6 meters tall, but he's so powerful? Chen Hao shook his head. Yang Feng was beaten like this. How can you say she's really that strong? Besides, talent and height have nothing to do with it. The emergence of the Hidden Clan proves that the human race has produced another genius. It is normal that Yang Feng cannot defeat him. But anyone can tell from her appearance that she was beaten up. Everyone's eyes fell on Su Yuan again. Needless to say, the only person who can defeat a genius with SSS level talent is another genius. Although Su Yuan's clothes looked a little messy, he looked much better than this genius from the Hidden Clan. It seems that the difference is obvious. Feeling the gazes of others, Yi Yaoqi frowned and said, I was really careless and didn't dodge. The other people at the scene whispered to each other after hearing this. Can this be considered carelessness? He's injured badly. Yeah, it's obvious at first glance that our Su Yuan is mighty and awesome. But I'm curious about what happened down there. Did Su Yuan's wives beat him up? At this moment, Su Yuan glanced at his two wives. Today's teaching is over, and we can go home now. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng nodded. Su Yuan remembered that he still had a gift package that he hadn't opened. System. Open. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 99 hot pot ingredients. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the prop set Blind Box X1. Su Yuan was stunned. A prop set? This is a good thing. Open the blind box for me. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the growth item set, Blood Demon Green X1. Blood Demon Green, this set includes a forehead guard, hand guards, shoulder guards, chest armor, and knee pads. Besides providing high defensive attributes, the set also absorbs the target's energy to restore itself after a kill. When worn, it can be hidden under the skin when not in combat, growing stronger with each kill. Su Yuan was stunned. This thing is awesome. It's like having a blood-sucking knife in my body. System, put it on directly. The next moment, Su Yuan's body was covered with a layer of translucent armor with a faint blood color. This armor is not too exaggerated, not that killer. But it still caught Yi Qingling's attention. She asked in confusion, Su Yuan, where did you get the green suit? This kind of thing doesn't suit you. If you need a suit, I can ask the war zone to find one for you. Su Yuan waved his hand and said, no, this is something that can grow, just like my knife. Yi Qingling was stunned when she heard this. What? Are you kidding me? Are you serious? Yi Qingmeng was also slightly stunned. Sister, this guy seems to be full of secrets. I really want to open his brain and see what's hidden inside. Su Yuan reached out and pulled Yi Qingmeng into his arms. Come to my room tonight, you can do whatever you want. At this moment, Su Yuan used his mind to put away the armor suit on his body, and the equipment was hidden under his skin. I don't know what materials the props provided by this system are made of, it's really magical. Yi Qingmeng broke free and said, oh, so many people are watching. At this time, Yi Yaoqi approached and said, the elder who escorted me here has left. From now on, I am the adopted daughter of the Yi family. This is the responsibility of the Yi family's ancestor. Your parents will be notified soon. Su Yuan glanced at the woman. Is she SSS level qualified? Like me, they are the pillars of the future human race. Yi Qingling nodded. My father just sent a message saying that this woman is staying at our Yi family temporarily. Wait until she becomes a martial saint and establishes her own sect. Yi Qingming frowned. That's not good. It's inconvenient to have another woman at home for no reason. Su Yuan nodded, indeed. Yi Yaoqi put her hands on her hips and snorted coldly, this is the rule of our hidden clan. Your ancestors have agreed to it. What's the point of you objecting? Sister Yi Qingling looked at each other but didn't say anything else. Several people followed the school bus back to the city. Send Yi Yaoqi to the Yi family first. When she heard that Su Yuan didn't live in the Yi family, she wondered, why doesn't Su Yuan live in the Yi family? Yuan walked out of the main hall and explained, Yaoqi, they have already started their own families and are now living outside. Yi Yaoqi pouted, hey, I still want to have a good sparring match with Su Yuan. It's so inconvenient for him to live outside. Where do you live? How about I join you? Two figures immediately appeared in front of Su Yuan. Yi Qingling said calmly, no. Yi Qingming agreed, yes. Su Yuan scratched his scalp, my charm, ha ha ha. Two pairs of eyes shot towards him. Yi Qingling smiled and said, do you want to be a stud? Or do you think it's not enough for the two of us to give birth to your children? Yi Qingming nodded. Sister, find a reason to put him in a military court. He's still in school, and his file is warrant officer. We are both major generals. He doesn't seem to know how to restrain himself in front of the major general's wife. Yi Qingling smiled faintly, I almost forgot, according to the military archives, students of Binhai Tindo Academy are enrolled as warrant officers, and we are your superiors. Your attitude towards us seems disrespectful. Su Tongtong covered her face and said, Mom is going to beat Dad again. Dad, kneel down and beg for mercy, just like before. Su Yuan, huh? I'm a fucking genius, I'm a fucking man, how can I kneel down like that? A moment later. The family returned home. The wife in her pajamas sat on the sofa. The two sisters, whose only difference was their hair color, looked at Su Yuan with a smile. Little boy, do you really not like kneeling? Yi Qingling said. Yi Qingming stood up, holding a specially made steel rope in his hand. This steel rope is used to capture low-level monsters. It's just right for tying you up. Su Yuan was tied up and sitting on the ground. I cannot bend my will to be mighty, and I am not your husband if I am afraid of death. Su Tongtong was holding a roast duck and chewing it while saying, don't poop anymore. Su Yuan snorted coldly, my daughter has already begged for mercy, so why not just forget it? Yi Qingling raised the corner of her mouth, then the tone you used when you rejected Yi Yaoqi just now was not firm at all. We are now very suspicious. Your will is not strong enough, young man. At this time, Yi Qingming put one of her white and tender feet on Su Yuan's thigh and asked, is that wrong? Su Yuan looked up from this angle. My nose suddenly felt hot and I almost had 2 streams of blood spurting out. Lace with a puppy pattern? Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Have you gained weight? Su Yuan didn't expect that the Yi family suddenly had an adopted sister. After a fight between the couple, the Yi sisters went to the kitchen to busy themselves. He sat on the sofa and thought. No matter what, he had now reached the 3rd level of warrior. The 3rd realm is also known as the Yi Jin realm. At this realm, a warrior with ordinary qualifications can easily punch out with a force of 1.2 tons, and I estimate that I can conservatively punch out 5 tons. This world is on the brink of a warrior society and the end of the world, and I am still very weak. To some extent, he even needs his wife's protection. After all, the 3rd level is just a private in the army. I hope the system will continue to improve so that I can become a martial saint as soon as possible. In addition, with my current funds, I can also open a small prop production and design company. Props are a kind of magical equipment in this world. Props made using the body parts of exotic beasts are usually similar to the equipment in games in previous lives. It can improve the user's physical skills and even has martial arts attributes. For example, one of his wives practiced the breathing of fire and the other practiced the breathing of water. Over time, the power of the elements invaded their bodies, causing their hair to appear red and blue. The corresponding attribute props can enhance their attribute power. This makes them more explosive in battle. I currently have the prop design drawings, the 1st level fearless breastplate rewarded by the system, and the 2nd level prop set, and I can directly imitate them. Even though the system only gave him 1st or 2nd order design drawings, as an expert, he had already seen them. The design drawings are very exquisite and much better than those designed by myself. 3 million federal coins, to counterfeit it and then list it on the exchange, should be a good deal. Let's see if we can find some partners at school tomorrow. As for the Yi family, if I ask my wife, they will definitely invest directly. I don't want the Yi family to get involved in my own business. It's not that he doesn't trust his wife, but as a man, he hopes to achieve something so that his wife and children will look at him with admiration. Maybe it's a little bit of male chauvinism. Su Yuan, it's time to eat. The speaker was Yi Qingmeng. Su Yuan gave her the food in advance, and she was responsible for heating it up. After all, her breathing method is very suitable for being a cook. Dinner was a systematic set of pre-prepared dishes, including roast duck, hot pot, and cake. Yi Qingling smiled and said, "We are so extravagant. If others knew about this, I wonder how much they would envy us." Su Yuan nodded. The order and ecology of this world have been destroyed. These foods will become less and less in the future. Tonton, don't waste food. This food is hard-earned. Su Tonton nodded and raised his chubby face. Dad, look at Tonton performing the 3 duck show for Dad. After saying that, she picked up the roast duck and took a big bite, eating 1/3 of it. Then she swallowed it with a gurgle. Su Yuan shook his head and said, "Wife, haven't you noticed that this child is getting more and more hungry? Is it normal for a 5-year-old to eat so much?" He took out another roast duck because he felt that Tonton could easily eat it all by himself. Yi Qingling raised her hand and gathered a ball of clear water, then added it to the hot pot. She then shook her head and said, "Could it be that he has some special physique? Tomorrow we will take Tonton to the research institute to have someone check his body. By the way, you are Tonton's father. We need to ask you something." Su Yuan knew that something serious was going on, so he nodded and glanced at his first wife. "Please go ahead." Yi Qingling nodded. The Yi family is a family of martial saints. Although this child's surname is Su, he is also of the Yi family. I think it is better to strengthen his muscles and bones in advance so that he can start taking a bath with the elixir. Su Yuan frowned and strengthened his muscles. This is a compulsory course for the children of aristocratic families in this world. It is said that it can optimize talents to a certain extent. People in this world believe that strengthening muscles and bones from a young age can increase the probability of children awakening S-level qualifications when their talents awaken before college. But Su Yuan also knew that there were many children from aristocratic families. The talent is also very poor. So this should be more of a superstition. Su Yuan nodded. Strengthening your muscles and bones can at least strengthen your body, but I think children of this age still need to have a good childhood. If the child can't handle it, I don't recommend overtraining them. What do you think? Both mothers nodded. Yi Qingmeng said, "The Yi family has a family kindergarten.
We also have children from the second, third, and fourth branches of our family, all attending this kindergarten. I think we can send her to school there. That way, when we go on missions in the future, there will be someone to take care of her. Yi Qingling should be talking about the children of Yi Wen's brothers in heaven. Su Yuan nodded. Okay, I'll trouble you to take the child for a checkup. As for studying, you can arrange that directly. As for strengthening your muscles and bones, you can do it every night. Yi Qingling nodded. Then I'll listen to you. Let's eat. Su Yuan was just about to eat. Ding. Your wives have long felt that you lack ambition, and as a result, your image in their eyes has significantly decreased. Host, please change your image and have both wives say the keyword you've worked very hard to achieve the mission goal.
Oh? Am I not working hard enough? Maybe in another time and space, I am indeed a bit of a loser. But in this timeline, I am just a freshman. You are already a strong man in the third realm. Isn't it not enough for you to work hard? Wife, do you think I'm working hard enough? Su Yuan said while eating. The two wives looked at Su Yuan but didn't say anything. Su Yuan's cultivation progress was very fast. Logically, he should have worked hard enough. But as they spent time together in daily life, they discovered that Su Yuan still had room for improvement. Well, although you are very strong. Yi Qingmeng raised her hand and fanned herself. She had just taken a bite of something spicy. But I feel that there is still room. Yi Qingling glanced at Su Yuan and said, if you put your thoughts on women into cultivation. At this time, Su Yuan simply poured out a small bowl of flawless cultivation pills. Whether I work hard or not, I'm right. These are all yours. Yi Qingling's eyes became clear. With so many cultivation pills, after using the flawless cultivation pill that Su Yuan gave her last time, the effect was 3 times that of ordinary impurity pills, and there were no side effects. It was simply a magical object. Yi Qingmeng knows a little more about elixirs. After all, she had a level 4 alchemist qualification certificate when she was in college. Pills of this flawless quality are not cheap. Su Yuan, you've actually tried very hard. Yi Qingmeng said against his conscience. Yi Qingling also nodded. Yes, you have worked very hard. She smiled slyly. Then these pills are ours. Su Yuan nodded. It's yours. Ding. The host is so terrifying. The mission is completed super quickly, and the reward is a counterattack gift pack X1. Su Yuan's mouth corners raised. Then he said, by the way, regarding the matter of elixirs, Yi Qingmeng, do you know more about it? Yi Qingmeng nodded. You are a student of Tindo Academy, and you learn to fight. In the logistics major, alchemy is your major. A so-called alchemist is someone who uses a furnace to throw specific parts of exotic beasts into it and refines them into pills. That's what an alchemist is. There are 12 levels of difficulty, corresponding to different levels of alchemists. That's about it. Su Yuan shook his head. He definitely didn't know how to make pills. It was something that required a lot of time to learn, and he was too lazy to study it. He couldn't stand the thought of getting tired at all. Looking at the two wives in front of him who seemed to be fatter than at the beginning, Su Yuan smiled and said, have you two gained weight recently? Chapter 52 Chapter 51 My buddy is going to fight, is anyone willing to join us? The harmonious family life came to an abrupt end. Su Yuan received his wife's mixed doubles. After a fight, he took his daughter to take a bath, and after washing, he asked Yi Qingmeng to help blow dry her. She swung her hands and a gust of hot air came out, which was very useful. 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Yuan finally managed to coax his daughter. Then he carefully got up from the bed, and fortunately his daughter was not woken up this time. I walked into the corridor very carefully. Su Yuan was in a dilemma. Why do you sisters sleep in separate rooms? He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. If I go to my younger sister's room first this time, I might never be able to sleep in my older sister's bed in this life. But if I go to my older sister's room first this time, will my younger sister's hot temper burn me to death? In the room at this moment, Yi Qingling's ears twitched, and then the corners of her mouth rose. Want to have a wedding night? Let me see who you like more. On the other side, Yi Qingming's face flushed. Whose belly did Tonton come from? But it also depends on whose room Su Yuan goes into first. Su Yuan, if you go find your sister first, don't even think about entering my room. In the corridor, Su Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Wife X2, difficulty X2. I didn't enjoy any happiness at all. Well, I was careless. Whoever of these two wives wants to marry can marry him. If you give me another chance, I will definitely have a 1v1 pure love. What should I do now? No matter which one you go to, it's not right. I saw Su Yuan standing in the corridor. The Yi sisters also knew that Su Yuan was struggling. Yi Qingling, huh? Can't you just choose one? Why is it so troublesome? Yi Qingmeng, hey, why are you hesitating so much? Do you want to come with me? Su Yuan was already sweating profusely at this moment. He immediately turned around and walked into Yi Qingming's room. Yi Qingming's body tensed up, but she felt a little happy. Sure enough, it has to be me. Yi Qingling felt a sense of loss. It seems that Yi Qingming is indeed more likable. But, forget it, I don't need to have a baby, let Yi Qingming experience this kind of suffering. At this time, Su Yuan walked to Yi Qingming's bed and picked up Yi Qingming. Yi Qingming hummed and pretended to be asleep. Su Yuan just said nothing, picked up Yi Qingming and rushed towards his first wife's room. Panting, he placed Yi Qingming next to Yi Qingling. Yi Qingling opened her eyes in confusion. Didn't you go to find Yi Qingming? Su Yuan walked between the two of them. How can this be? The three of us are one. Okay, I'm afraid my daughter will wake up soon, so let's hurry up and spend the wedding night. I've been holding back for a long time. Yi Qingling frowned. As a warrior, why do you think about this kind of thing every day? This kind of thing is not good for your cultivation. Yi Qingming also nodded. Lust makes a warrior weak in the knees. Su Yuan held the hands of his two wives and said, "Oh, what are you talking about? You went to the battlefield on the day I got married. Usually it's either my daughter or you who won't agree. I've been a monk for too long." Both wives fell silent. Su Yuan continued, "And theoretically, if you don't have children, how will Tong Tong come? Don't you agree?" The two wives, yeah. Su Yuan was delighted. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Su Tongtong's voice made the three of them feel like they were falling into an icy cave. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing? The three of you are hiding together and sleeping. Don't you like Tong Tong anymore?" The expressions of the three people at this moment have turned into emoticons. Oh, no one said raising children is so troublesome. In his previous life, when Su Yuan was watching TV, he wondered why elderly couples seemed to be having an affair when they were intimate at night. It turned out to be to avoid the children. Unexpectedly, they entered the baby-raising mode right after they got married. If this continues, when will they be able to get pregnant? Su Tongtong had already climbed onto the bed at this time, sleeping with Mom and Dad in arms. The next day, the wedding night failed and Su Yuan went to school, while the Yi sisters took their children to the research institute. Su Yuan found his two friends at school. The three of them squatted beside the school flower bed, watching the college girls coming and going. Zhang Zhoming said, "Brother, come on, it's okay for us to stare at you, but you have two beautiful wives. Will you have enough kidneys to eat tonight?" Chen Hao also said, "Yeah, Brother Yuan, are you eating from the bowl and looking at the pot?" Su Yuan shook his head. "It's hard to explain. Don't you know? Taking care of a child, you think it's just a world of three. Okay, let's stop talking about this. I have a business. How about we join in?" The two of them glanced at Su Yuan. "If someone with SSS level qualifications can use us, we're ready to go through fire and water." At this time, Su Yuan raised his hand to open the communication bracelet on his wrist, and found the phone number of Mr. Chen, the technical backbone of the Su family, in the three-dimensional interface. "Hello, Grandpa Chen, I'm Su Yuan, and I'd like to invite you to be my technical advisor." On the other end, Old Chen said excitedly, Okay, young master, if you say the word, I will go through fire and water for you. I was kicked out of the Su family a long time ago. Fortunately, you still remember me, otherwise I may not be able to survive. Su Yuan was stunned. What? Su Yuan immediately found out what was going on as soon as he asked. After Mr. Chen left the Su family, their finances plummeted. He also has to pay for his grandson's high medical expenses. Old Chen's son and daughter-in-law died on the battlefield, and his grandson survived. But he was infected with the toxin of an alien beast. High medical expenses are required every month to sustain life. Grandpa Chen, don't worry, I will hire you back to work with a high salary. At this time, Old Chen hesitated and said, Master, it is an honor for me that you are willing to invite me back. I shouldn't ask for anything more, but But my granddaughter borrowed money from the Seven Evils gang for her brother's medical expenses. Now she can't pay it back and was just taken away by the Seven Evils gang. What? Su Yuan's face changed. The Seven Evils gang is a group of warriors who usually act tyrannically in Binhai. Now I have offended Grandpa Chen. Su Yuan glanced at his two buddies and said, I'm going to fight now, do you want to come? Go, why not? We're students of Wuhan University, who are we afraid of?
Zhang Jiuming straightened his back and turned on his communicator.
Wait a moment, I'll notify the class group now. The Seven Evils are bullying decent women. Let's go fight now. Is there anyone who wants to join us? Chapter 53, Chapter 52, Warrant Officers, why did you join the army?
Su Yuan also remembered that the people in Tianduyuan were all competitive, so he immediately sent a message in the group.
I'm going to beat up the Seven Evils gang. Do you want to go? Yang Feng, let's go.
Xiao Yu, go. Others also sent messages, and then a large group of aggressive students gathered at the gate of Wuhan University. Under the leadership of Su Yuan, they headed in one direction. This incident naturally alarmed the school's top management. Rose Wuzun appeared at the school gate, glanced at these passionate students calmly, and raised the corner of his mouth. You are really passionate, it's great to be young. Yang Feng was holding his spear at this moment, his eyes sharp. Chief, why are you attacking the Seven Evils gang?
Su Yuan said, because he deserves to die.
Xiaoyu swung the sword in his hand and smiled faintly. If the chief says he deserves death, then he deserves death.
The other end. The building where the Seven Evils gang is located. In the box on the top floor.
The leader of the Seven Evils gang, Black Wolf, is a one-eyed man. When he was young, he served in the Demon Suppression Army and reached the rank of Major. His cultivation level has even reached the 5th level. He was injured in the eye during a battle, but luckily survived and retreated to the rear. Relying on his background in the Demon Suppressing Army, he established his own force in Binhai. At the beginning, he still had some bottom line and blood, but as time went on, he became addicted to pornography, gambling, and drugs.
He made a lot of money and became a complete bully.
He looked at the beautiful girl in front of him and said, take it off. Let me have fun for one night, and I'll forget the money your family owes me. Chen Lily cried and said, brother, my brother is also a retired soldier from the Demon Suppression Army.
He is injured and needs money.
I heard that you were also a member of the Demon Suppression Army.
Can you? A big brother from the Seven Evils gang walked up and said with a smile. Little girl, didn't our boss say that if you just spend one night with me, everything will be forgiven? This is because your brother works for China. Otherwise, do you think you are inlaid with gold?
The other gang members burst into laughter.
The Demon Suppression Army?
Ha, 5 out of 10 of us are retired from the Demon Suppression Army.
That's hilarious. It's only because you're a family member that we. Yes, little girl, take it off quickly and let everyone see how much you have.
A gang member stepped forward and slapped him in the face.
Bang!
The girl fell to the ground with a slap mark on her face.
At this time, the Black Wolf stood up.
Lifting his leg and opening his crotch, he said, how about this, you kneel down, come over here, bark like a bitch, and then open your mouth and serve me until I'm satisfied.
Then I'll let you go tonight.
Chen Lily has collapsed at this moment. She burst into tears and cried, no, why are you doing this? A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Black Wolf's mouth.
Why do you do this? Kids, I lost an eye for you in the front. My body was almost torn apart by strange beasts. When I came back, my wife had already run away with someone. So you ask me why we are like this. Isn't this the way it should be in this fucked up world?
He stepped forward, grabbed the woman's collar, and tore the cloth off her arm.
I'm back now, shouldn't I enjoy myself?
Just when he was about to raise his hand to continue doing something, a younger brother rushed in from outside the door in panic.
Brother Wolf. Boss. It's bad.
A group of young men rushed in from outside.
They look like students from Wuhan University.
They started beating us up whenever they saw us. The leaders are so strong that we don't dare to kill them.
We can't stop them at all. Hailang's expression changed. A student from Wuhan University? Who of you provoked them?
Binhai Wuhan University, the president is a half-step martial saint, and he is extremely protective of his students.
Which idiot would mess with them?
If we kill one of them, he will destroy us.
I'll go and ask what's going on. Boom! The door of the box shattered in the smoke and dust, and everyone turned their heads to look. In the smoke and dust, 3 figures took the lead. One person held a long knife. One of them carries a spear on his shoulder. One of them holds a long sword. Su Yuan's eyes emitted a faint red light, and there seemed to be the shadow of an evil beast hovering around him. Yang Feng, Xiaoyu, you 2 warrant officers, why do you want to join the army? Su Yuan said lightly. Yang Feng leaned his spear on the ground. Boom! Chief, we are the sharp blade in the sky, the shield in front of millions of people, and the last great wall of the human race. Even if we die 100 times, we will not regret it. Yang Feng said pretentiously. Xiaoyu curled her lips and said, why are you pretending so much? Kill all the alien beasts and let the world return to the old times. What else can I do? Su Yuan smiled. Oh? But you will die, get hurt, and suffer injustice when you come back. Will you still go? Xiaoyu, oh, go. Yang Feng, huh? That's bullshit, we are soldiers, and we are still soldiers even if we retreat. Su Yuan raised the knife in his hand. Black Wolf, a retired officer of the Demon Suppression Army, you deserve to die. Black Wolf raised his lips in disdain. Boy, I didn't provoke you, did I? There's no need for you to come and teach me a lesson, right? Su Yuan glanced at the trembling girl. Oh, you provoked me. That person is being hurt by you. In my eyes, you are no different from a beast. Binhai Wuda, all warrant officers, listen up. From now on, this is a demon cave. It's a rift. They are all alien beasts. Just kill them. If anything goes wrong, I, Su Yuan, will take the blame. Yang Feng was stunned. Brother, are you making such a big deal? We are still students. Xiaoyu shook his head and said, dude, you are very handsome. Give me an injection. I want to have our child. Su Yuan was stunned and looked at Xiaoyu strangely. Ahem, focus. Black Wolf was shocked at this moment. What? You are Su Yuan. Su Yuan from Wuhan University, the future star of Binhai? Wait, brother Su Yuan, this is all a misunderstanding. You like this girl? You should have told me earlier. Just give me a call and I'll let her go right away. After saying that, he immediately let go of her hand and said, I'm sorry, little sister. Please go away. Please leave now. Black Wolf looked at Su Yuan with an apologetic smile. Su Yuan smiled faintly. Oh, she can leave today, but what if other people provoke you tomorrow? Black Wolf's eyes gradually became sharper. Don't go too far. His men said one after another. Boss, this guy has gone too far. Let's get the brothers to kill him together. Yeah, boss, what the hell is he? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have talent? The corners of Black Wolf's mouth curled up. Brothers, does this kid really think that all of us in the gang are softies? Capture him and help their teacher teach them a lesson. As soon as these words fell, the members of the Seven Evils gang immediately drew their weapons, and blue, green, and other lights from their equipment bloomed in the box. Chapter 54 Chapter 53 I killed your son like a dog. Su Yuan swung his long knife, the corner of his mouth raised, kill without mercy. Buzz. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere at the scene. The 2 gangmasters separated directly with their skills. The other students were stunned. Yang Feng swallowed his saliva. Is Su Yuan serious? Come on. The chief has taken action. Anyone who doesn't take action is a scoundrel. In an instant, students from Binhai Wuhan University took action one after another. There was constant shouting and killing in the corridor. At this moment, in the Binhai University president's office, Luo Yushan was drinking tea. Oh, the news of Su Yuan mastering god-level combat skills has been reported. The commander-in-chief also praised it highly. Sitting in front of him was a man in black robes. Black robe, what do you think? The voice of the man in black robe was neither male nor female. Because he wore a mask all year round, his gender could not be identified. Even the principal did not know what gender it was. Principal, I think. He didn't finish his words. Luo Yushan's communication bracelet vibrated wildly. He picked up the phone, and the next moment the teacup in his hand exploded. What? Leading a gang fight and slaughtering the Seven Evils gang? How could this guy get into such a big trouble? The man in black robe was stunned.
The Seven Evils gang is backed by the Honghu Martial Saint.
Black Wolf is no ordinary man. Honghu Martial Saint is the ancestor of the Ouyang family. He has many descendants, and Black Wolf is the illegitimate son of one of them. In other words, Black Wolf is a descendant of the Martial Saint. Why did Su Yuan make such a big fuss about this?
But if it was just a fight and no one was killed, with the relationship of the Yi family, then there would naturally be no problem.
Luo Yushan said with an ugly expression, but he was killed. What? The black robe said in disbelief, how can someone get into trouble like this? However, Eastern Theater Commander Yan Long should support Su Yuan. That's the problem now.
Old Honghu is in the Eastern Theater recently, and Yi Chen, the ancestor of the Yi family, has been missing for a long time. I'm worried that old Honghu is determined to avenge his grandson, and he's a protective person.
Besides, Honghu is mentally ill, you know that. Let's go and protect Su Yuan. Now. Su Yuan's knife was still stuck in Hailang's body.
Kill a 5th level warrior by force. At this moment, all the students of Binhai Wuhan University were looking at Su Yuan with fanatical eyes.
Zhang Jiuming walked up to Su Yuan and said, Brother Yuan, this is bad.
The city defense forces are here, and our outer guards have been captured.
Xiao Yu frowned. Yang Feng's face was also serious.
Su Yuan, although everyone respects you, but the Seven Evils gang is a registered martial arts group.
Most of these people are retired soldiers. Are you going to kill them all? I'm afraid you'll be in trouble.
Su Yuan said in a deep voice, you have seen how many evil things he has done over the years. As a retired general, he deserves death for doing such a thing.
You're not a student like me who can just kill them.
Meng Yon, with a grim expression on his face and a big belly, walked over and shouted to the soldiers behind him, capture all the students involved in the fight.
Su Yuan said, I asked them to do it, it has nothing to do with them. Meng Yang pulled Su Yuan aside and asked, do you know how big a mistake you've made? Can anyone who can establish a gang in this city be an ordinary person? My little ancestor, the whole world is watching you, and you are here killing people with me? Let me tell you, this Black Wolf is the grandson of the Martial Saint Honghu. He's currently in the Eastern Theater Command. I'm worried something might happen to you.
And your wife's Martial Saint is nowhere to be found at this very moment. And your mother-in-law is still deep in the battlefield, and she's also nowhere to be found.
So, what are you doing? Oh my God. Su Yuan pointed at Chen Lili and said, her brother is a retired soldier.
He was injured in the battle and borrowed money from Hailang for medical treatment, but Hailang wanted her to accompany him.
Killing him is a light punishment. Oh my little ancestor, this is at most a financial dispute. Did he sleep with this girl? He hasn't done anything yet. If you kill him, what will you do if Martial Saint Honghu takes it seriously? What will I do? Meng Yang was almost furious. Su Yuan raised his hand and put away the knife.
If this is how the world works, I have to wait for someone to become stronger than this girl before I can draw my sword.
I won't be a soldier anymore. Why are you so stubborn? Meng Yang asked.
At this time, a car with a Flying Bird clan emblem stopped by the roadside in the distance. A butler got out and said, Commander Meng, my Ouyang clan's gang was wiped out by a group of students.
As a city defense soldier, what are you doing instead of arresting them? Meng Yang trembled.
Boy, someone from the Ouyang family has come, which means the ancestors know that you are in trouble.
Su Yuan nodded, take me away, otherwise you will have a hard time explaining yourself. Meng Yang nodded, all right, take them all away.
On the other side, the City Defense Army Hall.
An old man in brocade clothes had a gloomy face.
He had the bird emblem on his clothes.
It was the father of this Black Wolf, the head of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Zhancheng.
At this time, the City Defense Army's car arrived at the compound. The students were escorted down one by one with resolute expressions.
Ouyang Zhancheng glanced at Su Yuan, who was in the lead, and snorted coldly, humph. Bastard, my Ouyang family gave you a lot of gifts for your wedding, and this is how you repay us? Su Yuan said calmly, Master Ouyang, right?
I, Su Yuan, killed a piece of trash today like a dog.
What does it have to do with your Ouyang family? How dare you?
Ouyang Zhancheng's true energy burst out, and the pressure of the martial master swept towards Su Yuan. But Su Yuan just glanced at Ouyang Zhancheng indifferently and said, what rubbish, what are you barking at like a dog?
You! Ouyang Zhancheng was so angry that his whole body was shaking. At this moment, Luo Yushan in white appeared in front of Su Yuan.
The pressure the students felt was swept away.
The principal is here. Principal.
We are not wrong, principal, please help us, help Su Yuan.
Luo Yushan nodded. Ouyang Zhancheng, these are all students from my school, what do you want to do? Ouyang Zhancheng laughed. Why? They came to my territory and killed people. Of course, I have to follow federal law. The leader should be killed, and the accomplices should be imprisoned. 4 figures walked towards the hall. The Ouyang family is so confident. What a great Ouyang family. Do you think all our teachers at Wuda University are dead?
The 4 martial arts master level instructors came over.
Standing next to the principal. Ouyang Zhancheng pointed at the group and said in a trembling voice, okay, is your school planning to use its large numbers to bully the small ones? Do you really think there's no one in my Ouyang family?
At this moment, a voice came from the sky, how interesting. I have suppressed the alien beasts for the human race for 200 years, and now you are bullying my descendants like this.
Chapter 55 Chapter 54 Cutting down the martial saint with a sword.
The next moment, a terrifying pressure descended.
Ordinary students knelt on the ground.
Su Yuan, Xiaoyu beside him, and Yang Feng all trembled. Principal Luo Yushan immediately unleashed his full strength of cultivation, and only with the might of a half-step martial saint could he withstand the pressure. The voice from the horizon said, ha ha ha, half-step martial saint Luo Yushan, it's a pity that you are not a true martial saint after all.
Boom!
Luo Yushan felt as if a heavy hammer had hit his heart.
Puff!
He spat out a mouthful of blood.
Headmaster! Headmaster!
Several martial arts instructors immediately released their pressure to share the burden with the principal, and they were able to barely resist.
Su Yuan stepped forward and supported the principal. Principal! Principal, how are you? Luo Yushan shook his head.
That's all right, Honghu martial saint. Children are full of youthful vigor, but your grandson is indeed going too far.
Buzz!
In the distorted air, an old man in a silver robe appeared in the main hall.
Su Yuan even felt his eyes dry just from staring at him. Is this the martial saint?
So terrifying. Honghu glanced at Su Yuan and said, although he is SSS level, his qualifications are not bad. But unfortunately, with this kind of mentality, I don't think there's any need for growth.
He raised his hand and pointed at Su Yuan. A silver lightning bolt struck Su Yuan. Stop! A golden roulette wheel appeared on the field, and Yuan Tian's huge body blocked Su Yuan in front of him, blocking the attack. Yuan Tian put away the golden compass and said calmly, Martial Saint Honghu, I am here to plead for my son-in-law. The Yi family, oh, by the way, this kid is your Yi family's son-in-law. Honghu nodded. Okay, since he's your son-in-law from the Yi family, I can spare his life, but I have to destroy this kid's cultivation. Yuan Tian's expression immediately turned grim. My son-in-law is an SSS level talent. How can I allow you to abolish his cultivation? Don't you take me, the ancestor Yi Chen, seriously? Honghu's expression changed.
The Yi family moved out Yi Chen, so he did have some concerns. But now Su Yuan is just a kid in the third realm. It is a fact that he killed his grandson. If he doesn't pay the price, where will he put his face as Honghu? Honghu snorted coldly, Yuan Tian, you are just a junior. Your ancestor is not here. Do you have the qualifications to bargain with me? Boom! His aura was flowing all over his body. At this moment, Tong Tong, who was held in Yi Qingming's arms, jumped down and stood in front of his father with a chubby face. You can't hit my dad. I'll bite you to death. Ah! The child's appearance caused a subtle change in the expression on Honghu Wuxing's face. He put away his aura and said, Humph! I'm not an unreasonable person. Listen, son-in-law of the Yi family, you killed my grandson, and that's a slap in my face. But you are the son-in-law of the Yi family. For the sake of your ancestors, I can let you go, but everyone who attacked you must die. One life for one life. As soon as these words were spoken, the students became excited. Zhang Jiuming shouted from the crowd, one life for another? Lao Deng, how dare you say that? Other students also said. We refuse to accept. We refuse to accept. Boom! Puff puff puff. The pressure from the martial Saint Honghu was released again, and these students immediately vomited blood and became listless. Luo Yushan took a step forward, blocking most of the pressure, and said in a deep voice, I am a student of the Wuda University, and no one of them can be harmed.
Honghu was really angry. Okay. Are you from Wuda going to fight my Ouyang family to the death?
Luo Yushan, you're courting death. Wait. Just as both sides were about to start fighting, Yang Feng, who was standing beside Su Yuan, stepped forward and said, Honghu Martial Saint, right?
Su Yuan didn't do this alone. I'm involved too. If you have to find someone to pay for your life, then find me.
You? Honghu glanced at him and said, you have good qualifications and are loyal.
Okay, then I'll help you.
He raised his hand. Under the obstruction of Yi Wenyan and Luo Yushan, two half-step martial saint masters, Yang Feng was directly sucked into the air.
You dare! Stop!
Just at this moment, a figure appeared. Holding a black long sword, he slashed the martial saint with it.
Instant force.
Slash the heavens and the earth.
Slash the lava. Entanglement.
When Su Yuan moved with the sword, all his skills burst out. The other students behind him also felt their true energy rising.
Just go up and help. Honghu laughed, ants dare to compete with the bright moon. How can a mantis be a chariot? He just raised a finger. Su Yuan was struck by lightning, flew 100 meters away, and hit the wall.
Yang Feng shouted, Martial Saint, calm down.
Everyone has their own responsibility.
Just kill me, Yang Feng.
Su Yuan got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said disdainfully, What the hell are you talking about? I was the one who killed him, why are you pretending to be a hero?
He glanced at Honghu Wushing and said, Old man, let's not talk about anything else.
Mark the way out. I, Su Yuan, will fight you 1v1. Ha ha.
Honghu Martial Saint looked at Su Yuan with a hint of admiration in his expression. Yes, I underestimated you, kid.
I still think highly of you now.
He raised his hand and threw Yang Feng aside. He raised his hand and waved it, creating a barrier that blocked everyone else out. Luo Yushan roared, Honghu.
How dare you?
If you dare to kill him, my school will fight you to the death.
Yi Wentian, awe. I'm going to tell my ancestor to wipe out your entire family.
Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng both burst out with their true energy and slashed the barrier with their long swords, making a series of tinkling sounds.
Su Yuan. Husband. You dare to touch him. We won't let you go.
Su Tongtong's small body kept banging his head against the barrier. Give me back my dad.
Give me back my dad. Boom boom boom.
The little head is bleeding. The other students took out their weapons one by one and smashed them on the barrier.
Those who didn't have weapons, such as Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao, used their fists.
Honghu smiled, Boy, I won't bully a junior like you.
If you can withstand 3 of my blows and survive, today's incident will be over. Su Yuan held a long knife. Carry it on your shoulders. Alright, I'll take 3 of your blows. Whether I live or die, today's incident will be over. What do you think?
Well, kid, it's been a long time since I met a young man I admire, and you are one of them. Honghu sneered, It's a pity that you are a member of the Yi family. He raised his hand and was about to strike. Su Yuan suddenly raised his hand. Wait, give me a minute. I still have a gift package that I haven't claimed yet. If I get something life-saving inside, then I'll be saved.
Luo Yushan yelled, Su Yuan, you're picking up your sister.
You're only in the 3rd realm, and I'm only in the 12th realm.
What the hell are you comparing yourself to? Don't die. Yi Wentian, is it still impossible to contact your Yi family's ancestor? Yi Wentian shook his head, don't answer the phone.
At this moment, Honghu nodded and said, Okay, I'll give you a minute to prepare, so that you won't be accused of bullying you. Su Yuan nodded and said, System, come out and open the gift package.
Your host is about to die. Please give me some strength. Chapter 56 Chapter 55 is the ancestor, we are saved. Ding. The counterattack gift pack is open. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a fully automatic multifunctional alchemy furnace X1. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 substitute straw men.
Multifunction alchemy furnace, a multifunction alchemy furnace that can automatically produce elixirs based on recipes and raw materials. Stand in strawman, protect the host from a fatal attack once. Here he comes. Tonzi really didn't let me down. Su Yuan felt more at ease. Isn't this straw man a life-saving artifact?
He said to Honghu Martial Saint, "Alright, we can begin.
Let's make our move." Su Yuan's calm demeanor at this moment confused everyone else present. Luo Yushan, is he crazy? Yi Wentian, I don't know, Su Yuan. Hold on, I'm here to save you.
He picked up his weapon and smashed it hard on the barrier.
Bang!
The huge recoil made his palm numb. Honghu Martial Saint glanced at Su Yuan calmly and said, "Then I will take action." After saying that, he raised his hand and slapped out. The space seemed to be wrinkled. The terrifying true energy was compressed into a palm print and smashed down towards Su Yuan. Honghu raised the corner of his mouth and no longer looked at Su Yuan.
Even if he only used 1/10 of his strength, Su Yuan would definitely die. Boom!
Su Yuan was hit hard by this palm and flew out, turning 2.5 times before landing on the ground.
Ding! Stand and dummy 1.
Su Yuan was lying on the ground, delighted to find that the terrifying force he had just struck was instantly drawn away and disappeared.
Was this the power of the system props? Su Yuan.
Oh, Su Yuan is dead this time. Luo Yushan was so anxious that tears were about to come out. Yang Feng slapped the barrier in front of him and said, "It's all because we are too weak and can't help." Yi Qingling's face was as cold as frost. "When my sister and I become martial saints, we will kill your entire family."
Just when everyone was emotionally broken,
Su Yuan suddenly raised his hand and raised his middle finger. Then he slowly stood up and patted the dust off his clothes. It was quite a big noise, but there was no harm.
What? Look, Su Yuan is not dead. Brother Yuan is awesome.
Luo Yushan and Yi Wentian looked at each other and said, "This kid is really something.
How did he do that?"
He must have died from that blow just now." The Yi sisters were slightly stunned, and immediately showed a look of joy.
Su Yuan, are you okay? You must not be hurt.
We won't take the remaining 2 blows. Su Yuan smiled faintly, waved to his wife, and then raised his middle finger to Honghu. "Lao Deng, there are only 2 more palms left." The most shocked person at this moment was Martial Saint Honghu.
That makes no sense. He couldn't possibly have withstood my palm strike just now. Could it be some kind of defensive item?
The corners of the Honghu Martial Saint's mouth curled up.
Boy, you surprised me, but you won't be so lucky this time.
After saying that, he slapped out again. The terrifying true power suddenly expanded and then quickly collapsed, knocking Su Yuan flying into the air.
Boom! He fell heavily to the ground. Ding! Stand and dummy 1.
However, the next moment, Su Yuan stood up again, dusted himself off, and said, "I tell you, you're making so much trouble. I think you might as well just go ahead and hit him with the next palm."
What? This is absolutely impossible.
The wrinkles on the old face of Honghu Wuxing trembled. He had already used 30% of his strength in that palm strike just now.
How could Su Yuan be unharmed? This is impossible.
His eyes were gloomy.
Others at the scene breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. It seems Su Yuan has something to save his life.
Yeah, we were worried for a long time. Yuan glanced at Luo Yushan, and a hint of relief flashed in both of their eyes.
That's good now.
It's great that Su Yuan can handle it. However, at this moment, Honghu Martial Saint flipped his palm, and a white sword with golden light appeared in his hand. As soon as he saw the long sword, Yuan was shocked.
Heavenly Feather Sword.
This is troublesome, the Martial Saint Honghu was going to get serious. Luo Yushan shook his head. I don't know if Su Yuan can still bear it now. The Yi sisters clasped their hands tightly in their laps.
Husband. Tong Tong pouted, Daddy, come on. Kill this bad guy. Bad guys are so bad.
At this moment, the Martial Saint Honghu slashed out with his sword.
Swallow returns.
Su Yuan, my sword is divided into 2 parts.
I want to see if you can withstand such an attack.
A sword light pierced through Su Yuan's body.
Ding! Stand and dummy 1.
After the sword light passed through Su Yuan's body, unexpectedly, behind Su Yuan, the same sword light appeared again, slashing towards Su Yuan's head at another angle and in a tricky way.
Su Yuan suddenly felt a sense of alarm. It's too late. I want to die.
At this moment, an emotionless cold snort was heard.
Bang!
Su Yuan turned his head and saw the sword light was about to cut off his head, when the sword light suddenly shattered.
This. The sudden change caused the expression of Marshal Saint Honghu to change. At this moment, Yuan, who was outside the barrier, showed a look of joy. He immediately raised his hand and placed it on the golden leaf family emblem on his left chest. Welcome, ancestor. Luo Yushan's expression also changed. Is the Yi family's ancestor here? At this moment, water-like ripples appeared in front of Su Yuan. A figure wearing a gold and white robe appeared in front of Su Yuan. From Su Yuan's perspective, the figure was very tall and slender, almost as tall as himself. Look upwards. Su Yuan couldn't see his face clearly. Is this the ancestor of the Yi family? But why is his face blurry? The Yi sisters breathed a sigh of relief. Great, it's the ancestor. Su Yuan is saved. The voice of Yi Chen, the ancestor of the Yi family, sounded as if it came through a voice changer, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. You've proven your worth by being able to withstand 3 of Honghu's attacks. But with the last attack, you were clearly cheating, Honghu. Honghu's face turned ugly. Yi Chen. You, a junior, are so rude to me. You even killed my grandson without giving me face. I promised him to take 3 of my palms, which is already a favor from me. Oh? Really? I won't tell you how many grandchildren you have, Honghu. Secondly, you, Honghu, bullied a junior. Even if you want to be punished, you have to wait for me to punish you. I think you are clearly targeting my Yi family and want to use this as an excuse to kill this Qilin child. Am I right? Yi Chen's voice was emotionless. Cold sweat broke out on Honghu's forehead. This Yi Chen is the most powerful martial saint of the human race. Honghu is not even a peak martial saint. How can he be his opponent? The essence of this world is still the survival of the fittest. He originally thought that after he taught Su Yuan a lesson, he could just leave. But would the Yi family ancestors still be chasing me? But unexpectedly, now that Yi Chen is here, things have become complicated. Yi Chen, this guy has already withstood 3 of my attacks. Now that the matter is settled, let's go our separate ways. Wait. Chapter 57 Chapter 56 Warzone High-Level Meeting. Yi Chen's voice made Honghu tremble. Yi Chen, don't push your luck. I've already accepted my anger. What else do you want? Honghu's expression was extremely ugly. Yi Chen glanced at Honghu and said, You're bullying the weak, and you want to leave like this? The martial saint Honghu's throat suddenly tightened. What did Yi Chen want to do? Yi Chen, we are all martial saints in the Chinese theater. What do you mean by saying this? Yi Chen turned sideways and swung his hand. I, a junior, have been bullied by you. You have to give me some compensation, otherwise you won't be able to leave today. This. Honghu was stunned. So I have to pay for it? My grandson died, and he was fine. Why are you being unreasonable? Yi Chen said coldly, Oh, I'm better than you, why should I reason with you? Su Yuan gave the ancestor a thumbs up from behind. Awesome, you are worthy of being the ancestor. Honghu's eyes were filled with resentment. He stared at Yi Chen and repeatedly said good 3 times, Good, 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 a peak martial saint. I, Honghu, accept defeat. He raised his hand. A golden bead floated in the palm of his hand. The forehead bone of the half-step 12th level monster I hunted last year. I use this to make props. It must be an orange prop. I'm giving it to your young one. Yi Chen nodded and raised his hand to take it. Okay. You can go now. Honghu looked as if he had eaten shit, and his figure turned into ripples and disappeared on the spot. With the departure of Honghu Martial Saint, the barrier at the scene naturally disappeared. The Yi family members rushed forward and bowed in front of the ancestor. The descendants of the Yi family have met the ancestor. Yi Chen nodded. Sister Yi has found a good husband. At this time, Su Tongtong slowly stepped forward and looked at the Yi family ancestor curiously. Mom, why can't I see this aunt's face clearly? Tongtong. Stop talking nonsense. This is the ancestor of the Yi family. Just call me ancestor. Don't use aunt as an excuse. Yi Wentian immediately bowed and said, I am your grandson. I am ignorant. I hope you won't mind. Yi Chen frowned slightly. My face is not visible to ordinary people. Why does this child know that I am a woman? She didn't think too much about it. Okay, now that the matter is clear, the Ouyang family won't dare to use this matter to embarrass Su Yuan again. Su Yuan. Su Yuan immediately stepped forward. Ancestor. Yi Chen nodded. You will definitely be a strong man in the future. I like your character very much. Live well. Su Yuan nodded immediately. Yes, ancestor. It seemed that the ancestor had forgotten what had just happened. Su Yuan raised his hand cautiously and said, Ancestor, this is what I just saw. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows, feeling unhappy. It's that thing just now, my compensation. Su Yuan thought to himself, I've reminded you twice. Ahem. Yi Chen's figure suddenly faded slowly. Su Yuan, I'm very optimistic about you. Keep working hard. Hey. Su Yuan pointed in the direction where Yi Chen disappeared. Did she steal my things? Luo Yushan stepped forward and said, Su Yuan, alright, you have to learn from this experience and be more careful. Don't be so impulsive. If you have anything to say, tell me first and don't make decisions on your own. Yi Wendian also breathed a sigh of relief. This old ancestor is like this. Every time he comes back to the Yi family, he takes away a lot of things. It's as difficult as climbing to the sky to ask him to give you the things. This is his personality. This time he is pretty good. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingming stepped forward and threw themselves into Su Yuan's arms. You scared us to death. Do you have to do it this way? Su Yuan hugged the two of them and said, Okay, I get it. Look how worried you are. Isn't this a blessing in disguise? Su Tongtong squeezed between the three of them. Hee, Tongtong wants a hug too. Su Yuan picked up Su Tongtong. After this incident, the principal Luo Yushan took the students back, and they were put into solitary confinement for 3 days. Su Yuan was taken care of because of his special status. Luo Yushan was really scared when he was asked to rest for 3 days before going back to school. I also want to rest for 2 days. This incident quickly attracted the attention of senior officials in the Chinese theater, the highest conference center in the Central Theater Command and the Huaxia Theater Command. At the conference table with a strong mechanical feel. 4 people with 9-star badges on their chests and 3 Sun Will badges on their shoulders are waiting for someone to come. Bang! The metal door opened. Yan Long walked in carelessly and said with a smile, Everyone, are you waiting for me? He pulled out the chair and sat down. He said calmly, Why are we having this meeting? Where's the old commander-in-chief? The commander-in-chief of the Western Theater Command, Situ Yun, had gray hair on his temples and piercing eyes. He glanced at Yan Long and said, This meeting seems to be related to the genius in your theater. The Southern Theater Commander, Hong Yuan, had long, fiery red hair and was the only female commander. She glanced at Yan Long and said, Yan Long, word has spread about what this Eastern Theater Commander did. He killed the grandson of the Marshal Saint Honghu. How arrogant and domineering. Ha ha ha. Tuoba Dalong, the commander of the Northern Theater Command, laughed out loud. Tuoba Dalong, who was flexing his muscles, glanced at Yan Long and said, Hey, I also think this guy is too arrogant. I suggest sending him to my Northern Theater Command. I will train you myself. Hong Yuan narrowed her eyes and said, I love to discipline disobedient children. Yan Long raised the corner of his mouth. Oh? You guys are all doing this for him? I haven't taught you a lesson in a long time, right? The commander of the Central Theater Command was a gentleman who looked young with glasses. He smiled gently, The commander-in-chief is out and probably can't come back. He's mainly communicating and meeting with us. Yan Long frowned, Glasses boy, why don't we just hold a conference call at the station? Why do we have to rush over? The glasses boy pushed up his glasses and smiled faintly, Call me Viper, I am also the commander. Ha? Viper? Is that your nickname? It's so funny. Yan Long showed no mercy. At this moment, a buzzing sound came from the communicator. Chapter 58, Chapter 57 I don't understand. Meeting adjourned. Then came a slightly hoarse voice. Stop making a fuss, the Warzone meeting is officially convened. When this voice was heard, the 5 commanders on the scene immediately fell silent. I'm in the Federation right now. I just finished a meeting. In the past 2 days, 2 more national-level war zones have been completely destroyed. Commander Viper looked up and pushed his glasses. I think it's probably a small war zone, a war zone later formed by a small country in the old world. It's not strong enough, so it's normal for it to be destroyed. The commander-in-chief's voice came, this time it's the Middle East war zone and the Romanian war zone. The former is not small. Yan Long frowned slightly. The national divisions in the old world completely disappeared after the invasion of the Rift and evolved into the major war zones of today. In order to unify command and gather the strength of warriors, the top leaders formed the Human Federation. Unified command of the battle. This is how the human race has survived to this day. The commander-in-chief continued, so the current situation is extremely serious. It's difficult to fully estimate the true combat power of the monsters in the Rift based on their rank. 2 Class A cracks have appeared in the Middle East war zone. The creatures within have reached the strength of a peak martial saint, even surpassing the average peak martial saint. The Yi family ancestor went to support the Middle East war zone before, and was able to eliminate the peak beast kings in these 2 cracks. Yan Long nodded and said, yes. The battle in your theater is still going on. Report any difficulties immediately. Other theaters will arrange for strong support. Yes. Yan Long said. The commander-in-chief suddenly changed the subject and said, Yan Long, the genius in your theater should come to the Federation's Xingwu Academy. The Xingwu Academy, built with the combined strength of the world, is more worthy of him. Xingwu Academy? Known as the cradle of peak combat power, many outstanding students from local universities would go to Xingwu Academy for further study for a period of time before being assigned to various major war zones for training. It could be called the cradle of officers. For example, the Yi sisters went to Xingwu College for further studies for a year after their senior year. After that, he performed outstandingly on the battlefield and was promoted to the rank of Major General at a young age. But Su Yuan is still too young now. What's more, there are too many people watching him. If he is handed over like this, can he still be sent to the Eastern Theater Command in the future? Commander-in-Chief, Su Yuan is still young. It would be better for him to go to Xingwu Academy after his cultivation level is higher. Yan Long declined politely. Several other commanders seized the opportunity to attack Yan Long. Commander-in-Chief, that child should come to our Northern Theater Command. Yan Long simply can't lead such an outstanding child. Commander! That kid can only come to our Southern Theater Command. Following Yan Long is simply a bad influence. Commander-in-Chief! Commander-in-Chief! Commander-in-Chief, I don't understand, adjourn the meeting. At this moment, Su Yuan naturally didn't know that the commanders of his 5 major war zones were all competing for him. He took Mr. Chen and 2 of his friends to find an abandoned factory and rented it at a low price. After taking a look around, old Chen said, Master, this is fine. There's enough space here. I'll find some workers and we can start production. Su Yuan nodded. By the way, Mr. Chen, let me show you 2 props and tell you how difficult it is to imitate them. Su Yuan took out the blue fearless breastplate. Then he took a look at the exotic beast materials collected in the system. System, synthesize the 2nd level prop set. Ding! Sufficient raw materials detected in the host system space. Synthesis begins now. These raw materials were collected in the cracks when I advanced to the 3rd realm. At that time, I killed many strange beasts, most of which were stitched monsters. Materials collected from them. Ding! Synthesis completed, level 2 suit, King's Guardian Red. King's Guardian, this set consists of armor for all parts of the body. Set effect, a large bonus to defense. The user can actively activate a shield. Su Yuan's eyes lit up, this time the suit was red. Old Chen, who was shocked by the fearless breastplate, suddenly brightened up his eyes again. Master! Is this the red suit? This level of precision is truly extraordinary. Did you design and manufacture this? You're truly a genius. Su Yuan felt a little embarrassed. This set was designed and produced by the system, so of course it was awesome. Mr. Chen, can you please see if this thing can be mass-produced and copied? I think there are very few low-end props with such precision. If we can mass-produce it, we will definitely be able to quickly seize the low-end market. Elder Chen nodded. Master, you really have a brilliant idea. You're right. If we can reduce the cost to a certain level, these props will definitely sell well. Su Yuan nodded. The Su family was in the business of props. He didn't have a system back then, but he relied on his current management knowledge to pull the Su family back from the brink of bankruptcy. Now that I have set up my own business, the Su family has provided me with a lot of experience. And on the other end, Binhai, Su Group. After the last incident, Su Mo and Lu Yuru hid at home for several days,
fearing that Su Yuan would use the Yi family to settle accounts with them. Seeing that the Yi family was quiet, he came out with relief. Because of the Su Group's financial problems, Su Mo and Lu Yuru rushed to the Su Group's factory. An executive took Su Mo on a tour of the factory. Su Mo noticed that there were many things in the factory that he couldn't understand, and asked in confusion, "What are these messes?" The executive immediately explained, "This is called 5S management. It was proposed by young master Su Yuan back then. It means fully organizing the work area and labeling everything to shorten search time. There's also something called standardized operations and modular production design. Young master Su Yuan has also implemented many reforms, such as KPL performance. These things have improved our production efficiency and reduced material waste. It can be said that without young master Su Yuan, there would be no Su's props today." Su Mo's expression was not very good. He came up with all these things on his own? Why didn't I know this before? Lu Yuru rolled her eyes at him and said, "It was Suja who lied to us before, causing us to not see the excellence of our own son." Then what's going on now? Since we have the foundation provided by Su Yuan, can't we continue production according to this model? Su Mo said. The executive sighed inwardly. Ever since Su Mo and Mr. Chen, who was in charge of technology, left, our business has been getting worse day by day. Back then, young master Suja cancelled a lot of new prop design plans, and a large amount of assets were transferred out. Now our company is on its last legs. Su Mo was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Suja, it was all Suja's fault. So can't we continue production now? We used to have good business, so why don't we continue to produce those old models? Chapter 59 Chapter 58 My son, what? Tyrannosaurus Rex body? The executive looked embarrassed for a moment. In his opinion, no one else in the Su family understood these business matters. Asking such a nonsensical question. We haven't had any new products for a long time since young master Su Yuan left. Props are usually obsolete very quickly. Without young master Su Yuan's creative ideas, our competitiveness is getting lower and lower. Moreover, most of the customers were negotiated by master Su Yuan alone. Without him, Su's props would be soulless. Su Mo's eyes almost went dark. This makes me so angry. You are a bunch of trash. He glanced at Lu Yuru again. And you, what did you tell me at the time? Suja is more submissive, and we can have better control if we let him run the company. And that's how you pissed off Su Yuan and drove him away. Lu Yuru was stunned. Are you blaming me? Who agreed to the marriage exchange between his own son and his daughter-in-law? Wasn't it you? Now I think about it, how painful it must have been for him. You said that the Su family made it possible for him and that it was the Su family that gave him the platform. It turns out that it was the Su family that relied on him. My son will never want me as his mother again, woo-woo. Don't cry. Su Mo sighed. Is it still useful to say this now? At this time, an executive came over and said, Master. In front is young master Su's former workbench. He used to work there day and night. There are also photos of him and his co-workers over there. Su Mo and Lu Yuru walked into the workshop. I can't hold back my emotions anymore. On the greasy workbench, there was a photo of Su Yuan working here. In the photo, Su Yuan is wearing the same clothes as the workers, and he falls into the pile of props when he is tired. When I was thirsty, I drank water from a dirty cup. Is this my son Su Yuan? Lu Ruru covered her chest. My heart ached. My own son, the eldest young master of the Su family, worked with the workers, but I didn't know about it. I even blamed him for being lazy and playing outside every day. It turns out that Su Yuan has contributed so much to this family. Sumo took a look at the workbench, half of which was smashed into ruins. What happened? Who smashed it? How did it become like this? A senior executive said, Young Master Suja arranged for people to smash it, but they were delayed by other things, so they only demolished half of it in the end. Suja again. Sumo's eyes were red. Tell me, how long can our family last without Su Yuan? The senior official said, without the young master, we can only last another month at most. Su Mo trembled. Su Yuan, my son, please come back. It's Dad's fault. At the same time, in Binhai City, the Qin family. After the last incident, Suja was sentenced to the criminal army, leaving the Qin family with no way out. Qin Xiaotian sat in the living room, his face extremely grim.
Wife, how much money is left at home? Yuan glanced at her husband and said, we've been out of money for a long time.
The Su family hasn't supported us for a long time.
Xin Xiaotian sighed, oh, why are you saying all this? The Su family supported us before because Su Yuan was loyal to Huai Ru.
But then this useless guy actually arbitrarily changed his marriage for a foster son of the Su family.
Now it's good, now it's really good. At this time, Xin Huairu walked in from outside. Seeing her distracted look, Yuan was even more furious.
Xin Huairu, if you hadn't kept it a secret from us and went to exchange marriages, Su Yuan would already be our son-in-law.
Who are you showing this half-human, half-ghost look to now?
Xin Huairu hasn't been attending classes properly recently and hasn't been improving her skills. She's been thinking every day about how to make Su Yuan accept her again.
Mom and Dad, I will let Su Yuan come back to me.
She raised her hand and touched her face.
I'm pretty too, and I'm an A-level talent. Why wouldn't he want me to give birth to his child? He'll be willing sooner or later.
Some martial saints have over 100 wives.
I won't give up.
Xin Xiaotian snorted coldly, then you'd better hurry up, or he won't become a martial saint and have many wives and concubines by then, while you're still unmarried.
Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. You two are in school, so there will definitely be many opportunities to meet in the future. You can find a way to have an affair with him. As long as you get pregnant, how can he not marry you? Xin Xiaotian nodded.
That's right, for a future martial saint, marrying 2 more women is nothing.
Huairu, you still have a chance. Xin Huairu also nodded heavily.
On the other side, Su Yuan and Mr. Chen agreed to start making imitation props in the next 2 days. The workers were directly recruited from among the old employees who had left Su's. Under the influence of Mr. Chen, Su Yuan doesn't have to worry about these trivial matters at all. As for other work in his factory, Su Yuan and his 2 friends can come and handle it when they are free after class.
After arranging these things, Su Yuan left the factory. Prepare to go home. Ding! Counterattack mission released. A year ago, the host and Yi Yaoqi kissed, which led to a rapid breakdown in their relationship. Please make your 2 wives happy. Completion reward counterattack gift pack X1. Did my future self kiss Yi Yaoqi? That arrogant little girl? Was my alternate timeline self crazy? I'd swallow anything. Yi Yaoqi was indeed good looking, but he didn't like the feeling this girl gave him from the beginning, and he kissed her? Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. Forget it, let us take a taxi home. As soon as you enter the house.
Su Yuan's wife and children were already sitting obediently at the dining table.
Yi Qingling, why did you come back just now? We are already hungry. Yi Qingming also nodded. I'm almost starving. You said you'd go out with Zhang Jiuming and the others and come back soon? It's been so long.
Su Tongtong also hugged her belly and said, Tongtong is so hungry.
Su Yuan smiled and said, okay, Dad is here. By the way, you took your daughter to get a physical checkup earlier. She eats so much, is there something wrong?
Yi Qingling nodded and said, I was just about to tell you that our daughter has a special physique, that's why she can eat so much.
Special physique? Su Yuan took out the roast duck and asked in confusion, what kind of constitution?
Yi Qingming smiled and said, his physique is that of a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
What the hell? Su Yuan was dumbfounded. What is a Tyrannosaurus Rex body? Tyrannosaurus Rex?
Su Tongtong also cooperated very well and made an all-woo gesture.
Yi Qingling nodded. After the emergence of the exotic beasts, many new generations of children will have some unique physiques, such as elemental physiques, strength physiques, etc.
Tyrannosaurus Rex physique is a physique that has been confirmed to exist in recent research.
Su Yuan stepped forward and touched his daughter's head. There won't be any side effects, will there? Yi Qingling explained, if they eat a lot, they will also be stronger. Their physique, endurance, etc. will be stronger than those of ordinary children. When they grow up, they cannot learn exercises related to elements. Exercises related to strength will be more suitable.
Chapter 60, Chapter 59, Divine Artifact Alchemy Furnace, taking my daughter to strengthen her muscles and bones.
Su Yuan frowned slightly.
When his daughter grows up, holding 2 steel hammers, she will stand in front of him like Barbie King Kong.
There is no way this picture can be put together with such a lovely daughter of mine. Okay, let's eat first.
Su Yuan began to take out the following items from the system space: roast duck, hamburgers, sausages, milk, cake, hot pot.
Yi Qingming smiled and clapped her hands. Great. It's Su Yuan, my stomach is saved, hee hee. Ding.
Yi Qingming's mood has improved because of the host.
Achievement 1-2. Su Yuan smiled.
To complete such a task in this timeline, one needs more than just hands.
Su Yuan glanced at Yi Qingling and said, "Oh, by the way, I want to try refining pills recently.
I want to take the 4th and 6th level pill refining exams.
Do you have the materials? I want to give it a try."
Yi Qingling glanced at Yi Qingming doubtfully. You should ask her about the elixir. She passed the level 4 exam.
Yi Qingming nodded. Yes. I have it. I have a first level elixir, the cultivation elixir.
This elixir is not difficult to make and is in high demand. Many people need it, but if I refine it, it will usually be a defective product. The quality of pills is divided into flawed, slightly flawed, and flawless.
The kind you have is a flawless elixir.
In the trading market, flawless elixirs are very valuable.
Su Yuan nodded. Then give me some materials and I will refine it.
Yi Qingming immediately took out a set of materials for a cultivation pill from his personal space. Su Yuan took a look and saw that the material was some kind of herb and the bones of an exotic beast. Yi Qingming smiled and said, "This is soul-enriching grass, and this bone is from the soul-devouring beast, a first-level exotic beast.
This grass contains a large amount of substances that can promote a warrior's cultivation.
The soul-devouring beast's bones have a similar effect."
Su Yuan nodded, then took out a fully automatic alchemy furnace that looked like an electric rice cooker and put the two things in it.
Following the prompts on the electronic screen, I chose the prescription that came with the stove. The display screen above the stove allows me to choose from various common prescriptions, which is quite convenient. The Yi sisters looked at Su Yuan in confusion. After all, they have all taken some alchemy courses.
Generally speaking, alchemy is rather troublesome.
The furnace needs to be preheated, and then the catalyst, materials, etc. need to be added in order. As a result, most of the students either burned their pills or had defective pills at the beginning.
What is Su Yuan doing by just throwing it in and leaving it alone? Eat, why are you looking at your husbands?
Su Yuan said with a smile.
Yi Qingling frowned slightly. Well, I was wondering if you don't know how to make pills, how are you going to pass the CET4 and CET6?
Yi Qingming took a piece of cake and ate it until her mouth was full of white cream.
Su Yuan nodded. You will know soon.
At this moment the furnace was running automatically, making a humming sound.
Yi Qingling laughed. Impossible. Is this machine your invention? It can't make elixirs.
Making elixirs requires skill, and relying on technology won't work. Otherwise, many companies wouldn't hire skilled craftsmen at such high salaries.
Su Yuan smiled and said, "You won't be able to say that later." The family continued to eat for about 15 minutes. Suddenly, with a bang, the lid of the stove opened automatically. Su Yuan smiled and said, "Okay."
On the furnace's control interface, you can choose the recipe for the elixir you want to refine.
The corresponding one at this moment is cultivation pill.
The time required for refining is displayed on the furnace screen, and you can throw in the materials to start production fully automatically.
This thing is simply a magical artifact.
At this moment, as the stove was turned on, a rich aroma filled the entire restaurant. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingming looked at each other in surprise.
Just now, Yi Qingming was thinking of waiting to see Su Yuan laugh at her, but now the fragrance was so magic.
She and her sister stood on either side, staring at the 3 round pills in the furnace in amazement.
This fragrance, this shape, Su Yuan, is this your flawless cultivation pill? Yi Qingling felt stupid. Can a furnace easily refine a flawless cultivation pill? Yi Qingming hugged the stove and said, "Su Yuan, do you still have this stove? I want it too. This is too much of a cheat."
Su Yuan raised his hand and pushed Yi Qingming away. "Sorry, there's only one furnace, brother."
Yi Qingling looked at the furnace and asked doubtfully, "Su Yuan, can you refine second level, third level, or even other level pills?"
Su Yuan nodded. This furnace basically includes all common pill recipes. As long as there are enough materials, it should be able to be refined.
This is a divine weapon. This is a divine weapon.
Yi Qingling was in disbelief, and her mood suddenly improved. Su Yuan, with this, we will have unlimited pills to eat whether we are practicing, fighting, or getting injured. At this moment, she felt like a girl who had married a rich man and had no worries about food and clothing.
In a good mood. Ding. Host has completed the counterattack mission. Both of your wives are in a great mood.
The system doesn't understand why the host was able to achieve such a life counterattack so easily.
Reward the host with a counterattack gift pack X1.
Okay.
Su Yuan smiled faintly. He was in a very good mood indeed. The furnace rewarded by the system was simply a magical artifact.
As long as all the materials were gathered, he could get the elixir.
However, the level of elixirs in this world is like the CET4 or CET6 in the previous life. It seems like everyone takes the exam, but in reality, what good does it do after graduation? The warriors in this world are the same.
They focus more on personal strength.
As for elixirs, they can just buy them and meet their needs. Why waste time refining them?
Of course, as long as your alchemy level is high enough, this line of work has a future. It's just that warriors like his wife don't spend a lot of time studying it. Therefore, this subject is generally suitable for students majoring in logistics.
They are not very talented and can learn this to make a living. So after causing a burst of excitement and happiness, the two wives did not continue to pay attention to this matter. After dinner,
his increasingly obese wife and daughter lay in bed, holding their bellies.
Sister, I'm too full and can't take my daughter to strengthen her body.
Yi Qingming narrowed his eyes and glanced at his sister.
Yi Qingling turned her head and glanced at Su Yuan, husband. Su Yuan, Me again?
Alas, there was no choice but to get up, pick up my daughter and go to the bathroom.
The warrior products in this world are already very convenient.
The medicinal materials used to strengthen children's physical fitness are like tea bags, all prepared and ready to use as soon as you bring them home.
Su Tongtong was lying in the potion, talking to his father. Dad, you are really too slow. Both mothers are married to you, and you still can't get it? Su Yuan was stunned. Hey, you're so young, who taught you to say that? Su Tongtong glanced at Su Yuan in confusion. My dad taught me this.
He used to talk to me about this when he and his two uncles got drunk together.
In the past timeline, who did I become? Why?
Su Yuan raised his hand to test the water temperature.
If you feel unwell, tell your dad. Su Yuan said.
According to the instructions on this product, it is suitable for children aged 5 to 10 years old, and it also indicates that it may be painful.
Why didn't the child react? Su Tongtong suddenly frowned. Chapter 61 Chapter 60 The war changes again.
Su Yuan immediately became nervous, thinking that his child was in pain.
Tongtong, are you in pain? If you can't bear it, tell daddy. Su Tongtong shook his head. It's not that it hurts, Tongtong wants to go to the toilet. Ha! That's it. Su Yuan took Su Tongtong out of the bathtub and wiped her body clean. Take her to the toilet. In the living room at the moment.
Yi Qingming glanced at her sister and said, Sister, how about you sleep with Su Yuan first tonight?
Yi Qingling's face immediately turned red. What are you talking about?
I think you'd rather just go to bed with him.
Yi Qingming shook his head. How can that be possible? I feel like I'm about to break through to the 8th realm. I have to work hard at night.
Yi Qingling's eyes trembled slightly. She has been at the 9th level of the 7th realm for a long time, but hasn't felt like breaking through. How could her sister be so close to breaking through to the 8th realm?
So fast? That's because cultivation is indeed more important.
There may be other battles in the Eastern Theater, and the competitions of the 5 major military regions are also in the second half of the year.
We really need to work hard.
Yi Qingming chuckled. Sister, don't make excuses.
As a sister, shouldn't you test the law first? At this moment, the two people's communicators suddenly trembled.
The two men's expressions changed.
Turned on the communicator.
It was Yanlong's voice. I'm sorry to bother you so late. Yi Qingling said, Commander Yan, you must have something urgent to ask us.
What happened?
Yanlong, your mother, Marshal Saint Jean Lin, has been missing since her battle with the 12th Order Beast King within the rift.
Swish. Yi Qingling immediately stood up and said anxiously, We will come back now. Yi Qingming nodded. Mother must be fine. We are returning to the team now. Yanlong sighed and said, Really, it's clearly your honeymoon period.
The reason why he informed the Yi sisters was that the situation was urgent. The two powerful warriors, Jinlin Marshal Saint and Honghu Marshal Saint, fought with the Beast King, but one was injured and the other was missing.
The Beast King also ran away.
At the same level, the iron rule that alien beasts are stronger than humans also applies in the later stages. The Yi sisters stood up at the same time, took off their pajamas and put on military uniforms. Yi Qingming glanced at her sister and said, "Sister, if we treat Su Yuan like this, will it affect our relationship as husband and wife?"
Yi Qingling shook her head.
"The war is intense, and there's nothing we can do.
We can only compensate him next time we come back.
Let's go, so we don't have to feel bad about saying goodbye later."
A moment later,
Su Yuan walked out of the bathroom with his daughter and saw the message on the table.
The note reads,
"The war situation on the front line has changed, my husband, please don't worry."
The signature is Yi Qingling and Yi Qingming.
Su Yuan sighed, "It's really hard to be a husband left behind by a soldier. Tong Tong, Daddy has to go to the battlefield early, don't you think?"
Su Tong Tong shook his head.
"If Dad goes to the battlefield, Tong Tong will worry about him." Su Yuan picked up his daughter and said, "Let's go to sleep."
Dad has to go to school tomorrow. Su Tong Tong nodded. Tong Tong will accompany Dad to class tomorrow. Nothing happened that night.
The next morning after breakfast, Su Yuan appeared at the school gate with his daughter.
Su Yuan, holding his daughter's hand, quickly attracted the attention of other students.
Qin Huairu and her best friend Nie Qingqing also saw the scene from a distance. Nie Qingqing said, "Huairu, everyone on the internet was saying last night that we've lost this time, and some veterans from all over the country have been recalled."
Qin Huairu frowned. In other words, Su Yuan's wife is definitely not with him? Nie Qingqing nodded, "Yes, that's one aspect."
"The men left behind must be lonely, so your opportunity will naturally come."
Qin Huairu's face lit up with joy. "That's great. Su Yuan is the most worthy man in this city.
I was just one step away from becoming the future wife of the martial saint, but it's not too late now.
I still have a chance."
On Su Yuan's side, Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao squatted down to tease Su Tongtong.
"Tong Tong, do you think Uncle is handsome?" Zhang Jiuming asked.
Su Tongtong puffed up his cheeks and said, "It's not good looking, Uncle is a bit ugly."
Zhang Jiuming was petrified instantly. Shun Hakukuku laughed, "Brother, forget it, don't humiliate yourself." "Su Yuan, are you going to take the level 4 exam?" Su Yuan was stunned. "Level 4 pill?" "Yes, the level 4 alchemy examination will be held in our school this year.
In addition to our students, some alchemists in the society have also signed up to participate,"
Zhang Jiuming said.
"I have failed the test, so I should have no problem passing the CET4.
"Let's go, what are you waiting for? Take the exam," Su Yuan said. "What the hell? What's this exam, man? We were all the same when we were in high school, and now we're taking a level 4 exam? Are you crazy?" Zhang Jiuming said.
"In this world, the course on elixirs is actually taught in high school."
"But they just didn't learn it well." Su Yuan said, "Try it, what if you pass it?
If it really doesn't work, come back next year.
If you pass, it will be another way out. If you don't go to the battlefield, you can still work in the enterprise."
The two brothers nodded when they heard it.
"That's right, it's always good to have many skills. Brother, you are awesome in martial arts because of your talent, but now when it comes to refining pills, you are just a piece of shit, you know that?"
Zhang Jiuming said with a laugh. Chen Hao also nodded, "Although the two of us are rubbish, your Su Yuan's medicine class is really bad." Su Tongtong put her hands on her hips and said, "Don't talk nonsense, my dad is amazing." In the distance, Qin Huairu and her best friend immediately came over.
"Su Yuan, are you guys going to take the CET4 or CET6? Qingqing and I will go too, together,"
Qin Huairu said.
Nie Qingqing nodded frantically. Yes, Su Yuan." Zhang Jiuming glanced at Nie Qingqing and said, "Her best friend is pretty good, Haozi, what do you think?" Chen Hao couldn't help but take a few more glances. "Yes, it's okay." Su Yuan shook his head. "Just stay away from me. The school is so big, how can I control you two?" The group headed towards the school's testing grounds. The school has a special alchemist assessment center.
From a distance, the center looks like hundreds of large metal boxes densely packed together. Based on the knowledge from books, Su Yuan knew that these things were called multifunctional alchemy rooms, and their biggest function was to prevent explosions and fires.
After all, the alchemists in this world often cause accidents. The place is already crowded with people at this moment. Noisy. Oh my god, I failed the level 4 last year. I hope I can pass it this year. Yes, I'm about to graduate, and after I go to the battlefield, I hope to stay in the logistics field with my skills. What are you talking about? Why go to the battlefield? I just want to find a class to join. With my talent, I'll just be a drag on the battlefield. At this moment, everyone suddenly separated into different paths. Then several extremely arrogant students appeared at the scene. The students suddenly burst into exclamations. Those pill kings in the logistics department? Didn't they pass level 6 last year? They passed the level 4 alchemist certification in their sophomore year and level 6 in their junior year. So, aren't they taking the level 8 exam now? Chapter 62, Chapter 61 Isn't this just a pretense? Su Yuan glanced at these students doubtfully. They're majoring in logistics, so their talent should be average. Are they really worth pursuing? Zhang Jiuming shook his head. Brother Yuan, you can't say that. You are an SSS level aptitude person, a super warrior who is admired by everyone. They are different. Their martial arts achievements are limited. It is better for them to focus on alchemy. Su Yuan nodded. That was true. Every profession has its top talent. At this time, a hunched figure walked towards here. Su Yuan shook his head. Huh? You're participating at such an old age? Zhen Hao, standing beside him, said in surprise, Hey, isn't this the off-campus master known as the Alchemist Master? He seemed to have reached level 10 last year. Is he going to take the 12th level exam this year? Su Yuan raised his hand and touched his chin. Level 12? That's really exaggerated. Level 12 means high salary and generous benefits no matter where you are. On stage, the Black Robe Martial Master said, I'm very happy to see so many outstanding candidates coming to the pill examination today. It seems that several level 6 alchemists specializing in logistics are aiming for level 8 this year. And Mr. Dan, it seems like you just passed level 10 last year, and you're reaching level 12 this year? The old man named Dan Lao bowed and said, That's not as good as your level 12 Black Robe Martial Master, so I came to try my luck. My martial arts are not as good as yours, but I hope that Dan Dao can work with you in the future and contribute to the human race. There was an uproar at the scene. Many students learned for the first time that the Black Robe Martial Master was actually a top-level alchemist. Su Yuan sighed. Even if Black Robe Wu Zun wasn't teaching here, with this skill, he would be a guest of honor in front of any force. Zhang Jiuming nodded. None of the instructors at the school are easy to deal with, but the Black Robe Martial Master is actually a level 12 alchemist. I'm an exception. At this time, someone noticed Su Yuan. It immediately caused a small commotion. Isn't this Su Yuan? He's an SSS level freshman this year, and he's already taking the level 4 and 6 exams in his first year? This martial arts genius, instead of practicing martial arts properly, came here. Could it be that he is also a genius in the way of alchemy? What a genius! He and I went to the same high school, and when he was in high school, his worst subject was Dan Taoism. The 3 senior students who are known as the school's Dan King said one after another. Does he think that alchemy is some joke? Or does he think he can easily pass the level 4 exam? I admit that you are the best in martial arts talent in this school, but in terms of Dan Dao, you should study hard before coming back. Seeing these people actually mocking Su Yuan, his buddy Zhang Jiuming couldn't help it and pointed at them and said, What are you barking at? My buddy has SSS level qualifications, and you losers are mocking him. I'll pass level 6 today to show you guys. Zhen Hao also nodded and said, Yeah, my buddy can reach level 6, which is better than you guys can pass. Su Yuan quickly pulled the 2 of them back and said, Stop bragging. If you continue, you'll be punished. After all, although he has a cheat, he has not tried to use this cheat to make high-level elixirs. At this time, Su Tongtong was riding on his father's neck. When he heard these people say that his father failed the exam to become an alchemist, he was shocked. She immediately became unhappy and pouted, My dad can pass the 12th grade. It's quiet. The scene was absolutely quiet. The child Tongtong was now mocking all the students with his teeth bared. You can only walk on cement roads, you know? Because there are no gravel. I'm an architect. Uncle and aunt, you are the pillars of support. Everyone at the scene was stunned. I was dumbfounded. Everyone burst into laughter.
Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao looked at Su Yuan awkwardly. It wasn't us who said that. It was your daughter who said that you can pass the 12th grade.
Put. If you can pass level 12, I'll eat it up. Su Yuan glared at Zhang Jiuming and said, you can eat it when the time comes. What if I really fail the exam? The old man named Dan Lao heard that Su Yuan was SSS level qualified. Ignore Tongtong's ridicule. He stepped forward and held Su Yuan's hand. Are you the hope of the human race in Binhai? Great. A genius like you shouldn't waste your time on being an alchemist. When I, Dan Lao, develop elixirs that can improve your cultivation, I'll provide them to you free of charge. I only ask that you kill a few more exotic beasts for us back home. These words actually eliminated the hostility of some alchemists towards Su Yuan. Most of these people are logistics professionals. This resonated with them. Su Yuan is now a warrant officer. When he graduates, he will be a second lieutenant. Once he goes to the battlefield, he will definitely be able to quickly become a general. After all, it's useless for us to go to the battlefield. We will need people like Su Yuan to sacrifice their lives on the front line in the future. Everyone, in the final analysis, we are the ones who took advantage of Su Yuan. Please don't say anything bad. If Su Yuan can pass the exam and become a level 4 pharmacist, I will think it is very impressive. Yes, teacher, please start announcing the exams. We must hurry up and study elixirs after the exams so that we can provide supplies for the warriors on the front lines. The black-robed martial arts master nodded secretly. Although these students were young and energetic, they all had a loyal heart. This is a good thing. Everyone, please come forward and receive your alchemy room number plates. You will also receive the alchemy formula and confirm your exam level. And on the dome of this hall is a large electronic screen. Su Yuan followed his buddies forward, and the two of them naturally received the level 4 exam tasks. The level 4 elixir task is a kind of elixir called Potential Pill, which has a similar effect to Su Yuan's Blood Explosion Pill, but the effect is slightly worse. The two brothers who received the recipe and materials shook their heads. Why don't you just give up the exam? It's a waste of materials. Yeah, what's our level? Don't we know? Su Yuan walked forward with a smile and casually pressed down a level 6 exam paper. The black-robed martial master looked at Su Yuan and said, Su Yuan, you got the wrong question. This is the level 6 exam. Su Yuan nodded, I just want to take the level 6 exam. Hiss. Many people at the scene gasped. Su Yuan wants to take the level 6 exam? Skip level 4 and take level 6 directly? Although this is not impossible, but is Su Yuan capable of this level? The three Dan Kings who passed the level 8 exam and the logistics major turned their heads and looked at Su Yuan. Is it difficult right from the start? Isn't this pure pretense? Chapter 63 Chapter 62 If he continues like this, how can we survive? 2 in 1. In fact, Su Yuan didn't think he was pretending, he just wanted to save time. For those who do not have the alchemist level, the maximum level they can take the exam is level 6. After passing level 6, they can take level 8. Of course, you can also choose level 10 or even level 12. The prerequisite is that you must pass level 6 first. So Su Yuan directly signed up for level 6. Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao looked at each other. Brother Yuan, let's just take a random exam to become an alchemist. It's okay if we don't take it. There's no need to force it to 6, it's too difficult. Su Yuan shook his head. It's okay. Now that I'm here, I want to try and pass the exam in one go. These two people still don't understand. Okay, you may not be able to pass level 4 anyway. Zhang Jiuming said. He was not mocking Su Yuan, but he really believed from the bottom of his heart that Su Yuan would not pass the exam. This is inertial thinking. Don't you know what kind of person your buddy is? Su Yuan placed Su Tongtong next to the black-robed Wu Zun and said, Teacher, please help take care of my child. The man in black robe glanced at Su Tongtong and asked, Your child? How old is Su Yuan? How big is his child already? Did you have the child before you started school? Young people nowadays are amazing. Su Tongtong raised her chubby face and said, Daddy, go ahead. I want to play with Auntie Black Robe. The man in black robe was stunned. He squatted down and looked at Su Tongtong cautiously. How do you know I'm your aunt? Su Yuan was also stunned for a moment. Auntie? Teacher in black robe, are you a woman?
The black-robed martial arts master is always covered in a black robe, and it is impossible to tell whether he is a man or a woman.
I didn't expect it was a girl?
Oh, of course it could also be an old aunt. The black-robed man's voice remained neutral.
Su Yuan, keep it a secret for me. Su Yuan nodded. Okay, I got it. Tong Tong, this is Mr. Blackrobe's privacy, you can't tell anyone else. Su Tong Tong nodded. I understand. Dad will find out later, so what does it matter? Su Yuan glared at his daughter. Obedient. Oh. Su Tong Tong nodded.
Su Yuan received his materials at this moment. His topic for the level 6 exam was bailing pills.
This is a detoxifying pill. Many exotic beasts in high-level secret realms are highly poisonous. Once poisoned, the combat effectiveness of the troops will decrease.
There may even be non-combat casualties, and this is when this detoxification pill is crucial.
The difficulty of refining this thing is actually level 6. Su Yuan turned and walked towards his alchemy room.
The other warriors who were taking the exam also went to their rooms. Walking to the door of the alchemy room, Su Yuan inserted the room card.
The alchemy room opened with a click. Su Yuan glanced at the room number, 91.
As expected of me, this number is auspicious.
At this moment, an electronic display appeared on the ceiling of the hall.
It includes the candidate's name, the level of the test, the difficulty of the pill currently being refined, and the quality of the pill after it is completed. The man in black robe picked up Su Tong Tong at this moment. At the same time, he explained, your father's level 6 difficulty pill requires refining at least one flawless pill within 2 furnaces, which is quite difficult.
Su Tong Tong shook his head. For my dad, it's child's play. Pediatrics?
The black robe smiled. Su Yuan has always been able to bring us miracles.
But this time is different. Alchemy requires time to accumulate experience.
Even the subtle details like the timing of adding herbs have to be figured out and mastered by oneself.
What can I tell a little girl like you?
Some of the students watching at the scene were yawning, and some were playing with their communicators out of boredom. As time went by, some students left sadly.
Some students also came out of the alchemy room excitedly. I passed level 4. I passed it too. Ha ha.
Amidst such exclamations, a horrific explosion was heard in room 69 where Zhang Jiuming was. The metal house shook, and a thin puff of smoke came out. The exam in alchemy room number 68 where Chen Hao was also ended with an explosion.
The 2 men came out coughing. Man, I'm never taking another test again. I realized I've completely forgotten everything I learned in high school. Me too, me too.
The 2 men with afros walked up to the black-robed Wu Zun and paid the fee for the exam. The black-robed Wu Zun shook his head. I've rarely seen anyone as shameful as you guys.
Su Tongtong also nodded. Yes, stupid uncle, shame on you. Zhang Jiuming shook his head. Tong Tong, you can't say that about us. Your father isn't much better.
Look forward to the mushroom cloud later.
Chen Hao also nodded. Yeah, with your dad's level of knowledge of alchemy, I'm afraid he'll blow the roof off. But why is there no movement in your dad's room yet?
Su Tongtong put her hands on her hips and said, it's obvious.
My dad is really amazing. He must have gotten over it by now. Several people immediately looked up at the dome.
Many students passed, but there was no elixir display result in alchemy room number 91 where Su Yuan was. The black-robed Wu Zun glanced at alchemy room number 91 and said, it's so quiet, he couldn't have fallen asleep.
Master Dan is testing for level 12 elixirs. He has already completed 1 batch.
Although there is no flawless product, there is a high possibility that a flawless product will appear in the next batch and he will be promoted to a full-level alchemist.
Those 3 so-called alchemy kings also successfully advanced.
Becoming an alchemist is a really good career path for these logistics warriors. Otherwise, their best job would be to join the logistics forces. Not only is the mortality rate high, but the social recognition is also low.
Zhang Jiuming nodded. That's right.
Besides, we graduate from combat majors as second lieutenants, so our starting point is much higher than theirs. However, no matter what, whether it is the logistics troops or the demon-suppressing army, they are all fighting against strange beasts.
Chen Hao nodded.
At this moment, as time goes by,
Su Yuan only has 10 minutes left.
But at this time he still hadn't refined a single furnace. The man in black robe shook his head. He probably really can't. Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao burst into laughter. This kid always tries to look cool, but now he's showing off. The other test takers burst into laughter.
Didn't Su Yuan's kids mock us before? Her father doesn't even practice cultivation now.
Well, as a child, it's understandable that he thinks his father is awesome. At this time, Su Tongtong heard it and pouted, "Ha!
My dad is very good. It's just alchemy, my dad can do it." Snort!
The black-robed woman's maternal love overflowed, and she raised her hand to rub Su Tongtong's head. "Tongtong, your father is a powerful warrior. He may not be good at refining pills, but that doesn't stop him from being very powerful." At this moment, Dan Lao came out of the alchemy room with a hearty laugh. "I have successfully refined a flawless pill, the Feathered Ascension pill, from 2 furnaces of 6 pills." The black-robed martial lord's eyes lit up. The Feathered Ascension pill increases the chances of becoming a martial saint after taking it. It's a pill that even martial kings of the 11th realm would prepare.
It's quite a good price on the market.
Dan Lao nodded and said, "Oh, I didn't expect that I could actually pass the exam this time." He looked for Su Yuan in the crowd as he spoke. "Where's that SSS level person?" The man in black robe pointed to the alchemy room over there and said, "It's still inside."
It's almost over and you're still in there?"
Old Dan was a little bit incredulous. And at this moment, in alchemy room number 91, Su Yuan smiled and glanced at the stove in front of him.
Ding! It's cooked. The reason why Su Yuan was not in a hurry was because of this fully automatic furnace.
This plug-in was very useful. After he chose the option of level 6 baling pills. Just throw in the materials. If I had finished it quickly at the beginning, who knows how others would doubt me. He opened the alchemy furnace, took out 6 crystal clear and flawless pills, and placed them on the electronic scanner in the room. A red laser swept across. A mechanical voice said, "By Ling Pills X6, all flawless quality, produced 3 minutes ago, passed the level 6 exam." This announcement immediately quieted the noisy scene. These candidates all thought they had heard it wrong.
What the hell? Su Yuan passed the exam? This is impossible. Is there something wrong? Yeah, isn't he an SSS level talent? How could he possibly have the time to waste on this alchemy? This guy is a character.
The man in black robe and Dan Lao looked at each other.
All 6 are flawless? How is this possible?
Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao looked at each other.
Su Yuan is in there? Could he be cheating? How is that possible? That's right, we all know his grades.
Su Tongtong said proudly, "Auntie in black robe, I've already told you, my dad is really amazing." The man in black robe glanced at Su Tongtong.
Could it be that in addition to practicing, Su Yuan also hides at home every day to make pills?
6 flawless ones, this requires extremely high alchemy skills to achieve. Although he could do it, he didn't dare to say that the whole furnace was flawless.
Snap! At this moment, Su Yuan came out holding the pill.
He waved to the black robe Wu Zun and said, "Black robe instructor, I have passed the 6th level, right?"
Everyone looked at Su Yuan in unison.
The facilities in this alchemy room are designed to prevent cheating. The detector can estimate the time it takes to refine the elixir. Even if you bring the pills in ahead of time, you can't cheat.
Is this Su Yuan's own level? How can someone be so outstanding? This is too much. His martial arts skills are top-notch, and his alchemy skills are also top-notch?
At this time, Su Yuan had already walked in front of the black-robed mentor.
Place the pills on the table.
Dan Lao and the man in black robe looked at each other and each picked up a pill from the table. Then they looked at each other.
Purity is flawless quality.
Su Yuan is so young, but he has already achieved such accomplishments.
We are really old.
Su Yuan glanced at the black-robed Wu Zun at this time and said, "Teacher, can I take the test again?" The black robe asked doubtfully, "What are you talking about, kid? You've already passed, and you still have to take the test again."
You mean, take the higher exam? Dan Lao was puzzled. You're going to take the exam right now? You're still young. You can prepare well and take the exam next year.
Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao approached. Pulled Su Yuan's sleeve.
Whoever you are, get off my buddy. Damn it. How could Su Yuan possibly pass level 6? We refuse to accept. We don't believe it.
Su Tongtong opened her little hands to the 2 uncles. "Stupid uncle, suck my brain away." Zhang Jiuming also cooperated. I feel like someone is sucking my brain. At this time, the black-robed instructor nodded. Indeed, I saw that you were so calm just now.
Perhaps you can take the exam to become an 8th level alchemist. An 8th level alchemist is a pillar of strength no matter where you are.
After Su Yuan, you must use your talent in martial arts.
Do you understand?
Elder Dan also nodded. I am very pleased that as a warrior, you are so good at alchemy, but you are a talented warrior, so you should try your best to use your talent where it should be used. At this time, Su Yuan suddenly raised his hand and selected a test question.
You got the wrong one. This is the test for level 12 alchemists, not level 8.
The man in black robe shook his head, his eyes gentle, as if he was looking at his own stupid genius student. She took the initiative to pick up a test paper. This is for level 8.
Su Yuan smiled and shook his head. I took the 12th level exam. Get it done in one step and save yourself the trouble.
Quiet. You could hear a pin drop at the scene. Dan Lao and the man in black robe looked at each other and talked at once.
Su Yuan, this is extremely difficult. Level 12 is the highest level. Just listen to me and get level 8. Don't waste your time challenging impossible tasks just because we praised you a few times. Yes, you must not make mistakes.
These two mentors also have good intentions.
Talents like Su Yuan should focus on honing their martial arts, rather than focusing on things like alchemy, which can be done by any logistical warrior. Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao pulled Su Yuan on the left and right. Brother, stop it. How are we going to survive if this continues? We had a terrible time taking the level 4 exam. How can we survive if you are so outstanding? Stop taking the exam. Su Yuan pushed the two guys away.
If they were in another world, they would be the typical ones who were afraid that their buddies would suffer, but also afraid that their brothers would drive Land Rover.
Su Yuan stood up resolutely.
He picked up the test paper on the table and walked towards the alchemy room without even looking at it.
The sea ends where the sky becomes the shore. I am the pinnacle of martial arts. Su Yuan then raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Brother, either don't take the exam, or if you do, you must take first place.
The black-robed martial master's eyes lit up.
He clapped his hands and said, Great!
You are worthy of being the most talented college student this year.
What a powerful statement.
Su Tongtong covered his face with his hands excitedly. Daddy is so great.
Zhang Jiuming inserted his hands and said, Why am I so embarrassed? This kid can even recite poetry.
This world has long entered the era of warriors. There are very few cultural courses, and these people have not seen much of the world. So I thought it was Su Yuan's original work.
At this moment, Su Yuan walked into the alchemy room.
Only then did he take a look at the test paper in his hand.
Remnant Fong?
They didn't tell me it was a partial recipe, but fortunately, they only didn't have the specific steps. The medicinal composition and other details are still very complete.
A fully automatic furnace should be able to do it for me.
He searched for the recipe in his hand on the system interface, but he immediately discovered that this recipe was not included in the 12-level recipes included in this furnace.
What's going on? Is it going to get out of hand? Su Yuan was stunned. Ding!
Found a remnant of the 9 transformation nirvana pill, and is being replenished.
Awesome! Is this stove connected to the system? Ding!
The fully automatic alchemy furnace has been connected to the system's Internet of Things.
Oh my god! Su Yuanrun was stunned. Chapter 64, Chapter 63 He failed? Why don't you tell me?
At this moment, outside the venue, the black-robed martial master took a look at the test paper Su Yuan brought and said with some surprise, he chose the Conferring question. Among all the 12-level test papers, the Conferring question is the most difficult.
Elder Dan nodded.
Even if he figured out the order of adding the ingredients to the 9 revolutions nirvana pill and how to control the temperature, he wouldn't necessarily be able to produce a flawless pill. The man in black robe nodded. That's right, Su Yuan won't pass this time. And if he fails to refine this level 12 pill, he will lose millions in one fell swoop.
Not everyone can participate in this level 12 pill. Elder Dan nodded. That's to prevent people from causing trouble. They think if they succeed, they'll be a level 12 alchemist. People with that mentality will be put off by the cost.
The man in black robe nodded.
That's right. How could Su Yuan become a level 12 alchemist in his freshman year?
If he really succeeded, it would be news that would shock the world.
The other end. Wuhan University, President's Office. Luo Yushan was sitting there chatting with the president of Zhengchang Wuhan University. Mo Feng, the principal of Zhengchang Wuda University, had been talking for a while.
Brother Luo, our school also has Tindo Academy, which includes the best martial artists in our school.
What's wrong with sparring with each other? You have an SSS level expert, so you won't just hide it, right? Luo Yushan said with a smile. Hey, I'm not hiding it. This guy is a real hot commodity in my Eastern Theater Command.
I'm afraid those guys in your school will hurt his confidence.
Do you think my Zhengchang Wu University is made of paper? Mo Feng raised his hand and rubbed his skinny cheeks.
Luo Yushan glanced at the man and said, this year, the 4 martial arts universities in our Eastern Theater Command will soon be competing in a martial arts competition.
We'll talk about it then.
The winning students will be able to represent our Eastern Theater Command in the Huaxia Theater Command's college martial arts competition. I don't think anyone can compete with us at Binhai Martial Arts University this year.
You're so arrogant, aren't you afraid of hurting your back? This won't be a one-man show. In the future, these people will become soldiers.
If they can't fight as a team, they will only be able to act alone as lone wolves, which is useless. Mo Feng said with a smile, your SSS level talents are indeed powerful, but our Zhengchang Wuda's swords are not at all disadvantages.
Just as the two were chatting,
a teacher rushed in and said, Principal, that Su Yuan caused a big incident during the Dan Dao level test.
What? Luo Yushan was stunned. This kid didn't even pass the Dan Dao exam in high school. Why is he joining in the fun? Are you humiliated? This kid deserves it. Why is he getting involved in something that's not his area of expertise?
He glanced at Mo Feng, and since there was an outsider present, he signaled the mentor to stop talking nonsense, as he had just been bragging. Mo Feng chuckled, young people, after all, are young people. They are so arrogant that they have to get involved in areas they are not good at. He felt much more comfortable at this moment. The longer he came to see this old friend, the more he boasted to him.
What SSS level qualifications, what unique breathing method, what god level combat skills. I'm numb from listening to it. This is finally something that I can't brag about. The result happened at this time. The instructor panted and said, no, Principal, Su Yuan, he. Forget about him, just tell me now, it will be the end soon. Luo Yushan frowned, almost dying of anxiety. Su Yuan was the first to break through to level 6 alchemist. Luo Yushan was stunned for a moment, then a smile immediately appeared on his face. Great. Although he is only level 6, he can still achieve such results while practicing martial arts. It's really great. Mo Feng snorted coldly, you're only level 6, not level 12. What are you so proud of? Can your genius pass level 6? Forget level 6, can he even pass level 4? Luo Yushan taunted. You? Mo Feng hesitated.
Indeed, those geniuses who practiced martial arts only needed to practice martial arts well.
Why would they be asked to waste their time on alchemy?
It's a complete waste of time to waste time studying Dan Dao with such talent.
Of course, our school doesn't have such a student.
When Luo Yushan heard this, his face became even more proud, and he couldn't stop laughing. However, what the mentor said the next moment was earth-shattering.
It's not over yet.
Su Yuan then continued to challenge higher levels of difficulty.
He? Luo Yushan was stunned. What do you mean by he? You better explain it clearly. What else could it be? Failure.
Mo Feng said with a smile.
He's only a freshman.
It's already difficult for him to pass level 6, let alone move on to a higher level.
Luo Yushan also nodded. There's nothing to be surprised about.
It's not easy for Su Yuan to pass the 6th level.
I don't blame him.
The instructor shook his head and said, oh, no, the 2 principals.
Su Yuan took the 12th level alchemist exam and passed. What?
The 2 principals exclaimed in unison, and the next moment they both disappeared in the office.
The other end. Examination venue.
There was a lot of discussion. Therefore, at this moment, Su Yuan had already walked out of the alchemy room with the pill in his hand. The rich fragrance of elixir filled the entire examination venue.
The facts are right in front of us.
The black-robed mentor could no longer hold back, and his figure flashed and appeared in front of Su Yuan.
Let me see this pill, quickly let me see it.
Old Dan also trotted over to Su Yuan's side and looked at the pill in Su Yuan's hand excitedly. Perfect, flawless product. The old man was so excited that tears were about to come out. I am 73 years old this year, and I have only practiced this craft to level 12.
But young friend Su Yuan is so young, and he can already refine level 12 pills? It really is true that heroes emerge from youth. It is really unbelievable. Su Yuan had a strange look on his face. No, buddy, don't be like this. I'm cheating. It's embarrassing. As for the man in black robe, he nodded. This 9 revolutions nirvana pill is not easy to make, and its effect is extremely powerful. It is said that it can heal the dead and bring the bones back to life, and it can also improve the realm of martial arts to a certain extent. Su Yuan took a look at the pill in his hand. The man in black robe looked more greedy. Su Yuan, sell this pill to me for 100,000 federal coins. I'm your advisor, and you don't want anything bad in your graduation comments, do you? Su Yuan put the pill away with a playful smile on his face. Black robe mentor, I'm sorry, I'm keeping this pill for myself, how can I sell it to you? Dan Lao, who was standing by, immediately said, don't listen to his nonsense. The raw materials for this pill are worth more than 100,000, not to mention this flawless quality pill. Listen to me, sell this pill to me. I'll give you 100, not 300. Su Yuan laughed when he heard it. You two are trying to lower the price. Do you think I'm an idiot? You too, I'm not saying anything, but I really won't sell it. At this moment, 2 figures flashed and appeared in front of Su Yuan. Luo Yushan said excitedly, Su Yuan, you passed level 12? How is that possible? Did you really pass the 12th level exam on your own? Mo Feng looked at Su Yuan eagerly and said, Young man, I'm the president of Jiangcheng Wuda University. Do you want to transfer? As long as you transfer, no matter what you want or need, I will satisfy you. Do you want a beautiful study partner? Chapter 65. Chapter 64. Is my mother-in-law going to be gone? Shut up. Mo Feng, you cheap bastard. Luo Yushan kicked the old man with an ugly look in his eyes. You're poaching my people right in front of me? You're going to die. Mo Feng exclaimed, You old thing, you kicked my ass? What's wrong with kicking you? Luo Yushan's eyes were gloomy. If you dare to poach my people again, I'll kill you. Mo Feng also snorted coldly, Little old man, don't force me to kill you. Let's fight one-on-one if you can. Just pick it. Who's afraid of who? Su Yuan quickly raised his hand and said, You two are already grown-ups, why are you acting like this? You should take good care of yourself and stop being so irritable. Mo Feng sighed, Su Yuan, take out this elixir and show it to our 2 principals. Su Yuan was about to nod. Suddenly, a guard with a gold leaf badge on his chest pushed through the crowd in the distance. The guard said anxiously, Uncle. Uncle. Oh no. The situation in the Eastern Theater has changed. The young lady is asking you to return home immediately. Please return home quickly, sir. Su Yuan's face changed. Has the war situation changed? Is there something wrong on the front line? At this moment, Principal Luo Yushan's communication bracelet began to tremble. His eyes changed slightly, and he clicked on the bracelet to check the information. Then his expression became serious. Su Yuan, I'll go to the Yi family with you. Su Yuan frowned, Who is it? Your mother-in-law, Jean Lin Wuxing, is dying. I will go with you, hoping to save her. Luo Yushan said. Mo Feng also knew the seriousness of the situation. I'll go with you to take a look. Luo Yushan nodded. On the other side, Yi Mansion. A clan doctor walked up to Yi Qingling and said, Miss, your injuries are not light. Please take this pill. Yi Qingling shook her head, Doctor, how is my mother? I'm fine. At this moment, Yi Qingling's military uniform was damaged in many places, and the most serious place had a wound deep enough to see the bone. At this moment, the military uniform was emitting a faint light, trying to repair the owner's injuries. The Demon Suppression Army's uniforms are themselves a kind of prop. The clan doctor sighed and said, We have to wait for Principal Luo to come. Our skills are limited. Yi Qingling's face was as pale as before. Hearing this, I felt anxious and impatient. Tribal doctor, my mother doesn't know how to. Yi Wentian's face was as gloomy as water. At this moment, 2 clan doctors stood by the bed, maintaining a green shield with their hands, trying their best to control Jean Lin's injuries. Has Principal Luo arrived? Yi Wentian couldn't help but ask. At this moment, Su Yuan and Luo Yushan walked into the room together.
After Luo Yushan came in, he waved to everyone in the Yi family and said, "Stop being polite.
Let me check on Madam's injuries first." Su Yuan immediately walked over to his two wives.
Seeing that his eldest wife seemed to be seriously injured, he said distressfully, "Qingling, how did you get hurt like this?" Su Tongtong was also anxious, and her little face, like a bun, was full of worry.
"Dad, Mom is injured." Su Yuan nodded. "Yes, didn't the tribe doctor help you?"
Yi Qingling shook her head. "It doesn't matter to me, my mother is more important than me."
"Nonsense." Su Yuan shook his head and said, "You have a family now, how can you say you are not important? Doctor, please give me the medicine."
The clan doctor immediately handed over the healing pills and said, "Give these 2 pills to each of the 2 young ladies. Please, sir, watch over them while they take them." Su Yuan nodded. "You two should take it quickly, your mother-in-law will be fine." Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng nodded. Su Tongtong also stared at his 2 mothers with big eyes. "Mom, take the medicine."
"Grandma will be fine. Tong guarantees it." Yi Qingling's eyes suddenly lit up. "Yes, we were just too worried. In fact, Tong's words are the best proof that my mother must be fine." Yi Qingmeng nodded. "Yes, I almost forgot about this. Tong came from the future, so it's not wrong to ask Tong." It was at this time. Luo Yushan over there suddenly sighed. "It's God's will, it's all God's will." Madam's injuries were extremely severe.
Originally, there was absolutely no way for her to survive, but now she has.
Yi Wentian asked nervously, "Principal Luo, what do you mean by this?"
The Yi sisters also came over.
"Yes, Principal, what's going on with my mother?"
At this time, Yi Yaoqi, who had been sitting in the corner, suddenly said, "Her heart meridian was shattered by the 12th level Beast King. She is just hanging on for dear life.
There is basically no hope for her." "Shut up."
Yi Qingling looked at the woman coldly. "After all, our Yi family is supporting you now, so watch your tone when you speak."
Yi Yaoqi curled her lips and said, "I'm telling the truth." Yi Wentian's face was gloomy.
"Shut up, Principal Luo, please continue."
Luo Yushan nodded. "It's like this. Ordinary medicine is indeed useless for this injury, but there is a level 12 healing medicine, the 9 Revolutions Nirvana pill.
In Madam's case, as long as you take the flawless 9 Revolutions Nirvana pill, you will be out of danger." Yi Qingling immediately said, "Great.
Where can I buy this 9 Revolutions Nirvana pill? My Yi family is willing to buy it." Yi Qingmeng also said, "Yes. Any amount is fine." Yi Wentian, who was standing by, knew more.
This level 12 elixir was quite rare, and even the Yi family might not be able to get it immediately.
What's more, it has to be of flawless quality.
"Principal Luo, please stabilize my wife's condition.
I will go to the exchange to buy this medicine now." "Wait a moment."
Luo Yushan stopped him and said, "Master Yi, there's no need to be so anxious.
The reason I said that before was because I wanted to tell you that your Yi family is very lucky.
Originally, this flawless 9 Revolutions Nirvana pill was extremely difficult to buy in the entire Chinese theater, but now, it's available right now."
The Yi sisters were delighted. Could it be that the principal has just refined the Nirvana pill? That would be great.
With this Nirvana pill, my mother can be saved.
Luo Yushan suddenly shook his head and said, "It wasn't me."
The person who successfully refined the elixir was Su Yuan.
Everyone looked at Su Yuan in unison.
As soon as he heard the words 9 Revolutions Nirvana pill, Su Yuan knew what he had to do. He took out the elixir early.
Honey, this.
I just happened to refine this pill today, let's give it to my mother-in-law." At this moment, everyone's silence represented extreme shock.
It took Yi Wentian a long time to react. "You refined it?"
"This." Su Yuan pushed aside the frightened crowd and walked directly to Luo Yushan, handing the pill to him. "Hurry up, mother-in-law, take it."
Luo Yushan also knew that there was no time to delay. "Raise your hand and disperse the treatment stance."
The moment the stance disappeared, a horrible tearing wound appeared on Jean Lin's chest, and countless green blood gushed out in an instant.
Su Yuan knew that this was some kind of horrible poison.
Luo Yushan raised his hand and shattered the pill in front of him with his true strength, then injected it into Jean Lin's body. The moment the pill shattered, streams of green air rushed into Jean Lin's body. In just a moment, Jean Lin's complexion improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next moment, she suddenly opened her eyes.
Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out.
A look of death appeared on her beautiful face.
Chapter 66. Chapter 65. Lollipops are precious food.
The Yi family members were all stunned and looked at each other in disbelief.
How could this happen?
Yi Qingling was so nervous that she didn't even care about shocking Su Yuan.
Principal, why is my mother's condition getting worse?
Yi Yaoqi said bluntly, is it because the medicine is not effective? Maybe there was a mistake when Su Yuan was refining it, so.
Su Tongtong pouted and said unhappily, Aunt Yaoqi, you're talking nonsense. My dad is amazing. How could there be any problem with the pills he made?
Su Yuan didn't know why this happened. After all, it was the first time he used this kind of elixir.
Luo Yushan shook his head.
Everyone, don't be anxious, wait a little longer. At this moment, streams of blood suddenly rose from Jean Lin's abdomen.
Drive away the thought of death.
Her complexion also slowly recovered during this process. Yi Qingming breathed a sigh of relief, great, mother is fine.
In just a few moments, even the hideous wound on her chest began to heal.
Luo Yushan nodded, alright, we've overcome this difficulty, and the life of Marshal St. Jean Lin is saved.
Hashtag 34. I will stay here until Jean Lin Wuxing fully recovers. Number 34. Yuan turned his head and said gratefully, thank you, Principal Luo.
I'm sorry for your trouble.
Luo Yushan shook his head. It's all thanks to Su Yuan. If it weren't for his elixir, I wouldn't be able to do anything. Xiaohu bot documents are protected from piracy. Choose Xiaohu when looking for a book robot. It is stable and reliable. Don't step into traps. Yuan nodded immediately, yes, it's also thanks to Su Yuan.
Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng walked up to Su Yuan and each held one of his hands.
Thank you. If anything happens to my mother, I really don't know what to do. Yi Qingling's voice was a little choked. Yi Qingming nodded, yes, thank you this time.
Su Yuan raised his hand and gently scratched the noses of his two wives.
Okay, isn't it all right now? Why are you still crying? My husband is here. Yi Yaoqi pretended to vomit and said, you are so disgusting. Su Yuan smiled, you are jealous, you know? Yi Yaoqi shook her head.
Now that everything is fine, Su Yuan, come with me to the training room tonight. I've made some progress in my training these past 2 days, so defeating you is no problem.
Su Yuan shook his head helplessly. Are you tired? My wife is back, so I have to spend time with her. I don't have time to care about you. You. Are you still a warrior? Isn't practicing martial arts more interesting than your sticking? Yi Yaoqi didn't understand. Su Yuan was too lazy to waste time talking to this woman who didn't understand human nature. Said to his wives, wife, these past 2 days. Yi Qingling held Su Yuan's hand and said, Su Yuan, you take care of the child for the next 2 days.
We will stay at home with our mother. We can only rest assured when she wakes up.
Yi Qingming also nodded. Looking at the two pitiful women, Su Yuan sighed, this is human nature. How about this, I'll live with you at the Yi family. Great. We can spar tonight. Yi Yaoqi's eyes lit up. Sure, buddy.
A young man is teachable.
That's what a warrior should be like. Su Yuan sighed and took out a lollipop. Here's a lollipop for you. Go play somewhere else and don't bother us. What? You think you can bribe me? She took the lollipop and took a curious bite through the paper. It has no taste? Su Yuan shook his head, that's not how you eat it. You have to open the wrapper. Yi Yaoqi opened the wrapper doubtfully and put the lollipop in her mouth.
The next moment, her big eyes turned into stars, this.
Woo woo. Wow.
Her tears suddenly burst out like a dam breaking. The Yi sisters were stunned.
What have you done to the child? Yi Qingling asked. Su Yuan shook his head. I don't know either. Why is she crying when she's fine? Yi Yaoqi shook her head and said, I have never eaten such delicious food in my life, Su Yuan, thank you. Su Yuan held back his laughter.
It was a good thing he didn't give you hot pot or something like that, otherwise you would have cried because of the delicious taste. After a while, the child hid quietly in the corner, holding the lollipop with his cheeks puffed up as if he was sucking on it.
As for practicing martial arts, I seem to have forgotten about it. At night.
In the guest room of the Yi family, Su Yuan gave Tong Tong a bath and put on his little monster pajamas.
Okay, let's go to bed.
Su Tong Tong hugged Su Yuan's arm and said, Dad, tell me a story. Su Yuan had no choice but to tell the story of the Monkey King again.
Dad, is the Monkey King a strange beast?
From what Dad said, it seems like a powerful strange beast.
Su Tong Tong said. Su Yuan was stunned. Maybe it is true.
Go to sleep, child.
Aha! The next morning, Su Tong Tong was taken to the Yi family's own nursery by the Yi family's housekeeper. Su Yuan went to school. But what surprised him was that Yi Yaoqi actually followed him. What are you doing? Su Yuan frowned.
Yi Yaoqi shook her head and said, Go to school.
Don't you know that I've transferred to your school? Su Yuan frowned slightly. Okay.
Yi Yaoqi suddenly rubbed her hands together, swallowed her saliva and said, Su Yuan, I really want to eat that thing you had yesterday.
Do you have any more? Do you have any more? Gurgle.
The girl swallowed her saliva. Su Yuan's eyes lit up slightly. Mine is very expensive.
Yi Yaoqi, it's okay, I have money, I have money.
Su Yuan, this is not a matter of money.
So what do you want, pills? Ingredients? Or me, huh? You cheap bastard. Su Yuan frowned. Well, let me take the blame. Do you have any exotic beast materials?
They would be great for me to use in making pills.
The girl's eyes lit up.
No problem, I have all kinds of good materials here, let's exchange.
Su Yuan took out a lollipop and said, I don't want materials lower than level 6. They must be from high-level exotic beasts. Yi Yaoqi bit her tongue and said, It's okay, it's okay. What I have are high-level exotic beast materials. Our clan doesn't have any low-level ones yet.
Then the rich woman took out a bunch of high-quality exotic beast materials.
Su Yuan's eyes widened when he saw this. This guy is so fucking rich.
The way he looked at this rich woman with lots of money changed.
Became kinder. Yi Yaoqi looked up at Su Yuan and said, There's something wrong with your eyes. I'm telling you, don't have any ideas about me. How can a pheasant be paired with a phoenix? Just provide me with this delicious food.
Su Yuan raised the corner of his mouth. Oh, no, I just looked at you and thought you were a very nice person.
Pheasant, you bastard. Take it here. Chapter 67, Chapter 66. Just you? Are you worthy of being the chief?
When things developed to this point, Su Yuan suddenly remembered that he still had a gift package that he hadn't claimed yet.
System. Gift pack. Open. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for winning 99 lollipops.
Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a green item gift pack X1. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a cultivation gift pack small X1.
What is the green prop gift pack? Su Yuan frowned slightly. Open it for me. Ding. Green quality various props X999. Aren't these just all kinds of junk props? 999 of them? Throwing them to Mr. Chen is a good idea. At least my small company's performance will go up. I'll go there after class. Use the cultivation gift pack. Ding.
Host's cultivation level +1 level.
Current cultivation level, 3rd level, 2nd level. Su Yuan frowned. Hey, system, you are not good enough. Are you so stingy with the cultivation gift pack? Yi Yaoqi suddenly glanced at Su Yuan and asked, Your cultivation level has improved by walking? Sure, kid, just work hard in secret.
At the same time on the other side.
Binhai City Su Group. Su Mo looked gloomily at the executives in front of him and said coldly, Are you saying that Mr. Chen and Su Yuan have set up some new company? And you poached most of my Su family's skilled workers? How is this possible? What do you guys do for a living? Sumo's face was extremely ugly, as if he had eaten shit. They would rather go to a small company? You don't want to stay in my Su family?
A senior official said, Master, their salary is lower than ours, and we don't know why.
Sumo's face was so gloomy that blood seemed to drip out. My daughter is fighting in the war again recently. I can't ask him to come back, right? He won't come back anyway.
At this time, a senior official said, Master, I just asked someone to inquire. The workers all said that even if the young master paid less, they would still go to him. They said that he would definitely be very rich in the future. He also said that our Su group will be acquired by the young master in the future, and what else? What else did you say?
Just tell me.
Sumo's eyes were cold. They also said that the owner of the family doesn't understand the company and can't run it well. Sooner or later, they will all go bankrupt together with the Su family.
What?
Sumo paced back and forth angrily. I want to see how powerful Su Yuan's new company is.
I can't do it? I can't do it?
Asshole. His guilt towards Su Yuan faded a lot. At this time, an executive suggested, Master, why don't we start a price war while Su Yuan is still busy? I know someone in the military who has a batch of slightly contaminated materials that need to be processed. We can lower the cost and sell low-end props to grab the market first.
Sumo nodded. Okay, let's do this. Su Yuan probably doesn't have much money. We can definitely beat him to death with a price war.
Then he'll have no choice but to come back to me for help.
You said Sumo, can't do business? What a joke. Wasn't it me who did all that when he was a kid? It makes me so angry.
The executives around him didn't dare to speak, but they were thinking in their hearts, so the company was ruined by you.
Things didn't get better until young Master Su Yuan came to the company.
But they only dared to keep these words in their hearts.
The other end. Binhai Wuhan University, Tindo Yuan. What? I avoid him?
Let me tell you, I am the pride of the hidden clan, and the position of the chief must be mine.
Yi Yaoqi said arrogantly, holding a lollipop in her mouth.
Yang Feng snorted coldly, you are just a defeated general of the chief.
What's the dog's bark?
Yi Yaoqi put her hands on her hips, like a spinning top.
Ha!
I was careless.
Didn't I emphasize that I came here to study to defeat Su Yuan? He's just average, but how can he be the chief? It's hilarious.
At this time, Qin Huairu became alert instinctively and looked up. Although the woman was not tall, she was pretty.
And it's an SSS level talent. If Su Yuan and her, then wouldn't I have to be the fourth one? Is this possible? Definitely not. He immediately stood up and said, Hey, you're the only one who wants to compete with Chief Su for the chief position?
It's okay that you're ugly, but why are you so arrogant?
Yi Yaoqi's eyes moved, and he said disdainfully, a second-level trash dares to speak to an SSS-level warrior like this?
The next moment, her body turned into an afterimage. He appeared in front of Qin Huairu in an instant. Before Qin Huairu could react, he slapped her in the face.
Bang!
Qin Huairu was caught off guard and received a hard slap in the face. His face became deformed and swollen, and his body flew out.
Boom! It hit the far wall and couldn't be unhooked. Yi Yaoqi glanced at Yang Feng calmly, do you still want me to take your spear away from you?
Yang Feng snorted coldly, humph.
A good man doesn't fight with a woman.
At this time, the black-robed Wu Zun appeared at the scene, glanced at the noisy students and said, I saw everything just now. Since you are dissatisfied with the chief, according to the rules, you can challenge him.
Su Yuan. Yi Yaoqi. Step out. Let's compete.
Su Yuan stood up, dusted himself off, and walked calmly onto the stage. Yi Yaoqi glanced at Su Yuan and said, Su Yuan, when I become the chief, you must give me a lollipop every day. I respect you with all my heart. Su Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, okay, if you lose. How about writing a secret love letter to me and reciting it at the school gate at 8 a.m. for a week?
Puff. Everyone at the scene laughed. Everyone shook their heads. Su Yuan is too mean, isn't he so mean? Let a little girl write a love letter at the school gate? Oh my god, I get goosebumps just listening to this. This move is too cruel. Yang Feng smiled faintly, okay, I support it too. There should be a punishment for losing. Yi Yaoqi stuck out her tongue, humph. I won't lose. You think I'll give up after something like this? You underestimate me.
The next moment, she flashed and appeared in front of Su Yuan, raising her hand and punching him. Su Yuan slightly turned his body and raised his elbow to strike.
Yi Yaoqi protected his middle lane and kicked, hit. A moment later.
After fighting for dozens of moves, Su Yuan made a final slash with his hand instead of a knife, which almost scared her to death. At this moment, she was lying on the ground, as if all the colors had been drained away.
I lost again? There's no reason. They said I'm a genius comparable to Yi-chun? Why am I no longer effective after entering society? Why is this Su Yuan so powerful? Oh, I don't want to write a love letter. Su Yuan shook his head and returned to his mat. The black-robed martial arts master smiled faintly and said, "Now that your competition for the top spot is over, let's begin today's teaching. Please welcome the most ferocious of the 5th level alien beasts, the Tiger Wolf Beast." Chapter 68 Chapter 67, Fighting the 5th Level, Do You Dare? Ouch! After a roar, a black shadow accompanied by a fishy wind appeared in front of the students. Ouch! This monster with a tiger's body and a wolf's head is more than 6 meters tall. Su Yuan frowned slightly. This strange beast is much more terrifying than what you see in books. Ding! Tiger Wolf Beast. An adult tiger wolf beast's skin is harder than steel, and its bite force can reach 30 tons. Known as the 5th level Land King, it is the nightmare of many warriors. It can unleash earth elemental attacks, often making it difficult to defend against. The students have already drawn their weapons one by one. The black-robed martial master smiled faintly. This guy is a 5th level 9-star existence, stronger than most 6th mirror warriors, and he has no weaknesses. Your lesson today is to kill this guy. After saying this, the black-robed martial arts master jumped up and disappeared from the teaching field. Yi Yaoqi had already climbed up from the ground. With a flick of his hand, a long whip appeared. Stand back, useless people. This thing is not something you can withstand. There are only about 10 students in Tindo Academy, and several of those with A-level qualifications have been frightened and are retreating continuously. Yang Feng swung his spear and asked, "Chief, how do we fight?" Xiaoyu took off his bracelet and swung it, turning it into a long sword. Su Yuan glanced at the others. Frowning, he said, "Form 3 groups, 2 for harassment, and 1 for the attack. Yi Yaoqi, Xiaoyu, Yang Feng, you all follow me. These people have the highest talent and the strongest fighting power. Yang Feng is still in the 4th realm. Even with myself and Yi Yaoqi, we may not be unable to win." At this time, Xin Huairu came back with her face covered, and saw the monster roaring. Her face turned pale with fear. "What kind of monster is this?" Su Yuan said calmly, "Everyone, be careful. This monster is far more powerful than us." He took out a pitch-black long sword. After the Ghost King's sword appeared, the temperature in the venue began to drop. Su Yuan swung his long sword, and the back of the sword slashed across his arm. He took a stance and said, "Attack." A moment later. Bang bang bang. The 3 groups of people flew backwards. Vomiting blood. The unbeatable one. Su Yuan and his men missed their attacks and retreated one after another. Su Yuan is too fast. Tell everyone else to be careful. Yang Feng said, pressing his body downwards, and his spear began to buzz. Golden spear. Yi Yaoqi also looked solemn. Her body became ethereal, and she became translucent. Hidden breath, hidden kill, physical damage reduced by 50%. Xiaoyu swung his sword, sword rain. Her sword emitted countless points of light, like a rain of swords. Su Yuan leaped high into the air, raised his hand and clenched it, dark entanglement. Now! At the moment when they were controlled by the dark entanglement, several teammates used their skills one after another. Su Yuan landed and rushed forward at the same time. The long sword was held horizontally in front of him, lava slash. Boom! The moment the flaming lava slash appeared, Su Yuan's skin looked like a flame magic pattern. In the eyes of the wolf-tiger beast, Su Yuan had become a monster at this moment. Ouch! The moment this roar appeared, the ground seemed to melt, and 5 or 6 spikes emerged and headed towards Su Yuan, who was rushing towards him. Su Yuan jumped high, ignoring the spikes. The long sword was across his chest. A fierce slash of the sword was swung out. Whirled. One cut. Open. Buzz. The knife energy flashed by. Bang. A muffled sound. The tiger wolf beast was stunned for a moment, and the next moment one of its eyes popped. Blood spurted out of his eyes. Ouch. The tiger and wolf groaned and raised their claws high. Shot down towards Su Yuan. At this time, all other attacks arrived. Bang bang bang. The tiger wolf beast staggered after being hit. Obviously the injury was serious. The one standing closest at the moment was Yang Feng. Su Yuan shouted, "Yang Feng, be careful." Suddenly, blood seemed to seep out from between the fur of the fury wolf-tiger beast. Yi Yaoqi shouted, "Not good. One strike didn't kill it. It's going to fight to the death." The whip in her hand was stretched straight. Kill it before it explodes completely. Yi Yaoqi rushed forward and swept through the enemy with one shot. After chopping the tiger and wolf beast's arm, the tiger wolf beast roared and then slapped with its claws. Yi Yaoqi's whip instantly changed its shape and turned into a small shield. Bang! Wow! Even with a shield, Yi Yaoqi still spat out blood. Oh my god, I'm going to break. She retrieved the lollipop from the spurting blood and put it in her mouth. This thing can't be wasted. When Su Yuan looked up, Yang Feng was spurting blood in mid-air. Xiaoyu swung out countless sword rains. But the next moment, his shoulder was pierced by a spike in the ground. Su Yuan was breathing heavily. Everything had been going too smoothly for him. He didn't expect that the team he led would lose so badly in their first team fight. Now, the black-robed martial master looked at Su Yuan's performance and asked, "What's wrong? Su Yuan, are you done with this? The other students don't dare to get close. What are you going to do now?" At this moment, Su Yuan took out a pill and put it into his mouth. The next moment, the terrifying true energy surged throughout his body. He waved his hand again. A ball of light was thrown out, the system's trap. In an instant, the trap burst out with countless rays of light and fell, binding the monster tightly. Dark entanglement. Under 2 layers of heart control, Su Yuan rushed forward. The long sword in his hand was raised. Bang! Heavy blows landed on the belly of the tiger wolf beast. The next moment, something strange happened on the ground. A suit of armor that looked like it was made of blood and energy appeared on Su Yuan's body. Bang! He was knocked away by the ground spikes, but was not injured. After landing, pat the ground with one hand. He swung his sword back at the tiger wolf beast. Kill! Puff! This time, the strange beast's abdomen was finally broken. Blood immediately gushed out all over Su Yuan. At this moment, an instinctive desire came from his soul: kill. Eat. Buzz. With the traction of this wound, powerful energy rushed into Su Yuan's body. Puff. He was almost blown up in just a moment. But the thirsty true power was filled again at this moment. Fuck. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Can it be devoured like this? Die. One cut. Puff. Kill again. Cut. Kill the fuck. Puff puff puff. The one-hit kill skill was his strongest skill, but it consumed a lot of energy, and now he was consuming it like crazy. The bug was instantly detected. Boom! After more than a dozen blows, the wolf tiger beast finally fell down. At this moment, the man in black robes secretly thought, "This kid is out of control, he will die of starvation." The black robe instantly appeared between Su Yuan and the corpse of the tiger wolf beast. She raised her hand and slapped Su Yuan. Su Yuan raised his hand and caught the palm strike with a punch. The next moment, the black-robed martial master felt his true energy flowing towards Su Yuan. Her expression changed. "How dare you?" Chapter 69. Chapter 68. The city's siren sound. Bang! She slapped out with another palm, finally interrupting Su Yuan swallowing. She looked at the boy lying on the ground in front of her with uncertainty. Su Yuan. She rushed to Su Yuan's side, took Su Yuan's hand, placed it on his veins, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Su Yuan's condition was not serious. A moment later, in the school clinic, the geniuses of Tindo Academy kept groaning. Either there was a bandage around the neck, or around the legs and arms. Su Yuan looks the best. After all, he wasn't seriously injured just now, just his meridians were slightly damaged. Yang Feng's legs were covered in bandages. He sighed and said, "How can so many of us not defeat a 5th-level monster?" Yi Yaoqi was holding a lollipop in her mouth, her body covered in bandages. She sighed and said, "As for the strange beasts, even if they are in the same realm, they are stronger than us. And they also have different species. The tiger wolf beast just now was quite powerful." Xiaoyu spoke at this time. "My sword is a little broken. It costs tens of thousands to maintain it. It's a big loss." Maintenance? The props in this world are like cars in the previous life. They need maintenance once a year. If they are damaged in battle, maintenance and repair will cost money. Well, it just so happens that I invested in a company that has this business. I'll help you maintain it," Su Yuan said. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. "Oh, right, you're a member of the Su family, so is there a discount?" Su Yuan smiled and said, "Of course there's a discount." "Don't worry, we all have such a good relationship, how can we not give a discount?" Su Yuan took Xiaoyu's props, put them into his space, and prepared to take them to his factory and hand them over to Mr. Chen. "I don't have any classes in the afternoon anyway." Su Yuan found Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao. The two guys laughed when they saw that Su Yuan still had a bandage on his forehead. "Oh, brother Yuan, the shape is unique." "Not bad, brother Yuan, what's going on?" Su Yuan waved his hand and said, "Don't mention it. Our teaching is just a mess. Let's go to the factory." The two nodded and followed Su Yuan to the factory. As soon as he arrived at the factory, Su Yuan found that it was already bustling with activity. Mr. Chen proudly took Su Yuan to visit the factory. "Master, our factory is now full of talented people." Su Yuan noticed that these workers were all poached from the Su Corporation. "They were poached from my old man, right?" Elder Chen nodded. "Everyone knows there's no hope over there. This isn't, you know. So I said one word and they all came." At this time, some old workers saw Su Yuan appear and walk towards this side. "Everyone, look! Who's here? It's the eldest young master." "Master, seeing you guys has given us a lot of confidence. We were working at the Su Corporation back then, and after you left, Suja didn't treat us like human beings at all. Fortunately, the young master has made a comeback now." Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao looked at each other and smiled. They were also happy that Su Yuan was loved by others. Su Yuan raised his hand and said, "Everyone can rest assured. Working here with me, Su Yuan, every one of you will be protected. Although your current salary may not catch up with what you earn in the Su family, in the future, you will definitely earn more than in the Su family." "Great," the workers cheered in unison. Su Yuan glanced at Mr. Chen beside him and said, "I recently got a batch of green props. Can you see if you can list them on the exchange and sell them?" Mr. Chen nodded and took Su Yuan to the office. A piece of space was specially cleared for Su Yuan to place his things. Su Yuan walked forward and waved his hand. Suddenly, a dazzling array of green quality props appeared in front of Mr. Chen. Elder Chen was slightly surprised and asked, "Young master, are these the green quality items you want to deal with?" Su Yuan nodded. "These props are quite messy. Please sort them out and put them on the shelves." Elder Chen was already focused on the props, and he was amazed as he looked at them. Although they are just low-level props, they are so well made. Who would spend so much time and effort on such low-level props? "Master, let me tell you, the low-end market will be ours from now on. As long as we start imitating them, we can mass-produce these high-precision, low-level props and quickly seize the low-end market. Young master, you may not know how much profit this can bring you. I know the market situation. Many warriors who can't reach a high level want to buy some props to try their luck on the battlefield. This thing can make a lot of money." Su Yuan smiled and said, "Then I'll leave it to you." Old Chen nodded. Before leaving, he held Su Yuan and said, "Young master, with your talent, you will definitely go to the battlefield in the future. I will help you make more money. If you want to form your own team, you don't have the money to use the official props. Your combat effectiveness will be limited. I have thought about it for you. You young people always think about the long term." Su Yuan nodded. "Grandpa Chen, thank you for your concern." "Oh, it's okay. Last time, because of my granddaughter's incident, I really didn't know what to say. I could only repay the young master's kindness with my own life." Su Yuan and his two friends left the factory. "I feel a little heavy-hearted. Many generals have their own teams, and many of the props used by these teams are prepared at their own expense. This is why the military strength in some places is strong and that in others is weak. That's the difference." Su Yuan left the factory. Then prepared to go home. Before they separated, Zhang Jiuming told Su Yuan, the martial arts competition among the 4 universities in the Eastern Theater Command is coming soon. We must strive to reach the second realm so as not to bring shame to the school." Chen Hao retorted. "What does it have to do with us? That's a competition between the Tindo Academy of 4 universities." Su Yuan nodded. It was true that the martial arts competition was about to begin. There were a lot of things going on recently, so he had to go back and make some preparations. The so-called Tindo Academy is a special talent training program of major universities in the Eastern Theater Command, similar to the junior classes or genius classes in previous lives.
The four universities in the Eastern Theater Command refer to Jiangchang Wuhan University, Binhai Wuhan University, and the more exaggeratedly named Fengyun sect and Qixing sect. When Su Yuan took a taxi back, he found the information of these two retro schools on his mobile phone.
The full names are Fengyun Martial Arts University and Qixing Martial Arts University.
Fenjianmen and Kixingzong were spoofs made by netizens, but people gradually got used to calling them that. At this moment, the car suddenly tilted violently.
The buzzing sound is the sudden roar of the electromagnetic engine. Su Yuan's body suddenly swayed and he almost hit the car door. What happened to the driver?
Young man, something happened.
Boom, boom, boom. Su Yuan looked out the window and saw a huge flying monster suddenly crashing into the city. This is 10th level exotic beast, Wind Dragon.
Translucent objects began to form in the sky above the city, and the city sounded the alarm.
The city defense forces were dispatched. Chapter 70, Chapter 69. I have a military rank and cannot retreat. Woo! The shrill sound of sirens echoed throughout the city. Boom!
A huge fireball fell not far from the taxi.
Su Yuan opened the car door and got out. The driver shouted, "What are you doing, young man? It's very dangerous." Su Yuan resolutely stepped forward, going against the fleeing crowd.
Yes, I know, but I'm a student of Binhai Wuda Tindo Academy, with the rank of warrant officer.
I can't retreat at this time. He clenched his hand in the air, and a pitch-black long sword appeared in his hand.
A mother saw Su Yuan walking against the flow and rushed forward to grab his hand.
Are you from the Demon Suppression Army? The fireball fell and the building melted. Young man, please help rescue my son.
She turned on her phone and pulled up a picture of her son. The next moment, her eyes went dark and she fell to the ground with a thud. Only then did Su Yuan realize that his hands were covered in blood. The woman's back was covered in blood and flesh, with several steel bars stuck in her body. It was not until this moment that Su Yuan realized how ridiculous the happy life in the human city was. Looking at the giant monster on the protective barrier above the city, the knowledge from the textbooks emerged in Su Yuan's mind. Wind Dragon, a dragon of the genus. It can grow up to 40 meters in size. Its limbs are thick and end in giant sickles. Its head resembles a lizard or crocodile. Its nostrils are huge, and its breath smells of sulfur and Martian heat. Its scales are far harder than alloy. Its body has a wind-induced transformation. Its wings are like those of a bat, with sails and pores. It is the master of wind and fire. Ordinary warriors of the 10th realm can fight with more than 2 people. At this moment, a barrier under the wind dragon was broken, and it would occasionally spit out flames through the barrier. Su Yuan rushed to the center with the woman's cell phone in his hand. The city defense army's vehicles whizzed by from time to time. Warriors below the 5th level should not approach. Danger ahead. Su Yuan ignored it. At this time, Su Yuan noticed several rays of light rushing towards the sky. The strong men in the city have been dispatched. Su Yuan noticed a black light and shadow. Is it the Black Robe Mentor? What did the city defense army eat? They actually let this big lizard attack enter the city. Su Yuan rushed into the ruins, looking for surviving children. Finally, in front of the half-melted coffee shop, he found the woman's son. Su Yuan stepped forward and picked up the child. Don't cry, I'll take you away. At this time, several fireballs fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. It melted a building, and then twisted creatures stood up from the flames. Ding. Attention, a strange beast appears ahead. Ding. Companion fire elemental, commonly seen alongside fire-related beasts. These fire elementals are extremely violent and have no fixed appearance. Their size varies depending on their realm. If they are roughly the same size as a human, their realm is generally no higher than the 3rd realm. Fire element? Another monster I've never seen before. Su Yuan's face looked grim. At this moment, this group of fire elements just blocked Su Yuan's path. Damn it! These twisted fireballs gathered towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan's eyes were cold. Although he was immune to fire, the child in his arms was not. Fighting might hurt the child. Child, lie down in your brother's arms. I will take you out. Brother, have you seen my mother? Today is my birthday, and my mother took me out for dinner. She and I got separated just now. Can you take me to find her? Su Yuan's throat tightened. Okay, But brother has to clean up these monsters first. Su Yuan noticed that the soldiers of the city defense army in the distance had begun to form teams of 3, holding shield props in their hands, and began to clear out these fire elements.
Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, an even more intense battle broke out.
The wind dragon beast faced off against several warriors of the same level.
Su Yuan looked up and seemed to be still in the upper hand.
The saying that the beasts of the same realm were stronger is still gaining more and more weight.
At this moment, fire elements were approaching Su Yuan.
The child has begun to feel burning.
Brother, it's so hot.
Su Yuan's mind moved, and the blood demon armor hidden under his skin emerged on the surface of his body. It also wrapped the child in it, like a layer of dark red shell.
Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief.
This set also has this effect.
Not bad. Then he raised his eyes and rushed in with a long knife in hand.
The other side.
An emergency squadron of the city defense forces has discovered the fire elemental beasts here.
The captain immediately asked them to disperse and form teams of 3 to divide and strangle these fire elements.
Attention, all city defense forces, there are a large number of fire elements in Area D9. Don't let them form a line.
When these things gather together, it will be very terrifying. The radio team leaders all expressed their receipt.
The squadron leader is currently at the 4th level of cultivation, which is not considered very powerful in the demon suppression army. This is also the reason why he stayed in the city defense army.
He did not expect such a thing to happen while on duty today. In the distance, a team of 3 was fighting against 5 fire elements. These monsters were spewing fire from a distance, putting the team in danger.
Damn it!
He rushed forward to help with the city defense army's saber. After finally killing 2 of them, the situation improved a little, but the next moment, other teams were asking for help.
These monsters are really tricky.
Suddenly he noticed that there seemed to be constant commotion in the central area in the distance.
Accompanied by bursts of explosions, there are warriors in the center? Where did these warriors come from? They are really not afraid of death. He stood on a high ground and looked over there, and saw a man holding a long black knife and killing his way out with a child in his arms. So young? Could he be a student at school? Whose student is so brave?
Attention all teams, there are students trapped inside at 12 o'clock.
They're probably from Wuhan University. Head in this direction to help them. Who is this person? He's just killing like crazy.
At this moment, Su Yuan's eyes were dyed blood red. The characteristic of the blood demon suit was that it would restore the state after killing. Both his true strength and his own injuries were recovered to a certain extent.
Don't worry, I'll take you out. The child in his arms nodded and said, "Thank you, big brother. Today is my birthday. I will bless you, brother." Oh. Su Yuan stabbed his knife into the fire element that was as hot as lava.
The Ghost King's sword released a terrifying cold aura, and the fire element was quickly extinguished. It turned into solidified rock.
Fell at his feet.
The blood bar on the long sword rose slightly. At the same time, a surge of energy flowed into the body.
The color of the suit also became more solid.
It seems that this set of armor needs to be upgraded. At this moment, I felt a sharp pain behind me. He turned around angrily and slashed with his sword.
Buzz!
The sword energy knocked down 2 fire elements that were attacking by surprise.
They found that long-range fire spraying seemed to have little effect on Su Yuan, so they began to change their strategy, approaching Su Yuan, condensing flaming long swords, and engaging in close combat with Su Yuan. Above the city, the propellers of the TV station's helicopter made a buzzing sound. Chapter 71 Chapter 70 My wife falls from the sky. The voice of the TV anchor came. Welcome everyone to our report.
A breach has been made in the defenses above Binhai City, and many fire elementals have risen from the flames of the evil dragon.
We can see the city defense troops fighting hard.
Wait, we seem to have discovered a battle hero.
His bravery is astonishing. Is he the commander of the city defense army? Let's zoom in a little bit. Wait. This guy doesn't seem to be from the city defense force.
At this moment, almost every citizen in Binhai City is holding a mobile phone and watching the live broadcast.
This guy looks very young, and he's holding a child in his arms? He risked his own life to save a child from the fire element? This guy is a real character. Yeah, there are too many fire elements. Aren't there any other warriors to help? What are the city defense forces doing?
At this moment, many Wuhan University students who were watching the live broadcast on their mobile phones saw that this was Su Yuan. Those who were nearby had already rushed over with weapons to help. Zhang Jiuming, who was watching the news at home, saw his buddy showing off and immediately rushed out of the apartment. "Don't leave me dinner tonight." As soon as I left the community, I met Chen Hao. They looked at each other and rushed towards Area D9. On the other side, Xiao Yu, who was driving to District D9, met Yang Feng, who was carrying a spear on his back, on the road. The two looked at each other, got into the car without saying much, and rushed away at lightning speed.
The Yi family.
After Su Tongtong came back from the Yi family's nursery, he noticed that his father had not come back yet. When I arrived at my grandmother's yard, I found my two mothers rushing out in a hurry.
"Mom, where are you going? Dad hasn't come back yet. Is Dad lost?"
Yi Qingling comforted her. "Mommy, go pick up Dad.
You wait at home for a while."
The Yi sisters looked at each other, turned around and left to help their husbands.
When I walked to the door, I ran into Yi Yaoqi again.
The three women looked at each other,
nodding slightly. So they went together. The other end. Su Yuan already had many wounds on his body.
Even if the armor helped to restore his blood, it would not be able to make up for the current loss in a short time. "Big brother, you seem very tired," the child in Su Yuan's arms said. At this moment, the city defense troops in front were about to walk in front of Su Yuan. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard from the sky, and a ball of fire appeared again in the broken shield, falling to the ground like a curtain of light.
Su Yuan's pupils contracted.
She half knelt on the ground holding the child, protecting him in her arms. The city defense forces that were about to meet up from a distance could only retreat in a hurry.
Boom! In an instant, the entire area was almost a sea of fire. One by one, fire elements stood up from the flames. Su Yuan slowly stood up while surrounded by flames. Fortunately, the last wave of flames did not hit him directly. Damn, so many fire elements.
The boy in Su Yuan's arms glanced at Su Yuan and said, "I'm sorry, I got you into trouble." Su Yuan smiled faintly. "It's okay, it has nothing to do with you. My brother is a warrior, a very powerful warrior." At this moment, the fire elements that had connected into one were like a continuous wall of fire, pressing towards Su Yuan alone.
Su Yuan smiled.
He held the sword across his chest, ready to fight to the death. At this moment, a silver spear slammed heavily in front of Su Yuan.
A figure flipped and jumped into the battlefield.
Yang Feng landed and drew his gun, then stood beside Su Yuan.
"Are you okay?"
The next moment, a car crashed into the car, leaving a gap. The burning car door was kicked open. Xiao Yu's bandages were still on her body, but she still ran to Su Yuan without hesitation.
Su Yuan smiled. "You two still have bandages on your bodies. What are you doing?"
Xiao Yu curled her lips. "You can't be the only one to take the spotlight." At this moment, two figures rushed in while screaming. Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao each held a shield emitting green light. Although people rushed in, their butts were on fire.
Su Yuan. "Oh, it's on fire. Ah. It's so hot."
It took them a while to put out the fire on their buttocks.
Su Yuan was a little dumbfounded. "Why are you here, and you look like this?"
Zhang Jiuming waved the shield in his hand and said, "I just picked up the props from your factory a while ago."
"Isn't this a good opportunity to test their performance?"
Su Yuan swung the long knife in his hand and said, "It seems that we can only fight our way out."
Everyone raised their weapons. Just at this moment,
between heaven and earth, there seemed to be silver light flowing, and icy cold air swept across madly.
Everyone felt a sense of clarity.
In the air, a cold light suddenly grew larger and fell heavily, carrying an endless cold current. Wherever the cold current passed, all fire elements lost their activity and the flames on their bodies quickly went out.
All turned into Bing Duen Duen.
A figure was in the center of a land of blooming ice and snow. Yi Qingling slowly stood up and sheathed the knife.
She glanced at Su Yuan calmly. "Husband, are you okay?" Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm fine, I just almost fainted." At this moment, the City Defense Army's emergency team rushed forward.
He looked at Yi Qingling in awe. Then they began to clean up the battlefield and rescue people. Su Yuan handed the child in her arms to the soldier. The child held Su Yuan's hand and said, "Thank you, big brother, for saving me."
"Come on, big brother." Su Yuan nodded. "Yeah."
Yi Qingling walked to Su Yuan's side at this moment and said with a hint of complaint, "We are all in the city, don't do this kind of thing by yourself." At this time, Yi Qingmeng and Yi Yaoqi came over. Yi Yaoqi looked at the fire elements around her, namely Bing Duen Duen, in surprise.
Amazing! How did they do that? All these fire elements have turned into lumps of ice.
Yi Qingmeng smiled and said, "My sister's ability is that she is best at dealing with these fire monsters." At this time, several troop carriers came closer. Meng Yon, who was wearing armor, jumped out of the car and took a look at Su Yuan before he breathed a sigh of relief.
Su Yuan, I'm glad you're okay. I rushed over right away when I knew you were at the center.
You're a treasure of our city.
Su Yuan smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm just a little exhausted from the killing." Meng Yon laughed and said, "I'm telling you, this time you're going to be famous.
You saved the child by yourself and broke through the siege.
Maybe you'll get a reward." Su Yuan was not interested in awards or anything like that.
The battle here is over, and all that remains is the work of the city defense forces.
Then Su Yuan followed the Yi sisters home. As soon as you enter the house, the little girl rushed over and said, "Daddy." Chapter 72, Chapter 71, Lack of strength, but a stubborn temper. "Dad, where have you been? You need Mom to pick you up."
Su Yuan picked up his daughter and touched her head. "Dad encountered a monster on the road, so..."
"Come on, have you eaten yet? Daddy will take you to eat something delicious."
Su Yuan said to Yi Qingling, "Let father-in-law, Yi Yaoqi, and the others come along, so we can have a good meal together."
Yi Qingling nodded, "Okay."
Yi Qingmeng glanced at Su Yuan and said, "Then I'll help you prepare."
Su Yuan nodded. "Okay, let's have a big dinner tonight." A moment later,
before Yi Wendian even reached the living room, his body trembled and his nose twitched.
"What's that smell? Oh my god. This smells so good." Yi Yaoqi was already crying at the door. "Wow.
I have never smelled such a sweet smell in my life."
"What is this? Even if it is poison, I want to taste the saltiness." Yi Qingling glanced at the two of them and said, "What are you all doing standing outside the door? My husband prepared dinner, and if you're late, it will be gone."
The two men hurried over. "I saw a big cake on the table and a stove boiling hot water.
Some food has been scalded in the water.
What's more, there are high-end foods such as roast duck."
They have never seen it. Yi Yaoqi's saliva was flowing like crazy. "Oh my god, what are these things? Su Yuan, did you prepare these?" Su Yuan nodded. "Where do you think your lollipop came from?" "Wow. Su Yuan, you are so nice. You treat me to so many delicious foods." She couldn't help but pick up the spoon on the table and scooped a spoonful of cake. "Ah. Woo. Boom."
She squeezed her legs together and her face flushed instantly. The countless delicious pieces of information in my mind were like a nuclear explosion. This sweet taste, it's like something is massaging my tongue.
It's so delicious. I'm overflowing with deliciousness. Su Yuan glanced at her and said, "Eat it.
I'll let you try it today, but from next time on, you have to pay for it."
These things are all good things that most people can't eat. If you buy them, it will cost you a lot of money.
Yi Yaoqi nodded frantically. "No matter what the cost, as long as I can eat delicious food, I am willing to pay, even if it is."
"If it's you, it's not impossible." Su Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "My wife and children are here, what are you talking about? Everyone, please sit down and eat." Su Yuan asked everyone to sit down.
Yi Wendian was not polite and grabbed a duck leg with a smile.
After taking a bite, the fragrance is overwhelming. "Yes, it's delicious." Yi Wendian nodded continuously. "Su Yuan, this is so delicious."
Su Yuan was scalding some meat slices for his daughter, and he said, "When my mother-in-law is able to eat, these will be just the right amount for her to replenish her body."
Yi Wendian was in a good mood.
"Oh, you've taken so much trouble. I don't know how your Su family could not want you, such a good child, and want that Suja."
Su Yuan smiled faintly. "It's all in the past. Let's eat and not talk about those unhappy things." Yi Yaoqi couldn't even bite the food in her mouth at this moment. Dada's mouth is full of vegetables. "It's delicious, so delicious, it's really delicious."
Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked at the rich little woman.
"The school is about to have a martial arts competition. Yi Yaoqi, do you have any good props? Give me two." Do you want any props?" Yi Yaoqi asked while biting a duck wing.
Su Yuan smiled faintly. "Oh, I just asked to see if you have any good stuff."
Yes, yes, I'll show you later. Yi Yaoqi was grateful for the favor, so she can only say this. At the same time, on the other side, Binhai City, Su family. At this moment, Suemo looked at the two executives who came to report in front of him with a confused look on his face. The original ambition turned into 3 doubts. Hey, why? Why? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Su Yuan, a small factory founded by himself, have sales volume that surpasses ours? An executive stepped forward and whispered, Master, we don't know either. They also put a lot of low-level items on the shelves. The business is taking off like a rocket. Lu Yuru glanced at her husband and said, Why don't we invite Su Yuan back? We don't want Suje anymore. The Su family will not belong to him in the future. Suemo snorted coldly, Wouldn't that be very embarrassing for me? And doesn't that mean I'm not as good as him at business? Doesn't that mean we're cutting a huge hole in the Su family's layoffs? No. Absolutely not. I want to prove that the Su family's business is not in vain without him. At the very least, I have to prove that inviting him back is not because of me. Lu Yuru sighed. It was bad enough that he lacked strength, but he also had such a stubborn temper. Chapter 73 Chapter 72 Awarded the rank of second lieutenant. The other end. Yi family. Are you really gone? Su Yuan frowned. As a member of the hidden clan, is this the extent of your ability? At this moment, the ground was filled with a wide variety of precious elixirs, as well as some props emitting red light. Of course, Su Yuan was looking at her orange whip. This really won't work, Yi Yaoqi said while holding her whip. This is the legendary prop, the versatile whip. I want it. Su Yuan took a look at the things on the ground. The red props included a red shield and a set of red armor. In addition, there are some precious materials. He put these things away. Su Yuan casually took out a few dozen lollipops and said, These are your reward. The rest will be your food expenses during this period. Yi Yaoqi felt as if she had been cheated, but after thinking about it carefully, she realized that Su Yuan's delicacies were so precious that it should be considered an equal exchange. On the side, Su Tonton sighed and said, Mom, is Dad lying? Yi Qingling raised her hand and made a shushing gesture. Shu, Dad, this is an equal exchange. Dad's food is very precious. Su Tonton nodded, not quite understanding what he meant. At this time, Su Yuan had almost finished his harvest. She stood up and glanced at Su Tongtong. Tongtong, Mom will take care of you at night. Dad is going to the practice room. My own cultivation depends on the system. Before this martial arts competition, I still need to have a good grasp of my own strength. Came to the practice room. Here are the strength test dummies. There are also meditation cushions for practicing martial arts, as well as common auxiliary elixirs. After all, the Yi family is very wealthy. The pills were casually placed on the ground. Su Yuan doesn't need these. After closing your eyes, start practicing breathing techniques. 12 star-like acupoints in his body lit up. The 12 major acupoints are the Gate of Shinpin, the Ancestral Orifice, the Mysterious Gate, the Naiwan Palace, the Jiang Palace, the Huangting, the Qi Point, the Tailbone Gate, the Jiaji Gate, the Yuzhen Gate, the Yinxiao, and the Yangxiao. From the lowest to the highest, warriors light up these acupuncture points, eventually forming a divine path. Finally, you will be qualified to reach the legendary realm. At present, I have already lit up the Yangxiao and Yinxiao, and am currently at the Yuzhengguan. At this moment, his consciousness reached out to the Yinxiao and Yangxiao. There were roars coming from all directions. This was... Su Yuan's consciousness moved closer and he actually found the 2 monsters he had swallowed in 2 acupoints. The one in the Yinxiao acupoint is the Dark Emperor's whiskers, and the one in the Yangxiao acupoint is the lava centipede. So that's how it is. Others are walking on a divine path, but I, Su Yuan, am walking on such a heaven-defying path. Others light up the 12 major acupoints, while I imprison these monsters. I use the bones of these strange beasts to pave my divine path, or rather, my devilish path. I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse, but at least now I feel that I am much stronger than the average third-realm cultivator. At night, Su Yuan fell into a deep sleep while practicing. The next morning, when Su Yuan got up, he ran into Yi Qingling. She walked closer and said, Yesterday's incident has been dealt with. In the end, it was the principal who killed the wind dragon. Su Yuan was stunned. The principal was already a half-step martial saint, but he still wanted him to take action.
It seemed that the strange beast from yesterday was very tricky.
Walk into the living room. Su Yuan got some milk and sandwiches and was once again dazzled by Yi Yaoqi's fragrance. Left the Yi family and went to Wuhan University to study. As soon as I arrived at school,
Su Yuan was found by Rose Martial Master.
Su Yuan, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Su Yuan nodded. Teacher Rose, what can I do for you? Rose smiled and said, of course it's a good thing.
Your superiors already know what you did yesterday, and Commander Yuan personally sent a letter commending you. Therefore, today at school, you will be awarded the title in advance.
What? Awarding a title?
Su Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly.
This was against the rules. Why was the title awarded so suddenly in advance? Do you want to send me to the battlefield early and use me as a beast of burden? Not really.
I am a talent trained with all my strength by the Eastern Theater Command.
Don't mess with me.
The school is quite lively at this moment, with students from all grades gathered. Su Yuan was brought to the stage by Shui Lingling. Everyone in Tianduyuan held their heads high and looked proud. After all, Su Yuan is the chief of Tindo Academy, and he was awarded the title of chief in advance.
Can't he brag about it?
Qin Huairu looked at Su Yuan's figure, her face full of longing.
Su Yuan, you will understand one day that I am the one who loves you the most.
Although it was wrong for me to give up you for Su Zhe, you are so dazzling, and only I am worthy of you.
Su Yuan is now under the attention of the entire school. Standing on the platform,
Luo Yushan descended from the sky and announced, yesterday, strange beasts breached the barrier. Tindo Academy's chief, Su Yuan, disregarded his own safety and single-handedly rescued the children in distress, slaying over 200 of them.
Wow! There was a sea of applause.
Su Yuan frowned slightly.
That's not right.
I did kill quite a few, but probably less than 200. At this moment, a figure slowly walked towards Su Yuan. It was the eldest wife, Yi Qingling, who was wearing a military uniform. She was holding an exquisite metal tray with a military uniform and a pair of epaulets on it. Yi Qingling said in a clear voice, Eastern Theater Command, Major General Yi Qingling, on behalf of the Eastern Theater Commander, confers the rank of second lieutenant on Su Yuan.
Countless students below applauded.
Su Yuan was awarded the title several years in advance.
Yeah, it's different for us. We have to wait a long time. Su Yuan really brings honor to our school. But after being awarded the title, will you go to the battlefield soon?
Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao in the audience clapped wildly, tears streaming down their faces. My son has made great progress.
Yeah, he got the rank before Dad, so he got it. Su Yuan immediately saluted his wife and then took the military uniform.
Yi Qingling nodded, then turned to face the crowd and drew the long sword from his waist. May the martial arts flourish.
May the human race endure forever.
All the students raised their hands and saluted.
May the martial arts flourish. May the human race endure forever. Yi Qingling glanced at Su Yuan sideways. Su Yuan looked at the military uniform with a look of fascination on his face.
After all, no boy could refuse such a thing. Behind the stands, Luo Yushan smiled slightly. It seems that our commander is very eager to keep Su Yuan in the Eastern Theater Command.
How can I not think about it? Su Yuan is an SSS level talent that only appears once in 100 years in the Eastern Theater.
Although the hidden clan also has a genius, in Yanlong's eyes, he naturally only recognizes his own genius, said the black-robed martial artist.
The principal nodded.
No matter what, in this year's martial arts competition, the other 3 universities are destined to stand behind us and suffer. The black-robed martial arts master shook his head. Everyone in the Tindo Academy can participate in the martial arts competition. They have a genius at the peak of the 4th realm, and I even heard that someone is about to reach the 5th realm. Here, Su Yuan and Yi Yaoqi are only at the 3rd level. No matter how powerful they are, there's still a realm gap. Besides, there are many students from Tindo Academy who are armed to the teeth.
We can't just pop champagne midway through. Besides, it might be a team battle. We don't know what we'll be competing for this year.
Luo Yushan frowned. Team battles would be troublesome.
Su Yuan has only been in school for a short time and hasn't learned how to fight yet.
The man in black robe nodded. So, if 3 universities knew we had such a perverted student, it's impossible for them not to be on guard. Luo Yushan snorted coldly. No matter what tricks they use, our school must win. This is related to whether our school can participate in the 5 major warzone competitions.
If I, Su Yuan, can't win, I won't agree. Chatting here. Su Yuan's awarding of titles was also completed. Su Yuan just breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Counterattack mission is here.
The host has been doing things that have wronged his wife for a long time, and she has already developed great resentment in her heart. You two have not had sex for a long time. Please have sex with any of your wives once.
You will unlock the counterattack gift pack. The difficulty is hell level. Completion time limit, 7 days. Ha! I want to, too, bro, but.
Yi Qingling's cold face appeared in his mind, and he shook his head inside. It seems that I have to find a breakthrough from Yi Qingmeng.
The awarding ceremony is over.
Luo Yushan then pulled Su Yuan aside and said, Su Yuan, the martial arts competition of the 4 major universities is about to begin. They will be arriving in Binhai one after another in the next 2 days. I'll give you a small class later and let Rose teach you about commanding operations.
You must study hard.
If you play team military warfare this year, it will be troublesome.
Su Yuan nodded, okay, teacher.
The warriors in this world, besides their personal strength. There will also be large-scale battles at the Legion level, and then I will officially join the demon-suppressing army, and I may indeed need it.
Chapter 74 Chapter 73 I wonder who dares to look here. Evening. Rose Wuzun glanced at the drowsy Su Yuan and asked, Su Yuan, do you understand everything I taught you? Su Yuan yawned.
This kind of cultural course was really too much for him. Legion warfare, circuitous warfare, attack the enemy and then rescue them, besiege Wei to save Zhao, isn't it summed up in these few words? Rose Martial Master was stunned.
How did you come up with this? It seems to make sense. Su Yuan shook his head.
After all this time, the gap in traditional culture in this world was so serious. These people had never heard of Sun Tzu's art of war, which they were familiar with in their previous life. Moreover, the lengthy military strategies of these people can actually be well summarized using Sun Tzu's art of war.
Su Yuan stood up and bowed slightly. Teacher, that's all for today. I have to go home. My wife and children are waiting for dinner.
Rose Martial Master was still immersed in the words he had just said. Looking at Su Yuan's back, he sighed, he's not only a talented general, but also a talented handsome man. After leaving the school, Su Yuan rushed to the school gate and said, if you are not active and get out of class, there must be something wrong with your brain. I can still accept courses that involve fighting and killing, but cultural courses are killing me.
Take a taxi home at the school gate. Su Yuan. Good news, mother woke up. She said she felt very hungry. Prepare some more delicious food tonight. Yi Qingmeng said. Su Yuan pulled Yi Qingmeng to his side and said, of course you can. Can we do it tonight? I dream about it all the time.
I'm full of blood and energy, and my body is full of evil fire.
Yi Qingming's face suddenly turned red all the way to her ears. What are you doing?
A warrior should have a good mindset, but when it comes to you, you're so improper.
Su Yuan shook his head, grabbed her hand and placed it on his chest. Is it hot? Indeed, you are not practicing fire attribute breathing techniques, so why is it so hot? Yi Qingming frowned.
Su Yuan began to make up stories. The so-called Tao Tai is actually an ancient mythical beast. The longer I practice, the greater the transformation of this sexuality.
As far as I know, these ancient beasts are a bit lustful and particularly greedy. So, if you are like this, then I can take a concubine.
Yi Qingmeng raised her hand and twisted Su Yuan's ear. You can't help it now.
But I'm about to break through tonight and will soon reach the 8th level. You should go find your sister. Su Yuan was stunned. I originally wanted to find a breakthrough from Yi Qingmeng, after all, she is easier to talk to. But Yi Qingling, she is rather cold. Will it be difficult to conquer? You don't want to? Yi Qingmeng said with a smile, no, you like me more? Don't you like your sister? Su Yuan immediately shook his head, how is that possible? Of course I like them all. I don't believe it. You must have something against my sister.
Yi Qingmeng narrowed his eyes. Okay, since you like me so much, you can try it when I finish my breakthrough.
What do you want to try?
Yi Qingling suddenly appeared behind them, frowning slightly.
His tone was unhappy. Now you have your own little secret? Your own little group? Su Yuan shook his head, not really.
Yi Qingming smiled slightly. Sister, I can break through to the 8th level, the Grandmaster level, tonight.
Yi Qingling's expression changed. Congratulations.
I'm about to break through to the 8th level, probably within the next week.
Su Yuan nodded.
The 8th realm of martial arts is also known as the Grandmaster realm. The true power of martial artists at this realm becomes increasingly powerful. A warrior of average caliber could punch with a force of up to 6 tons. S-level qualifications are becoming increasingly powerful. It would naturally only benefit Su Yuan if his wife's strength improved. Dinner is all pre-prepared dishes. As expected, Jean Lin was confused by the fragrance of her mother-in-law. Although her face was pale, she ate very quickly.
You.
Jean Lin choked, and after a while she continued, I was unconscious for a few days, all thanks to my son-in-law. Yi Qingming objected, Mom, look at what you said.
Your 2 daughters took care of you during the days you were in a coma. Are you only grateful to Su Yuan?
Jean Lin shook her head. If Su Yuan hadn't prepared these foods for you, you wouldn't be in such good spirits. Anyway, my son-in-law is pretty good, he's talented and strong, so you should hurry up and have more children.
Yuan said with a smile, okay, let's eat first. We can talk about these things after dinner.
Su Tongtong's mouth puffed up as he cried. After hearing this, he nodded and said, yes, I want a younger brother. Yi Qingling's cheeks flushed slightly, Mom, the child is here.
Yi Yaoqi held the chopsticks in one hand and picked up the delicious food.
Her bowl was as high as a mountain.
His eyes moved. Giving birth to a child? TCH.
As warriors, we should prioritize strength.
What should we think about as a whole? However, Su Yuan's food is indeed delicious. Start digging like crazy.
Su Yuan glanced at her and said calmly, what you gave me won't last much longer.
I suggest you take more things from your clan. Yi Yaoqi nodded, yes, I've already communicated with them. The 19th elder will send it to me.
Su Yuan narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this hidden clan was really a treasure land.
After dinner, Yi Yaoqi was practicing martial arts in the yard with a lollipop in her mouth. Su Yuan focused his attention on his wife.
If he completed the task and got a cultivation gift package, his cultivation level would skyrocket.
Do I still need to practice hard?
So? Su Yuan glanced at Yi Qingling, I'll let my mother-in-law take care of Tongtong.
Night. But I have to practice at night.
Yi Qingling's face turned red like a monkey's, but it doesn't match her blue hair color very well.
Su Yuan held her hand and said, you don't want Tongtong to be born from someone else's belly, do you? This is indeed a mystery. They are identical twins and their DNA is basically the same.
So who gave birth to this child has always been a mystery. If the child wasn't my own, I would feel a little lost. But she was also a little scared. Su Yuan pulled her up and walked towards the room reluctantly.
Yi Yaoqi was practicing in the yard.
When he turned around, he saw Su Yuan pulling his wife away.
TSK.
As a warrior, before becoming a martial saint, frequently having sex with women will deplete a man's energy.
I don't understand. But it doesn't matter. When I surpass him in strength, I'll be able to become the chief.
After graduation, I'll gradually surpass this man and become the strongest SSS level person of this era.
Ha ha ha. All right. If he wants to be a wimp, then let him be. Hey ha.
She was boxing alone in the yard, breathing heavily.
At this moment, Su Yuan dragged the awkward Yi Qingling into the room.
Yi Qingling raised her hand and pointed at the door, why isn't your door closed?
Su Yuan smiled and said, who dares to look at this?
But he still pushed the door open.
Bang! Chapter 75 Chapter 74 Yi Qingming's failed breakthrough. The two of them were in the room. At this moment, Yi Qingling was very embarrassed. No, I'm not ready yet.
I heard that girls will feel uncomfortable when they do it for the first time.
Su Yuan shook his head. It's probably just a mosquito bite.
You've been pierced by a strange beast before, let alone this.
Don't worry, General. You don't want your daughter to come out of someone else's belly, do you?
Taking advantage of her little psychological weakness, his hand was already on Yi Qingling's waist.
It's okay.
This general has killed no fewer than 1,000 strange beasts and been wounded no fewer than 100 times on the battlefield.
It's just. What are you doing?
Su Yuan pressed her body and pressed her onto the bed, and suddenly a faint icy aura emanated from the woman.
It's so cold. Su Yuan whispered. Liang, just go find Yi Qingming. Why are you looking for me? Yi Qingling muttered. Su Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, because I'm hot. Can you pass on a breath of icy air to me? After a while, outside Yi Qingling's room, an icy air filled the air and climbed up the wall, heading towards other places of the Yi family. On the other side, Yi Qingming, who was in the training room trying to break through his cultivation, suddenly trembled, and the condensed true energy almost dissipated. Sister? You are so shameless. I don't know if it's because they are twins. Yi Qingming felt a tingling sensation all over her body. She forced herself to concentrate, formed a seal with her hands, and her whole body was suddenly surrounded by flames. Now I feel better. The other end. Binhai City, Wuhan University. In a practice room somewhere in the teaching building. The black-robed martial master formed a seal with his hands, and dark forces swirled around him. The mask on her face was placed aside. The moonlight slowly fell on her face. If Su Yuan were here, he would definitely scream out in surprise. This woman's appearance was surprisingly 99% similar to his wife's, except that her temperament and dark hair added a touch of mystery and darkness. The next moment, her eyes suddenly opened. He raised his hand to press his chest, and the color on his face quickly turned red. She was confused at first, then relieved, and finally ashamed. Damn. Su Yuan naturally didn't know about these things, and he was restless all night. The next morning, Su Yuan stood up suddenly with dark circles under his eyes. It's weak, my legs are weak. What's going on? Why do I feel so empty inside, as if my energy has been sucked dry? I even had the illusion that Yi Qingling wasn't just Yi Qingling. It was as if there were many people behind her sucking my energy and spirit. Could it be that the women in this world are different from the girls in my previous life? Are they stronger? Su Yuan stood up, feeling dizzy and almost fell over. Fuck. Am I a wimp? Arrived at the restaurant. Su Yuan took out some milk and sandwiches and distributed them to everyone. At this moment, Yi Qingling still looked cold and aloof. Su Yuan sat beside her. You don't seem to be in pain? I used the power of ice to freeze the wound. It will heal soon. Yi Qingling's cheeks flushed slightly. At this time, Yi Qingming walked out of the room and sat opposite them. He pursed his lips and looked unhappy. Yi Qingling noticed her sister's situation and asked, Sister, why haven't you made a breakthrough yet? Stop talking, you're annoying me. Yi Qingming's face looked unhappy. Last night, when he was about to make a breakthrough, his body convulsed and he fell to the ground. He got up and broke through again, and was halfway through. The result was another special feeling like a tide that made her fall to the ground again. Almost went crazy. You guys, forget it, I won't say anything. Yi Qingming suddenly felt very sad. He grabbed a sandwich, ate it in a few bites, and went to the practice room. Yi Qingling asked in confusion, what's wrong with her? She seems unhappy. Su Yuan frowned, it seems like he's jealous. Jealous? Yi Qingling glanced at Su Yuan suspiciously. Didn't he ask me to go first? Who knows what girls think? Su Yuan shook his head. Forget it, I'll coax her when I'm free. I have to go to school now. People from the other 3 colleges should be arriving soon. Su Yuan gave a brief explanation and went to school with Yi Yaoqi. At the gate of the Yi family. The Yi family's car was parked there. The mother-in-law provided Su Yuan with a car and a driver. The other end. At the gate of Binhai Wuhan University, an electromagnetic bus is parked at the school gate. Then, men and women all in royal blue suits and school uniforms got off the bus. There were 5 students leading the group. There are men and women, fat and thin. But without exception, everyone had an arrogant look in their eyes. Strong and imposing. At this time, the skinny old man jumped out of the car, and Jiangcheng Wuda President Imo Feng said with a smile, Binhai Wuda, I'm here again. The boy, who was about 2 meters tall, asked, Principal, where is that SSS level student? Imo Feng smiled and said, Yan Qi, don't worry, you will definitely meet in this martial arts competition. A tall young girl with a silver mask on her face said. The so-called SSS level talent is nothing more than being slightly better than us. Yan Qi shook his head, Xingyao, don't say that. This time, Binda University has another SSS level talent.
I heard that he is a genius of the hidden clan.
Mo Feng's expression was grim.
I don't know what kind of luck this old man Luo Yushan has.
2 SSS level talents are both in his school. Bluebird said disdainfully, for me, it's only interesting when the opponent is strong enough.
Mo Feng glanced at the others and said, alright, stop talking. The martial arts competition will officially begin tomorrow morning.
Let's go. Boom boom boom. Electromagnetic buses were coming closer from a distance. Then a large number of students got off the bus.
Bluebird, the silver uniforms belong to Fengyun sect, and the 7 colored ones that look like flowers belong to Qixing sect.
Mo Feng snorted coldly, how ridiculous.
It's all colorful, what does it look like? Qingniu said, Liao Feng from Fengyun sect and Ding Shui from Qixing sect are the chiefs of Tindo Academy in their schools.
Mo Feng glanced at her and said, you are the chief too.
Cheer up and don't embarrass yourself. At this moment, people from Fengyun sect and Qixing sect came closer.
3 waves of people faced each other.
Liao Feng's hair was silver white, and his eyes were cold and indifferent.
Bluebird, Ding Shui.
Ding Shui was wearing colorful clothes, and there seemed to be wind and snow floating on her face.
Liao Feng, Bluebird. Bluebird, well, you too.
At this moment, the Yi family's car also came closer.
Su Yuan got out of the car slowly.
The 3 forces all fell on Su Yuan. The 3 of them were instantly attracted by Su Yuan's aura.
Liao Feng, he is. Ding Shui, could it be? Bluebird, Bin Hai Wuda, Tian Duyuan Chief, Su Yuan. Chapter 76 Chapter 75 Let her accompany you tonight.
All the students from various universities who came to participate in the martial arts competition looked at Su Yuan. There was constant whispering.
Is he the Su Yuan? The most talented person of our time? But it seems to me that this is all there is to it.
It's just the 3rd realm.
You don't know this. I know more.
Although he is at the 3rd level, it is said that even the seniors who are about to graduate from their university are no match for him.
So strong?
It's necessary, after all, he must be an SSS level qualified person. Liao Feng, Ding Shui and Qingniao, the 3 heads of their respective academies, looked at Su Yuan with eyes full of fighting spirit.
Mo Feng, the president of Jiangcheng Wuda University, laughed heartily and stepped forward. Su Yuan, these are the heads of their respective Tindo academies. This one is Qingniao, and that one is Liao Feng and Ding Shui. Su Yuan nodded, okay, everyone, eat and drink well, let's go. Yi Yaoqi followed behind Su Yuan. The same look of disdain.
This scene caused dissatisfaction among the 3 chiefs. Liao Feng said calmly, I heard that this Su Yuan killed 200 fire elementals during the Binhai riot some time ago and was awarded the rank of 2nd lieutenant.
The Bluebird nodded. It does have some strength.
Liao Feng swung his hand back, and a small silver sword appeared in his palm. After it appeared, it began to tremble in my hand. He suddenly raised his hand towards Su Yuan's back and made a pistol shooting motion. But I hate the arrogance of so-called geniuses the most.
Because if you're a genius, no one can be more arrogant than me. Go! Whoosh!
The sharp sword turned into a straight sword light. Instantly stabbed towards Su Yuan's back. Everyone watched the show quietly, wanting to see if this so-called genius was really as good as others said.
So strong. Bang!
A soft whip suddenly snapped straight up.
Transformed into a spear. A little heavier.
The silver-white sword kept turning.
Liao Feng's expression changed slightly. Oh, by the way, I forgot there is an SSS level person.
Without waiting for him to continue speaking,
the oncoming fist hit him hard in the face. Liao Feng flew out at an angle.
He was in mid-air, and with one hand he pushed himself on the ground, flipped twice, and landed on the ground. The silver-white sword returned to his side. He looked at Su Yuan with gloomy eyes. Su Yuan stood where he was just now, rubbed his wrist, and smiled faintly. Oh, your face is really hard.
Liao Feng raised his hand and pointed, sword raised. Buzz. Stop.
An old man in a white robe suddenly appeared in the center.
Liao Feng's body was suddenly restrained and unable to move. Luo Yushan laughed heartily. Ah, young people are the best.
They've already become close friends before the game even officially starts.
Mo Feng, and some other people from other schools, we must have a drink tonight.
As for you young men, before the fight officially begins, you must not attack each other again.
Liao Feng's mentor stepped forward and said, since Principal Luo has said so, we will definitely abide by it. Tomorrow, we will see the truth. Under Luo Yushan's mediation, these people put away their hostility. But there is a lot of discussion. I didn't expect Su Yuan to be so strong. Did you guys see his moves clearly just now? I didn't pay attention. I didn't even react when it was over. As expected of the top students in their respective schools, but it seems Liao Feng fell behind just now. Shoo, stop talking, Liao Feng has to save face. At this time, Liao Feng's eyes were gloomy. The bluebird beside him smiled faintly, you were careless just now. Liao Feng sneered, I didn't use my full strength. If I had, that guy wouldn't have been able to get close to me. He didn't use his full strength either. Bluebird said without mercy. Tisk. Liao Feng said disdainfully. As these people entered the school in a mighty procession, Binhai Wuhan University spread the news of what happened at the school gate like a miracle. During lunch, Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao found Su Yuan. Brother Yuan, let me tell you, you were so damn handsome today. I heard that you slapped that guy 3 times, and he knelt down and sang Conquer for you? Chen Hao, the version I heard was 8 slaps in the face, and Jiangcheng University's Bluebird confessed his love to you on the spot? Su Yuan snorted and almost spit out the words, fuck, who told you that? Do you have to be so outrageous? So you can't trust rumors. Zhang Jiuming said, I heard about tomorrow's martial arts competition. There will be a team competition, and all freshmen, sophomores, juniors and seniors will be given a certain number of places to participate according to the ratio. Su Yuan frowned slightly, oh? Chen Hao shook his head. Doesn't that mean we all have to participate? It's very likely. Zhang Jiuming said, and tomorrow there will be people from the Eastern Theater Command coming to watch our martial arts competition. It should be quite interesting. Su Yuan was stunned. The Eastern Theater Command was very busy right now. Could it be that his 2 wives came to attend the ceremony? After a day of classes, Su Yuan went home to find his 2 wives. Suddenly he noticed that Yi Qingming seemed a little different. You made a breakthrough? Yi Qingming nodded proudly, I am not talented, but now I have reached the Grandmaster level. Su Yuan stepped forward and took Yi Qingming's hand, great, now you are not far from the 10th realm. Yi Qingming pulled his hand back abruptly, humph, don't give me that, but I'm at a higher level now, and I also want to find someone to practice with. Su Yuan immediately hid behind his first wife, no, she's so fierce. Yi Qingling smiled faintly, but weren't you just asking, do we have to go to the college martial arts competition tomorrow? Su Yuan suddenly remembered something serious. Yes, I heard that people from the war zone will also come, but I know that the Eastern war zone should not have much time. Yi Qingling nodded, yes, Commander, they are really targeting that Beast King for a strangle mission, and they don't have time to come here, so tomorrow the 2 of us will represent the war zone to participate. Su Yuan nodded. So, if you're the referee tomorrow, you can side with our school. I guess so, but with so many presidents and instructors from various universities here, how could they possibly be covering up for me? Yi Qingling said, we can only do it fairly and impartially. She glanced at Yi Qingming and said, I'm also going to start my breakthrough tonight. You should stay with Su Yuan. Eh? Yi Qingming shook her head. Why? Why should I accompany him? Let Yi Yaoqi accompany him. Yi Yaoqi, who was licking a lollipop in the distance, said, sure, Su Yuan, let's have a duel tonight. Su Yuan turned his head and said, shut up. He knew Yi Qingming might be a little jealous, so he immediately stepped forward and grabbed Yi Qingming's hand, see you tonight. Oh, you move away. The skin on Yi Qingming's face instantly turned red like a red apple. Chapter 77 Chapter 76 The Su family is bankrupt, begging me? It's too late. The other end. After Su Yuan's small factory put a large number of cheap props on the shelves, Su's family began to be unable to bear it. In just a few days, the funding chain broke. The Su family is facing liquidation. At this moment, the once glorious Su family was filled with people coming in and out to collect debts, and when they had no money, they started moving things. Su Mo seemed to have aged 10 years, following behind these people, begging them one by one. My son is Su Yuan, the future martial saint. Please give me some face so that we can meet in the future, right? Several small bosses snorted coldly. It's true that Su Yuan is capable, but you don't even look at your own character. Su Yuan is Su Yuan, and you are you. Everyone knows that your family is no longer related. That's right, Su Yuan is at the Yi family right now. If you think he still recognizes you, why don't you go find him there? Why are you wasting your time here? Don't lose this person and still regret it. You have to pretend that you know nothing.
One of your two sons has gone to the battlefield, and the other is the future martial saint.
Will anyone still recognize you? Sumo's face was grim.
He pointed at these people and said with tears in his eyes, "You, don't go too far. The Su family has made you so much money over the years.
Now we are just facing a small problem. Do you really have to force us to death?" A boss stood up and said with a smile, "Ah? We're going to force you to death? What a joke. You are the one who forced yourself to death. You had a perfect son, but you refused to accept him and chose to find a stray dog that bites people. Now you are like this. The stray dog is gone, and the son is gone too. If you ask who was the clown in this city, hey, it's your family."
Lu Yuru came up at this time, grabbed her husband and said, "Just admit it, we are indeed not as good as Su Yuan in business.
Let's go find Su Yuan for help now. He doesn't want the Su family to disappear, right?
He also has a stake in the Su family." At this time, several bosses discussed it and said lightly,
"How about this? Your house is still worth a little money, we can split it up among us, and you guys move out now." "What?" Suemo immediately jumped up and down. "How can this be possible? This is my Su family's old house."
"You, just wait, I'm going to find Su Yuan right now."
"He will definitely help me, he will. Wife. Let's go. Let's go to the Yi family and ask them for help. Hey, let's go find the Yi family." The two old men immediately took a taxi to Ye's house. The other end.
The Yi family's housekeeper walked into the main hall and reported, "Sir, Suemo and Lu Yuru from the Su family are looking for you outside. They say that the Su family is in great trouble."
Su Yuan ate in silence.
The two wives looked at him, and the father-in-law and mother-in-law looked at each other.
No words either.
The housekeeper felt a little embarrassed for a moment, knowing that he might have gotten himself into trouble.
Su Yuan suddenly said, "Drive them away." The butler felt relieved and stood up immediately. "Wait a moment." Su Yuan suddenly raised his hand and said, "Let them in."
"I'll do it myself." The butler was a little confused, but he had to listen to what his master said.
Yi Qingling glanced at Su Yuan and shook her head helplessly. "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Su Yuan smiled. "Yeah, I did it on purpose. When they become homeless, they will remember today and me, Su Yuan. I want them to live in pain every day." After a while, Suemo and Lu Yuru talked as they walked. "Okay, Su Yuan is letting us in now. Doesn't that mean that Su Yuan still remembers our old relationship? It looks like there's hope today. I always say blood is thicker than water.
There's no way he wouldn't care about his parents." As soon as the two entered the main hall, their eyes almost popped out of each other.
Countless aromas that they had never felt before swept into their nostrils. This fragrance? What is it? This.
"Old man, look, these foods are all processed foods.
They are good things." Gurgle. The two men's stomachs suddenly made rumbling sounds like thunder.
Sumo's expression changed and he saw the duck leg in Su Tongtong's hand. His eyes turned again, and he saw Yi Yaoqi holding the cake, eating with oil dripping from his mouth.
Another turn.
Then I saw Yi Wentian holding the ducks, but as if he was kissing a beauty's mouth. The two people immediately remembered that they had not eaten yet.
Lu Yuru said with a smile, "Son, you guys are having dinner. You see, we came in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts." Su Yuan said calmly, "Oh? You are here."
Suemo swallowed and was ready for Su Yuan to ask him to sit down and eat. As a result, they waited and waited, but they never heard this sentence.
Finally, Suemo couldn't help himself and said, "Su Yuan, it's like this.
You should already know about our family's situation. Now we need your help. Just think of it as a beg from your father."
Lu Yuru also said, "Yes, son, our family needs you. Can you help settle the Su family's account?" Whoosh!
A duck bone was thrown on the ground and landed in front of Suemo. Su Tongtong muttered, "You are not good to daddy.
Tongtong doesn't like you. Tongtong doesn't want you anymore." Suemo suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with Tongtong, this child.
"Oh?" Su Yuan said with a smile, "Suemo, you guys are really willing to bring it up." Sumo's expression suddenly became awkward. "Su Yuan, the Su family is in great trouble, Dad really needs you."
Su Yuan sneered. You knew to come to me when you were in trouble? When you are doing well, why do you feel that all the achievements of the Su family have nothing to do with me? Now that you have nothing, you're thinking of coming to me. Why didn't you think of me when you were enjoying yourself? You're the ones who would rather raise an ungrateful person than have a son like me. Now that you're in trouble, you're using me as a lifeline? Why don't you go to the battlefield to find Su Zhe now? Lu Yuru's eyes rolled and she immediately started crying.
Su Yuan, we know we were wrong, and our parents know we were wrong. If you don't help us now, our Su family will be gone.
Yes, Su Yuan, can you please consider that blood is thicker than water? Su Mo said.
Su Yuan suddenly raised his hand and said, okay, no need to say more. Send you away, Su Mo, we have already severed our relationship.
Besides, it's good that your Su family is gone, so that you won't be unable to face reality. Su Mo never expected Su Yuan to be so heartless. Su Yuan! Su Yuan! Several Yi family guards stepped forward and carried the two old men out.
Thrown out the Yi family. The two were pushed and pulled out.
Guard, get out of here. I heard what my uncle said.
Lu Yuru and Su Mo looked at each other, sighed deeply, and hurried back to the Su family. Finally, I arrived at the Su family's gate and took a look.
The inside has been emptied.
The locks on the main door were changed. Those bosses hired bodyguards to guard the gate.
As soon as Su Mo stepped forward, he was coaxed away by the bodyguard guarding the door. Our boss said that without money, this house belongs to our boss. Get out. From now on, this house has nothing to do with your Su family. Chapter 78, Chapter 77, A glimpse from the most powerful martial saint. Su Mo and Lu Yuru looked at each other and trembled. Could it be that? Are we really broke? It's all over, the Su family is all over.
On the other side, at the Yi family, after dinner, everyone was very conscious and disappeared one by one. Only Yi Qingmeng and Su Yuan were left in the living room, giving the young couple enough space.
Wife, it's getting late. Su Yuan said. Ah.
I remembered that my sister wanted to break through the 8th level tonight.
It might be dangerous. I will go to protect her.
The color of Yi Qingming's facial skin now matches the color of her hair very well.
Su Yuan blocked her way. Where are you going? Do you think you can just run away if you want to? You are so bold.
Yi Qingming raised his palm and slapped Su Yuan. The next moment, Su Yuan grabbed his hand and raised the corner of his mouth. Your hand is weak. The weak and boneless palm trembled slightly. She looked at her toes.
I'm afraid I'll beat you to death and my sister will scold me. Su Yuan pulled her into his arms and said, Oh? Are you just worried that your sister will scold you?
And Tong Tong, she's so pitiful because she doesn't have a father. Yi Qingming looked around and said something else. But she didn't notice that she had already followed Su Yuan towards the room.
A moment later. Boom! Waves of heat emanated from the room. The big bed was already engulfed in flames.
At this moment, Yi Qingming looked like a fire witch, with all her hair turning into flames. His eyes also turned the color of magma.
Su Yuan, do you dare? Su Yuan smiled faintly. You forgot, I am immune to fire. You. At the same time, somewhere in the Chinese war zone.
In a palace specially built for the most powerful martial saint. The woman, who was shrouded in golden light, slowly opened her eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes.
Look up in a certain direction. They are really messing around. A blush appeared on her holy skin, adding a touch of humanity to her divinity.
It is not difficult to guess her identity from her white and gold robe and the golden leaf badge on it.
The strongest martial saint in the Chinese theater. Yi Chun. 2 hours later.
Su Yuan hugged the girl next to him, and the flames gradually subsided.
Yi Qingming muttered dully to himself, I am not clean anymore. Su Yuan glanced at the room, which looked like a ruin, and shook his head. You're wasting too much time on decoration. Yi Qingming raised her hand and tapped Su Yuan. Why? You don't like it? Who do you like better, me or my sister? Su Yuan. Yi Qingming, you hesitated.
On the other side, Yi Qingling, who was practicing in the training room, frowned slightly, and crimson blood vessels continued to appear under her skin.
Is it because we are sisters?
Yi Qingling simply stopped breaking through.
Is this the connection between sisters? But this is too exaggerated. This, again? This little girl is really messing around. Your sister is going to make a breakthrough tonight. She forced herself to endure this inexplicable sensation and entered a state of meditation and practice. That night, every time I was about to break through, my spell would be interrupted. Early the next morning, Su Yuan yawned while drinking milk. Others were also sitting at the table drinking milk and eating sandwiches and hamburgers. Yi Qingming looked refreshed, but Yi Qingling looked embarrassed and had dark circles under her eyes. Sister, we are warriors, especially male warriors. Before the 10th realm, some things will greatly affect the foundation. A mouthful of essence and 3 mouthfuls of blood. He has good aptitude, and the future of Martial Saint is just the beginning. Wei. Oh. Then ask him. He is the one who holds me tightly. Yi Qingming discovered that her man seemed to be able to enhance her fire-attributed skills. That's why she's so energetic. After all, Su Yuan's essence still carries the aura of the Tao beast. This kind of thing is extremely strong and masculine, and is extremely good for women. In addition, Yi Qingming practiced the fire attribute breathing method, which was extremely strong in yang. It's like adding fuel to the fire. When she discovered the benefits, she gradually became immersed in it, so Su Yuan did not sleep well last night. Su Tonton looked at his father curiously. Dad, did you not sleep well last night? The teacher said that children should go to bed early at night and not play too late. Dad hasn't slept with Tongtong these past 2 days. Hasn't he slept well at night? Daddy is such a bad boy. Tongtong doesn't want to be with you anymore. She puffed up her mouth, like a big bun. Jean Lin coughed. As a mother-in-law, she was too embarrassed to say anything at this time. She just felt her face was burning. She had only experienced this kind of thing when she was young. Now that she was older, it happened less often. Tongtong, let's eat. Don't pay attention to Dad. Grandma will take you to kindergarten later. Su Tongtong nodded and looked at his father with disdain, as if his father was not a good student. Su Yuan didn't dare to speak at all because his mother-in-law was in front of him. The 2 wives on the side seemed to be arguing with each other. Yi Qingling frowned slightly. I'm just telling you something nice. If you don't want to listen, then don't listen. It's up to you. Then don't say anything, haha. Yi Qingming stood up and walked out. Yi Yaoqi watched the scene from afar and shook her head. So, warriors above S rank are simply not suitable for marriage and having children, at least before becoming a martial saint. It would be too time-consuming. Su Yuan, let's go to school. Su Yuan nodded to his mother-in-law. Mother-in-law, I'm going to school. Jean Lin nodded. Go ahead, don't take it to heart. These 2 have been like this since they were young. Su Yuan nodded. At the gate of Wuhan University in Binhai City, Su Yuan and Yi Yaoqi got out of the car. Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao stepped forward and said, Brother, we're on time. Come on, we've already gathered. We can't continue if you don't. Chen Hao continued, it seems like a secret realm rift is about to open, and we need to complete the team battle inside. Su Yuan frowned. Secret crack? Zhang Jiuming nodded. Most cracks are uncontrollable and filled with monsters. But these secret cracks are different. Not only can they be controlled, but they also contain a wealth of resources. They are highly sought after. Su Yuan nodded. It seemed that this was also mentioned in high school knowledge. Okay, let's go over there. On the huge platform in the school square, in addition to the leaders of the 4 major universities, there were also 2 beautiful women wearing major general uniforms. Although the 4 major universities are very familiar with Su Yuan, not everyone knows the current relationship between Binghua Wuji and Su Yuan. Chapter 79 Chapter 78 Don't drink too much. At this moment, the students were talking about it. Did you see those major generals in uniform up there? 2 of them? Their hair is this color. They must be Major Generals Yi Qingling and Yi Qingming from the Eastern Theater Command. Oh, they are the ice and fire warriors, huh? Seeing them in person is worse than hearing about them. If they sell the original flavor, please let me know. Hey, you're looking for death, I'm already married. What? It hurts. My heart is broken. I wonder what bastard married these 2. It's Su Yuan. Don't you guys from the school know? Su Yuan married 2 people. I suck. It happened that Su Yuan was walking towards here with his men, and these men all looked at him with hostility. Yi Yaoqi said while holding a lollipop in her mouth, are Su Yuan and his people so hostile? Su Yuan said seriously. That's what the so-called strong are like. No matter where I go, I'm always targeted like this. Zhang Jiuming looked up and noticed the two stunning figures sitting there. Ah, I see. Su Yuan, your wife is here. How can she not hate you? Su Yuan was stunned. Ah. How can people be so superficial? Chen Hao shook his head. Young people, they don't like what girls like. Seeing Su Yuan's lazy look, Luo Yushan snorted coldly. From a distance, I can tell that this kid's kidney energy is empty and his steps are unsteady. Doesn't he know that something big is going to happen today? Although this was just a murmur. But the Yi sisters, who were high-level warriors, suddenly blushed. Luo Yushan glanced at the two women. Humph, such a strong yang energy on your body. It seems that only a young person like Su Yuan can. Two major generals of the Yi family, please remember that Su Yuan is the hope of our entire school. The skills he practices can make his blood and qi vigorous and his yang energy sufficient, but you must be careful not to drink too much. All the school leaders and instructors on the stage looked at the two women. Yi Qingling was at a loss. You misunderstood, we didn't. Everyone couldn't help laughing. What's there to explain? It's normal for young couples to have a good relationship. Besides, Principal Luo is a healing warrior, he won't be wrong. It's not easy for this guy either. At this time, the black-robed instructor's eyes were unnatural. She clenched her hands. Young man, you should focus on practicing. You can't do it for 2 consecutive days. Pay attention anyway. Yi Qingling looked at the man in black robe in confusion. How did this instructor know that we had been doing this for 2 consecutive days? Oh, I'm so embarrassed. The tutors in school are really good. Oh, sister, you really have to be careful next time. Yi Qingming was also very shy, but she still said stubbornly, these people are really too much, they only know how to pry into my privacy. Luo Yushan also looked a little embarrassed. He stood up and said, everyone, please be quiet. Today is the day for our 4 major colleges to have a martial arts competition. The location of this martial arts competition is a crack in the secret realm. There are 4 city-states within this rift, located in the east, south, west and north. Strange beasts are surrounding the city-states. You will use this as your base, participate in battles according to the rules, and earn points. First of all, according to the rules, 4 legion commanders must be selected. Jiangcheng Wuda, Bluebird. 7-star sect, Ding Shui. Fenjianmen, Liao Feng. As for Binhai Wuda, Su Yuan. The students at the scene began to discuss, but they were all convinced. The Legion commander can select 3 generals from among the contestants of his own school to serve as deputy generals. Then we will select 50 outstanding students from each of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grades to form a 200-person team to serve as soldiers. Let the team battle begin. The scene suddenly became very lively. As the commander of the Legion, Su Yuan naturally has the right to choose the generals he needs. He glanced at Yi Yaoqi, Xiaoyu, and Yang Feng. You 3 are my generals. Help me select the top 50 students from each grade. Yang Feng nodded, I'm familiar with them. I'll go and select a group of stronger ones. The students were talking and vying with each other. In the end, among this group of students, Qin Huairu, Zhang Jiuming, and Chen Hao from the 1st grade were all selected. As for the other 3 universities, they also finished selecting their personnel in a noisy manner. Luo Yushan nodded. Then we will open the secret rift. Old Mo, please give me a hand. Mo Feng stood up. Then the 2 of them took out a compass-like prop, and 2 streams of true energy poured into it. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the air amidst the colorful light. Luo Yushan smiled faintly, don't panic, everyone. You need to be careful when fighting in the rift. If you are on the verge of death, you will be teleported and eliminated. I hope you can show your full strength in this martial arts competition. The next moment. In the stream of light. These students were teleported in one after another. After these people entered, Yi Qingling wondered, how do we see how these students perform after they enter the rift? Luo Yushan smiled faintly, my compass is an orange teleportation item. I can locate these students. At the very least, I can ensure a real-time broadcast of the performance of the 4 Legion commanders. You don't have to worry about your husbands. The Yi sisters blushed immediately. And at this moment, inside the secret crack, East City, more than 200 students came here.
Suddenly, the dry climate and the storm that was like a wind that could cut a person's cheek caused chaos in the team. Su Yuan exchanged a glance with the three generals beside him. Each of you take a team to check this small town, and then deploy defenses immediately.
Su Yuan quickly gave the order.
The three generals nodded immediately. Yi Yaoqi also put away his usual domineering attitude and seriously led a team of people to set up defenses. Su Yuan saw a tall building in this small town.
He walked in immediately. This small building was like a command center.
He saw maps and other items here, which seemed to have been arranged by the school in advance.
Yang Feng also followed in.
Su Yuan said, "Look at this map, it proves that the crack is not very big.
Our small town is at the four corners."
Yang Feng nodded.
"I don't know what the first mission is."
"This map also marks the location of the strange beast."
Su Yuan nodded.
At this moment, Luo Yushan's voice resounded throughout the land.
"Everyone, I'm going to start issuing your first mission in this rift. Clear the monsters from this crack.
Your points will be determined by the number of monsters killed by your legion.
So let the hunt begin."
After Su Yuan listened quietly, he took out the Black Ghost King knife and pointed at the map, saying, "It's very interesting that you noticed the locations of these strange beast spots. Although the school is only hunting exotic beasts, according to the information on this map, we are likely to encounter a battle."
Chapter 80 Chapter 79 Join forces and fight as a team. Su Yuan nodded and said, "This is the purpose of the school. Killing monsters to gain points is just a motivation for us to have an encounter. You select 50 men, Yi Yaoqi selects 50 men, and I will take 50 men as well. We will go hunting in 3 groups. If a battle occurs, retreat immediately if you cannot win." Yang Feng nodded, "Okay, I understand."
At this moment, in the other 3 cities, various forces were also recruiting people to prepare for the expedition.
Liao Feng was in West City.
He directly called everyone, and more than 200 people gathered together. One of her generals stepped forward and said, "Chief, although we are all strong when we gather together, the efficiency of obtaining points is..."
"Idiot."
Liao Feng said calmly, "Who told you I was going to take those crappy points?" He recalled how he had humiliated himself at the hands of Su Yuan yesterday.
"Let's find other forces and join forces to eliminate that Su Yuan. I want to make this so-called SSS level warrior kneel before me."
On the other side, a team led by Su Yuan left the city gate and headed towards the gathering place of a group of second-level alien beasts, and began a crazy massacre. At this moment, outside the venue, the leaders who were sitting high up and watching the performance of this group of students were still chatting.
Luo Yushan sighed, "Oh, Su Yuan is going to be targeted. This bunch of unreliable people, 3 schools united? What a joke." Mo Feng laughed heartily.
"Oh, this student's popularity is also a reflection of his strength."
"I'm right, right?" Luo Yushan shook his head. "That's not necessarily true.
In my opinion, this is completely malicious targeting.
You are targeting my students because they are too strong."
The leaders of the 3 universities looked at each other with disdain. At this time, Yi Qingling spoke on behalf of the military. "Indeed, Su Yuan's strength is obvious to all.
Even if the 3 schools target him together, it does not mean that they can defeat Su Yuan."
As soon as these words were spoken, the leaders of the 3 universities all looked embarrassed.
But after all, the Yi family is a family of martial saints. Even if I feel uncomfortable, I can only smile along.
And at this moment, in the secret realm,
the encounter has begun.
After the 3 universities colluded with each other, they all headed towards Dongchang. The 50 people led by Yang Feng met the 100 people led by Ding Shui. Without saying a word, Ding Shui ordered her men to attack Yang Feng.
Yang Feng's expression changed. "Is it Ding Shui? Why does she look like she wants to kill me right from the start?" Boom!
The 2 groups of students collided with each other, and suddenly everyone was thrown to the ground, and students were eliminated one after another.
Yang Feng looked gloomy.
He led his men to resist Ding Shui's attack. These students generally do not kill.
As long as they are injured and fall to the ground, they will be teleported out and eliminated. So these students fought fiercely.
But it was obvious that Yang Feng was at a disadvantage.
After all, we are at an absolute disadvantage in numbers. Ding Shui's weapon is a staff.
In close combat, swing it like a stick, and in ranged combat, continuously release ranged combat skills to restrain the opponent. At this moment, the audience at the school shook their heads.
This won't work. Everyone in our school will be eliminated. Yeah, how could Su Yuan command the team and get beaten like this? There's nothing we can do. After all, we only have 200 people, and haven't they formed an alliance?
At this moment, Yang Feng was in a tough battle. Ding Xue's strength was even higher than his, so Yang Feng could only defend himself.
Yang Feng, you are destined to lose. It's not too late to surrender now. Yang Feng laughed. Su Yuan, if you don't come soon, I'm going to die.
At this moment, smoke and dust billowed in the distance.
3 groups of people appeared.
Xiao Yu, Yi Yaoqi, and Su Yuan each led a group of people and rushed into the battle circle. These students were like a group fight, rushing in and attacking one person at a time. Su Yuan held the Ghost King's sword and slid towards Ding Xue.
A sword from heaven and earth.
Ding Xue only saw a flash of knife light falling towards her. The next moment, she was teleported to the school playground. Also appearing were all the students from his school.
Ding Xue couldn't believe it. I was eliminated?
The leader of the Legion was eliminated, which means everyone was defeated.
Damn it! The 7-star sex mentor stood up, his expression extremely grim. Didn't that brat want to split up his forces to go hunting? How could this happen? Luo Yushan burst into laughter.
Oh, this is Su Yuan's fault.
You said you were fine, why are you like this? How can you use so many tricks?
At this moment, Mo Feng suddenly said, wait a minute, it's not over yet.
Look, your precious students still can't escape the fate of defeat. Su Yuan was also stunned at this moment. After I lured you into a trap, you came to take advantage of me?
At this moment, Qingyao brought 200 people, and Liao Feng also brought 200 people. One of them was on the east side and the other on the west side, trapping Su Yuan in the middle.
Su Yuan, it's not too late for you to kneel down and surrender now. Liao Feng laughed loudly. We have 400 of you and you have 200. We have the advantage. Besides Su Yuan, Zhang Zhoming said, Su Yuan, why don't we just give up? We can't defeat them. There are 400 of them. That's too many. Chen Hao nodded. That's right.
A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him.
This is obviously a big loss. Yi Yaoqi walked up to Su Yuan and said, Commander, what do you say? Fight to the death or surrender?
Su Yuan smiled faintly.
When facing a formidable enemy, if the enemy forces are not united, we can sow discord among them. This tactic is called forming alliances and making alliances. Everyone should learn from it. Senior Bluebird. How could someone as beautiful as you, with a tall and sexy figure, engage in such an unfair battle with a loser like Liao Feng? Do you think this truly reflects your strength?
If you win, Liao Feng will say that your victory was all thanks to him.
The Bluebird wearing the silver mask raised the corner of his mouth. Oh? We're already on the battlefield. You can't interfere with me by saying that. You're very strong. Let's go together and make sure you're eliminated. Su Yuan laughed heartily.
Senior Qingyao, although I am strong, you are also a top-tier expert.
Do you really want to team up with this person to bully me? Bully?
Even Bluebird was amused by Su Yuan.
You're really good. You've convinced me. I can hold off.
I'll continue after you and Liao Feng are done. After saying this, Liao Feng's face changed. How can this be, Qingyao? How can you say that?
We agreed to work together. Be careful with this guy, defeat him one by one.
Bluebird was unmoved by what he said, but glanced at Liao Feng calmly and said, I have confidence in myself.
Seeing his teammate's attitude, Liao Feng also wanted to retreat and immediately said, Su Yuan, in this case, why don't we hunt exotic beasts to decide the outcome? What do you think? Su Yuan waved to Liao Feng, all troops, attack. Kill Liao Feng.
In an instant, more than 100 people from Su Yuan's side rushed towards Liao Feng's group.
Liao Feng's face was gloomy. Then send them off. Kill him.
In an instant, the two groups of people collided with each other.
Bluebird watched the scene calmly. The general beside him said, Commander, should we take action? When the enemy is fighting fiercely, we can launch a surprise attack. Bluebird smiled, it's okay, we'll wait until they're done, then we'll close the net.
The first place in the team competition this year belongs to our school.
Chapter 81 Chapter 80 Eat Her.
The students led by Su Yuan and the people led by Liao Feng collided violently.
As students were eliminated one by one, Su Yuan finally met Liao Feng again.
The pitch-black longsword fell towards Liao Feng madly, like countless black whips. Liao Feng's body seemed to be surrounded by silver electric light, and his small flying sword could always block Su Yuan's attack at the critical moment.
Su Yuan. Liao Feng. Bang bang bang.
Su Yuan raised his hand and grabbed Liao Feng, dark entanglement. Puff, countless liquid-like tentacles grabbed Liao Feng frantically. The flying swords around Liao Feng were frantically cutting off these tentacles.
But there was still a tentacle firmly holding Liao Feng's ankle. Press Liao Feng firmly to the ground. Su Yuan seized the opportunity, heaven and earth sword. You. Liao Feng's face turned extremely ugly, break it for me.
He pointed at Su Yuan, and the flying sword was instantly launched. But in the end, Su Yuan's knife was faster.
Liao Feng's figure disappeared from the spot, along with his flying sword.
Liao Feng, who appeared outside the field, gasped, "How is this possible?"
This is impossible. The other end.
Su Yuan looked back and found that his team had lost a lot of men.
There are less than 100 people left. The next moment,
he turned around and found Qingniao leading her students rushing towards Su Yuan, swinging a giant war hammer more than 1 meter long in her hand.
There is lightning surrounding it. However, the blue bird holding the giant war hammer was astonishingly fast.
Su Yuan's face was solemn, be careful of the impact. A blood-red light appeared around him, and a layer of translucent armor appeared around him. He swung the black long sword in his hand, and it collided heavily with the blue bird's giant hammer.
In just a moment, Su Yuan slid backwards and a deep gully appeared on the ground. He looked solemn. Fifth realm? Bluebird swung his warhammer and asked, "Do you want to go out by yourself, or should I take you out?"
At this moment, the senior executives watching outside the field said one after another,
"How is this possible? This kid is a senior and he's already broken through the 5th level? An S rank 5th realm. The breathing method should be storm breathing."
Yi Qingling frowned and glanced at Yi Qingmeng. "This is troublesome.
Su Yuan is 2 major realms behind.
And she is not some small fish.
She is the chief of Zhengchang Martial Arts University. Her combat experience and skills are top-notch." Yi Qingmeng nodded.
"That's troublesome." At this moment, Su Yuan was on the battlefield, slashing out with his sword like lava, and the sword energy flew out like liquid lava. Bluebird simply swung his war hammer, and a gust of wind instantly appeared out of nowhere, carrying a blade aura. In the terrifying airflow, the sword energy was extinguished like a candle in the wind. "Su Yuan, you are no match for me.
Take the rest of your people and surrender."
Behind Su Yuan, Yi Yaoqi, Yang Feng, Xiaoyu, Zhang Zhoming and Chen Hao were fighting with the enemy's generals.
There is simply no time to help.
Moreover, the other side had an absolute advantage in numbers, which resulted in even more serious casualties among Su Yuan's men.
If this goes on, he will be dragged to death. Bluebird smiled faintly. "It's over."
She swung a hammer, and endless gusts of wind slashed towards Su Yuan.
Su Yuan brandished his long sword, cutting off the strong winds one by one,
watching comrades fall one after another beside him. Su Yuan's breathing gradually became heavy, his eyes turned red, and bursts of low growls were squeezed out of his throat.
Bluebird frowned slightly. What kind of breathing technique is that? It's so evil. At this moment, Su Yuan was surrounded by demonic energy and his eyes were bloodshot. This was the result of overloading his breathing method. "You, try."
Bluebird swung his war hammer and said, "I'm not afraid of you." Su Yuan remembered that he still had a gift pack that he hadn't opened.
"System, open it." Ding.
The counterattack gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving the cultivation gift pack Medium X1.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for winning 999 of various fried skewers pre-made.
Improvement in cultivation?
At this moment, Qingniao was already fighting with Su Yuan. Qingniao lifted the giant hammer with ease, and every time it fell, Su Yuan sank into the ground a little.
System, use the cultivation gift pack. Su Yuan gritted his teeth.
Qingniao was already shocked at this moment.
There was a gap of 2 major realms between them, but he was only slightly better than Su Yuan? This. Bluebird couldn't believe it. But people outside didn't see it that way. Su Yuan was beaten back continuously and was obviously not doing well.
At this moment, Bluebird's eyes changed.
At this moment, Su Yuan's aura continued to rise.
He went directly from the second level of the third realm to the fourth level of the third realm. Then came the fifth floor, the sixth floor, the seventh floor. Just as he was stunned, Su Yuan started his counterattack. Storm breathing can fill the bluebird's body with storms. With the support of these storms, every move of bluebird can be blessed by the storms, providing stronger power. At this moment, every time Su Yuan swung his long sword, Qingniao would retreat 2 steps. His strength has been greatly improved. And his combat instincts and experience are terrifying. After all, Su Yuan had signed in for the Martial Saints combat experience. Now that his realm had been strengthened, the balance of victory naturally began to tilt. At this moment, Su Yuan's long sword slashed across Qingniao's thunder hammer. The eerie ghostly aura headed towards the blue bird. Under the scene energy, Qingniao felt that his consciousness slowed down. Puff! Su Yuan seized the opportunity and stabbed Qingniao's shoulder with his sword. In an instant, Bluebird felt as if his blood was about to flow out of the wound. What's going on? Even though Su Yuan has reached the 7th level of the 3rd realm. But in the previous battle, his true strength had been almost exhausted. At this moment, I suddenly felt relaxed all over. I ate it, yes. I ate it. Why can't people eat it? Su Yuan shook his head. Crazy, what a crazy idea. Qingniao was horrified to find that his true energy was actually being swallowed up by Su Yuan along the tip of the knife, and Su Yuan actually looked comfortable. What kind of breathing method is this? This scene was fully presented in front of all the college instructors present. Mo Feng, the president of Jiangcheng University, snorted coldly, "Luo Yushan, are you crazy? Such a promising student, and you actually let him learn this breathing method? This is a forbidden breathing technique. Although it's extremely powerful, its side effects are also very obvious. The more advanced this breathing technique becomes, the more likely the person will lose control. And if they're devoured by a top-level alien beast, do you know what kind of losses our human race will suffer?" The other instructors also nodded. "Yes, Luo Yushan, you are taking too much risk. Yeah, you're such a good kid, are you going to cultivate him like this? I think it would be better to send him to our school, Chapter 82 Chapter 81 He almost sucked us dry. Su Yuan, who was at the 3rd level, was suppressing Qingniao, who was at the 5th level. This could only mean that Su Yuan's talent was truly incredible. How could the leaders of these universities not be jealous? At this time, Yi Qingling frowned and said, "Don't worry, our Yi family will take good care of him. Our 2 great martial saints will protect him as he grows. Do you have any other questions?" Question. I have another question. You brought out both martial saints. These people immediately smiled apologetically. Didn't you guys see that Su Yuan broke the mirror in the battle? Yes, breaking through 5 realms in a row in battle, is this something that ordinary people can do? It's obvious, isn't it? After all, he is the son-in-law of the Yi family. He is excellent. Just when everyone was flattering him, an accident occurred on the battlefield. At this moment, Su Yuan slapped the blue bird away with one palm. The blue bird spat out a mouthful of blood, but the blood did not fall to the ground, but flew towards Su Yuan. It fell on Su Yuan's blood-red armor. Hiss! A particularly comfortable feeling spread throughout the body. Su Yuan raised his hand and shot at the fallen blue bird. Suddenly, Su Yuan grabbed the woman's neck. Countless true energy mixed with blood rushed towards Su Yuan. Other students from Jiangcheng Wuhan University rushed forward to rescue him. What are you doing? Let her go. You devil-like guy, what did you do to my senior sister? Behind Su Yuan, young Feng stepped forward and said, Su Yuan, what are you doing? Let go, she's going to be sucked dry by you. Yi Yaoqi also stepped forward and put her hand on Su Yuan's shoulder. It's almost done, what are you doing? The next moment, she found that she couldn't let go. Hey, you dare to suck me? Hey, stop it. Help! Young Feng also became anxious, and stepped forward to pull Yi Yaoqi, and he was immediately sucked up. Xiaoyu went forward to pull Young Feng, but was immediately controlled. When the students on the opposite side saw that their chief was being bullied by Su Yuan, they immediately stepped forward to grab the person. As a result, all of them turned into dominoes and were controlled on the spot. Hundreds of students on the battlefield stood there, expressions of pain on their faces. What is this? Help! I feel like my cultivation and my body are being drained away.
What the hell is this? Help, mentors, teleport us out. Off the field at this moment. Luo Yushan became anxious. He hurriedly turned the compass. Something's wrong, why can't I teleport out? Shit. It's over. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng stood up. What happened? Luo Yushan frowned and said, oh no. It seems that Su Yuan has lost control, and my compass can't release them. Leaders from other universities began to point fingers. This is too exaggerated. Principal Luo, why don't you think of a solution quickly? Our students are still inside. If anything happens, we will never forgive you. Mo Feng was as anxious as an ant. The blue bird is about to be sucked dry. Luo Yushan. I'm not done with you. At this time, the Yi sisters looked at each other. Principal Luo, if that's the case, why don't you send us sisters in? Yes, Principal Luo. Luo Yushan nodded, that's the only way. I'll send you two in to stop Su Yuan. He clapped his hands, and 2 rays of light fell on the Yi sisters. And at this moment, Qingniu was already pale facing Su Yuan. Just now, her true energy was exhausted and what was being sucked away was her blood and energy. Su Yuan. On her mask, the metal was broken at 2 corners. Reveal some faces. Let go of me. Su Yuan's originally red eyes regained a bit of clarity at this moment. Wife. The next moment he shook his head, no, it's the bluebird. What am I doing? He felt the energy in his meridians about to explode. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to explode. At this moment, 2 figures fell from the sky, one on the left and one on the right, and slapped Su Yuan with one palm. The Yi sisters had high cultivation levels and were wary of Su Yuan. They slapped down with one palm, and the huge impact force broke their balance. Hundreds of people at the scene suddenly fell down one after another like dominoes. Su Yuan's power was drawn. Explode instantly. The alien true power burst out instantly. Even the Yi sisters spat out blood and flew out under this force. At this moment, Su Yuan was the only one still standing on the battlefield. Suddenly, rays of light flashed by. Su Yuan and everyone else were teleported out. Luo Yushan immediately raised his hand and cast a large amount of healing light. Hundreds of students were lying on the ground groaning. Mo Feng stepped forward and helped up Qingniao from his school, raising his hand to place his hand on her wrist. Oh, luckily it's just exhaustion. I'll go find Su Yuan and settle the score. Qingniao grabbed Mo Feng and said, forget it, he almost saw through me. Mo Feng's eyes moved. Okay, forget it then. He turned to Luo Yushan and said, Luo Yushan, this is a good student from your school. He devoured hundreds of people by himself. After draining out his true energy, he was left with his blood. After draining out his blood, he was left with his flesh and blood. He really wanted to eat everyone. Luo Yushan shook his head, oh. Then let me ask you if you are strong? You old lunatic, how can you be so strong? Mo Feng was almost mad at the top student that his family had spent so much effort to train. Almost got sucked dry? But there was nothing he could do. At this moment, the Yi sisters supported Su Yuan and walked to Luo Yushan. Principal, please help check on Su Yuan's condition. Is everything alright? The principal waved his hand and said, he just ate too much and damaged his meridians. This kid, sigh. Forget it, I'll treat him. Yi Qingmeng glanced at her sister and asked, Sister, is Su Yuan's technique really free of hidden dangers? Yi Qingling shook her head. I'll ask Dad to ask the ancestor if he has any solution. Su Yuan is our husband anyway, and we should protect him. Yi Qingmeng nodded. At this time, there was some discussion on the stage. Finally, a conclusion was reached. Luo Yushan said in a deep voice, in view of your comprehensive performance on the battlefield just now. The current points ranking is, Binhai Martial Arts University 1st, Jiangcheng Martial Arts University 2nd, Fengyun Sect 3rd, and Qixing Sect 4th. I trust you all agree? The students in the audience shook their heads. Although the guy named Su Yuan just now was very evil, he is really strong. Even the 5th level bluebird is no match for him. Yeah, why should we object? The mentors and leaders above have no objections. Yeah, after all, this guy called Su Yuan is really amazing. Wait, an untimely voice sounded. Chapter 83 Chapter 82 Double the Happiness? Liao Feng raised his hand and said, I have an opinion. Luo Yushan frowned slightly. The elders have no objections, so what do you, a junior, have to say? Mo Feng also frowned slightly. That's right, Liao Feng. I know you're not convinced, but you should be thinking about winning in the next competition instead of picking fights here. Liao Feng pointed at Su Yuan and said, this guy used such an evil breathing method. Shouldn't he be banned? Su Yuan glanced at Liao Feng. I'm evil? I'm banned? Why don't you just tell me that I beat you up and you're feeling uncomfortable now? Liao Feng pointed at Su Yuan and shouted angrily, what are you talking about? If my teammates hadn't backed down at the last minute, causing my momentum to drop, would I have lost to you? That's ridiculous. Su Yuan smiled faintly, since you are so strong, you should teach me a lesson in tomorrow's individual competition, right? Okay. I will fight you to the death tomorrow. Liao Feng snorted coldly. At this moment, the blue bird had been carried to the back because of its injury. The old friends beside Su Yuan also looked intimidating. Yi Yaoqi held a lollipop in her mouth, her lips full of disdain. You are so useless. You broke down with just a little setback. Su Yuan nodded. Go back at night and have a good rest so that we can prepare for tomorrow's battle. Yes. At night. Su Yuan pulled his two wives and said, why not? If, wouldn't that mean we're neglecting one of you? If, the happiness is doubled, isn't it? Yi Qingling couldn't accept anything she said. I didn't make a breakthrough last night, and Qingmeng, you should also consolidate your cultivation tonight. We can't be accused of draining someone's energy tomorrow. If the school doesn't rank well, the principal will definitely mock us. Su Yuan came to his senses. So it's that old bastard, the principal, who's affecting my happiness? Yi Qingling said, Su Yuan, take the children to bed early tonight, we will go to practice. Yi Qingmeng had tasted the sweetness and wanted it very much. But when she thought about what happened today, her face turned slightly red. The old principal was really too much. Su Yuan had no choice but to shake his head and leave. I took my daughter back to my room to sleep. I waited for a while at night, but the system still did not initiate the counterattack task. It seems that the system has also been emoted by me. So let's leave it at that for now. Holding his daughter in his arms, he soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day. School square. Students from 4 major universities gathered together. Luo Yushan and other senior executives were also present. Luo Yushan, our school has been passed down for hundreds of years and has a profound heritage. Today our school will open the Martial God Tower for everyone to climb. When the students heard this, they started talking about it. Legend has it that the Martial God Tower is a ray of the martial gods will left behind. The higher you climb the Martial God Tower, the more of the martial god's legacy you will gain. I heard that some seniors climbed to the first 100 floors of the Martial God Tower and their realm was directly raised by 5 levels. But a person only has one chance to reach the 5th realm in their lifetime, and once you enter, there's no regrets. That's why many students only start climbing in their senior year. At this moment, all the participating students became excited. Especially 4th grade students. At this time, Luo Yushan announced the rules. All students below the senior year can choose whether to climb or not. Seniors, I suggest you all go climbing. As for the students from Tindo Academy, all of you should participate and compete for rankings. Following the issuance of this order, the students from the Tindo Academy of the 4 colleges looked at each other in confusion. Then his eyes became firm. Yi Yaoqi stood beside Su Yuan and said, let's compete. If I win, the penalty for last failure will be fined. Su Yuan said. What if I win? You won? If you win, I'll let you do whatever you want to me. Yi Yaoqi said. Su Yuan smiled faintly, okay. Let's go, what are you waiting for? At Jiangcheng Wuda University, the blue bird has returned to its original appearance. After all, they also brought a lot of healing warriors with them this time. She looked at Su Yuan from time to time. Yesterday's battle shocked her greatly. Su Yuan's cross-border battle was really horrifying. It's hard to imagine how strong he will become in the later stages. At this moment, everyone has arrived under the Tower of Martial God. Luo Yushan said in a deep voice, the Martial God Tower has a total of 1,000 floors, and inside is the subspace world. Once you enter, you must bravely move forward and not bring shame to the school or to senior Martial God. At this moment,
People from other universities have already rushed in impatiently.
Luo Yushan shook his head. I haven't told you what you'll encounter inside.
Anything is possible inside the Martial God Tower. If you're seriously injured and on the verge of death, you'll be teleported out by the Martial God's will.
Just give it a try. Su Yuan glanced at his classmates and said, what are we waiting for? Let's go in too. At this time, Xin Huairu also came up and said, Su Yuan, can I follow you? I'm a little scared. Su Yuan glanced at her indifferently.
If you're scared, you can just stay outside and not go in.
Xin Huairu pouted in grievance, Su Yuan, do you hate me so much? Su Yuan, there is no relationship between us anymore.
After saying that, Su Yuan passed the woman and walked into the Martial God Tower. After entering the first floor, Su Yuan found that there was no one else around. It seems this Martial God Tower is quite something.
Hundreds of people entered the tower, but couldn't see each other. Could it be some kind of spatial ability?
At this moment, the mist in front of him transformed into a first-level strange beast.
Su Yuan smiled faintly, so that's how it is. Buzz. Cut.
At this moment in the outside world, Luo Yushan said with a smile, don't worry, everyone.
Some of these kids have made it through. Starting from the 500th floor, it is a major watershed. Try our school's famous energy bar. I had it custom made for me. It has sugar in it. You can't get it anywhere else. Generals, don't you want to try it?
Yi Qingling shook her head, no need, we're not hungry. After a night of practice, her cultivation had reached the 8th level of Grandmaster.
As for food, she ate Su Yuan's food every day. She really can't eat energy bars now. Chapter 84 Chapter 83 Companion Ghost.
At this moment, some people began to exclaim. Zhangcheng Wuda's Bluebird is leading the way in taking first place.
It seems that the first place in this human competition is likely to be Bluebird. Yeah, Liao Feng is pretty good too, and there's also that guy called Yi Yaoqi. As for Su Yuan, why is he still lagging behind? Yeah, did something happen in there? I don't know.
At this moment, Su Yuan was strolling leisurely in the Martial God Tower, not in a hurry. The Martial God Tower clearly has a time limit of 3 hours, yet those guys charged in desperately from the start.
Aren't they worried about running out of steam later? Su Yuan was not in a hurry.
He was sure to reach the top in 3 hours.
Over time, people outside noticed that students were being teleported out from each of them. The blessings these students who were teleported out did not receive were not many. The most you can do is to improve a small realm.
Yi Qingling frowned slightly at this moment. Yi Yaoqi and Xingniao are both on par with each other, and they have already reached more than 600 floors.
How come Su Yuan only has more than 300 floors? Yi Qingming shook his head. Don't worry, these people will slow down when they get to the back. After all, their strength is there.
Yi Qingling nodded, we stopped at the 800th floor back then. I wonder if Su Yuan can break through the 900th floor. As time went by, Xingniao and Yi Yaoqi broke through the 800th level one after another, and their speed suddenly slowed down a lot. At this moment, inside the Martial God Tower, Yi Yaoqi used all her strength to kill the 4th level beast in front of her. She gasped heavily, when I was in my prime, these things could be dealt with in no more than 3 moves. But now, my condition is getting worse and worse, and there is no time to recover. On the other hand, the chiefs of the 2 major universities, Xixing Sect and Fengyun Sect, stopped directly at the 800th floor. When Liao Feng came out, he found that he was the first one out, followed by Ding Shui. He was so angry that he knelt on the ground and slapped the floor hard.
Su Yuan, why haven't you come out yet?
At this time, Ding Shui said, don't be impatient.
Take a look at Su Yuan's ranking first. Liao Feng turned his head and saw, hey, only 500 floors? No wonder this guy hasn't come out yet. I don't think he's that strong. Is that all he has? He drags himself behind, giving off a powerful vibe, but in reality, he's nothing. That's what I'm talking about with people like him.
Ding Shui shook her head and said, that's not the case. Su Yuan is very strong, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to lead the team to first place yesterday.
Liao Feng's face turned unhappy when he heard this. Just wait and see. The team can win, it's not just his credit.
At this moment, Yi Yaoqi and Xingniao were already engaged in a bitter battle.
The 2 of them will basically stop before the 900th floor. Thanks to its high realm, Bluebird reached the 880th level. Yi Yaoqi is on the 870th floor.
The other masters are not as good as before, but there are also many who have broken through the 800th level, such as Yang Feng.
These people were teleported out one after another. The moment it came out,
rays of light fell, and golden lotus flowers bloomed above these people's heads.
Some are more, some are less.
Luo Yushan said excitedly, "Oh, this is the Martial Saint Golden Lotus.
The more flowers bloom, the greater the blessings you will receive."
At this moment, Yi Yaoqi's aura began to rise, and he actually broke through the fourth realm directly. Her eyes were full of joy.
Great! I'm in the fourth realm. Su Yuan will be defeated by me sooner or later. I feel full of power now.
The realms of the others have also improved to some extent. At this time, these people noticed that Su Yuan had just reached the 800th floor.
Yi Yaoqi asked in confusion, "Why is Su Yuan so slow?"
"We finished long ago, and he's only reached the 800th floor.
Xiaoyu stopped at the 700th floor.
After all, her cultivation was relatively low and her talent was only S level. Although Su Yuan's progress is slow, compared to the previous levels, there is not much difference. This proves that he still has strength to spare and is saving his strength.
Could it be that he wants to break through the 900th level? 900 floors? You guys at Binhai Wuda are really bold."
Liao Feng smiled faintly. "I think he's just not strong enough and walks slowly."
"Do you really have to say he did it on purpose?" Yi Yaoqi said from the side, "What are you barking about here, defeated general? Are you afraid that others won't know you're just barking like a dog? What did you say? Be careful or I'll beat you up." Liao Feng was already very angry.
Being hugged by the student next to him, "Chief, forget it."
Yi Yaoqi said calmly, "What talent does Su Yuan have? What talent do you have? How dare you bark at me like a dog?" Liao Feng nodded repeatedly. "Okay, let's wait and see."
At this moment, a student pointed at the ranking on the tower and shouted, "That's the 900th floor."
What? Everyone looked up. A number of senior executives also stood up.
Luo Yushan nodded repeatedly. "Okay, this Su Yuan is the head of our school after all. He has already broken through the 900th level, breaking the record of our school for nearly 100 years.
Mo Feng snorted coldly. "Ha, you're so proud. This Su Yuan will be our Eastern Theater Command's member from now on. Everyone will consider him half a teacher. I'm happy too." "Eh? Are you kidding me?" Luo Yushan pointed at Mo Feng. "You can even touch it?" Mo Feng waved his hand. "Ah, you old man, you're taking advantage of me? You're so happy that I have this student here. What's wrong with us being a little bit involved?"
Luo Yushan smiled and shook his head. Okay, if you want to think so, I can't help it."
"That's it, then."
At this moment, Su Yuan is already trying to reach the 950th floor.
The students pointed and talked. "Isn't this Su Yuan going to attack the 1000th floor? No one has ever been to this 1000th floor. Oh my god, no way, how is this possible?"
At this moment, Su Yuan swung his long sword and continued to kill towards the higher level.
"Every time I kill one, I can get a small amount of recovery. This set is really useful, thanks to the system." Suddenly, the suit he was wearing began to emit a faint blue light. Su Yuan was stunned. The suit has been upgraded?
Blood God's True Fury Blue set, while retaining the effects of the Blood Demon set, this set also comes with the Blood Fury effect. The host can activate it on their own. Once activated, the set absorbs the host's blood, increasing all of the host's attributes by 200%.
Are you kidding? This ability is too weird, but I like it so much. It can actually suck blood and burst out?
At this moment, Su Yuan's black sword also emitted a red light.
Ghost/Red Excellence, a Red Excellence weapon.
This weapon's sharpness has been greatly enhanced. Besides retaining the effects of the previous stage, it can also summon companion ghosts.
Su Yuan was puzzled. What is my companion ghost?
Host, please choose your companion ghost carefully.
If the companion ghost is not strong, the host's long sword will be basically useless.
Su Yuan frowned slightly. Could it be the sword's spirit? He took a look at the corpse of the strange beast and found that he could collect the soul of the corpse as a companion ghost.
These beasts are too weak. If we take them, wouldn't it be a bit disappointing? Let's see what the last layer has. Chapter 85 Chapter 80 For the residual thoughts come back. With the upgrade of the two pieces of equipment, Su Yuan's combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Even a 5th level monster can be killed in just a dozen moves.
At this moment, bursts of exclamations were heard outside the tower.
956. 960. 970. This is simply not human. At this age and with this level of cultivation, no one has ever been able to break through the 1,000 layers of the Martial God Tower, right? What kind of monster is this Su Yuan?
In the stands, Yi Qingling folded her hands tightly in her lap and said, "Well, you are worthy of being my husband." Yi Qingmeng licked her lips. The corners of the mouth are raised.
My man has the aura of a war god. This momentum is simply unbeatable.
Liao Feng gritted his teeth and shook his head, saying, "This is impossible. No one has ever been able to break through the 1,000 layers of the Martial God Tower."
How did he do it? Did you, Bin Hai Wuda, cheat? Otherwise, how could he have such a smooth journey? Hearing this, Luo Yushan on the side snorted coldly, and Liao Feng was struck by lightning. His body trembled and his face turned pale. No one can cheat under the will of the god of war. Luo Yushan said lightly. Liao Feng immediately bowed and said, "Sorry, I just said it casually." Bluebird's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth curled up. How interesting.
Who knows, he might actually become a martial god.
Now,
Su Yuan has arrived at the last floor of the Martial God Tower, which looks like a gloomy palace. There is an empty throne above, and behind the throne is a row of metal swords.
This place is completely deserted. Did the last level of the martial god let it go?
At this moment, the eerie ghostly auras on the throne gathered together and eventually condensed into a tall figure. Then the black energy continued to gather, and a broad black metal sword appeared, and he was wearing a set of hideous black armor.
Su Yuan frowned. What the hell is this?
The next moment, this thing seemed to ignore the laws of physics and instantly flashed in front of Su Yuan, and the huge metal sword in its hand smashed towards Su Yuan like lightning.
Ding! The long knife barely blocked the opponent's long sword.
At this moment, everyone outside the tower was talking.
I'm stuck at the 999th floor. It seems like this last floor won't be easy to pass. That must be difficult, otherwise how could no one break through these 1,000 layers? Just when everyone was extremely anxious.
Suddenly, the Martial God Tower began to vibrate violently.
Luo Yushan stood up and asked in confusion, "What happened?"
At this moment, on the top floor of the Martial God Tower, Su Yuan was wrestling with the soul. The soul's strength was even greater than Su Yuan's, so Su Yuan had no choice but to take a gamble. After a close fight, he hugged the soul and began to devour it.
The terrifying devouring power even spared the ghost energy in the monster's body.
Su Yuan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The icy touch surged over his body and continued to spread across his body surface.
It's so cold, I feel like I'm going to die.
A trace of dark energy corroded his body. Su Yuan stiffly turned the long knife over his back and inserted it deeply into the monster's body. He felt like he was tangled in a ball of cotton.
Buzz!
The brain suddenly felt like it was hit by a heavy hammer.
Ding!
Ghost slash is marking the companion ghost.
The companion ghost is being refined. Refining completed.
Companion ghost, the regret of the god of war. Martial god remnant soul, a trace of the powerful's remnant thoughts, which has been refined by the host's ghost god slash. Currently, it is just a ghost with a broken consciousness.
Its current realm is equivalent to that of the host.
Su Yuan let go of his hand at this moment, then stood up and took a look at the big lump in front of him.
Is this thing the remnant of the martial god? Could the martial god be dead? Anyway, your strength is comparable to mine, which is certainly good, but how can I put you away?
Su Yuan was confused. The remnant soul's dark eyes moved slightly, and the next moment it turned into a wisp of black mist and merged into the long sword.
A lifelike ghost face appeared on the blade. With the increasingly slender blade, this knife has become more impressive. Products from the system must be top-notch.
Putting away his long sword, Su Yuan walked towards the light in front and took a step forward. The next moment he appeared outside the Martial God Tower. At this moment, he saw the entire school, and everyone was looking at him with fanatical eyes as if he were an idol.
Luo Yushan rushed forward and hugged Su Yuan. "You're awesome. You really make me proud. My old face is all greasy because of you." Su Yuan pushed the principal and said, "That's enough. There are so many people watching, and you're not a girl." Yi Qingling and others looked at Su Yuan. Su Yuan. This is amazing. You can actually break through 1,000 layers. This is completely unprecedented. At this moment, a figure he was very familiar with suddenly appeared and hugged Yi Qingling. Yes, brother, this is great. Suja? Why are you here? This. Su Yuan looked at the scene in disbelief. The next moment, Suja picked up a baby, who was his daughter Su Tongtong. Su Tongtong kissed Suja hard on the face. Dad, I don't want you anymore. I want Suja to be my dad. Yi Qingming also came over and said, yes, we have decided to be with Suja, so it's a good opportunity to tell you together. Puff. Su Yuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes turned red. No. This is not real, this is not real. This is all an illusion. At this moment, as time passed, Yang Feng and his classmates outside the martial god tower all frowned. Yi Yaoqi, why is Su Yuan so slow to come out? Is there anything wrong? Xiao Yu shook his head. Don't worry, this is Su Yuan, there's no way he'll be in trouble, it's just a delay. Yang Feng shook his head. I'm just worried about the 1,000 floors of the martial god tower. It's not that simple. Inside the tower now. Su Yuan's long sword was still stabbed in the chest of this regretful creature, but Su Yuan had not yet succeeded in subduing it. Its eyes emitted faint blue flames, and it was fighting back. At this moment, Su Yuan was suffering great pain in the illusion. Yi Qingling accused, you are not a good person anyway. We know that you will definitely betray us in the future. Why don't we find a man for ourselves first? Su Tongtong also said, yes, I want to change a father, you can't do that. At this time, father-in-law Yi Wentian descended from the sky, and mother-in-law Jinlin also appeared on the scene. She smiled faintly. Su Yuan, I found my underwear in your room. It's just as Suja said. You stole my underwear. My Yi family doesn't want a son-in-law like you. Boom. Chapter 86 Chapter 85 Demons and Monsters, destroy them with one sword. Under the terrifying pressure, Su Yuan half knelt on the ground, his eyes bloodshot and his bones crackling. No. This is fake. I didn't do such a thing. You are not my family. You don't. Boom. Puff. Su Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and the martial Saint Jinlin threw out millions of golden flying swords, piercing Su Yuan's chest, supporting his entire body in mid-air. The evidence is irrefutable, and you still say you didn't do it? Don't you think you're a genius and can be forgiven for anything? Then how about I cripple you? After saying that, Jinlin raised her hand and pinched it, and all 12 acupoints of Su Yuan exploded. All the energy in his body dissipated in an instant, and he became a useless person. Why, it's impossible, this is impossible. Suja smiled faintly. Su Yuan, do you think everyone loves you? No, it's not that you have some value. Do you think your wife loves you, your children love you? Haha, so naive. No one in this world truly loves anyone else. Everyone loves gold because it's valuable. But if you lose all your advantages from now on, who will still love you? At this moment, a terrifying pressure descended. A figure in a white and gold robe landed in front of Su Yuan. The ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Chen. Su Yuan said excitedly, Ancestor, these people colluded together and destroyed my cultivation. Yi Chen said, Oh. Then he slowly turned around. Since it's already useless, your talent is useless. After saying that, she waved her hand. Su Yuan's body suddenly twisted. A trickle of blood was drawn out. I will take out your talent and give it to Suja. From now on, you can be called a real useless person. Yi Chen's voice was indifferent and ruthless. It was like facing a wild dog. Su Yuan screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible, impossible. None of this is true. Boom. Su Yuan, who had lost his cultivation and talent, was pinned to the ground. Su Yuan half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Yi Chen said calmly, Now, kneel down like a dog and crawl over here, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, you will not even have a life. Looking at Yi Chen, who looked like a god in front of them, everyone in the distance was laughing twistedly. Su Yuan suddenly had an idea in his heart. He should kneel down and beg for mercy. As long as he kneeled down and begged for mercy, he would not have to die. When I escape from here, I will use the system to slowly become stronger. He loosened his grip, and the long sword fell to the ground with a clang. Su Yuan's legs slowly sank. Suddenly his eyes moved. Anyone can betray me, but my daughter will never betray me. Yes. He looked up at the look of disdain on the Bun's face. The corners of the mouth are raised. He once again grasped the black hilt on the ground and held it across his chest. The other hand brushed the side of the knife. He said in a deep voice, "You are all fake. You want to break my martial arts heart? You are not worthy. You're cheating on me with my daughter?" Cut. Buzz. Everyone looked like dummies on a TV, with a few garbled characters appearing. Su Yuan sneered, "Evil spirits and monsters. I'll kill them with one blow. Kill again. You are so stubborn. Su Yuan, if you just kneel before me, I can spare your life, but now you." Yi Chen hadn't finished his words. Su Yuan then said coldly, "You absolutely shouldn't use my daughter to make this kind of clip. You're out of touch with reality, everyone." Buzz. Another sword strike. Break. Boom. The entire screen disappeared. Su Yuan's eyes became clear. Ding. The martial god's residual soul has been refined. Su Yuan exhaled slowly, "I almost underestimated you." At this moment, the remnant soul of the martial saint became a puppet. Su Yuan drew the long sword in his hand, and the sword light flashed slightly, and the remnant soul was taken into Su Yuan's sword. A ray of light appeared in front of him, and Su Yuan was pushed in by a powerful suction force. The next moment he appeared in front of everyone. Luo Yushan stepped forward and hugged Su Yuan's shoulders. "That's great, it's really great, you've broken through 1,000 layers." Su Yuan raised his knife and asked cautiously, "Are you the principal?" Luo Yushan gave him a puzzled look. "You kid, after going in there once, you don't even recognize me as the principal?" At this time, Mo Feng walked over and said, "How could you be so worthy as to have a master-disciple relationship with such a Qilin child?" At this moment, people from other universities were also talking about it. "What grade can this Su Yuan flower bloom?" "I don't know, maybe I can reach the legendary 9th level of flower blooming." "It's unbelievable." At this moment, the other people coming out of the tower are at most at the 7th level of flower blooming. For example, Yi Yaoqi and Qingniu. At this moment, the golden lotus of the god of war also began to bloom above Su Yuan's head. 1, 2, 3, 4. The leaders of the universities present were pointing and talking. 4 flowers have already bloomed so quickly. Could it be that 9 flowers will bloom? In the crowd over there, all kinds of jealous eyes were looking at Su Yuan. Liao Feng snorted coldly, "I think there are 8 at most. 9 flowers blooming is something that only comes from legends." Yi Yaoqi snorted coldly, "I think you are just too jealous. Our Su Yuan can bloom into the 9th rank, so you can just go ahead and bite me." At this moment, the golden lotus above Su Yuan's head successfully reached the 8th level, and then slowly stopped. Yi Qingling frowned, "Could it be that only the 8th grade flower can bloom?" "That's also good." Yi Qingmeng said. Liao Feng laughed heartily, "It's just that he has 2 more flowers than me, he's really an 8th grade one." At this moment, Su Yuan put down the long sword in his hand. A golden beam of light suddenly rose from his body. The golden lotus above the head continues to bloom. People suddenly pointed at Su Yuan's head. "The 9th one. The flower has reached the 9th level." Luo Yushan hesitated and said, "This isn't over yet? Isn't this over yet?" Mo Feng had gone crazy. He hugged Luo Yushan and slapped his back wildly and excitedly. "Oh my god, his golden lotus is still growing." Su Yuan's eyes were stained with a layer of gold, open again. Boom. The 10th one. Hashtag 34 come again. Number 34. Boom. 11 flowers. Just when Su Yuan thought it was over, a golden beam of light came crashing down. The 12th golden lotus bloomed above Su Yuan's head. At this moment, the 12 golden lotuses above his head were circling continuously. Amidst everyone's envious, jealous, horrified and unbelieving gazes, 12 golden lotuses suddenly drilled into Su Yuan's body. Boom! His aura continued to rise, and his cultivation instantly reached the perfection of the 3rd realm. Due to the influence of the martial arts, he must devour a strange beast to advance. This is awesome. I'm invincible. Chapter 87 Chapter 86 This is bad, Ansu returns triumphantly. After completing the advancement mission and devouring a strange beast, can I continue to become stronger? Marvelous. Everyone at the scene had not yet recovered from the shock.
Luo Yushan pointed at Su Yuan and trembled. 12 golden lotuses, one of a kind.
This is unique.
The Yi sisters looked at each other, unable to hide the shock in their eyes.
What kind of monster husband did we find? 12 golden lotuses in full bloom? You must be joking. Even we were just 7 golden lotuses in bloom. Luo Yushan couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha ha, how can I put this?
I'm so sorry, Su Yuan is truly the son of Qilin in our school.
Ha ha ha. When Luo Yushan laughed out loud, other university leaders, including Mo Feng, pointed and talked. Luo Yushan is incredibly lucky.
We're not jealous of Su Yuan's excellence, but this old bastard stole the spotlight for doing nothing.
That's what makes us angry. Yeah, this Luo Yushan really wants to kill him. Luo Yushan's eyes were full of pride. He liked the way you look at me as something you hate but can't get rid of me.
Su Yuan is ranked first in the individual rankings of this martial arts competition.
Who agrees? Who opposes? Who dares to oppose Su Yuan, who has such incredible strength? Who could object?
Luo Yushan sighed. This matter has finally come to an end. At this moment, a group of soldiers came here.
Yi Qingling asked doubtfully, Warzone Secretary Company?
The woman in the lead had the rank of colonel on her shoulders.
He glanced at Yi Qingling and nodded, Major General Yi. Yi Qingling nodded, Secretary Lin.
The woman glanced at Su Yuan and said, the commander has learned that Su Yuan broke through the 1,000-layer martial god tower and blossomed 12 martial god golden lotuses.
He is an unprecedented young hero.
It just so happens that our Eastern War Zone has won a great victory, the Beast King has been killed, and the commander is in a good mood. In order to further boost the morale of the human race, the mansion has been specially approved to reopen the Su family for Su Yuan.
Su Yuan will open a separate family tree. From now on, he will be the head of the Su family. Wow! The scene exploded. Luo Yushan was stunned.
This commander-in-chief is really generous in order to control the talents in his own hands.
Giving away the house is just a small matter. Is he going to open a family just for Su Yuan? It's like wanting Su Yuan to become a martial saint family in advance. Mo Feng shook his head.
Such a genius will surely become a fierce general after graduation, and in time he will become a martial saint. It is normal for Commander Yen to win him over like this.
It seems that Commander Yen wants to become the next commander-in-chief. Luo Yushan narrowed his eyes.
Indeed, the commander-in-chief is already old.
A young genius like Su Yuan is indeed the future of a war zone. No wonder they're trying so hard to win over Su Yuan. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng exchanged a glance. Su Yuan wants to open a mansion? Doesn't this mean that Su Yuan can also form his own power?
Federal regulations state that once an individual establishes a government, he or she has the potential to become a prominent family.
Yi Qingling's eyes moved. Su Yuan, why don't you take the document? Su Yuan finally reacted and immediately reached out to take the document. Thank you, Commander. Secretary Lin nodded. Good, not bad, you are indeed a young hero.
Oh, by the way, Su Yuan, your aunt was found deep in the rift.
She went deep into the rift alone that year.
Everyone thought she died in the battle, but she came back alive.
Aunt? Su Jinghua?
Su Yuan frowned slightly. Su Jinghua disappeared 5 years ago, but he didn't expect that she was not dead and came back alive. Secretary Lin nodded. Okay, we have to go back and report to the commander. Su Yuan nodded and raised his hand to invite.
Yi Qingling walked to Su Yuan's side and said, this is a good thing. You can build your own power in the future. As for your aunt, how is your relationship with her? She's a veteran of the Eastern Theater Command. She must have a high rank to be able to return this time. Su Yuan frowned. He. The other end. The entrance to Binhai City. Many people pointed and said, look at that tank, see it? That's the latest military infantry fighting vehicle. Who is that person riding a strange beast in front? So heroic. I don't know.
3 suns on his shoulders, no stars on his chest.
This is a general. Oh my god, such a big rank. Su Jinghua's eyes swept over the civilians with lightning speed, and she frowned slightly. Why didn't the Su family come to greet me? I have returned victorious, but no one from the clan is here to greet me?
Beside her, the gloomy soldier holding the horse whispered, Aunt, after I am pushed out, I don't know what will become of the Su family.
It must be gone. Asshole.
Su Jingwa said coldly, my prop spear was broken by that brat back then, causing me to spend a huge amount of money to rebuild it.
Now he's ostracizing you and wants to destroy your family?
Suja's face was filled with sorrow.
If my aunt hadn't found me on the battlefield, I would have definitely died.
Hey, you're quite talented and sensible, but it's all because of Su Yuan's jealousy that he did such a heartless thing to you. He's even become a nobody just to get close to the Yi family. Fortunately, your aunt has now achieved the status of a martial saint and is not afraid of the Yi family. On the other side of the metal rhino she was riding, Su Chanshan frowned and said, Aunt, Su Yuan is not that kind of person, shouldn't be so.
Suji immediately interrupted, Sister, you've been deceived. Aunt, we'll find out what's going on once we find our parents. Suja's expression was gloomy. Su Yuan, since I survived the disaster, I will tear you into pieces. I will use your family to kill you bit by bit.
At this moment they arrived at the Su family mansion. But he found the doorway extremely desolate, covered with seals and red paint. The words, pay back the money, can be seen everywhere on it.
Su Jingwa couldn't believe it, her face full of shock. Who is it? How could my residence become like this?
At this time, a line of soldiers rushed forward from a distance. The commander of the city defense army, Meng Yong, was sweating profusely. General Su's triumphant return is the glory of our Binhai. Su Jingwa swung her hand back, and a dark red spear appeared from the void.
She was holding a spear. He pointed a gun at Meng Yong. Meng, I will fight to the death in the front. Where is my home?
When Meng Yong saw Suja following behind Su Jingwa, his eyes immediately became serious. If this matter is not handled properly, it will become a big trouble.
General Su, this matter is. It's Su Yuan.
Suja said calmly, Su Yuan was jealous of me, Suja, because I was loved by my parents. He slandered me and wanted to assassinate him. At the same time, he used despicable means to bankrupt the Su family. And he himself accepted the thief as his father.
He wanted to be the son-in-law of the Yi family. Commander Meng is a distinguished guest of the Yi family. How could he tell the truth? Boom! Su Jingwa's whole body was filled with vigor and energy. Su Yuan, I will definitely clean up the Su family. Chapter 88, Chapter 87. You must explain. Su Chanshan was also in disbelief. If it had nothing to do with Su Yuan, and Su Yuan was living so well, how could he allow the Su family to become like this? Is it true that, as Suja said, he has become a beast without any humanity who only listens to the Yi family's orders? And, don't get excited. I think there must be something fishy about this matter. Let's find our parents first. What do you think? Su Chanshan said. Su Jingwa nodded. Where are my brother and sister-in-law? Meng Yong shook his head.
Well, after the Su family went bankrupt, no one knew where the head of the Su family went. At this moment, a soldier rushed forward and said,
General Su,
we found beggars who broke into the army formation. The brothers hit them hard, but this thing fell from their bodies. After saying this, the soldier took out a metal family emblem.
Su Jingwa's eyes trembled violently, and her body swayed. Find someone to treat them. If they die, all of you will be buried with them. My Su family's family emblem actually. Su Yuan, you really are so nice.
She took Suzhou and Su Chanshan to the beggar the soldier mentioned. The three of them were slightly startled. The two men were disheveled and the man's eyes were evasive. The woman had a broken arm and her clothes were torn, and the two of them were talking incoherently.
I am the head of the Su family. I am not a beggar. #34 I am sorry, Su, Yuan, Mom was wrong, number 34. Su Jingwa's tears instantly burst out. Brother, sister-in-law, how did you make it like this? Puff. Under extreme anger,
she spat out a mouthful of blood. The anger in his eyes was as solid as substance.
Su Chanshan, you don't have to say anymore.
Your parents have ended up like this, and the Su family is gone.
If he is a good person, how could this happen?
It's fine that this saint shed blood for the Chinese battlefield, but do you want me to shed tears?
I'm going to charge towards the Yi mansion right now. Suja suddenly hugged Su Jingwa. Aunt, please don't. Brother didn't mean it.
Brother probably has his own difficulties. After all, the Yi family is a big family. It's a blessing for brother to be able to marry into the family.
It's all our poor relatives' fault. Shut up. Su Jingwo was furious. He looks down on us, the people who gave birth to him and raised him? You beast. Su Qianxian was also very confused at the moment. Is her brother a good person? But why did her parents become like this? She stepped forward and helped her parents up. Mom and Dad, I'm Qianxian, and this is my aunt. We're all back. Su Mo and Lu Yuru's eyes were dull, alternately filled with fear and pain. Suja said at this time, let's take our parents back and find a doctor first. As for other matters, we can talk about it after we settle down. Su Jingwei nodded, Xiaojia is right. Qianxian should take her parents back and find a doctor first. I'll go find that bastard and settle the score later. Suja sighed, forget it. My brother is going to be the son-in-law of the Su family. With such a good talent, the Yi family will definitely protect him. What's the use of having good talent? He is a beast. Even if he becomes stronger, he will still be a scourge to our Chinese war zone. Su Jinghua said coldly. Let's go. To my general's residence. Binhai, Yi family. At this moment, everyone in the Yi family was happy because of the victory in the Eastern Theater. Yuan suddenly remembered something and frowned, saying, Su Yuan's aunt Su Jinghua has returned. In desperate circumstances, she has advanced to the Marshal Saint level, and the war zone has given her a general's mansion. Now things are getting exciting. Jinlin said calmly, so what if she's an admiral? If she's foolish enough to touch my precious son-in-law, I'll destroy her completely. Su Tongtong was holding the roast duck at this moment, his little mouth was moving, and his chubby face became even bigger. Grandma eats legs. She broke off a piece of duck leg and stuffed it into her grandmother's mouth, which instantly made Jean Lin's sharpness disappear. Her face was full of kindness. Okay, Grandma will eat the leg with you. Yi Yaoqi yawned, Su Yuan's aunt is back, isn't that a good thing? Su Yuan explained, my aunt favored my younger brother before she went to war. Now my younger brother has become a criminal soldier. The Su family has gone bankrupt because of me. I can't explain this matter clearly. Yi Qingling then spoke up, I just asked through my connections, and among the people your aunt brought back this time, there was Suja. Suja was lucky enough to survive such a punishment. Yi Qingming shook his head. As a criminal soldier, if he survives on the battlefield, he can be exempted from the death penalty. If he wins military merit on the battlefield, he can also be exempted from the rest of his crimes. If your aunt is behind the scenes, it won't be difficult to exempt him from his crimes. Su Yuan naturally knew that as long as his aunt gave her military merits to Suja, then naturally, his guilt would no longer exist. You can also officially join the Demon Suppression Army. Yuan shook his head and said, now that she's back, Su Yuan is bound to cause trouble for you. Su Yuan shook his head. Come on. Yuan smiled and nodded, now that you can open your own residence, you should think of a good location. Su Yuan nodded. I'm going to be in a location next to the Yi family. At this moment, a Yi family guard walked in and said, Master, there's someone outside. Yi Wentian's expression changed slightly, who? General Su Jinghua. Everyone in the Yi family's eyes changed drastically. When Su Yuan and the Yi family rushed into the yard, Su Jinghua and Suja were surrounded by many Yi family guards. Su Jinghua said calmly, why? Your Yi family wants to kill me here? At this moment, Su Yuan appeared in her sight. Su Jinghua's eyes suddenly flashed with murderous intent. Jinlin pulled Su Yuan behind her and said, Su Jinghua, congratulations on your triumphant return, but why are you coming to my Yi family instead of taking a good rest at home? Su Jinghua snorted coldly, what am I here for? Of course, to capture the Su family traitor, Su Yuan. You're talking nonsense. Yi Wentian had a bad temper. How did your Su family treat Su Yuan? Su Yuan just left the Su family, how can he be called a traitor? Yi Qingling said calmly, my husband was hurt so badly by the Su family. What's your intention in coming here without asking Qinghong? Suja then slowly stepped forward and whispered, brother, isn't it just that your fiancé likes me? Brother, I was wrong. Can't I just apologize to you? Do you have to make my parents beggars? When Su Jinghua heard this, her dislike for Su Yuan increased even more. What a useless man. Su Yuan, I'll give you 3 breaths to explain. If you can't explain clearly, you come with me. 1. Su Yuan glanced at his aunt calmly and said, I have nothing to explain.
If you want to know, you can find out everything if you ask sincerely.
2. Su Yuan smiled. You had already made the decision, but you asked me to explain? Chapter 89, Chapter 88 Genius? Then I will destroy your talent.
At this time, Suja deliberately stepped forward and said, Brother, please explain quickly.
We are all family. Why are you so stubborn?
However, the next moment, he suddenly raised his hand and patted his chest behind Su Jinggua's back.
Puff.
He spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother, you.
Xiozha. Su Jinggua's face was full of disbelief. Su Yuan. He's your brother. How could you do such a cruel thing in front of so many people?
She raised her hand and tapped Suja's back a few times. Seeing that Suja's expression had relaxed a little, he felt relieved. He looked up at Su Yuan and said, Su Yuan, come back with me and I will punish you according to the family rules. Yi Qingling's eyes were slightly cold. You are really unreasonable. It was clearly the Su family who bullied Su Yuan, took away his position, and even asked Suja to marry him in exchange.
Don't you care about these things? Su Jinghua said coldly, I only believe what I saw.
When I returned to Binhai, my home was gone, the Su family was ruined, but he was living a good life.
Doesn't this mean something?
Yuan said in a deep voice, General Su. Su Yuan has already married my child, and has long been cut off from your Su family.
Everyone knows this. As for your Su family's failure to manage its business, that's your Su family's problem. What does it have to do with Su Yuan? Su Jinghua sneered repeatedly. What a loving family. Luckily, I, Su Jinghua, survived the ordeal, otherwise, would our Su family have been bullied to the point of destruction by you, Su Yuan?
Your parents arranged for you to be stripped of your position, so you must accept it. Suja married you in exchange because you weren't strong enough at the time.
You deserve it. Su Yuan's eyes flickered as he stepped forward coldly.
Su Jinghua, since you said I can do anything as long as I'm strong enough, then if that's the case, Suja arranged for assassins to kill me, but I killed him in return, and then he was exposed and fled to the border. What's my fault?
As for the business, my factory is stronger and makes better products. How is it my fault that the Su family went bankrupt because of this?
I defeated them fair and square as a strong man.
I ask you, what was my fault?
You. Su Jinghua was so angry that her whole body was shaking.
She pointed at Su Yuan repeatedly. What a good Su Yuan. Fine, today I will teach you a lesson as your aunt.
The next moment, she raised her hand and a blood-red spear fell from the sky. The pressure of the martial saint descended upon the world. Su Yuan, kneel down.
Boom. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended. How dare you? This is the Yi family.
Jin Lin stepped forward. The same terrifying pressure rose into the sky and collided with Su Jinghua. But the next moment, Jin Lin's face turned pale.
Su Jinghua burst into laughter.
You are indeed very strong, Jin Lin, with a level qualifications to become a martial saint.
However, you are only a beginner. Secondly, your injuries haven't healed yet, and you dare to challenge me? Break. Puff.
Jin Lin spat out a mouthful of blood and took 2 steps back.
Wife.
Yuan immediately took out his prop compass and placed it in front of his wife.
Bang. Su Jinghua pointed the spear in her hand at Su Yuan from a distance. With Yi Chen not here, who from your Su family will fight against me? Su Yuan immediately stepped forward.
Sister Yi Qingling stepped forward and stopped him. Don't interfere, our Yi family will handle it. Yi Qingling said coldly, Su Jinghua, you don't know right from wrong.
What's the difference between you and a reckless man? Even if you become a martial saint now, you are still a waste.
Su Jinghua smiled faintly. You two are major generals of the Eastern Theater Command, I won't say much to you.
Su Yuan. Don't accuse me of bullying your wife and children.
If you're a man, come out and get yourself killed. Su Tongtong suddenly trotted towards Su Jinghua, shouting with his teeth bared, Bad girl, I'm going to bite you.
Su Yuan's eyes changed. Tongtong. Su Jinghua's expression changed. Don't come over. The next moment, Su Tongtong was knocked to the ground by the aftermath.
There was a big red spot on his forehead. Su Yuan flashed and appeared beside Su Tongtong, holding his daughter in his arms.
Tongtong, does it hurt? Are you hurt? Su Tongtong shook his head. It doesn't hurt, I'm just dizzy. My aunt is so mean, bullying my father.
Su Yuan handed the child to Yi Qingmeng. Then he slowly stood up. With a backhand grip, the ghost and god slash appeared in his hand. True energy surged throughout his body. Pointing at Su Jingwa, he asked, "How do you want to die?" Su Jingwa sneered, "Su Yuan, is this child your daughter? How could you have such a big daughter? Could it be that she is the one who took over? You are indeed a rebellious thing. Disrespectful to your aunt? I'm going to teach you a lesson today on behalf of my brother." She raised her spear and pointed casually. The power of a martial saint is not something you, a peak level 3rd realm cultivator, can challenge. Su Yuan raised his long sword and blocked it in a hurry. Bang! But his body flew out. He fell heavily to the ground. Ji Lin said in a deep voice, "Stop. Su Jingwa, why are you making things so difficult for him? He's the Qilin son of my Eastern Theater Command. Aren't you afraid that the commander will blame you?" "Blame? I'm already a martial saint, what can Yen Long do to me?" Su Jingwa said coldly, "You all say he is an SSS level Qilin son. Fine, I will destroy his talent today, and see if you can still talk about Qilin son." She raised her hand and took a picture of Su Yuan. The terrifying true power instantly enveloped Su Yuan. At this moment, Su Yuan cried out in pain. Su Yuan's bones were crackling all over his body. Su Jingwa said coldly, "Break it for me." Bang bang bang. Su Yuan's bones began to crumble. The faces of Yi Qingling and her sister changed drastically, and they drew their swords. "We'll fight you." The next moment, Su Jingwa just swung his spear and the two of them flew out. Jin Lin's expression changed drastically. "Even if my cultivation is completely destroyed today, I will die with you. Let go of my son-in-law." The true meaning of the martial saint. Countless golden swords rose up behind her. Puff! The next moment, she spat out blood again. Su Jingwa said disdainfully, "A seriously injured martial saint is worthy of fighting with me?" She swung her spear and pointed it at Jin Lin. "Just suppress Jin Lin temporarily. Su Yuan, you've betrayed your family and disobeyed your elders. Today, on behalf of the Su family, I will destroy you." Crack, crack, crack. Puff! Su Yuan was enveloped by the power of the martial saint. Just as his bones were broken, a golden lotus blossomed above his head. Then Su Yuan's eyes turned blood red. Boom! An unmatched force instantly broke Su Jingwa's control. How is this possible? Is this the 12th grade martial god Golden Lotus? Su Jingwa was incredulous. Legend has it that the strongest Golden Lotus is the 9th grade. What on earth is going on with this 12th grade? At this moment, Su Yuan's body turned translucent, and the Taotai beast emerged from behind his body, roaring at Su Jingwa with an invincible posture. Ouch! Chapter 90 Chapter 89 I'll return this blood to you. Su Jingwa, a martial saint, actually felt a sense of fear in her heart at this moment. What a monstrous talent, what a sinister technique, but unfortunately, he's a beast. At this time, Suja stepped forward and said, "Aunt, let's forget it. Brother is so talented. If he bears a grudge against us when he grows up, wouldn't he wipe out our entire Su family? Besides, brother has such a bad temper. I think we should just apologize to him and leave." Su Jingwa's eyes moved, and she thought to herself, Su Yuan has been disobedient since he was a child. This kid is such a monster. If he becomes a martial saint in the future, he will definitely become a big threat to our Su family. She raised her hand to control the spear and aimed at Su Yuan. Jin Lin shouted, "No! Su Jingwa, this is your nephew, the owner of the 12-rank Golden Lotus recognized by the God of War. You will be punished by heaven." Su Jingwa's eyes were full of cruelty. "If you hesitate to make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. I, Su Jingwa, do everything for my family. Su Yuan, die." The spear shot out instantly. At this moment, Su Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. The gluttonous beast opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the golden lotus in one gulp. The next moment, its figure seemed to become real and became solid. At this moment, Su Yuan's momentum continued to rise. In an instant, he was no less than a martial saint. The shadow of Tao Tai appeared behind him and suddenly bit the spear, causing it to vibrate wildly. Bang! It collapsed to pieces in an instant. Su Jingwa spat out a mouthful of blood and her body went limp. How is this possible? How did this thing become a martial saint in one step? Su Yuan landed slowly on the ground, the shadow of Tao Tai behind him gradually became smaller, his aura suddenly dropped, the previous attack had consumed the golden lotus of the god of war. Sister Yi Qingling stood up and rushed to her husband's side.
He said nervously, Su Yuan? Are you okay, Su Yuan?
Su Yuan's eyesight gradually returned to normal.
He looked at the injured Su Jingguo and said, You said I am a member of the Su family, and I can't be separated from you even if I am severed?
The next moment, Su Yuan drew his sword, with the blade facing himself.
Yi Qingling was shocked and said, Su Yuan, what are you doing? Put down the knife.
Yi Qingmeng stepped forward directly.
Su Yuan took a step back, Don't come over here. Jinlin suddenly thought of something, Su Yuan, what are you doing? Stop.
At this moment, Su Yuan stabbed his chest fiercely with his long knife. You said that this blood is the blood of your Su family.
Then I don't want my bloodline today. Break my bloodline. Tao Ye's method. Bloodline fusion. Boom.
The strange phenomenon behind Su Yuan suddenly bit Su Yuan on the back, and at the same time he was stabbed in the chest. The blood flowed wildly and rushed towards the Tao Tai behind him. To truly master the Tao Tai breathing technique, one must exchange it for Tao Tai blood.
From now on, I no longer have your Su family bloodline. I, Su Yuan, am the bloodline of a unique beast born and raised by nature. Come out.
He bleeds out all his blood, and the skin on his face turns extremely pale. The shadow of Tao Tai behind him became clearer and clearer. It raised its head and let out an angry roar, then spat out a blood-colored gem from its mouth. The gem turned into a red liquid and flowed into Su Yuan's body.
Boom boom boom.
Su Yuan's heart was beating wildly. This energy is absorbed into the meridians and transformed into blood.
Yuan said in disbelief, How can this technique even involve a blood transfusion? It's truly evil.
Jinlin glared at her husband.
Don't talk nonsense.
This Tao Tai breathing technique is already classified as a forbidden technique, so it must have its mysteries.
We Chinese people value bloodline inheritance and family etiquette.
This Tao Tai breathing technique can change a person's bloodline, which is inherently disobedient and unfilial.
It's naturally judged as an evil method, but for Su Yuan, isn't this just right?
At this moment, Luo Yushan descended from the sky, looking stunned and saying, Su Yuan,
how can you change your bloodline constitution at will?
No one knows whether this is a blessing or a curse. At this moment, the blood transfusion has reached the final stage. The shadow behind Su Yuan disappeared, and he seemed to have lost all his strength, standing on the ground gasping for breath. He slowly raised his head, his eyes full of madness. So, what?
I'm no longer a member of your Su family. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Jinlin Wuxing stepped forward and asked, Su Jingguo, your general's mansion, are you going to go to war with my Yi family? Su Jingguo was shocked. Su Yuan? Do you hate your own bloodline so much? You merged with that filthy ancient beast just to leave the Su family? He is so determined and has such a strong character. Am I wrong?
At this moment, Suja's expression changed, and suddenly puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood and said, Aunt, Su Yuan is so strong, we can't afford to offend the Yi family, and we are all injured. I think we should go back to the Su family.
Su Jingwei nodded slowly.
Her weapon was broken and she was injured. If she continued like this, she would not gain any benefit. What's more, there is an ancestor behind the Yi family.
Okay.
Su Yuan, since that's what I'm saying, from now on, you're no longer a member of my Su family.
When we meet, you and I are strangers. Su Yuan smiled faintly, I couldn't ask for more. Suja supported Su Jingguo and walked towards the gate.
Suja frowned and said, Aunt, you brought a lot of soldiers with you this time.
Shut up. Su Jingguo's expression turned cold, don't say that again.
These soldiers are from the Eastern Theater Command.
How can we allow them to attack people in the city? Suja immediately said in panic, Yes, Auntie, I'm just too angry.
This Su Yuan helped the Yi family bully our Su family.
Su Jingguo shook her head.
His background is really strong. Since he is no longer a member of the Su family, I can't say anything more to him as an elder. It's a good thing that my Su family has suffered this.
My eldest brother used to be muddle-headed.
If I hadn't become a martial saint and returned from the battlefield, who knows what would have become of the Su family. He should know how to work hard now. Also, give orders that the Binhai Su family will reopen its residence in 3 days. When the time comes, I will invite the celebrities from Binhai and other families to the banquet. I am the female martial saint, and no one will dare not come when I invite them. On the other side, Su Yuan, who was standing in the yard, suddenly fell down. Yi Qingling came forward and hugged him in her arms. Su Yuan.
Su Yuan.
Luo Yushan's expression changed, and he rushed forward eagerly, and rays of healing light hit Su Yuan.
My little ancestor, how dare you use the Tao Tai breathing technique to exchange blood so casually? Oh my god. A moment later,
Luo Yushan raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, then left the bed and said, "It's nothing serious, but it's probably due to the heavy blood loss, so he's quite weak."
Yi Qingling nodded. Thank you for your help with the treatment, Principal.
Thank you for your hard work.
Chapter 91 Chapter 90 The Su Family, a family of martial saints. Yi Wentian's face was grim, and he said in a deep voice, if my wife hadn't been injured yet, how could she be so arrogant?
Just one martial saint, but my Yi family has two. He raised his hand and dialed on the communication bracelet. I'll call the ancestor and ask her to come back.
Beep, beep, beep. Oh, Grandpa, why don't you answer the phone every time I call you? I'm so worried.
Yi Yaoqi held a lollipop in her mouth and said, actually, no matter what, that martial saint wouldn't dare to cause a big fuss, and she wouldn't dare to really kill Su Yuan. No matter what, Su Yuan has the support of the most powerful martial saint behind him.
That woman was just using her status as an elder to pressure him. Who knew Su Yuan would be so unyielding and would rather die than surrender? Luo Yushan nodded. I will definitely report this to the war zone.
I don't believe she can be so reckless and no one can stop her. At the same time, a column of soldiers arrived at the general's mansion.
Su Jingwa came out to greet them despite being injured, because these soldiers were there to convey orders.
Huaxia Theater, highest strategic order, please receive it, General Su.
Suzhou was stunned. The highest strategic directive? This must have been issued by the Chinese commander-in-chief. What orders has the commander-in-chief issued?
The messenger said, the commander-in-chief said, Su Jingwa.
What the hell are you doing? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're a martial saint general?
I won't argue with you too much this time, because Su Yuan is not a big problem.
But if there's a next time, you'll have to come to see me with your head held high. You'll no longer be an admiral. From now on, you'll be a lieutenant general.
As soon as these words came out, Su Jingwa trembled and her face turned pale instantly. Yes, Commander-in-Chief.
The messenger said, General Su. You might not be very clear now that you've just returned. Second Lieutenant Su Yuan was awarded the rank of second lieutenant while still in school.
He was repeatedly snatched away at meetings of the commanders.
You want to destroy his talent.
The Commander-in-Chief didn't execute you because he's grateful for your hard work and contributions over the years.
You must never do such things again that only benefit your enemies and hurt your own people. You need to see the bigger picture. Team up. After saying this, these people turned and left. Su Jingwa shuddered. She had earned the rank of general through her military merits, but on the first day after returning, she was demoted to lieutenant general?
Suzhou stepped forward to support his aunt and comforted her. Aunt, it's all that Su Yuan.
He must have used his connections to complain to you. Don't worry, Aunt, I will work hard. In the future, others will know who the true genius is. Su Jingwa's body swayed. Actually, what the commander-in-chief said makes sense.
Although that beast Su Yuan was disobedient and arrogant, and disloyal to the Su family, no matter what, he is indeed the most talented next generation of our human race.
I really shouldn't have abandoned him.
This was indeed inconsiderate.
At this time, Su Chanxian stepped forward and said, Aunt, Mom and Dad have woken up. After treatment, they are now much more awake and are looking for you.
Su Jingwa first put aside the matter of her demotion, and when she heard this, he said hurriedly, I'm going to see my brother and sister-in-law.
Come to the room. As soon as Su Mo saw Su Jingwa, tears came out, and he felt very aggrieved. Sister? You are back? You are finally back, I thought you. Su Jingwa stepped forward to support her brother. Brother, what happened? How did the Su family become like this? Su Mo said, it's still that Su Yuan.
I was not nice to him about the marriage exchange, but Qin Huairu wasn't a good person either.
Didn't he marry a member of the Yi family later?
It wasn't that bad, but to get back at me, he poached our technical staff and started a price war, which caused us to go bankrupt.
Su Jingwa frowned and said, I already know about this. This guy is really a beast.
Don't worry, I will reopen the Su mansion, and my Su family will be considered a martial arts family in the future. Suja fell to his knees with a thud. Mom and Dad, I was saved by my aunt on the battlefield. Now my aunt is a martial saint. What? Su Mo and Lu Yuru stood up and suddenly felt that they were able to do it again. God will not destroy my Su family. That's great. Su Yuan, that beast, watched me die without helping me. But now, our family has a heroine, and we are rising up directly. Sumo's eyes were red, and his whole body was shaking with excitement. Su Jingguo nodded and said, I plan to reopen the Su mansion and invite all the major families in Binhai to come to our place for a banquet. I want to see who dares not to come. That's going against me. Su Mo stood up and laughed heartily. My Su family has a martial saint too. Sister, I'm so happy. I can finally let out all the frustration I've endured during this time. Lu Yuru nodded. That Su Yuan, who watched someone die without helping, has long since disowned us as his parents. He's an ungrateful bastard. Suju is still the best. After all, Suju was hurting Su Yuan, not the two of them. As for the transfer of assets, from their perspective today, that little thing doesn't matter. Besides, Suju is quite talented after all. In the future, they will also need a son, right? Su Jingguo said, You guys have a good rest, the Su family has me. At this moment, a soldier came in and said, General, the Qin family wants to see you. Sumo's eyes moved, and he snorted coldly. They didn't show up when Su Yuan was strong before. Now that you're back, what are they doing here again? Su Jingguo said and Suja told her the situation. Of course, it has been exaggerated. Su Jingguo snorted coldly. It fits Su Yuan's character. His woman has already returned to him, but he actually went to the Yi family to curry favor and become a son-in-law just for power. Suja, what do you think? Suja glanced at his aunt carefully, then said, Aunt, I think we should let them in. Su Jingwei nodded. Then let the Qin family come in. Qin Xiaotian hurried inside, pulling his wife and children. Daughter, let me tell you, the situation is different now. The Su family now has a martial saint in charge. It's a martial saint family. You and Suja are all right again. Qin Huairu hesitated and said, Mom and Dad, Su Yuan will definitely become a martial saint in the future. I. Qin Xiaotian said, What martial saint? That's years away. Now you better find a martial saint family first. Our Qin family is barely making ends meet. Although Qin Huairu was conflicted, she thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. After all, Su Yuan didn't give her a good look at all. If Suja still likes her, that's not impossible. The Qin family walked into the main hall. Su Jingguo was sitting right above, looking up slightly. There was a look of disdain on his lips. The Qin family came to my Su family, what's the matter? Chapter 92 Chapter 91 My daughter is also a good match. Qin Xiaotian immediately said with a shameless face, Hey, my Qin family is here to congratulate you. The Su family has its own martial saint. This is a great joyous event. Su Mo smiled proudly, It's not that I have a good sister, but you, Qin Xiaotian, are smart. When our Su family was on the verge of bankruptcy, you didn't come to help. Now that things have turned around, you came to our door. Qin Xiaotian immediately started complaining, saying that his family had been badly hurt by Su Yuan, that they had no money left and that he couldn't help. Su Jingguo said calmly, Okay, tell me, what exactly is it that brought you to my Su family? Qin Xiaotian glanced at his daughter. My daughter is already quite old, and she already has an engagement with the Su family, so I hope the female martial saint will make the decision and let my daughter marry Suja. Su Jingguo smiled faintly, My nephew Suja is now a third-level warrior with considerable military achievements. He can be considered a young hero. Your daughter, apart from being a daughter of the Qin family, doesn't seem to have anything special. This is a bit unworthy. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaotian immediately stood up and said, You can't say that. My daughter is a virgin with A-level qualifications, and she's also quite outstanding in school. She and Suja will definitely be a perfect match. In fact, Su Jingguo didn't like this woman very much. This woman, according to a man's talent, was wavering between her two nephews, which was a bit weird. Suja, what do you think? But after all, it was a matter of the younger generation, so Su Jingguo didn't want to say too much about it. When Suja heard his aunt calling him, he immediately stood up and bowed, saying, Aunt, I, Suja, am willing to marry Qin Huairu. This. Su Jinhua actually hoped that her nephew would refuse, but she didn't expect that he was still so infatuated.
Okay, I'll do it for you on a chosen day.
But you have made a lot of military achievements now.
I have applied for the rank of second lieutenant for you. After it is approved, you must follow me to fight the enemy, serve China, and bring honor to my Su family. Suja nodded, yes, Aunt.
Qin Xiaotian was naturally very happy. Oh, that's great, the lovers finally got married.
Huairu, when Suja becomes a general, you will be the general's wife. What else are you dissatisfied with? Qin Huairu nodded and said, I'll follow my parents' arrangements. When the Su family was laughing,
Su Yuan also woke up at the Yi family. After resting for a while, Su Yuan felt that his body had been reborn, and the fit between him and the Taotai breathing method had almost reached a perfect level. The Taotai blood exchange in this breathing method is indeed miraculous, but my physical condition has changed.
Will it have any impact on my future self?
As Su Yuan was thinking this, Yi Qingling beside the bed was startled awake.
She opened her eyes full of surprise. Su Yuan, you're awake? Su Yuan nodded, wife, I'm awake.
Yi Qingmeng went to coax Tong Tong to sleep, otherwise she would be here too.
Yi Qingling said. Su Yuan nodded, okay, you go to sleep too, I'm fine now.
Yi Qingling stepped forward and placed one hand on Su Yuan's forehead, and one hand on her own forehead. Yeah, the fever is gone.
Much better.
After she put her hand down, her expression became serious.
Su Yuan, I want to talk to you.
Although you are younger than us, you should consider us when doing things sometimes.
Was your choice today too impulsive?
I don't need to tell you the dangers of the Taotai blood exchange method.
What if the blood exchange fails? What should I do then? You're going to die.
Su Yuan grabbed his wife's hand and said, oh, the emotions were so strong at the time, I couldn't help it.
Besides, I'm fine, right? Yi Qingling snorted, I think you don't care about us sisters and children at all. If you are gone, what will we do? Su Yuan sighed, now that the matter is resolved, Su Jinhua probably won't cause trouble again. Humph.
Yi Qingling snorted coldly, of course she can't come here again. If she comes again, my Yi family will definitely go to war with her.
Our Yi family still has our ancestor who has not come forward yet. Su Yuan shook his head. That's fine. She's devoted to the family.
I have nothing to do with the Su family now, so she has no reason to say anything to me anymore. If we continue to fight like this, it will only drain China's internal strength.
Yi Qingling smiled faintly, if you die, what does it matter if I rebel against China? Su Yuan hugged his wife and said, shoot, don't say such things. Come, let's go to bed. What are you thinking about today? Have a good rest. Yi Qingling's face was a little hot. Su Yuan smiled, it's okay, I'm fine now. You are so shameless. One night later.
When Su Yuan woke up the next day, he felt refreshed. As soon as I woke up, a ding-dong sound went off in my head.
Ding.
The host has long neglected his family, wife, and children, becoming the epitome of a bad man. Please lift your daughter up high 10 times to improve your image in her heart.
Upon completion, you will be rewarded with a counterattack gift pack X1. Isn't it enough to just have a hand?
The system can clearly give it to me directly, but it has to play tricks with me. Wife, where is Tong Tong? Yi Qingling climbed up from the bed, her long light blue hair brushing across her shoulders.
Tong Tong?
She went to the nursery class, the Yi family's nursery class.
What's going on? Do you want to go and take a look? Su Yuan nodded and said, I'm going to accompany my daughter today.
After all, I haven't played with her for a long time.
Okay, I'll send you the address. Because of what happened yesterday, Su Yuan was happy to get 2 days of rest.
Moreover, he had just won the first place in the martial arts competition on behalf of the school, so the principal was willing to give him this little vacation.
That's a good opportunity to go see my daughter and complete the task at the same time. After a simple breakfast, I saw Yi Yaoqi doing boxing in the yard while holding a lollipop in his mouth. Yi Yaoqi's eyes lit up with joy. Su Yuan, let's fight. Su Yuan shook his head, I'm not interested, just fight on your own. Yi Yaoqi sighed, okay, then you can continue playing. Su Yuan, you are wasting your time between your wife and daughter. Sooner or later you will lose to me. The people in the clan are right. Only by secluding yourself and practicing hard can you become stronger than these people.
These ordinary people are tied down by these trivial matters in life all day long. it would be strange if they could become stronger. It's our hidden clan that's so awesome. Su Yuan came to the yard, found a driver, and took him to the daycare center.
The car arrived just a few minutes after it left. After getting off the bus, Su Yuan noticed that the nursery class was already in session. Chapter 93, Chapter 92. Take it with a pinch of salt.
As soon as Su Yuan walked into the nursery class, he heard a lecture inside. After all, it was a world of warriors, and children of this age were already identifying exotic beasts.
The teacher was wearing a small floral dress and looked very youthful. This teacher is really nice. I wonder if he is single. Cough cough. Now that my bloodline has changed, my lustful thoughts seem to be different. It's all Taotia's fault and has nothing to do with me.
At this moment, the teacher pointed to the small blackboard.
What is this? This is a first-level alien beast, the Rolling Blade Beast. What should you do if you encounter it when you grow up? Tauntaun, little friend, you say. Su Tauntaun stood up shakily, wiped his saliva and said, sprinkle some salt on it and eat it. Puff.
Su Yuan sprayed. Yes, little sister, your point of view is very clear.
3 black lines visibly appeared on the teacher's face. Tauntaun, please sit down first.
Teacher, let me tell you again, the meat of exotic animals is poisonous to us humans and cannot be eaten. The other children all burst into laughter.
Su Tauntaun only knows how to eat. Still strong.
Teacher, Su Tauntaun wants to eat 3 energy bars at noon. She has such a big appetite.
She'll never get married. Su Yuan frowned. Hey, these little brats are mocking my daughter? Su Tauntaun held her stomach and said, so what? I won't get married in the future. I will be with my dad forever. Dad has a lot of delicious food. The head teacher changed the subject. Okay, let's continue the class. Half an hour later.
After class, the children began to move freely. The activities during recess were relatively normal, and Su Tauntaun was playing with sand.
Su Tauntaun's way of playing is different. She made a big duck leg with sand and then pounced on it.
Another wow sound came out. This made the other children laugh. Su Yuan watched from afar, secretly covering his face. Our daughter is really a little bit of that.
It seems like the only thing on my mind is delicious food.
At this time, Su Yuan noticed that his daughter was being bullied. The children of other members of the Yi family formed a small group and came forward to mock his daughter. Su Yuan immediately stepped forward, wanting to vent his anger for his daughter, but in the next moment, I saw my daughter rushing up with a fierce look. She knocked these little boys over one by one, but the key point was that none of these little boys were as strong as her daughter.
So they were overturned one by one. Ouch, keep saying it. Su Tauntaun stomped his foot heavily. Are you all looking for death? Have you forgotten who is the boss? Dare you take action in front of me? I'm the boss of this kindergarten, have you forgotten?
Hearing this, Su Yuan covered his face and said, after all this time, my daughter was not bullied.
She was the bully. That's fine.
Then the little boys knelt in front of their daughters one by one,
crying and sobbing.
At this time, the head teacher came out, took a look at the situation, sighed and said, Tauntaun, why are you bullying other children again?
Who taught you that? Teacher Hua Hua, my dad taught me that. He said that when dealing with people, you must make them convinced.
If they don't agree, you can beat them to make them convinced. Hearing Su Tauntaun's words, Su Yuan immediately stepped forward to stop her. Tauntaun, stop talking, Daddy is here, how can you say such nonsense, when did Daddy tell you this?
Teacher Hua Hua glanced at Su Yuan and asked curiously, are you Su Tauntaun's father? Su Yuan nodded. Teacher, Tauntaun's performance in school. Never mind, I shouldn't have asked.
The teacher smiled and said, Dad, come with me to the office.
Su Yuan made an okay gesture to Su Tauntaun. Tauntaun, wait here for a while. Dad will talk to the teacher. Came to the teacher's office.
Teacher Hua Hua smiled and said, Tauntaun said a lot of interesting things about you. Su Yuan's face suddenly had 3 black lines.
Come on, he must be talking about himself in another timeline. Actually, teacher,
Teacher Hua Hua waved her hand and said, as a parent, you should keep your child's back when you talk behind their back.
Don't say anything bad in front of them.
Su Yuan frowned slightly.
When did I say anything bad? Even if I did, it was me in another timeline. Alas, even jumping into the Yellow River can't wash it away. Okay, actually there's still a problem. Su Tongtong's strength and physique are stronger than those of ordinary children.
As a father, you should also tell her not to bully other students anymore.
This is something I should talk to her about.
Su Yuan communicated with the teacher in the office about the child's education issues for half an hour.
After coming out, Su Yuan realized something. My daughter is a source of worry to me. Almost every day, students get hurt because of her.
However, probably because of his identity and the status of the Yi family, Su Tongtong has never been punished.
But that won't work.
Su Yuan picked up his daughter and lifted her high 10 times.
Then let it go and lead it home.
Tongtong, Daddy has something very serious to tell you. Next time you bully children, remember to be gentle and don't cause serious injuries.
That will cause trouble.
Su Tongtong nodded, I understand, Dad.
Su Yuan nodded, my dear daughter, let's go. Daddy will take you back to eat real duck legs. Ding.
Host's counterattack mission completed. Reward, counterattack gift pack X1.
Su Yuan didn't expect to open the gift package so soon.
Next, we must devour the third strange beast.
You can wait until you have a breakthrough before opening it.
Although the system does not say that you will definitely get a cultivation reward, Su Yuan has a superstitious belief that it is more likely to get a cultivation reward if you open the gift package after a breakthrough.
Practice slowly? No, if you don't use the cheats, you are an idiot. After returning home,
Yi Qingling found Su Yuan to discuss going to a more advanced crack. Su Yuan, now that you need to advance, you must devour another exotic beast.
My sister and I have screened it for you.
There are many cracks in the Eastern Theater Command, and the strength of the exotic beasts inside different cracks also varies.
We've chosen 3 directions for you, take a look. Su Yuan nodded.
Yi Qingling used her bracelet to turn on the projection, and 3 cracks appeared in front of Su Yuan. The special features of the beasts in these 3 rifts are defense, offense, and control.
The specialties of the beasts in these 3 cracks should determine your next skill.
Su Yuan raised his hand to cover his mouth. He already had many means of attack, and his control ability also had a dark entanglement.
So, what should he choose to defend next? That's not impossible. I choose defense. Su Yuan said. Yi Qingling nodded, then choose this earth crack. The environment of this crack is entirely composed of earth elements, and many earth-attributed beasts breed within it. After you devour it, it should greatly improve your defense. Su Yuan nodded and said, speaking of this, before that, should we start a new home? Yi Qingling nodded and said thoughtfully, it's about these 2 days. Your Su mansion is going to open a mansion, and we have to move in.
We also have to entertain guests, which is a lot of things to do.
Su Yuan nodded, then after the matter of opening the mansion is completed, we will go to the rift and complete the promotion. Yi Qingling nodded, okay, let's arrange it this way. Chapter 94 Chapter 93 Why don't these people come? 2 days later.
Su Yuan's mansion was opened according to the local regulations, either for a new family moving into a new home or for a noble family to open a mansion. We will host a banquet to entertain the wealthy and powerful families in the area. The more people come, the more famous the host becomes. In this life, the brand new Su mansion shines brightly. Su Yuan put on a suit and held a ceremony to open his mansion with the support of the Yi family.
But coincidentally, another Su family general's mansion was also open today.
When Yi Qingling came over to talk about this, Su Yuan was also stunned for a moment. Are you saying that my aunt is also opening her mansion today? Yes, she has become a martial saint and can start her own martial saint family, so she is also opening her mansion today.
Yi Qingling nodded. Won't that steal my limelight?
Su Yuan's eyes moved slightly.
Yi Wentian and Jin Lin walked in. Send a gift.
Yi Wentian sighed, Su Yuan, you're only a little old, but you've already opened a government office on your own.
To be honest, you're more capable than any of us.
Su Yuan bowed and said, it's not because of your support and help, otherwise I wouldn't have such a good life. Next, it depends on whether these guests from Binhai will come to you or go to the Martial Saint Mansion. Yi Wentian smiled confidently. Jin Lin said calmly, my Yi family's ancestor is still alive. I can leave these people alone without them having the guts to not come.
The other end. Binhai City, General's Mansion.
Su Jingguo put on her military uniform early in the morning, but she was a little dissatisfied after the epaulets on her shoulders were changed. But no matter what, she is still a martial saint. Standing at the door of the mansion at this moment, a surge of emotion rose in my heart. Once my Su mansion reopens, this threshold will surely be broken down by people.
At this moment, Sumo and his wife, dressed in fancy clothes, walked out of the house. Sister, what do you think of our outfits today? They are quite decent, right?
Su Jinghua frowned slightly. Brother and sister-in-law, you are dressed quite appropriately.
When the guests come, we will need your help to greet them.
At this time, Suja came over and said, Auntie, someone is here. At this moment, cars were parked on the side of the road. Then people from each family got off the car one after another. These people greeted Su Jinghua enthusiastically with a bow. Su Jinghua returned the gifts one by one. Sumo and his wife were in a very good mood as they moved back and forth among these people. All the inferiority complex they had felt because of Su Yuan's anger was gone. Wandering back and forth with these guests, Su Jinghua suddenly frowned. How come all the people who came are from the small families in the city? There are not even a few officers from the city defense army. Not to mention Luo Yushan and his ilk. She didn't look very good. Just at this moment, a car stopped by the roadside. Suja pointed at the driveway and said, Oh, that seems to be the deputy commander of the city defense army.
Aunt, we are really honored. Su Jinghua was secretly happy. Of course, now I am already a martial saint. These people treat me differently. Suja nodded and said, Aunt is right, our Su family will be a family of martial saints in the future. He immediately went forward to greet him warmly. The car window rolled down, and the driver inside asked, Young man, is this the Su family? Suja nodded, Yes, this is the Su family. The driver's face lit up with joy. Oh, I found it. Suja added, My aunt Su Jinghua is hosting a banquet for the wealthy Binhai clan today. Please come in. Su Jinghua? Ha? The driver was about to open the door, but immediately locked the car. You're not kidding. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and left. Suja looked at the car driving away in confusion. What's going on? This is the Su mansion, the General Su mansion. Su Jinghua frowned. Xiaozhe, what's going on? Suja shook his head. Maybe the deputy commander has something important to do. That's when I left. Su Jinghua nodded. He's just a deputy commander of the city defense. It doesn't matter whether he comes or not. Let's wait for Commander Meng to come. Suja, okay. Just at this moment, a luxury car slowly passed by the roadside in the distance. Suja was stunned. Oh? With this specification, Auntie, it seems to be Commander Meng. Su Jinghua raised the corners of her mouth and felt secretly happy. Prepare to welcome the city defense commander, Commander Meng. As soon as these words fell. Hold head high. The car disappeared at the door with a kick of the accelerator. The other guests in the room all poked their heads out to look. Everyone was shocked. Hey! The city defense commander is here too? Oh, he's a high-ranking official, so his reputation is really great. Where's this person? Why doesn't anyone come in? The guests were all curious. The smile on Suja's face froze in place. Aunt, what's going on? Could Commander Meng have taken the wrong road? Su Jinghua coughed and said, I am such a grown-up person standing here. Unless he is blind, there is no way he can't see me. What on earth is going on? At this moment, Su Jinghua suddenly received a call. After listening to the call, her expression became extremely grim. I see. No wonder. #34 I know why they don't come in. Number 34. Suja asked in confusion, Aunt, what's wrong with you? What happened? Su Jinghua said in a deep voice. Su Yuan is also opening his house today, that's why we have so few guests. What? He's not a martial saint, so why would he open a palace? This beast. Suja cursed, isn't he slapping us in the face? 2 Su families in one city? Aunt, this Su Yuan is such a bastard. Su Jinggua's eyes became increasingly gloomy. Asshole. You just left the family and you're already so impatient to start your own business? Alright, then I'd like to see how many people you can get over there. Just at this moment, a car with the logo of the Western Theater Command came towards the side. Su Jinghua immediately said excitedly. Alright. Did you see that? The commander of the Western Theater Command even arranged for people to come celebrate for me. Su Yuan, what can you compare with me? Suja. Get ready to welcome them. The war zone is here to congratulate us. However, the next moment, the car still passed by their door. Next came the car from the Northern Theater Command. Vehicles from the Southern Theater Command, the Central Theater Command, and other military regions passed by their door one after another. As for the important figures in the city, not a single one showed up at her door. Suemo had been entertaining guests inside for quite a while. He came out puzzled and glanced at his sister. Sister, what's going on? Is there no one back there? Even Suemo, a fool, knows that the number of people is too small and many people didn't come. Su Jingguo's chest heaved with anger. Su Yuan also opened his residence today, and it seems that most of the dignitaries went to his place. What? Su Yuan is just a young boy, how can he open a family? Suemo was furious. This bastard deliberately left the Su family and set up his own family. What a wolf's ambition. #34 He is simply here to collect debts. Number 34. At this time, Su Yuan's mother Lu Yuru came out and said, "Do you think we should go and take a look? Why do so many people go to his side?" Chapter 95 Chapter 94 Impossible. Why is this happening? Look. What are you looking at? If we all go to see it, wouldn't that just embolden Su Yuan? Suemo gritted his teeth and said, "My sister has already made you a martial saint. What a tremendous skill. If those people don't come, it will be their loss." Su Jingguo's face looked unhappy. Since no one is coming, let's start the feast here. At this moment, the guests in the general's mansion were all confused. Why are only small families like us here to congratulate the heroine martial saint? Why haven't any of the other important figures in this city come? Hey, you guys don't know this. I heard that Su Yuan is also going to open his mansion today. With the relationship between Su Yuan and the Yi family, those big shots all went to Su Yuan's place. This is understandable. Ah? This son is superior to me? I've never seen this before. Hey, what are you talking about? Suemo angered Su Yuan so much that he left the Su family. He must be regretting it now. When Suemo and Lu Yuru walked in and heard these rumors, their mood instantly plummeted. It's all because of that rebellious son. I just said a few words to him back then, and he actually broke off the relationship with us and made us the laughingstock of Binhai City. Suemo pulled his wife aside. No, is Su Yuan really that prestigious? Do you think we should go check it out later? Lu Yuru nodded after hearing this and said, "Okay, we'll go check it out later and take care of these guests first." The banquet at the general's mansion ended abruptly. Su Jingguo was no longer focused on the banquet. After putting so much effort into it, she actually lost to Su Yuan. No one would feel comfortable about that. Walk. Su Jingguo waved her hand and said. Suja asked doubtfully, "Aunt, where are we going?" Su Jingguo frowned and asked, "Where are we going?" "Then we're naturally going to Su Yuan's Su mansion. I want to see how proud he is today." Suemo and Lu Yuru pulled each other forward and said, We're going too. We want to see just how great Su Yuan is. Yes. This rebellious son, we want to see what he is capable of. Su Jingguo led everyone towards Su Yuan's mansion. And Su Yuan was feeling great at this moment. I received so many gifts. Commander Meng, the commander of the City Defense Army, has sent to Su Mansion a set of white jade skeletons of a 10th level exotic beast. Su Yuan bowed and said, "Oh, this jade bone is worth a lot of money." "Commander, thank you for your expense." "Oh, Su Yuan, don't say that. You are so young and have not even graduated yet, but you are already a second lieutenant. It is only a matter of time before you become a general in the future." Meng Yang bowed. Su Yuan said with a smile, "Hey, look at what you said, it's all for China and for the human race." At this time, someone else reported it. The 5 major war zone headquarters sent congratulatory gifts. Su Yuan looked at the mountain of gifts, and a smile grew on his face. Oh, this is too much. These gifts, the 5 commanders are really spending too much. Representatives from the 5 major headquarters came forward to congratulate Su Yuan. At this time, Su Yuan discovered that his daughter's hands were full of delicious food. Although the food in this world is expensive, the people who came today are not completely unable to get anything. Therefore, there are meatballs made of 100-year-old zombie meat, or 100-year-old zombie beef and mutton legs. The child was so happy while holding the food. Oh, my silly daughter.
Su Yuan shook his head, thinking that his daughter only cared about eating, or she was spreading rumors about him.
Eh? You little bastard.
At this time, there were still many people outside the gate who were not qualified to come in. The standards of Su Yuan's mansion were very high. Those who came in were all top figures in Binhai. Some people from small families only dared to stand in the yard and congratulate Su Yuan. At this time, several people from the general's mansion came.
Su Jinghua, standing outside the gate, had an extremely grim expression on her face.
The 5 major war zones, the city defense commander, and the deputy commander are all here with Su Yuan.
No wonder we don't see any dignitaries on our side. Su Yuan, what virtue and ability is this? Damn it! Sumo's face looked grim. That's right.
He's a future martial saint. Even if he really becomes one, that won't happen for many years.
Why should these people try to curry favor with this bastard now? Su Jia nodded. Yes, Aunt, Mom and Dad, this Su Yuan was a disobedient person before. Now he has set up his own mansion. We are all still here. He is not dead. There is one Binhai and 2 Su families. They simply don't take Aunt seriously. Su Jinghua shook her head. After that day, he is no longer my nephew. She used a forbidden method to replace her own blood. Now he has nothing to do with our Su family. I can't control this Keifu, and he is a person the commander values. His military rank is 2nd lieutenant. It's not easy for me to say anything more about such a person. Su Amo shook his head. You're a lieutenant general martial saint. Are you really powerless against him? You can't say you have no solution at all. Su Jinghua sighed. Actually, it's not that I can't do anything. If we were on the battlefield, I would definitely be able to deal with him properly. But we are in the city. I don't have any real power. Our power is on the battlefield, so I can't do anything. Lu Yuru looked unhappy. It's outrageous, it's really outrageous. As elders, can't we teach him a lesson? Su Jinghua shook her head. I said, he has severed his kinship with me, and we are no longer related by blood, so. Su Mo sighed and said, but look at how proud he is. Su Jinghua shook her head slightly. Just at this moment, a guest in the yard noticed the family. Isn't that the heroine martial saint? Is she also here to participate in Su Yuan's opening ceremony? Ah. Are you really unaware or are you pretending not to know? The heroine martial saint is Su Yuan's biological aunt, they just don't have a good relationship.
Besides, today is also the day when the heroine martial saint opens his residence, so maybe not many people are going there.
What? This isn't fun. Look at this aunt who opened a mansion.
The people in the past were much worse than this nephew. If I were Su Jinghua, I would also feel very uncomfortable, so it is normal for me to appear here. Seeing that she had been exposed, Su Jinghua simply strode in with her family. Su Yuan frowned slightly. Oh? Why is she here? Yi Qingling placed her hand on the hilt of the knife.
Su Jinghua, wasn't it enough that you almost killed Su Yuan last time? What are you planning to do this time? A faint heat wave was emanating from Yi Qingming's body.
She would kill anyone who dared to hurt her husband.
Chapter 96. Chapter 95. The Su family members' defenses were broken. Su Jinghua said calmly, today, you, Su Yuan, opened your residence. The gate is wide open. Anyone can come and take a look. Is there anything wrong with me coming to take a look?
Jinlin stepped forward and said calmly, Su Jinghua, if you dare to cause trouble again today, don't blame me for being merciless.
Su Jinghua said lightly.
Don't worry, I, Su Jinghua, always have a grudge and a debt.
Su Yuan has cut ties with my Su family.
I will never vent my anger on him because of what happened in the past. I came here today just to see how proud this arrogant boy is. Suji immediately stepped forward and said in a cold voice, Su Yuan, don't be so complacent. My aunt is already a martial saint, and I will rise to prominence on the battlefield in the future. By then, you will have no choice but to chase after me.
Su Qianqian stepped forward and said, brother, do you really not care about your family?
If you care about your family, you wouldn't ignore your parents even if they were so poor that they had to beg.
Su Yuan glanced at her and said, why is it that in your eyes, only the results are considered, not the process? You only care about the final result, and don't mind how they treat me at all? Su Qianqian's eyes moved.
That's also our parents and elders.
Children can't. Su Yuan interrupted, okay, no need to say anything more, get out of here now. My Su family does not welcome you guys. Yuan said calmly, alright, why don't you just get out of here? Do you really have to let us drive you away? Bang! Yi Qingling drew her long sword and pointed it at these people from afar. Then she said calmly, my husband asked you to leave, didn't you hear? Su Jingui nodded, okay, let's go. Su Mo and Lu Yuru behind him avoided looking at him. Just go, let's see how long you can be so proud. After a few people left, Su Yuan shook his head and said, okay, wife, let's not let these people ruin our mood. He turned to the guests. Everyone, come in. The Su family is having a feast. Today, there will be plenty of barbecue. Su Yuan had opened a lot of ingredients in the gift package before, and there were a lot of ingredients piled up anyway. It's better to just barbecue it. Su Jinghua and the others who had just walked out of the door trembled and looked back in disbelief. The next moment, the rich aroma of meat filled Su Yuan's mansion. How is this possible? How can Su Yuan afford to eat so much meat? Su Jinghua said in disbelief. Su Mo nodded. Yeah, I also saw this kid's table the last time I went to Ye's house. It was full of top-notch food, and it looked very fresh. I've never seen anything like it before. How much background does this Su Yuan have? Su Jinghua was surprised. Even if I were a martial saint, I wouldn't eat like this and use this kind of food for a feast? At this moment, Su Yuan's guests were all confused. This is so delicious, it tastes so good. Yeah, I haven't eaten meat so freely in years. Is the Su family so rich? Maybe it was given by the war zone? How could Su Yuan get so much good meat? Yes, it seems that the commander really likes Su Yuan. Needless to say, when Su Yuan grows up, he will definitely be the strongest martial saint. While these people were eating heartily, Su Yuan didn't eat anything at his table. Yi Yaoqi's little mouth was already full, and she and Su Tongtong were like a pair of sisters, both eating to their heart's content. Yuan licked his fingers and said, Su Yuan, you are going to break the mirror now, right? Let your 2 wives accompany you in this matter, and we will not get involved. Su Yuan nodded. We young people can handle this matter ourselves. Yi Qingling said, Su Yuan, where did you get this food? It's so delicious. It was the first time for Yi Qingling to eat these skewers. Yi Qingmeng said from the side. Su Yuan, it's a good thing you weren't with anyone else at that time. If you were with someone else, we wouldn't be able to eat such delicious food. Su Yuan smiled and said, aren't we destined to be together? Tong Tong traveled from the future. Is there a better matchmaker than Tong Tong? Hearing this, the 2 sisters looked up at Su Yuan at the same time. You're really good at talking. Tong Tong raised his milky hands, his mouth full of animal fat, and said, Mom and Dad, hurry up and eat. Aunt Yaoqi will eat you all. Yi Yaoqi looked up at Su Yuan cautiously. Su Yuan, the 19th elder, is quite busy recently. Please come back a few days later. I may not be able to give you what I promised you until later. Su Yuan shook his head and said, it's okay. I understand if you have difficulties. You can buy on credit first. Your tribe is so rich, I can take advantage of you. Yi Yaoqi chuckled, Su Yuan, you're so kind. If you sell these foods to our tribe, everyone in our tribe will rush to buy them. Su Yuan's eyes moved. By the way, if you run out of money in the future, go to the hidden clan to make money. It's not the same for stupid people and money. The banquet is over. Only Su Yuan, his wife and children lived in this mansion, and of course, there were also a large number of Yi family guards. At this moment, Yi Yaoqi walked out of the door with a backpack on her back. Su Yuan. I'm here. I'm staying at your house. Su Yuan was about to fall asleep in the chair when he rolled over and got up, wondering, what are you doing? Yi Yaoqi covered her belly and said, how can you be like this, man? My belly has grown bigger because of you. How can you not be responsible? Su Yuan pointed at her and said, your belly is big because of your excessive eating and drinking. What does it have to do with me? Don't slander me. If my wife heard it, wouldn't that be a capital crime? Yi Qingmeng came over and said, I'm sorry, but I heard it. Hello, I'll tell my sister right away. Yi Yaoqi smiled proudly. Su Yuan, your house is so big, what's wrong with me living there? Men can't be so stingy. Besides, it's not like I don't give you money. Su Yuan's eyes moved. That's true. If this rich woman lives here, I can get more benefits. I have no obligation to take care of her. Okay, you can stay here with me, but let me tell you, I won't support you for free. You have to pay for the accommodation and food. Yi Yaoqi nodded. Of course, our clan is rich. Yi Qingming shook his head. Hey, this idiot, he doesn't even understand the principle of not showing off your wealth. It's only a matter of time before Su Yuan takes over everything. But he's still helping Su Yuan count money. Let's go Su Yuan and prepare to go hunting exotic beasts. Chapter 97 Chapter 96 Haha, I found some good stuff. Su Yuan nodded, we'll leave in the afternoon. Can we come back in the evening? Yi Qingling came out of the room at this time and said, it should be possible in the evening. It depends on the situation. The place we are going this time is a bit far. Su Yuan asked in confusion, what type of crack are we going to this time? Yi Qingming said lightly, the cracks in the Buzhou Mountain series of China, sea level. Mount Buzhou? The Huaxiao Warzone combines some cracks in its own warzone with some legends and divides the series. There are many cracks in the Buzhou Mountain series. Most of them are cracks in the mountain landscape, and the monsters inside are mostly Earth-type monsters. I'm actually looking forward to it. In the car, Yi Qingming introduced, Huaxia has a series of cracks such as Joyo, Buzhou Mountain, Tadu, etc. Among them, Buzhou Mountain is more suitable for you. Su Yuan nodded and glanced at Yi Yaoqi, who was smacking her lips on a lollipop beside him. I know all that, but why did this guy eating a lollipop next to me follow me? Yi Qingling, because she was bored and had nothing to do, she insisted on coming alone. Su Yuan nodded. In this world, many cracks in the Chinese war zone were divided according to ancient legends. Most of these cracks have been preserved after being conquered. After several hours of traveling, the car stopped outside the crack of Superior Sea. The specifications are indeed much higher, with a full battalion of troops deployed. Yi Qingling had already greeted her superiors, and a major battalion commander came out to greet her early. The battalion commander is not very old. Yi Qingling said, he and I were classmates at Xingwu Academy. He was a genius of our time and quite outstanding. The boy blushed slightly, it's hard to compare with you two old classmates. This must be your husband, the SSS rank being. Su Yuan was also a little embarrassed. This guy was praising him too much. Senior, I'm just a freshman. I can't bear the word existence. The major battalion commander smiled faintly, a genius like you won't learn by the book. You may soon go to Xingwu Academy for further studies, and it's possible that you'll directly join the army for further training after graduation. Yi Qingling smiled and felt honored when her husband was praised. Then help me analyze the situation of this crack. The battalion commander shook his head and said, it's just a regular Class C crack, categorized as part of the Buzhou Mountain series. The beasts within are mostly adapted to mountainous terrain and generally won't escape from the cracks. Yi Qingling nodded. Okay, Su Yuan, let's go in, finish it as soon as possible, and go home as soon as possible. Su Yuan nodded. The knife flashed across the mountain, and the rat in front of him was cut into two halves by Su Yuan, and blood with venom flowed in the crack. The world in this crack has a strong smell of earth element. Look up and you can see floating stones. Some strange beasts will jump down from above and attack the warriors. Su Yuan and others agreed that they would disperse to look for the third level, 9-star beast, and then gather together after finding it and making some noise. Su Yuan put away his knife. A black mist appeared above the sword energy. Companion ghost? He didn't know what was wrong with his companion ghost, but it didn't seem very obedient, which made Su Yuan quite embarrassed. He didn't come out when he called him, and appeared again when he didn't call him. Hey, Black Lump, what are you doing out here? Did I call you? Now that you're out, go help me find the most powerful Earth-attributed monster here. Whoosh! The black shadow disappeared in a flash. Oh my god! Did you take the wrong medicine today? You're so obedient? Su Yuan shook his head. At this moment, two strange beasts that looked like wild boars emerged from the loess in the distance. He attacked with a knife. On the other hand, the situations of the other people were similar to Su Yuan's. No meaningful exotic animals were found. Yi Yaoqi yawned, I should have known not to come. After going through the Martial God Tower, these low-level books are really boring.
The long whip in her hand suddenly turned into a round shield. She placed it on her chest. The ground in front of him twisted and turned into a spike, sent her flying heavily.
Whoa! I'm flying.
She landed on the ground with a spin, slapped the ground, and flew into the air. Whoosh whoosh! 3 spikes flew out from where she had just slapped the ground.
Boom boom boom.
Once again, it was blocked by the round shield. She landed on a floating stone.
Underground? Come out, my baby.
The weapon in her hand instantly turned into a spear, and she threw it heavily to the ground.
Boom! Smoke and dust billowed.
When she was having fun.
Another direction.
The Yi sisters walked together. This level of crack actually has no meaning to them at this level. They are just looking for exotic beasts suitable for Su Yuan to devour. The two of them suddenly stopped at the same time. Then the long swords at their waists were suddenly unsheathed. 2 cold rays of light fell towards the distance.
Boom boom boom.
The sword energy of ice and fire exploded.
Boom.
Several strange beasts underground were blown to pieces, leaving no bones behind.
The Grandmaster realm is so terrifying. Just at this moment.
Suddenly there was a noise in the distance. The earth shook with a loud bang, and then a huge figure soared into the sky. There was something black in his mouth.
It's Su Yuan's side. This is a 2-2 dragon? Yi Qingling asked in astonishment, how could a Tulong appear here? Yi Qingming shook his head.
No, this is not an adult earth dragon, it's a young earth dragon. Its strength should be at level 3, 9 stars. Very suitable.
A young dragon? How is this possible? It actually appears in such a low-level crack. Yi Qingling couldn't believe it. Earth dragons are divided into several stages, Stage 3, Stage 6, and Stage 11. The 11th stage is considered adulthood, so this earth dragon must have been born not long ago.
At this moment, with the appearance of the earth dragon, Su Yuan, carrying his long sword, said in surprise, Haida, you did a great job.
I'm here to help you, hold on. At this moment, the earth dragon's fangs were biting the black lump frantically.
A system prompt appeared in front of Su Yuan.
Earth dragon, a dragon with an affinity for the earth element. Adults can reach 100 meters in length and reach peak strength at the 11th level.
Its attributes are truly extraordinary, often boasting 1.5 times the strength of a warrior of the same level. Its immense strength is immense, and it possesses a wealth of advanced earth-based techniques. Its hide is typically a khaki yellow, and its scales are as hard as diamond, offering exceptional toughness.
This makes it an excellent material for crafting props.
Its head is flat, resembling a crocodile, but it's no crocodile, but rather an earth-attributed overlord. Note that it's currently in its 3rd level, 9-star infancy.
Ah, this is so cool. Su Yuan ran while waving the knife in his hand. Dragon. Even if it's in its infancy, it would be very powerful if I devoured it. Black Pimple, here I come. Boom.
This young earth dragon is only about 19 meters long, but even so, it is still a dragon after all. With a flick of the tail, Su Yuan was sent flying like a cannonball before he could react.
Chapter 98 Chapter 97 punctured the hemorrhoids. Boom boom boom.
Su Yuan fell out and raised a cloud of dust when he fell to the ground. The companion ghost that was bitten by the earth dragon looked back at Su Yuan, and there seemed to be a hint of mockery on its dark face.
Su Yuan, don't be afraid, I'm here.
Yi Yaoqi took a step with her short legs, holding the whip in her hand that had turned into a spear.
It's almost here. Boom.
The next moment, she was lifted high up by the thick ground spikes.
The whole person flew into the air.
After landing after 3.5 rotations, he said, my waist, my butt, it hit me sorely.
I feel like my hemorrhoids have burst.
Ah, it hurts so much, Su Yuan, I can't help you, it hurts so much. Her face was covered with black lines. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng appeared in a flash. The two men looked at each other, drew their swords at the same time and slashed out a stream of sword energy. Although they are at a high level, according to the vitality and strength of the earth dragon, they usually will not be killed instantly. They will first reduce their health.
Boom!
A terrifying explosion occurred on the earth dragon's body, and many of its scales shattered. Its eyes showed a look of fear, knowing that the realm of these two women was far above its own.
Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng were even more surprised.
Because of the fight just now, they discovered that this earth dragon was no simple matter. The two of them are powerful men in the 8th realm.
Just a normal attack, and some scales will drop?
This Earth Dragon is quite powerful, Su Yuan, you have to be careful. As expected, the true combat power of dragon species cannot be judged according to common thinking.
Su Yuan suddenly jumped up from a distance.
He held the knife with both hands and chopped it down hard.
Cut. Buzz. The knife energy flashed by. Bang.
The Earth Dragon shook as if it had been insulted.
The next moment, it swung its tail and blew Su Yuan away again.
Yi Qingming frowned and said, I feel that the Earth Dragon's attack power doesn't seem to be strong, but its strong point is its excessive defense.
Yi Qingling nodded. Yeah, Su Yuan is in trouble. Let's help Su Yuan a couple more times.
Yi Qingming swung the long sword in his hand, and flames burst out from it. Spirit of ancient fire, listen to my call.
She inhaled, and the air became hot. Fire God Sword Technique. 8-direction fire dance ring. Go! Boom!
With Yi Qingming as the core, she was like a blooming flaming rose. The terrifying sword energy and flames formed a rotating circle, like a flaming tornado.
It hit the Earth Dragon hard. Half of its body melted in this horrific attack.
This caused its body to stick to the rocks on the ground. The Earth Dragon let out a shrill scream.
Su Yuan also jumped forward at this time and swung a knife at its defenseless body. Puff!
The Earth Dragon was split into two in despair.
Su Yuan also seized the opportunity, took out the animal net from the system and threw it out.
The dying Earth Dragon struggled frantically, but to no avail.
Su Yuan landed in front of it.
He put away the companion ghost, then inserted a knife into its abdomen and began to practice his skills to devour it.
Tao Tai. Devour. Ah!
It was as if all the earth elemental power on the ground was mobilized and gathered towards Su Yuan's body. The Earth Dragon caught in the trap howled.
Ouch!
Su Yuan's eyes were red, and his skin color turned into khaki under the influence of the earth element.
The desperate Earth Dragon bared its fangs and bit the net hard, finally making a hole. The next moment, it bit Su Yuan fiercely. Puff! Blood was spilled all over the ground. The Earth Dragon's sharp teeth pierced Su Yuan's ribs. Half of the body was bitten through. It still through the armor suit.
Su Yuan, the two sisters shouted and were about to step forward to stop him. Yi Yaoqi covered her butt and came to rescue.
Su Yuan shouted, "Don't come over here. It's almost over."
The Earth Dragon discovered in despair that even after biting Su Yuan, this crazy human still had no intention of letting him go. Its life was about to dissipate, and it no longer had the strength to take a second bite.
Ding! Successfully devoured the Earth Dragon juvenile.
Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking the mirror, and congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill triple door. The Earth Dragon in front of him turned into clods of mud, breaking into pieces and disappearing layer by layer.
Su Yuan flashed. Sister Yi Qingling immediately came to Su Yuan and took out some healing pills for him to take. Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes. I'm lucky.
After swallowing the Earth Dragon, my strength and the strength of my flesh and bones have increased.
Yi Qingling complained, you are too careless. Why don't you stab me a few more times? Su Yuan smiled. Tao Tai prefers living food.
Killing it will inevitably cause the energy to be dissipated. Yi Qingming breathed a sigh of relief.
No matter what, you were too scary just now.
If the Earth Dragon has the strength to bite you a second time, it might bite you to pieces.
Su Yuan stood up.
The wounds on his body had already clotted.
After all, after swallowing, the vitality of his cells is extremely terrifying. The wounds scabbed over in a few minutes.
I didn't expect that I would reach the 4th level so quickly.
Su Yuan narrowed his eyes. There is still a system gift pack that has not been opened. Open it for me. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 999 kilograms of beef. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Martial God Experience card 1 minute x1.
I'm awesome! A 1-minute Martial Saint Experience card? You must be kidding. It's a good thing, but isn't 1 minute too short? 1 minute is not enough to do anything. Noticing Su Yuan's expression, Yi Qingling asked in confusion, what's wrong? Su Yuan, is there something wrong? You don't look well. Su Yuan shook his head and said, it's okay, let's go back.
The child will wait at home for too long.
She has to go to school tomorrow.
It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening when everyone returned to the Yi family. Su Tongtong did not sleep after his parents left. Still watching TV over there. His grandparents were reluctant to take care of him. After Su Yuan came back, he went to take a shower first. His skin color looked no different from usual. While taking a shower, Su Yuan looked inward and saw a small earth dragon imprisoned in the Yuan Pass. As expected, although the Taodai breathing method is powerful, it becomes increasingly difficult as you progress. If it weren't for my 2 wives helping me today, I might have really died. Think of this. He soaked in the pool and turned on his communicator. The 3D floating screen allowed him to play while taking a bath. I took a look at the school's notification group today. Luo Yushan said that our school is representing the Eastern Theater Command and competing against top universities from the other 5 theater commands? Is this ever going to end? Competitions every day, right? Can I just live a harmonious and happy married life? Chapter 99, Chapter 98 Angry? What does it mean to take a bath with your aunt? Click, the bathroom door opened. Su Yuan thought it was his daughter, Tong Tong. Daddy is still washing, please wait a moment. There was no sound for a long time, but instead there was the rustling sound of clothes being taken off. Su Yuan turned around and saw Yi Qingming, who was only in her underwear. He was surprised and asked, "Ah? What are you doing?" Yi Qingming blushed and said, "Take a shower." "What else can I do?" At this moment, Yi Qingling was outside with her daughter. Su Tongtong asked curiously, "Mom, why don't you go while little mom and dad are taking a bath?" Yi Qingling covered her daughter's mouth and said, "Don't say that. Boys and girls can't just take a bath together." Qingming's mother is ashamed. "Tong Tong, you can't learn from her." Su Tongtong nodded. Tong Tong knows. Tong Tong doesn't take a bath with daddy, nor does he follow little mommy and Aunt Yao Qi. Daddy would be too embarrassed to take a bath with them. Yi Qingling was stunned for a moment. What? What did you say? Aunt Yao Qi? Su Yuan, who was taking a shower at the moment, heard a buzzing sound in his mind. Ding! The host's dissolute behavior has been exposed. Your wife is furious. The trust we built up has vanished again. A long time ago, the ice was thick as ice. Please coax your wife into talking to you again. Su Yuan laughed. System, you're giving me another task that only requires hands? My wife is talking to me, is that a task? Isn't this something that can be completed casually? Are you rushing to give it to me? At this time, Yi Qingming suddenly said, "Focus." Oh. An hour later, Su Yuan finished taking a shower. Yi Qingming also left the bathroom with a rosy complexion. At this time, Su Yuan remembered the task just now and found Yi Qingling. "Wife, I will accompany you to take a shower." Yi Qingling stood up, without answering, and returned to the room with a bang. Su Yuan looked at Su Tongtong doubtfully. "What happened to your mother?" Su Tongtong covered her mouth and didn't dare to speak at all. Yi Qingming laughed and said, "Maybe he's jealous." Su Yuan shook his head. "Oh really, I didn't do anything." Yi Qingming's mouth curled up. "What do you mean you didn't do anything? You weren't like that just now." At this moment, she felt the surging fire attribute true power in her body and was in a good mood. Su Yuan's body was like a human-shaped cultivation pill. Every time after her normal life, her cultivation would be a little restless. If I had married Su Yuan a few years earlier, wouldn't I have reached the 10th realm long ago? I didn't expect that men could have such a wonderful use, and the process is also very comfortable. It's much more comfortable than boring practice. At this moment, Yi Qingling was in the bathroom, and the falling hot water turned into small ice beads on her skin and fell on the floor of the bathroom. This man is really too much. Will he be entangled with Yi Yao Qi in the future? "Ha, you still want to touch me like this? If you don't let me touch you, go find Qingming next time." But does this bastard know that I'm angry? Why doesn't he come in and comfort me? Snap! Yi Qingling raised the corner of her mouth. "Ha!" At this time, the sound of footsteps was heard, and Su Tongtong said, Mom, let me take a bath with you." "Ha? It's Tongtong? Where's your dad?" Su Tongtong said, "Dad and little mom went to the training room." Little mom said she wanted dad to help her practice. Bang! The shower head exploded. Because the water flow inside instantly froze into ice. Asshole! At this moment, in the training room, Yi Qingming wrapped around Su Yuan from behind.
Su Yuan said righteously, didn't you tell me to practice with you tonight? I've already prepared my cultivation pills, what are you doing now? Yi Qingming nodded, yes, I will practice, you just need to cooperate. You just provide your yang energy. You bold monster. You want me to help you practice? Su Yuan said righteously. A face full of righteousness. Then Yi Qingming patted his chest. His clothes exploded instantly. The next day, Su Yuan got up with dark circles under his eyes. I came to the restaurant in a daze. Yi Yaoqi said, Su Yuan, I've already prepared the love letter. I'm willing to accept the loss. I was too busy recently. I'm not a slacker. Su Yuan waved his hand, what did you say? Yi Yaoqi frowned. Why do you look so drained of energy? How can you call yourself a warrior when you look like this? I think it would be better for you to go to our hidden clan for further study for a while, and think carefully about how to become an excellent warrior in the mountains. Su Yuan shook his head, forget it, I don't want to be a monk. Su Yuan simply drank some milk and ate a sandwich, then turned and walked into the yard. Let's go to school. What are you doing here? Yi Yaoqi nodded, stuffed another sandwich into her mouth, and then went to the university with Su Yuan. As soon as I arrived at the university gate, Yi Yaoqi shamelessly walked up to a high platform in the school. Then he took out the so-called love letter and cleared his throat. Everyone listen carefully, I like Su Yuan and I will confess my love to Su Yuan now. Su Yuan. Your face is so white and round. Su Yuan. My love for you is like my love for meat, I can't stop. There were quite a lot of students in the school at this time, coming and going, and they all stood in the audience to listen to such interesting things. But as they listened, they couldn't help laughing. Does this girl like Su Yuan or meat? I feel like her saliva is about to flow out. Yeah, if you don't know, you might think Su Yuan is some kind of meatball. It's hilarious. When the love letter ended, Su Yuan covered his face. Yi Yaoqi jumped down and said, okay, I'm done confessing. Su Yuan sighed and said, who would express their feelings like this? I think you want to eat my food. Yi Yaoqi frowned. Humph, what? I don't even know what a love letter is. My favorite thing is food, so I'll write you like food. Su Yuan shook his head and said, forget it, just assume that you passed. Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao walked towards here. Zhang Jiuming, did Yi Yaoqi just confess her love to Su Yuan? It's really unfair that all the beautiful women like her. Su Yuan glanced at the two buddies and said, I just happened to be looking for you. One of you is using the breathing of steel and the other is using the breathing of earth. I happen to have some defensive items and shields. Divide them up. I'll update you guys later if I find something more suitable. The two brothers were stunned. Su Yuan? You're so nice to us? Woo woo woo, godfather. You are indeed worthy of being my godfather. Su Yuan took out these two props from his personal space. They are all red props. Yi Yaoqi snorted coldly, you are just taking advantage of me. Su Yuan smiled. How can you say that? We're exchanging equals. Zhang Jiuming, Chen Hao, from now on you'll be the tanks on my team. I'll leave the defense to you. Zhang Jiuming said, of course. I'm very confident in our defense. As for Chen Hao, if we work together, we'll be a formidable force. For them, their talents are not top-notch, so being a support tank is relatively more popular. Chapter 99 of Chapter 100, heading to the Central War Zone to confront. 2 chapters. Su Yuan needs 2 TS, and if he participates in the competition later, he will need them to play. Just at this moment, a car stopped by the roadside in the distance, and Suja walked out holding Qin Huairu's hand. Today Suja was wearing a second lieutenant's uniform. Because of the previous battle, he was a criminal who led the army to kill the enemy. Although he almost died, he was lucky enough to be rescued by Su Jinghua. Thanks to Su Jinggua's relationship, he was cleared of the crime and was awarded an exceptional title. It can be said to be a dramatic turn of events. Su Yuan, didn't you expect that I, Suja, could come back alive? Su Yuan frowned. Since you have successfully used your military exploits to escape punishment within the law, I will not kill you. But if you do it again, I will definitely kill you. Even Su Jinghua can't protect you. Suja sneered, Su Yuan, don't be complacent. I have a martial saint backer too. My aunt is a martial saint. You just rely on the Yi family. When I grow up on the battlefield, I will let you be my vanguard. Yi Yaoqi put her hands on her hips and said, "Where did this rubbish come from? Why are you barking here?" Suja snorted coldly and pulled Qin Huairu to his side. "Su Yuan, Qin Huairu will be mine soon. You can't envy her." Su Yuan smiled. "Suja, this is ridiculous. Do you think I have any feelings for her at all? Please stop deceiving yourself. If you throw this kind of stuff on the side of the road, I wouldn't even give it a second glance. I just find it ridiculous when you say this to me." Suja pointed at Su Yuan and patted his military uniform proudly. "Su Yuan, just wait and see. I will soon rush to another battlefield with my aunt. When we meet again, you must call me Shangguan." Ha ha ha. Suja got in the car and left. Zhang Jiuming snorted, "What kind of rubbish is this? How dare you compare yourself to Su Yuan?" Shen Hao shook his head. "I'm so lucky. I can't die even after joining the cannon fodder group. I'm really strong." Zhang Jiuming shook his head. What a piece of rubbish. If your character is bad, something bad will happen sooner or later. Su Yuan, don't take it to heart. Their family is a joke." At this time, Xiaoyu came over and said, "Su Yuan, what are you doing standing at the door? The Tindo Academy is gathering for a meeting. Go now." Su Yuan nodded. "Good." Several people came to the square of Tianduyuan. The mentor in a black robe glanced at Su Yuan. For some reason, Su Yuan felt that the mentor in the black robe seemed to have some opinion about him. The black-robed instructor snorted coldly, "Humph. As a top-level warrior, getting married at such a young age is fine, but you still don't know how to be restrained. You're wasting your talent, you know?" The students whispered. "Pfft, isn't this Su Yuan? He's the only one among us who got married early." "Yes, getting married so early does hurt your spirit. For a warrior, a man's health is very important." Su Yuan's buddies Kukuku were gloating. The black robe said calmly, "Next, we will go to Shangjing City. We will participate in the competition among the top academies in the 5 major war zones in the Central War Zone. Don't get complacent just because you won your own regional tournament. Our opponents are all college students who won their own regional tournaments. Among them are many students from famous families, with top strength and resources. You might even be ranked last." Yang Feng said calmly, "We have Su Yuan here, how could we lose? Su Yuan is an SSS level person, the best in the Eastern Theater." The black robe glanced at Yang Feng and said, "The first sequence of the Ouyang family is from Zhongnan High Martial Arts University in the Southern Theater Command. He has reached the 6th level at a young age and has a special physique. The Shangjing High Martial Arts University in the Central Theater Command also has a Qilin child." The students in the audience shook their heads. Some were yawning. "What are you talking about, teacher? It's almost done, right? When are we leaving? We can't wait." The black robe said, "Gather at school at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Su Yuan, come with me later." Su Yuan nodded and stepped out. The black robe said, "The rest of you, practice sparring here." Su Yuan followed him into the teaching building and took the ladder to the top floor. "Our school has a comprehensive testing room for advanced warriors' combat power." The man in black robe brought Su Yuan to a room with a strong sci-fi feel. "This room costs 10 billion alliance coins," said the man in black robe. "Ha? What room is so expensive?" Su Yuan couldn't believe it. The black-robed instructor said, "This is a multifunctional testing room. All the metals are made of special materials. They are virtually indestructible to any attack. In fact, the sensors within the walls can even accurately calculate the user's combat power." Su Yuan nodded. "So you brought me here to test my combat power?" The man in black robe nodded. "Before departure, the school will test you to see your overall combat capabilities." After saying that, the man in black robe raised his hand and pinched the wall with his 5 fingers. Boom! The black energy suddenly exploded. Boom! Horrible energy raged in the room. The announcement echoed in the room. Ding, current damage, overall combat power, 138,234. The black robe said, "With a casual blow from me, my combat power can reach hundreds of thousands." "It depends on you, young man." Su Yuan frowned. "Teacher, if it is an ordinary warrior, what is the destructive power of the 4th level?" The man in black robe paused for a moment.
The fourth realm, no less than 80,000. After saying that, he went behind the scenes. At this moment, on a row of tables and chairs behind the scenes, as if they were watching a show, the senior executives all looked at the black robe curiously. Principal Luo Yushan said, "For ordinary warriors, it's good enough to reach around 40,000.
You told him 80,000?
That's a bit exaggerated." The black robe said, "I think he can reach about 80,000, so..."
Boom! A terrifying shock wave suddenly surged in the room.
The black robe's pupils shrank slightly.
The other end. On the training ground, Yi Yaoqi and Yang Feng are practicing against each other. Yang Feng's marksmanship was sharp, but Yi Yaoqi copied it perfectly, so he couldn't gain any benefit. Your martial arts is too weird.
Yang Feng put away his gun.
Yi Yaoqi said calmly, "Sure, have you reached the fifth realm?"
Yang Feng nodded. "You all have reached the fourth realm so quickly, while I've only just reached the fifth realm."
"What's there to say?" Yi Yaoqi nodded.
"You're quite self-aware.
Your talent is just so-so.
You're probably in the top 10 in our clan at best."
When practicing here, Su Yuan came back over there.
The black-robed mentor was following beside him, and he looked confused. Because just now, Su Yuan finally achieved a score of 100,000.
Su Yuan shook his head.
"What a pity. I'm only slightly better than the average warrior." The black robe shook his head. "It's really a little bit."
"What kind of monster is this kid?"
"According to the standards of ordinary A-level warriors, it is impossible for him to get a score of 80,000 at his level, but he actually got a comprehensive score of 100,000. The black-robed instructor stopped talking nonsense and said, "You are all dismissed from school early today.
Go back and get ready.
We will leave for the Central War Zone early tomorrow morning."
The students naturally cheered. Su Yuan shook his head and said he would leave the Eastern Theater Command tomorrow.
"I don't know whether I should bring my wife and children with me." The black-robed instructor seemed to have seen through Su Yuan's plan. Remembering Su Yuan's intense exercise every night, he said calmly, "This is a martial arts competition among the top universities in the 5 major war zones. Su Yuan, you are not allowed to bring your family members." The whole place was filled with Kukuku's laughter.
Su Yuan asked in confusion, "Why are you specifically targeting me and calling my name?" "Teacher, I think you have something against me."
The man in black robe ignored it. After all the students had left, the man in black robe arrived at the principal's office.
Luo Yushan was drinking tea in his office. "Black robe, you're here? How about you lead the team in this competition?"
The black robe frowned and said, "But principal, I am only a martial arts master in the 5 major war zones competition. It is not appropriate for me to participate."
The principal shook his head. "You even hid it from me.
You have already broken through to the 11th level of Martial King.
You will have no problem leading the team this time. When we get to Shangjing, the commanders of the 5 major war zones will be present. Who would dare to mess around?"
The black-robed mentor frowned slightly.
"Why are the commanders of the major war zones here at the university's martial arts competition?" Luo Yushan explained.
"Why else could it be that Su Yuan's price has been hyped up to the strength of 2 divisions? So since Su Yuan graduated from our school, I can brag about my achievements in the future."
The black robe frowned and said, "Why do I feel that Su Yuan will go to the battlefield soon?" Luo Yushan nodded. "Su Yuan's talent is like a rocket. Learning slowly won't work.
He has to learn very quickly."
"Very quickly."
The man in black robe nodded.
"Then I will definitely complete the task well." Luo Yushan nodded.
Binhai City, the palace of the heroine martial saint.
Su Jinghua's eyes flickered. "I didn't expect that I would be going to Shangjing City with Yan Long on behalf of the Eastern Theater Command this time?" Su Mo laughed. "Oh, my sister is so respected. This time you're going to the capital with the commander. Do you think they're training you to be the next commander?"
Lu Yuru has now regained her former complexion. Although his hand was broken, his energy and blood had recovered, and his guilt towards Su Yuan had long since turned into resentment, because Su Yuan really didn't care about them when they were down and out.
"Oh, if my Su family had a commander, it would be a great honor and a blessing for the family." Su Jinghua shook her head. "Being a commander is not a life of luxury. I am a soldier after all. Personal wealth and glory are secondary. Su Jinghua has spent her entire life in the army.
In the eyes of the Su family, Su Jingwei is still very pedantic to some extent, but it is this pedantry that makes her dislike Su Yuan.
It is also a good thing for Su Jia.
As long as he is respectful enough, he will be a good boy in the eyes of his aunt. Su Yuan, a man with a strong character and a bottom line, has become the rebellious son of this family. Su Jia said, "Aunt, I have to represent Central South University this time, so I hope nothing will happen." After Su Jia left Binhai University, he relied on Su Jingwa's relationship to enter Central South University of Higher Education and obtained a correspondence degree, so he is also eligible to participate in the competition.
Su Jingwei nodded. "It's okay, I've already taken care of it." "And Su Chanxian, you come with me too."
Su Chanxian has been in a bad mood recently because of Su Yuan's affairs.
"No."
Su Jia's eyes moved. "Sister, I have something here that can make you understand what kind of person Su Yuan is, and you don't have to be sad anymore." After saying that, he turned on the communicator and found a post dated half a month ago on the Binhai Wuhan University forum. Then he opened it and showed it to Su Chanxian.
Su Chanxian's eyes moved. "This is."
Su Jia said, "This is a post about the young lady from the Binhai family, and it contains information about you and your ex-boyfriend."
Su Chanxian looked extremely ugly. Who would be so outrageous as to post someone else's privacy on the school forum?
Besides, I was the victim of a scam.
Who posted this?
Su Jia said, "Apart from a few people in our family, who else would know about my sister's situation? Besides, when the news was released, I had already joined the army."
"Don't you think I'm right? Su Yuan?" Su Chanxian's eyes moved. Could it be that Su Yuan was really a complete villain as Su Jia said?
"But Su Yuan, I trusted you so much, yet you did such a thing."
"Su Jia, I couldn't figure it out before."
"I didn't think Su Yuan would do such a thing, but now I think about it, I think you're overthinking it."
Su Jingwei nodded. "You don't need to think too much."
Su Yuan, this rebellious son, didn't even want his own bloodline in order to escape from my Su family.
What else can you expect from such an unfilial person? Su Chanxian nodded. "You're right. Su Yuan will definitely go to the capital this time.
I want to see what great things Su Yuan can do."
Su Mo sighed. "Now that we are all united as a family, why should we bother with that beast Su Yuan anymore?" Su Jingwei nodded.
A genius who doesn't care about his family is not really a genius. Instead, he is harmful to the family.
The next day came. Su Yuan and the people from Tindo Academy gathered at the playground.
A black-robed instructor descended from the sky and said calmly, "Su Yuan, are you ready?
We're heading to Shangjing City now."
They were transported in a military luxury armored vehicle. The space inside the car is very spacious and not crowded. Several people were sitting in the car, most of them were playing with communicators. Opposite Su Yuan sat the black-robed teacher. This woman had an aura like a deep pool, and Su Yuan didn't know much about the black-robed teacher's background. At this moment, the car stopped in front of the city gate. The man in black robe stood up and said, "This time we are going to Shangjing, and the one escorting us is Su Jingwa Martial Saint." Zhang Jiuming was originally wiping his shield.
Upon hearing this, his eyes moved and he said, "But doesn't Su Jingwa have a bad relationship with Su Yuan?" Chen Hao also nodded and said, "Yes, black robe instructor, this Su Jingwa won't target us, right?"
The black robe said, "Not really. She is the military region's martial saint. It's impossible for her to have no self-control at all.
How could she threaten the participating students because of personal grudges?
I'm going to say hello, you guys wait for me inside." Yi Yaoqi fell asleep as soon as she got in the car, always holding a piece of candy in her mouth.
Xiaoyu said to Su Yuan, "Chief, don't you want to practice? Cultivate?"
"What the hell, I mainly rely on cheats to level up. I wanted to complete a task in the morning, but Yi Qingling ignored me."
The mission failed again.
Thinking of this, Su Yuan sighed.
Chapter 101 Chapter 100 Just because you are too beautiful? 2 chapters. I'm fine.
I just made a breakthrough and I just need to consolidate it.
Su Yuan said.
Xiaoyu nodded, "Okay, then I'll practice first." At this moment, outside the armored vehicle, Su Jingwa, who was riding a rhino beast, said indifferently, "The headmaster of your school actually didn't know how to greet me, the martial saint who was escorting him. He really has no manners at all." The eyes beneath the black robe and mask moved slightly.
"The martial saint of heroes has great authority. As a lieutenant general of our Eastern Theater Command, you think it's ridiculous to embarrass a junior like him?" Su Jingwa's eyes moved.
Su Jia beside him immediately helped Yin Yang, black robe. this person is our Lieutenant General Marshal Saint. Who are you to speak like that?
Su Jinghua said calmly, unruly teachers bring up unruly students.
Suddenly the door of the armored vehicle opened.
Su Yuan's figure flashed out and appeared in front of Su Zhao in an instant.
Su Zhao was only in the third realm now. In Su Yuan's eyes, he was no different from an ant. He slapped Su Zhao away with a slap.
Bang!
Su Zhao flew out and fell flat on his face. It took him a long time to get up.
You dared to hit me? Su Yuan. Be careful or my aunt will beat you. Su Jinghua's face turned cold, and her aura suddenly exploded.
The man in black robe suddenly took a step forward.
Su Yuan is our school's top student. Do you want this student representing the Eastern Theater Command to lie down now? Su Jinghua's eyes moved.
If this was true, our Eastern Theater Command would be in trouble, not to mention that it would be difficult to explain to the commander.
Su Zhao, come back. Don't say anything more. This is not the time for you to butt in.
Su Chanqian, take care of your brother.
Team. Go. Su Yuan, don't let the people of the Eastern Theater down when you go to battle this time. Su Yuan smiled faintly, then I will definitely not let you down.
Su Zhao covered his face, which was swollen like a pig's head. He said to his sister, Sister, look at Su Yuan, what he has done to you. Su Chanqian whispered, Su Yuan is representing the region, and even my aunt can't say anything about him, so just bear with it.
I tolerate him.
Su Zhao was completely discouraged. His aunt valued the reputation of the war zone the most and would never harm the competition for him. It seemed that he could only find an opportunity to target Su Yuan again. At this moment, Su Yuan returned to the car. Several classmates said, when you slapped Su Zhao and sent him flying just now, we were so happy watching you.
Exactly, what a green tea man. He stole your fiancée and now wants to kill you. What a shame.
Su Yuan closed his eyes and said, it's okay, just a clown.
Over time.
The car stopped with a bang. Zhang Zhoming was dozing off when he jumped out of the car in shock.
What the hell? A war?
Su Yuan smiled faintly.
What are you mumbling about over there? Get up and eat.
Zhang Zhoming shook his head. Oh, it's time to eat.
A group of people got off the armored vehicle. It was Su Rant's first time leaving the city.
After this world was attacked by strange beasts, humans only had the concept of cities and relied on cities to build defenses. Therefore, outside the cities was a truly barren land. At this moment, there is only dust and various garbage on the ground. You can also see brown dirt in the soil, which proves the toxins in the soil. The activities of strange beasts produced these things, constantly changing the living environment of this world. Black robes distributed energy bars to students.
Su Yuan shook his head.
He had suspected more than once that the energy bar was made of cockroach corpses, but he had no evidence.
Zhang Zhoming walked closer and said, Brother Yuan, I got you a piece. Let's eat it. Su Yuan glanced at the black energy bar in his hand and said calmly, Here you go. I won't eat it. Zhang Zhoming was immediately happy, really?
He immediately stuffed 2 sticks into his mouth. When Chen Hao heard this, he immediately stepped forward to grab it. Give me a bite, don't eat it all.
Give me a bite.
Suddenly, the two of them saw that Su Yuan had 5 large skewers of meat in his hand, sprinkled with cumin. The two watched in amazement as Su Yuan took out a stove with an iron plate on it, and then put the barbecue on it, making a sizzling Maillard reaction. Everyone at the scene looked here at once.
Yi Yaoqi cheered and rushed toward Su Yuan. Su Yuan, I want to eat meat.
Yang Feng and Xiaoyu also kept moving forward.
Su Yuan, is this meat real? Let me taste it for you.
Su Yuan, good things should be shared with brothers.
The black-robed mentor's stomach growled. Su Yuan smiled and glanced at these people. Okay, what are you waiting for? Come up and eat together.
The students cheered immediately. The man in black robe licked his lips at this moment. I am the mentor, I can't go. If I go, it will be very embarrassing.
Where will my mentor's face be?
At this moment, a bunch of large skewers of sizzling meat appeared in front of her.
Su Yuan said, Teacher, don't say that I have good things and won't share them with you. Eat it, it's better than you eating that cockroach energy bar. The man in black robe took it subconsciously and said, Okay. As soon as Su Yuan left, the man in black robe raised his hand to take off his mask, but Su Yuan came back and said, Teacher, if you want to eat, I still have some. You can come and get it.
Su Yuan stared at her face for a long time. The black-robed mentor just closed his mask in 0.1 millisecond.
Su Yuan didn't see his tutor's face, so he could only walk away disappointed.
The woman in black robe sighed, and suddenly raised her hand, and a black mist enveloped her.
Su Yuan returned to the students, who were now all in a daze.
Zhang Jiuming wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth and walked over to Su Yuan and asked, "How is it?"
"Did you see it?" Su Yuan shook his head. "I didn't see it."
She was on guard. Zhang Jiuming said, "This instructor's face is an unsolved mystery in our school. Some people say she's so beautiful that there's even a song dedicated to her."
"Just because you are so beautiful." Su Yuan was stunned. "Wait a minute, Palace Jade Wine? What the hell are you talking about?"
Zhang Jiuming said, "You're still thinking about wine.
Let me tell you, our mentor is a mystery."
Chen Hao said from the side, "I heard that our mentor has another reason for not seeing people, because he is too ugly to be seen by others."
Su Yuan shook his head, thinking he was meeting a fellow villager in a foreign land. The result should not be. "Alright, what does the teacher look like have to do with you too? Are you even planning to take advantage of her?" Su Yuan said, pointing at Yi Yaoqi, "Hey, leave me a piece of meat."
On the other hand, the food at the soldiers' base in the Eastern Theater Command was not as good. Their food is also standard cockroach energy bars, which are pitch black.
Su Jingwu picked up an energy bar and ate it with a frown.
People in this era eat basically to maintain life, and there is no such thing as enjoyment or not. At this time, Suja came jogging over and said, "Auntie, I have some candies. These candies will taste great if sprinkled on energy bars."
Su Jingwei nodded.
"Okay, Xiaozhe is filial, much better than that kid Su Yuan."
Suja nodded, "This is what a nephew should do." Su Jingwei nodded with satisfaction, "Good.
You are worthy of being a member of my Su family." At this moment, Su Jingwe's nose twitched slightly.
"What's that smell? Could it be that I haven't eaten normal food for too long and there's something wrong with my nose?"
Suja's eyes also moved.
"What kind of smell is this? It makes his saliva secrete like crazy." Su Jingwe said to the soldier beside her, "Do you smell anything?" The soldier swallowed and said, "I smell it. It smells good. Then it's not just my illusion?" Su Jingwe asked doubtfully, "Could it be that those people are eating something? Someone, come and see what's going on."
Soon, a soldier came trotting over, holding a piece of leftover bone in his hand.
"General! Over there, they're eating meat. Eating meat with big mouthfuls." "What?" Su Jingwei was incredulous. "Eat meat? Where do we get so much meat for them to eat?" The soldier held up the bone and said, "It's absolutely true.
I saw them eating the meat with my own eyes."
Su Jingwe's eyes moved slightly.
"Lean forward slightly.
I'll go check it out."
After all, there are meat products in this world, but meat is only available on specific occasions, such as when the commander-in-chief rewards the troops, he will take out some special meat products for everyone to taste. But Su Yuan actually had a lot of fresh meat to eat directly as a meal, which made her confused.
Where on earth did Su Yuan get so much meat? Unable to bear the smell, Su Jingwe hurried to the next camp with her soldiers.
"I could hardly believe my eyes when I saw the grand scene." Suja said from the side, "Aunt, there must be something wrong with the source of so much meat.
Could it be the meat of some exotic beast?"
"But the meat of the strange beast is poisonous and smells terrible.
How can we eat it?" Su Jingwe shook her head and retorted. Suja chuckled, "Aunt, let's just say there's something wrong with the meat and confiscate it. We can then deal with it later, right? I haven't eaten meat in a long time."
Su Jingwe's expression changed, and she immediately said, "With the competition approaching, it is indeed harmful to the health of these students to eat meat of unknown origin.
Take the meat products from their hands."
Suddenly, 2 rows of soldiers surrounded Su Yuan and the students. The students looked at each other in confusion.
Su Yuan stood up and said calmly, "I wonder what General Su is doing. Why can't we just have something to eat?" Su Jingwe said calmly, "We've received a report that you consumed meat products from unknown sources.
The safety of these foods has not been verified. The competition is about to begin, and as the escorting general, I have the obligation to protect your safety. Come here, confiscate all the food."
"Hey, why are you confiscating our food?" the students objected. Su Jingwe said calmly, "I am the accompanying general.
Any students who do not obey the orders will be put in solitary confinement.
etc. A black mist surged in and took the form of a human. The black-robed instructor's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, "I am the accompanying instructor. The food these children eat is provided by the school. If you have any opinions, please go back and talk to our principal." Su Jingguo's eyes moved slightly and she said in a deep voice, "Oh? When did your school have so much meat? Black robe, it has nothing to do with you. Su Jingguo, I will report today's situation. Your school is very suspicious. It's time for a thorough investigation." The man in black robe sneered. "Ha, sure. I'll trouble General Su to supervise it. Let's go." Su Jingguo took her soldiers away from here, and these soldiers swallowed their saliva frantically. Su Yuan sneered, "There's still time, everyone, keep eating. This is top-notch fresh beef, it smells so good." In the distance, Su Jingguo walked away with gloomy eyes. Suja looked grim, "Aunt, I'm starving to death, is there no way to get something to eat?" Su Jingguo was in a bad mood. "Shut up, we are soldiers, we shouldn't be so embarrassed. Notify everyone to set off early and try to arrive in Shangjing City before 2 p.m. A few hours later. Shangjing City. Because the venue for the martial arts competition among universities in the 5 major war zones is here, it has been crowded and bustling since 2 days ago. Above the city, a huge dome shield provides the city with a sense of security. Su Yuan and the students around him looked around from time to time, while the black-robed instructor walked in front with his hands behind his back. "Black robe, this city has the latest dome shield. Beasts below the Beast King level have no hope of breaking through the city." Su Yuan wondered, if that's the case, why not install this kind of dome in all the cities in the Huaxia war zone? The man in black robe shook his head. "This is unrealistic. The Chinese war zone is too large, and the cost of such a dome is too high. So most areas still use the grid defense network like the one in Binhai City." Su Yuan nodded. At this moment, Suja stepped forward and said arrogantly, "General Su said that when we arrive in the city, you can check into the hotel by yourselves. We have military matters to attend to and need to reunite with the commander." After saying that, Suja turned around and left without caring about these people's reactions. Zhang Zhoming snorted, "You're just a small second lieutenant, what's so cool about you?" Chen Hao nodded. "That's right, he's just a follower. Why should we pay attention to him? Let's put down our things and go to the night market together." Su Yuan frowned and said, "This is not good. The martial arts competition among the 5 major war zone colleges will begin tomorrow morning. If we do this, won't we?" Everyone looked at Su Yuan in unison. Su Yuan continued, "Isn't it so cool?" A group of students immediately cheered. After all, they really didn't dare to do it without the chief leading them. But when they entered the hotel, the laughter stopped. The corner of the man in black robe's mouth twitched. An older woman in a colorful sweater twisted her body and turned to look at the group of students. "What are you doing? Luo Yushan and I are old friends. Otherwise, I wouldn't be willing to rent the house to you at such a low price." "Oh, what are you looking at?" "Yes, it looks a little broken on the outside, but I'm sure you'll be satisfied inside." Yi Yaoqi said in disbelief, "How did our school arrange such a shabby hotel? They're really good at it." Chapter 102 Chapter 101 The Young Master of the Ouyang Family, Arcane Echoes. 2 chapters. Su Yuan, let's share a room. Yi Yaoqi suddenly said with a smile. Su Yuan glared at her and said, "You and Xiaoyu are in the same room. Young Feng and I share a room." Xiaoyu smiled and said, "You are still a good man. Your wife is not around, and the opportunity to get close to us is right in front of you." Zhang Jioming narrowed his eyes and said, "Senior sister, I can do it too. We can share a room." "Get out," Xiaoyu said. Zhang Jioming pouted and shook his head, pulling Su Yuan and beating him continuously. "Why do all the girls like you?" Su Yuan shook his head, "I'm very capable." After a fight, they followed the ant to the second floor. As they walked on the creaking wooden steps, they were all sweating, fearing that the wooden planks would break at any time and they would all fall down. But fortunately, although the wooden board is old, it is still tough. Then everyone came to the so-called rooms, which were more like bunk beds than rooms. A large room is divided into small rooms by curtains. Su Yuan frowned slightly. "This is called a hotel?" "Yang Feng, this can also be called a room." Zhang Jioming, "Oh my god." The proprietress introduced, "The bathroom is over there." It's a large unified bathhouse, half for men and half for women. I wish you a happy time, oh.
After saying that, she walked away shaking her butt.
Su Yuan frowned. I'll spend money to help everyone rent a decent room.
The students immediately cheered.
As expected of the chief, he's so bold. Yes, this condition affects combat effectiveness. Su Yuan turned on the communicator, searched inside it, and then frowned. Oh no, all the hotels nearby are full.
Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, Shangjing City is full of people these past 2 days.
It's normal that we can't rent a room. Su Yuan sighed. I can only stay here for now.
Because the bathrooms here are separated by curtains, boys and girls can hear what is happening on the other side while taking a shower. Amid the sound of splashing water,
Zhang Zhoming said, Brother, there are girls across the way, why don't we take a look?
Shen Hao coughed and said, You're such a loser. When we graduate, it won't be difficult for us to find a partner.
At school, our brilliance was overshadowed by Su Yuan, so.
Su Yuan was wiping his body with soap at this time, when suddenly the soap fell to the ground.
Can someone help me check it out?
After Su Yuan finished speaking, the other boys in the bathroom all stared at him. Yang Feng suddenly stood up and said, Don't panic, I'll pick it up.
Zhang Zhoming raised the corner of his mouth, clasped his hands together, and folded a few fingers. Chrysanthemum secret. Kanzi Ju. The next moment, Yang Feng suddenly turned around and kicked Zhang Zhoming away with a spinning kick. After taking a shower,
the students returned to their beds to sleep. Not to mention that even though there was constant snoring in the dormitory, these people still fell asleep quickly.
Maybe it's because of the fatigue from the journey. The next day, the martial arts venue in the center of Shangjing City.
The black robe was already waiting for the students. Su Yuan walked up to the black-robed man and asked, Where did you sleep last night, teacher?
I didn't see you go back to your room.
The man in black robe glanced at him and said, I'm meditating on the roof of the hotel.
Su Yuan nodded.
It seems that as the team leader, she has also been very nervous. The black robe said, You should pay attention to today's martial arts competition. Southwest Xuanwu University, Central South University, Tianhan University, and Shangjing Wuda are all super colleges that are not inferior to ours. They also have plans for Tindo Academy.
Before it officially begins, no one knows what the rules of the competition will be, but I can say that it won't be easy, so be prepared. Su Yuan nodded, everyone understands. Let's go.
The man in black robe led the students towards the waiting area in the center.
And in the VIP viewing area on the platform, the commanders of the 5 major war zones sat in a row. Next to Yanlong sat Su Jinghua. And Su Zhi stood behind Su Jinghua. Yanlong said calmly, How are you going to gamble this year?
Situ Yun, commander of the Western Theater Command, said, Just like last year, we'll bet on one division. Hong Yuan, commander of the Southern Theater Command, smiled faintly.
I'm interested in Su Yuan. If our Southern Theater Command wins, I'll take Su Yuan away.
Tuoba Dalong, commander of the Northern Theater Command, laughed out loud.
Oh, this is really interesting. How about this? Let's just bet on Su Yuan. Whoever comes first will go there.
The Central Theater Commander, a bespectacled commander who called himself Viper, nodded.
I agree.
Yanlong frowned, This is unfair to me.
You all benefit from winning, but if I win, Su Yuan will still be with me? The 4 commanders said calmly. You're first, and we each give you a division, how about that?
Yanlong's eyes moved. I have confidence in this kid Su Yuan.
This is the battle area. The 5 groups of people looked at each other. Of course, Su Yuan could feel the curious gazes lingering on him.
Soon, a referee came out and said,
Next, I will tell you the specific rules. This first round of testing is very simple. We call it Arcane Echo. Su Yuan's eyes moved, and specific rules appeared on the big screen in the venue.
The black-robed instructor explained, So, it's about striking this special bell. The team that strikes it the most times gets more points, and those points determine the ranking of the 5 teams.
Su Yuan understood.
This level was very simple. In fact, it was just ringing the bell according to one's strength and talent. The more times one rang the bell, the stronger one's personal strength would be.
But, maybe it was to balance out some people who were too talented, so it became a team.
The black robe said, The number of participants must be 8.
You, Yi Yaoqi, Yang Feng, Xiaoyu, Zhang Zhoming, Chen Hao, Jin Huiru, and one more student, all of you go up. Su Yuan nodded. No problem. At this moment on the stage, Yanlong laughed and said, aren't we sure to win? We have only 2 SSS level ones. Tuoba Daolong shook his head. That's just 2 people. This year, there are 8 S-level students in the school. Secondly, talent is only one aspect. Cultivation is also very important. Yanlong was stunned. 8 S-class? Isn't that cheating? How can there be so many S-class in one region? At this time, Su Jia, who was standing behind Su Jingwe, suddenly stood up and said, Aunt, I'm going to Central South University. Su Jingwe nodded. My nephew is a correspondence student at Central South University. It makes sense for him to participate in the competition. Yanlong turned his head and said, How can you do this? Su Jingwe shook her head. Although Suju was born in our Eastern Theater Command, he dropped out of school. We approached many universities, but no one was willing to take him in. Now, with great difficulty, Central South University is willing to take him in. I have nothing to say. The commander of the Southern Theater Command, Hong Yuan, raised the corner of his mouth and said, Yanlong, don't get excited. Don't worry, our Central South University in the Southern Theater Command is operating in accordance with regulations. At this moment, the students led by Su Yuan started discussing on the field. What's going on? Suja over there actually joined Central South University? Isn't that cheating? Yang Feng walked up to Su Yuan and asked, Chief, what do you think? Su Yuan said calmly, Central South University even wants trash like Suja. What else can I say? They want this kind of trash, it's obvious enough. What a piece of crap this so-called Central South University is. Why should we be afraid of them? Zhang Zhoming swallowed and rubbed his hands. Damn, brother Yuan, of course you have no problem, but what about me? Chen Hao and I are just 2 B-level ones. Don't make it sound like this. The man in black robe tried to comfort him. There are 4 grades, and each grade needs people. You two are quite strong among the first graders. Although your talents are average, you are better because of your hard work. Only then did Su Yuan notice that his 2 buddies were all dark. It seems to be related to the daily hellish training. Zhang Zhoming scratched his head and said, That's nothing we can do. My buddy is a genius, and we are the tanks. If we can't handle the pressure on the court, it will be embarrassing. I've thought about it. We will be Yuan Ge's pawns in the future. If we don't work hard, we won't be able to bear the injuries beside Yuan Gu. Chen Hao nodded. So we signed up for a crash course to become a tank. Improve your physical strength every day through scientific methods. Su Yuan smiled slightly when he heard this. You two are really good, your bodies are very strong. He raised his hands and squeezed the 2 buddies' buttocks. They are indeed hard enough. The 2 of them tensed up. Dude, we don't offer shareholding services. The other end. Among the crowd at Central South University. Ouyang Pai, the grandson of the Marshal Saint Honghu and the young master of the Ouyang family, had his eyes lowered, and the 2 female classmates beside him were clinging to him. Master Ouyang, is that the Qilin son over there from the Eastern Theater? But I don't think he's that great. Ouyang Pai showed a scornful smile on his face. Born in a humble family, with no background, a Qilin? How ridiculous. He's like an ant facing the sky in front of me. Suja squeezed through the crowd beside him and approached with a flattering look on his face. Master Ouyang. I'm Suja, the young master of the Su family. Ouyang Pai hid the contempt on his face. Master Su. Long time no see. The last time I saw you, you hadn't joined the army yet. Suja bowed and said, I'm really ashamed to say this. Master Ouyang, the man over there was once my clan brother. Oh? Ouyang Pai's eyes moved. I see. If he's your clan brother, then that's really a coincidence. Su Yuan once killed a member of my Ouyang family in Binhai. The clan even held a meeting about this. Unfortunately, with the support of the Yi family, the Ouyang family couldn't do anything to him. But today is the day for the Ouyang family to take revenge. Suja, I don't think your brother is that good. Suja immediately lashed out. What a waste, what a tactless rubbish. This world is all about relationships and social conventions, master. Ouyang Pai raised the corner of his mouth. Suja, you are very good. If you have any problems in the army in the future, you can come to me at any time. Perform well today. Yes, young Master Ouyang. Suja bowed. Ouyang Pai sneered. Today, Su Yuan must be severely slapped in the face.
I want him to know that a martial saint family with hundreds of years of inheritance is not so easy to bully.
Su Yuan noticed the gaze, glanced sideways in confusion, and raised the corner of his mouth.
A few pieces of trash, their eyes are quite aggressive.
Get ready to start.
At this moment, the referee of the conference came over and said in a deep voice,
Welcome everyone to the martial arts competition of the 5 major universities.
The purpose of the competition is to promote the prosperity of the human race and the flourishing of martial arts.
After a moment, the lengthy opening speech ended. The referee said, Now all the universities begin, strike the arcane bell.
There was a loud rumbling sound on the field in front of me. The 5 large bells slowly rose along with the high platform. The students at the scene exclaimed,
Is this the arcane bell?
It's truly a miracle of martial arts technology.
Can this thing detect our talents? What if it goes wrong?
At this time, the referee said, Everyone, be careful. This arcane bell has arcane echoes, which means it will counterattack your attacks.
If you are not strong enough, don't resist it. Be careful, you will die. The students representing the academies of the 5 major war zones were all shocked.
Among the students of Tianhan University in the Northern Theater Command, a student walked out.
The students of Tianhan University were wearing school uniforms. This school uniform is a fur coat.
A disdainful smile appeared on his lips.
What kind of response is that? It's just a machine. How can it really turn the world upside down? Watch me.
He jumped up and slapped out with his palm.
Boom.
He struck with all his strength. The arcane bell emitted bursts of blue light.
Boom. There were 2 soft sounds, and the electronic display screen on the arcane clock showed the number 2. Then, just as he was smiling triumphantly, a blue ripple emanated from the arcane bell. Boom.
This guy was totally unprepared. The next moment, the whole person flew out, and blood was already spurting out in the air. A student from their school flew out and hugged the student. The 2 of them took several steps back before they were able to get rid of the force.
How could this happen? Such a strong backlash? The students at the scene were all stunned and couldn't believe it. How is this possible?
This shockwave is equivalent to the full force of this student's attack.
Are you kidding me? How can we dare to fight?
That's right, 2 sounds are already so miserable. At this moment, Yan Long on the stage said disdainfully, Students who don't dare to take action should just not do it. We don't need cowards in our 5 major war zones. As soon as these words were spoken, many students were aroused and they came forward one by one to start ringing the bell. So there was a constant sound of banging on the field.
At Binhai University now. Everyone looked at Su Yuan.
Su Yuan said, Zhang Jiuming Chen Hao, you go first, then Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu looked at Su Yuan with complicated eyes, then nodded. Zhang Jiuming clapped his hands and said, I'll go up and show you guys an example. He rushed forward happily, clapped his hands, and took a horse stance, looking a little funny. Central South University is closest to Binhai University.
Ouyang Pai sneered, this kind of idiot is qualified to play? Is there no one left in their school? The next moment,
Zhang Jiuming slapped out with one palm.
Boom!
The arcane bell chimed. He frowned slightly, and the next moment a huge force came out. A vein popped out on his forehead.
Breath of steel.
His body was quickly covered in a layer of gray. This is the breathing of steel, which ranks among the best among B-level breathing techniques, and in the later stages, he can transform into a steel warrior.
Break it for me. Boom! The resounding sound hit Zhang Jiuming's chest.
He took 2 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood.
No, this is harder than I thought. Chen Hao, be careful.
Chen Hao nodded when he heard that.
All right, come down.
I was counting on you to hit a double shot, but you only hit a single shot.
It's useless. Then Chen Hao came on stage.
After seeing Zhang Jiuming's experience, he performed slightly better.
A palm strike was made, with a double bang.
But before he could feel proud, he flew out.
Chapter 103 Chapter 102 Face off against an all-genius lineup.
This made the students from Central South University next door laugh so hard. Ouyang Pai said calmly, just go and show Binhai University what it means to have a full team of geniuses.
A girl next to him stood up and walked to the arcane bell.
A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he raised his hand and slapped out. Boom! 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 3 rings in total. The next moment, the backlash came in front of him. The girl's face turned pale. But the next moment he slapped out again. The arcane bell made another muffled sound, and then the female student flew out. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Yang Pai said proudly, "See, this is the genius of all our members, Su Yuan. Sometimes fighting alone is definitely not enough. People need someone to back them up. What do you think of my Ouyang family? I think you could consider transferring to my school and becoming my guest. Then I'll join hands with you and we'll be divided into 5 major battle zones." Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yang Pai indifferently. "Are you the apple pie from the Ouyang family? It's still pear pie. You arrogant boy. Do you really think you are invincible just because you have some talent?" Yang Pai was furious. "You kid, just wait for death. Keep going." The movement at Central South University attracted everyone's attention. Oh my god, who in Central South University can compare to them? Their strength is incredible. Yeah, Central South University is really awesome this year. Who can compete with them? The 2 people at Binhai University only fired 3 shots in total, but look at the people at Central South University, each fired 4 or 5 shots. Can he really win? At this moment, Yang Feng said to Su Yuan, "I'm going to play now, I hope to hit 7 shots." Su Yuan nodded, "Don't be too tired." Yang Feng nodded. With a swing of the spear in his hand, Yang Feng soared into the sky. He landed on the spear, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he did a 3.5 flips. After landing, he slapped the clock. Boom! 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 This scene did attract a lot of people's attention. The 5 commanders on the stage began to discuss. "That's Yang Feng?" "That's right, Binhai's class of talented students will graduate soon. Yanlong is a good talent, why don't you give him to us in the battle zone?" Yanlong laughed and said, "I won't let this kid go. I have other plans for him." Su Yuan went to the battlefield ahead of time, and Yang Feng was just there to help him. As long as Yang Feng didn't die, he would definitely be a great general in the future, and it would be no problem for him to become a martial saint. So he stayed by Su Yuan's side. It would be a good idea to train him to be a commander in the future. There are actually quite a few talented students in my Binhai school. At this moment, Yang Pai was stunned and said, "An S-level 5th realm, with such a solid foundation, is really good. It would be great if he could be recruited, but it's a pity that he is Su Yuan's man." At this moment, Yang Feng's true energy burst out, and another ball of power was discharged and hit the clock. Boom! The 4th ring. Boom! The 5th ring. Boom! 6th ring. All the university students stopped and looked at Yang Feng in amazement. 6 shots? I'm the first person to shoot 6 shots today. Unbelievable, it's from Binhai University? Yang Pai's eyes were gloomy. How could this happen? This Su Yuan really has a lot of capable people around him. In the next moment, Yang Feng's eyes moved. "Break it for me. 1 more ring. Boom! 7 bangs. 7 full bangs." The next moment, Yang Feng turned around and stepped on the spear. Buzz! The spear flew up. Yang Feng fired a shot at the echo that was coming from the target. Boom! He retreated continuously. "Until you stand firm. Quiet." The whole audience was silent. The next moment, many audience members spontaneously stood up and applauded. "Good. That's great. This student is so handsome." Yang Feng turned around and bowed to Su Yuan. "I have fulfilled my mission." Su Yuan nodded. "Xiao Yu, you go ahead." "Yes. It seems that the limelight has been stolen by Binhai University." Yang Pai said coldly, "Suja, you go ahead." Suja nodded, "Yes." Suja is currently in the 3rd realm, which is not considered very good among these students, but with his S-level talent, he is not bad either. After he came on stage, he attacked together with Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu fired 5 shots. He only rang 4 times. Yang Pai's face was gloomy. What a waste. Currently, the total response of Central South University is 29. As for Su Yuan, since Yi Yaoqi had not yet come on the court, his performance was relatively poor with only 18 shots. At this moment, Yi Yaoqi put his hands on his hips and said, I, the great Emperor Yaoqi, will fire 10 shots no matter what. Although her realm is one level lower than Yang Feng's.
But it is SSS level after all. Su Yuan is still very optimistic.
At this moment, her face was full of seriousness. She walked to the big clock, took a deep breath, then raised her hand and punched the big clock in front of her. At this moment, the big bell suddenly burst into a ball of astonishing divine light.
Then boom, boom, boom.
The clock seemed to be broken.
Ouyang Pai asked incredulously, is there no one to turn off the clock? Is it broken? How is this possible?
The 5 commanders on the stage also stood up, all expressing disbelief.
Who is this person? What kind of terrifying talent is this?
By the way, I heard that Binhai has 2 SSS level qualifiers this year.
Could it be her?
The 4 commanders looked at Yanlong with envy, but at this moment Yanlong's mouth corners curled up. He said lightly, oh, I forgot to tell you guys, this is the lady from the hidden clan.
SSS level qualifications, only slightly weaker than Su Yuan.
Yanlong, who was secretly happy, was really happy now. And at this moment on the court, the muffled sound continued.
The people around were counting how many times the gun went off. This is the 6th one.
Wait, this is the 7th tone.
And that's the 8th one.
What?
8? How is that possible? How is it possible to reach the 8th note so easily?
At this moment, Yi Yaoqi shook his head and shouted, break it for me.
Boom. The big bell rang again. 9 rings. That's a full 9 rings. Oh my god. This is truly invincible.
In the direction of Central South University, the Ouyang faction said coldly, how ridiculous.
9 shots?
You're so brave.
You fired 9 shots? Aren't you afraid of backlash?
Sure enough, the next moment, Yi Yaoqi's figure flashed and she fell to the ground with a pale face.
Su Yuan jumped up, came to Yi Yaoqi's side, and helped Yi Yaoqi up. Yaoqi, how are you?
Yi Yaoqi's body trembled, her eyes filled with sorrow. Su Yuan, I may not be able to make it any longer, but it's worth it for you.
Give me 100 lollipops so I can have a good time before I die.
Su Yuan stood up silently and threw her to the ground.
With a snap, Yi Yaoqi fell and her whole body was convulsing. Oh, Su Yuan, you are not a human being. You don't want me anymore after you've used me.
At this moment, Binhai University has 27 points, while the opponent has 29 points, a difference of 2 points.
Not much. Su Yuan looked towards Ouyang Pai. A disdainful smile appeared on the latter's lips. Su Yuan, do you think you can catch up? Ants are ants, and garbage is garbage. Chapter 104, Chapter 103. Crazy. He is crazy. Su Yuan. You don't think that true geniuses always make the final appearance, do you? Ouyang Pai pointed at Su Yuan. That's great, because I think so too. But no matter how talented you are definitely not as good as me.
As soon as he finished speaking, terrifying true energy surged out instantly.
Boom.
His aura was completely different, and it actually made many students around him take a step back. The other students were not fools either, and they guessed what happened when they saw this.
Could it be the 6th realm? Oh my god, how old is he, and he's already in the 6th realm? Invincible, truly invincible. Even if there's a 1-level difference in aptitude, this gap can't be bridged in the face of an absolute realm. Great. We're hopeless. This first place in the category means we've already been selected for Central South Martial Arts University. Ouyang Pai glanced at Su Yuan and said, boy, do you have anything else to say? The 5 commanders-in-chief on the stage all looked sideways.
Yanlong frowned and said, this Ouyang sect member should be the grandson of Honghu Martial Saint. How can he have reached the 6th realm at such a young age?
Does he have any special physique?
Hong Yuan, the commander of the Southern Theater Command, said proudly, the ice dragon body has a fast cultivation speed and comes with an ice attribute enhancement. It's quite powerful, and it also strengthens the physical body.
It's a very good physique. Oh. Yanlong nodded.
This was troublesome.
He had a high realm and a special physique? Su Yuan is in trouble.
Everyone at the scene was pessimistic about Su Yuan. Even Yang Feng warned him, Su Yuan, be careful and pay attention to your safety. Don't harm yourself just for the sake of a mere first place in the assessment. Zhang Jiuming and others also expressed their concern and asked Su Yuan to do his best. After all, in their opinion, this realm is 2 realms higher than Su Yuan, and it is impossible to win, so it is better to conserve some strength. At this moment, Ouyang Pai walked to his own arcane bell, raised his eyes and glanced at Su Yuan, his expression slightly cold.
Raise your hands and gather your true energy.
The true energy in his body surged, squeezing his bones and making crackling sounds.
Su Yuan, listen to your friend, I am invincible.
After saying that, he slapped out with his palm. The clock in front of him trembled violently.
Boom, boom, boom. In just a moment, the bell rang 3 times. Ouyang Pai smiled faintly. We've only just begun, let's continue. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more sounds in a row. Boom, boom, boom. Came directly to Jiusheng.
Only at this moment did Ouyang Pai's face turn slightly pale. The other students at the scene exclaimed.
9 consecutive shots? 9 shots straight? How is this possible? 9 shots were so easy, could he still hit the 10th shot? Just at this moment.
Ouyang Pai showed a cruel smile. A mere 9 rings is the limit for mortals, but it is not my limit.
Break it for me. Ouch.
A shadow of an ice dragon appeared behind him. The bell in front of him weighed 1,000 pounds, but he still threw a punch.
Boom. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 10th ring, is this the 10th ring?
The students at the scene jumped up one by one. The 5 commanders on the stage also stood up.
9 rings already represent the limit, but the Ouyang sect actually broke the limit? What a joke!
Yes, although Su Yuan hasn't fought yet, but with the pearls and jade in front of him, Su Yuan is eclipsed. Yang Feng and the others looked at each other and clenched their hands.
Su Yuan.
At this moment, Su Yuan was under unprecedented pressure.
Do I have to fire 13 shots to win? Ha!
Su Yuan clenched his hand in the air, and a black long sword appeared in his palm. Over there, the Ouyang faction was forced to turn pale and tremble due to the final backlash, but he was extremely proud in his heart.
Su Yuan, even if you have an incredible talent, so what?
I've worked 10 or 100 times harder than you since I was little. You have incredible talent, and I have my own unique physique. You're not the only genius in this world. Suja immediately flattered him. Su Yuan, I've told you before, don't be so self-righteous. In front of a true genius, you are nothing.
Ouyang Pai sneered.
At this moment, Su Yuan was holding a knife and swung a ray of sword energy towards the clock in front of him.
Boom!
The arcane bell made a dull sound.
The other students became confused. What's going on with Su Yuan? Why did it only make 1 sound? The so-called SSS level talent, can it be fake? I'm embarrassed. This is so embarrassing. With such a pearl in front of him, and him being so lame, isn't he a clown?
At this moment, Su Yuan put away his sword and lowered his waist, his true energy flowing through his body.
A bunch of idiots, I was just experiencing it a little bit. A sword from heaven and earth. Cut.
The terrifying sword energy turned into ripples and smashed heavily on the bell.
Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the big bell rang 3 times in succession. Everyone started nodding. That's pretty good, but unfortunately, it's still far behind young Master Ouyang. Yes.
Su Yuan had a sullen face at the moment, not worried at all about the situation.
He slashed with his backhand again. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more sounds. Ouyang Pai's eyes moved slightly, that's it.
Su Jia, at most, it's something that can make 8 shots. At this moment, Su Yuan's whole body seemed to be covered with lava magic patterns. There was a terrifying heat emanating from his body. The next moment, another sword was slashed out.
Knock, knock. 2 more bangs.
The 5 commanders on the scene stood up again.
9 shots? Could Su Yuan also break 10 shots? Then wouldn't it be that they relied on their inferior realm to tie with the Ouyang sect? Ouyang Pai's expression turned grim. The 10th ring? How can it be that easy?
Su Yuan, you can only stop at the 9th ring at best.
Do you really think that you, a mere 4th realm cultivator, can compete with me, a 6th realm cultivator?
At this moment, Su Yuan looked at the big bell in front of him with a faint smile on his face. Who said that my realm is low and I can't cut 10 times? After saying that, Su Yuan slashed down with his sword.
Buzz. Break. Boom. 10 shots. 10 full shots. Ouyang Pai shuddered, unable to accept the scene. He raised his hand and pointed at Su Yuan, saying, "This is impossible. How is this possible? This can't be true." Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. The opponent, who was at the 4th level, defeated him at the 6th level. He had already lost, and lost completely. Suja's expression was gloomy. "Su Yuan, why is this happening? How can you always be so prominent?" But the next moment, someone exclaimed, "Look! He's crazy. What is he going to do?" Chapter 105, Chapter 104, Confrontation, 13 Rings. 2 chapters. At this moment, Su Yuan raised the black long sword in his hand high. Ripples spread across his body. Bronze markings spread across the surface of his skin, like a bronze beast with flame and bronze patterns intertwined. A terrifying and ferocious shadow of a strange beast gradually emerged behind him. Tao Tai. At the same time, after a loud dragon roar, a khaki little dragon circled around Tao Tai. This strange sight left everyone present stunned. Is this a special physique? I've never heard of such a special physique. Yeah, I don't know. A monster and a dragon? Is this Su Yuan a human? I don't know. What's going on? Does he really want to fire the 11th shot? The 5 commanders on the stage looked at each other. Be ready to rescue Su Yuan at any time. The 11th ring, this backlash is extraordinary. At this moment, Su Yuan's knife fell. Boom! 11th shot. The next moment Su Yuan jumped away, waiting for the backlash to come. What backlash? I'll kill it with my own sword. Su Yuan raised the knife high in his backhand. Cut. The backlash light instantly came in front of Su Yuan and turned into a pitch-black glutton. It's fake, do you think you can bite the real one? Buzz. The knife flashed and the backlash was killed instantly. Silence, everyone present was absolutely silent. After a while, someone said, Su Yuan won. Su Yuan won individually. But the team still lost. Ouyang Pai looked at Su Yuan with trembling eyes. Su Yuan, you bastard. Bastard. This is impossible, there must be something wrong with him, how could he possibly beat me? Suja walked to Ouyang Pai's side and said, It's okay, our school still won. No. What I want is an absolute victory. Ouyang Pai just finished speaking. A student at the scene raised a trembling hand and pointed at Su Yuan. This is impossible. He raised the knife again. What? These are the 2 words in everyone's mind. The brothers behind Su Yuan all raised their throats to their throats. Su Yuan is crazy, he is crazy. Be careful of backlash, Su Yuan. At this moment, Su Yuan swung his knife. Boom! The 12th shot. Su Yuan's aura reached its peak at this moment, but he was still knocked away by the recoil the next moment. This time Su Yuan didn't have the chance to swing his sword. The figure flew backwards. He took several steps back before stopping. The 5 commanders were all stunned. Yanlong, find a healing warrior to provide treatment for Su Yuan at any time. This kid is such an unexpected thing, 12 rings? Crazy. At this moment, other students at the scene said. This is amazing. It actually rings 12 times, 2 times louder than the Ouyang school. Yes, is Su Yuan's talent really that terrifying? At this moment, Ouyang Pai's expression had collapsed, and he shook his head frantically. Fake, this is impossible. It's impossible. How did Su Yuan do it? And at this moment, Su Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then, in front of everyone's devastated gaze, he raised the knife again. At this moment, all the students could hardly believe it. The black-robed instructor also said, Su Yuan, don't try to show off. Put down the knife. What if your foundation is damaged? What will you do in the future? Su Yuan took a deep breath and said, How can I put down the knife when I haven't won yet? He took a deep breath, Tao-Tai breath. All the free energy in the air rushed towards Su Yuan's body. Gathered in Su Yuan's body. The eventual formation of true energy is another characteristic of the Tao-Tai technique. It can absorb the free energy of heaven and earth and replenish itself for a short period of time. Of course, this kind of replenishment is not beneficial to the improvement of cultivation. It's nothing more than temporarily improving combat effectiveness and increasing endurance on the battlefield. Taotia's breathing can attract the power of heaven and earth for its own use.
At this moment, Su Yuan slashed out again with his sword.
Boom!
At the moment when the arcane bell echoed, almost all the students jumped high,
shouting excitedly. 13 shots. Binhai Wuda won. They won. It's terrible.
The entire Binhai Wuda University relies entirely on Su Yuan for victory.
Yeah, this guy called Su Yuan is really unbelievable. It's simply unbelievable.
The next moment, just when the big bell was about to vibrate again.
Snap!
The crisp sound of shattering reached everyone's ears. The arcane bell in front of Su Yuan suddenly shattered.
Collapse. Eventually it turned into a pile of ruins.
Su Yuan was breathing heavily, his expression full of caution. After all, he had just said that the bell would rebound.
What's wrong? There's no rebound, so it's gone?
A referee approached and shook his head, saying, you shattered this thing with one blow.
How could there be any reverberation?
It would be strange if there was any reverberation.
Su Yuan put away his sword awkwardly and coughed twice.
The other students at the scene began to whisper to each other.
Su Yuan's overwhelming victory is so awesome.
Unwilling to accept reality, Ouyang Pai said in a deep voice, impossible, this is impossible.
Is there something wrong? Is his arcane bell different, of inferior quality, which is why his results are so good? Shouldn't you, the organizing committee, investigate this thoroughly?
At this moment, the 5 commanders sitting on the podium looked at each other. Yan Long said calmly, Ouyang clan, no one can play tricks in front of the 5 of us.
If we lose, we lose. But don't say that your Ouyang clan can't afford to lose.
Ouyang Pai looked at Su Yuan with gloomy eyes, and the anger in his heart was constantly stirring.
Puff! He spat out blood again.
The 10 reverberations just now had already caused him serious injuries. At this moment, his injuries plus his current mood had completely damaged his heart. At this moment, one healing warrior after another stepped forward and began to treat everyone's current injuries. At this time, the referee announced that today's game was over and everyone should have a good rest for the rest of the time. Get ready for tomorrow's project.
When Su Yuan returned downstairs, everyone gave him a thumbs up.
You're the one who turned the tide.
Not bad.
The black-robed instructor breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing you're okay, otherwise the principal would hold me accountable.
Su Yuan smiled. Don't worry, black-robe mentor. I know my limits.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have swung the sword so casually. But fortunately the result is good, and you are not injured at least. The man in black robe said with genuine concern.
Su Yuan frowned. Teacher, what is the project tomorrow?
The black-robed mentor shook his head slightly.
I don't know what the specific project will be tomorrow. After all, we didn't choose it.
The organizing committee decided on it from various options. Right now, our school has taken first place in the first round, but there are still second and third rounds to come, so everyone should not take it lightly, said the black-robed instructor.
But according to my guess, tomorrow should be a one-on-one battle. Su Yuan smiled faintly. Individual battle? Yi Yaoqi confidently said, in a one-on-one fight, we are naturally not at a disadvantage. Su Yuan's fighting ability is a mystery.
He becomes stronger when facing a stronger opponent. He is not afraid at all. Yang Feng also nodded and said, the strongest fighting force on the other side is none other than the one called Ouyang faction. Apart from him, we don't take the others from the 4 universities seriously.
The other students nodded as well. At the same time, the other end. The organizing committee is now discussing the second event with the 5 commanders.
A senior executive stood up and said, for tomorrow's individual battle, I suggest we still use the ring format.
I object, a senior executive said. It's the same competition every year. What's the point? I suggest we try something new.
Commander Hong Yuan raised his brows slightly.
So, do you have any good suggestions? A new arena?
Yan Long suddenly said,
do you remember the battles for position seizures that our troops often practiced? Hong Yuan said, are you talking about seizing the position? Tuoba Dalong clapped his hands. Okay. This is absolutely great. It will be interesting to fight for the position.
Yan Long said, there are 5 schools and 5 groups of people who can compete for the positions. The group with the largest number of people in the position will be the occupying group. The group that occupies the position the longest will become the first in the second round. At this time, someone said, but this is not easy.
Whoever grabs it will be targeted. If you are not strong enough, you will not be able to stand. Tuoba Daolong shook his head. What warriors face is never fair. Even if they are targeted, they have to endure it. What do you think? Several commanders shook their heads. So the matter was settled. At the same time on the other side, Su Yuan and others returned to the hotel and lay on their beds, too tired to move. The school also prepared a large amount of pills to help them recover their strength. But after today's competition, everyone is still numb. Everyone in the dormitory can hear what they say. Su Yuan, my whole body aches now. I really want to go home and lie in my wife's arms. Young Foam, it's great to have an older wife. I really like the sense of security. Xiaoyu, people of the same age aren't good enough? Why do you have to choose someone older? Yi Yaoqi, not as good as a chicken leg. Zhang Jiuming, senior, do you like boys with less talent? Although I don't have much talent, I can spin a bottle with my tongue. Chen Hao, so tired. These people were chatting, and soon they all started snoring. The next day, at the venue, the 5 major universities competed against each other. Today, the Ouyang faction looked much better, but still looked arrogant. Suja beside him nodded and followed. Su Yuan led his team and the two groups faced off head-on. Ouyang Pai said calmly, Su Yuan. A temporary victory or defeat is nothing. Su Yuan smiled and nodded, of course, a temporary victory or defeat doesn't mean anything, but I'm different. I can always win. Ouyang Pai raised his hand and nodded at Su Yuan, then shook his head and said, You are truly an interesting person. I am heartbroken that I cannot accept you under my command, but it doesn't matter. One day, you will be completely defeated by me. He glanced at Suju and said, You two are only one word apart, why are you so bad? Suja suddenly felt aggrieved, Master Ouyang, it's not me who's bad, it's Su Yuan who's simply cheating. Yi Yaoqi also spoke at this time, You two are defeated, please stop talking, I feel ashamed for you, hee hee. The Ouyang clan narrowed their eyes. Yi Yaoqi. This woman is quite powerful. It would be perfect if she could give birth to a child for me. Miss Yi Yaoqi? I heard you are from the Hidden Clan? That's perfect. My Ouyang family still needs a granddaughter-in-law. Get out. I would rather give birth to a child for Su Yuan than for you. Who the hell are you? Do you really think you are someone important? Yi Yaoqi said in a deep voice. Ouyang Pai was so angry that his whole body was shaking. You, okay. Just wait for me. The two groups separated. The 5 commanders on the stage started discussing. There's constant friction between the Central South Martial Arts University and Su Yuan. It's good to be young. Competition is the only way to progress, isn't it? This world is so dangerous, it's a good thing for the geniuses to be more aggressive. Yeah, I'm envious. There's Su Yuan in the east and the Ouyang school in the south. It's really exciting. At the same time on the other side, the man in black robe gathered the team, and all the people from Binhai University were present. The referee began to read the rules. The rules are simple. Each team consists of 7 people. You're fighting for the area within the circle on the platform over there. The team with the most people in the circle will be the occupier. The system will automatically calculate the time for you. The group with the most time will be the winner of the second round. Su Yuan felt very familiar when he heard it. Isn't this common in online games? Zhang Jiuming said from the side, Su Yuan, can we do this? After all, my talent is only B level, can we do it? Su Yuan patted him on the shoulder and said, You two just need to withstand the damage as much as possible, and leave the rest to me. Comforted the 2 people. The fight has begun. 5 groups of people from 5 universities stood outside the circle. At this time, Ouyang Pai stuffed a bag of medicine powder into Suja's hands. Aren't you brothers? Find an opportunity to sprinkle this poison on his face. At least in this game, he will be weak and unable to compete with me. Suja was startled, this is not good, what if we get discovered? Ouyang Pai's face turned cold. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Even if we get discovered, what can we do? Don't you think so? Suja's expression relaxed slightly, and then he nodded, okay, I understand.
At this moment, the referee gave an order and 5 groups of people rushed into the circle at the same time. As soon as they entered the circle, several people from Southwest University and Shinjing University had already started fighting. The fierce battle continued and some people were knocked out. Anyone who was knocked out, unless they were seriously injured, would make some slight adjustments and then rush back into the circle. At this moment, Su Yuan and others just rushed in. Zhang Jiuming shouted, "Be careful." He immediately raised his great shield. Boom, boom, boom. Countless streams of fire flew towards him. Someone attacked by surprise. Yang Feng snorted coldly and swung the golden spear. Buzz. Boom. The spear fell in front of the man, and Yang Feng started with a series of punches. The other party hurriedly defended himself. Bang, bang, bang. After the 2 men exchanged several quick moves, Yang Feng picked up the spear with his toes and then swept it out. The man flew out of the circle with blood spurting out. At this moment, the scene was completely plunged into melee. After all, none of the students who could stand here were weak. Whether it is Su Yuan's team or the teams from the other 4 universities. Just at this moment, Qin Huairu was originally following behind the team, but was suddenly ambushed and flew out. Although she has a level talent, her strength may not even be as good as Zhang Jiuming. Chapter 106 Chapter 105 Who said I can't kill you? That's why the problem occurred at the beginning and it flew out of the circle. Su Yuan said in disbelief, who let her go on stage? If not a waste, what is it? Should we let her come up and cheer for other teams? Xiaoyu said in a deep voice, she's actually quite good among the first graders. Wait. Everyone, be careful. Suddenly, icicles fell from the sky. Everyone reacted quickly after hearing this and tried to resist in a hurry. Su Yuan's black long sword was waving in his hand tightly, making a clanging sound. Taking advantage of the harassment from others, the Ouyang faction attacked from the side, and ice crystals quickly formed on the ground. He brandished a long sword that seemed to be made of ice in his hand and slashed fiercely at Su Yuan's team. Seeing this, Zhang Jiuming waved his long shield and charged forward. Ouyang Pai raised his hand and slapped the shield. Zhang Jiuming was instantly covered in cold air and flew out of the circle under the huge impact. At this moment, there are only 5 people left in Su Yuan's team. The Ouyang faction's team still has 7 people, so it naturally becomes the team with the largest number of people. Su Yuan. I told you that you are no match for me. You are courting death. Ouyang Pai said coldly. Su Yuan glanced at Zhang Jiuming who was flying out, held his sword horizontally in front of him, tensed his body, and flew into the air. He swung his sword back, lava slash. At the same time, he raised his hand and clenched it, darkness entanglement. In just a moment, the Ouyang faction was entangled by the dark energy. Ouyang Pai showed a cruel smile, ha ha ha, dark energy? You really have many abilities. Ice explosion. The ice on his body exploded instantly, directly shattering the dark entanglement. At this moment, Ouyang Pai raised his hand and slashed at the lava in the sky. In an instant, the diaphragm formed by ice in his hand came into contact with the lava slash, and there was a continuous hissing sound. Ouyang Pai squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth, break it for me. Bang! Su Yuan's lava slash was shattered. However, at this moment, Su Yuan had already chopped down both himself and his sword. Ouyang Pai hurriedly blocked the attack with the ice sword in his hand. Bang! An aura of ice and fire erupted between the two. After all, Su Ran has a certain talent for fire, and the lava magic pattern on his body can produce terrifying heat waves. Offset some of the ice in front of you. Ouyang Pai said coldly, Su Yuan. You are looking for death. Su Yuan uttered a faint sound, heaven and earth, one sword, cut. Divine level combat skills burst out. The Ouyang faction also used its own fighting skills, mysterious ice transformation. He was covered in ice. The next moment, a knife flashed. Crack, crack, crack. Ouyang Pai's eyes suddenly changed. His fighting skills were actually. Boom. The ice on his body shattered. Puff. Ouyang Pai spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? I'm in the 6th realm, and you actually hurt me? Su Yuan smiled faintly, so what? Ouyang Pai suddenly laughed. Then I really should be more serious. The knife wound on his body began to ooze blood. The blood slowly turned golden. Su Yuan. I know you're strong, but you're not strong enough right now.
My physique is that of a holy ice dragon, and with your monstrous physique, how can you compete with me? Ouch.
The shadow of a green dragon surrounded him. His skin was covered with a layer of icy scales, and the next moment, his hands hooked into claws and swung out.
Boom!
Su Yuan blocked with his sword, but the attack still flew out with terrifying true power. At this moment, Su Yuan felt as if he was being slashed by a claw from a strange beast.
Puff!
Su Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the difference in realm.
Su Yuan.
Several of Su Yuan's companions came forward and helped Su Yuan to the side. Yang Feng was about to charge with his gun in hand.
Su Yuan shook his head. Don't. You can't go up to this guy.
Yang Feng said coldly, don't tell me no, I will bite a piece of his flesh off even if I don't. Yang Feng stepped forward with his spear and thrust it out.
Zheng. Jin. As a result, Ouyang Pai didn't even look at him.
His figure flashed in front of him and he raised his hand and slapped him.
Bang! Yang Feng's chest was instantly frozen, and he flew out like a cannonball.
Even if they are both S level, there are differences between geniuses and non-geniuses. Although Yang Feng is also a genius, he is still not good enough in front of geniuses of a higher level. After Yang Feng landed, he stood up and supported his body with his gun.
Puff!
But he spat out another mouthful of blood. This blood was filled with ice chips.
Oh my god, he's so strong. The students outside the venue started talking. This Ouyang sect has all S-level students. Isn't this a natural advantage?
If you can pull out an all-star team, you can also have this advantage. I heard that the Ouyang family gives a lot of money to Central South University every year, specifically to recruit students from all over the country.
Fuck, no wonder some people say Central South University is a university for geniuses. I think Su Yuan is finished.
At this moment, the 5 commanders shook their heads. Su Yuan's talent is strong enough, but unfortunately, he is only a 4th-level warrior.
He is 2 major realms away from the Ouyang School of Central South University.
Yeah, it seems that Su Yuan has no surprises for us this round.
Yan Long said with a slight disappointment, but no matter what, Su Yuan is pretty good.
Everyone agrees on this point, especially yesterday, the performance was particularly outstanding. And at this moment on the court,
Su Yuan slowly stood up and said, I've adjusted my breathing. All of you get out of the way. Ouyang Pai glanced at Su Yuan and asked, Oh? You still don't admit defeat? Su Yuan smiled faintly, why should I admit defeat?
He raised his hand and slapped it on the ground.
Triple door. 3 khaki gates suddenly appeared on the ground. Ouyang Pai was stunned.
You really know how to surprise me, Su Yuan.
You also have earth-related abilities.
The next moment, a terrifying sword energy came towards him. It broke through the ground and appeared in front of him.
It's this move again, you're also very good at this move. He dodged sideways. Barely avoided it. However, the next moment, a cold aura appeared behind him. Huh? What is that? Black Lump raised his fists and hit him hard on the back. Boom.
He plunged headfirst into the earth wall in front of him. Boom.
Wow. Ouyang Pai spat out a mouthful of blood.
The eyes just lit up. A scorching blade energy came towards him and knocked him away again.
Su Yuan shouted in mid-air, Black Lump. Hold on.
The next moment, the companion ghost appeared under Ouyang Pai and hugged him tightly.
Su Yuan raised his sword in the air, cut. Break it. Boom. Ouyang Pai struggled frantically in mid-air. What the hell? What the hell is this? Mysterious ice transformation. He was covered in a thick layer of black ice, and his skin was covered in dazzling dragon scales. This should have been enough to block. Buzz. The flash of the knife made his heart chill. Boom.
He fell heavily onto the platform, his face pale.
Chapter 107 Chapter 106 Promoted to Lieutenant.
This scene made all the participating teams stop and look at Su Yuan in amazement. You have to know that the Ouyang faction is not only at the 6th level, but also has top-notch talents and combat skills.
Why is there no room for resistance in front of Su Yuan? Is this possible? At this moment, Su Yuan's knife was on the edge of Ouyang Pai's neck.
You get out of here by yourself, or I throw you out.
Ouyang Pai's mouth was bleeding, and he said with a gloomy look in his eyes, Su Yuan, you can't win. You will lose in the end, ha ha ha. Su Yuan's face became increasingly ugly.
He slapped him on the chest with his backhand and knocked him out heavily. It was sent out of the circle like a piece of garbage. After losing the Ouyang school, the other members of the Central South Martial Arts University suddenly lost their backbone and were thrown out by other schools when they had the chance. At this moment, Su Yuan glanced at Su Zhou in the distance. His eyes were cold. He rushed towards Su Zhou. Now Su Zhou knew that he was definitely no match for Su Yuan, so he turned around and ran away. Su Yuan chased after him. When he got closer, he kicked Su Zhou from behind. Ouch! Su Zhou somersaulted. Su Yuan stepped forward and kicked Su Zhou in the face. He picked him up casually and slapped him in the face. Pa! Su Zhou's face instantly swelled up like a pig's head. Stop hitting me, brother, please stop hitting me. Su Zhou looked pitiful and had already started crying. Su Jingguo on the stage immediately stood up and said in a deep voice, Su Yuan, you can compete as a team, but how can you insult others? Besides, this person is your brother. Is this how you treat your brother? Su Yuan looked up at the spectators and said in a cold voice, this is a battlefield. He is my enemy. Even if I insult him, so what? Su Jingguo, if you are so nervous, come down and stop it if you have the guts. Su Jingguo's face looked extremely ugly. Yan Long beside him said calmly, Su Yuan is right. Since they are enemies now, you can't blame Su Yuan for being cruel. After all, the battlefield is never fair. Su Jingguo's eyes flashed with indignation, and she said coldly, okay, I understand. Su Yuan, you are great. At this moment, Su Zhou, who was held in Su Yuan's hand, suddenly had a flash of eyes and sprinkled a handful of white powder at Su Yuan, just in an instant. Su Yuan felt his head sink and his body seemed to go limp. The expression on Su Zhou's face also became ferocious. Su Yuan said coldly, Su Zhou, what did you do? The next moment, Su Zhou struggled free. Kick out. Su Yuan wanted to block, but found that his body was no longer under his control. Boom! Su Yuan fell out heavily. Yi Yaoqi and others in the distance turned their heads and saw this scene. Su Yuan! Su Yuan! What's wrong with you? Su Zhou could not possibly be Su Yuan's opponent. There was only one explanation for this situation, Su Zhou had used some despicable tactics. The students watching the scene immediately shouted. This is troublesome. Binhai University has just started to calculate the time. Now Su Yuan seems to be in trouble. If he is beaten out, wouldn't it be? Yeah, what's wrong with Su Yuan? He can't even beat an ordinary S rank. That's right, Su Yuan really seems to be in bad shape. At this moment, Su Yuan also knew that he was poisoned. He immediately sat cross-legged, and the true energy in his body struggled to flow. Su Zhou smiled faintly, useless Su Yuan, this poison cannot be cured, or rather, this poison is not really a poison at all, it can only be regarded as a magical drug that can relax the mind. You, just lie down honestly until the end, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Su Yuan, I can honestly say that you are not worthy. You have poured your heart and soul into your family for the past 2 years, and what happened in the end? You have nothing left. As for me, I just complained to my parents and aunt that all your good efforts were in vain. It won't be long before I can get promoted and make a fortune with the help of my aunt. When you arrive at the army, you will find that I am already your superior. Even if I ask you to die, you will still have to go, ha ha ha. At this moment, the veins on Su Yuan's forehead bulged and his face became more and more ugly. Su Zhou, this beast, if I let this guy live, he will only be a disaster for my Eastern theater. His expression grew colder and colder. His breathing became rhythmic. Tao Tai can devour everything, let alone a mere poison. Maybe the Tao Tai breathing method can detoxify me. At this moment, Yi Yaoqi wanted to come over to rescue, but was blocked by students from other schools. The scene was in chaos, and Yang Feng walked into the battle circle with injuries. But he was seriously injured and it was difficult for him to protect himself, so how could he have the energy to help Su Yuan? Su Zhou smiled faintly, in order to prevent you from causing any more trouble at this time, I will send you out of the circle now. Su Zhou walked up to Su Yuan. When he was about to slap Su Yuan with his concentrated true energy. The next moment, a strange image of Tao Tai appeared behind Su Yuan. Then, Su Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, stood up and kicked out. Bang! Su Zhou flew out suddenly and fell heavily to the ground. He stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood. When he opened his eyes, he found himself outside the circle. Su Yuan, how could you
how could you not be affected? Why? Wow. He suddenly spat out blood again and fainted. At this moment, the seriously injured Ouyang Pai was unable to fight anymore and had been carried away for treatment by people arranged by the organizing committee. Therefore, among these 5 teams, Su Yuan's team had the absolute initiative. Under Su Yuan's leadership, the other teams no longer dared to approach the circle. Everyone dared to stay on the periphery. Su Yuan raised his long sword high. The first place goes to our Binhai University. As the time was up, thunderous applause broke out at the scene. In the spectator seats, Yanlong stood up and laughed heartily. Good, Su Yuan, you did a great job. The commanders of the other 4 war zones could only offer reluctant compliments. At this time, Yanlong threw his cloak and raised his hand, saying, Second Lieutenant Su Yuan of the Eastern Theater Command, step forward. Su Yuan walked out of the team and came closer. Yanlong glanced at Su Yuan, then said loudly, Su Yuan from the Eastern Theater Command has performed outstandingly and brought honor to our Eastern Theater Command. As the commander of the Eastern Theater Command, I, Yanlong, specially confer the rank of lieutenant on Su Yuan. The 4 commanders at the scene were all stunned. He's only a few years old and still studying, and you've already made him a lieutenant? Are you kidding me? That's right, this guy is just a student. You're praising him too much. Yanlong smiled faintly, I'm happy with it, so what? All the other students at the scene looked at Su Yuan with envy. After all, Su Yuan was really lucky. At such a young age, he became a lieutenant? Chapter 108 Chapter 107 Sword repels Martial Saint 2 chapters. Su Yuan stepped forward and took the metal epaulets. He smiled faintly, Thank you, Commander. Yanlong nodded and said, Thank you. I look forward to your performance in the future. Su Yuan raised his hand and saluted. Behind Su Yuan, a group of his schoolmates rushed forward and lifted him up high. Throw it 3 feet high. The other end. The Yi family in Binhai City. The Yi sisters, who were wives, received confidential documents. They opened the files solemnly and took a look. Frowning slightly. Su Yuan is going to Shengwu Academy for advanced training. Is this the highest martial arts academy established by the Alliance in the Central War Zone? But Su Yuan is only a freshman? He was admitted as an exception? The 2 sisters looked at each other. It seems that the top management can't wait to send Su Yuan to the battlefield. Yeah, let's wait until Su Yuan comes back. At this time, a housekeeper stepped forward and said, Ladies, the son-in-law is back. Yi Qingmeng and Yi Qingling stood up immediately. After not seeing each other for a few days, their feelings for Su Yuan had become even better. Hurrying out of the house, Su Yuan opened his arms and hugged his 2 wives. Yi Qingmeng hugged him tightly, but Yi Qingling snorted coldly and turned away. Su Yuan laughed heartily and quickly stepped forward to hold his first wife's hand. First wife, why are you so angry? Did I do something wrong? Yi Qingling snorted coldly, You didn't do anything wrong, you are fine. Su Yuan knew that the woman was basically angry at this time. He pulled his wife into his arms. He sighed and said, How could I be so worthy to have 2 wives like you? Come on, don't be angry. Your husband has been exhausted these days. It was just at this time that Su Tongtong got out of school. The child, carrying a small school bag, jumped up when he saw Su Yuan from a distance. Jumped into his father's arms. Dad is back. Su Tongtong kissed Su Yuan twice on the face. Dad. Tongtong misses you so much. Su Yuan also bit his daughter's face hard. My dear daughter, Daddy brought you a small gift when he went to Shangjing City this time. Su Yuan took out a small bracelet emitting green light and put it on his daughter. Sister Yi Qingling felt somewhat unhappy. Why do daughters get gifts but their wives don't? Su Yuan seemed to know what the 2 were thinking. He stood up and took out 2 bracelets from his pocket. He handed it to his 2 wives. How could I forget you guys when I went out? Come, let your husband put them on for you. Yi Qingmeng smiled happily, and Yi Qingling's mouth corners also turned up. You have a conscience. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the counterattack mission. Your wife is beaming with joy. Congratulations to the host for receiving a gift pack X1. Su Yuan's eyes moved. This is good. Received another gift pack. Open it for me. Ding. The counterattack gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving the cultivation gift pack medium X1.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the combat skill Vajra Indestructible Divine Art Max Level X1. In just a moment, Su Yuan realized that there was an additional secret of magical skills in his mind. This was... Su Yuan had not yet reacted. Ding! The Vajra Indestructible Divine Art has reached Grandmaster Proficiency. Vajra Indestructible Divine Art, Divine Level Combat Skill, greatly improves one's own defense in a short period of time, reducing all damage by 99%. What a magical skill! With this Vajra Indestructible magical skill, I am not unable to resist even a blow from a martial saint. In addition, I have swallowed the Earth Dragon and have gained some of its defensive characteristics. My defense has reached a terrifying level. If Su Jingwa comes to cause trouble again, he can use the Martial Saint experience card to fight. It was at this time. A terrifying pressure came towards Su Yuan from outside the door. Su Jingwei roared, "Su Yuan! I didn't expect you to use such a despicable trick on the battlefield." Su Jingwa slowly walked towards Su Yuan. Sister Yi Qingling stood in front of Su Yuan. "Su Jingwa! What are you doing? My parents are not here, so you come to my Yi family and act wild? How can you still be called the Martial Saint Lieutenant General of the Eastern Theater Command?" Su Jingwa said coldly, "Suja has already told me everything." Su Yuan actually used a drug called cartilage powder at the competition site this time to poison the Ouyang faction in Suja. That's how he won the competition. This despicable villain also beat Suja severely. Shouldn't I settle accounts with this villain? At this moment, Suja, with a pale face, hugged Su Jingwa's arm and said, "Aunt, forget it. It's all in the past now. We have no evidence." "Asshole, why didn't you say anything when you were at the scene?" Su Jingwa's expression became increasingly cold. Suja shook his head and said, "Aunt, you are from the Eastern Theater Command, and the commander is watching from above. My identity is awkward. Although I represent the Southern Theater Command, I am also from the Eastern Theater Command. If I say anything, it will not be good for everyone. I think my brother really wants to win, so I'll just help him. It's just a game." Su Jingwa said coldly, "Su Yuan, have you seen your brother? He speaks for you everywhere, and yet you actually do such despicable things just to win and get benefits. For profit? For despicable reasons?" Su Yuan almost laughed out loud, raised his eyes and said, "It was Suja who used cartilage powder." "Asshole. You still want to quibble? You didn't look poisoned at all. Instead, Ouyang Pai and Suja were easily defeated by you. Isn't this suspicious?" Su Jingwa thought that Su Yuan was just a warrior of the fourth realm, and was surprised by his dominance in the competition. Now Suja gave her a very suitable reason. "I'm going to report this matter. Su Yuan, you can expect to be punished." Suja's expression changed slightly, and the next moment, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Aunt, the punishment is too severe. This time, my brother used cartilage powder on me and hit me several times in the vitals. I may never be able to improve in the future. The Su family still depends on my brother in the future. Let's not report it." Su Jingwa felt distressed and pointed at Su Yuan, saying, "You have evil intentions. You actually want to destroy my Suja. You're courting death." The next moment, she was indiscriminate. The figure appeared in front of Su Yuan in an instant like a cannonball. He raised his hand and punched Su Yuan. Su Yuan felt the strong wind coming towards him, his pupils slightly dilated. Vajra is indestructible. Buzz! Su Yuan's body emanated a dazzling golden light. The next moment he raised one hand and caught Su Jingwa's punch. Boom! It was like a huge battering ram hitting the clock. Everyone felt like their ears were about to burst. Su Jingwa was stunned, almost in disbelief. How is this possible? I'm a martial arts saint, and you can actually catch my punch? The golden light on Su Yuan's body slowly dissipated. This Vajra Indestructible is really awesome, it can actually withstand a punch from the martial saint. The golden light on Su Yuan's body slowly dissipated. Su Jingwa's eyes moved. Although your fighting skills are amazing, you probably can't maintain them for a long time. Court death. She raised her fist and swung it towards Su Yuan, with a terrifying sound of breaking through the air. Two figures swung their swords at Su Jingwa from the left and right. The breath of ice and fire hits me in the face. Su Jingwa snorted coldly. The momentum exploded completely. Boom! In the explosion of terrifying momentum, the attacks of Yi Qingling and the other person were directly shattered. The two men each spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. The eighth realm, seeing me is like an ant seeing the sky. Su Yuan, kneel down. She pressed down on Su Yuan with a palm, and the terrifying force almost crushed Su Yuan's bones. Wait, I still have a Martial Saint experience coupon. Su Yuan took out a golden Martial Saint card and said, use the experience coupon. The next moment, Su Yuan's momentum rose steadily. The fifth realm. The sixth mirror. The seventh realm. 12 realms. Su Jinghua looked at Su Yuan in disbelief. This is impossible. How is this possible? How could Su Yuan become a martial saint in one step? Su Yuan felt the horrible state of his body. Is this the martial saint? Although it only lasted for a minute, this overwhelming power was really awesome. Su Yuan suddenly raised his head and glared at Su Jinghua in front of him. Su Jinghua. An ant can see the blue sky? But I, an ant, can also shake a big tree. Die. Su Yuan suddenly drew his sword and slashed with it like a martial saint. The terrifying sword energy burst out instantly. Su Jinghua immediately revealed the true meaning of the martial saint. With himself as the core, a terrifying killing god Shura rose up. The Shura swung his fist towards the sword energy. Buzz. The knife energy flashed by. Su Jinghua puffed out a mouthful of blood. Blood was oozing from all 7 orifices of his face, and he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. She knelt on one knee with a thud, and said in a trembling voice, Su Yuan, how could you? How did you achieve the strength of a martial saint? Su Yuan's trial card time was over, and he felt fatigue rising in his body. After glancing at Su Jinghua, Su Ran said coldly, go away, Su Jinghua. I don't even need to poison Suja to deal with him. Did a strange beast eat your brain? Or are you targeting me? Fortunately, nothing happened today, otherwise the Yi family would have fought you to the death. Su Jinghua stood up stiffly, then turned around tremblingly. Then he fell to the ground with a thud. Suja was so frightened that he stepped forward immediately. Ant? Ant! Su Yuan, what did you do? What happened to my aunt? Did you kill her? I will fight you. Su Yuan said calmly, get lost. Suja was so scared that he helped Su Jinghua up and ran out in a hurry. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng walked to Su Yuan's side. Just let her go like that? Su Yuan exhaled, the state I just entered is a secret technique that only lasts for 1 minute, and it may only be used once in this lifetime. I'm afraid that the woman's dying counterattack will hurt you, so... Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng moved closer and hugged Su Yuan. Yi Qingling, husband, will this secret method of yours affect your future? You don't need to use such an important secret method for us. Impact? Probably not. Su Yuan shook his head. It's fine. My secret method has no effect on the body. I used it for your safety. There's nothing to regret. Yi Qingmeng frowned. This Su Jinghua is too much. Really? If my parents weren't away, I wouldn't agree to it no matter what. Yi Qingling thought of the important matter at this time. Su Yuan, speaking of this, there is one thing I need to tell you. As a special talent, you will be recruited into the Shengwu Academy in the Central War Zone in advance. After special training, you will officially become an officer. Shengwu Academy? Su Yuan frowned slightly, then can I bring my brothers with me? Yi Qingling shook her head. This shouldn't be easy. You can ask the school what they think. Su Yuan nodded. He called the principal directly and said, Principal, you know about the Shengwu Academy, right? Luo Yushan said, isn't that nonsense? Of course I know. I was involved in arranging this matter. I know what you want to say. Do you want to take your brothers with you? Su Yuan nodded. You know, that's perfect. Arrange it for me and send it all to my buddy. The principal shook his head and said, I've already communicated. Yang Feng meets the requirements and can be taken with you. Yi Yaoqi has SSS level qualifications, so I'll make an exception and go with you. As for Xiaoyu, although she's a little short, she barely meets the requirements. Well, are you satisfied now? Su Yuan frowned, how can that be possible? Aren't my 2 buddies going? They are ordinary students. They won't be able to keep up even if they go. Why don't you just come back to them after your training is finished? Su Yuan understood, after all, his two brothers had average talents.
It seems that this is the only way for now.
After resting for a while at home, Su Yuan left the mansion and went to find his two brothers.
Bar. Zhang Jiuming, I heard about it too. You're going to go for training. That's good. When you come out later, you'll really have to go to the battlefield. Chen Hao, have a couple more drinks tonight. I don't know when I'll be able to drink like this again. Su Yuan shook his head.
As the cradle of military officers, Shengwu Academy basically provides military training.
I guess it won't be long before I can return to the battlefield. Several people kept clinking glasses. Time flies. Late at night.
Su Yuan hugged his two wives, and the three of them were enjoying the breeze on the balcony.
Su Yuan said, I don't know how long it will take before we meet again after this trip. Yi Qingming nodded. This training is semi-closed. It's not easy to figure it out. Anyway, just pay attention to it yourself. We'll wait for you at home.
Yi Qingling also said, when you are alone outside, you must pay attention to everything.
No matter what time, your family will always be behind you.
Su Yuan nodded, and at this time, little Milkbag walked in from outside the door.
Mom said Dad is going out to study.
Su Tongtong walked up to his father with a lollipop in his hand and said, take it with you to eat on the way.
Don't fight with other kids when you get there.
If you miss Tongtong, call him. Su Yuan picked up his daughter, and the child's face was clearly covered with tears.
But he pretends to be a little adult. Dad knows. Chapter 109 Chapter 108 Graduation, Sandbox Deduction.
The next day, on the bus to the Central Theater Command,
Su Yuan waved goodbye to his family.
Inside the car, Xiaoyu, Yang Feng, and Yi Yaoqi were all thinking about their own things.
Su Yuan sat down and then asked, how much do you know about Shengwu Academy?
Xiaoyu said, Shengwu Academy is divided into squadrons. I found out that we are all in Squadron 6, with 15 people in each squadron.
The key is, do you know? I found out that an old friend is in our squadron. The three of them became interested. Who is it? Ouyang faction. 2 days later.
Central War Zone, Shengwu Academy, under the scorching sun. The 15 men from the 6th Squadron were sweating profusely. In addition to the Ouyang sect, which has the inherent ice attribute, his eyes are now on Su Yuan, and Su Yuan's eyes are also on him. The two of them were at loggerheads.
The instructor's name is Shuya, a female instructor with the rank of major.
She knew that there were two troublemakers in her squadron.
He immediately said in a deep voice, I don't care where you come from, how talented you are, or how incredible your cultivation is.
In my place, I am your squadron leader, and you must obey me absolutely, understand?
Yes. Shuya glanced at Su Yuan and Ouyang Pai, you two, step out. You two seem to dislike each other, don't you? Ouyang Pai opened his mouth and said, report to the captain, we don't have it. Shuya nodded and said, you will live together for the next 3 months.
Since you don't dislike each other, from now on you two will be my deputy squadron leaders.
Su Yuan naturally had no objection to this arrangement. The same is true for the Ouyang school. Yang Feng whispered from below, this is troublesome.
The two deputy squadron leaders don't like each other.
Xiaoyu nodded. There's going to be some trouble between these two, just wait and see. Shuya glanced at the warriors present and said, then let's begin today's training.
In the evening, Su Yuan used the communicator to chat with his wife and children. On the bunk opposite, Xiaoyu was wearing a simple military vest, and she looked somewhat sexy lying on the bed. Above her, Yang Feng glanced down and said, Xiaoyu, the scenery is quite nice. Xiaoyu said coldly, the school allows boys and girls to live together.
Aren't you afraid of something happening? On the upper bunk opposite, Yi Yaoqi slumped over and said, what are you talking about?
This school has such a perverted training intensity, how can you still have the energy to play this kind of thing?
Everyone wants to rest now, okay? Don't disturb me when I'm asleep. Su Yuan just lay down after hanging up the phone. A rapid ringing sounded.
They got up with their eyes closed and went to gather.
Yang Feng, I'm really overthinking it. If I continue training like this, I'll lose my life, so why would I even think about women? 3 days later. Central Theater Command. Intermediate crack of Company C.
Su Yuan and his 3 companions walked cautiously among the mountains. Be careful, there are level 5 monsters everywhere in this kind of crack.
Su Yuan reminded.
Yi Yaoqi walked in the front, her whip turned into a round shield, and she became the defensive hand of the team. After all, Zhang Jiuming and the others are not here.
Yang Feng sighed, the school has arranged a rigorous training program. My body hasn't even recovered yet, and I'm already fighting in this crack. What a joke. Su Yuan shook his head. There's nothing we can do about it. Maybe it's because we're short on time.
Xiaoyu glanced at his bracelet, which showed the team's results.
Su Yuan, our grades are at the bottom, why don't we work harder? Su Yuan shook his head, don't worry, if they are ahead, let them be ahead. At this moment, in another direction, Ouyang Pai's face was gloomy. What is Su Yuan doing? He's so slow to act. If our squadron ranks last, will he be responsible?
At this moment, at the other end, at the entrance of the crack,
Squadron leader Shuya and the other 5 squadron leaders were keeping an eye on the results. Shuya, this isn't good. Aren't all the people on your team talented? Why are your grades so low? Yes, Shuya, don't let your grades be too bad, or you'll be embarrassed. Shuya smiled faintly. Don't worry too much. I absolutely believe in my players. It's just that these little guys haven't shown their full strength yet. Su Yuan, what are you doing? You won't really let me down, will you? And at this moment,
inside the crack, Su Yuan and others finally encountered several strange beasts. In the pool ahead, there are 4 5th-level exotic beasts, green-armored water lizards.
Su Yuan glanced at his teammates and asked, do you have the confidence to win?
Xiaoyu said, yes, of course.
Isn't this necessary? 1 for each of the 4 of us. Yang Feng nodded, okay. Let's go together.
The 4 of them instantly rushed out from the bushes, aiming at the 4 5th-level monsters and launching their strongest attacks.
Boom boom boom. In an instant, a large amount of blood floated on the water. After a fierce battle,
Su Yuan and his 3 companions returned to the crack carrying their spoils.
Just got to the ground. Ouyang Pai said coldly, some people are just dilly-dallying. Our results could have been even better. Su Yuan sneered. Now look at us, are we ranked high or low? Isn't it enough to complete the task? Why do you have to keep nagging and blaming me? Ouyang Pai's expression was grim. You.
Shuya raised her hand and said, okay, stop arguing.
It's enough for our 6th squadron to be first. Ouyang Pai looked at Su Yuan blankly and said, wait for the final graduation competition. Su Yuan, just wait and see. I will definitely be first this time. 3 months passed in a flash. Soon it was the eve of graduation for this group of officers from Xingwu Academy. Early in the morning, all 6 squadrons were present on the school playground. After 3 months of closed training, Su Yuan's cultivation level stabilized at the 7th level of the 4th realm. The cultivation of others has also improved. Shuya stood on the podium and said loudly, 3 months of special training is over. From now on, you will be assigned to various locations and become an indispensable member of the army. And today, you will experience the final graduation competition. Please give your best and strive to achieve a better ranking in this competition. Hearing this, Yang Feng, who was standing beside Su Yuan, said, graduation competition? I don't know what they're testing. Personal combat prowess shouldn't be necessary, right? I guess everyone knows our strength. The next moment, Shuya said, the graduation competition is about a sandbox war performance. In the simulator room, you will use the strategies you've learned to simulate war. No matter what method you use, victory will be scored. The higher the score, the higher your ranking. Yang Feng asked doubtfully. We are warriors, why are we testing these? Su Yuan guessed, our group of people are going out to serve as local military officers. Of course, it's not enough to just be able to fight. It's also important to be able to command. This kind of test of command ability is the core purpose of this training. After all, their talent and combat effectiveness are already top-notch. Theoretically, they do not need any training in martial arts. What is really needed is military literacy. Among them, command ability is the top priority. After all, most of them are military officers. Soon, all the candidates walked to the computer-like device in front of them. The equipment is numbered, and you must write your name and number on the computer during the exam. At this time, Shuya continued to explain, the difficulty of this deduction is easy, normal, difficult, difficult, and hell. After you pass these 5 levels, you will be graded.
The more difficult the challenge, the higher the score. It's more important for you to choose the one that suits you based on your own command ability. Don't get a 0, that would be ridiculous. If you are defeated by the monster, you will not get any points. Please make sure you complete each task within the specified time. At this moment, the students have started thinking. It takes 90 minutes to clear the level, and it can't be too miserable.
My commanding ability is very average, so I might as well choose the easy one.
But if you choose an easy one, your starting point score won't be too high, which will affect your graduation ranking.
Can I preview the questions?
These students clicked on the preview of these deduction questions.
What? The difficulty is to make 300 of us go in and out of the herd of strange beasts 7 times? Isn't this a joke?
Even though we've allocated a few thousand people to this hell difficulty level, the enemy has hundreds of thousands of people.
How can we fight them?
This is a joke. Yuan also discovered that these questions were all different, and even the ones refreshed on the computer were different every day.
Yuan then took a simple look and clicked on it.
At this time, the candidate on the left was selecting the difficulty level. Ouyang Pai noticed that Yuan had actually chosen the easy difficulty level and laughed out loud. "Ha, that's ridiculous."
Easy difficulty? Yuan, why don't you just give up the test?
People like us are destined to lead troops in the future.
Even if you get a perfect score on the easy difficulty, how much can you expect? But I'm different.
I directly chose the hell difficulty. As long as I pass it, I'll definitely be the top graduate this year. At this moment, some students who chose the hell difficulty level have been defeated. Among them is Yang Feng.
I lost after just 3 minutes? There's no way I could win by deduction. Luckily it's still early, we must lower the difficulty immediately.
Yang Feng chose the difficult level this time.
Meanwhile, the Ouyang faction also discovered a problem. The hell difficulty level was indeed not easy, but it's not hopeless. At this moment, Xiaoyu was very close to Yuan and asked doubtfully, "Yuan, isn't your level too simple?"
You can definitely choose a higher level of difficulty.
Yuan had already passed the test.
He raised his hand and shook his shoulders.
I'm just trying it out, warming up. The easy difficulty level is a relatively stupid human-computer battle.
His own lineup is strong, and he used some strategies such as besieging Wei to save Zhao and surrounding a point to attack reinforcements, and got full marks directly, with almost no deaths.
But because it is simple, this full score is not high.
Students with other difficulty levels can still do better than me even if they win by a narrow margin.
Several squadron leaders beside Shuya frowned. Why did the most talented guy in your squadron choose the easiest one? Isn't that a waste of talent? Shuya frowned slightly. Yuan's fighting talent and personal ability to deploy troops are both very good. This shouldn't be the case. The other squadron leaders shook their heads. What a shame.
At this moment, Ouyang Pai frowned. Yuan, it doesn't matter if you have reached the maximum level for a low difficulty level like me, you are still behind me. At this moment, Yuan entered combat state again.
The difficulty this time is average. Ouyang Pai frowned. The difficulty has been increased?
But the points are based on your highest score, not cumulatively. Even if you get full marks on the normal difficulty, you are still no match for me.
Yuan, what confidence do you have to beat me? Other students present also noticed this.
Yuan might as well spend his time on the hell difficulty level.
When he reselected, I thought he was going to pick something powerful, but this is what he ended up with. A medium difficulty one?
At this moment, Yuan used both hands to operate the mouse so quickly that his hands became afterimages. The so-called normal difficulty level was indeed very normal. Yuan successfully passed the level in 10 minutes, so he clicked on the next difficulty level, which was more difficult. His actions gradually attracted the attention of the squadron leaders. One gaze after another looked over.
Shuya asked incredulously, "What's Yuan doing? He wants to push them all over?" The other squadron leaders shook their heads. How is this possible? Isn't this just a waste of time? Points aren't accumulated, so it's completely useless, right? No. This kid is actually very smart.
When he's playing these low difficulty dungeons, he's actually adapting to the game. This way, he'll have a better chance of winning later on.
Did he really think so much about it? Or are we just guessing?
At this moment, the word victory appeared in Yuan's eyes again.
It's not difficult. I've already figured out the rules of this sandbox. Difficulty, here I come. Bang! Su Yuan pressed the enter button on the computer and came to the difficult copy. An ancient battlefield seemed to appear before his eyes. This time, the question is, am I alone and surrounded? It looks a bit difficult. This sandbox has no logic at all. The current scenario is that a coalition of humans and alien beasts have joined forces to surround me? How ridiculous! The human coalition and the alien beasts have joined forces. Is this a joke? It seems that the script used for this assessment was also written by a brainless screenwriter. But now I still have 1,000 remaining soldiers, which is enough to break the deadlock. Su Yuan began to operate, set up an ambush and lure them in to kill them. But this isn't easy to do. After all, there are still herds of alien beasts. What if we lead them and the enemy soldiers to kill each other? That's one idea. Over there, a drop of sweat fell on Ouyang Pai's forehead. It's so difficult. Half of my men are dead. Su Yuan cleared the harder difficulty level with full marks. Now he's starting the hard difficulty level again? What a joke. Yeah, that's not the case. I have to stay calm. It's okay. I believe it won't be long before I can pass this level. My points will definitely be better than his. At this moment, Su Yuan caused a small sensation again. The other students who had already finished and submitted their scores pointed at Su Yuan's score. What a high score! Did you pass the difficulty level perfectly? This score is already good enough for first place. Yes. Chapter 110, Chapter 109 officially awarded title. At this moment, Su Yuan looked up and glanced at Xiaoyu next to him. Xiaoyu had passed the more difficult level and his score was okay. She is no longer planning to continue taking the exam. At this moment, he took a look at Su Yuan's results and said in surprise, Su Yuan, this is enough for you, right? Do you want to continue taking the exam? Su Yuan smiled faintly, oh, just for fun. I quite like this kind of sandbox game. He decisively chose the hell difficulty level. Several squadron leaders at the scene were stunned. Isn't Su Yuan enough? He actually chose the hell difficulty? His results just now were already very good to some extent. But don't we still have the Ouyang sect? If the Ouyang sect manages to pass the hell difficulty, I think the first place will still be a foregone conclusion. At this moment, Ouyang Pai cheered, I won. I won. Su Yuan, what can you use to fight me? Even if I have flaws, my points. The next moment his eyes fell on Su Yuan, who was already in combat mode. Crazy, Su Yuan, you're crazy. This is hell difficulty. There are only less than 20 minutes left. Even if you are a genius, will you make it in time? If you can't make it through hell, your score will still be lower than mine, ha ha ha. At this moment, Su Yuan was indeed in some trouble. This interpretation of hellish difficulty was quite difficult. But we're almost there. Now the two opposing factions have already started fighting. All I have to do with my 1,000 men is find an opportunity to evacuate. I don't have to win. A moment later, Su Yuan successfully evacuated the scene with the characters in the sand table. Achieved a safe escape. Perfect. At this moment, Su Yuan's screen showed a perfect victory. Several squadron leaders were shocked. This is impossible. How did he do it? He actually won perfectly? How difficult was it to achieve such a perfect victory? Su Yuan fought all the way from the lowest level to hell, and achieved a perfect victory at almost every difficulty level. How smart this kid must be. I can't imagine what rank this guy will be awarded after graduation. At this moment, Ouyang Pai was unwilling to believe that this scene was real, and shook his head frantically, this is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. There's something wrong with this machine. There must be something wrong. Su Yuan, how is this possible? Shuya raised her eyebrows and said, with so many of us watching, how could there be any problem with the machine? At this moment, the hall slowly opened. An old, hunched figure in a white warrior's robe walked slowly towards them, followed by 5 commanders. Shuya and several other squadron leaders were all shocked. Commander-in-Chief. The Commander-in-Chief is here. Shuya and others bowed. Su Yuan also turned his head to look at the Commander-in-Chief, the highest person in charge of the Chinese theater of operations, the real top brass.
At this moment, the commander-in-chief looked at Su Yuan like a fly. His voice was extremely old. Good boy, you passed the hell difficulty with full marks, which is even more powerful than I thought. Yanlong, you have a good talent in the Eastern Theater Command. Yanlong said in a deep voice, it's all thanks to your good teaching, Commander-in-Chief. The Commander-in-Chief raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Su Yuan, are you willing to be my apprentice? Wow! All the students present showed envy and jealousy. This is the Commander-in-Chief. If he becomes the Commander-in-Chief's apprentice, doesn't that mean that Su Yuan is likely to become the new Commander-in-Chief in the future? This is really enviable. I wish I had this kind of life. At this moment, Yanlong said anxiously, Su Yuan, don't stand there like an idiot, why don't you call me master? Su Yuan immediately bowed, teacher. The Commander-in-Chief nodded, okay. Good disciple, you are very good, very good. Ouyang Pai clenched his hands tightly in anger, his eyes extremely gloomy. Why, it seems like all the benefits follow Su Yuan. I tried so hard, but still got nothing? At this moment, the Commander-in-Chief slowly stepped forward, raised his hand and separated a ray of intention from his temple. This is the Chinese fighting spirit I gained after becoming the Commander-in-Chief and breaking into the martial saint realm. I give this strand of fighting spirit to you as a seed. The next moment, this trace of fighting spirit instantly penetrated into Su Yuan's eyebrows. The 5 commanders were all shocked. The Commander-in-Chief actually sent out the Chinese fighting spirit? This is the true meaning of the most powerful martial saint. The Commander-in-Chief's fighting spirit can activate the Great Wall Watch. Wherever the Commander-in-Chief is, the soldiers are full of vigor and momentum. It all depends on this ray of true meaning. If we give a strand to Su Yuan now, doesn't that mean Su Yuan will be the legitimate heir in the future? That's too much. At this moment, Su Yuan felt a vast and mighty fighting spirit appearing in the depths of his consciousness, but this spirit was still very weak. As I grow, this fighting spirit will continue to grow stronger. Thank you, teacher. Su Yuan had a vague feeling that the fighting spirit given to him by the Commander-in-Chief was very important. The Commander-in-Chief nodded, today is your graduation day. I'm here to watch the ceremony. Okay, everyone, continue. Don't worry about us old guys. Soon, all the students gathered in the square. The awarding of titles officially began. The Commander-in-Chief and 5 regional commanders stood on the platform and looked at the students. At this moment, the Commander-in-Chief slowly stood up. All the muscles in his body suddenly surged, supporting his hunched figure. The old figure seemed to be decades younger at this moment. He suddenly took out a uniform from his personal space and put it on with a light flick. The only 10-star general of the Dragon Kingdom. Represents the identity of the Commander-in-Chief of the Chinese theater. His weathered eyes slightly raised, his sharp gaze reaching the sky. Everyone, from now on you are no longer ordinary students. From now on, you will go to the battlefield. You may defeat the enemy with boiling blood, or you may die tragically on the battlefield where no one knows. Are you afraid? The students below were all silent. It was impossible for them to say they were not afraid. The Commander-in-Chief raised the corner of his mouth and continued, yes, that's the charm, isn't it? The charm of being a soldier, knowing you'll die, yet still rushing to fight, this is the meaning of our existence. Our romance. Even though I die, I have no regrets. Children, hold on to this strength, hold on to this tingling passion in your blood, because it will carry you forward and lead you to victory. As a veteran, that's all I have to say. China will last forever. Martial arts will flourish. Wow! The enthusiasm of these young students was aroused and they applauded enthusiastically. At this moment, Shuya stepped forward and said, now, I will officially confer your titles upon you. From now on, you will be officers of the Demon Suppression Army. Chapter 111 Chapter 110 If the dog doesn't wash, I will. Several soldiers came forward, holding second lieutenant's epaulets and uniforms in their hands. When it came to Su Yuan, he had a captain's epaulets that were very different. And it was Shuya who came up to confer the title personally. Congratulations, Su Yuan. Since you have already been awarded a military rank as an exception, we are now conferring the rank of captain on you. Su Yuan nodded and raised his hand to take it solemnly. In his previous life in another world, he had the idea of joining the army, but unfortunately it did not come true. Now that I am here, I have fulfilled my dream of becoming a soldier. The Commander-in-Chief on the stage looked at the scene and nodded, this kid can be considered to have inherited our mantle. Yanlong said from the side,
it seems like it was just yesterday when I was awarded the title. Others also fell into memories. It's just that most of those people back then are no longer around. After attending the ceremony, these commanders left Shangjing City one by one because new monster cracks appeared in various places. They have to defend their own battle zone. For these students today, the end of training means they will go their separate ways. So everyone ate and drank in the hotel in the city. The so-called hotels basically sell alcohol, and the food is artificially processed food, which only has taste stimulation such as sweetness and spiciness. In Su Yuan's opinion, it is just artificially synthesized gluten. A group of people drinking and eating. After a few drinks, Ouyang Pai suddenly came over. He raised his drink and sarcastically said to Su Yuan, congratulations, you're number 1 this year, the king of soldiers is born. Su Yuan stood up and said calmly, Second Lieutenant Ouyang Pai, is this your attitude when you meet your superior? Ouyang Pai immediately said with a smile. I'm sorry, Shangwan, I was rude. I apologize. He poured a glass of wine in front of Su Yuan and said, I'm sorry, Shangwan, I'll pour you a farewell drink in advance. Hula. The wine spilled all over the floor. The people from Su Yuan's faction stood up one after another and pointed at the Ouyang faction and shouted angrily. Ouyang Pai, what are you doing? Is this how you toast? Are you cursing our Su Yuan? As a second lieutenant, this is how you speak to your superiors. Ouyang Pai raised the corner of his mouth, I'm sorry, we don't have such a custom in our hometown, so. Su Yuan raised the corner of his mouth, raised his foot and kicked out. Ouyang Pai's eyes moved and he raised his hand to block. The two of them were in this small space, going back and forth, making crackling sounds. Finally, Su Yuan seized a flaw and slapped Ouyang Pai in the face with his backhand, and Ouyang Pai flew out instantly. Then Su Ran raised her foot and stepped on his chest, pouring the wine in her hand on Ouyang Pai. Second Lieutenant Ouyang, you insulted your superiors and attacked me. If I bring you to court-martial, you know what the consequences will be. The officers of the Ouyang faction stood up and pointed at Su Yuan. What are you doing? Do you know what's behind Master Ouyang? Don't go too far. We're just drinking and sparring, don't make a big deal out of it. The Ouyang family looked grim. Su Yuan, the feud between you and me has already been formed. In the future, my Ouyang family will definitely repay you. Su Yuan smiled and said, we will be in different battle zones from now on, so let's not talk about this anymore. But even if we are in the same battle zone, you will still be defeated by me. At this time, the school inspector came in. You graduates, stop causing trouble here. Stop it. Su Yuan withdrew his foot. He glanced at Ouyang Pai lightly. Putting this matter aside, the most important thing now is that I am going home after 3 months of training and I miss my wife and children. Maybe it's because my wife and children are not around, and the system is quiet. Return to your brothers. Yang Feng said, I don't know how the war zone will arrange us. We may be separated after today. Li Xiu smiled faintly. Not really. We still have to go back to Binhai after today. You forgot about the family visit holiday. We can still get together in Binhai. Yang Feng smiled and nodded, okay, that's right. Su Yuan picked up the wine glass and continued to clink glasses with everyone. After all, there might not be many opportunities to see such a scene again in the future. The next day. Eastern Theater Command, Binhai City. The Yi family started to greet the servants early in the morning. After all, their brother-in-law was coming back today. The same goes for the Su mansion. In fact, after Su Yuan established the mansion, it was nothing more than a formality. In fact, he spent significantly more time living at the Yi family. Su Tongtong stood at the door of her house, waiting since morning. Mom, why hasn't Dad come back yet? Didn't you say he would be back today? Su Tongtong has been asking to go find his father many times in the past 3 months. After all, the food left by Su Yuan did not last long and was all eaten up. At this moment, Sister Yi Qingling, who looked obviously much more haggard, came out. There are also mother-in-law and father-in-law. Several people had obvious withdrawal symptoms, with black eye sockets and involuntary body shaking. Yuan shook his head and said, when will my precious son-in-law come back? I miss him so much. The mother-in-law also swallowed her saliva. Yeah, I miss my son-in-law so much too. I just hope he comes back soon. If someone who doesn't know the story hears it, they will definitely think this family is weird, but people who know the inside story will not think so. Several housekeepers in the distance shook their heads.
During the time that the son-in-law was away, all the masters, starting from the old master, lost weight, even our two young ladies lost weight.
Who says they aren't?
My son-in-law has all kinds of delicious food on his hands.
How can they not lose weight?
At this moment, a guard from the Yi family rushed in and said, reporting to the master, the son-in-law has entered the city.
Sister Yi Qingling's eyes lit up. Let's go pick up my husband.
After saying that, the two of them got on an electromagnetic car and hurried towards the city gate. When they were at the gate, Yi Qingming picked up her daughter, and the three of them hurried towards the city gate. On the other side, 4 people dressed neatly in military officer uniforms were walking on the road. From time to time, young men and women looked at the 4 people from afar with awe. Yang Feng couldn't help but act dignified, and his walking posture was naturally even more serious than usual. As for Yi Yaoqi, she was short and didn't look very imposing in her military uniform. Besides, she didn't care about these things.
In her opinion, a warrior had to keep getting stronger. Su Yuan walked in front and attracted the most attention.
Just at this moment there was a ding-dong sound.
Ding!
The host hasn't been home for a long time.
Your wife no longer has feelings for you.
Furthermore, your foot washing has been discovered. Please wash the feet of both wives tonight to retain their affections.
Huh? I hope you're crazy? You can't go back to the other timeline, right? Just because I was a scumbag in the other timeline doesn't mean I'm a scumbag now.
6. Host, stop making excuses. Su Yuan was speechless.
Washing a woman's feet? Whoever wants to wash them can do it. I won't wash them anyway. Ding!
2 counterattack gift packs.
Wash. I wash women's feet. If the dog doesn't wash them, I will.
Just at this moment, a car in front stopped by the roadside, and the mother and daughter hurriedly got out of the car holding their daughter.
Chapter 112, Chapter 111. Your girlfriend?
I want to see what your girlfriend feels like. Yi Qingling was holding her daughter's hand, while Yi Qingmeng beside her had red eyes.
Dad. Su Tongtong threw herself into her father's arms. Dad is back. That's great. Dad will make delicious food for me.
Tongtong has missed Dad for a long time.
Su Yuan picked up his daughter and asked, do you miss Daddy or delicious food? Su Tongtong laughed and said, I want to do both.
Well, my good daughter is so well behaved. Su Yuan put his daughter down with a smile, then saluted his 2 wives, Captain Su Yuan, greetings to the 2 generals. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng immediately raised their hands to return the greeting.
Captain Su, you're welcome. We are your wives. There's no need to be like this.
The 2 of them became a little reserved after Su Yuan's actions. Yang Feng and Xiaoyu also saluted, then said, Su Yuan, we will not hinder your reunion with your wife and children.
We are leaving now. Su Yuan nodded, let's get together again when we have time.
Yi Yaoqi couldn't leave, so she stood aside and waited. Hey, hurry up, hug me when you need one, kiss me when you need one, hurry up.
Su Yuan covered his face, then please stop standing there and staring, okay? Yi Yaoqi snorted and turned away. Su Yuan immediately stepped forward and pulled his 2 wives into his arms. My 2 wives, what are you doing?
What they said is right.
Don't just stand there, come here quickly.
At this moment, my wife's blushing was more important than anything else. On the other side, the Su family in Binhai City.
Su Jinghua glanced at the information on the communicator, stood up and said, Su Yuan graduated and was accepted as a disciple by the commander-in-chief? And he was promoted to the rank of captain? This kid really has noble people helping him along the way. Hearing this, Su Mo said, Sister, is this even fair?
Su Yuan has no regard for his parents or brothers. How could such a person rise to such a high position? Su Jinghua smiled faintly. Su Yuan caught the commander-in-chief's eye because of his talent, so he's naturally on the rise.
But I don't think it's a good thing. Suja should be back today.
For the past 3 months, Suja has been in charge of the strategy for the small cracks in the surrounding areas. He's done very well and has already been promoted to lieutenant commander. Although Su Yuan holds the rank of captain, he doesn't have any combat experience, and is not as good as Suja's. At this moment, Suja's voice came from outside, Aunt, Mom and Dad.
I'm back triumphantly. Su Jinghua stood up in surprise and rushed out. Nephew, you're back.
Suja rushed in, knelt down, and slid in front of Su Jinghua, and said with a bow, thanks to my aunt's training, I can be where I am today. After saying this, he took out 2 beads from his arms and said, "When I was cleaning the cracks, I found these 2 precious beads. They look very beautiful. I brought them specially for my aunt." Su Jingwei nodded and said, okay, you are worthy of being my beloved nephew. Ha? What's wrong with your hand? There was only an exaggerated wound on Suja's hand. Suja immediately withdrew his hand and said, "Don't worry, auntie, it's just a minor injury." At this time, a deputy company commander beside Suja glanced at Suju and immediately said, reporting to the general, "The company commander was bitten by a strange beast in the hand for these 2 pearls, and a large piece of flesh was torn off. Only then did he get the pearls back." Suja said coldly, "Shut up. Who told you to say that? Go down and accept your punishment now. Didn't I tell my aunt not to tell her about the specific events on the battlefield? Why won't you listen?" Suja showed a look of disappointment and said, "Aunt, this is all nonsense. It's not that exaggerated. It's these soldiers who are exaggerating. When has such a thing ever happened to this company commander?" Su Jingwo was so moved that her eyes were moist at this moment. Don't pretend. I know you have suffered. Don't worry, your aunt will definitely train you well." Suja showed an expression that said, "I can't hide it anymore," and said, "Aunt, it's nothing. Oh, I saw that your weapon was destroyed by Su Yuan, so I thought of getting you some more treasures so that you can have money to buy a new one." Su Jingwei nodded. "My aunt has recently been reinvesting in our Su family's prop-making business, so she didn't buy new ones. With your aunt's financial resources, it would be no problem for her to just replace a weapon." Suja's eyes moved. "Oh, and Su Yuan has his own prop design business in the city. I think his business is very good. God is really blind. He poached so many workers from my Su family, but he seems to be fine." Su Jingwa frowned slightly. "I'll take care of this, don't worry about it." Suja's expression flickered, and he said respectfully, "Yes, aunt." "Su Yuan, don't think you are proud of being a captain now. My aunt has the military power. The ancestor of your Yi family is away from home all year round and actually has no real power. It's just a matter of fame. If I really want to deal with you, it would be like crushing an ant to death. Aunt, I'm out to dinner with my friends and we're going to celebrate with a drink." Su Jingwa naturally wouldn't stop her nephew from going out for a drink. "Okay, just come back early." At the same time, the other end. Su Yuan's home. After eating at home, everyone lay on the sofa with their bellies bulging to rest. Suddenly, Su Yuan's receiver started shaking. He turned on the communication receiver and saw that it was an invitation from his buddy to go out for a drink. Su Yuan naturally had no objection. "Let's meet at the bar." Meanwhile, on the other side, Suja was drinking in a bar with several of his soldiers. It happened that Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao arrived first. Zhang Jiuming has been lucky in love recently and has found a girlfriend who was a girl from the auxiliary department of the school. The 3 of them walked into the bar chatting and laughing. It just so happened that the 3 of them passed by Suja's people, and the girl accidentally stepped on Suja's foot. Suja felt pain, squinted his eyes and grabbed the girl's hand. Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao immediately refused. Just as they were about to fight back, they were pinned down on the table by Suja's men. "Hey! You two, aren't you old classmates?" Suja said with a grin. Zhang Jiuming said coldly, "Put my girlfriend down. Otherwise I won't let you go." Suja laughed, "Your girlfriend? You're a good kid, you can even find a girlfriend." He glanced at the girl and said, "Girl, tell me, is he your boyfriend?" After saying that, he raised his hand and placed it on the girl's face. Stop. Fuck you." Zhang Jiuming used breathing techniques and kicked a soldier, who was accidentally kicked in the testicles. He immediately bent over and wailed. When Suja saw his men being beaten, he immediately roared, "Kill these 2 bastards! How dare they attack my men?" When the soldiers heard the order, they immediately rushed to knock Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao to the ground. The soldiers waved their hands. "These 2 guys are like iron lumps. Their bodies are so damn hard." Suja sneered and said, "These 2 guys are tough, so I want to see if their girlfriends are tough enough." After saying that, he pushed the girl onto the table. The girl was already scared and crying. Suja sneered and said, "I am the lieutenant commander. It's better for my little sister to be with me than with this poor student." I don't know if it was this that worked, or what. The girl's reaction really slowed down. Chapter 113 Chapter 112 You can't kill him. The soldiers under Suja became more and more arrogant.
Zhang Jiuming roared, "You are also a soldier?
You don't deserve it, Suja.
You are just inferior to Su Yuan.
The more you are like this, the more you are not even half as good as Su Yuan." It would have been fine if he hadn't said this, but after hearing this, Suja instantly got angry and his face turned red. "You bastard." He pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it into the girl's face.
"Tell me, are you going to go with me or that loser? This girl is actually just ordinary in appearance and has very poor talent.
She also knows Suja, who has S-level talent."
She swallowed and said in a crying voice, "I'll go with you, I'll go with you."
Zhang Jiuming looked at the scene in disbelief. "Asshole.
Suja, I'll kill you."
At this moment, Suja had already untied his belt and was riding his horse directly. When the owner of the bar in the distance saw that there was a conflict between soldiers and students, he hurriedly reported it to the city defense forces. But it will take some time for the city defense forces to arrive here. At this moment, Zhang Jiuming's girlfriend has already immersed herself in it and is hugging Suja's neck.
Zhang Jiuming shouted, "I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you." He struggled to his feet.
Suja's men behind him threw a wine bottle and hit Zhang Jiuming on the back of the head. Zhang Jiuming had already been seriously injured, and he fainted on the ground.
Chen Hao's face changed. 9 lives. Fuck you.
He pulled out the dagger from his waist and stabbed the soldier in the waist with his backhand. The soldier shuddered and fell to the ground dead.
Suja, who was happily having fun, looked up and his face changed. Someone is killing the soldiers of the demon suppression army in the city. Kill without mercy.
Immediately, these soldiers drew out their standard military swords. He was about to cut Chen Hao into 8 pieces. However, the next moment, a pitch-black long sword flew over. It instantly pierced through the chests of the 2 soldiers. Su Yuan's figure appeared instantly. He pulled out a bloody long knife, and then cut off the neck of another soldier with one knife. Then he said in a deep voice, "The demon suppression army slaughtering civilians in the city is equivalent to mutiny. I am a captain of the demon suppression army, and I will kill the rebels." Suja threw the young woman away, put on his pants, and shouted angrily, "Su Yuan. Don't get it wrong, it was your buddy who killed my soldiers first.
You killed the demon suppression army. Who the hell is the rebel? Capture Su Yuan for me." Immediately, the remaining soldiers raised their swords tremblingly. "Captain, he's a captain, very famous. If we attack him, we might suffer."
Suja slapped the soldier in the face. "He is the king of heaven. He just violated military law and killed so many of my soldiers. Get it for me." Seeing that no one dared to continue, Suja, who had been drinking, suddenly lost control of his emotions, pulled out a dagger, and rushed towards Su Yuan in an instant.
Su Yuan's eyes were cold. "You're looking for death." The other end.
Binhai, Yi family. Several Yi family guards rushed in hurriedly. He found Yi Qingling and said, "It's bad, Mississippi. My son-in-law is clashing with Suja's demon-suppressing army outside. Kill them with your sword."
"What?" Yi Qingling's eyes changed drastically. Outside Binhai City, Su Jinggua's demon-suppressing army was stationed.
There was nothing wrong with Suja bringing his soldiers into the city to drink. After all, they had just won a victory. If Su Yuan kills someone at this time, he will be brought to a military court. Yi Qingming stood up hurriedly and said, "Let's go over there quickly, otherwise my husband will suffer."
Yi Qingling sighed.
She and her sister led an elite squad in the army. They were small in number and their base was not here.
If they came into conflict with Su Jinggua's demon-suppressing army, the consequences would be unimaginable.
You take a team of Yi family guards to control the scene. I'll call the commander and ask him to send an inspection team.
Don't let Su Jinggua mess around. Yes. At the same time, Binhai City Women's Marshal Saint Mansion.
A soldier covered in blood rushed in. "Oh no!
Oh no!"
Captain Su Yuan slaughtered the demon suppression army with a sword in the bar. We were no match for him, and Captain Suja was detained by Su Yuan.
Su Jinggua and other members of the Su family stood up one after another. "What? How dare Su Yuan do that?" Su Jinggua's face was gloomy.
The eldest sister Su Chanxian said in disbelief, "Aunt, although Su Yuan has a bad temper, he is not the kind of person who kills people indiscriminately."
"Is there some misunderstanding here?" Su Amo said coldly, "Why would he be afraid? When he puts a knife to our necks, will you believe that your brother has no humanity? Your mother and I were beggars on the street. We went to his house to ask for help, but he told us to get lost. How can such a person have feelings? He is a cold-blooded snake. This, Mom and Dad. Su Qianqian wanted to say something. Su Jinghua said coldly, take my martial saint's golden seal. Go outside the city and mobilize 3,000 soldiers. Su Qianqian, you do it. Su Qianqian had no choice but to bow and say, yes. General. Su Jingui nodded. Su Qianqian, military orders are as heavy as a mountain. If you fail to carry out your orders, bring your head to me. Yes. Su Qianqian hurriedly went outside the city to mobilize troops. Su Amo said anxiously, let's go and save Suzhou first. I'm afraid Suzhou will suffer. Su Jingui nodded and said, I'll take a few personal soldiers with me and go find Su Yuan. I don't think he would dare to kill my nephew. When all parties were shocked. Bar scene. On the ground lay the bodies of a dozen soldiers. Chen Hao supported the unconscious Zhang Zhoming and said anxiously, Su Yuan. Don't do it. If you do, everything will be in jeopardy. His aunt is a female martial arts saint, and he is now the powerful company commander. You have no right to kill. If you dare to do that, I will kill myself in front of you. Su Yuan was already blood-curdling with rage, with the knife against Suzhou's throat. He touched my brother, and you expect me to endure it? Chen Hao said in a deep voice, your future is not important? Are you crazy? You are the commander-in-chief's disciple. Can your future be the same as ours? We just suffered a small loss. If you kill him, Su Jingguo will definitely kill you. Even if the commander-in-chief wants to protect you, the commander-in-chief is not here now. Su Yuan. Chen Hao picked up a knife from the table and put it to his neck. Put down the knife. Suzhou laughed out loud, brilliant, brilliant. Your brother would rather put a knife to his own neck to save my life. Su Yuan, Su Yuan, you are a piece of shit. If you have the guts, kill me too. Chapter 114 Chapter 113 The prison is here. A funny scene occurred at the scene. Su Yuan wants to kill Suzhou, and Chen Hao wants to protect Suzhou. Su Yuan certainly knew that Chen Hao wanted to protect him, not Suzhou. If he stabbed Su Jinghua would not let him go. In the military court, Su Yuan's reasons were untenable. Su Yuan put down the knife. Suzhou patted the blood off his body and said, Su Yuan, I'm going to sue you for it. How dare you kill my soldiers? I'm going to kill you. One day, I'm going to wipe out your Yu family and your Su family, kill your daughter, and have your wife raped by all the soldiers in the army. Su Yuan's expression suddenly changed, and he slashed with the long sword in his hand. The next moment, a loud shout came from the distance, you dare. Su Jinghua casually pulled out a dagger from her waist and threw it towards Su Yuan. Whoosh! Amid the sound of breaking air, Su Yuan had to either draw his sword to defend himself or continue to kill Suzhou. Suzhou's face changed drastically and he dodged sideways. Su Yuan didn't care and slashed with his sword. Puff! Suzhou's left arm shot up into the sky. Su Yuan's sword missed the target and he immediately swung it back with another sword. But at this time the dagger was in front of him. Su Yuan had no choice but to chop the dagger with his sword. After all, it was a blow from the martial saint. The dagger trembled when it was cut. But it just deviated slightly and continued to shoot towards Su Yuan. Puff! The dagger pierced Su Yuan's right chest. Boom! The dagger stabbed into the wall behind him, shaking continuously. Su Yuan leaned on the ground with his knife. Standing tall. Chen Hao exclaimed in astonishment, Su Yuan. Suzhou lay on the ground, clutching his shoulder and groaning in pain. Auntie wants to kill me, you kill him, kill him. Su Jinghua rushed to her nephew and pressed on Suzhou's shoulder a few times to stop the bleeding. Then he looked at Su Yuan coldly and said, you are in the city, slaughtering the demon-suppressing army. You are equivalent to rebels and will be executed. Do you know that? Su Yuan covered his wound and smiled faintly, I killed them because they deserved to die. Su Jinggua's eyes were extremely ugly. I want to see how arrogant you can be when death is imminent. She walked slowly towards Su Yuan. Chen Hao shouted at this moment, Heroine Martial Saint. Heroine Martial Saint. No, Su Yuan did not kill the soldiers of the demon suppression army on purpose. Su Yuan did this for a reason.
Suzha was the first to provoke trouble.
We're defending ourselves. You're talking nonsense.
Suzha pointed at Chen Hao and Zhang Jiuming and said, they were jealous of me over a woman and killed one of my soldiers.
That's why we had a conflict. What he said is complete nonsense. Su Jingwa said coldly, I will talk to you about this after I capture Su Yuan.
At this moment, Yi Qingmeng rushed forward with the Yi family guards and said loudly, no matter what, let's wait until the inspection team arrives.
Su Jingwa said coldly, the inspection team is not close to here.
As the commander of the local demon-suppressing army, I have the right to capture this thug first. Yi Qingmeng put his hand on the knife and said, no.
Are you qualified to stop me? Su Jingwa looked cold and disdainful.
Yi Qingmeng raised the corner of his mouth, if you want to force me to die, my ancestor will also fight you to the death.
Su Jingwa smiled, oh? Yi Chen, who knows where she is? I'll kill you and see if she will help you get justice.
Just at this moment, a group of soldiers with inspectors' epaulets on their shoulders rushed over.
Demon Suppression Army Inspection Team, all of you, stand on either side.
Yi Qingmeng breathed a sigh of relief. The arrival of the inspection team proved that Su Jingwa could no longer act recklessly.
Su Jingwa snorted coldly and said to the soldiers, Captain Su Yuan killed many soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army in the city.
You must deal with him fairly and impartially. Cold sweat had already broken out on the foreheads of these inspection team soldiers. It was obvious that this matter was not simple. On one side was the martial saint, and on the other side was the commander-in-chief's disciple.
Su Yuan is really too famous.
The captain of the supervisory team stepped forward.
He was a middle-aged man and said in a deep voice, everyone here, follow us.
Send all the soldiers on the ground to the hospital.
A moment later.
Binhai City Demon Suppressing Army Inspection Office.
Su Yuan has taken healing pills, so his injuries are not serious.
Chen Hao was lying beside him, and Zhang Jiuming woke up with his hands covering his head.
What's going on? Why am I in jail? Zhang Jiuming's head was buzzing. Chen Hao shook his head and said, we didn't get to drink, maybe we'll have to go on the road together. Su Yuan shook his head, not really.
Now that the inspection team is here, it at least proves that we won't be executed for the time being. If we fall into Su Jingwa's hands, we were the ones who were miserable. It was a great first day back. Zhang Jiuming sighed, it's okay, my girlfriend will testify for us, and we will be released soon.
Chen Hao was silent for a while.
At that time, your girlfriend had already invested in the company. How could she still help you?
The other end.
Inspection team's record room. A team member said to the girl in front of him, Zhang Wanwan, right?
Occupation, age. Zhang Wanwan, 21, sophomore, student. Well, can you tell me what happened at the scene?
Zhang Wanwan said, I was drinking at a bar with my boyfriend Suzha, and Zhang Jiuming took a fancy to me and came up to chat with me.
The other end.
In the room where Suzha was imprisoned.
Su Mo and Lu Yuru walked closer. Su Mo, don't worry, we have found the girl's family. They have paid us a sum of money. The transcript and confession will definitely be beneficial to us. Suzha nodded, yeah. What did my aunt say? Su Mo said, although your aunt doesn't like Su Yuan, she doesn't want to do these things. She doesn't need to know about this. We can just make the arrangements. Anyway, you insist that it was Su Yuan who did it.
All this is because of Su Yuan. He killed so many soldiers in the city.
This time, Su Yuan can't escape.
Suzha's eyes flashed dangerously, Su Yuan must die. On the other side, Yi Qingling found Yi Qingmeng, and the two looked at each other.
Soon, Yi Wendian and Jean Lin also arrived. Jean Lin, how is my son-in-law now? Yi Qingling shook her head. We killed a lot of soldiers.
Now the confession of the people at the scene is very important, especially that girl. I don't know what she will say, but she is Zhang Jiuming's girlfriend. There is no reason for her to help Suzha. At this moment, Yang Feng, Xiaoyu and Yi Yaoqi also arrived. Yang Feng's eyes were ugly.
Su Yuan just came back not long ago, and he encountered such a thing. How could this happen?
Yi Qingling explained the situation. Oh, don't worry, Su Yuan is the commander-in-chief's apprentice.
Yi Yaoqi said heartlessly.
At this time, Su Tongtong hugged Yi Qingling's thighs and said, Mom, Dad will be fine.
Chapter 115, Chapter 114, Judgment. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng nodded, yes, Tongtong is still here. Isn't this the best proof? It proves that Su Yuan can't be in trouble. Everyone nodded.
At this moment, a soldier from the inspection team came over and said, General Yi, we have finished taking notes. Unfortunately, according to the transcript, the primary responsible parties in this incident are Captain Su Yuan and his two friends.
What? Yi Qingling said in disbelief, this is impossible. How could Su Yuan be the main person responsible?
The soldier from the inspection team said, the girl said she wasn't Zhang Jiuming's girlfriend, but Su Zhe's. They were jealous of each other, and that's why such a disaster happened.
Yi Qingmeng retorted, impossible, how could that girl be Su Zhe's girlfriend? You can go to the school to investigate.
The inspector shook his head and said, it's very difficult for us.
It's normal for young people to follow you today and follow me tomorrow. This is difficult to define. Moreover, it was Su Yuan's friend who killed the first person.
When Su Yuan arrived at the scene, the situation was completely out of control. This was witnessed by many people at the scene.
Yi Qingling shook her head, no, then how do we deal with this matter? The soldier from the inspection team shook his head. We don't know either. We're all waiting for the results from above. At this moment, Su Jinghua came over with the Su family. He said in a cold voice, you must handle the matter impartially and not show partiality. I, Su Jinghua, have shed blood for China. My nephew's arm was cut off, and so many soldiers died. This matter cannot be let go like this.
At this moment, an armored vehicle stopped outside the gate.
A figure got out of the car.
The man got out of the car.
The man in the windbreaker and tall figure is Commander Yanlong.
At this moment, Yanlong's face looks extremely ugly. His eyes swept over Yi Qingling and the others.
Then it fell on the inspectors.
The captain of the inspection team rushed out and walked to Yanlong enthusiastically, Commander, you are here.
What instructions do you have?
Yanlong took a look at the group of people at the scene and was furious.
Su Yuan's matter. Su Jinghua immediately stepped forward, Commander. You can't protect Su Yuan.
Yanlong waved his hand, who told you that I was going to protect that bastard? What I want to say is that Su Yuan, that bastard, is so audacious and presumptuous that he will not be tolerated.
Everyone, don't worry.
Our Eastern Theater Command is currently undergoing a major overhaul, and he will definitely be severely punished. When Yi Qingling and her sisters heard this, they became anxious and stepped forward one by one.
Commander! This is Su Yuan, what do you mean by that? Yes, Commander Su Yuan is the future of our war zone.
Yanlong raised his hand and said, of course I know he is the future of my war zone, but it is precisely because of this that I absolutely cannot tolerate him.
I already learned about this incident on the way here. I will personally make the final decision. From now on, Su Yuan will be stripped of his captain rank. Charge him into the criminal army. Along with his two brothers.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. Everyone on Su Yuan's side had gloomy and ugly expressions. Yi Qingling shook her head and said, no, joining the criminal army is a life or death struggle.
Absolutely not. What's the difference between what you're doing and killing him? Yi Qingmeng also shook his head. Yes, Commander, I don't accept it. Yanlong shook his head, what's there to be dissatisfied about?
I'm telling you, the Commander-in-Chief knows all about this and supports my verdict.
You all should shut up.
Hearing this, the people on Su Jinghua's side were in a very good mood.
Su Zhe turned around and glanced at Su Jinghua. And, if that's all, it's too easy for him. People like him should be executed.
Although the wound on Su Zhe's arm had been almost healed by the warrior, Su Yuan's knife was filled with evil spirits, which corroded his arm, making it unusable.
Therefore, Su Zhe's resentment toward Su Yuan is not a little bit. Su Jinghua said in a deep voice, the commander's decision is already very fair. I, Su Jinghua, have nothing to say. Su Mo and Lu Yuru looked at each other, and their resentment toward Su Yuan finally eased a lot. This Su Yuan is so arrogant and domineering. I knew this day would come for him. It's retribution, but I didn't expect it to come so soon.
Yeah, he's gone to the criminal army this time, who knows if he can come back alive.
This is also the retribution of this kid.
Yi Wentian and Jin Lin looked at each other.
Take a step forward. My Yi family disagrees.
There was a fierce look in my mother-in-law's eyes. Yanlong's expression changed slightly.
Humph, this is the Commander-in-Chief's rule. If he can't come back from the front line, what kind of genius is he?
Seeing Yanlong's expression, Jean Lin's heart moved. She pulled her husband and said, "Since the commander-in-chief has stipulated this, it seems there is no other way.
Hubby, let's just leave it alone." Su Jinghua glanced at Jean Lin indifferently.
After all, he was just a son-in-law, not her own son.
How could she care about him much? Humph. All right, stop pretending.
Since the commander said so, just do it. After saying that, the Su family members walked out arrogantly.
After they left, Yanlong breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yuan is really reckless.
This time the commander-in-chief asked me to teach him a lesson.
Jean Lin immediately asked, "What on earth is going on? Also, isn't this an injustice to my child? You can't conduct such a crude investigation."
Yanlong said to the younger generations who were looking at him strangely, "Yang Feng, Yi Yaoqi, Xiaoyu, stop looking at me like that."
Are you blaming me for not helping Su Yuan? Yang Feng said, "We dare not." Don't you dare. Yang Feng. Yi Yaoqi. Xiaoyu. Step out. I have a mission for you. The other end.
Su Yuan was chatting with two buddies in the detention room.
Zhang Jiuming held a straw in his mouth and asked, "Brother, when are we going out?" Chen Hao said, "Go out? Why do I feel like we brothers are going to get into trouble this time?" You are talking nonsense. Our Su Yuan is the commander-in-chief's disciple. What's the relationship? He is the prince of the Chinese war zone, who can take our lives.
Zhang Jiuming just finished speaking.
A soldier from the inspection team came over with documents.
Su Yuan, Zhang Jiuming, Chen Hao, the verdicts for the three of you have come down.
Su Yuan's eyes moved.
Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao looked at each other.
Zhang Jiuming asked, "What do you mean? Can I leave now? This matter has nothing to do with us, right?"
The inspector shook his head. "You can leave now, but..." The expressions on the three people's faces changed slightly. The soldier continued. "From now on, all your military ranks will be stripped away, you will be exiled to the criminal army, and you will be sent to the front lines to die immediately."
Bah, that's wrong. You will be sent to the front lines to join the battle immediately. Chapter 116, Chapter 115. Let us go. The Devil Company. 2 chapters. What? Zhang Jiuming looked at the inspector in disbelief. Brother, have you made a mistake? Why are we being sent to the criminal army? Chen Hao's face turned pale. It's all over. We've implicated Su Yuan. Everything is over.
Su Yuan's heart sank, and his face gradually turned pale.
Why is this happening? Didn't the commander say anything? It's obvious that the main responsibility for this matter does not lie with us. Zhang Jiuming said, "Yes, Su Yuan is right. We were provoked first." The inspector said, "No, you were the ones who provoked her first."
The girl said it herself.
What? Zhang Jiuming's face changed and he said coldly, "Could it be that woman who harmed me?" I knew it. I knew women are unreliable. Chen Hao shook his head.
You know women are unreliable, yet you still insist on relying on them.
Now look what happened. You've killed all three of us.
Su Yuan was puzzled. This was impossible. The commander-in-chief had just accepted me as his disciple.
A thorough investigation would reveal flaws in my confession, yet they couldn't wait to incriminate me? Could this be a setup by the higher-ups? After thinking about it, this is the only possibility. Don't panic, let's wait and see. I feel this matter is not that simple. There are still things waiting for us later. Seeing Su Yuan so confident, Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao nodded.
Okay, I hope there's still hope for us. At this moment, Su Jia, who had lost one hand, suddenly came over and said coldly, "Su Yuan, don't think you can turn things around."
How ridiculous.
The commander himself said you were going to be exiled to the criminal army. Chen Hao grabbed the metal railing and yelled, "It was you who provoked us first and beat us up first.
Why are you fine while we are?" Su Jia smiled coldly, "Why? Because you are stupid. Let me tell you guys, talent is sometimes useless. You also need brains.
People without brains are destined to be nothing."
Zhang Jiuming, I just used a little trick on that woman and she accepted me as her man, do you know that? She just said whatever I told her to say, you idiots, ha ha ha. Su Yuan said calmly, "Su Jia, do you think you are very smart?"
Su Jia's expression gradually turned cold.
Su Yuan, what else do you want to say now? I won, you know? If you become a criminal on the battlefield, there is no way you will come back alive. I'm the winner between us. Goodbye, you idiots.
After Suja finished speaking, he turned and left. Zhang Jiuming was very upset at this moment and slapped himself in the face.
Bang bang bang. Su Yuan, I'm sorry for you. It's my fault. I'm stupid.
Su Yuan glanced at him and said, well, you've been stupid for a long time. Now that the matter has come to this, it doesn't matter whether you are stupid or not. Anyway, we're about to leave, and we'll know the details soon. At this moment, the inspection team approached and opened the door. Then he said, you guys should go back and say goodbye to your families. You will be heading to the battlefield early tomorrow morning. Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao were extremely depressed.
Su Yuan was fine because he knew things were not simple. After returning to the Yi family, Su Yuan saw a family standing at the gate. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingming.
Yi Qingling said, come in and talk. When they got to the room, Yi Qingling said, let me tell you about this.
This is a confidential mission.
Yi Qingming, take the child out.
The latter nodded.
Yi Qingming continued, although you are not going to the criminal army, you are actually no different from the criminal army.
You will be leading a company of 200 men on this trip.
You will be carrying out the most dangerous mission.
In my opinion, this is no different from sending you to your death. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. Fortunately, it's a mission requirement. I thought I was really breaking the law. As long as it's not really illegal, I don't care. Yi Qingling shook her head.
The real battlefield is far more dangerous than you imagine.
You don't know how long you'll be on this mission. Su Yuan held her in his arms and said, I know. I will definitely come back alive.
Yi Qingling nodded, okay, I believe you, and I also believe in the commander-in-chief's vision. A moment later, Yi Qingming walked in from outside. The child went to sleep with my mother.
Su Yuan, my sister and I will sleep with you at night. Su Yuan's body trembled. What was going on? This was too cool.
By the way, my two wives, please sit down. I'll wash your feet before you leave. Su Yuan fetched 2 basins of water and put his 2 wives' feet into the water. The feet of these 2 sisters were almost carved out of one eye.
It's just that one is cold and the other is warm.
This has something to do with the techniques they practice.
Ding! You successfully washed the feet of both wives. Your wives have developed a crush on you again.
The host receives 2 gift packs.
Very good.
This time when I go out, I brought 2 gift bags with me, which is a bit of a guarantee. After washing his feet, Su Yuan looked at his 2 wives' flushed faces and said with a smile, my 2 wives, it seems that it is getting late. Let's go to bed early. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingming looked at each other and nodded.
Good. The next day. It was dawn. Su Yuan was woken up by Yi Qingling.
Yi Qingling said, okay, you have to leave at 6 o'clock, so get up early.
Su Yuan rubbed his kidneys. He was very busy last night and didn't get much sleep. I have to get up so early in the morning now. I am so exhausted.
Su Tongtong pushed open the door, rubbed his eyes and walked in.
He glanced at his father and said, Dad, I know you're leaving. I'm here to see you off.
Su Yuan walked forward, picked up his daughter, and gave her a big kiss on her chubby face.
Daughter, Daddy is leaving soon.
Just wait for him at home. Su Tongtong hugged his father's neck and said, Dad, please be careful when you go out.
Dad needs to kill more monsters.
Su Yuan nodded, don't worry, Dad will kill a lot of monsters, and then he will come back to play with us Tongtong.
Su Tongtong nodded, okay, Tongtong will wait for Dad to come back home. Dad must come back soon.
Su Yuan nodded, his eyes suddenly feeling a little bitter, but no matter what, he had expected this day to come.
Graduating from school early meant going to the battlefield, right? Thinking of this, Su Ran walked outside without looking back.
Wife, take good care of Tongtong.
Yi Qingling and Yi Qingming both nodded. Su Yuan left the Yi family and walked to the city gate. I met my 2 buddies.
Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao knelt down in front of their parents at this moment, and the whole family broke down and cried.
Su Yuan stood aside and waited for a while.
Generally speaking, the criminal army would be escorted by people from the demon suppression army. Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao cried for a long time before walking to Su Yuan.
Brother Yuan, what's going on? Why haven't the people here yet? If the people escorting us don't come, then we won't go. Su Yuan shook his head. Impossible, wait a moment.
Just at this time, 3 officers of the demon-suppressing army came forward with 200 soldiers. Su Yuan and Zhang Jiuming both widened their eyes.
Because the leading officers are none other than Yang Feng, Xiao Yu, and Yi Yaoqi.
Yi Yaoqi flicked the whip in his hand and said, "Sinner in front, why don't you kneel down when you see me?"
Su Yuan was stunned. Are you our escort officers? Yi Yaoqi nodded. Yeah, so what? We are officers, so I'm asking you.
Su Yuan smiled silently. So you were waiting for me here. I said the organization would not abandon me easily. Thinking of this, Su Yuan said, then please 3 officers, escort us properly. Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao were still in a daze.
Su Yuan shook his head and said, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Are you waiting for someone to come and take us in? Zhang Jiuming nodded frantically. Okay. Let's go.
The 3 of them got into an armored vehicle. Yang Feng swung his spear and said, all right.
Move out.
At this moment, Suja came running from a distance with a group of soldiers. When he saw the situation, he immediately felt something was wrong and said, don't leave.
What's going on with you? Are you the ones escorting Su Yuan?
Yang Feng swung the spear in his hand and said coldly, Suja, don't make any mistake.
You are just a soldier under General Su. The commander personally ordered us to serve as escort officers.
If you don't believe me, you can apply to the higher-ups.
Suja's face was gloomy. There was indeed a problem.
The commander asked these people to escort him.
Doesn't this clearly mean that he is being taken care of?
Suja said coldly, asshole.
You are covering up.
Yang Feng sneered and said, if you have any objections, go to the commander and raise them.
Let's go.
After saying that, Yang Feng led the team to set off.
Suja had no way out from behind. Damn it, why do I feel like I'm the one being set up? The other end.
After leaving Binhai City, the troops marched quickly.
A dozen miles later.
Suddenly stopped. Yang Feng said in a deep voice, all troops stop and change clothes.
With a whoosh.
All the soldiers took out the uniforms and masks they had prepared in advance and put them on.
Su Yuan and the other 2 were also released. Su Yuan asked in confusion, Yang Feng, what is going on?
Yang Feng changed into a gray-black military uniform and threw one to Su Yuan. From now on, our team will be called the Evil Ghost Company.
You are the company commander.
They are all elite soldiers transferred from various military regions. Our team will specialize in fighting tough battles in the future.
As Su Yuan changed his clothes, he asked in confusion, what on earth is going on? Yang Feng explained.
The commander gave us a mission that happened just in time for you to start the Devil Company. Our team is young now, but we will grow rapidly in the future.
By then, we will be the strongest special forces company in the Eastern Theater Command. Each of them is a powerful warrior.
Su Yuan, you are the supreme commander.
Yi Yaoqi and Xiao Yu walked over and said.
Yes, Su Yuan, we will follow you from now on. You have to take good care of us.
Su Yuan nodded, don't worry, everyone. We are not related at all.
From now on, if I have a bite of meat to eat, you will have a bite of soup to drink.
Xiao Yu, pooh.
At this moment, Su Yuan remembered that he still had a gift package that he hadn't opened.
System, open. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for opening the gift pack X1.
Host obtains 10 tons of beef and mutton. Host receives a direct cultivation gift pack directly completes the current small realm X1. Su Yuan's expression changed, and his cultivation began to soar. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for reaching the 4th level of perfection.
Su Yuan's movements attracted the attention of others.
Yang Feng said in disbelief, oh my god, buddy, what's wrong with you?
You suddenly became like a rocket? Su Yuan said, well, this is actually the result of my accumulated experience. I was suppressed and didn't get promoted before. Yi Yaoqi screamed, what?
I've been trying to catch up with Su Yuan's realm recently.
What's this? I was just about to catch up, but he broke through again? What a joke.
Yang Feng shook his head and sighed.
Forget it. It seems that none of us will be able to surpass Su Yuan in this lifetime. But it doesn't matter. Su Yuan is stronger than us.
Xiao Yu said at this time, Su Yuan, you are the captain of the evil ghost company, you have to say a few words to everyone.
Su Yuan was wearing a uniform at this moment.
The epaulets on ordinary uniforms were usually gold or silver, but Su Yuan's were blood red. He glanced over and saw that everyone else was doing the same. And they also have the same blood red cloak.
It's really scary.
When this group of people appeared in groups, it was indeed terrifying.
Su Yuan nodded and said, order the troops to assemble after changing their equipment. Su Yuan put on his clothes and put on the mask.
Su Yuan found that the mask was emitting a red light. It turned out that even the mask was a defensive prop. As for the others, Yang Feng and his companions' masks were blue, while those of ordinary soldiers were green. At this moment, Su Yuan stood at the front of the team. He raised the ghost slash in his hand and said in a deep voice, I don't know your names, nor do I know where you come from, but your military exploits and achievements will be remembered forever.
We are evil spirits, the evil spirits that defend the human world, the demons of the demon-suppressing army.
Our sharp blades will pierce the enemy's chest, and we will devour the enemy's flesh and blood to become stronger.
Evil Devil Company. Move out.
Everyone rode on military motorcycles, including Su Yuan.
Yang Feng and others followed closely behind. A group of people headed towards the next mission point in a mighty manner. One day later,
Su Yuan's team stopped.
Su Ran opened the map and discussed the next task with his brothers.
We have received a task assigned by our superiors. Our company will serve as an assault company and participate in conquering a crack in the Tindo series.
Su Yuan said.
Yang Feng nodded. There are a lot of wood-type monsters in the cracks of the Tindo series, and the terrain is not suitable for us to ride military motorcycles. Su Yuan nodded, have the team prepare the detoxification pills. We will immediately meet up with the demon-suppressing army ahead. Yang Feng said, this time we are facing a sea-level upper crack.
There should be a 6th level monster in it. We may be in trouble. Su Yuan said. Sometimes realm doesn't mean everything. We are all elites.
If we work together well, we can kill a 6th level monster. Chapter 117 Chapter 116 All troops, form a battle line. In the distance, smoke and dust were billowing, which was the garrison of a regiment of the demon-suppressing army.
Su Yuan's troops attracted the attention of the regiment commander from afar.
He ordered a path to be cleared.
Su Yuan got off the motorcycle and the regiment commander immediately stepped forward.
The regiment commander was smiling, and his military uniform was greasy and looked old. The epaulets on his shoulders indicated the rank of major.
I've received the commander's communication. The Devil Company, what a domineering name. Really nice.
Several battalion commanders around the regimental commander all smiled faintly. Disdain flashed in their eyes from time to time. It was no secret that Su Yuan was the commander-in-chief's apprentice. Now the Eastern Theater Command had secretly ordered Su Yuan to be the company commander of the Evil Ghost Company, which meant to support Su Yuan. Naturally, these people would not go against the commander. Since the commander wanted to support Su Yuan, they naturally would not say much on the surface. The regiment commander said, let us explain the current battle situation to you.
The crack is of the Tindo type. You should know this.
We haven't been able to take it down for so long because the female wood beast inside is very good at micro-manipulation.
Yang Feng said from the side, a female beast of the wood element? Are you talking about a Zerg-controlled beast?
The captain patted his belly and said, this is Mother Nature, the most troublesome of the 6th-level beasts. Although its strength is not very strong, it has a high level of intelligence, and each of its children of nature is its eyes.
With powerful spatial vision, it controls the entire battlefield.
So, what do you think? It has built-in wards all over the map, and it can see all our troop deployments.
How do we fight this war? What do you think? Su Yuan nodded, then let's take a look at the map first.
Then everyone came to the temporary command center.
Su Yuan took a look at the 3D map. Does that mean we haven't yet determined the location of Mother Nature? This war is indeed impossible to fight. It's like we don't even know where to fight. How can we not lose?
The team leader nodded, no, that's the problem.
Xiao Yu asked doubtfully. Don't we have an all-terrain reconnaissance robot? Let's fly over and take a look. The son of nature can fly.
These guys know our strategy. Our drones will be smashed as soon as they take off, said the team leader. Su Yuan raised his hand and placed it on his chin. In this situation, our army was blind, while the opponent had vision of the entire map, which was a disadvantage. The team said, Mother Nature's greatest characteristic is its unlimited reproduction.
It can spawn soldiers crazily.
Although the newly born sons of nature are only at level 2, they are outnumbered.
We're really scared. We've attacked twice, but it didn't work. Su Yuan nodded. Leave the task of finding Mother Nature to us. You have too many people to control, and we are the elite. We can directly penetrate from here to there on the map. Young Feng frowned and said, Su Yuan, if we attack like this, wouldn't it be too risky? We only have 200 people. If we attack rashly, I'm afraid.
Su Yuan smiled faintly, the captain will provide support, we are just responsible for reconnaissance, no problem. Besides, most sons of nature don't exceed the 4th level.
We are all elite, so the impact on us won't be that big.
Alright, all the troops, follow me and attack.
Looking at the group of young people, a staff officer beside the leader said disdainfully, a mere 200 people, what's the use?
If you rush in rashly, you are simply seeking death.
Another battalion commander also said, do you really think you still have teachers to protect you like when you were in school?
If you go in like this, you will probably be killed by monsters and nothing will be left.
That's right, don't you think about the consequences at all? Just go in there. Do you know how to fight? If not, go back and ask your teacher to teach you again.
These battalion commanders have been on the battlefield for a long time. Even if you are the commander-in-chief's apprentice or the commander-in-chief's son, they may not give you face if they think your deployment is not good. After all, these old hands only believe in strength.
Su Yuan naturally thought of this.
It's not that these old soldiers are bad people, but they look down on young people.
This is human nature.
The regimental commander is the regimental commander after all, and he is good at smoothing things over. Alright, Captain Su is from a special forces company, built with a lot of money from our Eastern Theater Command. Their equipment and props are better than ours, and they are the most suitable for the spearhead assault.
These battalion commanders all looked unhappy.
They had applied for funding from their superiors to improve the soldiers' defensive props several times, but the funds were not allocated. Now, everyone in Su Yuan's company was equipped with customized props, which was simply not a good treatment.
I feel so sad. Each of these battalion commanders felt very uncomfortable.
Naturally, he didn't have a good face towards Su Yuan at this moment.
Since Captain Su was so confident, we shouldn't undermine the confidence of young people.
The regiment commander said, we will provide good logistical support, Captain Su, please rest assured.
Su Yuan smiled and nodded, thank you for your understanding, Captain. I will take the people in right away.
The regimental commander nodded and said to the other battalion commanders, alright, since Captain Su wants to try, let's reorganize the entire army and prepare for a full-scale attack. Several battalion commanders were still not optimistic and wanted to persuade them.
Captain!
The captain's face darkened. I said, prepare for support.
This is an order.
Even if Su Yuan is a fool, he is still the commander-in-chief's man and has SSS level qualifications. Even if he is not a talented general, he is a rare general among thousands. Such a young man must not die here.
No matter what, I will protect him. Outside the military camp, Yi Yaoqi was squatting on the side of the road.
When she saw Su Yuan, she walked up to him and put her arms around his neck.
Su Yuan, what do you say? When are we going to do it? I feel uncomfortable waiting here. Yang Feng glanced at Yi Yaoqi and said, those who don't know what you are going to do. Yi Yaoqi snorted, what are you talking about, Yang Feng? I only have eyes for exotic beasts. Of course I kill them. What else can I do? Can you please stop talking like a sissy?
Su Yuan waved his hand, okay, stop talking nonsense.
We are soldiers now. You two deputy company commanders, organize the soldiers now. We are going to the battle. Xiao Yu's specific position was platoon leader, and he nodded. Okay, I'll also go and get my men ready for battle. In the distance, the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army were pointing and talking. Is that the elite company over there? They don't look very strong. They're all so young. They're just geniuses from school. How can they be called an elite company?
I heard that our Eastern Theater Command is going to form several elite companies.
This demon is just the first one. Who is this company commander? I don't know. I'm wearing a mask, so no one knows my identity. Of course, these ordinary soldiers did not know Su Yuan's specific identity.
Only generals above the battalion level knew something about it. However, only generals who had cooperated with Su Yuan knew his identity. Otherwise, it would soon spread to Binhai City, which would cause trouble again.
At the same time,
Binhai City, the general's mansion. Su Jinghua looked at the messenger in front of her, raised the corner of her mouth, and raised her hand to send the messenger away. Suja said excitedly behind his aunt, "Aunt, our war zone is going to form an elite special forces company.
Can I lead one too?" Su Jingwei nodded.
What the commander wants to say is that I should form an army from my own soldiers, and the military expenses will be paid by the higher-ups.
This is equivalent to the higher-ups spending money to help me raise the army.
There is no reason for me to refuse such a good thing. Suja's face was full of joy, and he hugged his aunt. "That's great, Aunt, please let me lead a team, I want to be in the Special Forces Company."
Xiao Hu, but anti-theft document book search robot, just choose it, it's safe and reliable. Su Jinghua frowned slightly. Suja's strength was actually a little lacking, although he had good talent.
At this time, Suamo walked out of the house and said, "Sister, since Suja wants to set up this special company, just let him do it."
Do you have other relatives in your army?
Su Jinghua turned her head and looked at Su Chanxian, but Su Chanxian still felt sympathy for Su Yuan.
This girl is just a girl and cannot handle such a big responsibility.
Suja, since you want to be part of my special forces company so badly, I'll select 200 elite soldiers and hand them over to you. This will be the special forces company of my women's army.
You can choose the name yourself.
Su Chanxian, since your brother is leading the special forces company, you will be the deputy company commander.
Do you understand?
Su Chanxian was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses and nodded, "Yes, Aunt, I understand."
A gloomy light flashed in Suja's eyes. Su Yuan, what can you use to fight me?
You went to the criminal army, and I have become the company commander of the Special Forces Company.
The gap between us will only widen in the future. By the way, Auntie, how many Special Forces companies are there currently? Su Jinghua frowned. How many Special Forces companies are there now? It's hard to say.
Except for ours, the information of other companies is confidential, so I don't know how many Special Forces companies there are in the Eastern Theater Command.
But when there are results in the future, we will definitely pull them out for training together.
Suja nodded, "Don't worry, Auntie, our Special Forces Company will definitely become the strongest Special Forces Company."
Su Jinwei nodded. Okay, Auntie is also optimistic about you.
With my resources, I will definitely support you to become a famous general.
Suja bowed respectfully, "Thank you, Auntie." His eyes flashed.
Su Yuan, you don't know that there is such a person in the Su family. In the future, I will absorb resources from her and climb to the top step by step. And you, just die as soon as possible.
At the same time, see Advanced Taodu would attribute type crack.
At this moment, the soldiers led by Su Yuan were moving slowly on military motorcycles. Su Yuan took out the Black Ghost God Slash and released the Black Companion Ghost. "Go find the strongest beast here." The companion ghost shook his head, looking unintelligent.
Su Yuan repeated again, "Go find the strongest beast here."
The ghost then moved and headed in a certain direction.
Yang Feng was surprised and asked, "Su Yuan, what the hell is this?" Su Yuan said, "Sword Spirit."
It's not very smart yet, but it can be used as a sentinel anyway.
Yang Feng nodded, "It is indeed convenient."
At this moment, in the wet soil in front, little green men crawled out from the ground.
Su Yuan smiled faintly, "It's the Son of Nature, we have been exposed. All troops, follow me."
The Son of Nature is actually a kind of tree man, with a similar appearance to humans, and a body covered with tangled green branches and leaves that form scales.
Its arms and even its head are made up of plant roots. The biggest feature of this thing is its vitality. Unless it is chopped to pieces, it cannot be completely killed. Behind Su Yuan and others were drones. At this moment, inside the command center, the regiment commander frowned slightly as he looked at the screen. If this continues, will they be able to find Mother Nature? Several battalion commanders beside him mocked him one after another. What did I say? This company commander is just a braggart. That's right, he said he could find Mother Nature, but what did he do? He's still spinning in circles, and look, they're even fighting. I'm speechless. The team leader shook his head and said, "We just got in. Why are you so anxious? Are you really that anxious?
He narrowed his eyes and said, "Don't embarrass the commander-in-chief, kid.
You've just arrived on the battlefield. Don't fail in this first battle."
At this moment, these sons of nature on the battlefield were knocked to the ground by Su Yuan's men after just one encounter. It was obvious that these sons of nature were not born very long and were relatively young. They are always newly created by the mother body for war. At this moment, Su Yuan's knife trembled, and his eyes moved. "It's the black lump calling me.
All troops, follow me." Su Yuan suddenly changed direction and headed in a certain direction.
This scene shocked everyone in the command center.
We've already searched this direction.
There's no such thing as Mother Nature.
He must have gone in the wrong direction.
Yes, Captain, I told you this guy is no good. I don't know what the commander-in-chief is thinking. Accepting a brat like this as his apprentice is simply a disgrace to his reputation.
The captain's eyes moved slightly. Is he really not capable?
At this moment, on the battlefield, Su Yuan led his men to an ugly pond emitting black smoke. Xiao Yu and the others covered their noses and said, "It stinks."
What the hell is this? Su Yuan looked puzzled as he saw the black lump soaking in the stinky water. No way, you called us here just to watch you take a bath?
At this moment, Haida suddenly raised his hands, and then black energy from the dark pool of water surged into his body.
Su Yuan could feel that the black lump was getting stronger by absorbing this energy. Su Yuan's mouth twitched. You are not telling me that there is Mother Nature. You want to tell me that you have found the energy that suits you and you can upgrade? Oh my god. Get up here. I'm going to punish you with military law.
Yang Feng and others all had black lines on their foreheads. Yang Feng said, "Su Yuan can't go on like this, we won't be able to complete this mission." At this moment, the faces of several people in the command center also became gloomy.
A battalion commander said, "Commander, you're asking us to cooperate with this kind of troop operation? Are you kidding me?"
Several other battalion commanders also objected.
The captain took a deep breath and then shook his head. Stand by and be ready for response. These battalion commanders shook their heads, thinking that the regimental commander was afraid of the other party's identity.
But at this moment, something strange happened on the battlefield. In the originally calm black pond, after waves of ripples, there were thick branches rising into the sky. The branches strangled the black lump.
Su Yuan's expression changed. Wait. Found it. Form a formation. Chapter 118, Chapter 117, Lonely Army.
On the other side, in the video, several people in the command center were stunned.
The two battalion commanders pointed at the scene in the video. So Mother Nature is hiding here? We searched here and thought it was just an ordinary pond. Yeah, who would have thought that this evil ghost company commander is so lucky?
At this moment, Su Yuan drew the ghost slash from his waist and said coldly, "Everyone, be careful to avoid enemy attacks."
Whoosh whoosh. 7 or 8 huge black vines popped out from the pool.
These vines were not comparable to the attacks launched by low-level monsters like the Son of Nature. Su Yuan slashed at the vines with his sword, and a series of sparks burst out.
Awesome. You can't cut it, right?
Su Yuan jumped up and slashed at the monster in front of him with lava slash as if it was free. At this moment, Mother Nature has poked her head out, like a giant tree man. When Lava Slash approached it, many vines popped out from behind it and smashed it into pieces.
Yang Feng blocked it and said, "Oh no, it wants to come ashore."
At this time, a soldier said, "Captain,
many sons of nature have appeared on the periphery. If this continues, we will be surrounded." Su Yuan's face darkened. The support hasn't arrived yet? Xiao Yu's face darkened. Bullshit.
Because several battalion commanders felt that it was impossible for Su Yuan to encounter Mother Nature, they did not reach the designated support point, and now it is too late for them to rush here.
At this moment in the command center, the regiment commander's face was gloomy. Where did I ask you to give your full support? Why didn't your soldiers arrive at the designated location? Why did that child fight alone? The two battalion commanders knelt on one knee.
Captain, we judged that it was impossible for him to encounter Mother Nature, so...
The captain's face turned grim. Asshole. As your captain, you don't obey my orders? This is disobeying military orders. I can kill you right now. The two battalion commanders stood up immediately.
Please allow us to lead the team on a forced march to rescue the evil ghost captain.
Yes. If he's in trouble, we'll both come to see you with our heads held high. The captain's face darkened. You bastard. Why don't you get out here right now? Yes. The regiment commander shook his head. I, Hongshan, have been the regiment commander for so many years. Nothing can happen to me this time. Even if I have great military achievements, if anything happens to Su Yuan, the commander-in-chief will definitely kill me. Su Yuan, hold on for me. At this moment on the battlefield, many soldiers were knocked off their motorcycles by flying vines. The motorcycles shattered into pieces, and the soldiers flew into the sky and fell to the ground one by one. Fortunately, the Devil Company was equipped with top-level suits, so for the time being, these elite soldiers did not suffer any casualties. Yi Yaoqi was rushing in front alone at this moment, and the whip in his hand turned into a shield and then into a spear. Ah, a mere vine spirit, you want to fight me? At this moment, Mother Nature has completely come ashore. Su Yuan said in a deep voice, Yi Yaoqi, take 2 platoons and hold them back for me. Yang Feng. Xiao Yu. Exist. Each of you lead a platoon to block the approaching Sons of Nature, and the rest of you follow me around to siege Mother Nature from behind. Su Yuan's cultivation level is the 4th level of perfection. I am almost at the 5th level. If I devour the Mother of Nature, I will surely explode and die. But I can't just devour a Son of Nature casually. The highest level of a Son of Nature is only the 4th level. Even a 4th level Son of Nature cannot be a full star 4th level. Do I have to compromise? If we don't advance, our damage won't be enough. Information about Mother Nature emerged in Su Yuan's mind. Verdant Matriarch, an adult, approximately 15 meters tall, is a humanoid wood-based creature with a female torso composed of ancient branches and covered in a wooden carapace. Its head, unlike a traditional human head, is a living corolla within which faint human features can be seen. Below the waist, it lacks legs, but instead has a network of roots extending downward like a skirt. This skirt is composed of moss and ivy, and constantly sheds dewdrops in tiny points of light forest spirits. It moves by sliding its roots along the ground or reorganizing them. Su Yuan's face was grim. This thing has its own life recovery function. It's a model of high defense and high health. People like us are not at a high level. If we fight like this, it will be a nuisance. This thing's weakness is powerful fire, or severing her connection with the earth. But it's not easy. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled, and Su Yuan's face changed. This is the earth piercing, everyone be careful. In an instant, within a certain range, countless piercing bolts shot up into the sky. It is a range damage belonging to the earth attribute. Boom boom boom. Countless military motorcycles exploded, and soldiers were blown into the sky and fell heavily to the ground. Some soldiers wailed. Su Yuan panted heavily, support. As agreed, my people are only responsible for searching. Boom. A spike hit him head-on and sent Su Yuan flying heavily. Fall to the ground. Cough cough cough. Fuck. Yang Feng helped Su Yuan up. We have been divided into 3 sections, with no connection between the beginning and the end. Everyone is fighting on their own, and the Son of Nature has surrounded our people from the outside. Su Yuan's face turned grim. Our mission has been completed. We can retreat now and let the others prepare. At this moment, Mother Nature suddenly swung her huge tentacles and smashed them heavily towards Su Yuan. He pushed Yang Feng away and pressed his hand on the ground, triple door. Boom boom boom. 3 earthen gates rose up to block the oncoming attack. Su Yuan was also furious. He swung his sword and said coldly, "Did you really think I couldn't kill you?" After Su Yuan finished speaking, he swung the black long sword in his hand, soared into the sky, and raised the sword to cut through the sky and the earth. A terrifying blade flashed by, and a huge crack suddenly appeared on the crown of the giant tree man's head, and Mother Nature howled. Ouch! But Su Yuan noticed that the wound on this thing was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. No way, you are so shameless. This battery life is unmatched. Su Yuan also knew that this so-called Mother Nature relied on contact with the earth to absorb energy and restore herself. As long as the roots were cut off. Forget it, these tangled roots make my scalp tingle just by looking at them. What's more, go and chop it down. At the same time, on the other side, the command center's drone was shot down by the Son of Nature. Without the drone, the command center lost its vision. The leader's face darkened. This is terrible. The Sons of Nature have already formed a siege. Even if my men arrive, it won't be easy to rescue this team. Chapter 119 Chapter 118 Swallowed.
At this moment, Su Yuan, facing the oncoming vines, swung his sword with his backhand, and flew backwards into the air with the force of the shock. He held the sword with both hands and slashed out with the lava slash again. At this moment, Su Yuan noticed that Yi Yaoqi and Yang Feng attacked the monster from two different angles. With their restraint, Su Yuan jumped high and slashed down with a heavy blow. The knife got stuck directly into the monster's corolla, and the knife sank into it. Mother Nature felt the pain and lashed out with a few whips, bang! Su Yuan fell heavily and spat out a mouthful of blood. After falling to the ground, countless vines sprouted up again. Other soldiers in the distance wanted to come to the rescue, but were blocked by vines and could not move forward. In the smoke and dust, everyone thought Su Yuan was gone. Yang Feng and Yi Yaoqi looked at each other.
No! Go ahead and save Su Yuan. We can't let him die here.
When the two men rushed halfway, a fishy wind blew and countless vines whipped up wildly,
blocking the two people's retreat.
However, at this moment, Mother Nature suddenly wailed.
Ouch!
Amidst the painful howling like a wild beast, everyone only saw Su Yuan crawling up from the ground. He gritted his teeth, grabbed a vine, and bit it.
Fuck the rules.
If I don't eat you, I'm going to die.
All the troops, cover me. Tao-Tai breathing technique. Activate. Boom. The terrifying aura spread out in all directions.
Then the terrifying energy poured into Su Yuan's body. These terrifying energies rampaged in Su Yuan's body, almost tearing him apart.
Su Yuan's skin instantly began to bleed, and strands of blood flowed out.
The horrific injuries made all the soldiers afraid to move forward. Seeing that the monster's countless vines were about to fall towards Su Yuan again, Yang Feng's figure flashed and appeared in front of Su Yuan, raising his hand and stabbing with a gun.
Boom!
The vines in front of him swung high in an instant.
Protect Su Yuan.
Yi Yaoqi rushed over, and Xiaoyu also rushed over. The three of them protected Su Yuan firmly in the middle. As soon as the vines got close, they were pushed away by the three men.
Even if all three of them vomited blood, they never gave in.
Su Yuan's face looked extremely ugly at this moment, his body was shaking constantly and bleeding continuously.
Step-by-step devouring, is it really not feasible? I feel like I'm really going to die.
At this moment, Su Yuan's meridians were like a broken water pipe. The energy was too huge and his body had no way of absorbing such a huge amount of energy.
The next moment, Su Yuan screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood.
Mother Nature was also becoming weak at this moment, and the power of her attack was no longer as terrifying as before.
Yang Feng turned his head and looked at Su Yuan, saying in astonishment, Su Yuan, what are you doing? Stop it.
Su Yuan said coldly.
Stop. I can't break my current state.
Several people stood in front of Su Yuan in fear.
Yi Yaoqi shook her head, oh my god, Su Yuan, you're like a funnel in this state. Your energy and blood are gushing out. Su Yuan smiled. My devouring process is irreversible.
If I fail, you can still kill Mother Nature, because even if I fail, it will be in a weakened state.
You three understand.
Yi Yaoqi kept shaking her head, Su Yuan, you just hold on, you'll be fine.
Su Yuan smiled. Get out of my way, I'm devouring her.
In an instant, countless green energies rushed towards Su Yuan, and Su Yuan's wounds were constantly healed.
It continued to crack, and Su Yuan wondered, is this its natural energy healing me?
But, this hurts so much. At this moment, Su Yuan was like a blood man who was constantly repairing himself. After the repair, his body was torn apart by the violent energy again. Similarly, the Mother of Nature also began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Tearing, gathering and tearing again, in this process.
Su Yuan completed his transformation, and his aura had reached the 5th level.
Boom!
A terrifying green light surrounded Su Yuan. Mother Nature has lost her life.
Instead, Su Yuan possessed the most vigorous vitality.
Surging with vigorous vitality, Su Yuan looked inside his body and found that his heart had turned into emerald green.
A green heart? Ding!
The host has reached the 5th realm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heart of Nature. Heart of Nature, you will possess terrifying recovery abilities.
Su Yuan's vision blurred and he fell down before he could even finish reading the system's prompts. Boom!
Yang Feng and Xiaoyu rushed forward.
Su Yuan. Su Yuan.
When the demon suppression army arrived here, they found that hundreds of sons of nature had become dull and would not attack unless they were attacked actively. The two battalion commanders looked at each other.
What's going on? This state the sons of nature is Mother Nature dead?
After the death of Mother Nature, the fighting spirit of these sons of nature will be reduced to the lowest level.
Unless they actively attack, they will not attack our people again.
The Devil Company actually killed Mother Nature, a sixth-order beast.
How did they do it when there were so many sons of nature besieging them? Heroes emerge from youth.
At this moment, the people from the Evil Ghost Company supported each other's wounded and walked up to these people.
Yang Feng held Su Yuan and said coldly, "You guys are really in a hurry. Arrange treatment for us immediately." Did you hear that? The two battalion commanders nodded woodenly. Okay. Right, where are the healers and support warriors? Rescue the wounded. After a while, Su Yuan and others have arrived at the field hospital.
At this moment in the hospital, Su Yuan was lying on the bed, and a nurse in a white uniform was giving him an IV drip. Except for the extremely urgent patients who needed treatment from warriors, all other general injuries were treated with this method of IV drip combined with pills. Because although Su Yuan was in a scary state at that time, his body was out of danger as the Mother of Nature was swallowed. The vitality of this mid to high level wood type beast was no joke. If the beast that Su Yuan swallowed today was of other attributes, he would have exploded long ago. At this moment, he looked at the girl in front of him and said, "Sister Nurse, I still feel a little uncomfortable.
Can you help me take another look?"
The nurse blushed and asked, "Where do you feel uncomfortable?"
Su Yuan grabbed the other person's hand and pressed it against his heart. "Just press it and you'll know."
The nurse covered her face and ran out. "Oh, you rascal."
Su Yuan shook his head. "Actually, I'm not. Maybe I'm influenced by the Taotai bloodline."
As for the ancient strange beast, even if it is not as lustful as a dragon, it is almost the same. It is not what he intended. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed in.
Su Yuan's face changed. "Who is it? How dare you break into the Demon Suppression Army War Zone Hospital?" The next moment, the terrifying true power instantly blocked his consciousness. Chapter 120, Chapter 119. I am your ancestor, and you are greedy for my body?
A moment later, in a magnificent hall, Su Yuan felt that he had no strength in his body, but the gluttonous blood in his body was surging passionately, and at the same time, the yang energy in his body was flowing out continuously. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked carefully, but saw a face that seemed to be separated by countless glass mirrors.
And there was golden light flowing all over this woman. Although Su Yuan couldn't see her face clearly, he knew her name. Yi Chen? Why? Isn't she my ancestor? Why is she asking for this from me?
At this moment, Yi Chen's body is, but at the same time his facial features are still holy.
Su Yuan had a headache at the moment. Why did she do this? At the same time, on the other side,
the palace of the martial saint Honghu. At this moment, Honghu martial saint's face was as pale as paper. He covered his chest and said, "Yi Chen, the title of peak martial saint is well deserved.
His strength is really strong. It's a pity that I didn't get her body.
Even a martial saint would be susceptible to this poison.
I don't know who got the benefit this time."
He and Yi Chen met in a Class A crack. The two originally joined forces to fight a Beast King. At the moment the Beast King died, he launched a sneak attack and injected the woman with aphrodisiac poison. He originally wanted to use this woman to break through his own realm. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen, who was seriously injured and poisoned, was still so strong and almost took his life.
Damn it! I won't dare go out easily anymore. Yi Chen is too strong.
Unless I become a peak martial saint, I won't be able to protect myself the next time I meet Yi Chen.
Yi Chen, the martial saint's palace.
At this moment, Yi Chen's body was finally completely freed from the lust poison, and she stood up. A holy white robe fell upon her, covering her crystal-like skin.
Get up, you're obviously awake, why are you still pretending?
Su Yuan stood up, took a look at himself, and said awkwardly, "Ancestor, I want to take a shower."
Yi Chen nodded. There is a bathhouse in front. Su Yuan subconsciously said, "Old ancestor, do you want to take a bath together?" Yi Chen's voice flashed with anger. "Do you want to die?" Su Yuan immediately shook his head. "I dare not." Su Yuan muttered to himself, "You old monster, you bastard raped me and you want to kill and shave me at every turn?"
At this moment, standing in the distance, gazing at the wasteland, Yi Chen felt his body state in confusion. It was just a love affair. Why did my cultivation level improve a little bit? You have to know that she is a peak martial saint who has reached the full level of the 12 realms.
Her cultivation cannot improve at all.
In order to reach the legendary realm, she has tried every possible means.
But I didn't expect that Su Yuan also had a method? It seems to be his physique, the physique of an ancient beast. It's truly amazing.
At this moment, Su Yuan had come behind her.
Su Yuan bowed and said, "Old ancestor, you seem to have been poisoned today. Don't worry, I will never tell anyone about this."
"Oh?"
Yi Chen said calmly, "Who told you not to? It's just a lovemaking session, it's nothing to me."
Su Yuan's heart moved. "You old witch next door, you don't care, but I do.
I am a family man. Grandfather, I have a family after all. If you spread the news, it will be difficult for me to do anything."
Yi Chen frowned slightly. "Those two are just, that's all. Since you're worried about that, I won't tell you. But, if you don't want others to know, you have to hand them in every 7 days from now on."
Su Yuan was puzzled. What should I hand over?
I had heard from my father-in-law that the old ancestor was very stingy and liked to steal things from the younger generation.
Could it be that she wanted me to hand over the treasures to her every week? Ancestor, I am only the captain of the special company of the Demon Suppression Army. My realm is not high, and I don't have any treasures that you want."
Yi Chen shook his head. "You are a little stupid.
I am talking about handing over the young energy in your body. Your physique can help me practice."
"What?
I am your ancestor, and you want me, a junior, to be your man? That's a bit too much." Su Yuan really couldn't help it. Once a week, it would be easy to be exposed. Yi Chen still had a sense of ignorance when he spoke. "Oh? What do you mean?"
"I remember that men in the world, even those who are married, will take the opportunity to look for women outside.
My body is almost perfect, and I will let you help me practice. I won't charge you any extra fees. It's already a bargain for you. What else do you have to complain about?" Boom!
At this moment, Su Yuan felt like he had entered the world of the mirror. There were countless Yi Chens in front of him, staring at him from all directions, and his brain was about to explode.
Boom! Su Yuan knelt on one knee. "You, old witch. What did you call me?"
Yi Chen's face gradually turned ugly.
"With your realm, I can crush you to death like an ant.
Su Yuan, I can also make you into a puppet, and your young qi will still be used by me."
Su Yuan's face was extremely ugly. "Yi Chen, why do you speak as if you don't understand human ethics?
I am your descendant, the husband of your great-great-great-granddaughter, and yet you took away my young qi.
Isn't this too much?
Oh?
Did I not think it through enough?"
Yi Chen raised his hand and waved. All the strange visions in front of Su Yuan disappeared.
Su Yuan knelt on one knee, covered in cold sweat.
Yi Chen said calmly, "What you said does make sense, but Su Yuan, since I am your ancestor, you must listen to me.
Helping me will benefit the entire human race.
I have a feeling that the 13th level beast god will be born soon, and if our human race does not have a war god, everything will be over.
Do you understand?
For China, for the human race, you must sacrifice your body.
Do you understand?" Su Yuan was stunned. "You are talking so righteously about the man who stole your great-great-great-granddaughter?"
Su Yuan knew that he couldn't refuse this time, so he can only be more careful next time.
"Okay, I get it. I can't resist you, so I can only do as you say."
Yi Chen smiled faintly. "Okay, a man who knows the times is a hero.
Su Yuan, I think your prop armor is pretty good. Why don't you give it to me?"
At this time, Su Yuan noticed that his armor was missing.
My armor had been upgraded in this battle, but it was taken away before I could even see it? Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to steal the younger generation's things? Yi Chen frowned slightly. What an impolite young man. I'll give this thing back to you.
As soon as she raised her hand, the translucent suit fell heavily on Su Yuan.
Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. But ancestor, where is this place? How do I get back now?
Yi Chen said, I will send you back now, otherwise you will have to go for more than 10 days. At this point, she seemed to suddenly remember something. Oh, by the way, Su Yuan, let me tell you, in order for me to absorb more yang energy, you should try to touch your 2 wives less in the future.
They don't need such pure yang energy. Su Yuan was dumbfounded. What did you say? Are you going too far? What's the difference between this and a beggar robbing someone else's house and asking the owner not to go home casually? I've already promised to give it to you every week. What else are you dissatisfied with? Yi Chen frowned slightly. Remember my words, otherwise if anything happens to your wife, don't blame me. You. Su Yuan felt that this person was unreasonable and it was a bit impossible to communicate with him. Chapter 121 Chapter 120 I actually sacrificed myself for victory. Yi Chen smiled faintly, then waved his hand, and Su Yuan disappeared from where he was. A mirror appeared where he was, like glass. Su Yuan, perhaps Su Yuan is also the key to my breakthrough to become a martial god. On the other side, the demon-suppressing army war zone hospital. The regiment commander and several battalion commanders looked extremely ugly, as if they had eaten shit. You mean to say that Su Yuan disappeared? Disappeared inexplicably? Listen to what you are saying, is it reasonable? The two soldiers in charge of guarding looked aggrieved. Yes, we have been guarding outside, and the evil ghost captain disappeared on his own. These ordinary soldiers did not know Su Yuan's true identity, so they all called Su Yuan the evil ghost captain. The team leader pondered, send someone to look for it at the hospital. I just reported his case, and he's the commander-in-chief's apprentice. If anything happens to him, I won't be able to continue here. The two battalion commanders nodded. The other end. Nurse's locker room in a war zone hospital. Several nurses were changing clothes in front of the mirror with a smile on their faces. Do you know that evil captain? I heard he's the commander-in-chief's apprentice and a young hero. Really? I heard he's very lecherous and likes to look at nurses' legs. What are you talking about? Which man wouldn't look at our legs? Do you want to be looked at by the heroic young man or by those old men? While these nurses were playing and joking, suddenly the glass mirror in front of a nurse with particularly large breasts began to ripple. The next moment, a figure flew out from the mirror. With a thud. Ah, the nurse screamed. Su Yuan felt awkward in his hands and said lightly, if I say I didn't mean it, will you believe me? Pervert. Bang. A slap had already landed on Su Yuan's face. A moment later, Su Yuan appeared in front of his brothers and the team leader. The regimental commander was also a man of great temperament. He gave a thumbs up and said, as expected of you. You can fight tough battles and play nurses. Sneaking into the locker room just to peek at the nurses will soon become a laughingstock in our military region. The expression on Su Yuan's face slowly fell. It's over. My wife is a major general. It won't take long for them to hear about this. Damn it. In just one short day, I cheated on my grandma with my husband and peeked at the nurse changing clothes. If this continues, I will be divorced soon. The system might be satisfied, because even if I change to a different timeline, my results are no different. Yang Feng, Xiao Yu, Yi Yaoqi, and others all gave Su Yuan a thumbs up. Zhang Jiuming and Shen Hao were both bandaged and could not raise their thumbs. But the eyes of both of them are great. Just when Su Yuan was worried that his wife would find out, a soldier stepped forward and said, Captain, Major Generals Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng are coming to see you outside. Su Yuan turned around and ran away. But he saw his two wives in military uniforms from a distance. The regimental commander and other officers saluted. Major General Yi. A moment later, in the room, Su Yuan sat there, not saying a word. The two wives remained silent. Yi Qingmeng said calmly, it has spread in the war zone now. The captain of the special company, the Devil Company, is a lustful man. Even if he is injured, he still wants to see women. Su Yuan sighed and said, if I said, it was all a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Ding. The host's behavior greatly disappointed his two wives. Shut up and get out of here. Su Yuan was annoyed. Was the system still annoying him? Ding. I'm leaving now. Bye. The two wives looked at Su Yuan in disbelief. Who are you telling to get lost? Yi Qingling shuddered. We've been worried about you for so long, but we didn't expect you to be so happy. Forget it. We are being sentimental. Let's go. Su Yuan stepped forward and grabbed his two wives. Buzz. Two knives were placed on Su Yuan's neck. What else do you have to say? Yi Qingmeng said coldly. Su Yuan shook his head. No, that's not what I told you. I actually devoured it beyond my level. I've been seeing hallucinations a lot lately, so that's why I'm in the locker room and there are so many misunderstandings. I just let the illusion go.
I, Su Yuan, am truly a genius.
I can even tell such a lie. Yi Qingling's eyes moved. Really? Why did you devour a higher level creature? Don't you want to live anymore? Yi Qingming also became nervous.
After putting away the knife, he touched Su Yuan's body.
Are you okay? What happened?
Su Yuan recounted what happened on the battlefield. I want to break through the fifth realm, so.
Yi Qingling's face turned grim. I'm going to hold the leader accountable right now. Bastard! Su Yuan held her hand and said softly, Okay, honey, don't be angry. I suffered these sequelae because I wanted to defeat the enemy. Yi Qingming nodded. That's about right. How are you now? Is there anything wrong with your health? Su Yuan asked doubtfully. I'm much better now, but why are you here?
Yi Qingling said, We led a commando team to carry out a mission.
The commander said that your troops are here and can better assist us, so. Su Yuan nodded, so that's how it is.
Yi Qingming began to take off her coat at this moment, blushing and saying, I have already told the others to guard this place.
Let's hurry up and seize the time. Su Yuan was stunned. What?
Yi Qingming said, So many of your hallucinations are related to women. I think you might be unable to release your desires on the battlefield alone.
We still have time, so don't waste it. Su Yuan, but I'm fine. Yi Qingling said calmly, This is an order. Su Yuan saluted, Yes. General.
After a while, Su Yuan climbed up, hugging his two wives, his eyes sunken and his head buzzing. After being almost sucked dry by the old monster Yi Chen, he was sucked dry by his two wives.
I feel a little nauseous and want to vomit.
As we all know, if you do something too much, you will feel nauseous and want to vomit, especially when you see a woman. The more beautiful she is, the more you will want to vomit.
Yi Qingling grabbed Su Yuan's hand and said, What's wrong? We still have some time. Why don't you seem to be as strong as before?
Su Yuan was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, Maybe it's because I was injured just now.
So? Yi Qingming nodded, It should be.
Su Yuan's breakthrough this time is really too dangerous. Su Yuan nodded frantically, his little wife was really understanding.
Chapter 122 Chapter 121 The system is already angry.
When Su Yuan got up, he glanced at the mirror beside the bed and found that there were ripples on the mirror and two words appeared on it.
Court death?
Okay, that has 3 words.
Su Yuan pressed the mirror. It seems that Patriarch Yi Chen's ability is related to the mirror? Yi Qingling heard the noise and asked in confusion, What happened?
Su Yuan immediately shook his head. Oh, it's okay, I just
don't like mirrors. Oh, by the way, wife, where is Tong Tong?
Yi Qingming stood up and put on his military uniform, smiling and saying, Tong Tong is at home.
My parents are taking good care of her. Don't worry, she's fine. You left so many delicious foods for her before you left. She's so happy.
Su Yuan covered his face. Her own father was sent to serve as a criminal soldier, and I don't think she is worried at all.
Yi Qingling said with a smile. Tong Tong came from the future, so of course she knows everything is fine. So it's normal that she's not worried. Yi Qingming nodded. Yes, that's why we believe you're fine.
Sure enough, the commander-in-chief has plans for you.
From now on, we will take over your company. The place we are going to this time is the B Superior Rift. Su Yuan shuddered. What? Upper B? This is where the 9th level beasts roam. We're still so young, wouldn't it be suicide if we went there? Yi Qingming shook his head and said, Well, I'll tell you what happened. On the other side, several officers from the Devil Company were yawning.
Yang Feng said, It's impossible that the 2 major generals came to us just to drive piles.
Puff puff puff.
For a moment, all kinds of laughter continued.
Zhang Jiuming shook his head and sighed, Who knows? I'm a tank platoon leader.
I just need to wait for orders.
Why should I guess all this? Chen Hao suppressed a laugh and said, I think maybe the couple hasn't seen each other for a long time, so, it's just for the sake of piling?
The Demon Suppression Corps commander shook his head and said, We'll just have to wait for the company commander and the major generals to finish their conversation and wait for orders. Several battalion commanders looked strange and touched their noses.
That's great. This evil captain can determine the direction of the next battle with the generals right from his bed.
As expected of the Devil Captain. You're credited with first merit in this battle, and now you have a new mission.
Yes, that's right.
The other end. The strong winds and rain have stopped during the holiday.
Su Yuan asked doubtfully, Dragon Pond Jade Liquid? What do you need this for?
Yi Qingling said, this kind of Dragon Pool Jade Liquid only exists in a few cracks in China. Not to mention those grade A cracks, among the grade B secret realms, only the Nether Dragon Breath Gorge has this Dragon Pool Jade Liquid.
This is an essential ingredient for making a level 12 healing pill.
It's because the Commander-in-Chief has an old injury. If we can't find this, he might die within the next year. Besides, the situation in China is unstable now, and there are also unstable factors in the Federation. The Commander-in-Chief must take the lead. None of the 5 commanders in Su Yuan can replace the Commander-in-Chief. If the Commander-in-Chief dies, our status in the Federation will be greatly reduced, which will be very troublesome.
Su Yuan nodded.
The Human Federation is not a situation where China is the only dominant power. In addition to the China War Zone, there are 4 other general war zones that constitute the basic power structure of the Federation. If the Commander-in-Chief died, the voice of the Huaxia General War Zone would definitely plummet.
I understand.
Then our target is Longtan Jade Liquid. Yi Qingmeng said, don't worry. The 2 of us are leading an elite team of 12 people, each of whom has strength above the 7th realm.
On the front battlefield, the large force will contain the group of strange beasts in the cracks. Our mission is to embed. If we encounter a high-level monster, the 12 of us will be the main combatants. You just need to stay behind us.
Your men will serve as backup.
Su Yuan frowned.
With such a high-level mission, it would be easy for their people to suffer casualties.
Okay, obey the leadership's arrangements.
Yi Qingling nodded. The code name of this operation is Thief.
I am the Commander-in-Chief. Su Yuan's eyes moved and his body trembled.
Yi Qingling looked really cute like this. He immediately hugged his wife and said, Commander-in-Chief, you are so sexy.
What are you doing?
Hey, don't move.
Another hour. 2 major generals came out in their uniforms, their faces flushed.
When they walked out of the door, they saw more than a dozen officers of various ranks in this operation looking at them with strange eyes in the distance. At this moment, they truly felt socially dead.
It's all Su Yuan's fault, he's so greedy. Yeah, Su Yuan is really a bit too much. At this moment, Su Yuan walked out of the room, holding a toothpick in the corner of his mouth, and glanced at these people. What are you doing? Have you never seen a newlywed couple before?
These people all avoided looking. I've seen newlyweds, but I've never seen one as flirty as you. Su Yuan patted his uniform and said loudly, listen up, everyone in the Devil Company.
We have been temporarily recruited to carry out the mission with my wife's team. Do you understand?
All his buddies shouted in unison, everything is up to my sister-in-law. Su Yuan's face darkened.
Hey! Why call her sister-in-law? Call her general.
Several buddies immediately changed their words.
Okay. I'll obey the general's wife and everything.
Su Yuan shook his head. Okay, my dear, please tell me about this mission. Yi Qingling repeated the situation again. Yang Feng and others looked at each other. Yang Feng said, General, even if your realm is in this kind of crack, it is still very low.
Can we do it?
Xiao Yu also said, has China's military strength already reached this point? A team of our level, if we were to go to the Upper B Rift, wouldn't we be courting death, General?
Yi Qingling said, don't worry too much. This crack has been cleared before.
There aren't many 9th order beasts inside now, and they're all contained.
The rest are mostly 7th order or 8th order. We can handle them.
Su Yuan said, since my wife said so, it proves that we should be capable of doing this.
I trust my wife's judgment. The bastards nodded.
Yi Qingling smiled and said, okay, then the whole army will march out. On the other side, there is a Class B upper rift, the Abyssal Dragon Breath Gorge.
Command Center. Lieutenant General Ouyang Yuan was staring at the 3D map in front of him.
At this time, a soldier came in and announced, General, 2 generals of the Yi family are here with the Special Forces Company.
Ouyang Yuan nodded. At this moment, Sister Yi Qingling walked in with Su Yuan, who was wearing a mask.
When Su Yuan saw that it was the Lieutenant General of the Ouyang family, he immediately raised his hand and placed it on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Ouyang Yuan.
Ouyang Huan smiled slightly. Captain Su, there's no need to do this. Although I am from the Ouyang family, I am Commander Yan's man first.
Commander Yan has already informed me of your situation.
After all, we are in the same war zone.
I will not take my anger out on you because of the grudge between you and your family.
You must trust my professionalism as a general.
Su Yuan put down the ghost slash and frowned, saying, I don't really like the Ouyang family.
Ouyang Huan touched his nose and said, okay, as long as you're not targeting me. Let's focus on the mission.
He pointed at the 3D map.
My legion has contained all the 9th tier beasts here.
Of course, not all of them, but at least the ones we can find have been contained. You and the 2 major generals Yi will set out from the mountains and find the Dragon Pool Jade Liquid.
Mission accomplished, understand.
Su Yuan nodded. My wife has already told me the content of the mission.
Ouyang Huan's expression changed slightly, then he smiled. If that's the case, then that's great.
You all know the situation, so I don't have to make arrangements for you. So, I wish you a triumphant return.
Su Yuan nodded and turned away.
Yi Qingling glanced at Su Yuan and said, I'm sorry, that's just the way he is.
Ouyang Huan smiled.
I've also been a troublemaker at your wedding, so I can understand why he's a bit hostile towards me.
Yi Qingming smiled and said, it's good that you know. Sister, let's go.
Ouyang Huan watched the team leave inside. I'm handsome and have a high military rank, so why can't I pick up girls? A staff officer beside him said, General, let me give you some advice.
I think you're a bit too narcissistic sometimes. You need to be more cunning when it comes to picking up girls.
And you can't just focus on those who don't like you. Several analysts in our command center like you, but you insist on picking on those who don't like you.
Aren't you just asking for trouble?
We should solve the problem of quantity first, then quality, General.
Ouyang Huan's eyes moved. Really? I see. The other end. Su Yuan walked in front alone. Yi Qingling said from behind, what are you doing? Why are you angry?
Su Yuan said, this man is obviously interested in you, why are you still working for him?
Yi Qingming explained. It's not our place to decide on personnel deployment. We are all soldiers. You must obey orders. Su Yuan turned around and bowed. Yes, generals, I was ignorant.
Yi Qingling smiled and said, okay. After this mission, we will apply to our superiors for a change of superiors.
Are you satisfied?
Su Yuan immediately laughed and tapped his wife on the shoulder in a coy manner. That's more like it. Yi Qingming put her hands behind her back and said, I'm really impressed by you.
Aren't you afraid of being seen acting like a spoiled child in front of us? Zhang Jiuming shouted from a distance, Brother Yuan, we are all ready. When are we going to set off?
Su Yuan immediately turned around, puffed out his chest, and said in a deep voice, okay.
Let's go. Zhang Jiuming asked doubtfully. What are you doing like this?
I've already filmed your shyness and posted it in the group chat.
Everyone knows about it. Su Yuan raised the knife in his hand. Can you still live until tomorrow, buddy?
One of them was running in front, and the other was chasing behind.
Yi Qingming shook his head.
After all, he's too young, like a child. Yi Qingling smiled faintly. The child's temperament is good, at least we don't have to worry about him cheating.
Yi Qingming nodded, his men are all acquaintances of ours. Xiao Yu and Yi Yaoqi are just more likely to be the two. I won't cheat. Let's go. After a while, everyone arrived at the entrance of the mountain. There is a cave in front of me. Su Yuan ordered the soldiers to put away their military motorcycles.
Yi Qingling said, according to intelligence, the Dragon Pond Jade Liquid is deep in the mountains. The strange beasts that were originally in the mountains have been lured out.
We just need to go in and explore.
Yi Qingming also nodded, our team is in the front, you just need to hold the line from behind. Su Yuan noticed that the Yi sisters team consisted of 12 people, including the 2 of them. These people looked arrogant, and their cultivation was higher than Su Yuan, probably around the 7th level, and their military ranks were not low either. Most people looked at Su Yuan in a friendly way, but one blonde boy looked at Su Yuan with disdain.
Su Yuan's mouth curled up. Sure enough, there must be a love rival within 3 steps.
Yi Qingling introduced, the vice captain of my team is Huang Meng.
He's actually a good person. Don't look at him like that. Su Yuan was surprised and said, you actually spoke up for him? After all, he's your vice captain. Huang Meng said disdainfully. He's just a pretty boy after all he does is act like a spoiled brat with the captain. Veins popped up on Su Yuan's forehead. What did you say? Are you looking for death? Huang Meng stepped forward and rolled up his sleeves. Huh? Come on, I'll beat the shit out of you. Yi Qingming stood between the two of them and said, Shut up, both of you. Are all men so childish? Oh no, I'm attracted to men. Stop it. Yi Qingling yelled, and Su Yuan and Huang Meng separated. Yi Qingling said, Start the mission now. Anyone who does not obey orders will be dealt with by military law. Su Yuan snorted, hee hee. Yi Qingling and 12 others formed a formation and walked forward. Yang Feng walked up to Su Yuan at this time and said, It's okay. I feel it shouldn't be too difficult. With the two General Yes in front of me, I'm not afraid anymore. Su Yuan smiled faintly, You're not afraid anymore? Ha, it's all because of my wife's awesomeness. Yi Yaoqi said coldly, Your wife is old, what does that have to do with being awesome? When I was their age, I would have been a martial arts master long ago. I'm just a waste. Su Yuan raised the knife and put it on Yi Yaoqi's neck. If you keep nagging me, I'll make sure you don't live to this age. Yi Yaoqi hummed. Oh my god, you're going to kill your brother for your wife, right? Su Yuan suddenly raised his hand. Wait a minute, shut up. Over there, Sister Yi Qingling had already led her people into battle stances. Su Yuan's side also hurriedly entered combat mode. Boom! After a loud bang, a translucent mass burst out from the cracks in the rock. Su Yuan looked at the giant jellyfish floating in the cave and frowned. An 8th level exotic beast, the gold devouring jellyfish? An adult gold devouring jellyfish can reach about 8 meters in height. Its tentacles are extremely resilient and harden like metal when wielded. It lives in the valley by devouring metal. It is a very powerful 8th level monster. Wait, why doesn't the system report the realm of this strange beast? Ding! The system has crashed. Su Yuan's forehead was covered with 3 black lines. System, I didn't mean to scold you before. Can you report it to me? Chapter 123 Chapter 122, Handsome for only 3 seconds. Ding! It's just an 8th level, 6-star exotic beast, the gold-eating jellyfish. Su Yuan sighed. The system was being too perfunctory with him now. But there was nothing he could do. It was his fault for offending the system by talking nonsense. Yi Qingling and others had already started the attack, using a variety of weapons. Yang Feng was about to take action, but after seeing this result, he shook his head and said, Su Yuan, it looks like we don't need to take action. Is this over? Su Yuan smiled faintly, what do you think? My 2 wives are at the 8th level of Grandmaster realm. They can kill this kind of jellyfish just by saying so. Yi Yaoqi curled her lips in disdain. At this moment, the battle is over. Everyone in Yi Qingling's team has super high combat power and they launched a round of powerful moves. The jellyfish was smashed into mud. Sister Yi Qingling put her sword back into its sheath. Okay, it's okay. Don't be nervous, let's keep moving forward. At this time, Huang Meng suddenly turned his head and looked at Su Yuan with a provocative expression. Su Yuan shook his head and said, See? This is just envy and jealousy. My wife and I have such a good relationship, I'm so envious. Zhang Jiuming nodded and said, An excellent husband, and an incompetent self. People like him can only envy you, brother Yuan? Zhang Jiuming was a man who deserved a beating, and his tone was harsh. Huang Meng heard it, turned sideways and glared at Zhang Jiuming, then said lightly, If you insult your superiors, you will be sent to the inspection team. Zhang Jiuming snorted when he heard this, I didn't mention any names. I was talking about those who have feelings for other people's wives. Why are some people so eager to admit it? You. Huang Meng was extremely angry. It seemed like Zhang Jiuming's mouth was poisonous and not a single word he said was acceptable. Yi Qingling said in a deep voice, Shut up. We are on a mission now, what are you arguing about? Huang Meng, you're a major. Why are you arguing with these young people? Isn't it embarrassing? Huang Meng looked ashamed and put his hand on his chest. Yes, General, I was wrong. At this moment, these people have already gone deep into the cave, but even so deep, they can still hear bursts of roars outside. I guess the fighting outside is very fierce. Su Yuan quietly released his companion ghost, Black Lump, go ahead and scout. If you find anything urgent, report to me. Black lump left the team and disappeared in front.
At this moment, Su Yuan glanced at the increasingly damp ground and said, "We are already very deep in the water, and the space is shrinking. If we encounter any strange beasts at this time, we will also be affected."
Yang Feng has everyone ready to fight at any time. Yang Feng, yes.
We walked for another 10 minutes. Suddenly, a cave that only one person could pass through appeared above the cave in front. In the cave, strange beasts that looked like giant ants crawled out.
Su Yuan was shocked. Everyone be careful. Ding.
Mud ant, a strange beast that inhabits valleys and watery areas. Standing about the height of an adult, it's covered in a hard exoskeleton, a structure similar to plate armor.
Adult mud ants have a muddy brown carapace.
Their primary attack methods are the mud spray from their tails and their pair of massive mouthparts for close combat.
Of course, they also possess elemental skills related to earth and water.
The usual realm is around level 7, and some mutants can reach level 8. Su Yuan said in a deep voice, "Everyone be careful, these things live in groups."
At this moment, the ants that fell to the ground stood up like humans. Yi Qingling in front said in a deep voice, "Open a path and we will rush through. Don't get held back, or you'll be in trouble if the mutant appears."
However, the next moment, amidst the muffled sound of boom boom, a huge ant head popped out from the cave where the ant appeared.
Then came the huge feat. The cave was stretched open alive. Yi Qingling's face turned grim. Alienated ants. Everyone, rush out. In an instant, the 12 of them rushed towards the ordinary ants blocking their way.
These were the so-called alienated ants, which evolved from ordinary ants.
Their strength is far beyond that of ordinary worker ants. With Yi Qingling's team leading the way, Su Yuan's men followed closely behind and broke out of the encirclement. But casualties still occurred.
A member of Yi Qingling's team had just entered the 7th realm. The formic acid sprayed by the ants corroded his right arm, and then it was chopped into pieces by the swarm of ants.
Yi Qingming's eyes showed anger. "Asshole. I'm going to fight you guys." She raised her hand and grasped the flaming sword, Wrath of the Fire God. Red.
She was like a blooming flaming red lotus, and the terrifying sword light accompanied by the flames instantly swept across the entire cave. Most of those ants were shattered by the impact, except for a few that were at a slightly higher level.
At this moment, a huge alienated ant fell from the cave. Yi Qingming said coldly, "Everyone, continue forward under the leadership of my sister. I will interfere and cover the rear." Su Yuan immediately refused. "How can this be possible? I'll lead the others to cover your retreat." Yi Qingming gave Su Yuan a sideways glance and said, "What? You don't listen to your wife? I'm very strong. After all, when you were still in high school, I was already a genius." Yi Qingling nodded. "Everyone else, follow me." Yi Qingming's breathing method is very violent and can be used more effectively alone. A mutant ant is not enough to leave her behind. "Everyone follow me." Su Yuan tightened the knife in his hand. "All troops, listen to the order, follow General Ye's orders and continue to advance." Immediately, the army headed towards the depths of the cave. However, just when Yi Qingming was about to let go, Su Yuan came slowly over, carrying a pitch-black long sword. "The soldiers have all gone with your sister. I, your husband, will stay with you." Yi Qingming lowered his head and smiled slightly. "Oh, really, you were so disobedient. In that case, just stand behind your wife and watch what the wrath of the God of Fire is." She raised her hand and held the long knife horizontally in front of her eyes. Buzz. The long sword trembled slightly. "Spirit of the Fire God sleeping within me, obey my call and burn everything in this world." Secret. Clang. The Fire God sigh. Slash. Boom. Su Yuan, who was standing behind him, approached slowly with brilliant flames in his pupils. "Oh my god." He turned around and fell to the ground. The flames burned off his eyebrows. The long sword in Yi Qingming's hand in front of her burst into endless flames, and she seemed like a perpetual motion machine of fire. Fuck. How come my wife is so strong? Su Yuan now realized that it would be stupid for him to stay and he could not help at all. No wonder Yi Qingling was not worried at all. Yi Qingming turned around and smiled. "How about it? I'm awesome, right?" The next moment. Puff. A giant foot with sparks pierced Yi Qingming's abdomen. Chapter 124 Chapter 123 Beheading. Yi Qingming screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood.
In the flames, the giant ant walked out of the flames like a giant, with white mist all over its body. It can be seen that this mutated ant was seriously injured. The huge foot was raised high, and then swung heavily. Yi Qingming flew out in an instant like a cannonball. Su Yuan's expression tensed, his eyes trembled, and he rushed forward in an instant, hugging his wife. The next moment, the ant squatted slightly. Whoosh! It shot into the air like a cannonball. Su Yuan's eyes trembled. Asshole. He saw the ant raise its leg, which was like a long knife. If it cut his wife, Yi Qingming would be torn into pieces. Indestructible. Bang bang bang. The dense blades fell on Su Yuan's back, but only raised bursts of golden light. The next moment, Su Yuan landed. Putting Yi Qingming down, wife? How are you? He took out 2 healing pills from the space and stuffed them into Yi Qingming's mouth. Then he stood up, raised his long knife, and pointed it at the dark, half-cooked ant. You dare to hurt my wife? How do you want to die? The ant tilted its head. The next moment, it rushed towards Su Yuan like a cannonball. Boom! Su Yuan blocked with his sword, but was knocked away by the terrifying force. Although he was already in the 5th realm, the thing in front of him was an 8th-level beast. To some extent, its combat power was comparable to that of a 9th-level warrior. Boom! Su Yuan was knocked against the mountain wall by the monster. Damn it! Su Yuan's eyes were extremely ugly. Entangle! Countless black tentacles popped out and instantly climbed onto the monster's body. The ant tilted its head, seemingly having a low IQ. Su Yuan took advantage of this opportunity and slashed with his sword. Buzz! Puff! The ant's shell shattered, and green flesh and blood burst out with steam. Su Yuan's eyes moved. Can I break through my defense? Wait, it's carbonized? It seems that it was my wife's attack that carbonized the monster's shell. Good, good, good. It seems that this monster doesn't have much combat power. A powerful monster with 0 defense is nothing more than a target to me. Bang! The mutated clay ants broke free from their restraints and continued to attack Su Yuan. Su Yuan supported himself on the ground with one hand and shouted in a low voice, "Triple gate!" Boom! The ant crashed head-on into the earthen gate. Just as it was about to struggle to stand up, Su Yuan came down from the sky, one cut. Boom! The ant's head fell to the ground. The body struggled for a moment and then stopped moving. Su Yuan stood up and exhaled. The blood bar of the long sword in his hand increased a little. Without looking at the long sword carefully, he put it into the space with his backhand. He turned around and walked to his wife, picked her up, and chased after the main force. On the other side, Yi Qingling led the team to look in Su Yuan's direction. After Yang Feng took the lead, he immediately knew where Su Yuan had gone. This guy. At this moment, everyone came to a dark pool. Yi Qingling raised her hand to signal everyone to stop. Her gaze fell on the center of the dark pool. On the upside-down stalactite in the center, white juice flowed out from time to time and fell into the stone groove below. Huang Meng said from the side, "General, this is the Dragon Pond Jade Liquid." Yi Qingling nodded. "Okay, I'll go get some now." Just as she was about to move forward, ripples appeared in the pool beside her, and a huge head slowly rose from the water. A pair of eyes like red lanterns looked at the uninvited guests in front of them. Yang Feng and other recruits were stunned. A terrifying aura permeated the area around the pool. Yi Qingling's expression changed. This, a 9th-level beast, a cement dragon. Everyone be careful. The next moment, countless fine water swords flew out of the pool. Yi Qingling drew his sword and swung it, energy flowing. Most of the water swords in front of him were neutralized. Yi Qingling turned around and shouted, "Everyone, retreat with me." Yang Feng commanded all the troops to open their military shields. Most of the force was offset by Yi Qingling behind him, which prevented these people from being beaten into a hornet's nest, but he also knew that the 9th-level monster was really beyond their ability to handle. Yi Qingling also felt helpless at this moment. Retreat! Everyone retreat! I didn't expect that there was a 9th-level monster in this depth. At this moment, Su Yuan rushed over with his wife in his arms. He looked at the strange beast in the distance with an extremely ugly expression. Fuck. Yi Qingling glanced at her sister and asked, "What's wrong with her?" Su Yuan explained, "She was injured, and the injury was serious." Yi Qingling nodded. "There's no time to say anything else. The plan has changed.
The operation is cancelled. Let's get out first. I just hope that if we retreat, this strange beast will stop chasing us. However, boom, boom, boom. The huge body of the cement dragon slowly rose from the depths of the pool and pounced towards these humans. Yi Qingling's expression changed. You retreat. She made hand gestures with one hand and held a sword with the other, her robes fluttering, and the blue emblem on her forehead emitted a crystal-like light. Water curtain. Buzz. In front of her, a huge, smooth and bright screen appeared. The next moment, boom. The cement dragon slammed heavily into the giant screen, causing the entire mountain to vibrate with a buzzing sound. Yi Qingling's face turned pale. Retreat quickly. She turned around and ran after the main group. However, after just 2 steps, after the cement dragon's second impact, the water curtain fell apart and shattered into water droplets all over the sky. After these water droplets fell to the ground with a crackling sound, the cement dragon shook its head and chased after these humans. Su Yuan carried his wife on his back and looked back at the dragon. Although it was a dragon, its body structure was more like that of a giant snake. Maybe it's just a little bit of dragon blood. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the cement dragon kept firing water swords, strangling these humans. Yi Qingling and the strong men in her team jumped up and tried their best to resist the damage. But every time they resisted, their faces turned pale. But the key point is that they are about to be caught up. It was already right in front of her, and Yi Qingling could even smell the stench coming towards her. She said in a deep voice, Su Yuan, you lead your men to retreat, and my entire team will cover the rear. Huang Meng beside her said, this is a beast with dragon blood. Its strength is stronger than ordinary 9th level beasts. How can we stop it? Yi Qingling said coldly, if you are afraid of death, then leave. Huang Meng's complexion flushed, okay, I'll stay with you. Yi Qingling said in a deep voice. Su Yuan. Take Chang Meng back. Her robes fluttered, her long sword was held across her body, and the water elements in the air began to riot. Water spirits sleeping between heaven and earth, obey my command and serve me. Chapter 125 Chapter 124 Great Wall Watch. Open. The terrifying aura lifted her robe, and her uniform seemed to be dyed with a layer of azure. Breathing of water. Air flowed between her lips and teeth. At this moment, the cement dragon was very close, and Yi Qingling was completely within its attack range. A light blue color flashed in Yi Qingling's eyes. Thousands of water blooms. Cut. Suddenly, countless sword auras like streams of water slashed towards the cement dragon in a disorderly manner. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, Yi Qingling raised her hand and shook it. Break. These sword auras that were like flowing water instantly changed their state and turned into countless sword auras that were like ice. Ouch. The scales of this cement dragon, which looked like a giant python, were covered with countless wounds, and the blood almost dyed the entire cave red. But this cement dragon seemed to know that these people in front of it were not easy to deal with. Completely mad, the cement dragon raised its head, its eyes glowing red. The next moment, a curtain of rain appeared above everyone's heads. Yi Qingling shouted, everyone, be on guard. This is a top-level water elemental ability. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed to her side, Su Yuan holding a black ghost slasher. A knife slashed towards the sky. Wife, I'm coming. Yi Qingling shook her head, didn't you leave? Su Yuan smiled. Leave? That's impossible. How can I leave? I didn't leave before because my wife was behind me. I can't leave if you leave me behind. Yi Qingling smiled helplessly, stand behind me. Huang Meng on the side mocked, I thought you were capable, but it's still your wife who has to protect you. Su Yuan smiled complacently. So what? If you have the ability, you can find a wife to protect you? Huang Meng, you. Yi Qingling said in a deep voice, everyone, pay attention. The rain is falling. Su Yuan brandished the long sword in his hand, and every drop of rain in the sky was as sharp as sword energy, even much stronger than ordinary sword energy. At this moment, some of the warriors with lower cultivation levels were injured and were lying on the ground wailing. Su Yuan, who was next to Yi Qingling, successfully resisted the attack with the help of his wife. Yi Qingling's face turned pale. She had just used her ultimate move, and now she was facing another round of blocking. Her physical condition was already in a very bad state. Su Yuan said, wife, come behind me. Yi Qingling shook her head, your cultivation is low, so just stay behind me. Besides, I'm a general, how can I stand behind you? Huang Meng taunted, huh, kid from the fifth realm, we can't count on you. Just hide behind us. If you get hurt, how are we going to explain to the commander-in-chief? Yi Qingling frowned, shut up and focus on the enemy.
At this moment, seeing that its attack had little effect, the cement Longyan became angry and lashed towards everyone with its huge tail, bringing a bloody storm.
Bang bang bang. Everyone flew backwards.
They crashed into the mountain wall one by one, which was actually compared with elemental attacks.
The physical strength of dragon-type monsters is even more unstoppable. Su Yuan got up from the ground and walked in front of everyone. Haha, you guys look down on me, right?
But at the critical moment, you still have to rely on me.
Yi Qingling propped herself up and stood up, puff.
He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swayed, and he almost fell over.
Su Yuan. Are you crazy? Come behind me.
Su Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. You just lie down behind your husband. As for me, I won't let my woman risk her life.
Clang.
The long sword swung, making a series of trembling sounds.
I still have one chance to open the lottery. What if I get the Martial Saint experience card? Ha ha. Open. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 999 kilograms of raw meat. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a peak maintenance card X1. Peak hold card maintains the host's peak combat power. Even if the host has only one breath left, they can maintain this peak state for 3 minutes after use. However, any damage received while in peak state will instantly reach the host's body after 3 minutes. Remember, if you block the perception of damage, you may end up dying.
Su Yuan's mouth twitched. Peak? Isn't my peak still the fifth realm? In my situation, if you give me this ability, then I ask you, can I survive? System, I ask you, if I die, will you be gone too? Answer me. Su Yuan sighed. He was completely helpless in this situation.
He held his sword in front of him, his eyes gleaming. After all, I advanced by devouring a rank 6 alien beast.
Will I die here? No. Cement dragon. Give me. Boom.
The cement dragon watched this weak human being showing off in front of it for a long time.
It could no longer control the impatience in its eyes and twitched its tail.
Su Yuan disappeared from his original position and crashed heavily into the mountain wall beside him, unable to get down.
Yi Qingling exclaimed, Su Yuan.
Su Yuan slowly stretched out a hand and made an okay gesture. Just when Yi Qingling was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the next moment.
Boom! The giant python slammed down again with its tail. Su Yuan was completely trapped in the mountain and his appearance could no longer be seen. Yi Qingling's eyes were about to burst. Su Yuan. I'll fight you. Puff.
She spat out a mouthful of blood, her internal injuries bursting out. Huang Meng said beside her, General, while your husband's corpse is being tortured, let's run away quickly.
If Su Yuan is still alive, he definitely doesn't want his sacrifice to be in vain. Bang.
Yi Qingling slapped Huang Meng in the face. Bullshit.
My husband is not dead yet. Kill this beast and save Su Yuan.
The members of her team looked at each other in confusion.
And at this moment, the cement dragon seemed to be still unsatisfied and shot countless water arrows towards Su Yuan. Bang bang bang.
Now everyone thought Su Yuan was dead. Including the cement dragon then turned around with satisfaction to face the remaining enemies in front of it. Yi Qingling raised his long knife and growled, kill him. Just when the two groups were about to fight to the death.
Boom!
Su Yuan slowly walked out of the cave where he was. His arm was still broken, and he casually folded it back to its original position. The expression on his face was extremely creepy.
Well, let's start playing for our lives. 3 minutes of real manliness begins. Yi Qingling and others looked at Su Yuan in disbelief. This? How is this possible? How could Su Yuan not be injured? Huang Meng stared at Su Yuan in amazement. Impossible. Could it be that this monster has poor aim? The shot missed.
Generally speaking, 9th level monsters have extremely high damage and can kill 5th level warriors in seconds like a piece of cake.
How come Su Yuan is like Xiaoqiang and can't die?
At this moment, the cement dragon was completely furious, and its terrifying body began to twist wildly in the valley. During this shaking, these soldiers were unable to dodge and were thrown hundreds of meters away.
There was a constant banging sound. Warriors kept vomiting blood and flying backwards, unable to stand up. Including Huang Meng and Yi Qingling. Su Yuan saw his wife flying out, and his eyes immediately turned red. Taotai breath. Full blast. Boom. At this moment, a giant gluttonous beast rose up behind Su Yuan. Not only that, a small earth dragon rose up around the Taotai shadow, and the terrifying pressure from the beast made the cement dragon tremble. There was a look of fear in his eyes. Why did the human in front of him feel like a strange beast? And he is of a very high status. This strange beast with a bit of dragon blood is already powerful enough in front of ordinary strange beasts, but in front of this person, it is nothing. He is nothing. It immediately wanted to run away. At this moment, Yi Qingling and others looked up at Su Yuan, each of them in disbelief and stunned. I could hardly believe this scene. Is this cement dragon afraid? How is that possible? Exactly, isn't Su Yuan just a 5th level warrior? How come he's so arrogant? What the hell is that strange image behind him? Su Yuan saw that the strange beast wanted to leave, but how could that be possible? After it left, what should I fight against it? Did I take the 3 minutes of manliness medicine in vain? Who knows if it will cause any other harm to the body? At this point, Su Yuan raised his hand and slashed out a blade of energy, then slashed out another blade with his backhand. For every strike, Su Yuan used his strongest fighting skill, his heaven and earth slash. He was pleasantly surprised to find that this ultimate move, when used as a normal attack, did not consume any true energy. Originally, this fighting skill consumed the most true energy, but now it was different. He was in peak condition for 3 minutes, and true energy happened to be a part of his peak condition. It is because of this that he achieved freedom in using his ultimate move. With the crazy use of ultimate skills, even the 9th level monster cried out in pain. After all, Su Yuan was not an ordinary 5th level monster. Ordinary 7th level warriors may not be his opponents, and at this moment, Su Yuan, with his unlimited skills, is like a human-shaped sword-firing turret. You should know that if this card is given to Yi Qingling can use it infinitely in minutes and deal a series of explosive damage. It can definitely kill this 9th level monster in seconds. But Su Yuan was not bad either. The scales of this strange beast were covered with horrible wounds, and countless wounds were constantly bleeding under this horrible blow. It turned its head angrily and fought back against Su Yuan. The tail with a fishy smell came down heavily. Boom! Su Yuan crashed into the mountain wall with his sword. But Su Yuan acted as if nothing had happened. He straightened his waist and landed on the ground, continuing to output unlimited sword energy. Under the stranglehold of this sword energy, the cement dragon's body was minced into rotten flesh, with bones and internal organs visible in many places. Inspired by Su Yuan's godlike posture, Yi Qingling and her men stood up one after another, forcing themselves to support their bodies, and each of them burst out with greater fighting spirit. Yi Qingling said in a deep voice, "Martial artists of the 5th realm can stand before us. It is us who are lax. Or is it that the knife I'm waiting for is not sharp enough?" Hearing this, the warriors present all propped themselves up. That's right. Our knives are not bad either. We don't want to stand behind this guy. All of a sudden, all the warriors present stood up and staggered towards the strange beast. Su Yuan was stunned. I'm cheating, what about you guys? What are you doing? Although this strange beast looks miserable, it can kill these guys in minutes. Yi Qingling shouted from afar, Su Yuan, don't panic, I'm here to help you. Su Yuan waved his hand, don't come over and make trouble. But it was too late. 2 more warriors were unlucky and were knocked away. Su Yuan sighed, but for some reason, a different kind of spirit was slowly rising in his body at this moment. A terrifying spirit rose. He felt like he had to get something off his chest. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, raised his hand to his forehead, and pulled out his anger. Looking at the ball of light in my hand, is this the seed of fighting spirit given to me by the commander-in-chief? I want to see what the Chinese commander-in-chief's martial spirit is. Su Yuan raised his hand and showed his fighting spirit. Everyone at the scene stared at this fighting spirit in amazement. Yi Qingling exclaimed, This is the Chinese fighting spirit. How can Su Yuan use the Chinese fighting spirit? Su Yuan roared. Open it for me. Boom. A golden light instantly spread out in all directions with him as the core. Rays of golden light converged on him, and at this moment, he became light. He was wearing a golden battlesuit,
but of course this suit was just a figment of light. A shadow of the Great Wall appeared under his feet. Su Yuan was very familiar with all of this. This fighting spirit is? Yi Qingling and others shouted out. The commander-in-chief's fighting spirit, the Great Wall, is on guard. At this moment, the injuries on their bodies were quickly healed. At the same time, a surge of fearless courage continued to rise in my heart. That's the feeling. That's the real commander-in-chief's fighting spirit. Huang Mang looked up at the golden figure, and the contempt in his eyes was put away. Everyone! Charge! At this moment, more than 200 Evil Ghost Company soldiers who had returned appeared in everyone's sight. Clang, clang, clang. The soldiers drew their long swords from their waists. Yang Feng was in front, holding a spear in his hand. If the company commander doesn't retreat, we won't retreat either. The Eastern Theater Command Special Forces Company, the Evil Ghosts, will fight to the death. In an instant, golden light fell on them. These people seemed to be the incarnations of the ancient Qin warriors. Each of them was fearless and determined to fight to the death with the strange beasts in front of them. At this moment, Su Yuan was holding a long sword, like a golden armored god. The shadow of Tao Tai behind him was dyed with light gold and rushed straight into the sky. Ouch! The small earth dragon phantom suddenly grew up and grew into a 5-clawed golden dragon in the wind. The golden dragon hovered around Tao Tai. Su Yuan held a long knife and slashed heavily at the 9th-level alien beast, the cement dragon. The cement dragon had only one thought in his mind at this moment: no way, buddy, I'm just a 9th-level monster. Do you really need to activate the true meaning of the martial saint to kill me? Although he was also very curious as to why such a weak human race could possess such a powerful martial saint's true meaning. But its consciousness disappeared the next moment. Its head had been cut off by Su Yuan. At the same time, on the other side, Yang Huan, who was commanding the army at the front line, suddenly had an idea. He quickly walked out of the command room and looked at the golden light blooming in the distance. It's been a long time since I've seen China's fighting spirit. He raised his hand and clenched it, and a golden long sword appeared in his hand. All troops, follow me and charge. China is determined to fight. We are unstoppable. Chapter 126, Chapter 104. Goodbye, Ancestor. Chapter 2. After a moment, the golden light disappeared, and sweat wet the ends of Su Yuan's hair. He put down the long sword, his body swayed, and he gasped, "It's really too difficult. If it weren't for the commander-in-chief's fighting spirit, all of us would have died here." Yi Qingling, Yang Feng, and others walked closer. Everyone surrounded Su Yuan and looked at him twice. Yi Qingling asked, "Are you okay? You've clearly suffered so much damage just now. How can you act like nothing happened? Don't carry it around." Su Yuan comforted her, "It's okay, my dear. Once I, the Chinese, get my fighting spirit going, I'm practically invincible. It's just a mere giant bug. What should I be afraid of? Isn't that right?" Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Puff! Su Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and at the same time, countless holes appeared on his body, and blood flowed out. Su Yuan's body softened and he fell to the ground. Yi Qingling and others stepped forward. Su Yuan! Su Yuan! The other end. 5 major war zone conference rooms. The 5 commanders quarreled fiercely. "Yanlong, if you don't know how to protect talented people, leave it to us. Look at what you've done. The whole world knows how you treated our Su Yuan. Yeah, if you can't take care of it well, give it to me and I'll help you. Why be such a bitch? Don't you agree?" Yanlong's face was as gloomy as water. Didn't he want to take care of Su Yuan? But the commander-in-chief said that geniuses can't be flowers in a greenhouse and must be properly trained. Having said that, what else can I say, don't you think? At this moment, the door of the conference room slowly opened and the commander-in-chief walked in wearing a gray cloth robe. He glanced at the 5 noisy people and said in a deep voice, "What are you doing? Do you think I'm dead?" The 5 people finally quieted down. The commander-in-chief said in a deep voice, "I'm telling you, each of you, I know what you're thinking. Want to snatch Su Yuan from Yanlong?" These commanders were silent and looked a little embarrassed. The commander-in-chief continued, "It was my idea to give that kid a beating. Yanlong has already taken good care of him. Besides, if we don't put pressure on him, his genius will be watered down. It could have grown taller, but now you're protecting it. What's the point of looking at it, don't you think?"
The 5 theater commanders dared not say much.
Yanlong said, "Commander-in-Chief, you summoned us here.
What else is going on?"
The Commander-in-Chief said calmly.
The Federation decided to hold a drill for the 5 major war zones.
Furthermore, the Indian war zone wanted to apply to become one of the 5 major war zones, but I vetoed it.
Yanlong laughed. What's this indie thinking?
Their warriors are so weak, they always turn the A-level rifts into the end of the world.
How many times have we sent people to help? With this kind of strength, they still want to join the 5 major war zones?
The Commander-in-Chief nodded, just a clown.
Also, Sakura is leading the team here personally this time. It's said that she wants to become famous internationally and hopes to have more say. Yanlong snorted coldly, then are there any restrictions on who can participate in this performance?
The Commander-in-Chief nodded. Those who participate must be under 25 years old.
Each country will send an elite company. Our internal selection will begin this month. The 5 theater commanders all looked up at the Commander-in-Chief. The other end.
Su Yuan woke up slowly. His 2 wives sat beside him, feeling the bumps on the road. Su Yuan closed his eyes, and it seemed that he was already in the car.
Yi Qingming said in a deep voice, "Sister, you brought so many experts with you, how come you are all fine, but my husband is in trouble?"
Yi Qingling's voice came.
What are you talking about? Isn't your husband my husband? What do you mean he's fine, but we're fine?
There was nothing wrong with my command at the time. I didn't expect Su Yuan to come back and help me.
Yi Qingming shook her head.
If anything happens to my husband, we should stop being sisters from now on. Su Yuan's heart moved. He didn't realize that Yi Qingming had such a special feeling for us. Yi Qingling actually tried her best. This matter had nothing to do with her. At this moment, the conflict between the 2 sisters is becoming more and more intense.
It's mainly because of Yi Qingling's personality. Sometimes what she says is really hurtful.
Yi Qingling said, "You think I didn't take good care of him, but I can't help it."
Do you admit that you didn't take good care of him? Yi Qingming roared.
Su Yuan felt the coolness continuously coming from his heart, and he understood more and more in his heart, so that's how it is.
Looks like I'm fine now, thanks to the 6th level beast I devoured.
Su Yuan suddenly said at this moment, "Okay, stop crying, your husband is not dead yet." Hearing Su Yuan's words, the 2 sisters burst into laughter.
Honey, are you awake? Are you okay?
Yi Qingming said excitedly. Yi Qingling beside him also said, "I'm glad you're okay."
I'll call the military doctor right away. Su Yuan quickly shook hands with both of them.
No need for a military doctor.
My current physical condition can recover on its own. I just need some rest and I'll be fine.
Yi Qingling said in a deep voice, "That's different.
I'll go find a military doctor right away.
You wait here." After Yi Qingling finished speaking, she left in a hurry. Su Yuan took Yi Qingming's hand and said, "Qingming, your sister is just like that.
She won't explain, but that doesn't mean she doesn't care about me, you know?" Yi Qingming snorted, "I was speaking up for you, why are you blaming me?" Oh? You prefer the quiet sister and don't like me, right?
Humph, your kindness is tantamount to insincere.
You can go there with my sister later. Bang! She knocked Su Yuan on the chest. Ah, it hurts.
Su Yuan grabbed Yi Qingming's hand. At this time, Yi Qingling had already come over with the accompanying military doctor. The military doctor raised his hand and touched Su Yuan's wrist, saying in a deep voice, "It's a miracle." His body was like rags at the beginning.
According to common sense, an ordinary person would have died long ago. The best healing pills we brought with us were of little use. We originally thought that the military district would have to urgently dispatch a resurrection pill.
This is great.
Now, a terrifying life force in Captain Su's body is repairing his body. Is this some kind of combat skill, or some kind of miraculous physique? I've been a military doctor for so long, and this is the first time I've encountered this. Su Yuan smiled faintly, "What did I say?"
The military doctor said the same thing now.
You don't have to worry. Yi Qingming glanced at Su Yuan and said, "Hey, why are you still laughing? I'm telling you, you can't disobey orders from now on. You're just a small 5th level scum. I told you to hide behind me, so why didn't you listen?" Su Yuan smiled. "You also said that you are my wife. If I hide behind you, what will it look like? Wouldn't it be a complete disgrace to the man? Don't worry. Don't worry, I'm really fine this time. And I feel that I am in pretty good condition. I just feel a little weak, but I will be fine soon. Yi Qingling said, "Oh right, we asked the kitchen to cook some liquid food. Since you've just recovered from your injury, you should eat that kind of liquid food with high energy density. You can only eat your other food after you're well, understand?" Su Yuan nodded helplessly. "Thank you for your advice, my two wives. You can go ahead. I can just rest by myself now." Yi Qingling nodded. "Okay. Then you just stay here and behave yourself. Don't go anywhere. Wait for us to come back." Su Yuan nodded. "Okay, I'll wait for you here." Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, and his mood became better. "I've been lying down for 2 days, let me take a look in the mirror." He casually picked up the mirror and just faced his face when suddenly ripples appeared in the mirror. Su Yuan's eyes moved. "Oh no." Whoosh. He disappeared, leaving only the mirror on the bed. After a moment, Su Yuan opened his eyes, his body trembled with fear, and his face suddenly became ugly. At this time, a voice came from behind. "Su Yuan, 1 week has passed, you have to fulfill our agreement." Su Yuan cursed the old witch in his heart, and immediately said, "I have been looking forward to seeing you again for a long time. I miss you so much every day." Yi Chen was wearing a white long dress at the moment, sitting on the crystal throne in the distance, smiling faintly. "Su Yuan, you don't have to tell me this. I'm not a young girl who would like to listen to you say something impractical and meaningless. I just want to gain an opportunity from you to make further progress." Su Yuan sighed. Since he was already here, he might as well get some benefits from this old woman. It was better than losing his body in vain. "Ancestor, I just want to ask you a question, can you tell me?" Yi Chen said calmly. "You ask." Su Yuan said, "Why can't I see your face clearly? Is it because you like eating lotus root? So ugly?" Yi Chen said calmly, "It's related to the technique I've practiced. At my current level, I'm already incredibly close to the legendary martial god, so it's normal that you can't see clearly. Once you can see clearly, it proves that you become a martial saint. Do you understand?" Su Yuan smiled and nodded. I understand. I am just a tool of the ancestor now." Yi Chen nodded. "It's good that you know your place. Since you're willing to sacrifice yourself as a tool, why do you degrade yourself so much? It's bad enough that you were almost drained by those 2 women, but this time you almost died." Su Yuan's eyes moved. This woman is equivalent to a nuclear weapon. In fact, as long as she is used well, this woman is still very useful. If you don't hug someone's thighs, you're an idiot. "Ancestor, I am on a mission this time and have no choice, so." Yi Chen's eyes moved slightly. He glanced at Su Yuan and asked, "Are you serving as a soldier under Li Guangcai?" Su Yuan asked doubtfully, "Who is Li Guangcai?" "Yi Chen, it's your commander-in-chief. A piece of trash with great combat power but low realm." Su Yuan frowned. "He is the commander-in-chief after all, how can he be a waste?" Yi Chen seemed a little bored. She raised her hand and waved it. 2 strands of the endless light on her body fell down and condensed into a crystal. "Wear this on you. In this way, even if there is no mirror where you are, I can still find you and save your life." Su Yuan quickly took it and an idea came to his mind. He said respectfully, "Thank you, ancestor. This is a good thing. It will be useful to use it to carry the banner of the ancestor in the future. You know, Yi Chen is erratic and no one can establish a stable relationship with him. In this case, wouldn't I be the first?" Thinking of this, he treasured the thing in his pocket and would find a rope to hang it around his neck when the time came. If he encountered danger, he would shout for help from his ancestor. Holy shit, that feels so good. Is this what it feels like to be friends with the best person in the world? Yi Chen suddenly said calmly, "Let's get started." Su Yuan was stunned. Start right away? No flirting? The next moment, his body was sucked in and pulled in front of Yi Chen. Su Yuan explained. "I'm injured, I'm not well yet, He felt his lips being wrapped by some crystal-like lips, with a faint fragrance mixed with clear spring water like nectar. No, that's not right. Why didn't he know it last time? No, it was because he fainted last time. Yi Chen said calmly, "I have prepared the healing holy water for you from the mirror world. Drink it. In addition, this thing can also increase your yang energy reserves. It is a good thing for you. Is it a good thing for me? Damn it, I'm afraid it's not a good thing for you. The next moment, Su Yuan's body lightened and his uniform fell off. Then the two began the current fierce battle. An hour later. The temporary base of the evil ghost company. After searching around, Yang Feng and others came to Yi Qingling and her sister. We've searched everywhere nearby, but we can't find any trace of the company commander. We really don't know where he went. Yi Yaoqi yawned. Maybe he went out to play somewhere. Why don't we take a rest? He might show up later. Yi Qingling shook her head. That's impossible. This place is desolate. Where can he go? Yi Qingming complained. He's injured, where can he go? And you, as his first wife, don't even bother leaving someone with him? Are you competent? Yi Qingling was a little annoyed. Yi Qingming, are you looking for death? Clang. The two men had already drawn their swords and were clashing heavily with each other. Xiaoyu then asked, could it be that someone or a strange beast has captured him? Is there any ability to take someone away from the barracks quietly? The Yi Qingling sisters looked at each other and put away their knives at the same time. It's not impossible. Some top experts can do it, or a top-level exotic beast has spatial abilities. Yi Qingling frowned, you mean? I don't know why, but my body is showing strong desire at this moment, but it's not that obvious. My husband is missing and I'm worried, but my body is restless. The other end. Inside the palace of Marshal Saint Yi Chen. Yi Chen licked his lips and covered his body slightly with the white robe. The effect is not bad. She glanced at Su Yuan indifferently and said, I forcibly used my skills to cut off the connection between me and them, otherwise they should have been able to feel my joy. Chapter 127 Chapter 105 Why didn't you say anything? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, and a bright light shone around him. Countless runes swirled around him. I feel like I'm not far from that step. Her brow furrowed, what are you doing? Want to leave? Su Yuan bowed and said, my ancestors' cultivation has improved, so I have to go too. If you drag me here like this and my wife finds out, I'll be finished. When you send me back later, keep an eye on me and don't make it difficult to explain. Yi Chen suddenly raised his hand and waved to Su Yuan. Did I let you go? My cultivation is at a critical point now. If I have a few more drops, maybe I can. Su Yuan felt the limp body and immediately became furious. Ah, you're crazy. Who do you really think you are? You've drained me and you're still here? Yi Chen frowned, why? Don't all men like this kind of thing? Su Yuan said coldly, men like this kind of thing, but it also needs to be when their bodies are not empty. You make your body so empty, you make me very uncomfortable. Yi Chen's eyes moved, and he raised his hand and touched Su Yuan's abdomen. Suddenly, countless evil thoughts arose in Su Yuan's heart. What do you want to do, woman? The next moment, he was pinned to the ground. At this moment, the shadow of Taotai appeared behind Su Yuan, baring its teeth at Yi Chen. Ah! Yi Chen sneered. You're just a young beast, and you dare to bare your teeth at me? Get lost. Taotai was startled, woof woof woof, woof. The glutton suddenly disappeared without a trace. Su Yuan was shocked. Oh my god, I can't defeat it. My visions became like puppies in front of her. A squeeze. Yi Chen stood up with some disappointment. The effect this time is much weaker. It seems that it is due to his previous consumption. So a man must protect himself. I don't know what's wrong with you. Your two women don't need this little bit of young energy in your body. Su Yuan was speechless and said, Sister, you are also their ancestor. We are married in a formal way. What do you mean they don't want it? It means they have to give it to you. You are too shameless. Yi Chen waved his hand and said, it's just the so-called marriage. If you feel better, I can do it with you now. After she finished speaking, she waved her hand, and the scene suddenly appeared as if countless mirrors appeared, and then the environment on the scene changed. He actually appeared in front of a large number of guests. Su Yuan's eyes moved, fake? Yi Chen said calmly, it's just a mirror image, but it's nothing more than a formality. Then she raised her hand, boom. The terrifying true power pressed down. Su Yuan was unmatched and knelt on one knee on the ground. What are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted to get married? Why are you suppressing me? Yi Chen said calmly, it's just getting married. Su Yuan was suppressed so much that he couldn't even raise his head. I'm a man, how can I get married like this? Yi Chen said calmly, I, Yi Chen, do not worship heaven and earth, nor do I worship men. When we get married, you just need to worship me. Su Yuan said coldly, bullshit, a man only kneels to his ancestors. Hey, be good. Yi Chen said. Su Yuan was dumbfounded. Fuck, are you really going to climb up the pole? Yi Chen raised the corner of his mouth, young man, call me wife, from now on I am your only wife. Damn you, you're dreaming. Su Yuan couldn't accept being a tortoise, I have 2 wives, and the one on top of you. Reverse Tiangang. Yi Chen pressed hard. Bang! Su Yuan immediately fell to the ground, holy crap. Yi Chen said calmly, I ask you if you accept it. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Who is this person? He is the best in China. His strength is incredible. Even if you have the martial saint experience card, you can't beat him. Why bother saving face? As for women, just coax them and they'll be fine. I'm not a turtle. What do you call this? My woman will be obedient if I let her give birth to a child. I give in. I give in. Yi Chen was very satisfied. If she couldn't even tame a little man, what kind of ancestor would she be? Okay, from now on, you will only have 1 wife, and that's me. Su Yuan wiped the corner of his mouth and asked doubtfully, what about my 2 wives? Yi Chen frowned, why so much nonsense, your 2 wives will just be your wives for the time being. Su Yuan was dumbfounded. What the hell? Okay, you can go now. Yi Chen waved his hand, and Su Yuan disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of his 2 wives. Sister Yi Qingling was extremely anxious and just happened to come in front of the armored vehicle. There was a rearview mirror on the armored vehicle, and Su Yuan came out directly from the rearview mirror. The 2 wives were shocked when they saw Su Yuan suddenly appear. Where did you come from? You scared us to death. We thought you were captured by a strange beast. In fact, it was almost the same. Tang Seng was being eaten, and I was also being eaten, but the methods were slightly different. Su Yuan walked aside holding the hands of his 2 wives. Yi Yaoqi came over, clapping his hands and saying, I think our company commander must have been eaten. We can't find him anyway, so let's disband. I'm going back to the Yi family too. When Su Yuan heard this, he was shocked. What the hell? Yi Yaoqi, what are you talking about? When was I eaten? Yi Yaoqi was startled. Su Yuan? Hey, you're not dead. I thought you were dead. Don't look for him, everyone. Su Yuan is here. He's here. Yang Feng got out of the car and Xiaoyu climbed out of the trunk. Zhang Jiuming poked his head out from the gasoline barrel and said, oh, they're really here. They're really looking for trouble for us. Su Yuan angrily pulled out a long knife from behind his back and said, I can handle the car and the trunk, but the gas tank? Zhang Jiuming, come here. Zhang Jiuming turned around and ran. Chen Hao is about to give birth, I'm going to deliver the baby, let's go. Su Yuan was very angry at this group of unreliable people. Yi Qingling said with a dark face, what on earth is going on? Don't say that he was captured by a strange beast. I know that's impossible. Yi Qingmeng also said. Yang Feng stood beside Su Yuan and nodded, yes, I was just about ready to announce that you were gone. Su Yuan said unhappily, I'm telling you, I just had something serious to do. Yi Qingling frowned, don't be so mysterious, just tell me. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes. In just a few minutes, he had thought of all the lies he had used in his past and present lives, and finally told the truth. Oh, it's a serious matter. You know that ancestor Yi Chen, right? The old man just asked me to come sit down with him. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng looked at each other at the same time. What? Ancestor? No wonder. Only the ancestor has such a powerful ability. Yi Qingling said, I am actually guessing, but I dare not believe that the ancestor would take it away for you, but if she took it away for you, why didn't she tell us? Chapter 128 Chapter 106 ends. Yes, why couldn't I tell you? He looked at the puzzled eyes of his 2 wives. Su Yuan's heart was beating fast. How can I tell you? He didn't even consider your status or her status. He said he wanted to use your men. It's hard to say. Looking at the clear eyes of his 2 wives, Su Yuan began to make up a story.
First of all, after looking at my recent cultivation, the ancestor said that I have been practicing hard recently and expressed his approval of my efforts. Of course, the ancestor also said that the two younger generations of the Yi family did a very good job, and he was just praising you. Yi Qingling and Yi Qingmeng looked at each other and said, "Oh, that's more like it."
I thought the ancestor didn't like to talk. Su Yuan laughed.
This time, the ancestor came mainly to express his condolences. He said that I was the hope of the Yi family and the future of the entire village.
I will lead the Yi family in China in the future. Ha 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 ha. Yi Qingling asked doubtfully, would the ancestor say that? The ancestor seems a bit withdrawn. Yi Qingmeng nodded. You wouldn't go out and eat secretly, using the ancestor as a shield, would you? Su Yuan immediately took out the decisive evidence, a small crystal, and said, look what this is. This is the evidence. This is the care that our ancestors show to the geniuses in our clan. Yi Qingling's eyes moved. This is the crystal of the ancestor. I have only seen this once on my father. It is indeed what the ancestor used to protect the tribe. The ancestor can use this to teleport here. Yi Qingming's eyes also became clear. Yes, I get it. It seems that the ancestor is very optimistic about you. Su Yuan is good. The ancestor rarely treats people so well. Of course your ancestor treats her husband differently. Of course, Su Yuan would never dare to say this casually, this. Actually, this. Actually, the ancestor also encouraged me, in a very fierce way. Yi Qingling nodded.
Your uniform is so tattered, especially around the crotch.
I thought you were really out having sex.
Su Yuan laughed. No, the ancestor taught me a few moves.
Yes, on the bed. Yi Qingming nodded. Then what else did the ancestor say? Did the old lady tell me when she will come back to the Yi family for dinner? She hasn't come out for a long time.
Su Yuan raised his hand and touched his nose, then smiled and said, of course I have.
Let me and my teacher study hard, so that we can lead China and conquer the world in the future. Yang Feng asked doubtfully.
Su Yuan, the tone of your voice just now was different from usual.
What are you hiding? Su Yuan exhaled slowly. Ha, Yang Feng, you are really smart.
Actually, the ancestor blamed me for not inviting her to the wedding and being too perfunctory to her. As he spoke, he pulled Yang Feng over and said, you don't say anything.
Do you really think you are dumb? Can you say less? Can you? You answer me? Yi Qingling smiled and said, it seems that Su Yuan was not praised, but was taught a lesson.
He is a man who cares about face, so he lied to us.
Yi Qingmeng nodded. That's exactly what it should be. It seems my husband is really a face-conscious person. On the other side, Yang Feng shuddered. What? Are you looking for death? On one side are two generals, and on the other is your ancestor.
Don't drag us into this if you're looking for death yourself.
Su Yuan raised his hand and made a hushing expression.
Among the brothers, you're relatively mature. I'm afraid that if I suddenly disappear next time, there won't be anyone to cover for me.
Cover your sister.
I don't want to die, I didn't hear anything.
Yang Feng covered his ears. Don't listen to the turtle screaming, I don't know anything. Su Yuan pulled his ear and said, I slept with Yi Chen, really? Fuck you. Shut up or I'll kill you.
Yang Feng kicked Su Yuan on the leg.
Brother, please take this as a plea from me. Can you please control your lower body? I don't want to die yet. Su Yuan took his hand and said, I'm begging you, too. Please cover for me, okay?
Yang Feng shook his head helplessly. Su Yuan, you are really a god, how did you do it?
Su Yuan shook his head. Damn it, there's nothing I can do. Su Yuan pulled Yang Feng aside and said, I'm telling you, this matter cannot be hidden. We are all going to die.
In the distance, Zhang Jiuming and Chen Hao looked at Su Yuan and Yang Feng and swallowed.
What are they doing all this fussing about?
I don't know, just a PY transaction. I didn't say there were such risks in being a soldier.
Do you think your superiors are going to play tricks on you? Ha! How shameless. A moment later, in the temporary command room of the Evil Ghost Company. It was actually an armored vehicle. Su Yuan pointed to the big screen and said, my wife is leaving now. We can discuss the next deployment.
We will gather at a place for an assessment and then conduct a centralized exercise on behalf of the Huaxia General War Zone and the Sakura and Shaohan War Zones.
Yang Feng said calmly, if anyone from the Sakura war zone dares to come, I will kill them.
Su Yuan waved his hand, Inghua must die, I know that, but we have to break out from among our own people first.
As far as I know, the Ouyang faction brought a company, and I don't know anything else. Zhang Zhoming covered one eye, doesn't that mean we're old rivals?
Su Yuan smiled faintly. I'm not afraid of a defeated general.
Yang Feng said, how do we go? Let's go and do it. Su Yuan frowned, I haven't received any notification yet. Let's eat before we leave.
Zhang Zhoming asked someone to bring the stove and grill on the spot. Zhang Zhoming said, there are about 200 people, and we don't have a furnace that big.
Su Yuan said, when the car is turned on, isn't the engine a furnace? Do you need me to teach you? So many cars.
At this moment, a soldier reported, Company Commander, the inspection team is here.
Su Yuan asked doubtfully, how many people came?
2 of them said they would go with us for the test. Su Yuan nodded, they are all brothers, tell them to eat meat.
Don't be afraid, it's just an inspection team. Let's eat meat and drink together. What are you afraid of? A moment later.
The 2 young brothers, whose military uniforms had the word inspector hanging on their shoulders, were already dazed by the fragrance.
Su Yuan linked his arms with them, why? I, Su Yuan, am pretty good at leading the team, right? The 2 inspectors nodded frantically.
Captain Su leads the team rigorously, carefully managing everyone, and never drinks a drop of alcohol.
Su Yuan was delighted. All right. Let's raise our glasses. Welcome our brothers from the inspection team. A group of people clinked glasses crazily.
After drinking and eating, the group continued to move forward, this time heading towards the assessment venue. From the inspection team members, they learned that their purpose this time was to select a team from the special companies in various war zones. Representing the Chinese General War Zone, participating in the Global Warrior military exercise.
Su Yuan sat in the car and yawned, no, besides my team, are there other teams in China?
The 2 inspectors nodded.
Yes, yes.
General Su Jinghua has a company of war gods under his command.
Su Yuan became slightly interested. Does Su Jinghua have such a team?
The inspector nodded, yes, General Su Jinghua's nephew Su Zhou is the company commander.
Su Yuan narrowed his eyes. Sure, I didn't go looking for you, but you came to me on your own. You started a fight with my brother, and I almost got sent to the criminal army?
And you acted like nothing happened.
How can I tolerate this?
Yang Feng said from the side.
What should we do this time?
Su Yuan smiled, let them see how powerful our evil ghost company is.
Soon, Su Yuan arrived at the meeting place.
In the distance, yellow sand filled the sky and people's heads were moving.
Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, see? A mob. The number of people in the Special Forces Company is around 200.
In addition to Su Yuan's team, there are other teams, which can be distinguished by their uniforms.
An inspector explained, Brother Yuan, those wearing red and black uniforms over there are the War God Company led by Su Zhe. Those wearing blue uniforms over there are Ouyang Huan's Iceblade Company. And that one, the blue bird from Jiangchen University, you're familiar with, and the Thunder Company she leads. Su Yuan asked doubtfully, Bluebird? Shouldn't she have not graduated yet? Why is she here? At this time, Xiaoyu stepped forward and said, I heard that Xingniao made a contribution unexpectedly and graduated early, so we just happened to catch up, so. Su Yuan nodded, it doesn't matter. To me, they are all defeated. At this moment, the entire ground suddenly began to twist and cave in, and the people in each company were immediately thrown to the ground, and everyone screamed in fear. The next moment, the teams had reached a very flat ground. Su Yuan got out of the car, glanced at the gravel on the ground, and felt the temperature of the stone. This is a crack. It seems that the place we were just at is the entrance of a crack. Where are the commander and the others? What are they doing? At this moment, the commander-in-chief's voice came from the sky, this is a crack discovered by our Huaxiao war zone. There is no danger here. There aren't any strange beasts, but here, your enemies are each other. Please all the companies come forward and receive the stun guns. This is a spear made of special material. After hitting the opponent hard, it can stun the enemy. This is the only weapon you have at your disposal. After the commander-in-chief finished speaking, identical spears appeared in front of each of them. The front end of this spear is oval, which looks a bit funny. Before Su Yuan could say anything, Zhang Zhoming said, "This stick looks very lifelike." Su Yuan, squat down and try to pick up the soap. Su Yuan frowned. "Let's gather and clear out a camp first. Since this is an assessment, the goal is definitely to fight. Let's get some rest first and then understand the situation. Right now, we can't find our way and are in a passive position." Su Yuan arranged for Yang Feng and Xiaoyu to lead people to explore the situation inside, while the others set up camp to rest and save energy. A moment later, Yang Feng came back with his men. When the two girls heard this, the blades of their knives loosened slightly. "With the most?" I've asked, and the current situation is very simple. There are a total of 8 teams coming in here. The main one we need to focus on is the God of War Company, and its commander Su Jia. There's also Bluebird's Thunder Company, and that bastard Ouyang Huan's Iceblade Company. Our 4 teams should be the strongest team. Su Yuan nodded. "Let the troops assemble. Go and defeat them one by one." At this moment, Ouyang Pai was walking in the mountains with his men. Soon, they saw Su Jia, who had sent them a signal. Ouyang Pai rode an ice-attributed beast and walked up to Su Jia. "Captain Su, long time no see." Su Jia wore a flattering smile on his face and said to Ouyang Pai with a chuckle, "Master Ouyang, you're here? This time, let's discuss how to kill that bastard Su Yuan." Ouyang Pai stood beside him and glanced at Su Jia indifferently when he heard this. Su Yuan actually relied on his connections to transform himself from a criminal soldier into the so-called Evil Ghost Company commander. "I think the war zone is protecting Su Yuan," Su Jia said in a deep voice. "I lost an arm, this revenge must be avenged." Ouyang Pai nodded. "I can understand your feelings, your brother is really going a bit too far." Su Jia nodded. "Master Ouyang, I will obey you this time. How do you deal with this Su Yuan? Just say the word, and I will follow your lead." Ouyang Pai said calmly, "There's another company called Thunder that's worth noting this time. Their captain is Bluebird." Su Jia's eyes moved. "Bluebird? Qingniao is also a genius. I have met her once. Qingniao almost fought Su Yuan to the death. Maybe I can win her over." Ouyang Pai nodded. "Let's go find the Bluebird." The Bluebird team was not far from here and soon found the Bluebird base. After arriving at the Bluebird base, the Ouyang faction announced loudly, "The Ouyang family, the Ouyang faction, invites Captain Bluebird to form an alliance with us." Qingniao walked out slowly, facing Ouyang sect and the others, raised the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, "Ouyang sect?" The above is the final draft, answering a few questions from fans. First of all, Tong Tong was born by the ancestor. As for the relationship between the ancestor and the other girls, the ancestor worked hard to break through the martial saint realm for the future of the human race, so she used special skills to create these clones. However, each clone is an independent individual. In the end, she wanted to refine these individuals and achieve the martial god realm, but the protagonist disagreed. Finally, a war broke out because the hero's behavior threatened the safety of China. In order to prevent the ancestor from breaking through the realm of martial god, he fought against thousands of people alone. He became an enemy of the entire Chinese nation, and in the process, he eventually made breakthroughs, grew into a martial god, saved his wives, and perfectly married the beautiful woman, becoming a contemporary martial god.